Chapter 1. Allen having defeated the Navy Colonel Axehand Morgan, followed by the successive defeats of the Joker Buggy with a bounty of 15 million berries, the pirate fleet commander Kuro with a bounty of 17 million berries, and the Sawtooth Dragon of the Fishman pirate crew with a bounty of 20 million berries. A notorious criminal has emerged in the East Blue, where the average bounty is merely 3 million berries. The infamous pirate Monkey D. Luffy has garnered a staggering bounty of 30 million berries upon his first infamy. Should anyone catch sight of him, they are to immediately contact the Navy in the town of Lowtown, often referred to as the town of beginnings and endings along the Grand Line. A bespectacled young man reclined in a comfortable rocking chair, holding a freshly delivered newspaper from a messenger seagull. He perused the front page, which was undeniably dominated by news regarding the rookie pirate Monkey D. Luffy and the recent events transpiring upon the seas. Has the plot commenced so swiftly? It has unfolded much quicker than I anticipated. He removed his glasses to gaze out at the horizon, where the sea melded seamlessly with the sky. Without the lenses obscuring his vision, his eyes appeared remarkably sharp, far from the typical sight of a nearsighted individual. I've told you countless times, do not read the newspaper while lounging in that rocking chair. It is detrimental to your eyesight. At that moment, an elderly man with a head full of white hair and a cane approached, visibly irked by the swaying chair and the newspaper lying beside it. I understand, Grandpa Fred, I won't do it again, the young man replied. Much to the elder's surprise, unlike past instances, he did not retort, but instead nodded obediently. Are you leaving? A sense of foreboding began to creep into the old man's heart, prompting a softer tone in his voice. It should be in a few days. I apologize, Grandpa Fred. I will not be able to keep you company anymore. The young man spoke with a hint of reluctance, aware that his decision would cause concern for the elder, yet the call of his inner spirit compelled him to choose this path. I knew this day would come. I once wished for time to slow down, yet now I find myself wishing it would hasten, perhaps so that you may return sooner, the old man sighed. He had envisioned this scenario countless times and had prepared himself mentally in light of this. You should stay in tonight, let us share a meal at home. And call that rascal Smoker to join us. As well, he ought to bring some fine wine. He has caused us enough trouble in the past. It is time. He contributes a little. Of course, Grandpa Fred. I shall go find him right away. The young man nodded earnestly. In truth, he had intended to summon the Navy Captain Smoker to assist him, for his impending endeavors would be inextricably linked to the man. This young man is named Allen. He is not originally from this world. Or rather, he did not begin his journey in this realm. Allen inexplicably traversed from a world known as Earth to this new realm. The means of his transition remained shrouded in mystery. It could have been the result of an accident, perhaps through a computer, or even by wandering down a shadowy path. Ultimately, the precise cause eludes his memory. The only recollection he holds is of awakening on the verge of sinking in a small boat, accompanied by an enigmatic box and a note. Drawing upon his commendable swimming skills and instinct for survival, he managed to reach a small island just before his strength waned surprisingly. Both the box and the note had floated alongside him, as if they were integral parts of his being, refusing to part from him regardless of the circumstances. The box contained a peculiar fruit adorned with strange spiral patterns, and its vibrant colors immediately led Allen to suspect it was highly toxic. As for the note, the seawater had rendered the writing nearly illegible, but one line remained discernible, one piece. As a fan of manga, Allen could not help but associate it with a particular series he had once read, speculating that it might be the remnant of some mundane otaku. Initially intending to rise and survey his surroundings, Allen soon realized he lacked the strength. After much inner turmoil, he reluctantly consumed the fruit, despite its probable toxicity, adhering to his philosophy of never allowing hunger to claim his life. It must be said, the taste of this fruit was utterly repugnant. The sharp, watery juice and gritty texture redefined Allen's understanding of inedibility. Had he not been on the brink of starvation, he would never have contemplated such a repulsive morsel. However, after consuming it, he surprisingly felt a notable resurgence of energy. Upon venturing further into the island, he discovered he had stumbled upon a relatively prosperous town. Through interactions with the locals, he gradually gleaned information about this new world. Upon hearing familiar names, such as Roger and Garp, he finally confirmed the astonishing truth. He had indeed traversed into the world of pirates, a realm fervently adored by countless manga enthusiasts. 5 years have elapsed since his arrival in this world, during which Allen's life underwent a dramatic transformation. From a homeless wanderer, he inadvertently saved a fallen noble named Fred Wayne, and together they established a life in Lowtown. Armed with a fragmented manual on devil fruits inherited from Fred's family, Allen came to understand the true nature of the abominable fruit he had consumed. It was, in fact, a devil fruit, a specialty of the pirate world that could endow an ordinary person with extraordinary powers, acting as a cheat code to become an unparalleled Forest devil fruits are classified into three primary categories: paramecia, logia, and zone. Among these, logia fruits grant the ability to elementalize the body. The ability to nullify physical attacks and a series of other extraordinary traits have led to the natural type. Devil fruit being widely regarded as the most powerful among the three categories of devil fruits. The devil fruit consumed by Allen, as recorded in the compendium, is an even rarer existence than the natural type, classified within the superhuman category as a useless type of devil fruit, ultimate fruit. This so-called useless type is arguably the rarest among devil fruits, with only 1.5 fruits currently recognized in this category. The half refers to the controversy surrounding one of the fruits. The fruit in question is the human fruit, consumed by Tony Chopper, the future ship's doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates. Upon consumption, it grants the ability to attain human-level intelligence, learning capacity, and bipedal locomotion, which are unique to humans. When ingested by an animal, it enables comprehension of both human and animal languages. The controversy surrounding this fruit arises from the fact that if consumed by a human, it not only fails to confer any transformation, but also exacts a toll, rendering the individual despised by the sea and transforming them into a land dwellers. It is dubbed a useless type of devil fruit. However, when a human fruit is consumed by an animal, it can unleash its full potential, as demonstrated by Tony Chopper, who originally a reindeer, gained human-level intelligence, learning capacity, and bipedal movement after consuming the fruit, alongside the ability to undergo 8 transformations using the rumble ball, becoming an immensely powerful individual. Consequently, the debate surrounding the human fruit has persisted, securing it only half a designation within the useless type category. In contrast, the ultimate fruit that Allen has consumed is unequivocally classified as a true useless type. The reason for its classification is straightforward. Its effect does not enable the consumer to reach a particular limit, but rather renders the consumer limitless. For instance, the average human's maximum sprinting speed over 100 meters is 9 seconds regardless of training. One eventually hits a limit beyond which they cannot advance. However, the ultimate fruit eradicates these so-called limits. As long as one persists in their training, there are no boundaries. Nevertheless, the pace of improvement remains normal and does not accelerate simply due to the absence of limits. Thus, this fruit is merely an ordinary auxiliary fruit. If the ultimate fruit were placed in the world where Allen once resided, it would undoubtedly be considered a valuable ability, as the limits of humanity there are quite low. Consuming this fruit would quickly elevate one to the ranks of the powerful. Yet, in the pirate world, it appears that humans have no limits with diligent training. One can become extraordinarily strong, akin to the naval hero Monkey D. Garp, who can shatter mountains with his fists, or the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, who can cleave warships with his blade. These formidable individuals exemplify the notion that limits seem non-existent in this realm. It is precisely because of the unique physicality of humans in the pirate world that this ultimate fruit has become a genuine useless type upon arriving in this world, a realm long coveted by countless otaku. Allen found himself at a loss for words after consuming such a trivial fruit, yet his greater concern lay with the inscription on the note he had discovered, which mentioned One Piece. Based on his own deductions, this place, revered as the endpoint of the Grand Line, might hold the key to his return. After all, as a solitary wanderer in a foreign land. Despite his past admiration for this pirate world, the desire to return home to Earth had intensified immensely upon his actual immersion in it, drawing from his prior knowledge of the pirate realm. Joining the crew of the manga's protagonist, Monkey D. Luffy, seemed to be the most expedient route to reach One Piece. Thus, relying on his understanding of the narrative, Allen resolved to quietly await the arrival of Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates in the town of Roguetown. Chapter 2. Smoker the White Hunter. Following the instructions of his grandfather, Fred, Allen tidied himself up and donned a more practical athletic outfit before venturing out to locate the naval colonel responsible for the safety of Roguetown, known as Smoker the White Hunter. However, instead of heading directly to the naval base, Allen opted for a rather dilapidated tavern in Roguetown, aware that at this hour, Smoker would typically visit to indulge in a drink of the late pirate king Joel Drogerer's favorite spirit. This tavern's proprietor, who had witnessed Roger's execution alongside Smoker, was among those who bore witness to the dawn of the great pirate era. Upon Allen's arrival at the tavern, he found Smoker already present, utilizing his smoke abilities to retrieve bottles from the shelf. "Hey, you rascal. Who gave you permission to take my liquor?" The tavern owner, an elderly man with small black glasses, grumbled at Smoker's unwelcome intrusion. "Mind your manners. Treating your loyal patrons like this is hardly hospitable." Smoker appeared unfazed by the owner's reprimand, pouring himself a glass of the liquor as if he were at home. "Stop your nonsense and ruin this establishment no further. We do not welcome patrons like you." the owner retorted, clearly displeased with Smoker. The tavern owner's disdain for Smoker stemmed from the latter's appointment as the naval colonel overseeing Roadtown, during which he had managed to subdue nearly all the pirates. In the area, not only had he curtailed the activities of pirates, but even the petty criminals had significantly diminished, severely impacting the business of a tavern that thrived on serving villains. Moreover, given his previous encounters with the pirate king Roger, the tavern owner harbored a deep-seated animosity toward a naval officer like Smoker. If you harbor hatred towards me, you have misdirected your animosity. I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities towards my work. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon the current crop of pirates, who are nothing but spineless wretches. Smoker was acutely aware of the reasons behind his boss' disdain, yet he remained unconcerned, taking a hearty swig of his drink. He remarked, "Ah, refreshing. Oh, look who has arrived." The individual whom Smoker noticed out of the corner of his eye was Alan, who had come to seek him out. Alan was no stranger to the atmosphere of this tavern, having witnessed similar scenes countless times before. He approached Smoker, taking a seat beside him, and addressed the boss. "Boss, the usual glass of soda. With ice, please." "Certainly." The boss' demeanor shifted noticeably upon Alan's arrival. He promptly poured the requested soda and adorned his face with a warm smile. "Hey, you're showing blatant favoritism here. What about me? Aren't I also one of your regulars? This lad has contributed to ruining your business as well." Smoker couldn't help but voice his discontent at the boss' preferential treatment of Alan over the years. Due to his amicable relationship with Alan, Smoker had enlisted his help several times to capture troublesome pirates wreaking havoc in Logtown. Logically, Alan should also be seen as a disruptor of the boss' business, yet the proprietor held no animosity towards him. At least he is not a hypocritical marine like you. Unlike you, he acknowledges the pirate king, the boss retorted, clearly irritated by Smoker's insinuations. "All right, you two are acquaintances. Perhaps you should argue less during your meetings. None can predict what tomorrow holds, and opportunities for reunions may dwindle," Alan interjected, exasperated by the discord between Smoker and the tavern owner. In truth, there was no deep-seated enmity between them. Their differing ideologies merely stemmed from their respective positions. If they could set aside their biases, they might discover a camaraderie as fellow drinkers, having both witnessed the demise of the pirate king, Roger. "I would prefer we never cross paths again. It would allow me to live a few more years," the tavern owner bluntly replied to Alan's suggestion. "Very well. Let us pretend I said nothing," Alan conceded, recognizing the proprietor's stubbornness. He understood that altering the narrative excessively could lead to unwarranted consequences, which would be detrimental. Accepting the glass of ice soda handed to him, he took a large gulp and exclaimed, "Ah, invigorating. I can't fathom your peculiar habits. You possess such a robust tolerance for alcohol, yet choose to abstain from it," Smoker remarked, bemused by Alan's aversion to drinking. He recalled an occasion when they had celebrated the defeat of a formidable pirate crew, during which Alan had outdrunk a multitude of Navy soldiers, ultimately having to be carried back to their quarters by Smoker himself. Yet, when Alan frequented the tavern, he refrained from alcohol altogether, much to Smoker's chagrin, as he considered him a drinking companion. "It is not that I have an aversion to alcohol, rather, I prefer to maintain a clear mind during daylight hours. When the occasion arises, we shall celebrate in earnest with a hearty feast," Alan remarked with a casual smile, deftly shifting the conversation. "By the way, do you have any plans for tonight? Come over for dinner. Grandpa Fred has already begun preparations. Bring a few bottles of fine wine, and we can indulge ourselves this evening. Just a few bottles will hardly suffice. If you drink to your heart's content, you might very well deplete my modest reserve of hidden spirits." Smoker, who initially disdained Alan's abstinence from alcohol, now found himself concerned about the dwindling stock of his own supplies. Upon recalling Alan's formidable capacity for drink, however, "I may not be able to join tonight. The headquarters has dispatched orders. There is a notorious crew of high bounty pirates approaching Lowtown, and I must go apprehend them. I cannot say when I will return." Smoker suddenly remembered the intelligence received from the naval headquarters, expressing a hint of regret. "As pirates are approaching, why are you still here drinking instead of hastily returning to base to command?" Upon hearing Smoker's words, Alan felt a sudden tightness in his chest, silently wondering if the plot was unfolding so rapidly. He had only just seen news about Luffy's bounty, and now Smoker had come to Logtown. Nevertheless, he feigned indifference and retorted to Smoker, "What's the rush? According to the headquarters intelligence, that group of rookie pirates won't reach Logtown for about another hour. My motorcycle is all set. I can head to the port to await their arrival shortly. How pitiable those novice pirates must be, unaware that they have already become prey for you, the White Hunter. By the way, what is the name of this unfortunate crew?" Smoker scratched his head, recalling. "I believe it's either the Great Blade Pirates or the Giant Blade Pirates. Their captain is a novice named Mosto, who has only recently set sail." with a bounty of merely 500,000 berries. However, he has taken in 2 fugitives from the former Hungry Wolf pirates, the Forest Wolf, Kosolia, and the Grey Wolf, Koshoya. Both are notorious criminals with bounties of 20 million and 18 million berries, respectively. They likely joined this rookie crew in search of a temporary refuge, which is why the headquarters issued a special order regarding them. 2 wolves, dependent on others for survival? Intriguing. Yet, no matter how cunning the wolves may be, they cannot escape the pursuit of such a hunter as yourself. Upon realizing that Smoker's target was not the Luffy he had been concerned about, Alan exhaled a sigh of relief, silently mourning for the 2 pirates marked for capture. After all, even the most vicious pirate with a bounty of around 20 million could not possibly defeat the elite Navy officer known as the White Hunter. If it were a direct confrontation, I wouldn't be worried. However, capturing them while they are making a desperate escape could prove challenging. Smoker, without reservation, stated directly, fixing his gaze on Alan. What do you say, old friend? How about you lend me a hand? I'll take the lead, and you can wait behind. If any fish slip through the net, you can swoop in to capture them. You truly know how to find laborers, don't you? I'm merely a part-time bounty hunter, and Haven T pursued any pirates for nearly a month. Besides, after our previous encounters, when have you ever compensated me? Alan shot Smoker a disdainful glance, realizing he was attempting to use him as free labor once again. No way. During his time in Logtown, in order to enhance his combat abilities, Alan had occasionally captured pirates with bounties offered by the Navy. This not only allowed him to earn some bounty to support himself, but it was also essential, as the noble Fred Wayne he had rescued had limited wealth due to his misfortunes. If Alan did not find a way to earn money soon, he would quickly find himself in dire straits. On the other hand, capturing these bountied pirates could allow Alan to amass a wealth of practical combat experience, continually pushing the boundaries of his physical capabilities and maximizing the potential of the limit fruit he had consumed. During his tenure as a bounty hunter, Alan fortuitously encountered Smoker, who was engaged in the pursuit of pirates. Their shared temperaments quickly forged a friendship, and together they apprehended numerous pirates. However, since these operations were part of a unified effort involving the Navy, no bounties were issued for their captures, which became a frequent source of leverage for Alan to exonerate Smoker. Don't say that, my old friend. You're not lacking in a few coins, are you? Besides, with your assistance, I am certain I can apprehend this group of pirates in no time. I shall send over several barrels of fine wine from the base, and we can celebrate properly tonight. Smoker understood that he was at a disadvantage in this situation and sought to make a promise to Alan with all the authority he could muster. Exchanging a bounty worth millions for wine, truly, that wine must be exquisite. Don't fret, my old companion. As long as we're happy, what do a few million matter? Smoker declared with bravado, disregarding whether Alan would agree, as he laughed heartily and draped an arm around Alan's shoulders, leading him out of the tavern. Alas, the perils of choosing friends unwisely. Alan silently scoffed at Smoker's somewhat rogue behavior. The tavern owner, observing the 2 depart, shook his head in resignation, thinking, how regrettable it is that such a promising pirate is so intimately involved with this rogue Navy officer. Chapter 3. The Great Blade Pirate Crew Smoker. The elite Navy officer known as the White Hunter is a user of the Smoke Smile Devil Fruit, allowing him to transform his entire body into smoke, rendering all physical attacks ineffective, save for those imbued with armament hockey. Additionally, his smoke can materialize, ensnaring foes. At this moment, Smoker harnessed his smoke abilities to power his specialized motorcycle, billowing large clouds of white smoke as he sped towards the port of Rogue Town. Alas, as a fellow Devil Fruit user, why does the disparity feel so vast? How splendid it would have been had I consumed a Logia-type Devil Fruit back then. Sitting behind Smoker on the motorcycle, Alan was filled with envy at how effortlessly Smoker wielded his smoke powers. Just as Alan's mind wandered into discontent, Smoker, the speedster, arrived at the port. One must admit, the Navy's intelligence is remarkably sluggish. Smoker had received word that the pirate crew would not arrive for about another hour. Yet upon his rapid arrival, the pirate ship was already docked, and the crew was disembarking to replenish their supplies in the town. Smoker, fortunately, we arrived just in time. Otherwise, once these pirates gather their supplies and set sail, capturing them would indeed prove difficult. Observing the group of pirates who had disembarked, Alan began to vent his frustrations to Smoker. Those incompetent fools at headquarters can never accomplish anything worthwhile. They ought to be sent to wallow in filth. Smoker, equally displeased with the naval headquarters sluggishness, marched forward in a fit of rage to confront the band of pirates. I am Colonel Smoker of the Navy's branch overseeing Log Town. And I hereby declare that you pirates are all under arrest. Your nautical escapade ends here. Ha ha ha, brothers, did you hear that? This foolish Navy officer actually thinks he can apprehend us. What a joke. Who does he think he is? Does he believe he can capture the Great Blade pirates all by himself? Is he a Marine Admiral? Such delusions. Laughter erupted among the pirates, mocking Smoker's proclamation. They viewed this lone officer attempting to arrest them as a man utterly deranged, questioning his confidence in capturing such a formidable band. The Great Blade pirates boasted notorious members such as the brothers Kozoria, with a bounty of 20 million berries, and Koya, with a bounty of 18 million berries, alongside Captain Mosto, who could easily intimidate them both. Though such strength was common along the Grand Line, it was still considerable in the four seas, making it nearly impossible for a single naval colonel to subdue them all. You fools are courting death. What impact? Infuriated by their derisive laughter, Smoker unleashed a technique derived from his smoke fruit powers, delivering a smoke-formed punch that struck the largest pirate squarely on the head, causing him to collapse in a daze. After a brief silence, the pirates of the Great Blade pirates regained their senses, and someone shouted, "Brothers, run. This Navy officer is a devil fruit user. We stand no chance against him." The existence of devil fruit users represented a formidable force in the pirate world, with the majority of its strongest individuals possessing such abilities, especially in the four seas where they were synonymous with power. Realizing that Smoker was indeed a devil fruit user, the pirates abandoned their previous contempt. As the notion of retreat was proposed, they hastily dropped their belongings and began to flee in every direction. You wish to escape? White Gale. Smoker scoffed at the cowardice displayed by the fleeing pirates, instantly activating his smoke powers, enveloping his entire form in a dense cloud of white smoke, ensnaring the fleeing pirates like a vast net. This is impossible. Old Five, please rescue me. What can I do? I am trapped myself. Esteemed Navy officer, we acknowledge our ignorance and humbly beseech you to spare us. The pirates ensnared by Smoker were taken aback, each one shouting in a state of agitation. Alas, they were merely a collection of the most mundane scoundrels. A single individual could easily subdue them, so why should I be tasked with the labor? Observing these pirates immobilized by the smoke, Alan swiftly produced the ropes from Smoker's motorcycle, binding each of the pirates with an ethereal swiftness. Patience. These insignificant pests are merely an appetizer. Our main course is about to take center stage. Smoker cast a glance at the incapacitated pirates before shifting his focus to the pirate ship docked at the harbor. At that moment, beneath the banner of the ship, pierced by a massive blade, stood a lean man clad in an elegant European noble's attire, his icy demeanor fixed upon Smoker and Alan, as if he were scrutinizing his defeated subordinates with disdain. This young rogue must be Mosto, the captain of the Blade Pirates. I hereby declare you under arrest. The chilling gaze of his adversary sent shivers down Smoker's spine, prompting him to bellow, his feet exuding thick smoke as he surged forward like a jet. To challenge our captain, you must first pass through us. Just as Smoker was about to charge at the pirate crew, two shadowy figures materialized before them, their blades glinting menacingly as they lunged at Smoker. Kosajoya, the main course has finally arrived. Smoker's eyes brightened at the sight of the two sudden intruders. These two were indeed his true targets, the forest wolf Kosalia, with a bounty of 20 million berries, and the gray wolf Kosajoya, boasting an 18 million berry bounty. Ignoring Mosto, the captain, Smoker executed a swift turn in midair, wielding his weapon embedded with sea prism stone, and struck fiercely at the looming shadows. Boom! With a resounding clash, Smoker's weapon collided with Kosolia's claws. To Smoker's astonishment, the forest wolf's strength surpassed his expectations. Not only did his full force strike fail to repel Kosalia, but the tremendous recoil nearly caused him to lose grip on his weapon. Kill! At that moment, Grey Wolf Kosajoya seized the opportunity, launching a vicious attack aimed at the unguarded back of Smoker's head. Thud! However, this sudden assault did not connect. Just as the claws of the Grey Wolf approached within half a meter of Smoker's head, he felt an overwhelming force strike his back, sending his body crashing uncontrollably to the ground. Smoke Man, it seems you cannot handle both portions of the main course alone. The one who suddenly struck the big Grey Wolf was none other than Alan, who had been keenly observing the battlefield. As he watched Smoker entangled with the forest wolf, he unhesitatingly took on another target. Engaging in combat with such a purely physical opponent would greatly stimulate his bodily reactions, allowing him to grow stronger at an accelerated pace. With that in mind, he decided to turn it into a contest to see who could tame the wolf first. With the big Grey Wolf no longer harassing from the rear, Smoker felt a significant reduction in pressure. He ceased to clash head-on with the forest wolf and instead utilized his smoke fruit abilities, allowing the wolf's sharp claws to pass through his body. Then, with a sudden movement, he seized the opponent's head and forcefully slammed it into the ground, crashing its entire body down. Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? Seeing Smoker unleash the full extent of his devil fruit power to secure victory, Alan scoffed and charged once more toward the distant big gray wolf. Humph, you little brat. I shall swallow you whole. The gray wolf, Kosajoa, roared in response, realizing that this audacious boy was utterly unaware of his own peril. Previously, he had merely landed a kick through a sneak attack, yet now he dared to provoke him again. If he didn't teach this insolent child a lesson, he would truly remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Observing the chaotic melee before him, Mosto, the captain of the Great Blade Pirates, remained unbothered and chose not to intervene, quietly watching the unfolding battle as if it were a theatrical performance, entirely detached from it. Chapter 4. The fearsome new pirate. As the gray wolf Kosajoa lunged with its claws, Alan pushed his speed to the utmost limits, evading the attack with an agility akin to a phantom. During his time as a bounty hunter in Rogue Town, he had repeatedly surpassed his physical limits, leading Smoker to once remark that if the average naval soldier possessed a combat power of 10, then Alan's current strength was at least 400. It is known that a combat power exceeding 500 qualifies one as superhuman, and Alan was now approaching that status. Damn it, this little brat is surprisingly strong. The gray wolf was taken aback by Alan's formidable display of power, and after executing his signature move, the predatory three claws, he momentarily halted his assault. This technique involved a rapid flurry of slashes from different angles, typically resulting in the enemy's death or severe injury. Now, witnessing Alan remain unscathed, the gray wolf found it hard to believe, wondering if perhaps something was amiss with his own body. How could it be that his entire offensive failed to even graze the boy's clothing? An opportunity presented itself. Seizing the moment when the gray wolf was momentarily stunned, Alan swiftly aimed a whip-like kick at its waist. The waist is one of the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Even Kosajoa, known as the Big Bad Wolf, could not overcome this fact. After being struck with full force, his entire body felt paralyzed, as if jolted by electricity, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, trembling incessantly. Hunting success, Smokey. This time, victory is mine, Alan exclaimed triumphantly to Smoker, gazing at the fallen Big Bad Wolf, Kosajoa. How infuriating. Clearly, your clumsy wolf is the weaker one, Smoker retorted, still using his smoke abilities to ensnare the forest wolf, Kosajoa. However, the creature's resistance was fierce. Despite having knocked it down several times with heavy blows, every time he attempted to envelop it in smoke, the forest wolf would struggle violently, dispersing the smoke and causing Smoker considerable frustration. Heh, don't blame me. You chose your main course first, Alan smirked at the anxious Smoker, pulling out a rope to bind the creature. You think catching me will be that easy? Just then, a chilling voice echoed behind Alan, making the hairs on his neck stand on end. Captain, save me. The downed Kosajoa, upon hearing this voice, immediately perked up, struggling to raise his head to look at the approaching Mosto, a faint smile crossing his face. He understood all too well how formidable his seemingly unremarkable captain truly was. After their crew, the Hungry Wolf Pirates, was defeated by an exceedingly powerful adversary, their captain perished, and the remaining crew members scattered in disarray. Among them, the brothers, the forest wolf Kosajoa and the big bad wolf Kosajoa, fled to the relatively weak East Blue to evade the storm. They fortuitously encountered the newly established Dagger Pirates. Contrary to external rumors, they did not join the Dagger Pirates merely as a temporary refuge. The truth was, they had their eyes set on the resources of this pirate crew, intending to seize them. However, they were easily defeated by Mosto, the captain, and to survive, they chose to pledge their loyalty to him. Humph. Although this little brat and that Navy officer with the devil fruit power are strong, they will never be a match for the captain. In no more than 3 minutes, the captain will turn them into corpses. Sensing the murderous aura emanating from Mosto, the fallen Big Bad Wolf rejoiced inwardly. Swish. Upon feeling the terrifying killing intent radiating from Mosto, Alan instinctively leaped away, quickly distancing himself. A wise decision indeed. Trying to ensure your safety by creating distance. Mosto remained unfazed, calmly observing Alan without rushing to attack. Captain, save me. The Big Bad Wolf called out to Mosto, struggling to voice his plea as he watched him pass by. Kosajoa, have you forgotten the promise you made when you became my subordinate? Faced with the desperate pleas of the Big Bad Wolf, Mosto merely cast a cold glance, offering no assistance. Observing the bewildered expression on the wolf's face, Mosto's tone turned especially frigid. When you two brothers join my pirate crew, you pledge to remain eternally useful hounds to me. If you prove useless, you would willingly leap into the sea. So tell me, do you consider yourselves useful now, or not? Confronted with Mosto's rebuke, the wolf was thoroughly flustered. Initially, the brothers had been defeated by Mosto and, under duress, had made such an unreliable promise. Now they found themselves at a loss for how to respond. Get lost. Without waiting for the wolf to finish explaining, Mosto shot him a fierce glare. Merely this glance caused the wolf to spew blood and collapse to the ground. Was that Conqueror's Haki? How could such an obscure little pirate possess it, let alone the rare form known as Conqueror's Haki? Witnessing this extraordinary scene from a distance, Alan was momentarily taken aback. Conqueror's Haki is the latent power inherent to all humans. This force is an innate ability, a manifestation of will, intent, and fighting spirit that can be wielded as an invisible weapon. This formidable power is referred to as Haki, which is divided into three types: observation Haki, armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki. The latter can overwhelm or incapacitate foes through sheer presence. However, if not controlled properly, it can affect those nearby as well. Conversely, if one's Haki reaches a superior level, it can induce a pressure effect. This rare ability, possessed by only a select few among millions, marks one as a chosen individual, endowed with the qualities of a ruler above others. In Alan's recollection, all who wielded Conqueror's Haki were undeniably formidable beings, capable of dominating the Grand Line itself. Thus, witnessing such power from Mosto, a mere pirate in the East Blue, utterly shattered his previous perceptions. Don't be afraid, my old friend. Let us take them down together. Smoker, who had just subdued the forest wolf Kosolia, sensed Mosto's emanating Conqueror's Haki, and, upon regaining his composure, immediately approached Alan. Although Smoker's presence seemed to bolster their strength significantly, Alan dared not relax. The instant Mosto unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, both he and Smoker experienced a distinct moment of sluggishness. In a clash between masters, even the slightest misstep could determine the outcome of the battle, let alone a brief moment of physical delay. Though it lasted but an instant, it was sufficient for Mosto to eliminate both of them. There is no need for such trepidation. He is merely a novice who has just begun to wield Haki. There is nothing to fear. Smoker, understanding Alan's concerns, earnestly encouraged him, then pointed fiercely at Mosto and shouted, "Here it comes." Twin white serpents. In an instant, Smoker unleashed a massive plume of smoke from his hands, forming two colossal serpents that lunged towards Mosto. Such was the prowess of a Logia-type devil fruit user. Just as the serpentine shadows were about to ensnare him, Mosto deftly leapt into the air, his speed surpassing even Alan's maximum velocity by several fold. Such swiftness indicated that his combat prowess exceeded 800 power units. Alan, taken aback by Mosto's terrifying velocity, contemplated the extraordinary strength of his opponent. Recognizing that it had reached a superhuman level, even among the covert operatives of CP9, he would not be outmatched, leaving Alan to ponder how such an individual could be a mere unknown pirate. Impressive leap, the White Gale. Unlike Alan's astonishment, Smoker's face broke into a grin upon witnessing Mosto's ascent. He aimed both hands skyward and immediately released a torrent of white smoke, intent on ensnaring Mosto midair. No matter how swift you may be, surely you cannot maneuver freely in the sky. As the smoke drew closer to Mosto, Smoker's smile grew ever brighter. Futile technique. Just as the smoke was about to brush against Mosto's shoes, he suddenly moved. Indeed, he moved in midair. With a powerful thrust, Mosto propelled himself upward as if launching from solid ground, executing several powerful kicks that allowed him to escape Smoker's smoky confinement. How is this possible? That is the Navy's 6 forms, JEPO. Smoker was momentarily stunned by Mosto's aerial maneuvering. Having trained at Navy headquarters, he recognized this technique as an extraordinary martial skill that transcended human physical limits, an art reserved for the elite of the Navy and the world government. While some superhuman individuals might achieve it through self-discovery, it was inconceivable that a fledgling pirate could master such a skill. Have you concluded your assault? Now it is my turn. Mosto, standing aloft and gazing down upon the now dumbfounded Smoker, spoke with the authority of a sovereign, surveying his domain. Chapter 5. The fierce battle suspended in the air, Mosto slightly retracted his form, then, with a powerful push of his legs, surged toward Smoker like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. "Oof, arrogant novice, I shall make you aware of true strength." In response to Mosto's charge, Smoker let out a cold snort, transforming his entire body into a swirling mass of white smoke to meet the oncoming assault. Elementalization? A futile struggle. Observing Smoker's transformation, Mosto scoffed, his right hand enveloped in a dark hue, clearly infused with Haki. He lunged fiercely at the cloud of smoke. Armament Haki is a form of Haki that enhances both defensive and offensive capabilities, acting as an invisible armor and evolving into a force that can contend with the powers of Devil Fruit users. The users of Armament Haki can even make contact with the physical forms of those possessing Logia-type Devil Fruit abilities, which is regarded as one of the means to combat such powers in the world. Upon witnessing the opponent enveloped in Armament Haki, Smoker, in his elemental state, instinctively reacted by attempting to evade, fully aware of the threats that could endanger him as a Logia user. Unfortunately, his movements were a fraction too slow. Just as he attempted to dodge, Mosto seized him by the neck and forcefully hurled him to the ground. Cough. The impact of crashing onto the ground brought back the sensation of physical pain that Smoker had long forgotten, causing a metallic taste to rise in his throat as a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. Now you understand, Mosto scoffed, wrapping his other arm in Armament Haki and delivering a vicious blow to Smoker's head. Get lost. At that moment, Aaron also launched his attack, holding nothing back. He executed a swift sidekick, slicing through the air towards Mosto's back. However, it was futile. Everything unfolded in a manner entirely contrary to Aaron's expectations. Despite his surprise assault from behind, Mosto seemed to perceive it effortlessly, merely shifting his body slightly to evade the strike. He possesses observation Haki as well. Realizing the astonishing scene before him, Aaron quickly understood that this was the power of observation Haki, one of the 3 types of Haki that heightens the senses, allowing its user to detect the presence and emotional fluctuations of surrounding beings, as well as to anticipate and evade danger. Get out of here. Mosto casually extended his hand, accurately grasping Aaron's shoulder. Before Aaron could react, he exerted force, flinging him away as if discarding refuse. Bang! This moment truly left Alan dizzy and disoriented. However, he summoned his formidable willpower to swiftly rise from the ground, bracing himself for the next wave of assault from his adversary. The tenacious youth, despite not being a member of the Navy, labored with remarkable fervor. Observing Alan, who stared at him with fierce determination despite being no match for him, Mosto couldn't help but smile. To honor your spirit, I shall arrange a splendid funeral for you. Rest assured, you may embrace your demise. Damn you, Alan roared, a warmth surging within his chest, as if a significant force was emanating from it. With ample experience, Alan recognized that the heavy fall had inadvertently enhanced his strength. After all, for one who had consumed the limitless fruit, his resilience could infinitely grow in the heat of battle. His speed seemed to have quickened slightly. As Mosto activated his observation Haki to perceive this rushing Alan, he immediately detected the subtle shift in Alan's abilities, yet he maintained a relaxed smile. To grow amidst combat. How intriguing. Yet, you remain too feeble. Bang. As anticipated, Alan's full-throttle charge merely prompted Mosto to evade twice swiftly before he sent Alan flying once more with a kick. Nonetheless, the unwavering Alan gritted his teeth and rose from the ground, bolstering his strength again as he charged at Mosto. You can still improve. Fascinating. Observing the downed Alan rise once more, Mosto approached with curiosity. However, little had changed. After just 2 exchanges, Alan found himself on the ground again due to Mosto's strike. Yet, just as before, Alan bore the pain and surged back up, continuing his relentless advance toward Mosto. Time and again, he was knocked down, only to rise again. When Alan stood for the 7th time, Mosto's smile finally vanished. He sensed that Alan was not merely a spent force clinging to hope. Rather, with each resurrection, he was growing stronger, albeit marginally, but the accumulation had reached an undeniable level. What manner of being is this? Has he consumed the cockroach fruit that grants him indomitability? Gazing at Alan's battered form, Mosto was filled with questions. I will kill you. Alan bellowed, driven by the pain coursing through his body. He leaped into the air like a descending tiger, lunging toward Mosto. How fast? Feeling the palpable strength of Alan's strike, Mosto prepared to evade. But just as he was about to move, he sensed something grasping at him. Upon closer inspection, it was a cloud of white smoke. Humph, you little rascal. Have you forgotten my presence? It was none other than Smoker, who had previously been knocked to the ground, that ensnared Mosto in the white smoke. Mosto's attention had been entirely captivated by Alan, who repeatedly rose to his feet. Over time, he subconsciously came to believe that his only adversary was this seemingly indestructible cockroach before him. completely forgetting to unleash his observation hockey to keep an eye on the fallen Smoker. Consequently, Smoker successfully launched a surprise attack using his smoke abilities. Furious, Mosto was about to amplify his hockey to break free from Smoker's control, but Alan's assault had already arrived. A resounding thud echoed as Alan's iron fist struck Mosto's face with tremendous force, violently tearing him from Smoker's smoky bindings and slamming him against their pirate ship, causing the massive vessel to shake violently. Smoke Demon, couldn't you have bound him sooner? After sending Mosto flying, Alan exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling the sharp pain coursing through his body, and couldn't help but complain to Smoker. This isn't my fault. The monster only let his guard down at the last moment. Had I activated my smoke ability earlier, he would have certainly detected it with his observation hockey, Smoker earnestly explained. However, upon seeing Alan's battered form, he felt a twinge of guilt, his tone softening. Are you all right, old friend? I'm fine. At this level, a bit of medicine when I get home, and I'll be mostly recovered by tomorrow. Alan was well aware of his own regenerative capabilities. After countless frenzied battles, his recovery had reached a formidable standard. Even when compared to Luffy, who possessed extraordinary vitality in the original narrative, he felt no inferiority. Unfortunately, you won't see tomorrow. A chilling voice shattered the conversation between Alan and Smoker. Mosto, who had been sent flying, stood upright once more. Apart from the severe damage to his noble attire, he bore no significant injuries. How is this possible? He suffered no real harm. My punch clearly struck him. Alan gazed at Mosto in disbelief, unable to fathom that his powerful blow had failed to inflict any damage. Had this Mosto already reached the unparalleled level of an admiral? How could such a terrifying pirate still be wandering the East Blue as the captain of a mere crew? Now, prepare to die, both of you. Ignoring their astonishment, Mosto's eyes were filled with murderous intent, clearly indicating that he was ready to unleash his full power without restraint. Chapter 6. An unexpected turn of events. Now, prepare to die, both of you. Revitalized, Mosto exhibited no semblance of courtesy, his icy gaze fixated upon Alan and Smoker, revealing his intent to unleash his full power. Sensing the ominous aura of impending doom, Alan and Smoker required no external prompting to brace themselves for battle, poised to counter the forthcoming assault. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, palpable enough that even the rhythm of their own heartbeats seemed audible. How infuriating, with his terrifying speed. Whether he aimed to strike at me or Smoker, it would be insurmountable. Coupled with his formidable domineering presence, what hope remains for survival? Summoning reinforcements? Alas, any hint of suspicious movement would incite his immediate response, rendering our demise all the more certain. Preemptive strikes? That too is unfeasible. Only through seamless cooperation can Smoker and I exert pressure on Mosto. Otherwise, he could easily dismantle our defenses and escape in separate directions. Yet, his swiftness outstrips both of us. Amidst this tense standoff, Alan remained alert, anticipating Mosto's potential onslaught, while simultaneously contemplating the myriad of possible scenarios. However, the more he pondered, the bleaker his hopes appeared. Smoker found himself in a similar predicament, grappling with the same insurmountable challenge before them. In stark contrast to Alan and Smoker, Mosto concentrated his energy, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Observing their diminished morale under his oppressive presence, he smirked inwardly and began to summon his overwhelming power for the attack. Suddenly, the tranquility of the moment was shattered by the shrill ringtone of a telephone bug. Whoosh! The owner of the telephone beetle, Mosto, who had exerted immense pressure on Alan and Smoker, felt his beetle buzzing. Instinctively, he pushed off forcefully, propelling himself into the air, quickly ascending to a height where Alan and his companions could not reach him. There, he maintained his balance while answering the call. Hello, what's the matter? Why are you panting? Smoker, we need to retreat. Upon witnessing Mosto soaring into the air to take the call, Alan recognized a rare opportunity and promptly urged Smoker to withdraw. Understood, my old friend. In truth, Smoker would not have missed this chance even without Alan's suggestion. He immediately activated his smoke fruit powers, rushing to his motorcycle, starting it, and ensnaring the subdued pirate minions in smoke before speeding toward the naval headquarters. Are you insane? Why are you bringing those minions along now? Alan exclaimed, perplexed by Smoker's decision to capture the pirates at this critical moment. You're the one who's crazy. By taking these minions, when Mosto comes after us, we can use them as human projectiles to hinder him somewhat, Smoker explained while maneuvering his motorcycle. That's ruthless. Alan was momentarily taken aback by Smoker's intention to utilize others as cannon fodder, silently giving him a thumbs up in admiration. Listen, if you have something to say, hurry up. I'm in the midst of a battle and the target is about to escape. Mosto, airborne, shouted into the telephone beetle upon seeing Alan's group attempt to flee. Are you fighting against the white hunter smoker in the Navy? If so, do not pursue. Let him go, replied the voice on the other end with utmost seriousness. Why not? Despite his confusion, Mosto refrained from continuing the chase and gradually descended to the port. Are you an idiot? Smoker is an elite naval officer cultivated by the Navy headquarters. A former student of Admiral Zephyr. Many current admirals and elite officers hail from his lineage. If you were to kill him, do you realize the trouble it would bring upon yourself? Not only would you be unable to remain low-key, but the organization would also be unable to conceal itself. Exposing the organization at this juncture would be catastrophic. Do you understand? The voice on the other end patiently elucidated to Mosto. I understand. After listening to the explanation, Mosto nodded in comprehension, subsequently hanging up and returning to his pirate ship. Did Mosto give up on pursuing us? As Smoker and Alan, hastily retreating on their motorcycle, noticed that Mosto had not pursued them, they found it quite perplexing. Nevertheless, they dared not let their guard down. Smoker retrieved his transponder snail, summoning all the elite warriors from the naval division to assemble at the port. After all, allowing such a formidable pirate to infiltrate the town posed a grave threat to the innocent populace. Old friend, you should return. The enemy is far too powerful. You are not a Marine, and there is no need for you to take such risks. As the assembled naval soldiers came into view, Smoker entrusted the bound pirate minions to his subordinates and addressed Alan, feeling a deep sense of remorse for his friend who had sustained such serious injuries in his unreciprocated assistance. Indeed, I am not a Marine, and I bear no obligation to confront pirates recklessly. However, I am a man who believes in avenging grievances. That scoundrel has dealt me a grievous blow, and I will not let it pass so easily. Although Alan did not consider himself a thrill-seeker, his curiosity about the unknown adversary compelled him to return for a closer look. He mused to himself, if our main force cannot triumph, then I shall retreat. Fine. You stubborn lad. Initially, Smoker intended to dissuade Alan further, but seeing him resolutely seated on his motorcycle, he sighed and refrained from saying more. However, contrary to the expectations of both Alan and Smoker, upon their return to the port leading the naval forces, they discovered that the very pirate they so feared, Mosto, had vanished without a trace, having already steered his ship away. He actually left. Gazing at the deserted port, Alan felt a profound sense of confusion. Although Mosto had clearly held the upper hand in the battle, why did he retreat? He had appeared so filled with fighting spirit while leaping through the air. Could it have been due to that transponder? This was exceedingly strange. If he intended to flee, he should have at least reclaimed his captured subordinates. For someone of his strength, that should not have been a daunting task. Why did he leave them behind? Smoker also shook his head in perplexity. Perhaps he never regarded those minions as his subordinates, Alan thought, recalling the scene where Mosto had used his haki to incapacitate the formidable wolf, Kosajoya, shaking his head in resignation. Old friend, I have a premonition that this man will become our adversary in the future. Indeed, he may very well be our most formidable foe. Meanwhile, Mosto, the subject of Smoker and Alan's discussion, was swiftly navigating his pirate ship. His face, once struck by Alan's iron fist, had swollen considerably. He casually spat out a mouthful of blood. Having lost several teeth due to that boy's assault, a dental restoration would require considerable effort. White Hunter Smoker, and that nameless brat, just wait. I shall claim your lives when you venture into the Grand Line. Chapter 7. Family Feast. Be gentle, gentle. That hurts terribly. Within the naval hospital, a doctor was diligently tending to Alan's wounds. Upon unfastening his shirt, the physician was met with a gruesome sight, the flesh beneath already a bloody mess. As he worked to cleanse the injuries, anguished cries echoed through the room. However, these lamentations did not emanate from Alan, the patient, but rather from the beautiful Navy petty officer, Dasky, who had accompanied him. Could you refrain from your shouting? It's quite unsettling, the doctor remarked irritably. Casting a disapproving glance at Dasky, he pondered how someone as formidable as her could behave so dramatically each time she entered the infirmary, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Very well, Dasky, please report the details of this mission to headquarters and ensure that all intelligence regarding Mosto is transmitted. I mean all of it. Smoker, realizing the folly of bringing Dasky along to the infirmary, quickly devised a pretext to send her away. All right, Smoker-san. Dasky acquiesced without a hint of protest, promptly rising to fulfill his command, though she cast one last glance at Alan before departing. Ah, you lad. Every time you get injured, you cause our beautiful naval flowers such distress. Isn't this a benefit I provide you in private? And yet, you dare claim I have not rewarded you. Smoker quipped, watching Dasky leave, still somewhat reluctant to part with Alan. She worries that I might encounter some misfortune, rendering my promise to help her procure famous swords unfulfilled. If you desire such benefits, take them for yourself, Alan retorted, rolling his eyes at Smoker's remark. Huh. You've created this tangled web of romantic entanglements. I want to be responsible for cleaning up your mess. Smoker replied with a smug expression. Initially, to better integrate into the storyline, Alan had deliberately sought to befriend the enchanting petty officer Dasky, who had considerable interactions with Luffy and his crew in the original narrative. His approach was quite simple. He mimicked Dasky's lamentations about the numerous renowned swords falling into the hands of villains, asserting that such blades must be weeping. Despite her beauty, Dasky was genuinely passionate about swords, and upon hearing Alan's sentiments, she immediately resonated with him, drawing their relationship closer. As their conversation deepened, she spontaneously proposed that they join forces to reclaim the famed swords lost to nefarious individuals. In that atmosphere, Alan found it difficult to refuse and reluctantly consented. Thus, he unwittingly incurred the romantic debt spoken of by Smoker. All right, it appears I owe you all, but this round of drinks is certainly on you. Isn't it? Hurry up and join me for dinner at my place. Grandpa Fred must be anxiously awaiting my return. At that moment, the doctor finished tending to Alan's wounds and, thinking of the elderly gentleman waiting at home, hastily urged him to proceed. Very well, let us go. Smoker, true to his word, promptly dispatched 2 soldiers to the wine cellar, retrieving several barrels of fine wine, which he then brought back to his residence in Logue Town alongside Alan. In the latter half of the Grand Line, specifically Fishman Island, the local residents hold Madame Shirley, the Oracle, in high esteem. Upon approaching her crystal ball, renowned for its 100 accuracy, she was struck by an unusual sensation and began to divine the source of this feeling. Has the progenitor of the world's turmoil, the harbinger of regime change, emerged? No, he has long existed, yet he does not belong to this world. What could this possibly mean? Is my crystal ball malfunctioning? As she sensed the fragmented messages emanating from the sphere, Madame Shirley found herself thoroughly perplexed. In the original pirate world, Madame Shirley was celebrated as the most renowned oracle on Fishman Island. Although she could not predict the precise timing of events, her prophetic accuracy was exceptional, having foretold the dawn of the great pirate era and even the demise of Whitebeard before it transpired. However, her repeated encounters with misfortune led her to develop an aversion to divination, reluctant to foretell the future. Regardless, the world is on the brink of transformation. The fate of Fishman Island will undergo a monumental shift with the arrival of this individual. When he will come remains shrouded in uncertainty, and one can only hope he does not bring calamity to Fishman Island. Madame Shirley earnestly analyzed the information she had previously received, sinking into a profound contemplation. Returning to Logue Town, everything unfolded as Alan had anticipated. Upon their return home, Fred Wayne had already prepared the evening banquet, and the two promptly took their seats to reward themselves with a feast after a day of fierce combat. Here's to you, Smoker, Fred proclaimed, raising his glass of red wine halfway through the dinner. Mr. Fred, how can I accept such a toast? It is I who should raise a glass to you. As you are my elder and the host, Smoker replied with great respect, influenced by Alan's friendship with Fred. No, you deserve this toast. For I wish to request something of you, Fred stated earnestly. Rest assured, if it is within my power, I will certainly comply with your request, Smoker confidently promised. Have no worries. This is something you can indeed fulfill, Fred replied with utmost seriousness. I hope that in the future, regardless of the roles you and Alan may assume, you will treat one another as friends and brothers, willing to forsake your own positions to assist each other in times of need. Mr. Fred, has something happened? Why do you say this all of a sudden? Smog was equally perplexed by Fred's inexplicable words. Although nothing significant had occurred yet, he understood the young man all too well. Like you, he was a restless spirit. You are fortunate to be bound by the regulations of the Navy, which prevent you from causing any major calamities. However, I am genuinely concerned that this lad may one day create a disaster. At that point, I will be too old to intervene, but I hope you will set aside your status to assist him when the time comes. Fred, with sincerity, did not conceal his worries as he addressed Smog. Mr. Fred, you need not fret. Alan is my most treasured ally. Should he find himself in peril, I would go to any lengths to rescue him, even at the cost of my own life. Furthermore, if you are worried about him causing trouble, you could encourage him to join the Navy. I have even prepared a letter of recommendation, given his capabilities. It would not take long for him to ascend to a position of greater authority than mine. Upon realizing Fred's genuine concerns, Smog immediately patted his chest in assurance and shared his idea of having Alan enlist in the Navy. This notion had initially arisen during their joint efforts to eliminate pirates, but the circumstances had not been suitable for discussion at that time. Now, however, the moment was ripe for him to voice it. I cannot dictate the path he chooses. It is his freedom to decide. I merely wish to equip him with as many resources as possible along his journey. As for persuading him to join the Navy, that task falls to you. After receiving Smog's vow, Fred contentedly downed his glass of red wine. He was aware that Smog's suggestion for Alan to join the Navy was unlikely, as he understood this child's longing for home better than anyone else. How about it? Old friend, join the Navy, and we could undoubtedly become the brightest twin stars within its ranks. When the time is right, we might even study hockey in the Marine 6 styles at headquarters, enhancing our strength before confronting that vile Mosto and making him pay for his misdeeds, Smog said, glancing at Alan with keen anticipation. Come now. I find bounty hunting tedious enough. Joining your Navy, with all its regulations, is out of the question. Alan, already prepared to set sail, firmly shook his head in rejection. Don't be so heartless, old friend. What conditions would persuade you to join the Navy? Smog persisted, unwilling to give up. Well, unless you can best me in a drinking contest today, I shall consider your proposal, Alan suggested, pointing at a nearby barrel of wine. Inspired by Smog's unwillingness to relent. All right, I refuse to believe I can outdrink you, Smog exclaimed, determined to win. Although aware of Smoker's remarkable drinking capacity, Alan resolutely decided that he would not relent and would strive to outdrink the young man that day. Little did he know that, having consumed the limit fruit, Alan had elevated his own tolerance to an astonishing level, making a drinking contest with him tantamount to courting disaster. Chapter 8. The Blade for Sale in the Dead of Night. Observing the inebriated Smoker, who was completely oblivious to his surroundings, Alan shook his head in resignation. After arranging for him to rest in a guest room, he stepped out onto the balcony that overlooked the sea, where Fred was lost in contemplation of the ocean's surface. Here you are? Hearing Alan's footsteps, Fred turned his head, his weathered face adorned with a benevolent smile. Thank you, Grandpa Fred. Alan spoke with genuine respect for the elder before him. After all, it was only through him that he had felt a semblance of tender familial affection since arriving in this world. His earlier decision to lower his pride and ask Smoker for assistance stemmed from a deep-seated need. Do we really need to exchange thanks between grandfather and grandson? Fred ruffled Alan's hair and sighed, saying, Our meeting was a gift from the heavens. I have always believed you are a child bestowed upon me by fate. I ought to have taken better care of you. Yet over these years, it has been you who tirelessly toiled outside to support this household. Now, as you embark on your own journey, I find myself unable to provide any further assistance. I have failed as a grandfather. Grandpa Fred, do not say such things. Without you these past few years, I might not even have a home, Alan stated earnestly. Moreover, I recognize all that you have sacrificed for me. You, who have never sought help from others, even approached Smoker to look after me this time. Did you not? Ah, what a shameful state I find myself in. Now, all I possess is this aged visage, and whether others will heed my request remains uncertain. Fred sighed again. By the way, Grandpa Fred, what prompted you to ask Smoker for assistance at this family gathering? To prevent any misinterpretation by the elder, Alan hastily shifted the topic. It was merely a precaution. Although you stubbornly refuse to elaborate, if you are indeed planning to leave, it surely will not be to engage in any government-sanctioned endeavors. Whether it be piracy or pursuing a grand ambition, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, having a high-ranking naval officer to safeguard you can only be beneficial. Fred stated with utmost seriousness. That young Smoker, despite his somewhat arrogant demeanor, is undoubtedly a promising naval officer. Although he currently holds the rank of colonel, he will surely attain the rank of captain within 5 years. 5 years. I would wager he could achieve that in about 3. Alan mused inwardly, familiar with the original narrative of the pirate world, silently commending Fred's discernment. So, Grandpa Fred, if you were to say I chose the path of a pirate, what bounty do you think I might command? Upon contemplating Fred's astute gaze, Alan couldn't help but inquire with curiosity. If you truly were to become a pirate, after 5 years, your bounty would either be under 100,000 berries, or, well, that seems rather low. My current combat prowess is around 500. How could it possibly be so meager? Upon hearing Fred's words, Alan expressed his disbelief, interrupting him before he could finish his thought. Don't be so hasty. Allow me to finish, will you? Fred gently patted Alan's head and continued. You must understand that a bounty does not necessarily reflect one's strength. When the world government sets bounties, they primarily assess the level of threat you pose to them. Take Nico Robin, for instance, who was labeled the son of the devil at merely 7 years old, with a bounty of 79 million berries. Do you believe her combat abilities were truly that formidable at the time? Thus, I assert that if you were to become a pirate in 5 years, your bounty would likely remain below 100,000 berries, for you are not one who seeks the spotlight. Even with immense strength, if you continue to operate discreetly, you will not attract the attention of the world government. However, should you decide to cease being inconspicuous and undertake significant endeavors, your bounty would surely exceed 1 billion berries. 1 billion, Grandpa Fred? You overestimate me, Alan replied, incredulously. Foolish child, though I may be old, my vision remains sharp. You must have confidence in yourself. If one day you genuinely strive to achieve greatness, the world will tremble before you. 1 billion berries, my dear boy, is merely your starting point. Fred Wayne asserted with unwavering conviction, firmly believing in Alan's potential for extraordinary accomplishments, as if he were his own grandson. The following day, after bidding farewell to Smoker, Alan hurriedly ventured into the streets. Aware that Monkey D, Luffy, and his Straw Hat Pirates were soon to arrive, he felt the pressing need to seamlessly integrate into the unfolding narrative without altering its trajectory. He had much to arrange. Being forewarned is the greatest advantage of a transmigrator. Hence, Alan wished to avoid making excessive changes to this world. After all, if the plot were to deviate too far, he would lose his agency. After leaving his home, the first destination Alan sought was the finest weapon shop in Logue Town, renowned for its possession of the cursed blade, Sandai Kitetsu, and the esteemed sword, Yuki. Young Master Alan, you have arrived. Welcome, welcome. Upon seeing Alan enter the shop, the bald proprietor of the weapons store, Iben Matsu, greeted him with a broad smile. Ever since Smoker took charge of Log Town, the influx of nefarious individuals seeking blades had diminished significantly. Were it not for this generous young master who frequently patronized his business, he would not be enjoying such a carefree day. In the original pirate world, this proprietor, Iben Matsu, had once attempted to deceive Roronoa Zoro of the Straw Hat Pirates into relinquishing his sword, the Sandai Kitetsu, due to his declining business. However, he failed in his endeavor thanks to the intervention of Tashigi. Later, upon witnessing Zoro subdue the fearsome sword, the Sandai Kitetsu, he developed immense respect for him, and subsequently gifted Zoro both the Sandai Kitetsu and the heirloom sword, Yuki. In essence, he was a small businessman who, while greedy, held profound admiration for the strong. The reason Alan lavished considerable sums on Iben Matsu's business was his desire to forge a connection with Roronoa Zoro of the Straw Hat Pirates. How has business been lately? Alan inquired politely as he entered the shop. How could it be good? Ever since that detestable chain smoker took over our log town, the esteemed patrons who once frequented my shop have vanished. If it weren't for your continued support, I fear I would have long been forced to close my doors and face the wind, Iben Matsu replied with a smile. By the way, have you kept the swords I purchased safe? Yes, indeed, young Master Alan. Are you certain you wish to display these prestigious blades so prominently? Iben Matsu gestured toward a barrel near the entrance piled high with long swords, puzzled by Alan's decision to showcase such valuable items in plain sight. He knew that aside from the ominous Sandai Kitetsu, the rest of the swords had been procured with considerable expense. And while they had yet to reach the quality of a good sword at 50 craftsmanship, they were not far from it. Do not worry, my arrangement serves a purpose, Alan replied with a smile. Once I am finished with them, I will have Tashigi select a few that she fancies as a token of interest for her. And the remainder shall belong to you, my dear proprietor. After all, it has been quite the task to gather so many fine swords for you. Young Master Alan, how could I possibly accept such generosity? You have already compensated me for my services. To bestow upon me such wealth is too much, Iben Matsu responded, his smile unwavering. The cost of this batch of swords was a staggering 10 million berries, and with his persuasive salesmanship, he could easily fetch over 20 million. The gratitude he felt for Alan's generosity was beyond words. From now on, young Master Alan, you shall be as a second father to me. I will not hesitate to fulfill any request you may have. Huh. In that case, would you be willing to sell your good sword, Yuki, to me? I assure you, I will offer a price that will satisfy you. Alan gazed at Eben Song, recalling that he had previously made a similar request, only to be rebuffed on the grounds that the dagger was a treasured heirloom that he would never part with. Upon hearing Alan mention the matter once more, Ibn Song's countenance darkened significantly. After a prolonged silence, he solemnly replied, "I regret to inform you, young Master Alan, that I truly cannot sell you Shuezo. It is not merely because it is my family heirloom, but also because it embodies my aspirations. My dream has always been to become the world's foremost swordsman, a dream that now appears unattainable. Thus, I regard Shuezo as a representation of my ambition, wishing to bestow it upon a worthy swordsman who may help fulfill that dream. If you, young Master Alan, were a swordsman, I would gladly offer it to you without charge. I apologize, but please take back those weapons. That won't be necessary. Simply remember this sentiment. Those blades are rightfully yours." After hearing Ibn Song's words, Alan nodded in satisfaction, secretly acknowledging that this proprietor, much like his character in the original narrative, though greedy, was indeed a person of principles and deep loyalty. "Young Master Alan, wait a moment. I shall return shortly." Suddenly, Alan seemed to catch sight of a familiar figure outside, interrupting the proprietor mid-sentence as he dashed out. Chapter 9. The plot commences. Previously in the weapon shop, Alan was taken aback by a silhouette passing by the door, so startled that he rushed outside without finishing Ibn Song's words. "What has come over young Master Alan? I have never seen him so flustered," Ibn Song mused, astonished. For in his memory, Alan was a remarkably composed and collected nobleman, uncharacteristically losing his poise. The figure that had so unsettled Alan was a slender beauty adorned in high-heeled shoes, her curly hair cascading down her back. However, Alan's agitation was not due to her stunning appearance. Rather, he was acutely aware that this seemingly exquisite woman was, in truth, an exceedingly unattractive and corpulent hag. This striking beauty was originally named Yalata. In the original pirate realm, she was the first adversary encountered by Luffy after setting sail. She held an unwavering belief in beauty, adorning her pirate ship with swan motifs and hearts, convinced she was the fairest of all on the seas. Yet, her face was marred with freckles, her figure was ample, and her features were far from appealing. By a twist of fate, she later acquired the slip fruit from the devil fruits, transforming her into a genuinely alluring woman with smooth skin, a seductive figure, and captivating features. Furthermore, having consumed the slip fruit, she became a veritable slippery person, causing anything that came into contact with her skin to slide away, making her nearly impervious to conventional physical attacks, akin to gliding on ice while barefoot. As images of the stunning beauty flashed through his mind, a faint smile graced Alan's lips. He recalled vividly that this Eureka had allied with the pirate clown Buggy, who had been defeated by Luffy, to confront Luffy and his crew as they prepared to set sail from Logtown. The mere presence of Eureka in Logtown indicated that Luffy was also about to make his appearance, signaling the commencement of the unfolding narrative. Just as Alan was poised to follow Eureka, a shrill cry from a little girl captured his attention. It turned out to be an adorable young girl, who, while holding a tri-colored ice cream cone, collided with Smoker, who was patrolling the streets. As her ice cream shattered, tears welled up in her eyes, and she lamented in a quivering voice, "My ice cream, my ice cream." Smoker cast a cold glance at the girl. His aura of menace, cultivated through years of frontline combat, silencing those around him with a mere look. The girl's father, trembling with fear, repeatedly apologized but seemed rooted to the spot, unable to approach. "Oh, Smoker, do not regard the little girl with such a fearsome gaze. It may leave a lasting scar on her innocent heart." Alan sighed internally before stepping forward. He gently patted the girl's head, offering a smile reminiscent of a kind elder brother rather than a mischievous uncle. "Fear not, little one. This fellow's eyes have been dulled by smoke, which is why he looks at people this way. You must promise to be good and never smoke." Upon hearing Alan's comforting words, the little girl nodded earnestly, recovering from her fright. "Hey you." Smoker found himself at a loss for words as Alan publicly chastised him, but he refrained from retaliating. Instead, he crouched down, produced a gold coin, and handed it to the girl. "I apologize, dear. My pants consumed your ice cream. Use this to buy yourself another tri-colored ice cream as compensation." Seeing the menacing aura dissipate and receiving a gold coin, the little girl beamed with joy, gratefully nodding to both Smoker and Alan. "Thank you, uncle. Thank you, brother." The little girl's innocent distinction between uncle and brother left Smoker momentarily speechless, his expression tinged with embarrassment. "Ha ha ha, Smokey. I told you to quit smoking, but you wouldn't listen. Look at you now. The little girl has already dubbed you uncle. At this rate, you will soon be a grandpa. Alan chuckled merrily, seizing the rare opportunity to tease Smoker. Not wishing to engage further, Smoker turned and began walking towards the port. Hey, Smokey, don't be so stingy. By the way, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? Seeing that the desired effect had been achieved, Alan ceased to tease him and promptly caught up, inquiring, pirates have appeared at the port. I am heading there to apprehend these scoundrels, Smoker stated with a serious demeanor. More pirates? What is the bounty this time? I hope they are not as fearsome as Mosto, Alan thought, his heart sinking at the news of incoming pirates. Indeed, the plot was commencing. Nevertheless, he feigned curiosity and asked, is it another fledgling pirate, albeit one with significantly greater notoriety than Mosto? Are you aware of the new notorious villain emerging from the East Blue? This rookie pirate, who has successively defeated the likes of Buggy the Clown, Captain Kuro, and the Dragon, has an initial bounty of 30 million berries, Monkey D. Luffy. Smoker elaborated while walking. Indeed, it is Luffy, Alan mused with a chuckle to himself. Yet, if the narrative remained consistent, Smoker would find nothing at the port, as Luffy and his crew had already arrived in Logtown. In that case, I shall wait patiently for the opportunity to present itself, Alan thought inwardly, while outwardly expressing disappointment. That Monkey D. Luffy, I have seen his bounty notice. Despite the 30 million berries, he does not seem to possess any remarkable strength. I shall refrain from joining you in this commotion. Oh, you have seen the bounty notice? Had I known, I would have taken a look as well. Sigh, the recent pirates are rather dull, the strong ones remain unapprehended, while those who are bountied are exceedingly weak. Were it not for my duty, I would have no desire to deal with such trash, Smoker remarked, clearly uninterested and displeased as he made his way toward the port. Splendid. This Smoker truly has not seen the bounty notice. Thus, even if we cross paths with Luffy, it matters not. It appears that thus far, everything aligns with the narrative I am familiar with, Alan concluded, confirming that the story had not deviated from its course. He then parted ways with Smoker, heading towards the tavern where Luffy was likely to arrive. At that moment, Alan could not fathom that the gears of fate, which had been turning normally, had begun to shift ever so slightly due to his unexpected presence, altering the course of the entire world. Chapter 10. A fierce battle with Luffy. After separating from Smoker, Alan made his way to the tavern he frequented in the past, knowing that Luffy would undoubtedly come here, for the establishment was named after Joel D. Roger. You are already tidying up? Upon entering the tavern, Alan discovered the proprietor clearing the tables. Indeed, I just attended to an amusing young lad, quite reminiscent of you, or perhaps even more eager to hear tales of the Pirate King Roger. He declared with fervor that he would surely find the One Piece and become the Pirate King. The tavern owner reminisced with a smile, recalling the previous encounter. Has Luffy already been here? Upon hearing the words of the tavern owner, Alan immediately realized that the search for Luffy was progressing far more swiftly than anticipated. With a beaming smile, he inquired, is that intriguing little rascal you mentioned wearing a straw hat? Where has he gone? Indeed, he donned the very straw hat once worn by Roger in days of yore. And since he aspires to become the Pirate King, it is only natural that he seeks to pay homage to his predecessor. I directed him towards the execution platform where Roger met his demise. He is likely headed there. The tavern owner, still reveling in the excitement Luffy had brought him, smiled broadly, but suddenly sensed something amiss. With a look of concern, he turned to Alan and asked, Young man, why are you so inquisitive? To which Alan replied earnestly, What else could I do? It would be a pity not to engage with such an interesting character. The title of Pirate King is not as easily attained as one might think. With that, he pivoted and exited the tavern. Splendid. Youngster, pirates must battle one another. Only those who emerge victorious can claim the title of Pirate King. The tavern owner responded with a serious grin. He had always believed in Alan's potential, though he felt a tinge of regret due to Alan's previous close association with Smoker. Now, hearing that Alan intended to compete with the recently acknowledged Luffy for the title of Pirate King, he was filled with exhilaration. Hey, what is that lad doing? How audacious of him to attempt to climb the execution platform. A voice rang out in the Rogtown Square. This unruly young rogue ought to be apprehended and taught a lesson. Upon arriving at the square, Luffy immediately spotted the execution platform where the legendary Pirate King Joel D. Roger had been executed and was thrilled to ascend it. However, his actions sparked a flurry of discussion among the onlookers. After all, the execution platform had long since become a symbol of Rogtown, and it was indeed audacious for someone to dare to climb it. As expected, this reckless individual began to scale the platform, indicating a slight deviation in the narrative. Initially, it was Smoker who would have intervened at this juncture. But since he was absent, I shall restore the story to its proper course. Upon reaching the square, Alan, observing Luffy scaling the platform, felt a mix of disbelief and determination. To prevent drawing further attention, he swiftly leaped into the air and kicked Luffy away from the platform. "Hey, you rude fellow. Why did you kick me?" Luffy exclaimed, angered by Alan's sudden assault, as he landed on the square. This execution platform is the very site of Roger's execution, a hallmark of Rog Town, and I cannot allow a mere young pirate like you to ascend it, Alan admonished, looking at the furious Luffy. "You know my name?" Luffy responded, puzzled by Alan's sudden recognition of him. "Of course. You are the infamous Straw Hat Luffy, who has defeated the likes of Buggy the Clown, Captain Click, and the Dragon, earning a bounty of 30 million berries on your first outing. Am I mistaken?" Alan approached Luffy and lowered his voice, saying, "Indeed, it is I. What brings you here?" "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Alan, a bounty hunter. What business could I possibly have with you? A pirate with a bounty of 30 million? With a mischievous grin, Alan looked at Luffy and added, "How about you hand over that 30 million berry head of yours?" "Take my head." "I must refuse. I am destined to traverse the Grand Line and become the Pirate King. Without my head, how could I achieve that?" Upon hearing Alan's request for his head, Luffy resolutely declined, his expression serious. Becoming the Pirate King is no trivial matter. If you wish to keep your own head, you should perhaps reconsider your approach. Amused by Luffy's earnest yet somewhat endearing demeanor, Alan chuckled inwardly, though his movements remained unimpeded. The moment his words fell, he lunged at Luffy. "Are we to fight? I'm more than willing." Gum pistol. Deep within, Luffy, a natural warrior, welcomed the challenge and swung his right arm forcefully forward, causing it to stretch like rubber in a swift motion toward Alan's head. "Bring it on. I am eager to witness the abilities of the gum fruit." Alan, smiling at Luffy's attack, was excited by the prospect of battling this future Pirate King. Just as Luffy's fist was about to make contact, Alan swiftly dodged to the side and deftly seized Luffy's wrist, pulling it sharply backward. Ugh! Luffy, initially the aggressor, was taken aback by how easily his gum pistol was countered. However, he was no longer the inexperienced novice who had just set sail. In that fleeting moment of being yanked by Alan, he utilized his momentum to thrust his head toward Alan in a fierce charge. Gum Bell. What a reckless individual. He hasn't even trained his head, but is using it to ram into others. Faced with Luffy's desperate maneuver, Alan was somewhat exasperated. He had no intention of clashing heads with Luffy and swiftly pivoted, evading the oncoming assault by sidestepping. Gum machine gun. Now fully aware of Alan's capabilities, Luffy unleashed one of his signature moves, his fists flying in a flurry akin to a machine gun, relentlessly targeting Alan. Intriguing. Let me see just how powerful your ultimate technique truly is. Faced with Luffy unleashing his ultimate move, Alan took a deep breath, elevating his bodily defenses to the utmost level. Ignoring Luffy's punches, he shielded his eyes with one arm and swiftly charged toward the stationary Luffy. The sound of rapid strikes echoed as Luffy's rubber machine gun slammed against Alan's body, igniting a fiery pain across his skin. However, having endured numerous life-and-death battles, Alan found this level of pain well within his tolerable limits, braving the onslaught as he advanced toward Luffy. It was the first time Luffy encountered someone so resolutely withstanding his attacks, causing him to momentarily falter. He hastily halted his assault, preparing to evade, only to be seized by Alan, who grasped his neck. With a powerful grip, Alan pressed down, completely pinning Luffy beneath him, feeling disillusioned by the bounty of 30 million that seemed to lack substance. Yet, the encounter was far from over. Rubber balloon. Unable to move, Luffy was not ready to concede defeat. He opened his mouth wide and inhaled sharply, causing his rubbery body to swell rapidly. The force of his elasticity even pushed Alan away momentarily. Rubber balloon man. Now transformed into a round figure, Luffy looked at Alan with an adorably comical expression. Chuckling, Alan shook his head at Luffy's absurd transformation, then surged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Luffy's abdomen. The impact caused Luffy, who had been holding his breath, to exhale forcefully, propelling him skyward like a deflating balloon until he vanished from sight. With Luffy temporarily repelled, Alan felt he had nudged the narrative back on track. He recalled that in the original pirate world, Luffy's first appearance also involved being sent flying by Smoker, and he nodded in acknowledgement. unaware that several onlookers had etched this earlier battle into their memories. Chapter 11. Zoro's blade having pushed Luffy back. Alan wasted no time and made his way to Ipponmatsu's weapon shop, knowing his second guest, Roronoa Zoro, was soon to arrive. Upon entering the shop, he discovered the proprietor, Ipponmatsu, engaged in a heated debate with a green-haired man. Recognizing the man's distinctive green hair and the renowned sword, Doichi, Alan immediately identified him as the swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates, Roronoa Zoro, one of the future notorious figures of the new era. With a broad smile, he stepped inside. "Look, the main character has arrived," Ipponmatsu remarked, pointing at Alan as he entered. "What transpired?" With a perplexed expression, Alan inquired. "It is as follows. Young Master Alan, this swordsman wishes to purchase 2 renowned blades. However, I have already informed him that these esteemed swords were procured on your behalf, and I lack the authority to make decisions unilaterally. He remains skeptical and insists on waiting for your arrival." Ipponmatsu stepped forward earnestly to elucidate the situation to Alan. "Are you the owner of those distinguished swords?" "I seek to acquire 2 of them," Zoro approached, having learned that the man before him was indeed the proprietor of the coveted blades. Desiring to purchase, naturally, is not an issue, but do you possess sufficient funds? Alan, aware that Zoro had only 100,000 berries borrowed from Nami, smiled amiably as he posed the question. I have a total of 100,000 berries on me. Might you take a look?" Zoro replied, somewhat lacking in confidence due to his ignorance of the sword's true value. 100,000? Are you jesting? The swords there start at several million. With your 100,000, you might as well buy 2 kitchen knives, Ipponmatsu interjected with a scoff before Alan could respond. Previously, he had assumed this individual was a wealthy gentleman looking to purchase renowned swords, only to find that he was, in fact, a pauper, thus drastically altering his demeanor. Lacking funds is not a hindrance. There are ways for those without money to make a purchase, Alan interjected, halting Ipponmatsu, who was about to further disparage Zoro. With a broad smile, he gestured toward 2 barrels brimming with illustrious swords. "The renowned blades I had prepared for you are contained therein. If you can identify the most valuable one among them, I shall gift it to you free of charge." "Those barrels?" Zoro approached the 2 barrels, which Alan had expensively commissioned Ipponmatsu to gather, and began to select with utmost seriousness. "Young Master Alan, is this truly wise?" Ipponmatsu whispered, acutely aware of the true worth of the collection he was managing. He silently mused that if Zoro, this impoverished individual, were to luck upon the most valuable sword, it would indeed be a significant loss for their side. Good swords naturally choose their masters. If there truly exists a fine sword among them meant for him, then gifting it is no matter, Alan replied with a cheerful demeanor. "You make a valid point." Ipponmatsu nodded in agreement, though internally he remained skeptical about Zoro's ability to select a worthy blade. This one, after a brief examination of the swords, Zoro decisively chose a simple, curved blade. "Why have you selected that one?" Although he was already aware of the answer, Alan still inquired with a serious expression. "It is a cursed blade. I can feel it calling to me," Zoro said earnestly while gripping the sword in his hand. "You are correct. This sword is named Sandai Kitetsu, and its counterparts, Nidai Kitetsu and Shodai Kitetsu, are known as Daikitsu knife, 21 crafts and Supreme Daikitsu knife, 12 crafts, respectively. Undoubtedly, they are all exceptional swords capable of severing gold and iron. However, due to the terrifying curse that may rebound upon its master, people are greatly fearful of it. So, do you still dare to claim it?" Alan smiled as he shared the tale of Kitetsu with Zoro. "Splendid. I shall take this sword." After hearing Alan's narration, Zoro was not deterred by the blade's curse. Instead, he was exhilarated and resolutely decided to claim it. No, I cannot sell you this sword. If you were to perish due to its curse, it would be akin to my having killed you myself." Ipponmatsu vehemently shook his head in disagreement. "Indeed, selling a cursed blade to another is no different from the deeds of villains." At that moment, the beautiful Marine Sergeant Dasky from Rogue Town entered, having overheard Alan's intention to sell the cursed sword to Zoro, and she was immediately filled with rage. "Ah, her again." Zoro paused upon seeing Dasky. He had encountered her upon his arrival in Rogue Town, where she bore an uncanny resemblance to a childhood companion. However, his attention was solely fixated on the cursed sword in his hand, and he momentarily dismissed Dasky. Now, both of you, do not be hasty. Even a cursed sword must recognize its master," Alan interjected, preventing the agitated Ipponmatsu and Daisuke from escalating the situation. If you can find a way to earn Sandai Kitetsu's recognition, I shall gift it to you. What do you say? Very well. Let us see whether my fortune prevails or if his curse proves more formidable. Without hesitation, Zoro tossed the Sandai Kitetsu casually into the air. What is he attempting to do? Aside from Alan, everyone else was filled with confusion at Zoro's action. Just as the crowd was bewildered, Zoro extended his arm, allowing the spinning Sandai Kitetsu to descend. Stop. Are you mad? This sword is renowned for its sharpness. You could lose your arm. Witnessing Zoro's reckless actions, those present were utterly astonished. The owner of the weapon shop, Ipponmatsu, urged him to reconsider. Yet, Zoro remained unmoved. His outstretched arm unwavering as the legendary sword, Sandai Kitetsu, deftly spun past him. To everyone's astonishment, as the blade glided over Zoro's arm, it merely brushed against him, leaving him unscathed. The keen edge of the sword easily embedded itself into the floor, a testament to its remarkable sharpness. Looks like I've won, Zoro declared with a confident smile, retracting the Sandai Kitetsu from the ground. He turned to Alan, whose expression remained unchanged, and asked, May I select my second sword now? Of course, Alan replied, though I believe you need not choose it yourself. Despite having anticipated this moment, witnessing the thrilling scene unfold before him filled Alan with a newfound admiration for Zoro. He promptly turned to Ipponmatsu, saying, Do you remember our agreement concerning yakais? Ah, of course, Ipponmatsu responded, jolted back to reality by Alan's reminder. He rushed into the back room and soon emerged with his prized possession, the exceptional blade, yakais. This is my finest sword, he stated earnestly, presenting the black lacquered blade, its edge resembling a chaotic T-shaped design. I only have 100,000 berries, Zoro thought, momentarily taken aback by Ipponmatsu's sudden generosity, only to realize he had no money. No payment is necessary, Mr. Alan and I have long agreed to bestow this sword upon a worthy swordsman to aid him in realizing the dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman, Ipponmatsu declared with utmost sincerity. Thank you, Zoro replied, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. There's no need for such formality. This was always meant for you, Alan said with a beaming smile, elated by how seamlessly he had integrated into the narrative without altering its course. His plan seemed poised for swift execution. Yet the wheels of fate had already shifted, making a return to normalcy anything but simple. Chapter 12. Monkey D. Dragon having resolved Zoro's sword matter. Alan left Ipponmatsu's weapon shop with a satisfied grin. To him, everything seemed to unfold as anticipated. A sensation of prophetic control over the narrative that he found immensely gratifying. All that remained was to wait at the execution platform. When Luffy was to be executed by the clown buggy, he would make his appearance to save them, seamlessly joining their ranks without issue. In the depths of his mind, Alan envisioned the unfolding narrative. He recalled the original plot of the pirate tale, where Luffy would once again dash towards the execution platform, only to be unexpectedly subdued by the sudden appearance of the clown buggy and his cohort, Alvida. Just as Buggy was about to administer the death penalty, Luffy, in a moment of defiance, broke into a smile, and at that instant, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, sparing his life. It was precisely Luffy's fearless grin in the face of death that etched itself into Smoker's memory. After all, the only other person capable of laughing so heartily in the face of mortality was the legendary Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, who once conquered the Grand Line. Thus, from that moment on, Smoker resolved to make the capture of Luffy his life's ambition. Familiar with the storyline, Alan had even contemplated his own entrance into this drama. With a beaming smile, he prepared to approach the execution platform when a chilling voice echoed behind him. In such a hurry to where? The sudden utterance sent a shiver down Alan's spine. He had distinctly observed his surroundings to be devoid of anyone when he exited the weapon shop. Now, the presence behind him indicated a strength that far surpassed his own, and the pressure he felt was more intense than when he faced the formidable Mosto in full battle mode. Instinctively, Alan darted forward, distancing himself from the unseen threat. Quick reflexes, aren't you, kid? The source of the formidable pressure was a middle-aged man cloaked in a cape, who smirked at Alan's rapid retreat. I am Monkey D. Dragon. Upon glimpsing the distinctive red tattoo on the man's face, Alan's heart raced as recognition dawned upon him. Monkey D. Dragon is the leader of the revolutionary army in the pirate world. His advocacy for freedom and equality has led to the growth of the revolutionary army, which has successfully toppled several kingdoms. earning him the title of the world's most dangerous criminal by the world government. His background is equally remarkable. The legendary Marine, known as the hero of the Marines, Monkey D. Garp, is his father, and the problematic newcomer aiming to become the future pirate king, Monkey D. Luffy, is his son. Oh heavens, how could I have forgotten the existence of such a formidable boss? Alan's inner turmoil escalated with the unexpected arrival of Monkey D. Dragon. He recalled that in the original narrative, Luffy had been subdued by Smoker while attempting to flee from Logtown, and it was Dragon's intervention that had ultimately allowed Luffy to set sail successfully. An intriguing young lad, becoming a figure capable of effortlessly capturing 30 million bounty pirates at such a tender age. Might you have any interest in my head? Having witnessed Alan's earlier encounter with Luffy in the square, Dragon now regarded Alan with a serious demeanor. Goodness, is the leader of the Revolutionary Army truly this protective of his kin? Upon hearing Dragon's words, Alan felt a tremor within, as he was well aware of the intricate relationship between Luffy and Dragon. In this moment, he found himself at a loss for words. It was indeed a classic case of a father defending a son after having chastised him. I am not so presumptuous as to believe I could capture the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Are you here to overthrow the decaying regime? This matter seems rather irrelevant to me as a mere bounty hunter, he thought, striving to maintain an outward calm, a smile adorning his face to convey his stance. After all, if Dragon perceived him as an adversary, he stood no chance in the current circumstances. This world awaits our answers, but it is not here that we shall proclaim them to the world. I have come solely to convey that no reason can deter a man from pursuing the sea. Dragon asserted earnestly to Alan. Are you implying that I must not obstruct the Straw Hat Pirates' departure? Alan, cognizant of Dragon's identity, comprehended the true essence of his words. Indeed, sometimes excessive interference is unwise. How about you simply remain a quiet observer by my side? Upon realizing that Alan grasped his underlying intention, Dragon no longer held back and directly articulated his demands. I shall not hinder the Straw Hat Pirates' voyage, yet there are matters in which I must be involved. And I hope you can appreciate that, Alan replied earnestly. Having resolved to accompany Luffy in the quest for the One Piece, he understood that merely standing on the sidelines would not suffice. He must become entwined in the narrative to uncover the path to his home. Empty assurances. If you truly intend not to obstruct them, you should dutifully play the role of a spectator, Dragon responded, perceiving Alan's promise as a mere pretense. His expression darkened, revealing that should Alan continue to resist, he would be compelled to take action. Curse this old man. Why does he refuse to believe me? Alan recognized that Dragon viewed him as an obstruction to Luffy's journey, intent on eliminating any impediment to his son. Yet, Dragon was unwilling to heed Alan's words, leaving him with no choice but to escape forcefully. With this resolve, Alan propelled himself forward, his body akin to an arrow released from its bow, racing off in another direction. Attempting to flee is not so simple. Observing Alan's escape, Dragon smirked coldly, effortlessly closing the distance to intercept him. How dare you force my hand? Faced with Dragon's relentless pursuit, Alan felt anger surge within him. Utilizing the momentum from his sprint, he launched a powerful kick at Dragon, who stood in his way. However, with a casual gesture, Dragon caught Alan's fierce strike, dissipating the force with an extraordinary ease that left Alan feeling as though he had kicked a mass of soft cotton, rendering his efforts utterly ineffective. Humph, commendable strength. Yet you remain but a child. Regarding Alan's kick, Long provided his own evaluation and forcefully hurled him to the ground, intending to render Alan unconscious. Infuriating. Sensing the swift downward pressure, Alan reacted with remarkable speed, delivering a powerful kick to Long's arm. At the moment his body was about to make contact with the ground, he broke free from Long's grasp, landing heavily before quickly rolling several times to mitigate the impact's damage. Nevertheless, he felt as if his bones were about to shatter. Humph, this is intriguing. It appears I must be serious now. Long rubbed his wrist where Alan had kicked him, a broader smile spreading across his face. This already imposing grin now resembled the smile of the Grim Reaper to Alan. Chapter 13. A Deceptive Accident. Boy, brace yourself. After easing the discomfort in his wrist, Long's smile intensified. Suddenly, he flashed forward like a tempest, closing the distance to Alan in an instant. Before Alan could react, Long delivered a fierce kick to his chest, sending him soaring into the air. Thud. Yet, Long's assault was far from over. After propelling Alan upwards, he immediately pushed off the ground, pursuing Alan midair for a counterstrike. Caught between two opposing forces, Alan felt as though his entire being was on the verge of disintegration. Before he could respond, he crashed heavily to the ground, experiencing a sensation akin to his bones and internal organs threatening to rupture. Remarkably, he still possessed consciousness. What a formidable young man. Observing Alan trembling on the ground, seemingly instinctively striving to rise, Long was taken aback. He was all too aware of the immense force he had exerted. It was evident that not only an ordinary person like Alan, but even a devil fruit user without hockey protection would struggle to withstand such an onslaught, as it surpassed the limits of human endurance. I cannot allow Alan to remain on the ground. He continually motivated himself, reminding himself that he must not succumb so easily. He had consumed the limit fruit. This injury was far from his threshold. Still wished to stand. Seeing Alan's increasingly noticeable tremors and the apparent resurgence of strength, Long was filled with astonishment. He swiftly extended his hand, ready to deliver a final blow that would render Alan completely unconscious. Stop this at once. Just as Long was about to deliver the finishing strike, an elderly voice, filled with authority, rang out, halting his actions. Is it you? Long scoffed. You ungrateful wretch. Do you still remember me? Of course. I can never forget your great kindness, old man. Without you, there would be no revolutionary army today. Countless comrades would have certainly perished that day. Since you recall the kindness I have shown, why do you treat my grandson in such a manner? Indeed, he belongs to you. Sleep now, my child. The moment Alan, who had been struggling to rise, heard that aged voice, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. Gradually, his consciousness began to fade, and as a warm hand caressed his face, the last taut nerve in his body relaxed, allowing him to drift peacefully into slumber. Suddenly, Alan awoke with a start, realizing he was lying on his bed at home. If it weren't for the excruciating pain coursing through his body, he might have doubted whether his previous battle with Monkey D. Dragon had been merely a dream. Child, you are awake. A gentle voice resonated beside him. He turned his head to find Fred Wayne gazing at him with deep concern. Grandfather Fred, it was you who saved me. As he looked at his beloved elder, memories flooded back. Indeed, it was a familiar aged voice that had rebuked Dragon just as he was about to lose consciousness. In hindsight, it was none other than his grandfather Fred. I am so sorry, my child. I came too late and allowed you to suffer. Fred's heart brimmed with guilt as he regarded the bandages enveloping Alan's body. Grandfather Fred, this is not your fault. It was my own impulsiveness. Besides, it is not entirely a bad thing for me. My devil fruit abilities allow me to record the injuries I sustain, and next time, my resilience and overall physical prowess will see significant enhancement. This can be considered a shortcut to becoming stronger, Alan replied, a smile gracing his face. Such self-destructive methods of gaining strength must not be employed again. One misstep could cost you your life. I do not wish to become a gray-haired man mourning a young one. Fred admonished Alan earnestly. Alan understood the gravity of Fred's words. To ease his grandfather's worries, he swiftly shifted the conversation. By the way, Grandfather Fred, do you know of Monkey D. Dragon? How did you manage to thwart his attack? That scoundrel? We had some dealings long ago, back when the revolutionary army he leads was just beginning to form and faced a brutal crackdown from the world government. By chance, I intervened to assist them. Had I known that this rogue would harm you today, I would have ignored him and let them all perish. Fred's anger flared as he recalled having once saved Dragon, only to see him inflict such harm upon Alan. Grandfather Fred, please do not be angry. I am all right now. Alan reassured him, his curiosity piqued. You mentioned that you once saved the leader of the revolutionary army, Monkey D. Dragon. What exactly transpired? Alan was only aware that his grandfather Fred was a fallen nobleman, but he never imagined that he had once saved the revolutionary army. How extraordinary and noble must he have been to accomplish such a feat? Instantly, curiosity about Fred's past stories filled him. Child, I understand your curiosity regarding my past. However, trust your grandfather. Some matters are better left unknown to you for now. At least for your present self, knowing them would serve no purpose. When your strength is sufficient in the future, I will share our family's history with you, Fred said, gently ruffling Alan's hair. I understand, Grandpa Fred, even without explicit words. Alan could surmise the difficulties Fred faced. It was likely that should past enemies learn of his survival and the existence of a grandson, they would pursue them relentlessly. Thus, he set aside his concerns about that issue and inquired about another matter weighing on his mind. By the way, Grandpa Fred, how long have I been unconscious? Has anything significant occurred in Rogtown during this time? Indeed, there has been an event of great interest to you. Fred pondered for a moment before responding. During your slumber, a newcomer pirate named Monkey D. Luffy appeared at the execution platform once occupied by Roger, alongside the likes of Buggy the Clown and a few other nameless pirate lackeys, inciting quite a commotion. That rascal Smoker personally led the Navy to apprehend them, yet they managed to escape. After sending you a letter, Smoker set sail in pursuit. Oh. Upon hearing Fred's account, Alan stood in stunned silence. He had prepared diligently for so long, only to find that the narrative had unfolded according to its original course, while he had completely missed it. How was he to continue from here? Chapter 14. Alan's shortcomings, realizing that the story had progressed as anticipated, yet he had missed it entirely. Alan could not help but feel a wave of frustration wash over him. It was akin to waiting in line at his favorite restaurant for ages, only to be told that the day's ingredients had run out just as he was seated. His heart felt like it was being trampled by a herd of wild beasts. What troubles you, child? Noticing Alan's despondent demeanor, Fred expressed his concern. It's nothing, Grandpa Fred. I just feel that I've missed out on too many enjoyable experiences. And I feel a bit regretful, Alan admitted, a note of helplessness in his voice. Sigh, what am I concerned about? It's nothing serious, child. Missing out on a little commotion is inconsequential. As long as you grow strong enough, this world is full of excitement for you to partake in. Remember, the sea is vast. Fred, seemingly reminiscing about his youthful days, spoke to Alan with a spark of enthusiasm. Indeed, why should I dwell on my frustrations? I may not have entered the storyline this time, but I can join in next time. Besides, this world is so expansive, with countless delightful places to explore. There is no need for haste. What I should focus on now is enhancing my strength, so that wherever I go and whatever I wish to do, I will face no limitations. Upon hearing Fred's words, Alan felt an instant sense of relief. Initially anxious to join Luffy's pirate crew, he seemed to have rediscovered his purpose. Child, it's good that you've come to terms with it. Here, this is a letter left for you by that rascal Smoker. After you read it, take some time to rest. Once your body has recovered, you can formulate your next plan. After leaving Smoker's letter behind, Fred took his leave. Old friend, why do you always falter at crucial moments? I've discovered an incredibly intriguing pirate, Straw Hat Luffy. I'm off to the Grand Line to pursue him. If you recover, come join me in the Grand Line. It is a true paradise for real men. Don't keep me waiting too long. After opening Smoker's letter, as he had anticipated, it contained only a brief message. He smiled and set it aside. Naturally, he intended to venture into the Grand Line, but not at this moment. The following day, after tidying up everything at home, Alan made a point to bid farewell to Fred. Your body hasn't fully healed yet. Shouldn't you rest at home for a few more days? Fred said, observing the bandages still wrapped around Alan. It's all right, Grandpa Fred. My mobility is no longer hindered. My recovery capabilities are quite robust. I can fully recuperate while at sea, Alan replied, flexing his arm. And where do you plan to go now? To chase that rascal Smoker? Fred inquired earnestly. No, my current strength is still too lacking. I wish to travel the 4 seas first. To further enhance my abilities before entering the Grand Line, Alan stated with seriousness. After a night of contemplation, he recognized his significant shortcomings, particularly his lack of lethal combat techniques. In the world of pirates, those who rise to power often possess unique fighting styles. For instance, Luffy, who consumed the gum-gum fruit, employs a myriad of rubber-based combat techniques, while Zoro wields his 3-sword style, and Sanji showcases his exceptional kicking techniques. Moreover, the covert organization CP9 exhibits formidable martial arts known as the 6 powers of the Navy. Comparing himself to these formidable figures, Alan realized that apart from his enhanced stamina and speed, gained through rigorous training, he lacked any combat skills that could prove advantageous in battle. Although he currently possessed over 500 points of combat power, he did not have any techniques that could enable him to face opponents of a higher caliber, not even members of CP9 with equivalent combat power. Thus, Alan resolved to journey through the 4 seas, seeking to develop a combat style and ultimate techniques suited to him, even if it meant mastering a single devastating punch. However, he was determined not to exhaust himself to the point of baldness before he acquired skills worthy of showcasing, at which point he would enter the Grand Line. You have endured years of grueling training and frontline battles to elevate your strength. It has indeed been a hardship for you. I know an old friend who can teach you some combat techniques that may suit you, Fred offered. Fred gazed at Alan as he withdrew a letter from his pocket, initially reluctant to disturb his old friend's retreat from the world. He had spent the entire night wrestling with his thoughts, contemplating the myriad wounds Alan had sustained in battle. He ultimately resolved to set aside his pride and seek the assistance of his venerable companion. Grandfather's old friend, what was his name? Upon hearing that Fred intended to introduce him to a teacher, Alan was filled with excitement. Although Fred had yet to reveal his true identity, the details of having saved the Revolutionary Army and possessing a compendium of devil fruits led Alan to firmly believe that his grandfather's background was anything but ordinary. Thus, the teacher he would introduce must be exceptional. I had always referred to him as Little Glasses, but you must not call him that. Instead, address him as Teacher Shiro. As Fred reminisced about the days spent with that old friend, a smile involuntarily graced his face. Shiro is such a commonplace name. I wonder what kind of person he is. He is merely a smiling tiger with squinted eyes, but let me caution you, do not underestimate him, or you shall face the consequences. Fred earnestly advised Alan, recalling the true nature of his old friend. I understand, Grandfather Fred. I shall heed my teacher's words and ensure I do not bring shame upon you. Alan glanced at the letter Fred had given him, noting the address, East Seymourjichi Village. The name seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not quite recall where he had encountered it before. After bidding farewell to Fred, Alan boarded his personal vessel, the Vacation, a small speedboat that combined both sail and engine, to set out to sea. He had once pursued bounties aboard this very boat for several days, and thus, he had complete faith in its capabilities. Child, this is all I can do for you, and I hope it proves helpful. Little Glasses, I have but one grandson. Do take care of yourself. Fred murmured to himself as he watched Alan depart from the harbor, a peculiar smile spreading across his face in anticipation of the journey that lay ahead for Alan. Meanwhile, oblivious to the challenges awaiting him, Alan was consumed with excitement over the combat techniques he was about to learn. Gazing out at the boundless sea, he exclaimed, "The 7 warlords, the 4 emperors, and the world government, beware. When I arrive at the Grand Line, I shall make the entire world tremble," as Alan boldly declared his ambitions. The only response came from a few seagulls soaring overhead, their low cries seemingly mocking him, as if to say, "Fool, fool." The atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Chapter 15. Ambush at sea. Navigating the seas aboard his swift vessel, Alan was confident that with the excellent performance of his boat and his previous experiences in pursuing pirates, he would soon reach his destination, the village of Zimaziji in the East China Sea, without any difficulty, treating the journey as a mere excursion. However, merely a day into his voyage, he realized how gravely mistaken he was. Initially engrossed in examining the nautical map and the eternal compass, relying on his rudimentary sailing skills to chart his course, Alan suddenly felt the entire vessel shudder violently, as though it had collided with a colossal object. What could this be? Having already ventured into deep waters, how could he possibly run aground? Puzzled by this unexpected turn of events, Alan immediately began to investigate the surface of the sea. Suddenly, the tranquil waters parted, and a massive sea creature, comparable in size to an ordinary ship, erupted from the depths, its gaping maw seemingly intending to make Alan its lunch. My goodness, is this the sovereign of these waters? Taken aback by the sudden appearance of the enormous sea beast, Alan recalled his initial estimation that he was merely undertaking a short-distance journey across the East China Sea, where the likelihood of encountering such a formidable creature was exceedingly low. These aquatic overlords typically congregated in the calm zones leading to the Grand Line, with only a few anomalous individuals scattered across the seas. How could such an improbable event occur just a day into his expedition? It was a resounding slap in the face to his earlier predictions. Despite his astonishment, Alan's instinctive reaction was swift. To prevent his vessel from being attacked by this monstrous sea creature, he leaped high into the air to divert its attention. Roar! As expected, upon seeing Alan ascend, the crocodilian sea beast lunged upward, attempting to bite him midair. "Silence!" Alan shouted, focusing all his strength into his legs as he prepared to counter the beast's assault. Just before its jaws could close around him, he delivered a powerful kick to the creature's upper jaw. Boom! With a strength of 500, Alan's force was immense. The sea beast's mouth was instantly slammed shut, and its entire body was forcefully propelled back into the water by the sheer might of his strike. The sea beast that had plunged into the water immediately sent up a spray of several meters high. In that instant, Alan landed back on his speedboat, preparing to set off once more. Suddenly, as he was about to ignite the engine, the vessel jolted violently. The creature he had kicked into the sea had not retreated as he had anticipated. Instead, it began to ram into Alan's speedboat with fervor. "You truly have a short memory. If you seek your own demise, do not blame me," Alan thought. A glimmer of lethal intent igniting in his eyes for this unrepentant giant sea creature. This time, he swiftly uncoiled a long rope tethered to the boat and secured it around his waist, arming himself with a hefty machete as he approached the edge of the vessel. The moment Alan, whose teeth were nearly jarred loose by the earlier kick, reached the side of the boat, the massive sea beast accelerated, launching itself from below the surface to collide violently with the speedboat. It was evident that the creature possessed a degree of intelligence, realizing that leaping above the water to bite Alan would yield no advantage. Thus, it opted to attack the boat directly, intending to capsize it and devour Alan once it was submerged. Now was the moment. With the colossal sea beast drawing nearer to his speedboat, Alan seized the opportunity. Just as it approached within half a meter, he leaped from the vessel, delivering a powerful kick aimed at the submerged creature. Boom! In an instant, water erupted in all directions as the massive sea beast was propelled out of the ocean by Alan's strike. Die! Yet, Alan's assault was far from over. As he briefly hung in the air, he inhaled sharply, gripping the machete with determination, and swung it fiercely towards the neck of the gigantic sea beast. A howl erupted from the creature. The sea beast, struck in the neck, emitted a harrowing cry as blood gushed forth like a ruptured pipe, and both it and Alan plummeted into the depths of the ocean. Upon entering the water, Alan, who had consumed the devil fruit, felt his strength rapidly dissipate. The large cleaver in his grip became as heavy as a mountain, rendering it impossible to hold on to. He had no choice but to relinquish it, allowing it to sink alongside the massive sea creature. Clinging to the breath he had held, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength to grasp the long rope at his waist, straining to pull his body back onto the speedboat. Once back on the vessel, Alan exhaled deeply, silently grateful for having tested his limits during training, discovering whether his powers would still function submerged. Through repeated trials marked by self-inflicted hardship, he concluded that while his strength would be significantly diminished upon entering the sea, he could still move as long as he held his breath, albeit at less than 1/10 of his usual capacity. This understanding emboldened him to leap into the ocean to confront the formidable sea beast. Reflecting on the daunting journey ahead, he pondered the prowess of an admiral in the Navy who could freeze the ocean's surface in an instant, having nearly overcome the inherent disadvantage faced by devil fruit users when submerged. As he recalled watching anime, he had never grasped the true horror of such power, now realizing it existed on an entirely different plane from that of ordinary beings. Just as Alan prepared to rest before embarking again, he was startled by the sound of rushing water. His gaze snapped to the surroundings, revealing that the large sea beast he had slain had turned the water crimson. The potent scent of blood quickly attracted a swarm of unwelcome guests. Judging by the reflections in the water, they appeared to be a multitude of massive sharks. Goodness, aren't sharks solitary creatures? How could so many appear at once? Faced with the approaching horde, Alan gulped nervously. While he could contend with a single shark, the sheer number now closing and threatened to overwhelm him and his speedboat. Flee! Resolving to escape, he hastily pushed the engine of his speedboat to its limits, the vessel darting across the surface of the water as it sped away from the scene. Fortunately, the schools of sharks had their sights set on the carcass of a sea beast, reeking of blood, rather than pursuing the panicked Alan. After this encounter, Alan finally grasped the reality that the ocean was not merely an amusement. The so-called Grand Line being a paradise was a notion fit only for the unparalleled pirate Joel D. Roger. Chapter 16. The mysterious teacher. Following the assault by the massive sea creature and the sharks, Alan encountered no further peculiarities during his journey. After 3 days of sailing, he finally arrived at his destination, Seymour Village. I've finally made it. It appears I truly need a larger vessel and a few companions. Sailing alone is utterly exhausting. Alan rubbed his shoulders, sore from 3 days of steering. Fortunately, thanks to the enhancement from the limit fruit, his stamina and endurance were beyond that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would have collapsed long ago. Seymour Village was quite sizable. Alan pondered where his grandfather's old friend might be. Observing the bustling little town, he scratched his head in confusion. Come on, move a bit faster. There's little time left for today's training. If I fail to complete it, I'll face punishment. While contemplating how to locate this master Shiro, he noticed several young disciples clad in dojo uniforms rushing past him, their anxious expressions suggesting they were recent recruits of a martial arts dojo. New disciples of the Ishin dojo? Wait, could this master Shiro be one of them? As he scrutinized the uniforms, Alan's eyes brightened upon seeing the Ishin emblem emblazoned on them. He suddenly recalled that Seymour Village was the hometown of Roronoa Zoro, the swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates, and that the Ishin Dojo was where he honed his swordsmanship, presided over by a master named Gungshiro. Master Gungshiro. The squint-eyed, smiling tiger. There's no doubt about it. The teacher recommended to me by Grandpa Fred must be Gungshiro, reflecting on the information Fred had provided him. Alan began to piece together the image of Gungshiro in his mind. With a newfound sense of certainty, he followed the young disciples clad in the dojo uniforms toward the Ishin Dojo. Alan had always felt that Gungshiro was far from being an ordinary figure. He was undoubtedly a hidden super boss. After all, how could a mere dojo master possess such a precious blade, one of the 21 great swords, the Wado Ikamanji? In the original world of pirates, it was Gungshiro's teachings that had enabled Zoro to comprehend the essence of cutting through iron, suggesting that he himself had attained at least that level or even surpassed it. Moreover, during the early days of the Revolutionary Army's inception, their leader, Dragon, had come to him to secure provisions, indicating a relationship beyond the ordinary. A man who possessed a famed sword, formidable strength, and significant connections could hardly be deemed an ordinary person. Alan would never believe that. Lost in thought regarding Gungshiro's profile, Alan soon arrived at the so-called Ishin Dojo, where a thin man with glasses was instructing a group of young disciples in the art of swordsmanship. Although I had long held a commendable opinion of Gung Sailang's Faade as an ordinary individual, it was still quite challenging to reconcile the title of a hidden master with his unremarkable appearance upon meeting him in person. Is there something you need? Gung Sailang inquired with a warm smile as he stepped out of his dojo, noticing Alan standing at the entrance. Greetings, my name is Alan. I have come specifically to seek instruction from Master Sailang. Despite harboring doubts regarding Gung Sailang's seemingly mundane exterior, Alan bowed respectfully, driven by his trust in Fred. You wish to learn from me? Gung Sailang was momentarily taken aback upon hearing that the evidently capable Alan sought his tutelage. He quickly waved his hand dismissively. Your skills are already quite formidable. There is little I can teach you. You may leave. Surprised by this outright rejection, Alan hesitated, then presented the letter of introduction from Fred. Fred Wayne is my grandfather. I hope, Master Sailang, that you might grant me an opportunity to learn from you. Considering his reputation, upon hearing the name Fred Wayne, a glimmer of recognition flickered in Gung Sailang's eyes, yet he soon shook his head again. Although you are the grandson of an old acquaintance, I must be candid. You are not suited for conventional swordsmanship. I understand. My apologies for the intrusion, Master Sailang. Alan felt a surge of indignation at the continued refusal, unwilling to endure further humiliation. After a brief bow, he chose to depart. Observing Alan leave with such decisiveness, Gung Sailang allowed a slight smile to curve his lips, choosing not to elaborate. Did you see that? Our teacher outright rejected that older brother's request to take him on as a disciple. One of the young students whispered. He seems incredibly strong. It's so cool that our teacher won't accept him. Enough chatter. The teacher is returning. The young ones murmured as they witnessed Gung Sailang's refusal of Alan. Have you all mastered your swordsmanship for today? Gung Sailang inquired, eyeing the curious students. We have, Master. They chorused eagerly. Then you may return home and practice diligently. The dojo will be temporarily closed as I need to attend to a recurring ailment and undergo a period of recovery. I shall inform you when we reopen. Gung Sailang stated earnestly. All right. The group of eager children was exhilarated at the prospect of a break. Not being taught by him is no concern. I shall simply engage in more life and death battles, honing my skills to develop techniques suited to me. In due time, nothing shall be beyond my resolve, if necessary. I shall employ 2 fists. Rejected by King Shiro, Alan soon adjusted his mindset. After a brief resupply in the small town, he returned to his vacation cabin. Ready to depart. What would you do if 2 punches could not resolve the situation? Just as Alan silently pondered this, a voice emerged from behind him. Ah, Shiro-sensei. What brings you here? Startled by the unexpected presence, Alan realized that anyone capable of approaching him so stealthily must possess significantly greater strength. He swiftly turned around, only to find King Shiro smiling with his eyes slightly squinted. Why the rush? Since you've come all this way, it would be impolite not to share a meal. King Shiro remarked, noting Alan's immediate transition into a combat-ready stance with a subtle nod of approval. My apologies, Shiro-sensei, but I have matters to attend to and did not wish to intrude, Alan replied politely, fabricating an excuse. Nonsense. You're just like your grandfather, impatient. I merely suggested that traditional swordsmanship may not be suited for you. I never said I wouldn't teach you anything else. Why the hurry to leave? Kung Shiro promptly called out Alan's obvious pretense. Are you really going to teach me? Alan asked, taken aback, as the disparity in Kung Shiro's demeanor was quite striking. Of course. If I weren't going to teach you, I wouldn't have pursued you. Now, come with me for a meal, and let us discuss your grandfather's recent condition. I will devise a training regimen tailored to you. All right. Chapter 17. Training on the Shattered Stones. Alan never anticipated that this old fellow would venture to Rog Town. Had he known, he would have visited sooner. Listening to Alan's recounting, Kung Shiro expressed his sentiments regarding Fred's current situation. Shiro-sensei, how did you come to know my grandfather? Fred? Alan inquired with genuine curiosity. Young man, do not attempt to pry into my past. If your grandfather has not shared those stories with you, it is not yet the appropriate time for you to learn them. When the moment is right, he will reveal them to you, Kung Shiro replied earnestly. Oh, now, stop overthinking and enjoy this delightful meal. You haven't had bread in quite some time, Kung Shiro said, his smile evoking a mischievous feeling in Alan. If Fred were present, he would surely sense that this man was concocting some dubious plan. After lunch, Kung Shiro led Alan to a small island adjacent to Seymour's Ridge village. The island appeared modest in size. If Alan were to sprint around it, he would complete the circuit in roughly an hour. Here it is, your first training location, Kung Shiro announced with a broad smile as he surveyed the island. Training here? Does this island harbor some fearsome beast? Alan recalled that in the original world of pirates, Luffy had also spent 2 years training on an island teeming with ferocious beasts, resulting in a remarkable surge in strength. However, this was merely an ordinary island in the East Sea, devoid of any formidable creatures. The most fearsome beast here was likely just a few gray wolves, which were hardly distinguishable from ordinary puppies. It's just a casual remark, said Kung Shiro nonchalantly. What am I supposed to train for here? Alan inquired, thoroughly perplexed. You are here because this island possesses a unique type of black basalt. See this? Kung Shiro gestured towards a large black stone ahead of them. This rock was exceptionally hard, not quite on par with diamonds, yet it was still quite rare, with a hardness comparable to well-tempered steel. Such a hard rock. How am I supposed to train with it? Alan asked, bewildered. Very simply, just shatter it. Whether you use a blade or your fists, the goal is to break it. Kung Shiro replied with a mischievous grin. To smash such a hard rock. Teacher Shiro, are you joking? I have no swordsmanship skills and have never learned armament hockey. How could I possibly achieve that? Alan exclaimed in confusion, secretly pondering that even with the limit fruit, shattering such a hard stone without armament hockey was nothing short of a pipe dream. If it were that easy, would it still be considered training? Kung Shiro remarked casually. By the way, kid, don't say I didn't warn you. The food I brought will last only 2 days. If you fail to complete this training in that time, you will face hunger in the days to come. Alan felt a surge of frustration at Kung Shiro's arrangement. Yet his dwindling sanity compelled him to swallow back the words that nearly escaped his lips. Instead, he maintained his composure and asked, May I use a weapon? Of course. Kung Shiro replied, casually handing Alan an ordinary long knife. Is this it, Teacher Shiro? Are you sure you haven't mistaken it? Alan expressed his disbelief upon grasping the obviously low-quality blade, contemplating how such a subpar knife could possibly break the black basalt. It's not as difficult as you think. Just watch closely. I'll demonstrate once. Observing Alan's incredulous expression, Kung Shiro smiled and picked up a knife of similar quality, showing no signs of hockey enveloping the blade. With a swift motion, he struck the massive stone. Clang! The speed of that strike was astonishing. Before Alan could comprehend how it happened, Kung Siling had already sheathed his blade. Teacher Siling, have you finished your attack? Alan inquired. Indeed, I have, Siling replied casually. But the stone appears unchanged, Alan remarked, pointing at the seemingly unscathed black granite. Come over and give it a push, Kung Siling instructed, gesturing toward the upper half of the granite. With a gentle nudge. Following Siling's guidance, Alan watched in disbelief as the seemingly impenetrable black granite toppled to the ground, revealing a surface as smooth as water where he had struck. Did you see that? You can cleave it in two with your blade or shatter it with your fists. Either way, you will have passed this stage of training, Kung Siling noted nonchalantly. Alan, taken aback by Siling's nonchalance, found himself at a loss for alternative approaches and decided to comply for the time being. Gripping the long knife tightly, Alan mimicked Siling's stance, channeling all his strength into a powerful slash against the black granite. Clang! The sound of metal shattering rang out, and to Alan's astonishment, His long knife splintered under the force of the blow. Yes, just like that. But next time, remember to aim for the black granite. Not your knife, Gung Siling said, nodding with a smile. The fact that Alan could shatter his blade due to the recoil indicated that his strength had reached the required level. What remained was understanding. A task both simple and profoundly challenging. Some grasp the essence in an instant, while others may labor for years without success. What should I do next, Teacher Siling? Should I continue using the long knife to strike the black granite? Alan asked, glancing at the remnants of his blade before looking back at Siling, who held several long knives with care. For now, I advise against it. With your current method, no amount of knives would suffice. As you must recognize that blades possess a spirit, they should not be squandered so recklessly, Siling admonished seriously. He pointed toward a nearby pond. Go there and find some tranquility. When you achieve new insights, return to the black granite to practice, but start with your fists first. Once you see results, then you may use a knife. Alan found Gung Siling's unconventional training perplexing, internally questioning whether this cunning individual was purposely toying with him by withholding any swordsmanship instruction and merely directing him to strike stone. Was it truly feasible to cleave it? Now he was being told to seek calm in the pond, despite already feeling quite composed. Though filled with reluctance, Alan complied and stepped into the pond, unintentionally creating ripples that startled the small fish into fleeing. Alan, I will demonstrate again when you are calm, Siling called out. Observing Alan's utter inability to comprehend the motivations behind his actions, Gung Shiro stepped forward once more to demonstrate his swordsmanship. This time, Gung Siling did not wield his long knife to strike the black granite. Instead, he picked up a fallen leaf from the ground and tossed it into the air. In an instant, he acted with lightning speed, and astonishingly, the leaf, which could be easily torn by hand, remained firmly balanced on the edge of Gung Siling's blade, untouched by his strike. Siling, remember this. There are swordsmen who can sever anything, and there are those who cannot sever anything at all. After uttering this profound statement, Gung Siling rose and departed, leaving Alan to ponder alone. Old fellow, I have imparted my cherished skills to your grandson. The extent of his understanding is solely dependent on him. As Gung Siling approached the edge of the small island, he gazed toward the direction of Rog Town. Lost in thought. Chapter 18. The cultivation of the heart. There are swordsmen who can sever anything, and there are those who cannot sever anything at all. In the pool, Alan repeatedly contemplated Gung Siling's words. This was a sentiment Gung Siling had also shared with Zoro, who, having grasped its essence, had become a swordsman capable of cleaving iron. Yet, here I am, lacking even the most fundamental swordsmanship. Can I truly comprehend the realm of severing iron? Perhaps Gung Siling is being a bit too impatient. As Alan struggled to grasp the meaning behind Gung Siling's words, anxiety began to creep in, and he remained oblivious to the faint ripples forming on the water's surface, which caused nearby fish to shy away from him. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Frustrated by his prolonged lack of insight, Alan leapt from the pool and directed a powerful punch at a towering black granite boulder. With a resounding thud, the boulder, embedded in the earth, was uprooted by his immense force, yet its unyielding surface remained unscathed, while Alan's fist was left tingling from the recoil. Exhaling deeply as he felt the pain radiating from his knuckles, Alan's agitated spirit began to settle somewhat. Are you feeling calmer now? At this moment, Gung Siling returned. Observing Alan, who had injured his own fist, he squinted his eyes into a narrow slit and inquired with a smile, Teacher Siling, I need not elaborate. If you find it difficult to maintain your composure in the water, there are ample black granite stones here for your venting. Perhaps you might fortuitously shatter one, marking a successful phase in your cultivation. Gung Siling spoke with a cheerful countenance, yet the icy undertone of his voice betrayed the irony in his words. Alan, having discerned the dissatisfaction in Gung Siling's tone, had regained his composure and obediently returned to the water, closing his eyes to contemplate the teacher's previous counsel. This mischievous little brat, does he not feel content unless he acts up? Gung Siling mused silently, chuckling to himself as he watched Alan once again dutifully enter the pool. This time, without a doubt, Alan's heart had calmed considerably. As he slowly stepped into the pool, he did not disturb the water in the slightest. He merely stood there quietly. After a while, even the fish in the water grew accustomed to his presence, swimming freely around him, some even brushing against his arm without a hint of concern. This lad possesses quite the talent. It seems his cultivation will not take long. Observing Alan gradually harmonizing his breath with the surrounding environment, Gung Silang nodded in satisfaction. It turns out that when one quiets themselves, the entire world transforms. Feeling the fish swimming nearby and the gentle flow of the water, Alan sensed that the world he knew had taken on a new aspect. Oh, the fastest little fish was utilizing the current to accelerate. No, it was not merely riding the current. There seemed to be a small yet genuine fissure in the water flow. Alan attuned himself to the conditions within the pool and soon discerned the anomaly. Whoosh! To ascertain the existence of that fissure in the water flow, Alan casually waved his hand along the current. The previously tranquil surface of the water suddenly split, as if sliced by a sharp blade. Witnessing this scene, Alan found himself momentarily dumbfounded. The fact that he had achieved such an effect with just a modicum of effort began to elucidate Gung Silang's teachings. Not bad. Have you grasped the concept? Gung Silang inquired with a smile. Yes, I wish to give it a try. To prove his thoughts, Alan leapt from the pool and struck a nearby piece of black granite with a punch. Bang! With a deep reverberation, the once indomitable granite was marred by several cracks from Alan's blow, while his fist merely bore a slight redness. Impressive. You have completed the first stage of your mental cultivation in just half a day's time, Gung Silang commended. Mental cultivation, Master Silang, what does that entail? Alan asked. I believe that the highest forms of swordsmanship or physical prowess must embody a unity of heart, technique, and body. None can be lacking, Gung Silang replied, sharing the insights he had garnered over the years. Among the three, the cultivation of the body is the easiest. From what I observe, your physical condition far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, so there is no immediate need for you to engage in solitary physical training. The earlier focus was on mental cultivation, aimed at teaching you to sense the myriad aspects of the world. I do not require you to reach the level of hearing all things. That is a gift, and many may not attain it in their lifetimes. What you need to cultivate is the ability to sense their existence, to discover their weaknesses and differences, so that you may identify vulnerabilities and strike decisively. Thank you, Master Silang. Listening to Gung Silang's words, Alan finally comprehended that what Gung Silang was teaching him was a technique of certain death. Should he master it to perfection, he would undoubtedly become an unparalleled existence. Do not thank me. The ability to perceive is your innate talent. Moreover, you are merely at the beginning of your journey. There remains a long path ahead. For sensing living beings is exponentially more challenging than detecting the inanimate. However, there is no need for haste. Once you acquire Haki, particularly Kinbunchika Haki, your progress in this area will naturally yield significant results with minimal effort, Gung Silang explained earnestly to Alan. Yes, I understand. So, Master Silang, will I be learning Haki next? Alan inquired eagerly. Not just yet. The study of Haki is not urgent. You must first attain a foundational level in heart, technique, and body before the time is ripe for learning Haki, Gung Silang replied, gently ruffling Alan's hair. You've spent most of the day in the water. It's best you return home to rest. Tomorrow, we shall commence your training in technique. All right. Alan recognized the wisdom in not overextending himself. The foundational training in heart he had undertaken today had already given him a qualitative boost in strength. He felt confident that he could defeat his former self within 10 minutes. Regarding the promised training and techniques, he brimmed with anticipation, as it was the aspect he currently lacked the most. He envisioned the formidable finishing moves of Gung Silang's previous disciple, Rorinoa Zoro, whose techniques not only exhibited tremendous power but also mesmerizing effects. If he could master such skills, it would seamlessly combine the ability to vanquish foes, showcase prowess, and charm the ladies. The thought of potentially captivating countless admirers in the future brought a silly smile to Alan's face. Gung Silang, observing him, could only shake his head in bemusement. What has gotten into this boy? Could it be that soaking in the water for too long has caused him to lose his senses? Chapter 19. The rigorous training the following morning. Driven by the desire to learn those dazzling and impressive skills, Alan arose early, eagerly awaiting Gung Silang for the day's training. Alan, you're up so early? Gung Silang remarked with mild surprise upon finding Alan had already organized his belongings. Hee, I'm not one to indulge in sleeping in, Master Silang. Let us begin today's technique training, Alan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Calm down, young man. This training and technique will take about a month at the very least. If you don't rest a bit longer, you might not hold up, Gung Silang cautioned. Hee. It's no problem, Master Silang. I can rise this early every day for the next month without any issue. Reflecting on how swiftly he had grasped the heart training from the previous day, Alan felt confident about the month ahead in technique training, believing that with his intelligence, he would surely complete it ahead of time. Just remember not to forget what you've said, Gung Sailang warned with a knowing smile. In response to Alan's assurance, Gung Shiro merely smiled casually, already devising a method to deal with him. Once Gung Shiro had organized everything, he took Alan to the training location for the day, a modest restaurant in the village of Seymour Jiji. Mr. Shiro, you have arrived. The restaurant owner greeted Gung Shiro with palpable enthusiasm upon his arrival. Please, no need for such formality, my friend. Did you manage to take care of the matter I requested yesterday? Gung Shiro inquired with a smile. Of course, Mr. Shiro. I would never dare to neglect your instructions. Last night, I compiled a list of all the ingredients needed by the villagers, and they are now all gathered in the kitchen, the restaurant owner replied joyfully. This time, you have truly gone above and beyond. It is nothing. We should always support one another as neighbors, Gung Shiro responded modestly. Teacher Shiro, are we not here for our skill training? What purpose does this restaurant serve? Upon hearing the conversation between Gung Shiro and the restaurant owner, Alan appeared puzzled, wondering if Gung Shiro had forgotten their training session, as they had come to a restaurant early in the morning. You will find out shortly. Gung Shiro replied with a mysterious smile, refraining from offering an immediate explanation. All the ingredients you requested are here, and I sincerely thank you for your efforts, the restaurant owner said, leading Gung Shiro and Alan into the kitchen before departing with gratitude. Gazing at the array of ingredients, Alan remained baffled. Teacher Shiro, what are we doing in this kitchen? This is the first step in our skill training, Gung Shiro said, looking at Alan earnestly. Do you know what the prerequisite for mastering a formidable technique is? What is it? Sufficient strength? Alan guessed uncertainly. No, it is stability. Any powerful technique requires steady hands to execute safely. Otherwise, even if you learn the technique, you may end up injuring yourself. Thus, stability is essential for employing any lethal skill, Gung Shiro explained earnestly. I brought you here to provide you with the opportunity to cultivate the steadiness of your hands while handling these ingredients. How do we do that? Should I slowly chop vegetables like a chef? Alan questioned, somewhat skeptical, secretly doubting that if Gung Shiro's assertion were true, then all chefs would be exceptional masters. Certainly not. That method of training is far too slow. Gung Shiro understood Alan's doubts and chose not to elaborate further. He swiftly picked up a small knife, aimed at a radish suspended in the air, and with a decisive motion, sliced it cleanly. In the instant the radish fell, his arm moved quickly again, chopping it into uniformly sized strips. Did you see that? Timing is crucial. Find the opportunity and execute your move with both stability and speed. That is the essence of our training, Gung Shiro stated earnestly after his demonstration. Teacher Shiro, you wouldn't happen to be a chef at sea as well, would you? Regarding the remarkable performance of Gung Sailang, comparable to that of a top-tier chef, Alan cautiously inquired. Enough with the jokes. Your task today is to meticulously prepare all the ingredients. If you fail to complete this, there will be no meal for you, Gung Sailang declared with a mischievous grin. Hearing this, Alan felt compelled to act swiftly, taking the small knife from Gung Sailang's hand and beginning to chop vigorously. With each successive stroke of the knife, Alan became proficient enough to accurately strike the ingredients, such as radishes, approximately 6 times before they hit the ground. However, the relentless motion began to cause his arms to tremble. After hours of training, Alan found himself unable to control the quaking of his limbs. Observing this, Gung Sailang nodded approvingly and pointed to a potato on the cutting board. You must be quite fatigued. Now, make a decisive chop through the center of that potato without using your hands to steady it. If you can accomplish this, you may take a short respite. All right, Alan exclaimed, eager for a break, and he immediately swung the knife toward the potato. However, the outcome was entirely unexpected. What appeared to be a simple task resulted in a miscalculation as the knife merely grazed the edge of the potato. What a setback! Why is my hand acting this way? Remember this sensation, Gung Sailang intoned seriously. When your arms are weary, maintaining stability is essential for executing your ultimate technique. But sensei, my arms are already shaking uncontrollably. How can I overcome this? Alan asked, perplexed. Quite simply, continue chopping for several more hours. Once your arms adjust to the exertion, the tremors will cease, Gung Sailang replied with a playful grin. After a day of relentless chopping in the kitchen, Alan returned to his room and collapsed onto his bed, utterly drained and desiring silence. The soreness in his arms, resulting from the sheer act of chopping, was more discomforting than days spent at the helm of a ship. Fortunately, As a consumer of the limitless fruit, each time the fatigue threatened to overwhelm him, an inner strength surged, propelling him to persist, ultimately reducing all the kitchen ingredients to mere fragments. Could this truly cultivate my signature technique? Reflecting on the day's rigorous training, Alan found it hard to believe that such efforts could yield anything extraordinary. He pondered why his training regimen differed so vastly from Zoro's. In his memories, Zoro's training was grandiose, while his own seemed far less impressive. Was it indeed the burden of the protagonist's halo that weighed heavily upon him? Lost in these thoughts, the weary Alan soon succumbed to slumber. "Rise and shine, you lazy boy. It's time to get up," Gung Siling called, having arrived at his bedside just as Alan was sinking into deep sleep. "Sensei, is it really that early?" Although Alan, having consumed the limit fruit, experienced a full recovery from bodily aches after a night's rest, his mental fatigue lingered. "You said it yourself, you don't need to indulge in a lazy sleep," Kayasuk remarked with a mischievous grin, urging him to rise, as today's training was about to commence. What is the focus of today's training?" Alan inquired. "We shall continue with stability training, but no more vegetable chopping. Today we will be training at the construction site." "Kayasuk-sensei, you aren't intending to make me a laborer, are you?" "You could interpret it that way." Thus began Chapter 20, the final training. For an entire month, Alan followed Kayasuk, engaging in a rigorous regimen that involved not only chopping vegetables at the restaurant, but also performing one-armed brick lifting at the construction site. In what seemed to Alan as utterly improbable training methods, Kayasuk had him undertake a variety of tasks. By the end of the month, Alan was uncertain of what lethal techniques he had mastered. However, he had established good relations with the villagers of Nishimura Kimura. Nearly everyone was aware that Kayasuk had taken on a polite young apprentice, who was both enthusiastic and helpful in their endeavors. "Kayasuk-sensei, a month has passed. Can we not conclude this tedious training?" Alan expressed his dissatisfaction, reflecting upon the time spent beside Kayasuk. "Alan, do you feel as though you have squandered a month?" Kayasuk countered, noticing the evident displeasure on Alan's face. "I merely believe that different training might yield better results," Alan replied earnestly, although he did not admit it outright. His tone conveyed his sentiment. "Come, let us head to the dojo training ground. I will demonstrate the fruits of this month's training." Without further explanation, Kayasuk led Alan to the training area. "Prepare for combat. The choice to wield a weapon is yours." After positioning Alan at the center of the dojo, Kayasuk smiled and picked up a wooden sword. "Kayasuk-sensei, is this?" Before Alan could comprehend the situation, Kayasuk suddenly swung the wooden sword towards him. Faced with this unexpected assault, Alan was taken aback. However, the rapid strike, in his perception, did not seem overly swift. With a quick pivot, he adeptly pressed the back of the wooden sword down with one hand, effectively neutralizing the attack. "Not bad, kid, but this is far from over." In response to Alan's swift reaction, Gung Shiro offered a slight smile, exerting force in his arm to push Alan back with the back of his blade, creating distance between them. As soon as the gap widened, Gung Shiro wielded his wooden sword in rapid succession, unleashing several moderately powerful slashing waves directed at Alan. Faced with these oncoming slashes, Alan deftly picked up a nearby wooden sword to defend himself. The waves lacked exceptional strength, allowing Alan to identify the intervals between their attacks, skillfully either evading them or shattering them from the side with precision. "Do you understand now?" Gung Shiro inquired with a smile, pausing his wooden sword after Alan had successfully parried the onslaught unscathed. "Thank you, Teacher Shiro," Alan replied, fully comprehending that the month of training had not been in vain. Rather, he had made significant strides in his skills. In contrast to his former self, Gung Shiro's seemingly casual attacks, even if perceived clearly, would have forced him to either clumsily dodge or endure them with brute strength. It was unimaginable that he could so effortlessly defend against them as he did now. "Young man, you must be curious why I have not allowed you to undertake basic swordsman training. It is because I recognized from the outset that your fundamentals are quite solid. I merely need to tailor the training to address your weaker areas. Additionally, with your innate talent, you can undoubtedly achieve a remarkable enhancement of your overall strength in the shortest time possible." Gung Shiro smiled, elucidating all of Alan's doubts accumulated over the past month. "Thank you, Teacher Shiro. I was too foolish before and misunderstood your intentions." Observing Gung Shiro's meticulous approach to crafting a training regimen for him, Alan felt a deep sense of shame for his previous thoughts. You are admirable in many ways, but your impatience is something that must be tempered," Gung Shiro remarked, ruffling Alan's hair. I understand, Teacher Shiro. Alan nodded earnestly, aware of his underlying impatience, yet recognizing that such instinctual traits are not easily altered. Take a good rest. We will commence comprehensive training that integrates mind, technique, and body tonight, Gung Shiro stated earnestly. He had been exceedingly pleased with Alan's performance over the past month. Furthermore, as the grandson of his dear friend Fred Wayne, Gung Shiro had unwittingly come to regard Alan as his most esteemed disciple, elevating his significance beyond that of Zaro. Even considering imparting unparalleled techniques, he had never taught Zaro to Alan. That evening, Gung Shiro once again led Alan to the small island adorned with black granite, this time unusually bringing along some of the most precious swords from his dojo, although Alan could not name them. The chilling aura emanating from the sheathed blades made it evident that they were no ordinary weapons. Choose a weapon with which you are proficient, Gung Shiro instructed. This training may pose a threat to your life, so you must be prepared to the utmost. Gung Silang, too, exhibited an unusual demeanor. He gazed at Alan with utmost seriousness, even his typically squinted eyes wide open, emanating an aura of unyielding authority. Yes, Teacher Silang, Alan replied, daunted by Gung Silang's earnestness. He immediately grasped a knife of suitable length. Although he had yet to master any formidable swordsmanship, possessing a weapon instilled a sense of security within him. From this moment forth, do not regard me as your teacher. Instead, envision me as your adversary, harboring intentions to slay me, Gung Silang instructed, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of discerning everything, sending a shiver of genuine fear through Alan, who instinctively retreated to distance himself from Gung Silang. Are you already afraid before the battle has commenced? Fear not. I shall not employ haki. I will merely impart to you the 4 divine techniques. Gung Silang unsheathed his beloved blade, resembling a fierce tiger baring its fangs, a palpable aura of menace enveloping Alan immediately. What are the 4 divine techniques? Alan inquired, striving to maintain his composure in response to a term he had never encountered before. The 4 divine techniques are the culmination of my lifelong research. Though I have only scratched the surface, how much you can learn depends on your own fortune, Gung Silang remarked, as a gust of ominous wind began to swirl around Alan. This wind, imbued with a foreboding essence, triggered an involuntary combat response within his body. The wind from the tiger, the clouds from the dragon, white tiger. Gung Silang slightly slid his treasured blade backward, and suddenly, a flash of silver illuminated the air as Alan beheld a fearsome white tiger, claws bared, charging towards him. Chapter 21. Encountering the School of Sharks. Fortunately, armed with the protective haki and the defense of the black tortoise, Gung Silang surveyed the fragments of black granite scattered around him. Brushing his fingers over a shallow scar on his chest, he mused, had I not employed these 2 defensive techniques simultaneously, my ribs would have surely broken. The instigator of this chaos lay before him, slumbering peacefully as if nothing had transpired. Old fellow, we may have unwittingly nurtured a being capable of upending the entire world. Gung Silang, bearing his signature smile, though this time imbued with deeper meaning, hoisted the deeply slumbering Alan onto his back. In the days that followed, after Alan began to grasp some foundational knowledge of haki alongside Gung Silang, the latter deemed him ready for further endeavors at sea to hone his skills in battle. Upon hearing Gung Silang's words, Alan earnestly proclaimed, Master, I am profoundly grateful for your guidance during this time. I understand your choice to live in seclusion has its reasons, and I shall not disclose your whereabouts. However, I vow to make my name resonate across these seas, so that all shall know Alan Wayne is the disciple of Gung Silang. This marked the first occasion on which Alan addressed Gung Silang as master, having previously referred to him simply as Teacher Silang. While the difference may appear subtle on the surface, the emotional weight it carries is immeasurable. Young one, I believe you are capable of achieving great feats. Your talent and character far surpass my own at your age, and undoubtedly, the path ahead of you will be longer than mine. However, your burdens may also be considerably heavier. Thus, regardless of how far you advance, never lose sight of your inner self. A heart untrue leads to a dull blade. This is a lesson you must always remember. Gung Silang gently ruffled Alan's hair, imparting this earnest counsel. Your disciple shall hold this close to heart. The following day, as Alan departed from Seymour Gigi village aboard his swift vessel, the villagers gathered at the port to bid him farewell. Despite their brief acquaintance, they found the polite and helpful young apprentice Gung Silang to be quite endearing, and the news of his departure stirred a deep sense of reluctance within them. To Alan, these simple-hearted villagers, though somewhat chatty, treated him like one of their own children, always saving some delicacies for him and inviting him to enjoy their local amusements. He felt a pang of sadness, without a doubt, at that moment. Seymour Gigi Village had become his home in this world. "Brother Alan, go forth and become the greatest swordsman in the world," exclaimed a young boy who had witnessed Alan practicing his swordplay, his face alight with admiration. "Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you," Alan replied confidently. After concluding his training, instead of immediately venturing into the Grand Line, Alan chose to first visit the floating restaurant Baratai, renowned in the East Blue for its combat prowess and cherished by Sanji, the Straw Hat Pirate's chef, as a place filled with wonderful memories. Given the fortunate opportunity to be in this world, Alan was keen to explore and savor the culinary delights he had long yearned for. However, en route to the floating restaurant, Alan encountered an unexpected turn of events. As he navigated his vessel, he spotted a multitude of shark fins slicing through the water ahead. Clearly, he had stumbled upon a school of sharks. "Have these creatures installed a tracking radar on me? It seems I encounter them every time I set sail," he mused, bemused by the sharks racing toward him. The previous encounter with a giant sea beast that had attracted a swarm of sharks was understandable, but this time, he had scarcely departed when he found himself beset by them again. An absurd twist of fate. "But I am no longer the person I was a month ago. If you wish to treat me as afternoon tea, you may find yourselves lacking," he remarked with a cold smirk, observing the sharks now less than 100 meters away. After undergoing rigorous training under Gung Silang, he was eager to test the extent of his newfound strength, and this group of sharks presented the perfect opportunity for experimentation. Whoosh! Just as Alan was pondering, a shark, the fastest among its kin, leapt from the water and lunged towards him with ferocity. "Get away, do not soil my boat." In the face of this colossal creature, Alan nonchalantly delivered a powerful punch to the shark's belly, instantly enveloping it in a tremendous force that hurled it backward with great intensity. Bang, bang, bang. The shark, propelled by Alan, soared through the air like a colossal rubber ball, bouncing repeatedly across the vast expanse of water, colliding with the approaching sharks behind it. "What a splendid shot!" Alan exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy as he beheld the disarray he had inflicted upon the group of sharks. He was quite astonished by the sudden surge of his own strength. Meanwhile, the sharks that had evaded the impact of the airborne creature swam towards Alan's boat, their gaping jaws poised to strike. "Come at me," Alan declared, seizing a short knife gifted to him by Gung Shiro. With precision, he targeted the fisher in the air before him and swung the blade with great force. With a sharp, slicing sound, a powerful shockwave erupted, cleaving several sharks in two, their cries silenced before they plummeted into the depths of the sea. The blood of these sharks instantly stained the waters before Alan, yet the pungent scent of blood failed to incite the remaining bloodthirsty sharks into a frenzy. Instead, they abruptly turned and swam away as if fleeing for their lives. "Oh, why are you all leaving? I haven't had my fill of fun yet. Is this how bloodthirsty sharks behave?" Alan exclaimed, observing the retreating sharks. However, they could not comprehend his words. To them, Alan appeared as a demon harvesting their lives, naturally deterring them from launching any further attacks. "Alas, is this how it ends? How dull." Alan sighed, watching the sharks vanish from sight as he prepared to pilot the vacation vessel onward. But just as Alan was about to steer the ship away, an unexpected occurrence unfolded above him. A mass of white clouds began to coalesce, forming a colossal lion of a size comparable to that of a sea king, which lunged toward him with its mouth agape. "Am I dreaming?" Alan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sudden appearance of the white lion. At that moment, he felt as if he were caught in a fantastical dream. Chapter 22. The Legendary Pirate Whoosh. Faced with the sudden manifestation of the white lion in the sky, Alan, although profoundly shocked, relied on his extensive combat experience to unleash a cutting wave aimed at repelling it. Swish! With scarcely any resistance, Alan's cutting wave cleaved the white lion in two, as if slicing through water or cotton. "This is too soft. How can this be?" Alan wondered, perplexed by how effortlessly he had severed the lion. It hardly possessed the hardness one would expect from such a colossal creature, and notably, no blood flowed from the cut. It was evidently a giant lion composed of clouds, but why would it attack him? Before Alan could ponder this further, a commanding voice resonated above him. He quickly looked up to see a powerful cutting wave descending from the sky. Reacting swiftly to the sudden assault, Alan leaped into the air. During his training sessions with Gung Shiro, he had learned how to counter such direct strikes. Although this cutting wave was immensely powerful, he adeptly positioned his sword to intercept it, forcefully redirecting its trajectory. Bang! A sharp sound echoed as the cutting wave sliced through the tranquil sea, displacing a vast volume of water and inciting turbulence across the entire ocean. This is astonishing. Concerning the formidable power unleashed by the slashing wave, Alan was profoundly astonished. Even if he were to accurately strike the fissures in the air with such a wave, it would not possess this magnitude, unless he were to employ the exceptional technique taught to him by Gung Shirlang. He immediately lifted his gaze, eager to discern the identity of the being responsible for this formidable attack. Following the trajectory of the slashing wave, Alan beheld a dignified man with lion-like golden hair, who was gazing down upon him from the heavens. The murderous intent emanating from his eyes and his legs, replaced by dual swords, imparted an aura of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. Ha ha ha, an amusing little fellow. Observe this technique. The golden-haired man chuckled, seemingly unfazed by Alan's deflection of his slashing wave. He raised one of his sword-like legs, suggesting yet another impending assault. Could it be the golden lion Shiki? As Alan recognized the terrifying prowess and distinctive characteristics of this middle-aged man, a name from the world of pirates flickered through his mind. Shiki, the golden lion. Renowned as a formidable pirate who stood alongside Joel D. Roger and Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, in infamy. In Alan's understanding of the pirate world, information regarding Shiki was scarce, limited to mere fragments of description. Yet, these scattered tidbits had imprinted the image of this superlative pirate in his memory. After all, whether it was the Battle of Whitewall, where he cornered the pirate king Joel D. Roger before the advent of the Great Age of Pirates, his audacious assault on Marine headquarters at Marineford, ultimately captured through the joint efforts of the heroic Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Sengoku, or his astounding escape from Impel Down, the first successful prison break in its history, these exploits were enough to inspire reverence from any pirate. Alan had once contemplated that had the Golden Lion not been so impulsive in his attack on Marine headquarters during the onset of the Great Age of Pirates, he would undoubtedly have reached the pinnacle of piracy, akin to Edward Newgate. He might even have become one of the four emperors dominating the latter half of the Grand Line. For the four emperors represent one of the three major powers in the Grand Line, with the combat prowess to effortlessly annihilate a nation. Their reputation and influence far surpassing that of the seven warlords of the sea, recognized by the world government. Faced with such a legendary and fearsome presence shortly after embarking on his journey, particularly in the East Blue, the weakest of the four seas, Alan felt a mix of bewilderment and curiosity about why this golden lion had chosen him as a target. However, before he could voice his inquiries, Shiki unleashed a swift kick with the sword-like appendage he had raised. Lion's thousand cuts. In an instant, a multitude of slashing waves surged toward Alan, an upgraded version of his previous technique. For divine techniques, Xuanwu Guard. Confronted by the relentless onslaught of slashing waves, Alan dared not exhibit a shred of arrogance. He immediately invoked one of the extraordinary techniques he had acquired from Gung Shirlang. In an instant, a phantom of a mystical tortoise shell appeared before him, spinning rapidly. Though Alan had yet to master this technique, he managed to withstand the assault from the Golden Lion Shiki, whose attack was not executed with full force. The sound of metallic clashes rang out, and the multitude of slashing waves was entirely deflected. Haha, impressive. But behold this move, Lion's Might Cloud Roll. Observing his slashing waves thwarted by the tortoise-like apparition, the Golden Lion Shiki chuckled rather than seethed with anger. With a mere flick of his hand, the clouds above coalesced into several white lions, surging toward Alan from all directions. What a trivial matter. Drawing upon his prior experience, Alan felt little trepidation toward the cloud-formed giants. He spun rapidly in the air, unleashing a circular wave of slashing energy from his dagger that bisected the approaching white lions in an instant. However, to his dismay, the cloud remnants surged back toward him, intent on enveloping him entirely. In that moment, Alan realized he had fallen into a trap. Shiki was not aiming to strike him directly, but rather to obscure his vision with the clouds. Now, as he plummeted from the sky, he found himself bereft of options. Haha, take this, little brat. Just as despair began to settle in, the Golden Lion Shiki soared above him, launching an attack that could be likened to a sword strike. This is splendid. Initially caught off guard, Alan welcomed the sudden assault with a grin, deftly parrying Shiki's blade with his dagger. He then leveraged the momentum of the blow to propel himself swiftly into the distance. Fortunately, it was not too far. Hope still flickered. Alan's destination was a diminutive island on the horizon. After all, Engaging in battle over the open sea against the legendary pirate golden lion Shiki was undeniably perilous, especially given his current inability to fly. If he could shift the battleground to that island, a glimmer of hope remained. Taking a deep breath before plunging into the ocean, Alan felt his strength rapidly deplete upon immersion. Yet, he fervently swam toward the island, thanks to his training with the extreme fruit. His physical capabilities far exceeded those of an ordinary person, allowing him to swim with remarkable speed even while holding his breath. The distance of less than 100 meters appeared surmountable. Isn't that lad a devil fruit user? Intriguing. Upon discovering that Alan had fallen into the sea yet was still swimming, the golden lion Shiki became exceedingly exhilarated. Akin to a child who has just encountered a coveted toy, his eyes gleaming with golden light. However, the unfolding events far surpassed the expectations of both Alan and Shiki. Just as Alan was nearing the small island, a colossal shark suddenly emerged, its massive jaws agape, and swallowed him whole as he struggled in the water. Chapter 23. Defeat. Having relied solely on a single breath to propel himself frantically through the ocean, Alan was elated to see the distant island now within reach. Believing that this user of a devil fruit, once a landlubber, would finally escape drowning. Yet, before he could revel in his fortune, a gigantic shark appeared, opening its gaping maw to seize him. At that moment, Alan's strength was nearly depleted by the sea, rendering him incapable of fighting off such a behemoth. In a desperate bid for survival, he decided to muster the last remnants of his strength and dove into the shark's belly. In Alan's mind, this was preferable to being bitten in half by the shark. At least this way, he might retain his whole body and perhaps even a sliver of hope for survival. How infuriating it was to have his opponent devoured. Witnessing Alan being swallowed by the monstrous shark, the golden lion Shiki was instantly alarmed and promptly descended from the sky towards the unfolding chaos. The golden lion Shiki is a formidable figure who has consumed the float fruit, a remarkably powerful devil fruit that grants him the ability to defy gravity, allowing himself and objects to levitate effortlessly in the air. This extraordinary capability enables him to engage in battle against various colossal sea creatures without being hindered by the surrounding environment. Upon descending from the skies, Shiki instilled an instinctive fear in a giant shark, prompting it to flee into the depths of the ocean, disregarding the fate of its recently swallowed prey. Alan, halt right there, Shiki commanded, extending his hand toward the surface of the sea to unleash the terrifying abilities of his devil fruit. In the world of pirates, devil fruits are uniquely extraordinary, bestowing upon their consumers supernatural powers. Many of the most formidable individuals in this realm are adept users of these fruits. However, consuming a devil fruit transforms the individual into a landlubber, rendering them incapable of swimming, thus instilling a profound fear of the ocean, an element that embodies nightmares for many devil fruit users. Nonetheless, this is not an absolute truth. When a devil fruit user fully develops their powers, they can devise strategies to confront the dangers posed by the sea, despite their inability to swim. Take, for instance, Admiral Akiji, who has consumed the ice fruit, granting him the ability to freeze anything he touches. Faced with the lethal threat of the ocean, he can instantaneously unleash his powers, transforming the sea into a vast expanse of ice, allowing him to traverse its surface freely on an icy path. Similarly, Admiral Akainu, destined to become Fleet Admiral, wields the terrifying powers of the magma fruit, enabling him to vaporize threatening seawater in an instant. The legendary pirate golden lion Shiki, after consuming the float fruit, possesses his own means of combating the ocean. He can manipulate the very water itself, liberating it from the grip of gravity. As Shiki's palm made contact with the surface of the sea, he swiftly activated the abilities of the float fruit. Instantly, the water came under his command, appearing as if it had been sliced into gelatinous segments. With vigorous gestures, he hurled large quantities of water behind him, while the previously retreating giant shark was dramatically overtaken by Shiki's relentless pursuit. Though this colossal shark reigns supreme in these waters, it feels utterly insignificant before the formidable golden lion Shiki. Once it is yanked from the depths of the sea, it dares not offer the slightest resistance. Standing frozen in bewilderment, "You foolish giant, how dare you devour my opponent? Spit him out at once," Shiki declares, enveloping the massive shark in seawater, causing it to float in midair, his demeanor radiating a chilling menace. Under the weight of Shiki's terrifying aura, the once mighty shark has lost all semblance of its former bravado. Now akin to a small rabbit trapped beneath the paw of a great lion, utterly devoid of any capacity to resist. It promptly prepares to comply with Shiki's command and expel Aaron. However, before the shark can release Aaron, a slicing wave erupts from its chest, and Aaron himself bursts forth from within. Ha ha ha, how delightful. You truly are an interesting little fellow. Shiki exclaims with glee as he watches Aaron emerge from the shark's body. He casually tosses the giant shark aside and simultaneously commands the remaining seawater to surge towards Aaron. For divine techniques, vermilion bird, pursue the sun, emerging from the depths of a colossal shark. Alan realized that he had but a single opportunity to strike the golden lion midair. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate technique. A radiant crimson light emanated from his being, and in an instant, a spectral bird, reminiscent of a fiery phoenix, manifested before him. The encroaching seawater was effortlessly repelled by the powerful flaps of its wings. The ethereal bird surged directly towards the golden lion, piercing through it with remarkable swiftness. What formidable force is this? The sudden impact of the spectral bird left the golden lion, Shiki, in a state of shock. He felt as though he had been struck by an invisible blade. Had it not been for the armed haki he had gathered around himself, akin to an imperceptible armor, he would undoubtedly have sustained grave injuries. Nevertheless, he sensed a disruption in his aura, nearly causing him to falter in his use of the float fruit's abilities. After taking several deep breaths, he managed to regain his composure. Remarkably, he remained unscathed. Is this the power of supreme armed haki? Observing Shiki, who had seemingly been struck by his ultimate technique yet emerged unhurt, Alan was astonished. He was acutely aware of the potency of his own skill, and the fact that it had failed to harm Shiki highlighted the extraordinary defensive capabilities of Shiki's armed haki, far exceeding his expectations and the level of haki he currently wielded. Ha ha, little one, you are quite impressive. Behold my strike, lion's might, cloud roll. After regaining his composure, Shiki's opinion of Alan elevated further. He thrust his hands forward with great force, summoning clouds above to coalesce into a series of white, colossal lions that charged towards Alan. Indeed, in comparison to such legendary beasts, he was woefully outmatched. Having expended his ultimate technique, Alan found himself devoid of strength. As the golden lion's attack descended upon him, his falling form could not withstand it, and he soon felt himself plummeting into the ocean, losing consciousness. What has happened to me? Have I fainted? I was just battling Shiki. Where am I? Alan was oblivious to the passage of time, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar room. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion, inundated with countless questions that left him in a state of distress. Suddenly, a comical voice broke through his turmoil. He turned to see a figure resembling a jester, a man with blue hair and a mischievous grin approaching him. Ah, you've finally awakened. The blue-haired man approached Alan with a smile, remarking, I never expected that the one recognized by the captain would be a little rascal like you. The captain you speak of is none other than the legendary pirate, Shiki. Upon hearing the man's words, Alan suddenly regained his composure, recalling that he had fainted during the battle with Shiki. Thus, the captain referred to by this blue-haired man was likely the infamous pirate Shiki himself. Of course, aside from him, no one else is worthy of being my captain, proclaimed the blue-haired man with great pride. Ah, indeed, I am Dr. Indigo, Shiki's foremost scientist. Upon hearing this declaration, Alan's mind raced with information about the pirate world, recognizing Dr. Indigo as one of Shiki's earliest followers and his chief strategist. So, upon discovering that I am a pirate and you find yourself in a den of pirates, you are not the least bit afraid? Dr. Indigo inquired, his eyes gleaming with menace as he observed Alan's calm demeanor. What is there to fear? If either you or your captain intended to kill me, you would have done so long before, rather than waiting for me to awaken and engage in idle conversation, Alan replied, maintaining his tranquil expression. Although Dr. Indigo's glare was fierce, there was no hint of murderous intent. Alan understood that he was merely attempting to intimidate him. Haha, what a clever little rascal. No wonder I have taken an interest in you as a rival. A triumphant laughter echoed from above, as the golden lion Shiki floated into view, grinning broadly. Captain, Dr. Indigo immediately bowed respectfully upon Shiki's arrival. Enough, Indigo. You may leave for now. Shiki gestured for Dr. Indigo to withdraw, intending to have a private conversation with this remarkably composed young man. So, are you not curious as to why I brought you here? Observing Alan's unwavering calmness, Shiki found himself somewhat taken aback and could only initiate the conversation, pondering how such a child could remain so composed. There is no need to inquire. If you wish to speak, you shall. Conversely, if I were to ask, you likely would not divulge anything, Alan responded serenely, despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, though he was still uncertain of Shiki's motives for bringing him here. The absence of hostility suggested that he was not in immediate danger. You are quite the little rascal, not at all endearing, Shiki remarked, somewhat exasperated by Alan's maturity. Initially, he had intended to adopt a more senior demeanor in front of the boy, but that pretense had faltered. He then candidly stated, "Little one, the reason I attacked you and brought you aboard my ship is quite simple. I want you to be my subordinate." The illustrious Shiki, the Golden Lion, found himself drawn to the town of Logetown, the birthplace of his old adversary, the pirate king Gold, Roger. While traversing the East Blue, he unexpectedly encountered a vast school of sharks. With a sense of curiosity, he spotted Alan, who was valiantly battling the formidable creatures alone. The fearless demeanor of the young man reminded Shiki of Roger during the Battle of White Wall, when he too was surrounded. Intrigued by Alan's audacity, Shiki decided to test his strength by launching a sudden attack from above. To his astonishment, Alan responded with a gracious demeanor, acknowledging the attention of such a legendary pirate. "It is indeed an honor to be recognized by you, Senior Shiki," he exclaimed, though internally taken aback by the prospect of joining the infamous pirate's crew. "Ha ha ha. You certainly possess the sense to appreciate this opportunity. Should you choose to join my crew and serve me well, I promise you shall not be left wanting when I seize this world." Shiki chuckled, mistakenly believing that Alan was inclined to accept his offer. In the past, Shiki had coerced Roger with overwhelming force to join his ranks, only to be met with rejection, a regret that lingered in his heart. Thus, the prospect of a young man akin to Roger wishing to join his crew brought him joy, as it symbolized the fulfillment of a long-held desire. "Senior Shiki, I believe you have misunderstood. While it is an honor to gain your recognition, I am accustomed to my freedom and cannot acquiesce to your request," Alan replied, somewhat exasperated by Shiki's assumption of agreement. To Alan, the pursuit of the Grand Line and the quest for the One Piece were paramount. His desire to grow stronger was rooted in the aspiration for greater freedom upon the seas, not to be constrained by Shiki's crew. Thus, he resolutely declined the alluring proposition. "How dare you refuse me, insolent brat? Are you courting death?" Shiki's smile faltered, replaced by a menacing glare as he lunged forward, gripping Alan's collar and exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. "Captain, please do not lose your temper. Your current condition is not suited for such anger," Dr. Indigo, who had retreated, rushed back in to mediate the escalating situation. "Brat, do you believe I won't kill you on the spot?" Shiki ignored Dr. Indigo's plea, his fierce gaze still fixed on Alan. "I believe you would, but I certainly will not allow you to have your way so easily," Alan retorted defiantly. Unfazed by the palpable aura of menace emanating from Shiki, Alan maintained a tranquil gaze upon him, his eyes reflecting an unsettling calmness. Yet, every muscle in his body was coiled tightly, ready to spring into action at the slightest movement from Shiki. "Humph, you little wretch. You truly embody the same disposition as Roger." Observing Alan's fearless demeanor, the murderous intent surrounding Shiki dissipated, and he released his grip on Alan's clothing, muttering his discontent. "Forgive the intrusion, Senior Shiki. I shall take my leave now," Alan remarked casually, a smile gracing his lips as he sensed the waning threat from Shiki. "Wait a moment. Young brother, don't be so hasty to depart." Dr. Indig, the esteemed strategist, grasped Alan's arm, turning to Shiki as he continued, "Captain, I would like to take this young brother to tour our base, and I hope you might grant special permission." "Very well, Indig," Shiki replied, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected suggestion from his chief advisor. He hesitated, contemplating a refusal, but upon witnessing Indig's earnest expression and driven by his trust in him, he acquiesced despite his lingering doubts. As a formidable pirate lord, he possessed the audacity to trust his subordinates. Chapter 25, Serendipity. Dr. Indig detained Alan, seeking Shiki's special approval to escort him on a tour of the base. "I extend my gratitude to you, Senior Shiki," Alan expressed with sincerity. Regarding Dr. Indigo's decision to take Alan on a tour of the base, Alan was quite taken aback. However, upon reflection, he recognized that visiting the legendary pirate stronghold was an extraordinary opportunity, and he promptly acquiesced without pretense. Thanks to Shiki's permission, Alan explored every corner of the pirate base and soon realized that Shiki was indeed the fabled pirate he was reputed to be. Not only was his personal power formidable, but he also commanded firepower that rivaled that of the world government, alongside a variety of ferocious beasts cultivated by Dr. Indigo. whose combat abilities were comparable to those of sea kings. While witnessing the terrifying might of the Golden Lion Shiki, Alan also acquired crucial intelligence. A significant incident had recently transpired in the world of pirates. The captain of the 4th Division under the New World's foremost emperor, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, named Sachi, had been murdered, prompting the dispatch of 2nd Division Captain Portgas D. Ace to pursue the assailants. This news, obtained through Shiki's unique channels, filled Alan with anxiety. Familiar with the narrative of the pirates, he understood that this event was the precursor to the cataclysmic Marineford War, an event that irrevocably altered the course of the world and left many regrets in its wake. Deep down, Alan wished to change the outcome. However, he recognized that with his current strength, even participating in the Marineford War would render him no more than cannon fodder, unable to stir the waters. Fortunately, considering the current situation, there remained ample time before the eruption of the Marineford War, allowing him to prepare for this dreadful conflict. Indigo, why did you allow this brat to tour my base? He is not even joining my crew. Why show him our secrets? Shiki inquired, perplexed, as he observed Alan perusing various documents in his intelligence room. Captain, what are your thoughts on this boy? Dr. Indigo, instead of answering, posed a counter-question. How could a boy recognized by me be an ordinary individual? Although he is weak now, I see the shadow of Roger within him. He will surely become a figure of great renown upon these seas. Shiki did not conceal his admiration, bestowing upon Alan an exceedingly high evaluation. Indeed, Captain, if that is the case, what harm is there in letting him witness our base? At the very least, he will comprehend your strength. As a clever lad, once he grasps your true power, even if he does not join your crew, he will likely avoid becoming your enemy, Dr. Indigo remarked earnestly to Shiki. It is better to cultivate a strong ally than to contend with a formidable foe. Humph, what does it matter if I gain another enemy? Am I afraid of this brat? Shiki scoffed dismissively. In response to Dr. Indigo's remarks, the infamous Gold Lion Shiki displayed evident disdain, letting out a scoff before departing. Dr. Indigo, however, merely smiled at Shiki's reaction, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, a strong individual possesses their own pride. The absence of a direct rebuttal could be interpreted as tacit agreement on the matter. Thank you for your life-saving assistance, Senior Shiki. Mr. Indigo, I am grateful for the enlightening experience you have provided. Should an opportunity arise in the future, I shall repay your kindness tenfold. Time is of the essence, so I must take my leave. After thoroughly examining the latest intelligence regarding the pirate world within Shiki's information chamber, Alan rose to bid farewell to Gold Lion and his companions. Humph, an ungrateful brat. Shiki's irritation was palpable as Alan insisted on leaving. Senior Shiki, I have a secret recipe for brewing liquor. Consider it a token of our acquaintance. Despite being a renowned pirate, Alan held a deep respect for the legendary Shiki. Though domineering, Shiki undeniably adhered to his own principles, as evidenced by his audacious attempt to infiltrate Marine headquarters to rescue the pirate king, Roger, which ultimately led to his capture. Thus, Alan presented Shiki with a method of brewing sorghum liquor he had learned back on Earth. While this liquor was rather commonplace on Earth, it would undoubtedly be deemed a potent spirit in the low-alcohol pirate world, perfectly suited for the boisterous nature of such pirates. You lad can brew liquor? Humph, I shall reluctantly accept it. As Alan anticipated, Gold Lion Shiki was indeed a connoisseur of fine spirits. Upon hearing of the brewing recipe, he eagerly accepted it, albeit harboring the belief that it was merely an ordinary drink. After all, what remarkable liquor could a mere boy concoct? At that moment, neither Alan nor Shiki could foresee that this high-proof sorghum liquor would become Shiki's favorite drink in the future, truly forming the bond Dr. Indigo had predicted. They became an unlikely pair of friends, despite their generational differences. After departing from Gold Lion Shiki's secret base in the East Sea, Alan swiftly piloted his ship, the Vacation, towards the location of the floating restaurant. During his time at Shiki's base, Dr. Indigo had made several modifications to the ship, significantly enhancing its overall performance. Aside from its small size and limited capacity, it had virtually no shortcomings, with a speed rivaling that of a flying fish. Alan encountered no obstacles and reached the Baratai floating restaurant in just half a day. Upon sighting the establishment, resembling a colossal fish suspended above the waves, Alan felt a surge of excitement and gracefully leaped onto the restaurant's deck. Ah, at last, I can indulge in the culinary delights of the pirate world. Welcome to the floating restaurant. As Alan stepped onto the deck, marveling at his surroundings, a deep voice resonated beside him. A burly man, clad in a sailor's outfit complemented by a chef's apron, approached and addressed him. Indeed, Patty, the chef and combatant of the seaside restaurant, was as imposing as described in the records. Gazing at the formidable figure before him, Alan's mind immediately conjured up Patty's profile, once a fearsome pirate. He had later pledged allegiance to the revered Red Leg Zeph and joined the establishment he founded, becoming a chef and combatant at the Baratai. Alongside Carl, they formed a notorious group of violent chefs who, while adhering to a philosophy of prioritizing wealth, had nonetheless taken down numerous pirates who dared to cause trouble at the restaurant. As Alan had surmised, the towering Patty, after greeting him, promptly inquired, "Do you have any money, sir? Our restaurant does not admit the destitute." Chapter 26. Commotion at the seaside restaurant. "Do you have any money, sir? Our establishment does not admit the destitute." Patty, towering over Alan, who barely reached his chest, showed no sign of condescension. In his eyes, despite Alan's youth, his opulent attire suggested he belonged to a wealthy family, prompting Patty to display his most radiant smile. "Of course I have money. Who would dare visit your combat restaurant without it?" Alan, aware of Patty's avaricious nature, merely smiled, dismissing the man's demeanor. "Thank you, sir. Lead the way, and I shall reward you with a tip of 10,000. Seeing Alan truly embody the persona of a wealthy young master, Patty's greed became even more evident. "Wait a moment. Let me return to my ship to retrieve it." As Alan patted himself down, he realized that his wallet had vanished. At that moment, he recalled that he had likely lost it during the fierce battle against the Golden Lion Shiki at sea. In his embarrassment, he suddenly remembered that when he departed from Seymour's village, Jawai sure had given him a satchel, which should contain some money. "Of course, sir. Would you like me to assist you in retrieving it?" Patty, harboring some doubt about Alan's identity as a young master, nonetheless responded with courtesy. "No need. I can fetch it myself." Returning to the vacation ship, Alan quickly located the satchel Jawai sure had given him, but upon opening it, he was left in stunned silence. Zhang Xilang is indeed a modest dojo master, possessing little more than a robe, a finely crafted short blade, and a small pouch in his travel bag. Upon opening the pouch, it reveals merely some coins, seemingly the tokens of gratitude from villagers for the labor he undertook in Zimaziji village not long ago. "Hey, kid, where's your money?" Upon witnessing Alan's surprise at the contents of his bag, Patty, initially respectful, swiftly adopted a disdainful tone, addressing him as kid instead of the venerable sir. "It seems your tips have evaporated. My wallet is lost, yet these coins should suffice for a meal at your establishment," Alan explained apologetically, noting Patty's displeasure. "Humph. With this pittance, you can't even buy a bowl of fried rice. Do you have any idea how steep prices have risen? You've wasted my time. Consider this knife as your tip." Patty's demeanor shifted entirely upon realizing Alan's lack of funds, revealing his true pirate nature as he eyed the small knife in Alan's possession, reaching out to seize it. "What? Is your restaurant struggling? Instead of being a fine chef at sea, are you resorting to piracy?" Alan, displeased with Patty's attempt to rob him, immediately grasped his hand firmly. "Humph. I do as I please, you insolent brat. You've wasted my time. Taking this knife is a bargain for you. Let go." Patty was taken aback by Alan's unexpected strength, feeling as if caught in an iron grip, and retaliated with anger. "Alas, it seems you require a lesson. Such behavior is unacceptable." Alan, recognizing the innate decency in Patty, decided to administer a modicum of discipline. "You vile little brat. Who do you think you are teaching me a lesson?" Patty's fury intensified as he swung his massive fist towards Alan's head. However, before Patty's fist could connect, Alan accurately seized his wrist at a pressure point. With a slight application of force, the towering Patty found himself unable to stand, collapsing to his knees. "Do you understand your mistake now?" Observing Patty subdued with ease, Alan felt little anger, merely discontented with his earlier demeanor. He would release him if Patty admitted fault. "You insolent brat, I will not apologize." Despite the beads of sweat forming on his brow from the pain, Patty stubbornly refused to show any sign of surrender, bellowing towards the entrance of the sea restaurant. "Karn, come quickly, someone is causing a ruckus. Is this fellow truly calling for reinforcements?" Upon witnessing Patty's behavior, Alan was momentarily taken aback. He observed as several chefs emerged from the sea restaurant, armed and ready, with the foremost being a slender man donned in sunglasses. "Patty, are you all right? You little brat. Let go of him," shouted the lead chef, Carney, who was visibly enraged at the sight of Patty being subdued by Alan. "Carney, the two of you are known as the Yakuza duo, and your bond is indeed strong." Alan recognized the furious man before him, understanding that only Carney, who had once sailed as a pirate alongside Patty, would defend him so fiercely. How do you know everything? What on earth are you here for? Patty's expression shifted dramatically as he questioned Alan, who remained silent, offering no response. Release Patty at once. Carney, witnessing Alan's unwavering grip on Patty, became furious and brandished a weapon specifically designed for dealing with pirates, a shrimp-headed rocket launcher, aiming it squarely at Alan. Futile, Alan retorted, having anticipated the attack. He swiftly pivoted, evading the incoming rocket with ease. Impossible. Carney and the other chefs widened their eyes in disbelief at Alan's remarkable agility. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Alan exerted force and hurled Patty back towards them. With his considerable mass, Patty crashed into the group of chefs like a human projectile, toppling several of them. Patty, are you all right? Don't worry, he no longer has a hostage. Let us all fire at him together. Carney, momentarily stunned by Alan's actions, quickly rallied his fellow chefs, preparing to unleash a torrent of firepower upon Alan. Stand down. If he were to strike, he wouldn't grant you the opportunity to fire back. A one-legged man with a braided beard emerged from the restaurant, addressing the crowd. He was none other than the legendary figure known as Redfoot Zeph, the owner and head chef of the Bar Thai restaurant, who had managed to survive a year in the Grand Line unscathed. Everyone, cease fire. If he intends to attack, he would not allow you the chance to retaliate. Just as the conflict was poised to escalate further, Zeph intervened, commanding respect from the furious chefs, who immediately halted their assault upon seeing him. Boss Zeph, it's an honor to meet you, Alan expressed with deep respect for this legendary figure with a glorious past. It is indeed quite disrespectful to arrive for our first meeting and leave my restaurant in such disarray. Jappu, naturally displeased by the unexpected gift brought by Alan, nevertheless found himself intrigued and inquired, at such a young age, you possess such formidable power, which ancient master has trained you into this remarkable being. Regarding my master, I am currently unable to divulge any details. Rest assured, Senior Jappu, I am not here to trouble you. I merely wish to visit the most renowned combat restaurant in the East Sea and savor the culinary delights it offers, Alan earnestly explained to Jappu. Are you here to observe the state of my humble establishment, or to witness my current misfortunes? Upon seeing me in this condition, are you no longer inclined to engage in combat? Jappu, unimpressed by Alan's well-intentioned clarification, suspected that this powerful specter, so well acquainted with him, must have been cultivated by a former adversary, coming to relish his humiliation upon learning of his disability. Senior Jappu, you misunderstand. I am truly not here to mock you. Moreover, I hold great admiration for your sacrifice of a leg for the sake of a newcomer like Sanji. How could I possibly ridicule you? Alan, perceiving Jappu's ire, earnestly attempted to clarify. Sanji, you know that lad. Is he the one who sent you? Upon hearing Alan mention his most cherished apprentice, Jappu's expression shifted. Over the years, despite their nominal master-apprentice relationship, their bond had blossomed into something akin to father and son. Not a day passed without Jappu worrying about Sanji since his departure. Indeed, it is precisely due to Sanji's introduction that I sought to experience the culinary offerings of the East Sea's premier restaurant. With Jappu misinterpreting his connection to Sanji, Alan decided to let the misconception persist, lest he find himself entangled in explanations regarding his profound knowledge of their maritime establishment. How can you prove this? Despite his deep concern for Sanji, Jappu maintained his vigilance and pressed further. I have proof, Alan replied, leaning closer to Jappu and lowering his voice. Vinsmoke Sanji. It is worth noting that Sanji, the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates, hails from an extraordinarily formidable lineage. He is the third son of the Vinsmoke family, a clan that once wielded power over the entire North Sea and, though without territory, is permitted to attend the World Conference. Consequently, the world government has issued bounties for him, mandating his capture alive. Upon hearing this name, Jappu was taken aback. He recalled a night from Sanji's childhood when he had heard the boy mumbling about the name Vinsmoke. At the time, he had dismissed it as mere dreaming and had not considered the implications of this fearsome family. Now, hearing Alan utter the name, he finally comprehended the alarming background of his son, leading him to abandon any doubts regarding Alan's acquaintance with Sanji. After all, this was a secret that only he or Sanji should have known. Since you are a friend of that insufferable lad, do come in. Upon confirming Alan's identity, the demeanor of the red-footed Zepp improved significantly. Addressing the group of armed chefs, he urged, "What are you all standing around for? Is the restaurant closed today? Quickly head to the kitchen and prepare some dishes that you excel at for this little rascal to savor." "All right," Young brother, you are indeed a friend of Sanji. How is that scoundrel faring? I trust he hasn't fallen ill. Has he mentioned us at all? That little brat has been away for so long without a word. The chefs, who initially harbored animosity towards Alan, underwent a remarkable transformation upon learning of his friendship with Sanji. They gathered around him, eagerly inquiring about Sanji's well-being, with the most enthusiastic among them being Patty, who had previously suffered the worst at Alan's hands. As Sanji would aptly describe him, Patty was indeed a complete scoundrel, yet it is often the bonds forged between rogues that are the most profound. When Sanji departed, Patty had first served him with brutish fervor, only to later shed tears, professing he would miss Sanji, a true display of masculinity. Now, upon discovering Alan's connection to Sanji, any lingering resentment dissipated, replaced by a myriad of nostalgic sentiments for Sanji. Truly, this was the finest restaurant in the East Blue. The meat was succulent yet not greasy, perfectly cooked, while the soup was extraordinarily fresh, showcasing the seafood's virtues. And the dishes were fragrant and delightful, with impeccable attention to detail. Knowing Alan was Sanji's friend, the chefs of the floating restaurant poured their utmost skill into preparing an exquisite meal, prompting Alan to reassess his understanding of deliciousness. "Come to my room," Zep called out. Having noticed Alan was satiated, Alan suspected that Zep intended to inquire about Sanji's situation. Familiar with the pirate narrative, he felt no apprehension. However, everything unfolded contrary to his expectations. Once in the room, Zep did not ask about Sanji. Instead, he addressed Alan directly. "Do you know about the Vinsmoke family?" Alan was taken aback by Zep's unexpected question, but he quickly nodded earnestly. Indeed, the Vinsmoke family was the most feared lineage in the North Blue, instilling trepidation even in the Navy and the world government. They could participate in the World Conference without holding territory, making them the de facto kings of the North Blue. "You are correct," Zep remarked, his expression grave. "I didn't anticipate that you, being so young, would possess such knowledge. Although the Vinsmoke family has been relatively inactive of late, no one dares to disregard their presence." Contemplating the family's formidable background, Zep continued with a somber tone. "I do not know why that brat Sanji would be entangled with this legendary malevolent family, but it is undoubtedly not a good thing. Indeed, it is far from favorable." Alan mused, recalling the potential repercussions if the Vinsmoke family were to uncover Sanji's leaked information, lamenting the ensuing complications. "Kid, I know you possess great strength. May I ask you to assist Sanji should he find himself in trouble in the future?" Zep earnestly regarded Alan. Although Alan had never disclosed his master's identity, Zep surmised that such prowess at this age indicated a remarkable background. If Alan were willing to lend assistance, it would provide Sanji with an additional layer of protection. "Rest assured, as long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall ensure that nothing befalls the Straw Hat Pirates." Alan spoke earnestly, asserting that not only would he rely on Sanji and the Straw Hat Pirates to discover the One Piece, but even without that connection, he would never allow his favorite pirate crew to come to harm. "Kid, I believe in you." "Thank you." Upon witnessing Alan's unwavering gaze, the perceptive Zeph was convinced that this young boy was sincere. He straightened his posture, and this legendary figure, once revered by countless admirers, bowed respectfully to the younger generation. "Senior Zeph, I am unworthy of such honor," Alan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback and instinctively reaching out to assist him. "For that little rascal, you are indeed deserving." Zeph insisted stubbornly. "Ah, and I have a gift for you." Chapter 28. Zeph's gift. After affirming that Alan would assist Sanji, the renowned red-leg Zeph bowed deeply in gratitude and gazed intently at Alan. "Kid, I have a gift for you. I hope you will accept it." "A gift? It wouldn't be a precious ingredient from your collection, would it? However, I've just eaten, so there's no need to trouble yourself," Alan responded, bemused by Zeph's intention to present him with a gift. He felt somewhat embarrassed about the prospect of receiving it, uncertain about his ability to truly aid Sanji in the future, and thus playfully declined. "You little rascal, just like that scoundrel Sanji, lacking a modicum of seriousness. Rest assured, if you can accept this, it has value. If not, it is worthless," Zeph remarked, seemingly perceiving Alan's apprehension. "What is it then?" Alan inquired, intrigued by what kind of gift could merit such a description. "The gift is a kicking technique," Zeph replied earnestly, fixing his gaze on Alan. "Kid, I can see you possess considerable skill, whether it's your ability to subdue Patty or your swift evasion of cannon fire. I've noticed that your upper body moves first, causing your footwork to lag slightly. Thus, I surmise you have not learned any formidable kicking techniques. and your legwork pales in comparison to your hand techniques. Senior Zeph, you truly are a legendary figure returned safely from the Grand Line. Your insight is indeed astute. You are correct. I have not practiced any advanced kicking techniques. Most of my offensive skills derive from my hands, Alan admitted candidly, acknowledging that his training since arriving in the pirate world, whether through his own efforts or studying swordsmanship with Gung Shiro, had favored his upper body over his legs. Indeed, Zeph nodded in satisfaction. Given this, my gift should hold value for you. Senior Zeph, this gift is truly precious to me. However, achieving proficiency in kicking techniques in a short time is implausible. Now that Sanji and the Straw Hat Pirates have entered the Grand Line, I cannot afford to linger here for too long. As I contemplate the present adventures of Luffy and Sanji, reminiscent of the original storyline as they traverse the Grand Line, Alan also yearns to refrain from lingering too long in the East Blue, lest he miss out on those thrilling narratives and be left with a sense of regret. Who says it cannot be accomplished in a short span? Fear not, young lad, for the kicking technique I shall impart to you requires no more than a minute. Red-footed Zep gazed at Alan earnestly, declaring that the technique he was about to teach consisted of but a single kick. Upon hearing that Zep's signature move was merely one kick, Alan was taken aback, pondering if it might be the deadly technique known as the Demon Wind Foot, which Sanji had once displayed on the Grand Line. This technique, achieved through rapid rotation, generates such intense heat that the foot glows crimson, enhancing the speed of the strike to the extent that it could char an enemy S-bones, wielding a power akin to that of a demon. Indeed, it is but one kick, more accurately, a mode of exertion. Once mastered, the style of kicking you may develop henceforth will depend on your own potential. However, Zep's subsequent words shattered Alan's fantasies, as he smiled and rose to his feet. Senior Zep, I am ready. Please begin your demonstration. Yet, upon seeing Zep rise without making any movement, standing as still as a statue, Alan found it quite perplexing and felt compelled to remind him. In response to Alan's prompt, Zep remained utterly motionless, seemingly adjusting his breath. Just as Alan was engulfed in confusion, he suddenly witnessed Zep's leg, which had remained steadfast, tremble violently. Subsequently, the entire sea restaurant quaked as if an earthquake had struck. What is this sudden exertion from Senior Zep? Alan pondered, observing that Zep's leg had not damaged the wooden floor, but had instead left an impressively deep footprint. Alan was thoroughly intrigued. He realized that damaging the wooden platform would be a simple task. He could effortlessly accomplish it with less than half of his strength. However, to leave a footprint without harming the wooden board was a conundrum that Alan could not fathom. Did you see clearly? Zep exhaled deeply after his demonstration, looking at Alan. I did see it clearly, but Senior Zep, how did you accomplish that? Alan inquired, bewildered, simultaneously forming a newfound respect for the man known for his red foot. His mastery over leg strength control had evidently reached an extraordinary level. What you wish to achieve is indeed attainable, Zep remarked with profound wisdom. Young lad, do not rush. The day you can achieve it will be the day you master this technique. Alan inwardly lamented that such a day seemed rather distant. After relishing the delightful cuisine at the sea restaurant and receiving a gift from Zep that he could not yet utilize, Alan bid farewell to Zep and his companions, preparing to embark on his journey towards the Grand Line in pursuit of Luffy and the others. Young lad, are you truly heading to the Grand Line now? Zep inquired as Alan leaped aboard the Holiday. Indeed, I have no intention of falling too far behind Sanji and the others. Alan spoke earnestly, young man. While some refer to the Grand Line as a paradise, I must advise against venturing there alone. The extreme conditions that await are far beyond your imagination. It would be prudent to seek out a few companions before embarking on such a journey. Zep, observing Alan's desire to traverse the Grand Line solo, kindly echoed this sentiment. Alan wholeheartedly agreed with Zep's concern, as his previous maritime experiences had taught him that sailing alone upon the vast ocean was indeed no trifling matter. If you find yourself at a loss for companions, I have an ideal candidate to recommend, Zep added. Chapter 1. The Demon Man, akin after departing from the seaside restaurant. Alan piloted his vessel, the Vacation, towards a nearby island named Baruch. The reason was simple. The first companion Zep had introduced to him, Akin, resided on that very isle. Alan had a rather profound impression of Akin. According to the information he had gathered, Akin was the former captain of the East Blue's notorious Creek pirates, often referred to as the Demon Man. However, following a harrowing encounter with the warlord of the sea, Dracul Mihawk, Akin had fled to the restaurant. And after a series of events, his crew was ultimately defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates. In a climactic confrontation, Akin had knocked out the deranged Krieg, borrowed a ship from Sanji, and departed with most of his crew from the restaurant. Initially, Alan assumed Akin's tale had reached its conclusion, but to his surprise, Zep recounted that Akin, grateful for Sanji's assistance during his darkest hour, had returned to the restaurant multiple times to lend a hand and had repelled several pirate incursions. Akin harbored a deep envy for Sanji's journey with the Straw Hat Pirates to the Grand Line. Yet a series of misfortunes following the dissolution of the Krieg pirates had hindered his own expedition until now. Recognizing that Alan was in need of allies for his upcoming voyage, Zep immediately thought of Akin. Despite his past misdeeds alongside Krieg, Akin was known for his sense of loyalty and adherence to principles. As a potential companion, he could be a trustworthy ally. Not to mention his vast sailing experience would undoubtedly be invaluable to Alan. After hearing Zep's account of Akin, Alan felt a burgeoning anticipation for their meeting. He believed that Akin was not entirely villainous. His transformation into the cold-hearted demon man was largely a product of his environment amidst the Krieg pirates. With the right guidance, Akin could very well emerge as a promising new star in the pirate world. Lost in thought, Alan soon arrived at the lively shores of Baruch Island. It appeared that even after the disbandment of the Krieg pirates, the island remained abuzz with activity. Upon witnessing a derelict island surrounded by more than 10 tattered pirate ships, Alan was taken aback. Initially, he had learned from Redfoot Zep that after being vanquished by the Straw Hat Pirates, the Clique pirates, led by a dazed and mad Clique, were brought to this island by Akin, who had knocked Clique unconscious. Subsequently, Clique, reluctantly confronting the reality of his crew's defeat, disbanded the pirate group and led a few loyal followers into a life of hardship. Most crew members, seeing the dismal state of the Clique pirates, chose to depart, leaving only Akin and a handful of injured subordinates on Baruch Island. However, the sudden appearance of so many pirate ships suggested that there were circumstances about the Clique pirates that Zep was unaware of. As Alan had anticipated, the Clique pirates had undergone significant upheaval. Initially reluctant to continue as pirates after their defeat, Clique, upon leaving Baruch Island with a few loyalists, discovered a dramatic shift in the attitudes of his once loyal followers, who now disregarded his commands with palpable impatience. Ultimately, they abandoned him, expressing their disdain and labeling Clique not only a failure of the Grand Line, but also a disgrace to the East Blue. Infuriated by these disparaging remarks, Clique was consumed by rage, replacing his prior confusion with hatred. Hatred for the Straw Hat Luffy who had bested him, hatred for the warlord pursuing him, and hatred for his disloyal subordinates. In a fit of fury, Clique executed his treacherous followers and resolved to regroup his remaining forces to seek vengeance against the Straw Hat Pirates. Those former crew members, now coerced by the threat of death, expressed their willingness to follow him once more. In the end, Clique returned to Baruch Island with half of his former strength, intent on killing Akin, the captain who had betrayed him at the sea restaurant, to re-establish his authority and restore the morale of his crew. This was the reason Alan observed so many pirate ships surrounding the island. Akin, out of respect for our past, utter your final request, Clique said coldly, having surrounded Akin and the remaining pirates. Akin, I acknowledge that I have betrayed you. If you wish to kill me, I bear no grudge. However, I implore you to spare these brothers. They have not betrayed you, but remained here due to their injuries and could not follow you. Akin, surprised by Clique's transformation, found himself unable to confront him directly after years of subjugation, resorting instead to pleas for mercy. A useless bunch. What purpose do you serve? Just like you, Akin, who is no longer a ghost of his former self, only death is fitting for you. In response to Akin's proposal, Clique rejected it without a moment's hesitation. To him, this group of subordinates possessed no combat capabilities. Their sole value lay in the potential to restore his authority through their demise. Chief, please spare us. This is not our doing. We intended to follow you. It is all Akin's fault. He obstructed us from joining you, leaving us with no choice. They pleaded. Indeed, Chief. If you must kill someone, let it be Akin. He is the true traitor. We have remained steadfastly loyal to you. Chief, I implore you to grant me the opportunity to slay Akin and redeem myself, one of them urged. Upon hearing Clique's words, the crew members, who had been cared for by Akin, suddenly changed their tune, shifting all blame onto him in a desperate bid for survival, a stark contrast to Akin's previous defense of them. Akin felt a pang of sorrow at the ugly faces of his so-called companions. He wished to chastise them, yet the words lodged in his throat, unspoken. Akin, Do you see? You, who have betrayed the principles of the Click pirates, are now a pariah. Allow me to liberate you, Click remarked coldly, raising his lance towards the tormented Akin. Farewell, once the ghost man in your next life. Do not be reborn into the Click pirates. You do not belong here. Indeed, he was ill-suited to thrive in such a sordid environment. From this moment onward, Akin would be my comrade. Just as Click prepared to strike, a commanding voice resonated from above. Chapter 2. The robbery pirates. As Click was about to execute Akin to uphold his captain's dignity, a powerful voice echoed overhead. Before Click could even glance upward, Aaron had already leapt in front of him. Who are you? Click demanded, remaining tense at the unexpected appearance of the young boy. After all, the last person to defeat him, Monkey D. Luffy, was also a child. He would no longer underestimate his adversaries based on age. You intend to use that hunk of scrap to kill Akin? Aaron responded not to Click's question, but by glancing at the massive gun in Click's grasp, which was fused with cannonballs. This is a matter concerning our pirate crew. It would be wise for you to refrain from interfering. Click retorted, his tone laced with arrogance. The pirates behind him tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to strike at Aaron with a mere command from Click. You think you can kill my comrade with such a thing? How absurd. Faced with the threat from Click, Alan appeared unfazed as he gazed upon the imposing battle gun. In a sudden motion, he launched a powerful punch. A sharp clang resounded, and Click's formidable weapon, fused with heavy artillery, shattered into fragments as if it were made of glass. Staring in disbelief at the destruction of his once proud weapon, Click momentarily lost the ability to command an attack. My name is Alan Wang. From this moment onward, you shall be my comrade. As long as I draw breath, I will ensure no harm befalls you. Ignoring the stunned Click pirates, Alan turned to assist the fallen Akin, speaking earnestly to him. Akin stood there, bewildered by the sudden declaration of companionship from this young boy, unsure of how to respond. Rest assured, I will not allow those who have wronged you to remain in this world, Alan continued, affirming his commitment to the confused Akin. Akin was utterly flabbergasted by Alan's unabashed declaration. You insolent brat, how dare you disregard me? Prepare to die? As Click, regaining his composure, perceived Alan's indifference toward his crew, his fury ignited. He brandished his arsenal, preparing to unleash a barrage of heavy fire upon Alan. Be careful, Akin warned, recognizing the magnitude of Click's impending assault. Yet, before he could finish his warning, Alan had already initiated his own action. With a thunderous impact, before Click could launch his attack, Alan had closed the distance, unarmed, and with a single punch, shattered Click's impenetrable armor. The force of the blow propelled Click like a cannonball, hurtling him into the sea. Leader, hurry, save the leader, cried the pirates, but Alan calmly interjected, there's no need. His insides are already crushed. Even if you retrieve him from the water, it will be futile. No, it cannot be. Our leader, defeated by this boy? The pirates were in disbelief. He merely used one punch to shatter the leader's invincible armor, which could withstand cannon fire. My heavens. Is he the spawn of the devil? No, he is the devil. The crew of Click pirates stood frozen, witnessing Alan's effortless defeat of Click. After all, Click had been their invincible warrior. Although he had previously fallen to Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates, they attributed that defeat to Akin's betrayal rather than any inadequacy in their leader's strength. Thus, when Click had later rallied them, they willingly chose to follow him once more. However, the seemingly ordinary young lad, Alan, astonishingly defeated their formidable warrior with a mere series of punches. It is now your turn. Observing the crew of the Click pirates, who were already intimidated by him, Alan revealed a smile. To these pirates, his smile was akin to that of a demon, raising the hairs on their bodies. Yet none dared to step forward to confront him. In light of your past camaraderie with Akin, I shall grant you a chance to spare your lives, leave your possessions behind, and depart. Alan glanced at the pirates, who no longer dared to resist, and lost his desire to vanquish them, opting instead to allow them to leave with a minimal cost. The rationale behind demanding their wealth was straightforward. Having discovered his own financial woes at the Sea Restaurant, Alan sought a means to gather funds. This rare opportunity to acquire money without committing a crime or facing moral guilt was one he would not let slip away. Yes, sir. All our money is right here. The crew members of the Click pirates, relieved at the mere demand for their wealth, hastily placed their belongings on the ground and gratefully departed. Is this a jest? Witnessing this group of pirates, who frequently robbed others, being so cheerfully robbed by an ordinary boy, Akin felt his worldview utterly shattered. A bountiful harvest. After collecting the pirates' discarded possessions, a joyful smile adorned Alan's face. It must be said, the clique pirates, renowned for their dominance over the East Blue for many years, truly possessed impressive resources. Upon counting the treasures left behind by the pirates, Alan was astonished to find over 10 million berries, equivalent to the bounty on Captain Clique's head. This was merely the wealth of the clique pirates' reformed crew. Had it been during their prime, the thought alone made Alan's eyes gleam with excitement. Ahem. Seeing Alan lost in delight over the plunder, Akin cleared his throat twice to bring him back to reality. All right, now that the troublemakers have all vanished, allow me to reintroduce myself. I, Alan Wayne, formally invite you to join my crew, and I sincerely hope you will accept. Returning to his senses, Alan approached Akin once more, extending a genuine smile that stirred something within the notorious figure known as the Ghost Man Chapter 3, the pirate purification operation Yo-Ho-Ho. Bring Bink Sake to your side, riding the winds of the sea with unrestrained joy. On the far shore, the sunset clamors. The bird songs draw circles in the sky. Farewell, harbor of silk. Let us sing a song, the song of departure. Alan, aboard the Holiday, joyfully serenades the only tune he knows from the pirate world, Bink Sake. Captain, you seem in splendid spirits, observes Akin, who steers the ship with a broad smile as he watches Alan sing. Since becoming Alan's first companion, Akin has taken on the role of helmsman aboard the Holiday, a position Alan praises as fitting due to Akin's considerable experience. Having suddenly acquired over 10 million berries. How could I not be elated? Akin, I've told you before, there's no need to be so formal, just call me Alan. If that feels awkward, you may refer to me as handsome, and I want to take issue with that. Now, let us replenish our supplies in the nearest town and indulge ourselves. Alan gestures gleefully at the spoils obtained from the clock pirates. Handsome? Brother Alan. Akin is still quite unaccustomed to Alan's excessively self-admiring address, opting for a simpler name, but adding the respectful title brother out of admiration for Alan's strength. Are you not heading to the Grand Line? There is much equipment to prepare, and if we squander our resources, even with this sum of over 10 million berries, it will prove insufficient, Akin earnestly reminds Alan, drawing from his past experiences on the Grand Line. Never mind, money is a trivial concern. If we run out, we shall simply take more. Although there are few high-bounty pirates left in the East Blue, ordinary pirate crews abound. We shall seize their treasures and contribute to world peace. Alan declares, his enthusiasm unbridled. Akin can only sigh at Alan's proposal, realizing how fortunate he is to be this young man's companion. Otherwise, he would still be a pirate facing the threat of being robbed by him. A true nightmare indeed. In the week that follows, emboldened by the spoils from the clock pirates, Alan embarks on a crusade to purify the East Blue of its pirates. This endeavor is straightforward, to conduct a large-scale cleansing of all pirate crews venturing out to sea, regardless of their size or bounty. As long as they hoist the Jolly Roger, Alan, accompanied by Akin, will subject them to a heartfelt re-education. What is this re-education? It begins with a thorough beating, instilling a sense of helplessness that makes them understand that, with their sorry state, they dare to venture forth as pirates. What a delusion. While the East Blue is the weakest sea in terms of pirate influence, with the number of formidable pirates being exceedingly rare, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Alan purifies every pirate crew, claiming bounties for those with rewards, while those without are subjected to re-education, sending them home as obedient citizens. Thus, in nearly every pirate crew, Alan and his companions were able to amass wealth ranging from millions to tens of millions. Within a mere week, Alan had gathered a staggering sum exceeding 800 million. Subsequently, for convenience's sake, Alan directly withdrew 500 million to approach a naval division in the East Sea, requesting the purchase of the finest warship available. Due to Alan's exceptional performance in the East Sea during this period, the Navy was indifferent to whether his actions against pirates were driven by a sense of justice or mere plunder. The fact that pirates had nearly vanished from the East Sea was a remarkable achievement, and naturally, Alan earned significant contributions, coupled with smoker-esque connections and a timely bribe. What seemed an absurdity for an ordinary person was astonishingly realized by this young man. Gazing at the warship adorned with formidable weaponry, Alan nodded in satisfaction. Accompanied by the astonished Akin, he summoned a group of workers to modify the ship's exterior and stowed the vacation vessel as a special speedboat within the warship. After all, Alan's primary intention in acquiring the warship was to evade trouble. If the ship's appearance remained unchanged, entering the Grand Line would undoubtedly attract countless complications. which was precisely what Alan wished to avoid. Once the modifications were complete, Alan sent 50 million as a gesture of filial piety to both Grandpa Fred in Logtown and Master Gung Shiro in Seymour Village. Aware of the recent pirate purification campaign occurring in the East Sea, the two elders shook their heads, resigned, fully cognizant that the little monster they had nurtured was about to upheave the world. Brother Alan, our new warship has been completely refurbished. Are we ready to set sail for the Grand Line? Akin inquired, observing the craftsman who had spent 2 days transforming the warship into an imposing dragon-headed vessel. Not in haste. Didn't you mention that we need to prepare ample supplies for our journey to the Grand Line? Fortunately, we still have 200 million left. Once we ensure all provisions are sufficiently stocked, we shall depart, Alan replied, recalling his earlier words. Money is a scoundrel, not spending it is foolish. I have checked. All essential supplies are on board, and the heavy weaponry is adequately equipped. There is no need for further preparations. If anything, we should recruit some retired soldiers. Given that such a large warship with just the two of us makes even cleaning a daunting task, Akin said earnestly, contemplating the ship capable of accommodating hundreds. There is no need to supplement with soldiers for now. We shall follow an elite approach and forego the commoners. Otherwise, we might end up unable to withstand even the Conqueror's hockey, which would be utterly embarrassing. Alan recalled the moment when the crimson-haired Shanks unleashed his formidable Conqueror's hockey upon boarding Whitebird's ship, rendering a multitude of crew members unconscious. He found it rather disheartening that the esteemed Whitebeard, as one of the 4 emperors, could be so easily diminished. In that instant, he resolved to ensure that his own flagship would be devoid of any lowly crew members. As for the concerns regarding hygiene, he felt no apprehension. With a swift pace, they could manage the task efficiently, viewing it as a means of physical training. Alan contemplated the numerous formidable figures at the Navy headquarters, such as the future Admiral Kobe, who began his journey handling menial tasks aboard naval vessels. Therefore, he remained unconcerned about such matters. Furthermore, having consumed the limitless fruit, he believed that even the tedious chore of cleaning a warship could be accomplished swiftly with a bit of practice. Then, Brother Alan, are you suggesting we need not recruit anyone and can set off immediately? Akin was somewhat perplexed by Alan's line of thought. No. I previously mentioned the necessity of replenishing supplies. But the ship is not lacking in provisions, Akin replied. Who says it is? Does it possess fine wine, genuine leather sofas, training equipment? And you ought to update your attire. Oh, Chapter 4. Akin's despair determined to indulge extravagantly. Alan completely transformed Akin's worldview. Like a sudden nouveau riche, he took Akin on a shopping spree in the small town, purchasing the finest and most expensive items, nearly depleting a third of the town's resources before he finally ceased his frenzied spending. During their shopping excursion, they encountered a few brazen thugs seeking to extort Alan, but all that resulted was their re-education, as they obediently offered him money instead. Brother Alan, this outfit is rather unappealing. May I revert to my previous attire? Akin lamented. Clad in the combat uniform Alan had specially purchased for him, a casual white sports ensemble that felt decidedly awkward. What is the matter? This outfit is quite splendid, Alan remarked, pleased to see Akin transform from a street thug into a sunny youth. The fabric is of particular quality, it's fireproof, electric resistant, and offers protection comparable to light armor without hindering your movements. What is it that you find unsatisfactory? The quality is indisputable, but this white fabric is prone to getting dirty with just a little skirmish. It lacks practicality, Akin replied, unable to directly express that the style did not align with his age. Simply change it when it gets dirty. I purchased dozens of identical sets for the warehouse. Alan replied nonchalantly, leaving Akin utterly speechless. Well then, with our supplies prepared and funds exhausted, let us embark upon the Grand Line. As Alan observed the warehouse on the transformed warship filled to the brim, a smile graced his face. By the way, Captain Alan, what shall we name our ship before we set sail? And we still haven't decided on a pirate flag, Akin reminded him, recalling 2 crucial matters before embarking on their journey. Let us hold off on the pirate flag for now. I haven't yet determined whether I wish to embrace the life of a pirate. Unnecessarily hoisting a pirate flag would only invite attacks from both the Navy and other pirates. Such troublesome affairs are not to my liking, Alan replied earnestly. His ultimate goal was to seek the One Piece and uncover a path back home. Whether he became a pirate was of little consequence to him. Then, are we not sailing under any flag? Wouldn't that be deemed inauspicious? Akin inquired seriously, believing that even without a pirate flag, A banner was essential as a customary and symbolic gesture. Let us temporarily fly a flag emblazoned with the $sign. As for the ship's name, let us call it the Profit Maker, Allen suggested dismissively, seeking convenience. Using a $sign as a symbol? How ostentatious. Once we enter the Grand Line, won't that provoke those pirates to attack us with fervor? This could be more troublesome than simply flying a pirate flag, Akin protested, shaking his head vigorously. There is a fundamental difference, my friend, Allen countered with a serious demeanor. If we fly a pirate flag, we would attract not only pirate attacks, but also the Navy's wrath. However, by hoisting a money flag, we would likely face only the pirates' aggression. Isn't that advantageous? We can seize their ships, ensuring we never lack for funds in the Grand Line. Akin, overwhelmed by Allen's audacity to continue his pirate purification plan in the Grand Line, felt a sense of dread. Captain Allen, the Grand Line is unlike the East Blue. It is a gathering ground for the world's mightiest. Pirates with bounties in the millions are commonplace, and those with bounties exceeding 100 million are not rare. During my time with the clique pirates, I encountered a fearsome man who single-handedly obliterated a fleet of 50 warships. If we enter so brazenly, I fear we may not survive 2 days before being annihilated. Allen was fully aware of the formidable foes that lurked in the Grand Line, particularly the man who single-handedly destroyed the clique pirates' fleet, the renowned Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. Encountering such a powerhouse in his current state would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Rest assured, the strong possess their own sense of pride. As long as we do not provoke them, they typically refrain from attacking us. Moreover, even if they choose to confront us, we need not worry. As we progress through the Grand Line, we will gain the strength to fight back when we truly encounter powerful adversaries, Allen declared confidently. Very well. Observing Allen's confident demeanor, Akin found it difficult to voice any further objections. However, he could not quite accept the name Allen had proposed. Brother Allen, let us put the flag matter aside for now. May we perhaps consider a different name for our ship? The Money Maker sounds rather appealing, doesn't it? It is straightforward, resounding, and pleasant to the ear. If you do not fancy it, let us change it. Initially, Allen was filled with self-assurance regarding the name he had chosen and was about to extol its virtues when he noticed Akin's increasingly displeased expression. Embarrassed, he awkwardly scratched his head in concession. Thank you, Brother Allen. It's best if we refrain from being too extreme in our naming. Seeing Allen willing to compromise, Akin finally sighed in relief. How about we call it the Wealthy Vessel? It embodies understated luxury and grandeur. Allen stated with pride. Brother Allen, do you dare to propose a name devoid of monetary connotations? Akin's forehead was already lined with frustration. A name without money? How about the Prosperity Ship? Allen cautiously inquired. Could we possibly avoid any financial references? Akin felt he was on the verge of losing his temper. Is this not related to money? That would lack any sense of grandeur. After nearly reaching his breaking point, the two finally settled on a mutually acceptable name. The Breaking Waves, albeit still somewhat juvenile. Once the Breaking Waves was set in motion, Akin reclined on the deck, feeling as though he had just fought a battle during their debate over names, utterly exhausted. Akin, why are you lying down? There is still work to be done, Allen queried as he approached Akin. Isn't this military vessel, the Breaking Waves, equipped with an autopilot? What could possibly need doing right after departure? Akin asked in confusion. Cleaning, of course. It's our first day at sea. We must ensure the Breaking Waves is spotless. Consider it a form of physical exercise. Once we finish cleaning, we can venture out to fish for a large sea creature for dinner. There's plenty to be done. Allen replied earnestly. We really do need to clean. Gazing at the massive size of the Breaking Waves, Akin was rendered speechless. At that moment, he began to question whether agreeing to become Allen's partner was truly a wise decision. Chapter 5. The Black Cat Pirate Crew. I sweep. I sweep. I sweep. Upon the departure of the Breaking Waves, Allen's enthusiastic cleaning resonated alongside a whirlwind of dust. Akin, also engaged in the cleaning, was astonished by Allen's fervent approach. Presently, Allen was employing what could be termed a sword wind technique, specifically a broom wind method. With broom in hand, he leaped into the air, spinning vigorously. Each rotation of the broom created a fierce gust that whisked away the dust, rapidly transforming the deck into a tempest centered around Allen. Is there truly such a cleaning technique? I am beginning to understand why you procured so many supplies, Brother Allen. Observing Allen's frenzied cleaning methods, Akin found himself at a loss for words. At this moment, he comprehended why Allen had been so excessively purchasing supplies with such a cleaning approach. Each session seemed to render a batch of tools utterly useless. Hey Akin, don't just stand there. Come lend a hand. After a whirlwind of chaotic activity, Alan heaved a sigh of relief and glanced at Akin, who remained frozen in place, and could not help but comment. I can't contribute to this. Akin replied candidly. It must be acknowledged that Alan's vigorous cleaning regimen was astonishingly efficient. In merely 2 hours, he had cleaned the entire warship, albeit at the expense of 2 brooms and 3 mops. No wonder Alan could vanquish Click with a single punch. His training regimen was undeniably extreme. Having assisted in small ways, Akin began to grasp the source of Alan's formidable strength at such a young age. This cleaning exercise was akin to an ordinary person running at full speed for 2 hours. Such extraordinary stamina was practically unheard of. Hey Alan, come quickly. Just as Alan collapsed onto the deck to rest, Akin suddenly called out loudly. What is it? Handle it yourself. Let me catch my breath. Having exhausted his strength, Alan was reluctant to move, lying on the deck as he responded to Akin. Well, it's this. A warship has appeared ahead. Is it a pirate ship? Akin hesitated. It's hard to say. They are flying a pirate flag, but a few individuals on the deck are quite notorious pirates from the East Sea. Akin spoke earnestly to Alan. The timing couldn't be worse. Upon realizing that he encountered a pirate crew just after depleting his energy, Alan felt quite exasperated. He rose to discern the identity of this peculiar pirate crew that did not display the customary flag. Wait, it's actually him. With extraordinary vision, Alan quickly identified the 3 men aboard the distant warship. At the forefront stood a suave gentleman with slicked-back hair, round glasses, and a suit, flanked by 2 individuals, one stout and the other thin, both adorned with clawed gloves. Alan, who had been closely monitoring the dynamics of the pirate world, was certainly familiar with these 3 figures. They were none other than Captain Kuro of the infamous Black Cat Pirates, who had once instilled fear across the East Sea, and the Cat Brothers, the crew's combat prowess. However, not long ago, Kuro had deceived a wealthy young lady named Kaya in Usopp's hometown, seeking to exploit her family's fortune under the guise of legitimacy, only to be defeated by Luffy, leading Usopp to join Luffy's crew. Alan, you might not be well acquainted with them, but the gentleman in the middle, who appears exceedingly refined, is actually a very formidable individual known as Kuro the Schemer. He is the former captain of the notorious Black Cat Pirates, and the 2 individuals beside him, one stout and one lean, are also members of that feared crew. As the infamous Black Cat Pirate crew rose to prominence many years ago, Akin, fearing that Alan might be unaware, cautioned him, Brother Alan, although the Black Cat Pirate crew has remained low-key for quite some time, their sudden approach could indicate malicious intent. You must exercise caution. Akin, if you were to confront them alone, would you be able to defeat them? Alan was already acutely aware of the true nature of the Black Cat Pirate crew, finding them utterly unimpressive without Akin's reminder. I have no issue vanquishing the Catman brothers on my own. However, that Klo is not easily dealt with. Akin analyzed the situation with utmost seriousness. From the intelligence I gathered back in the day, Klo has single-handedly defeated numerous pirate crews. The Navy once publicly announced that they captured him at the cost of an entire fleet, ultimately sentencing him to death. Yet, considering he appears to be thriving now, it suggests that the Navy's fleet was destroyed without capturing him. It was all part of his cunning strategy. Such formidable strength leaves me with little confidence in my ability to overcome him. You are correct. While Klo's combat skills are indeed formidable, I find his intellect even more terrifying, which is why the Navy was outmaneuvered and false reports of his demise circulated. As Klo and his entourage drew nearer, Alan narrowed his eyes. Akin, remain vigilant. I am keen to discern the intentions of this group. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Akin aimed the cannon of the wavebreaker at Klo's vessel, ready to strike at Alan's command. Klo's ship, demonstrating an understanding of protocol, halted approximately 10 meters from the wavebreaker. With a smile, Klo stood on deck and declared, Friends, please do not be alarmed. I am not your enemy. What is your purpose? After receiving a nod from Alan, Akin boldly questioned him. I have long heard of the illustrious Pirate Reaper. Klo spoke sincerely to Alan, and have come to pay a visit, bringing a modest gift. I implore you to accept it, esteemed Reaper. With a gesture to his Catman brothers, they promptly brought forth a large chest of treasures onto the deck. Brother Alan, I never anticipated that Klo would arrive bearing riches, Akin remarked, taken aback, and turned to Alan for guidance. Knowing I am the Pirate Reaper, did he come here to court death with such treasures? Alan mused, pondering the inscrutable actions of Captain Klo. known for his cunning. Esteemed Reaper, I did not expect you to be so young. It is indeed true that heroes emerge in their youth, Klo remarked, conveying surprise. Upon witnessing the true visage of Alan, Kuro was taken aback. Previously, he had heard tales of a fearsome pirate reaper emerging from the East Sea and had imagined a formidable figure. Yet he never anticipated it would be a youth not yet 20. However, esteemed Reaper, considering my sincere visit, would it not be prudent to grant me an opportunity to board and explain my intentions? To dismiss a visitor so abruptly tarnishes your esteemed reputation, Kuro remarked with a smile. Upon hearing Kuro's request to board, Akin inhaled sharply. At that moment, Alan was in a state of power exhaustion. Should they indeed be allowed on board and a confrontation ensue, it would place them at a significant disadvantage. Chapter 6. A Plea for Shelter. Brother Alan, what shall we do? Akin expressed his dilemma upon hearing Kuro's proposal. After all, allowing such a powerful pirate, whose allegiance was uncertain, onto their ship could lead to dire consequences if he decided to attack, especially given that both Alan and Akin were currently weakened. Yet, refusing entry might suggest cowardice, potentially provoking an immediate assault. Friends from afar should be welcomed with joy. Since they bring treasures to discuss, let them come aboard, Alan responded with remarkable calmness, contrasting Akin's anxiety as he gestured for them to ascend. Truly, the pirate reaper, who had astonished the entire East Sea, possessed an extraordinary demeanor. Kuro silently acknowledged this poise. As Akin lowered the boarding ladder, Kuro swiftly grasped the treasure chest with one hand and ascended the wave breaker with ease, followed closely by the Catman brothers. Esteemed Reaper, this is but a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it, Kuro said with a beaming smile as he opened the chest upon reaching the deck and found Alan casually seated before him. To greet me with such a lavish gift suggests that Mr. Kuro has a request, Alan remarked, his gaze steady and indifferent to Kuro's exuberance. Boss, he seems to regard us with disdain, one of the Catman brothers whispered, unable to contain his frustration. However, before they could express their anger, Kuro raised his hand to silence them. There are no rules here. This is not a place for your discourse. Kuro shot a cold glare at the Catman brothers before turning to Alan with a smile. My subordinates lack decorum. I ask for your forgiveness, esteemed Reaper. State your purpose. Alan replied nonchalantly, maintaining a facade of calm while striving to restore his strength, which had been severely depleted. Although his recuperation rate exceeded that of an ordinary person, he still required at least 10 more minutes for a complete recovery. Ah, esteemed Reaper, your forthright nature is commendable. I shall not be courteous any longer. I have brought 2 of my subordinates from the Black Cat Pirates with me to express our desire to join your ranks and contribute to your conquest of this world. Crow gazed intently at Alan, earnestly articulating his intentions. You desire to join us. The audacity of Crow, the once renowned pirate captain of the East Sea, presenting himself with treasures to pledge allegiance, initially astonished Akin. After all, how could such a formidable figure willingly align with an obscure fleet? He was also curious about how his elder brother Alan would respond. However, I have no intention of conquering this world. Alan neither accepted nor outright rejected Crow's proposal. Then let us conquer these seas together, or fulfill your other aspirations. Whatever the command of the Reaper Lord may entail, we shall devote ourselves to its execution. Crow professed his loyalty. Crow, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, known by the moniker the Master of Schemes, was indeed as formidable as his reputation suggested. Observing this eager pledge of fealty from Crow, Alan could not help but smile. What do you mean by this, Brother Alan? Akin inquired, somewhat perplexed. Even if they were to acquire a powerful subordinate, such exuberance seemed unwarranted. Alan chose not to respond to Akin, instead continuing to address Crow. Having once deceived the Navy with a feigned death and subsequently obliterated one of their fleets, should they discover you are alive, they would undoubtedly dispatch a formidable force to suppress you. At that moment, you would not only find yourself on the Navy's blacklist, but the world government would also mark you for extermination, for this is indeed a scandal. Thus, you now humble yourself to seek membership in my crew, in order to evade detection by the Navy or the world government. After all, no one would suspect that a pirate condemned to death by the government could be lurking beside the Reaper of Pirates. Upon hearing Alan's words, Crow's expression momentarily faltered, before he smiled and replied, I had presumed the Reaper Lord was merely a figure of extraordinary might, but it seems your intellect is equally formidable. If you so desire, conquering the world is indeed within your grasp. Indeed, as you say, I wish to survive under your protection. In return, I shall offer my unwavering loyalty and capabilities as an exchange. I wonder if the Reaper Lord would be willing to accept me. Upon hearing Crow's declaration, Alan did not respond immediately, instead maintaining a calm gaze upon him, creating an atmosphere that was almost unnervingly silent. What are you staring at? Do you dare threaten me? Feeling the weight of Alan's penetrating gaze, Crow instinctively averted his eyes, silently cursing himself. Recognizing his victory in this contest of wills, Alan lowered his voice and spoke slowly. Do you know how outsiders refer to me? Of course, I am aware. The Pirate Reaper, the Bane of Pirates, the Guardian of the East Sea. Crow enumerated several of the titles bestowed upon Alan. That is precisely why I wish to follow the Reaper Lord and serve you, knowing I am the Pirate Reaper. Yet approaching me, are you attempting to insult me or test my patience? Disregarding the respectful words of Kuro, Alan abruptly shifted to an icy demeanor and spoke with chilling indifference. The sudden change in Alan's behavior left Akin in shock. It was an overt humiliation of Kuro. If Kuro were to retaliate, would he and Alan be capable of withstanding the assault? Kuro, taken aback by Alan's sudden transformation, felt the smile fade from his face. His eyes growing cold as they locked onto Alan. It appeared he was resolutely intent on humiliating them. The Catman brothers, already harboring discontent towards Alan, revealed their claws, awaiting Kuro's command. Despite the palpable tension, Alan remained unfazed, calmly regarding them as he declared, "Leave the treasures and get lost. You have 10 seconds." Alan's audacity seemed unparalleled. Akin, feeling an overwhelming anxiety about Alan's audacious intent to rob Kuro at such a moment, yearned to dissuade him but suppressed his urge. "Reaper, are you not being excessively arrogant?" Kuro remarked, adjusting his glasses, a clear precursor to his impending attack. 9, 8, 7 Alan ignored Kuro, closing his eyes and commencing the countdown. "Captain, let us eliminate him," the Catman brothers urged, yet Kuro halted them with a gesture. "You truly leave me no opportunity." 5, 4, 3 Excuse me. I shall take my leave. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Kuro ultimately resolved to depart with the Catman brothers. Witnessing this, Akin silently exhaled in relief, as Kuro seemed genuinely intimidated by Alan's audacious demeanor. However, a subtle sound of relief escaped Akin, which Kuro caught, abruptly halting his steps and turning back. "You little brat, stop your tricks." Chapter 7, Akin vs. The Catman brothers. Kuro, the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, possessed a keen intellect and was known by the moniker Master of Schemes. Initially, he sought to evade the relentless pursuit of the Navy and bounty hunters. After annihilating a naval fleet, he hypnotized a naval survivor, leading both the Navy and the world government to believe he was deceased, publicly disseminating this misinformation. Kuro had anticipated a carefree existence while scheming to claim the wealth of the affluent Kaya through ostensibly legitimate means. However, his defeat at the hands of Luffy and Usopp shattered this plan, consequently thrusting the Black Cat Pirates back into the public eye. Just as Kuro was grappling with the uncertainty of whether he could continue to conceal himself, he suddenly learned of a formidable pirate harvester emerging in the East Sea, who had systematically dealt with all the pirate crews in the region, garnering praise from the Navy and the world government. An idea sparked in his mind. He resolved to join this peculiar harvester's ranks, for no one would suspect that a pirate declared dead by the world government would be part of such a crew, thus allowing him to maintain his tranquil existence. However, Kuro had meticulously calculated everything, save for the fact that this pirate harvester was an unyielding enigma, completely disregarding his overtures of loyalty while attempting to seize his treasure chest. Normally, Kuro would have retaliated immediately, but witnessing Alan's composed demeanor instilled a sense of unease within him. Coupled with the chilling tales of Alan's prowess in subduing all pirates in the East Sea, Kuro felt a daunting sense of intimidation that restrained his actions. Consequently, the ever-suspicious Kuro chose to swallow his pride for the moment and departed with his feline brethren. Thus far, the unfolding narrative aligned with Alan's expectations. According to his deductions, Kuro, who was reputed for his cunning, was indeed an exceptionally shrewd individual, often plagued by suspicion. This was evident in his nonchalant demeanor, which deterred Kuro from making any rash moves, ultimately leading to his retreat. However, fate has a way of intervening unexpectedly. When Akin, observing the unforeseen turn of events, quietly exhaled in relief, Kuro detected a flaw and abruptly halted his escape. "You insufferable little brat, daring to play tricks on me. Cat brothers, attack." The ever-skeptical Kuro, upon hearing Akin's sigh of relief, found his suspicions overwhelming his better judgment. He swiftly turned to command his feline companions to engage first. It must be noted that Kuro had indeed covered his bases, despite his burgeoning doubt. He opted to let the cat brothers initiate the assault, ensuring that if his judgment proved erroneous, they could serve as fodder, granting him ample time to escape any ensuing chaos. All right, let's kill them. The cat brothers, fueled by a long-standing resentment towards Alan, wasted no time in lunging at him upon receiving Kuro's command. How infuriating. This is all my fault, Akin lamented, feeling a surge of guilt for inadvertently luring Kuro and his crew back with his sigh. Nevertheless, he acted swiftly, retrieving two weapons resembling hooks with iron balls at their ends, charging towards the cat brothers. Get away from me. Akin's skill was indeed top tier in the East Sea. He deftly wielded his weapon against the advancing feline foes. Among them, the leaner Sam reacted with remarkable speed, narrowly evading the strike, while the heftier Budgie was caught off guard, suffering a devastating blow that sent his massive form crashing to the ground, the force of impact rendering him incapacitated. You harm my brother, you shall perish. Sam, who had fallen to the ground, reacted swiftly. Seizing the opportunity during Akin's attack, he unleashed a ferocious claw strike, immediately causing blood to splatter. The first round concluded with neither side gaining a distinct advantage. Akin had knocked down Butch, one of the cat brothers, with a single blow. Yet he himself was struck in the abdomen by Sam, significantly impairing his combat effectiveness. However, the main forces, Chloe and Alan, had yet to engage, observing the battle like mere bystanders. How infuriating. Is this brat genuinely fearless, or merely feigning calm? Chloe was filled with doubt regarding Alan's demeanor, yet without certainty. He could only remain still, awaiting Alan's move to seize the initiative. Meanwhile, Alan maintained a facade of tranquility in his seat, though internally he was exceedingly tense. His stamina had only just recovered to below half, and he felt uncertain about confronting the assassination expert, Chloe. Thus, he resolved to continue his act of composure to buy time. I will kill you. Sam, one of the cat brothers, clearly lacked the patience of Chloe and Alan. Upon landing a blow on Akin, he became invigorated, swiftly maneuvering around Akin, preparing for another surprise attack. Damn you, Caprat. I'll fight you to the end. Akin, infuriated by Sam's attempt to overwhelm him with speed, felt his teeth grind. With his abdomen injured, his speed had diminished considerably, while his eyes could track Sam's movements. His body struggled to keep pace. Nevertheless, Akin was a true warrior. In this dire situation, he quickly devised a counter-strategy. As he observed Sam lunging at him with another claw strike, he opted not to evade but instead braced himself and absorbed the blow with his back. What is he trying to do? Sam was taken aback that his probing attack had landed so effortlessly, and an ominous premonition surged within him. Die? Before Sam could comprehend the situation, Akin's hammer swung down, striking Sam's head with precision, sending him crashing into the sea like a bowling pin. That cat claw really hurt. After launching Sam away, Akin could no longer sustain himself and collapsed to the ground, clutching his wound with a pained expression. You. I will kill you. What Akin never anticipated was that Butch, whom he had initially knocked down, was now staggering back to his feet, blood spilling from his mouth. His eyes vacant and clearly in a state of madness. This is bad. I am doomed. Seeing the deranged Butch approaching, Akin, lying on the ground, silently cursed his fate. Maintaining his composure was already a monumental challenge, and he lacked the strength to evade Butch's attack. I will kill you. Butch loomed over Akin, his massive form bearing down with claws poised to strike. Should he connect, Akin would either be shredded by the claws or crushed beneath Butch's weight. Boom. With a dull thud, the assailant, Bougie, was sent flying, confirming that Alan had indeed intervened at a critical moment. Chapter 8. Cat Claw vs. Tiger Claw. Originally intending to engage in psychological warfare to stall for time with Chloe, Alan realized that he could no longer remain a mere spectator after witnessing Bougie rise once more. In the instant that Bougie lunged at Akin, Alan sprang into action, delivering a kick to Bougie's chest with a speed far surpassing his adversary's, sending him flying as if he were a soccer ball. As Alan's brother observed Bougie hurtling towards him, Akin instinctively knew that Alan was responsible for this sudden turn of events. Just as he contemplated glancing up, Alan seized him and hurled him towards the opposite side of the deck. Bang! Crashing heavily to the ground, Akin caught a glimpse of Alan's motives. Chloe had begun his assault, and remaining there would undoubtedly render Akin a liability to Alan. Chloe, who had previously stood still, now revealed his 10-blade cat claw, a unique weapon with a long blade at the tip of each finger, silently charging towards Alan. In response, Alan brandished the short knife gifted to him by Gung Shiro, carving a graceful crescent arc in the air, momentarily forcing Klo to retreat. Is this truly the extent of his prowess? It appears the Navy's proclamations are exaggerated. The title of Pirate Reaper seems unwarranted. After deflecting Alan's attack with his 10-blade cat claw, Klo gained a rough understanding of Alan's strength. While he considered it commendable, the notion that it could sweep away all pirates in the East Sea seemed a gross exaggeration, surely a ploy by the Navy to undermine pirates. Am I being underestimated? Yet, it matters little. Alan felt no anger at Klo's dismissal. His stamina was rapidly replenishing, and once it exceeded half, he would be confident in confronting Klo. Boy, if you wish to harbor resentment, direct it towards the Navy that has inflated your ego. Now you shall pay the price for it. Klo perceived Alan as a brat with a Navy background, thus the reason for such inflated claims about his prowess as the Reaper of East Sea pirates, coupled with his arrogance. After previously appearing submissive and seeking to join Klo, only to be rejected, Klo now resolved to eliminate him entirely, both to teach the Navy a lesson and to safeguard his own secret of feigned death. With determination to end Alan's life, Klo wasted no time in unleashing his most powerful technique, vanishing from Alan's sight in an instant. So swift, Alan was taken aback by Klo's ultimate move. Although his stamina had yet to recover, his vision remained unaffected. Even in this state, he could not discern Klo's movements and could only rely on instinct to protect his chest with the short knife while leaping into the air with all his strength, hoping to evade Klo's impending strike. Thud! After a flash of white light, Alan distinctly felt his body being sliced by several sharp blades in midair. The protection of his short knife barely held up against the onslaught. However, numerous wounds appeared on his arms, staining his white garments with crimson blood. Impressive. You are the second person to withstand my strike and yet remain alive. But this is your limit, remarked Klo, surveying Alan, who was now a pitiful sight, covered in blood. Quite a formidable technique, Klo continued, utilizing extraordinary speed and sharp claws to launch a relentless assault on your adversaries. No wonder you single-handedly decimated a naval fleet. You truly possess remarkable skills. Alan glanced at his bleeding hands, not a trace of anger present, instead smiling at Klo. Kid, while your strength may be lacking, your talent for theatrics is rather commendable, Klo said, adjusting his glasses with a flick of his wrist. However, such theatrics are of no use to me. Use this final moment to pray. Soon you shall have no opportunity left for pretense. Do not be so foolish. No matter how impressive your claws may seem, they will never surpass the might of a tiger's paw, Alan declared confidently, gripping his short knife tightly. Humph. Do not boast with mere words. Klo, infuriated by Alan's unwavering confidence in such dire circumstances, tensed his muscles and unleashed his ultimate technique, the spoon. For divine techniques, Tiger Claw. Faced with Klo's approaching technique, Alan made no attempt to evade. Instead, he chose to confront it head-on with his own ultimate technique. However, lacking sufficient stamina, he could not execute the complete White Tiger technique and instead unleashed a mere Tiger Claw. Yet even this was far more powerful than Klo's Cat Claw. As Klo's claws tore through Alan's clothing, Alan's Tiger Claw had already pierced through Klo's chest. This is impossible. My blade should have. Klo, witnessing the ethereal projection of Alan's Tiger Claw dissipate, leaving only a short knife, was filled with disbelief. Despite the greater quantity and length of his 10 blades cat claw, he found himself at a disadvantage. Mastery is born from specialization, while your technique is merely a flashy display, Alan declared, crushing Klo's 10 blades cat claw beneath his foot, shattering Klo's pride in the process. The Pirate Reaper, indeed formidable. After a moment of silence, Klo finally managed to utter this phrase. You are not worthy to know my true power. Begone. Alan, having lost interest in Klo, who was both physically and mentally defeated, kicked him back onto his ship, allowing him to drift away at sea. Brother Alan, are we really just going to let him go? Akin asked. Observing that Alan had neither killed Klo nor handed him over to the Navy, his curiosity piqued. Keeping him serves no purpose. He is already a dead man in the eyes of the Navy. There is no profit in keeping him alive. Besides, he did gift us a chest of treasure. So let this be his redemption. Alan explained to Akin. However, if we let him go like this, won't it leave us with hidden dangers? Remembering the terrifying strength displayed by Klo earlier, Akin voiced his concerns. What threat could a sick cat with a broken claw possibly pose? Alan replied confidently, helping Akin to his feet. Are you all right? I'm fine. I haven't exercised in so long that my body is struggling to keep up. I can't even handle a little kitten, Akin said with a hint of embarrassment in his smile. Don't worry. Once your injuries heal, you'll undergo the same training regimen as I do. I assure you, you'll grow stronger in no time, Alan said with a mischievous grin. Can I take that back? Akin, recalling Alan's almost masochistic training methods, took a deep breath and expressed his regret. Of course not. Chapter 9, The Legendary Navy as Night Descended, the ship, breaking waves, navigated through the waters using its autopilot system. A faint sound of footsteps echoed across the deck, quickly swallowed by the surrounding roar of the waves. The source of this sound was none other than Alan, who had just defeated the Black Cat pirates. Though the night had already fallen, he felt no hint of sleepiness. His battle with Claude during the day had granted him profound insights. He realized that Claude's silent step, when executed to perfection, was comparable to the Navy's shave technique, a movement skill that allowed for swift travel. Unlike the audible sound made by shave, silent step was utterly soundless, making it an extraordinary technique for ambush and high-level combat. However, this silent step had a significant flaw. Due to its incredible speed, the user was propelled forward by inertia, making it difficult to control the target of the attack. Once my physical capabilities reach a certain threshold, I will naturally overcome this inertia, and then I shall possess a speed technique surpassing even the Navy's shave, he mused. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Alan. The martial arts technique of the Navy, known as the 6 styles, came to mind. It was a comprehensive skill set that could only be mastered by surpassing human limits. Although Alan had not calculated his current combat value precisely, he estimated it had already exceeded 800, thus meeting the requirements to learn the Navy's 6 styles. If he could master such a martial art, his combat prowess would undergo a significant enhancement. If I recall correctly, aside from shave, what are the other techniques? Alan pondered, feeling frustrated at having forgotten such crucial information. I must seek out Smoker when the opportunity arises to see if I can learn these extraordinary skills. He scratched his head, lamenting the lapse in his memory regarding the Navy's 6 styles, and thought perhaps he had become too engrossed in mastering Gung Shirlong's sword techniques, neglecting the extraordinary skills he once admired. Wait, those extraordinary skills I once admired. Suddenly, Alan recalled that prior to his arrival in the world of pirates, he had indulged in numerous captivating anime and novels, featuring an array of extraordinary abilities capable of defying the heavens, earth, and even the very air itself. Now, his strength was no longer the frail semblance of his past, and he found himself in a realm where scientific calculations held little sway. It seemed plausible that he could master these remarkable techniques. If he could grasp even a single ultimate move, it would suffice for him to dominate this world. He pondered whether relentless training would lead to baldness. In the midst of these whimsical thoughts, Alan remembered a protagonist from a past anime who had indeed become immensely powerful, dispatching foes with a mere punch, yet had lost all his hair in the process, perhaps a mark of true strength. What does it matter? A man who can go bald is a real man. Casting aside these scattered musings, Alan promptly began to recall the names of various formidable techniques he had once known. Concentrating the energy of his entire being into his hands, he shouted, Kamehameha. Everyone, raise your hands and lend me your strength, spirit bomb. Ruler, mask of flesh and blood. All things, soar high, crowned with the name of humanity. Truth and restraint, wall of sinful dreams, stand firm. Destruction path 33, blue fire fall. Focus and spin, spin again. Rasengan, celestial horse meteor fist. Serious punch. Thus, on the deck, Alan practiced haphazardly throughout the night, ultimately yielding no results and collapsing in exasperation, reassuring himself, at least, I have preserved my hair. Meanwhile, on the very day Alan triumphed over the Black Cat pirates, a naval ship from the Grand Line sailed into the East Sea. Originally dispatched to escort the decommissioned Navy Colonel Axan Morgan, it inadvertently allowed him to escape due to the crew's negligence, leading to the recruitment of 2 promising young naval recruits. The individual in question is the legendary figure revered as a hero within the Navy, Monkey D. Garp, the grandfather of Monkey D. Luffy and the father of the revolutionary Monkey D. Dragon. Over 40 years ago, he earned the title of Navy Hero due to the events surrounding Rocks, subsequently cornering the Pirate King, Roger, on multiple occasions, establishing himself as a formidable force within the Navy. Mr. Garp, we have received the latest intelligence. just as Garp was preparing to depart for Navy headquarters once more. A hat-clad swordsman beside him conveyed information regarding Monkey D. Luffy's recent entry into the Grand Line. Haha, this lad has barely set foot in the Grand Line and has already found himself embroiled in trouble, even opposing the warlord Crocodile. How amusing. He truly is the grandson of an old man like me. Garp chuckled upon learning that Luffy had already rescued the Princess of Alabasta and stood against the nefarious warlord. Shall we take a detour to visit? The swordsman, having accompanied Garp for many years and well-versed in his family history, understood that Luffy's early entanglement with the warlords was not an auspicious omen, potentially jeopardizing his journey. He cautiously suggested this to Garp. No need. My grandson is exceptionally capable and is destined to become the mightiest Navy officer. Garp replied confidently, as a hero of the Navy. He naturally aspired to nurture his grandson into a formidable force within their ranks. The mightiest Navy officer? Yet he is currently acting as a pirate. The swordsman could only shake his head in disbelief at Garp's unwavering confidence. By the way, since I have the rare opportunity to return to my homeland, are there any recent developments in the East Blue? Garp inquired, gazing reflectively at the waters of his homeland. Ever since Luffy consecutively defeated the likes of Buggy the Clown, the pirate fleet commander Creek, and the fishman pirate captain, the East Blue has not seen any formidable pirates, the swordsman remarked thoughtfully. That's reassuring. The East Blue is a symbol of peace, and we must ensure that vile individuals do not tarnish it. Garp expressed his satisfaction regarding the current state of his homeland. Indeed, there has been a recent emergence of a young lad who should pique your interest, the swordsman added. What young lad? A promising pirate sprout, perhaps? Garp inquired. Not exactly. He is known as the Pirate Reaper. The swordsman produced a newspaper that had just arrived that morning. This peculiar young lad has swept through the East Blue, dealing with all the lesser pirates, turning in those with bounties to the Navy, and administering his own justice to those without. He is now referred to as the Pirate Reaper, and just yesterday, he expended considerable resources to assist the Navy in dealing with an obsolete warship. He is quickly becoming the guardian of stability in the East Blue. A guardian of stability in these waters? Intriguing. He should still be in the East Blue. Let us pay him a visit. Thus, Alan entered the legendary Navy's line of sight. Chapter 10. Garp's Proposal, Brother Alan. A familiar voice jolted Alan from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was Akin. Brother Alan, why are you sleeping on the deck? You'll catch a chill. You should rest in your room. Akin, seeing that Alan was awake, expressed his concern with earnestness. Oh, it's nothing. Sleeping on the deck allows me to embrace the sea breeze. Once accustomed, it can aid in recovery and bolster my constitution. Alan, of course, refrained from divulging the embarrassing episode of his juvenile antics from the previous day. Instead, he fabricated an implausible tale that even a 3-year-old would find hard to believe. Oh, I see. So, Brother Alan, has your body recovered? Would you like to continue your recovery on the deck for a while longer? Akin, having discerned Alan's fib, cooperatively inquired. Never mind. This method of rest loses its efficacy once dawn breaks. I shall return to my room. Surprised by Akin's perceptiveness, Alan hastily sought an excuse to retreat indoors. After all, his impromptu nap on the deck had left his neck sore. It was essential to recuperate properly in bed. However, it seemed that fate had conspired against Alan's desire for rest. Just as he reached the threshold of his room, he heard Akin's urgent call, Brother Alan. Something terrible has happened. What now? Alan replied, slightly exasperated at the disruption of his plans for rest. A naval warship has appeared ahead. Akin's voice trembled slightly. So what if it's the Navy? There is nothing to fear. Remember, we are not pirates yet. The Wavebreaker is a converted warship. Just ignore them and steer clear. Alan replied nonchalantly, already opening the door to enter his room. However, Akin's next words halted him in his tracks. No, Brother Alan. That warship is the personal vessel of the Navy hero, Garp. What? Little brat, you are the reaper of pirates in the East Sea. Upon boarding the Wavebreaker, Garp's gaze met Alan's, and his curiosity deepened. Noting Alan's lackluster demeanor, he promptly admonished, Why do you look so dispirited? How can you eradicate evil in such a state? Try enduring a fierce battle followed by an all-night training session, and see if you can maintain your spirits. Alan thought of retorting to Garp, but, recalling the old man's formidable reputation, swallowed his words. He could only silently disdain, I am not your grandson. Don't meddle in my affairs. To his surprise, Garp, seeing Alan's taciturn compliance to his reprimand, nodded approvingly. What a well-behaved child. If only my grandson were as obedient as you. It is indeed surprising. The information mentions that Whitebeard has a penchant for acknowledging his sons, yet it does not suggest that Garp has a similar inclination towards claiming grandsons. Upon hearing Garp's words, Alan was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether the plot would unfold in such a melodramatic fashion. "Hey kid, do you want to be my grandson?" I don't want to. I already have a grandfather." Garp gazed at Alan earnestly, yet before he could finish his sentence, he witnessed Alan shaking his head vehemently, resolutely opposing the notion. "What do you mean you have a grandfather? What does that have to do with the Navy?" Garp responded. Exasperation etched on his face. "Oh, being in the Navy." Alan then realized his misunderstanding and the confusion he had concerning Garp's intentions. "Nonsense. If you are not joining the Navy, how do you expect to be a grandson?" Garp scrutinized Alan intently. "I see potential in you, coincidentally. I have taken on 2 new recruits and am heading to Navy headquarters. You and your companion should accompany me. After some training, you could undoubtedly become an excellent Navy soldier." "I apologize, Admiral Garp, but I currently have no desire to join the Navy, so I will not accompany you to headquarters." Alan immediately rejected Garp's proposal. Although he was intrigued by the prospect of learning the formidable 6 styles of the Navy, he was unwilling to relinquish his freedom as the price for such knowledge. It was a deal he was not willing to accept. "What else can you be if not a Navy soldier? A pirate?" Garp's expression darkened at Alan's refusal as he questioned him. "What I choose to become does not require your approval, Admiral Garp," Alan retorted, feeling somewhat annoyed by Garp's authoritative tone. Thinking to himself that Garp had grown accustomed to acting like a grandfather. He was not Garp's grandson and owed him no explanation. "Admiral Garp, he is not yet a member of the Navy. Your remarks seem somewhat inappropriate." As Garp's temper flared at Alan's audacity, one of his trusted swordsmen promptly intervened to defuse the situation. "Indeed, he is not yet a Navy member, nor is he my grandson." Garp, upon reflection, recognized that his previous demeanor had been somewhat unseemly. "Kid, your role as a hunter of pirates in the East Blue is to uphold justice, is it not? Therefore, wouldn't joining the Navy be your best option? Otherwise, even as a pirate hunter, your actions will still be subject to various governmental restrictions. Once you become a Navy member, you can freely dispense justice upon those scoundrels, and it will be entirely lawful." Upon encountering the obstinate individual, Garp found himself compelled to continue his earnest entreaties. However, the nature of his words invariably bore an air of levity when issued from his lips. In response to Garp's somewhat frivolous persuasion, Alan merely smiled and shook his head, clearly unmoved by what resembled the musings of an old rogue. "You insolent brat. If you continue to be so ungrateful, I'll show you a lesson you won't soon forget, and then take you to the Navy headquarters for some rigorous training." With Garp's attempts at persuasion proving futile, his temper flared, and disregarding the counsel of those around him, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike Alan. Understanding Garp's volatile temperament, Alan discreetly swallowed hard, recognizing that further provocation would only lead to unnecessary punishment. He immediately adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, "Vice Admiral Garp, if you wish for me to join the Navy, there must be a valid reason for it. I believe I am already sufficiently strong. Training at the Navy headquarters would be of little benefit. How about we settle this with a contest? If you win, I shall accompany you." Upon hearing Alan's audacious challenge, both Garp's subordinates and akin widened their eyes in astonishment, pondering whether the lad had lost his senses, daring to challenge the legendary Navy. Chapter 11. The contest with Garp. The revelation that Alan intended to compete with Garp rendered both his subordinates and akin equally astonished, questioning the youth's sanity for believing that his modest triumphs over minor pirates in the East Blue rendered him invincible enough to challenge the storied Navy. Had he no regard for his own life? Ha ha, an amusing lad indeed. You wish to engage in a contest with me? Very well, I shall indulge you. Do you truly believe that my years of battling pirates were mere bluster? If I cannot best you, then I shall relinquish my title as a Navy officer." Garp, pleased by the challenge presented by Alan, chuckled, shedding his justice coat to reveal his formidable iron fists, ready to impart a lesson to his disobedient grandson. "Vice Admiral Garp, please, hold on. I must clarify that my proposed contest is not a direct confrontation. You are a renowned figure in these waters, and by the time you were commanding the seas, I had yet to be born. I would never dare to challenge you in a direct fight. Instead, I propose a more equitable method of competition." Alan swiftly interjected, his tone earnest. "Your argument holds merit. Engaging in a direct bout would indeed be somewhat unfair. What do you suggest as a fair contest? Perhaps I should fight you with one hand tied behind my back?" Garp replied, somewhat disgruntled as he retrieved his discarded coat. However, the respect Alan displayed by referring to him as a senior made it difficult for Garp to unleash his frustration, prompting him to inquire about the young man's proposed method. Vice Admiral Garp, I have heard that you excel at launching cannonballs under your meteor fist technique. Not a single pirate ship has managed to escape. Alan recalled the intelligence regarding Garp and spoke earnestly. Ha ha ha, you seem to know quite a bit, indeed. Throughout my life, I have pursued countless pirates. The fist-bone meteor shower is a technique that symbolizes justice, and I have never let a single pirate escape. Except for Roger, of course, Garp reflected proudly. Then, Vice Admiral Garp, I propose a challenge. Allow me and Akin to pilot the wave breaker for 2 minutes before you pursue us with your warship, employing the fist-bone meteor shower technique. If we manage to escape, I shall be the victor, and you must let us go. If we fail, you may claim victory. And we will head to the Navy headquarters, Alan suggested with a smile. 2 minutes? Humph, I'll grant you 3 minutes to flee. If you manage to escape, it will prove you possess some skill, and there will be no need for you to undergo training at the Navy headquarters, Garp mused, calculating the speed of a warship. Even if he allowed 5 minutes, it would still fall within the range of his fist-bone meteor shower attack. However, to be cautious, he settled on 3 minutes. Very well. It is settled. With Garp's consent, Alan's lips curled into a smirk, as everything unfolded according to his plan. Hurry and depart. I will start the timer once you are underway. Garp confidently instructed as he returned to his warship with his crew. Understood, Vice Admiral Garp. We shall meet on the Grand Line. Alan replied, smiling, and after bidding farewell, he activated all the engines of the wave breaker. With a thunderous roar, the wave breaker surged forward like a wild stallion, creating a massive wave before racing across the surface of the sea, quickly vanishing from Garp and his crew's sight. With barely a minute having passed, Garp and his naval officers were wide-eyed at the spectacle. They could hardly fathom that a seemingly ordinary warship possessed such terrifying speed, surpassing even the specialized speedboats used for naval pursuits. Moreover, the young Alan, already in command of such a swift vessel, had requested a 3-minute head start, proving to be quite audacious. Vice Admiral Garp, should we continue the pursuit? After a while, the swordsman among them snapped back to reality and inquired earnestly. With no trace left, how can we chase? Should I launch you like a cannonball? Garp responded, somewhat exasperated. Then let us call it a day? Ha ha. Truly, he is worthy of being the scourge of the East Blue's wicked pirates. The intriguing lad mentioned we would meet again on the Grand Line. Let us return to headquarters and await his appearance. After a brief moment of helplessness, Cap adjusted his mindset, anticipating the emergence of such an intriguing little spirit upon the vast ocean. Meanwhile, aboard the swiftly sailing vessel, the wave breaker, Akin clutched the railing tightly, bewildered by the calm demeanor of Alan, and inquired, when did the wave breaker become capable of such speed? It has always been so, Alan replied with a smile. Do you recall how much I spent on this ship? 500 million. What of it? In truth, the warship was only worth 300 million. I invested the remaining 200 million into enhancing its propulsion system. Alan beamed with pride. Now do you understand why I named it the Wavebreaker? With such velocity, it can conquer any maritime domain. You initially intended to name it the Wealthy or the Profitable. After all, Akin retorted, exasperated. I was merely being pragmatic. Let us not dwell on trivialities. Alan clumsily shifted the topic. Look, Akin, doesn't the Wavebreaker seem to fly at this speed? With the waves rising behind us creating a miniature rainbow? By the way, Alan, how much longer can we maintain this rapid pace? Akin, feeling slightly queasy from the swift navigation, asked with a pale complexion. Can't handle it already? Just wait. Alan chuckled, glancing back at the now invisible Cap's warship before returning to the cockpit to shut down the excess engines. As the Wavebreaker slowed, Akin felt a tumult in his stomach, ultimately succumbing to nausea as he leaned over the railing to heave. As a pirate, to be seasick, my training will certainly need to be intensified. Chapter 12. The Path Belonging to Oneself. Alan, what troubles you? Akin, having finally recovered from the discomfort of seasickness, noticed Alan leaning against the railing, lost in thought. Nothing much, just reflecting on our encounter with the legendary admiral, Alan mused, contemplating the aura of authority Cap had inadvertently exuded. The heroic Cap, Alan, you need not pressure yourself too much. After all, he has trained for many more years than you. You are already a standout among the younger generation. I firmly believe that the future world will undoubtedly belong to you. Even the dominance of the Grand Line will pose no challenge. Akin earnestly encouraged Alan. The future, you say? Alan reminisced about the recent perplexities that clouded his mind, letting out a deep sigh. Akin, what do you believe the world's most formidable warriors are truly like? Are they akin to the legendary hero, Carp, who pulverizes all adversaries before him with iron fists? Or perhaps like the warlord, Hawkeye, who has honed his swordsmanship to perfection? Alternatively, are they akin to the three admirals of the Navy who have maximized the capabilities of their devil fruit powers? Brother Alan, I must confess, I am not well acquainted with these powerful figures you speak of. Akin replied sheepishly, scratching his head. It dawned on Alan that Akin had once been merely a pirate from the East Sea, although he had accompanied Click to the Grand Line. His journey had been abruptly interrupted by an encounter with Hawkeye, leaving him entirely ignorant of the world's top-tier warriors, having only heard their names mentioned in newspapers. However, Brother Alan, I recall my elders once imparting wisdom. Every individual is unique, traversing their own path. One should not strive to imitate others, but rather focus on being true to oneself. Akin reminded him with earnestness. Indeed, the notion of forging one's own path resonated with Alan. Learning swordsmanship from Gung Silang is my choice. Mastering the art of kicking is my pursuit. Consuming the ultimate devil fruit is my journey. There is no need for me to artificially enhance any one aspect or mold myself after another. It suffices to tread the path that is distinctly mine. With Akin's reminder, Alan felt a sudden clarity wash over him, dispelling the confusion that had previously clouded his thoughts. After all, he must embark on a journey uniquely his own, without the need to emulate anyone. With his direction firmly established, Alan proclaimed with newfound vigor, "Let us set sail for the Grand Line, my comrades." Certainly. Akin, his sole crew member, responded enthusiastically in agreement. As Alan finalized matters in the East Sea and prepared to venture towards the Grand Line, tales of his exploits against pirates began to circulate among various factions. On the island of Baldego, situated in the Grand Line and viewed by the world government as the gravest threat to global stability, the Revolutionary Army maintained a covert stronghold. Since when did such an intriguing character emerge in the East Sea? Pondered Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, as he scanned the latest newspaper. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Has our most recent intelligence arrived? Indeed, it has. However, this pirate reaper has only recently made his appearance. Merely a week ago, our informants in the East Sea have been unable to gather much information about him. Aside from the fact that he seems to have a companion and has expended considerable resources at the East Sea Navy's branch to procure a warship. The intelligence officer of the Revolutionary Army promptly conveyed the information from the East Sea to Dragon. As a competent informant, he meticulously reviewed various intelligence reports before presenting them to Dragon, expressing his astonishment at the emergence of such a pirate reaper. In the mere span of a week, this individual had eradicated all pirates in the East Sea, instilling fear among the malevolent forces and earning the title of Guardian of the East Sea, a feat that could only be deemed miraculous. Observing the wealth of intelligence gathered by the Revolutionary Army, Dragon found himself compelled to elevate his assessment of Alan, the Pirate Reaper. However, Chief, this individual evidently maintains close ties with the Navy and could very well become our adversary, the Revolutionary Army's intelligence officer cautioned, noting his leader's keen interest in the Pirate Reaper. After all, an enemy's ally is one's own enemy, and considering the Revolutionary Army's fierce opposition to the Navy, the promotion of this Pirate Reaper by the Navy signaled a potential formidable foe ahead. I am aware, yet while his relationship with the Navy is cordial now, the future remains uncertain. Under this decayed government, how many individuals have been driven to rebellion? Even within the upper echelons of the Navy, many harbor discontent towards the world government's rule. Thus, we need not harbor excessive animosity towards them. Should the timing be right, they may even become our allies. Dragon stated confidently, having witnessed the darkness of this world, he firmly believed that such a corrupt regime would ultimately be overthrown, and his role was to hasten that day. The East Sea, known as the starting point and the end, was home to Logtown. Fred Wayne, the person closest to Alan in this world, smiled as he read the newspaper's report on the Pirate Reaper of the East Sea, remarking, "This lad, I initially thought he would act with discretion. Yet before even venturing into the Grand Line, he has pulled off such a grand gesture. What can one say about him? Isn't it true that the newspaper did not print his name? He has taken your advice to heart," replied a bespectacled man with squinting eyes seated across from Fred. He was Gung Shirlang, the one who had imparted Alan's remarkable skills. "It is merely temporary secrecy from the public," His identity has likely been recorded among the Navy's higher-ups. Fred said with a hint of resignation. Fortunately, he is currently causing only minor disturbances in the East Sea, so those in power are not yet paying attention. Once he enters the Grand Line, however, that could change. Indeed, old man, we have truly nurtured a little monster capable of overturning the entire world. Gung Shirlang remarked with a mix of exasperation and admiration. It seems my tranquil days are drawing to a close. I intend to return to my hometown soon. Would you care to accompany me? Fred inquired, looking at Gung Shirlang with uncertainty. You old coot, since you entrusted that troublesome brat to me, I have been tied to you like a rope. Gung Shirlang retorted with a carefree chuckle. Thanks, old friend. Fred replied. For what? If anything, I should be thanking you for what transpired back in the day. On the island of Alabasta in the Grand Line, Smoker, who had just arrived in pursuit of the Straw Hat Luffy, came across news of the pirate Reaper emerging from the East Sea. Old friend, is it truly you? I never anticipated you would make such a name for yourself before even setting foot on the Grand Line. In that case, I must exert myself to capture that Straw Hat Kid. I cannot afford to lag behind. Chapter 13. Crew of the Pirate King. The crew was on the verge of heading towards Reverse Mountain. Why is the Going Merry moving so slowly? Where is Brother Alan? Akin, who had just prepared dinner, suddenly realized that Alan, who had been training on the deck, had vanished. He quickly began to search, only to discover a lifeline tied to the railing. At the other end of the rope, Alan was thrashing about in the water, swimming with fervor. My heavens, is he truly daring to train like this? Akin widened his eyes at Alan's training regimen. Although he was aware of his captain's formidable strength, he had not anticipated such an extreme approach to training. After approximately 3 minutes of intense swimming, Alan grasped the lifeline to hoist himself out of the water, gasping for air before plunging back into the sea. Goodness, I initially thought Brother Alan was merely practicing swimming, but it appears he is simultaneously training for diving. To swim so vigorously for 5 minutes before needing to breathe, what an astonishing lung capacity. Akin was utterly astounded by Alan's unconventional training method. After a moment of hesitation, he fetched a lifeline to secure himself and joined Alan in the arduous exercise. Contrary to Akin's expectations, Alan's training was not only enhancing his physical abilities, but also addressing the vulnerabilities of those who consume devil fruits. After all devil fruit users are cursed by the sea, becoming akin to landlocked ducks. Alan, a user of the extreme fruit, was no exception. Nevertheless, he was honing his breath-holding capacity to an extraordinary level, ensuring that even if he fell into the sea, he would not immediately lose his combat effectiveness. In Alan's mind, once his strength was sufficient to navigate the ocean freely and engage in battle, he would have conquered the adverse effects of the devil fruit. Brother Alan, no, Captain Alan, you are simply inhuman. How do you endure such grueling training? After helping Alan pull the Going Merry to the entrance of Reverse Mountain, Akin collapsed onto the deck, panting heavily. Initially, he had only viewed Alan's training as impressive, but having participated, he realized just how extreme it truly was, surpassing the limits of human endurance. After a few more sessions, you too shall master it. Once we enter the Grand Line, if time permits, we shall swim while towing the Going Merry. This approach would conserve fuel while simultaneously providing us with training, truly a win-win. With a beaming smile, Alan remarked, perhaps influenced by Gung Shirlang. He instinctively squinted his eyes when he smiled, exuding an aura of cunning. If you wish to torment me, just say so. Naturally, Akin, having witnessed Alan's frenzied shopping sprees, was not swayed by Alan's claims of frugality. However, confronted with that sly grin, he could only suppress his retorts within the confines of his mind. Upon entering Reverse Mountain, the wave breaker was immediately swept up by the peculiar currents, racing rapidly to the summit before plunging back down, the exhilarating sensation akin to riding a roller coaster. Despite having previously traversed the Grand Line, Akin felt his heart leap into his throat, instinctively holding his breath as he grasped the railing tightly. In contrast, Alan, on his inaugural journey to the Grand Line, boldly stood at the forefront of the wavebreaker's deck, eyes closed and a smile on his face, relishing the gusts of wind that greeted him, seemingly lost in bliss. Little monster, Akin silently scoffed before diverting his gaze from Alan, gripping the railing tighter while silently praying for the ordeal to conclude swiftly. Fortunately, the wavebreaker, with its remarkable performance, soon navigated through this thrilling segment, arriving at the Twin Cape, the entrance to the Grand Line. At that moment, at a lighthouse within the Twin Cape, an elderly man adorned with a petal-like hat reclined on a lounge chair, leisurely perusing the latest newspaper, completely indifferent to the tumultuous waves stirred by the wave-raker. Wonderful. Yes, indeed here, saving us quite a bit of trouble. Upon spotting the old man, Alan's eyes lit up, and he signaled Akin to accompany him for a visit. What is so captivating about an old man at a lighthouse? Akin pondered, baffled by Alan's excessive reverence for the elderly figure. Senior Kurokas, I am Alan. A junior here to intrude. I hope you won't mind. Alan approached the seemingly oblivious Kurokas with a warm smile, unperturbed by the old man's lack of acknowledgement. What does the pirate reaper of the East Blue want with an old man like me? Do you intend to claim my head? Kurokas, recognizing Alan's identity, shot him a cold glare. Old man, mind your tone. Akin could hardly contain his indignation at the elder's disrespect towards his captain. You ought to mind your own demeanor, lest you provoke someone to meet their demise. Kurokas's eyes flashed with a chilling glare, emanating an almost tangible aura of menace. Akin, do not be rude. Senior Kurokas was a crew member of the Pirate King, Roger. Seeing Akin's intent to continue the argument, Alan swiftly intervened, clarifying Kurokas's esteemed status. The former Pirate King's crew member? Impossible. Akin found it hard to believe his ears. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Pirate King, Roger, is a mythical figure, completely deified. Even his crew members are perceived as unattainable beings. Yet, the individual before him, who bore a striking resemblance to an old curmudgeon, turned out to be a member of Roger's crew. Had it not been for Alan's assertion, Akin would have sworn he was dreaming. Do not judge a book by its cover, for Kurokas, the esteemed elder, is a physician of remarkable skill, the only one capable of alleviating the agonizing afflictions suffered by the Pirate King. He joined Roger's crew in pursuit of the Rumbar pirates, serving as the ship's doctor and aiding Roger in his dominion over the Grand Line. Am I not correct, Kurokas? Though he was elucidating for Akin's benefit, Alan's gaze remained fixed on Kurokas, for one could never know when these legendary pirates might launch a sudden assault. Little one, I am rather surprised by your youthful insight. Speak, what is your purpose here? Kurokas responded, taken aback by Alan's forthrightness. Grasping his spear, he added, if you believe this old man to be of no use, you may treat me as a stepping stone on your path to fame. Let us see if that is indeed the case. Dear Kurokas, please do not misconstrue my intentions. I have no desire to oppose you. I merely wish for you to grant me two requests, Alan replied earnestly. To make demands, you must first defeat me. Kurokas, who had already regarded Alan as an adversary, offered him no opportunity for explanation and hurled the spear he held with tremendous force. Chapter 14. The clown buggy with the might befitting a crew member of the Pirate King, Kurokas's strength was formidable, and the spear he cast tore through the air with a terrifying velocity toward Alan and his companions. Bang! Faced with this awe-inspiring assault, Alan swiftly pivoted to evade, simultaneously recalling that Akin behind him was still in a state of shock. Instinctively, he kicked the spear's side, altering its trajectory and preventing it from striking Akin. The redirected spear pierced through the deck of the Wavebreaker, a ship that had been extensively modified at great expense, boasting defenses rivaling any warship. The ease with which the spear penetrated its deck testified to the incredible might Kurokas had unleashed. Is this a joke? From the moment Kurokas launched the spear to its breach of the deck, scarcely a second had elapsed. When Akin regained his senses and surveyed the scene, disbelief washed over him in waves. You have some merit. Observing that Alan had deftly evaded his spear and altered its path to safeguard his companion, Kurokas's appraisal of him increased. After all, one who values their comrades cannot be wholly despicable. Senior, I assure you, I am not your enemy. I have come primarily to request your assistance in treating a friend's ailment and to invite you to join my crew as we venture once more into the Grand Line. Recognizing that Kurokas was finally willing to listen, Alan earnestly articulated his intentions. Are you suggesting that you want me to serve as your ship's doctor? I refuse. Kurokas retorted without a moment's hesitation. Senior Kurokas, why not hear out my proposition before making a decision? Speak, but whatever your offer may be, I have no intention of sailing again. I know the whereabouts of Brooke, the musician of the Rumbar pirates, Alan declared with unwavering certainty. How can that be? Where is he? Boss, that old man clearly showed interest. Why did he ultimately refuse? Akin pondered as he reboarded the Wavebreaker, his heart brimming with confusion while watching Kurokas bid them a warm farewell. Because he comprehended the current reality, he was an elite of the previous era, and what he should leave to this age were legends, not interference in its course. Alan reflected on Kurokas's demeanor, a struggle between desire and restraint, and began to grasp the turmoil within him. What of the past era? The current Emperor of the Sea, Whitebeard, is also a legendary figure from the same epoch as Pirate King Roger. To my mind, it is merely a lack of strength, without a captain to lead. He fears to seek further adventure. Smack. Before Akin could finish his words, Alan struck him sharply on the head. You brat, Senior Kurosakas has bestowed great kindness upon you. If you continue to speak of him in such a manner, I shall not be so forgiving. After thoroughly examining Akin's condition, Kurosakas had provided him with an entire set of antidotes. The origin of Akin's poisoning traced back to an attack by the clique pirates on the floating restaurant, during which he was injured by clique's gas bombs. Although Akin had since recuperated and appeared to be in good health, the toxins had penetrated deeply into his organs and remained unpurged. Had it not been for Kurosakas's treatment, these toxins would eventually have manifested, potentially compromising his combat abilities or even jeopardizing his lifespan. I am aware of his immense generosity towards me. It is merely his reluctance to take risks that I find somewhat disconcerting, Akin stated earnestly. In the hearts of these pirates, the crew of the legendary Pirate King was regarded as iconic figures, representing a source of inspiration for all pirates. Thus, witnessing his idol's unwillingness to embrace danger was a profound disappointment. Do not hold such high expectations of the seniors. They have already forged the legends of a bygone era, and their lives are devoid of regrets. Their choices now are theirs alone, and no one has the right to interfere, Alan replied, understanding Kurosakas's perspective with a sigh. Boss, since he is unwilling to join us, where shall our next destination be? Do we need to seek a new ship's doctor? Akin inquired with curiosity. Matters of companionship are often dictated by fate. Although Senior Kurosakas will not accompany us to the Grand Line, he has entrusted me with his medical notes from years of practice. I believe we can handle most ailments with this knowledge, Alan said, gazing at the notebook Kurosakas had given him, feeling a surge of emotion. This invaluable resource could transform an ordinary individual into a skilled physician. Our next destination is the Kingdom of Alabasta. I hope we can arrive in time for the festivities. The Kingdom of Alabasta. A superpower in the desert. What could be so intriguing there? That's a secret for now. You will find out when we arrive. Just as Alan charted their next course and set sail in a straight line, a pirate crew flying the Jester pirate flag stirred chaos after inadvertently trespassing into a naval secret base. You wretched naval lackeys, do you know who I am? You dare to attempt to capture me, utterly unaware of your impending doom, roared a man resembling a clown with a bright red nose, as he charged towards the approaching naval forces. The individual in question is none other than Buggy the Clown, a former apprentice crew member aboard the Pirate King's ship. After encountering the formidable Monkey D, Luffy in Lobetown, he subsequently followed him, leading his subordinates into the Grand Line. Initially intending to pursue Luffy, he inadvertently stumbled into a secret naval base, resulting in the current predicament of being besieged by the Marines. Captain, the enemy's numbers are overwhelming. We may not withstand this, one of Buggy's anxious subordinates exclaimed. Flee for now and await my return aboard the ship. I shall hold off these naval lackeys. Buggy, valuing his comrades, resolved to confront the adversaries himself to buy them precious time for escape. Splitting Clown Slash. Without waiting for descent, Buggy unleashed his signature attack. Having consumed the chop-chop fruit, he could disassemble his body into numerous segments. His limbs fragmented into many small pieces, resembling a multitude of floating stones as they launched towards the Marines. Haha, now you recognize my prowess. After successfully suppressing the naval forces, Buggy chuckled with pride, retracting his abilities before dashing towards the port. However, upon reaching the harbor, he was utterly taken aback by the scene before him. The very crewmates he had valiantly protected during their retreat had abandoned him, fleeing on their pirate ship. Hey, wait. I'm still here. Buggy frantically waved towards the departing vessel, yet his pleas fell on deaf ears as his crew continued their escape. Staring at the receding ship, Buggy was left in a state of shock. Chapter 15. Confronting the Navy. Curse you all. You heartless wretches. Your captain remains here, and yet you abandon me. He could not help but curse as he watched the ship grow distant. Suddenly, a net crafted from sea prism stone, designed specifically to ensnare those with abilities, descended from above, binding Buggy tightly and rendering him powerless. Report. Intruder has been subdued. Cold voices echoed in Buggy's ears, and he realized his escape was futile. Resignedly, he closed his eyes. Intruder identified as Buggy the Clown, captain of the Buggy Pirates. with a bounty of 15 million berries. Upon confirming Buggy's identity, several soldiers promptly reported back to their superior via Den Den Mushy. Just a pirate from the East Blue, daring to invade our secret base, truly seeking death. Transport him to Impel Down. The Naval High Command, relieved to learn he was merely a pirate from the East Blue, made a hasty arrangement and dismissed the matter. Thus, Buggy was bound by several naval soldiers and transported via a speedboat to Impel Down. One could not help but ponder his choices. With such meager strength, why not remain a local tyrant in the East Blue? Observing the bound and immobile Baki, a naval soldier could not help but express his disdain. Perhaps he had received word in advance of the recent emergence of a pirate reaper in the East Sea, and was undoubtedly fearful of being dealt with by that monstrous figure, thus deliberately fleeing to the Grand Line. Yet, little did he realize that the Grand Line was no place for someone of his ilk. It was akin to searching for death with a lantern in a latrine. However, let us not speak so harshly. Regardless of the circumstances, he is still a pirate with a distinctive Renault's personality. If he were not a pirate, he could have taken to the circus as a clown, potentially becoming a modestly renowned comedian. The naval soldiers, upon encountering Buggy, did not dare to confront him directly, and thus their taunts grew increasingly audacious, even mentioning his most loathed feature, his red nose. You wretched naval lackeys, await your reckoning. Once I regain my freedom, you shall pay for your insolence today. Buggy, infuriated by their insults, felt his teeth grind in irritation. However, being a man of discernment, he silently cursed them in his thoughts while maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor. Lo and behold, a warship appeared on the horizon. Could it be the salvation for this young lad? As the naval soldiers continued to mock Buggy, the wave breaker, piloted by Alan and Akin, emerged before them. Its immense size startling them. No way. That ship doesn't even display a pirate flag. The absence of a pirate flag raised suspicions. After all, which benevolent soul would opt for a symbol? Such audacity was typically the hallmark of brazen pirates. In any case, vigilance was paramount. Indeed, Buggy felt a surge of hope upon spotting the wave breaker, which bore no naval insignia. He thought to himself that as long as it wasn't the Navy, there was a glimmer of hope for his rescue. At the very least, it could instigate a commotion for his escape. As their small vessel passed the wave breaker, Buggy immediately shouted, "Big brother, hurry and save me. I've been captured by the Navy. There are only a few lackeys here. Come quickly." True to form, the naval soldiers, already on high alert due to the flagged wave breaker, raised their weapons upon hearing Akin's words, convinced that this was indeed Buggy's accomplice. Bang! One impatient soldier, noticing Alan surveying them from the deck of the wave breaker, panicked and fired a shot. "How dare you shoot at me without provocation? I won't let you off lightly today." Though he narrowly dodged the bullet, Alan's good mood was thoroughly shattered. He leaped from the wave breaker. Alert! Enemy approaching. As Alan charged towards them, the escorting naval soldiers immediately tensed, aiming their weapons at him. However, facing soldiers whose combat prowess barely reached a few dozen, Alan, who had already surpassed superhuman levels, would not provide them with another opportunity to fire. With a powerful push from his feet, he accelerated his descent and landed squarely on the small naval vessel. The sudden impact caused the already small boat to lurch violently, nearly toppling the naval soldiers standing on it. Get lost. Naturally, Alan would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. With a sudden burst of energy, he charged towards the naval soldiers, akin to a specter, swiftly darting back and forth upon the swaying vessel. Thud, 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 thud. The group of naval soldiers fell into the sea without uttering a single cry. Struck down by Alan. My heavens, has a savior or a demon arrived? Witnessing the ease with which Alan dispatched those soldiers, Buggy, who was bound, was left in a state of shock. Initially, he had merely sought to incite chaos to create an opportunity for escape, yet it now seemed he had summoned a monster, one far more troublesome than the naval forces. Buggy, once an apprentice on the ship of the pirate King Joel D. Roger, had returned to the East Blue to rebuild his pirate career following the dissolution of Roger's crew, establishing the Buggy Pirates with a bounty of 15 million berries. I cannot recall when I became the elder brother of such a pirate. Alan, observing Buggy's bewilderment, disclosed his background. Who are you? Buggy stammered, taken aback by the stranger's knowledge of his past. His time as an apprentice on Roger's ship was a secret even the Navy was unaware of. And yet this young man, seemingly under 20, was fully informed. I conducted thorough research on you, the pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million. During my time clearing the East Blue, I did not anticipate you would leave the East and venture into the Grand Line, Alan remarked, a smile gracing his face. The East Blue Scourge. You are the recent pirate reaper. Buggy suddenly deduced Alan's identity, recalling the latest newspaper he had just read. Cursed be this fate. He had truly leaped from the wolf's den into the tiger's lair. Realizing who Alan was, Buggy's heart raced, and he dared not conceal anything further. He stealthily drew a short knife hidden within his glove, beginning to cut the ropes that bound him. Chapter 16. Buggy joins the crew. Buggy's anxiety intensified upon having his background revealed by Alan. He swiftly resorted to the hidden dagger to free himself from the restraints. However, this seemingly discreet action did not escape Alan's keen observation. With a cold smirk, Alan casually waved his hand, and to Buggy's astonishment, the ropes binding him were effortlessly severed. If you thought I would wait for you to ask for release before speaking, you should have requested it sooner. After freeing Buggy, Alan remarked nonchalantly, Now that you are comfortable, perhaps you would be willing to answer my questions? Aren't you afraid I might run away? Buggy questioned, his apprehension deepening at Alan's seemingly casual demeanor. Why should I fear? If I can release you, I can surely recapture you, Alan replied with a relaxed shrug, as if handling a trivial matter. I initially referred to you as brother merely to incite chaos and facilitate my escape. Buggy gazed intently at Alan, realizing he could not discern the depths of his thoughts. With a sigh, he relinquished his desire to fight back. If you want me to rescue you, feel free to say so, but be aware that my fee is rather steep, Alan remarked, narrowing his eyes. What is your price? Buggy inquired, a sense of genuine fear creeping in despite Alan's smile, now aware that he was speaking to the infamous pirate reaper of the East Sea. I seek no monetary compensation. I have but one request. Become my companion, Alan stated earnestly. He had long harbored intentions of recruiting the legendary Bucky onto his ship. For Bucky had once sailed under the flag of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger. Though merely an apprentice, he had witnessed sights beyond the imagination of most. With Bucky aboard, Alan was confident that his journey through the Grand Line would be significantly less troublesome. Additionally, Bucky's combat prowess was modest and his mindset rather naive, rendering him wholly within Alan's influence, hence his decision to invite such a unique pirate as a comrade. You wish for me to join your crew? Bucky questioned. Not a crew. Mind you, as of now, I have yet to decide whether to embrace piracy, thus I have not raised the Jolly Roger. Instead, I fly the symbol of currency. To lure more pirates, enabling me to hone my skills, Alan explained with utmost sincerity. You are indeed a peculiar one. Pray tell, how did you come to know of my time as an apprentice under Captain Roger? Bucky probed, curiosity piqued. The answer was simpler than one might think. I recently departed from the base of the Golden Lion, Shiki. Naturally, I heard about you from him. He recalled that during the Battle of Itwal, you were the only one who earnestly sought to join Roger's ranks, Alan replied, thoughtfully fabricating another reason. Ah, so that explains it. No wonder you know of me. Bucky conceded, his apprehension towards Alan deepening. After all, one who could associate with the likes of the Golden Lion was surely no ordinary individual. Well then, do you have any further questions? Alan inquired, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. None that I can think of. I am willing to become your crew member. But I have one stipulation. I wish to come and go as I please. If I have a legitimate reason to depart, you must not impede me. Bucky stated with careful consideration. That is acceptable. A forced partnership bears no sweetness. Should you wish to leave after becoming acquainted with my crew, I shall not attempt to retain you, Alan replied without hesitation, confident that in time, Bucky would not only choose to stay, but would insist on remaining aboard the Going Merry. Very well, Captain Alan, Bucky proclaimed earnestly. There is no need for such formality. Aboard my ship, we observe no rigid customs, Alan reassured him, as Alan effortlessly ascended the hull of the ship, holding Buggy with a single hand. He moved with the grace of a dancer upon the waves. Akin, standing on the deck, was taken aback by the unexpected alliance between Alan and the notorious pirate Buggy from the East Sea. However, setting his surprise aside, he promptly commenced familiarizing himself with Buggy as per Alan's instructions. By the way, Buggy, I recall reading in some intelligence reports that you pursued the Straw Hat Luffy after he defeated you in Rogue Town, which led you into the Grand Line. How is it that you found yourself captured by these Navy forces so swiftly? Alan inquired, his curiosity piqued. He remembered that in the original storyline, Buggy would eventually encounter Luffy in the notorious Impel Down, though the circumstances leading Buggy there eluded him. Upon entering the Grand Line, I encountered a malfunction with my eternal pose, which led me to this Navy base. During my time there, I stumbled upon a shocking secret, which is why those Navy soldiers have been relentlessly pursuing me. After capturing me, they intended to transport me to Impel Down, Buggy revealed without reservation. A secret? What could possibly be concealed within this Navy base? Alan expressed his skepticism. Are you familiar with devil fruits? Despite the adverse effects that render the consumer a lifelong landlubber, the immense power they bestow makes them highly sought after. After all, those who possess the abilities of devil fruits have a greater chance of becoming formidable masters, Buggy began. But Alan, feeling impatient, interrupted him. We are already aware of that. Share something else, such as what you witnessed inside. I was just about to divulge that, Buggy replied. Seriousness etched upon his face. The scientists from the Marine headquarters, particularly Dr. Vegapunk, conducted experiments on devil fruits here in this clandestine Navy base. Even after his departure, the researchers have persisted in their efforts and have now initiated studies on artificial devil fruits. If they succeed in creating such fruits, it would undoubtedly alter the dynamics of the entire sea. Artificial devil fruits. I never imagined they existed here, let alone that the Navy was involved in such experimentation. Alan pondered, realizing that the world of pirates held far more secrets than he had previously understood. Lead the way, let us explore this Navy base. Chapter 17. A bold infiltration of the Navy base. Alert. Alert. The western coastline is under armed assault by enemy forces. Upon the capture of the infamous clown buggy, alarms blared throughout the naval base, prompting a surge of sailors rushing towards the western coast. What is happening? Who dares to launch an armed assault on our base? Is it a companion of the pirate buggy? The commanding officer of the naval base, Major Bernoulli, approached the control room with a look of palpable tension. It is not a member of Buggy's crew, stammered the naval soldier tasked with observing the battlefield. The assailant is an unidentified masked individual. What did you say? A few individuals? Major Bernoulli inquired. Only one, Major Bernoulli, the soldier replied, his voice trembling. The attack on the base is being executed by a single masked figure. The naval soldier, in a state of utter astonishment, remarked that the surveillance footage clearly displayed a masked intruder of unremarkable height, who charged into the ranks of the naval personnel with the ferocity of a tiger. The armed sailors were dispatched with ease, as if they were mere toys, each struck down effortlessly by the intruder's blows. Even more astonishing was the fact that this assailant managed to kick down a specially designed iron gate, seizing it and hurling it like a projectile towards the sailors, creating a gaping breach in their formation. Who could this formidable foe be, possessing such extraordinary strength? The sudden emergence of this powerful invader left Major General Bernoulli, tasked with guarding the base, equally astonished. He promptly retrieved his specialized communication device in an attempt to summon reinforcements from nearby naval bases, yet the device remained utterly unresponsive. Was this an orchestrated attack? One that had disrupted the local signals? A wave of foreboding washed over Major General Bernoulli as he considered this possibility. My brothers, we are on the brink of collapse. A sailor observing the unfolding chaos felt the urgency of the situation and called back Bernoulli, who was deep in thought. Find a way to contact headquarters. I will hold him off. In light of the pressing crisis, Bernoulli could only issue a brief directive before brandishing his sword and charging forth. Trained as an elite soldier by the naval headquarters, he had not engaged in combat for some time, yet his prowess still surpassed that of the average sailor. The sudden intruder that appeared at the naval base was none other than Alan, who had just rescued Buggy. Aware of the base's intelligence regarding artificial devil fruits, he sought to obtain first-hand information on this formidable power within the pirate world. In a bid to gain the upper hand, he risked an open confrontation with the Navy, disguising himself just enough to pilot his speedboat, the Holiday, for a surprise attack on the naval base. After all, the prominent warbreaker, a battleship converted from a military vessel, would easily betray his identity if sailed too close. As for why the entire naval base had lost its ability to communicate with the outside world, it was due to a special jamming device he had installed on the warbreaker, emitting a uniquely low-frequency sound wave that disrupted the signal reception of their transponder snails. Do you think the captain can handle going to that naval base alone? Buggy inquired with a hint of uncertainty, glancing at Akin, who was operating the jamming device aboard the warbreaker. With the use of this signal jammer, they were unable to contact Alan through their transponder snails. Humph. Our captain is no ordinary man. Sneaking into a mere naval base to gather intelligence is no more daunting for him than a trip to an amusement park. Akin responded confidently, well aware of Alan's prowess. Are you truly certain? What if, hypothetically, he were captured? Buggy pressed on, still uneasy. If the captain doesn't return within an hour, I will disregard any concerns about exposure and sail directly to his rescue. The heavy artillery aboard the warbreaker is more than sufficient to level an entire island, Akin asserted with unwavering conviction. At this moment, Buggy realized that he had squandered many years as a pirate, compared to these newcomers who had just arrived in the Grand Line. He lacked the most essential quality of a formidable warrior, hockey. Meanwhile, as Alan charged into the naval base, effortlessly overpowering the naval soldiers, he was approaching the research laboratory for artificial devil fruits, as indicated on the map provided by Buggy. However, Rear Admiral Bernoulli had also arrived on the scene. "You despicable intruder! Who are you and who sent you?" Bernoulli bellowed at Alan, who was treating his subordinates like mere punching bags. Naturally, Alan had no intention of responding to such a trivial inquiry. Instead, he casually seized a naval soldier and hurled him at Bernoulli like a human cannonball. With communication proving futile, Bernoulli ceased his idle chatter and unleashed a combat technique he had mastered at Navy headquarters, known as spew, a part of the Navy's 6 styles. He swiftly dodged the incoming human projectile while simultaneously swinging his large sword toward Alan. Bang! Having undergone rigorous training under the devilish tutelage of Gung Shiro, Alan's reaction speed had long surpassed the limits of an ordinary person. In the face of this terrifying strike, he effortlessly evaded by sliding to the side, causing Bernoulli's blade to embed itself into the wall. Eureka! As he narrowly dodged Bernoulli's attack, a smirk crept onto Alan's lips, as he had devised a clever ruse to mislead his opponent's gaze. Soru, mimicking Bernoulli, Alan deliberately uttered the name of the Navy's 6 styles while propelling himself toward Bernoulli with a powerful push of his legs. Impossible. In truth, Alan's speed was markedly different from the Navy's spew, but Bernoulli, facing away from him, panicked upon hearing the word spew. Without a second thought, he turned around, only to find Alan's fist already upon him, striking him squarely in the head. Buzz! Bernoulli felt a sudden weight in his head as he collided with the wall, losing consciousness entirely. A resounding success. After toppling Bernoulli by feigning a technique from the Navy's 6 styles, Alan paid no further attention to the remaining naval soldiers and charged toward the laboratory mentioned by Buggy. Those soldiers, witnessing the base's strongest, Bernoulli, being so easily defeated, especially by a maneuver associated with the Navy's techniques, dared not impede Alan and scattered in all directions, allowing him to enter the laboratory with little effort. Chapter 18. An unexpected gain. Were setting sail for the naval base. After waiting for half an hour aboard the wavebreaker, the calm demeanor on Akin's face vanished. Initially claiming he would wait for an hour, he promptly made his way to the control room to navigate the wavebreaker toward the naval base. "Isn't it still too early? Can't we wait a little longer?" Prior to this, Akin, who was once resolutely confident about waiting for an hour, suddenly changed his mind, leaving Buggy perplexed. "I can't wait any longer. He is my superior, and I simply cannot afford such a delay," Akin stated emphatically. "I will accompany you." Observing Akin's fervent demeanor, Buggy, who always valued his comrades, instantly understood his feelings and naturally did not oppose. "No need. I've just returned." At that moment, a shadow darted across the deck of the wavebreaker as Alan leaped aboard, carrying a large stack of documents and a small black box. "Captain, have you secured it?" Upon seeing Alan's sudden return, both Akin and Buggy rushed towards him with excitement. "Of course, I have secured it. This treasure chest was located deep within the research facility. It should contain the latest research findings. We shall examine it thoroughly shortly," Alan declared proudly, sensing that his haul would far exceed his initial expectations. In stark contrast to the jubilance aboard the wavebreaker, the naval forces led by Bernoulli awoke at their base to discover that their painstaking research findings had been stolen, along with the precious artifacts they had entrusted to the facility. He could only report this dismal news to the Navy headquarters while also informing them that the intruder was capable of employing the Navy's 6 forms. Upon receiving Bernoulli's report, Sengoku, the fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters, wore a grim expression. After all, this naval base, dedicated to the research of devil fruits, was a highly classified matter within the Navy. Apart from himself and a select few prominent scientists, most of the senior naval officers were completely oblivious. The fact that such a confidential base had been attacked by a solitary intruder who could utilize the Navy's 6 forms alongside advanced technological signal interference led Sengoku to suspect that this could be the work of someone within the Navy or perhaps a high-ranking individual from the world government, someone of even greater authority than himself. But who could it be? The individuals from the world government, perhaps? Dubbed a strategic genius. Sengoku began to mentally sift through potential suspects. But regrettably, the scant information available left him unable to ascertain the identity of the intruder. Fortunately, the treasure chest was equipped with a special locking mechanism. Entering the wrong code 3 times would trigger an explosion, rendering the treasures within inaccessible even if they managed to secure the chest. Although he could not determine the identity of the intruder, the thought of the contingency plan he had instructed his subordinates to implement on the chest allowed Sengoku to breathe a tentative sigh of relief. "Captain, this lock is a combination lock. How shall we obtain the code?" Akin inquired earnestly, examining the treasure chest brought back by Alan. "Moreover, I believe I can hear the sound of electricity within. Captain, we must proceed with utmost caution regarding this code. If we misenter it, there is a significant risk that it will detonate the chest, destroying the treasures inside." Bucky attentively listened as Alan reminded him of the countless encounters with the Navy that he had experienced while following the Pirate King, Roger. He was acutely aware of the Navy's cunning tactics. How infuriating. These sly fiends. How are we supposed to acquire the password now? Akin clenched his fists in frustration, equally vexed by the Navy's elaborate setup. "It's not as difficult as you think. Without a password, we can simply tear it open." Observing the distressed expressions of Akin and Bucky, Alan smiled faintly and effortlessly yanked down the seemingly impenetrable lock. "Captain." Akin and Bucky gasped in astonishment at Alan's casual destruction of the Navy's mechanism, as if the treasure chest were a bomb poised to explode. They both held their breath, the surrounding silence broken only by the sound of waves lapping against the ship, yet the anticipated explosion never occurred, resulting in an awkward stillness. "Relax, you two." With a gentle smile, Alan shook his head at his bewildered companions and opened the treasure chest, alleviating the tension in the air. "Captain, what is this?" Akin inquired curiously, gazing at the chest that contained a peculiar black fruit adorned with intricate patterns. "Fool, this is a devil fruit. However, this one seems different from the one I mistakenly consumed years ago. It possesses a unique aura. Could this be the appearance of a synthetic devil fruit?" Bucky, having once devoured the chop fruit, immediately recognized the true nature of the black fruit, yet he was also intrigued by its emanating essence. Indeed, it is a devil fruit. But it should not be a synthetic one. Its shape resembles one I once saw in Grandpa Fred's Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, though I can't recall its specific abilities at the moment. For now, I will set it aside and decide its fate once I remember its powers," Alan remarked as he extracted the extraordinary devil fruit. "As for this contraption, it serves no purpose," he scoffed, glancing at the bomb nestled beneath the treasure chest, before tossing both the chest and the lock overboard. The substandard product, crafted carelessly by naval soldiers, was activated only after Alan cast it into the sea, resulting in a dramatic splash upon detonation. "Captain, why did this treasure chest not explode when you detached the lock, yet detonated when thrown?" Akin inquired, perplexed by the spectacle on the water's surface. "It is simply because my reflexes are swift, as long as I remove the lock before the mechanism can respond. The chest remains intact," Alan replied with a straight face. Akin, believing Alan's apparent nonsense, nodded in agreement. However, Buck, somewhat incredulous, questioned, "Can it truly be that fast?" "Of course not. I merely detached the lock without pressing the button, thus the poorly made naval chest did not explode. As for why it detonated upon being thrown, it was merely that I struck the bomb at its base with the lock as I tossed it," Alan revealed, unable to continue deceiving the two who had so easily fallen for his ruse. "Damn it, the fundamental trust between people has vanished," Akin and Buck muttered silently. Chapter 19. The Kingdom of Alabasta. With the inclusion of the seasoned trickster Buck, the speed of Alan's crew increased significantly, and they swiftly approached the borders of the Kingdom of Alabasta. "Alas, we are still a step behind. It seems we must rest before embarking once more," Alan sighed, gazing at the lingering clouds above the kingdom. "Why the rush, Captain? Did you not mention that there are delightful festivities here? Let us partake in the revelry and rest for a few days before departing." Throughout their journey, Akin had devoted his time to cleaning and enduring various combat training sessions on the deck of the Mistral, significantly enhancing his skills. Yet he was utterly exhausted and yearned for a respite amidst the merriment of Alabasta, only to be informed of an immediate departure, which he resented immensely. "Enough of the complaints. If we delay too long, we shall miss the next celebration," Alan remarked, casting a glance at the unwilling Akin. "Captain, what sort of festivities are you so eager to reach with such urgency?" Buck interjected, equally baffled. There is little point in revealing it now. I trust you are familiar with the Straw Hat Pirates led by Monkey D. Luffy. Alan glanced at his perplexed companions and continued to elucidate. My old friend from the Navy, Colonel Smog, known as the White Hunter, has been relentlessly pursuing this pirate crew since entering the Grand Line. Through him, I learned that Monkey D. Luffy became embroiled in the coup d'etat of the Alabasta Kingdom after entering the Grand Line, facing off against Crocodile, a member of the 7 warlords of the sea known as the Sand Crocodile. This urgency in my journey to Alabasta stems from my desire to partake in this tumultuous affair. The audacity of that straw hat-wearing lad to challenge one of the 7 warlords is indeed reckless if you claim the excitement has dissipated. It must mean their confrontation has concluded. But what was the outcome? Is Luffy still alive? Bucky, upon hearing Alan's explanation, was equally astonished. Having once sailed the Grand Line alongside Roger, he understood the formidable nature of the pirates that roamed these waters. The 7 warlords, as silver medalists, were undoubtedly figures of great renown. For that lucky young pirate to aspire to oppose them seemed a touch presumptuous. Of course he is alive. It was Crocodile who was defeated. The Straw Hat Pirates assisted Princess Vivi of Alabasta in vanquishing Crocodile, thus quelling the domestic strife. Alan reflected on the information received from Smog and sighed, acknowledging the formidable power of Fate's gears. Even with my presence as a time traveler, the narrative remained largely unchanged. Mr. Luffy has triumphed over one of the 7 warlords. Truly remarkable. He is indeed worthy of Sanji's allegiance. Akin, who had been listening intently, exhibited considerable excitement. Having encountered Luffy at the floating restaurant, he had sensed the young pirate's extraordinary prowess. With Sanji, who had shown him kindness, now part of Luffy's crew, he silently cheered for their success. Is that even possible, Captain? Could your intelligence be flawed? Even if that Straw Hat lad has made astounding progress since entering the Grand Line, he surely hasn't reached the level of the 7 warlords. How could he possibly defeat Crocodile? Bucky pressed, still skeptical. Perhaps there are myriad reasons. Crocodile may have underestimated him, or perhaps Luffy's protagonist aura shone too brightly. Regardless, Crocodile has indeed been bested, and there is little excitement left to be had in Alabasta, Alan replied, shaking his head in resignation. In his view, Luffy's victory over Crocodile at this juncture was a testament to the influence of his protagonist's aura. Otherwise, it would be unfathomable to triumph over one endowed with the powers of a Logia fruit. Suddenly, as Alan concluded his remark about the lack of excitement, an enormous sound erupted ahead, akin to a colossal warship being struck by an immense force. Ha ha ha, you worthless Navy scum, do you think you can capture me? Not a chance. Just as Alan and the others were still grappling with the unfolding events, they beheld Crocodile, clad in a luxurious mink coat, piloting a speedboat directly towards them. What could this possibly mean? Suddenly, Alan's transponder snail began to ring. Hello, who is this? Alan inquired, somewhat irked. It's me, old friend. The former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, whom we had previously captured, has taken advantage of our momentary lapse while changing his handcuffs to overpower the guard and seize a speedboat to flee. He is heading in your direction. If you spot him, you must detain him. We will arrive shortly, came the urgent voice of Smoker through the transponder. Understood. I will certainly block his escape. Upon realizing that the pirate piloting the speedboat was indeed the notorious warlord of the sea, Crocodile, Alan's eyes lit up with excitement. He had initially abandoned the notion of joining the fray, but this unexpected turn of events rekindled his enthusiasm to test his abilities. Get out of the way if you wish to live. Crocodile bellowed in fury upon encountering a colossal battleship adorned with a $sign flag obstructing his escape route. The vessel known as the Wave Breaker, piloted by Alan, stood resolutely in the path of Crocodile. Unperturbed by the threat posed by Crocodile, Alan confidently maneuvered the Wave Breaker into position, effectively obstructing Crocodile's escape route. You seek your own demise. Crocodile seethed, enraged by the audacity of the Wave Breaker to impede his progress. With a swift motion, he began to harness the powers of his devil fruit. Sandstorm. Having consumed the Sand fruit, a Logia-type devil fruit, Crocodile commanded the elements, conjuring a ferocious sandstorm that surged towards the Wave Breaker. So, you wish to engage in combat? I shall oblige. Observing Crocodile's intent to unleash his sandstorm upon the surface of the sea, where its potency was somewhat diminished, Alan swiftly targeted the Wave Breaker's heavy weaponry at Crocodile, readying for a confrontation with one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Chapter 20. The initial clash with the 7 warlords Sandstorm. In response to the obstruction posed by the wave breaker, Crocodile unleashed the full might of his sand fruit, sending a terrifying sandstorm barreling forward. Blasted! At that moment, Alan, stationed in the control room of the wave breaker, activated all heavy artillery, with 3 specially designed air cannons firing first. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roars echoed as the air cannons, propelled by specially designed pressure systems, shattered the advancing sandstorm into fragments. Even Crocodile was caught in the deluge created by the air cannons, drenched and momentarily incapacitated from utilizing the elemental transformation that defined the might of a Logia user. How infuriating! If we were not battling upon the sea, I would have turned you all into jerky by now. Crocodile grumbled, thoroughly vexed by his drenched state. As a being of sand, he detested the touch of water, for it rendered him unable to wield his sandy abilities effectively. Even his signature moves would be significantly weakened. What's wrong? Feeling uncomfortable? This is merely an appetizer. Brace yourself. Sensing Crocodile's disarray from the seawater drenching him, Alan gleefully unleashed the remaining heavy artillery on the wave breaker, directing a relentless barrage towards Crocodile's speedboat. Boom, boom, boom. The wave breaker's ferocious assault transformed the previously tranquil sea into a chaotic spectacle akin to shattered glass. With waves crashing violently, Crocodile's speedboat was obliterated into splinters. Now I understand why the captain modified the wave breaker. Under such relentless firepower, even a pirate of the caliber of the warlords of the sea would be reduced to mere fodder. Observing the already beleaguered Crocodile, who had been overwhelmed by the relentless barrage of the Going Merry, Akin on the deck found himself filled with exhilaration. After all, to inflict such devastation upon one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a pinnacle representative of piracy, was something he had never dared to dream of in the past. Meanwhile, Buggy the Clown, who had encountered numerous formidable figures alongside the pirate King Roger on the Grand Line, stood momentarily stunned. For such a display of prowess was unprecedented in his experience. Rejoice too soon, for I am not so easily vanquished. Just as Akin and Buggy believed that Crocodile would meet his end beneath this fierce bombardment, he emerged from the surging waves, leaping onto the deck of the Going Merry. Although his expensive mink coat bore scorch marks from the cannon fire, and he appeared quite disheveled, he bore no substantial wounds. Prepare to meet your demise, Desert Sword. Infuriated by the humiliation inflicted upon him by an unknown adversary, Crocodile swung his arm, unleashing a wave of sand in a vicious arc towards Akin and Buggy. Quick, dodge. Faced with Crocodile's sudden assault, Akin, taken aback by the sheer speed of the sand attack, was fortunate that Buggy reacted swiftly. Just as Akin was about to be struck, Buggy seized him by the collar and flung him high into the air, while he himself was cleaved in 2 by the Desert Sword. Humph, quite the camaraderie, but the bonds of the weak are utterly meaningless. Observing Buggy, now bisected due to his act of heroism, Crocodile maintained his icy demeanor, unfazed by the scene. Is that so? The one devoid of loyalty is the true weakling. To Crocodile's astonishment, Buggy, despite his grievous injury, managed to turn his body and smiled at him. How can this be? You are also a Logia user. Witnessing Buggy's astounding resilience, Crocodile immediately reassessed him, considering him a fellow elemental being, thus elevating his regard for him. Do not presume that consuming a devil fruit grants you superiority. I can still defeat you without one. While Crocodile pondered Buggy's remarkable display, Akin, who had been tossed into the air, was now descending. Grasping his unique weapon tightly, he aimed a powerful strike at Crocodile's head. Due to his body being drenched in seawater, Crocodile found himself unable to utilize his elemental abilities effectively. Thus, he was unprepared for Akin's assault. Struck by the iron ball, he was sent hurtling away. The 7 warlords of the sea are nothing but this. Upon witnessing the effortless defeat of Crocodile through their collaboration, Akin was taken aback, his opinion of them plummeting as he deemed them mere inept beings, as portrayed by the world government. You despicable wretch. I shall make you acquainted with my prowess, Crocodile muttered, wiping the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Feeling a profound humiliation at being struck down by an insignificant figure like Akin, he felt a fierce white vapor begin to emanate from his entire body. What was he doing? Was he so enraged that he was steaming? Observing Crocodile's current demeanor, Akin questioned in bewilderment. No, he is mobilizing his entire sand-based abilities to extract all moisture from his body, allowing for a reconstitution of his elemental form, rendering conventional physical attacks ineffective. came the explanation from Aaron, who had just emerged from the cockpit. Don't even think about it. Upon hearing that Crocodile intended to dehydrate himself for elemental transformation, Akin gripped his weapon tightly, preparing to charge forward. Not so fast. Grant him this opportunity. Aaron seized Akin, exuding confidence as he stated, I am quite eager to witness the true might of a warlord capable of elemental transformation. You insolent brat, you shall pay for your arrogance. At that moment, Crocodile had completed the extraction of moisture, his power surging to its zenith as he regarded Aaron with a cold gaze, akin to that of a corpse. Chapter 21. The powers of the sand fruit. You will pay dearly for your hubris, young fool. Crocodile, having entirely drained his body of water, looked down upon Aaron with disdain. In Crocodile's eyes, Aaron was the epitome of a novice, oblivious to the vastness of this world. Believing he could dominate the seas with a heavily armed warship while affording himself time to recover, he would ensure that Aaron would learn the cost of such novet. Prepare to face the consequences. Restored to full strength, Crocodile unleashed his devil fruit abilities, his body moving like a tempest as he launched a sand blade toward Aaron. Futile. A seasoned warrior, Aaron deftly evaded the sudden assault, his form a blur, and simultaneously struck Crocodile's face with his knee, causing the latter to stagger. What just happened? This kid is fast. Evading my attack is understandable, but how could his knee strike my body? Was I too late to elementalize? Or did his knee bear moisture as well? Regarding Alan's act of injuring himself, Crocodile was taken aback. He had initially believed that his ability to elementalize his body rendered him invincible, yet, at this moment, he found himself wounded by this seemingly ordinary Alan. Naturally, he found this unacceptable. Indeed, the application of Haki was not as effortless as he had presumed, especially when maintaining its enhanced state during an attack, which significantly elevated the mastery required. Following their initial clash, Alan gained a fresh perspective on the utilization of Haki. Previously, he had infused his knee with armament Haki, but the forceful nature of his kick caused it to dissipate upon striking Crocodile, resulting in merely a slight abrasion. Little brat. This time at 1TB so simple, desert sword. Unsure whether Alan had applied seawater to himself, Crocodile abandoned the idea of close combat, transforming his palm into a blade and unleashing a fierce strike towards Alan. A blade of sand hurtled directly at Alan, creating a deep crack in the deck where it passed. Damn it, get away from me. Witnessing his meticulously crafted ship, the Going Merry, being damaged by Crocodile's sand blade ignited a surge of fury within Alan, akin to a child whose beloved toy was trampled. He swiftly glared down, his form flickering like a specter as he evaded the attack. Was that the Navy's 6 styles technique, Soru? Observing Alan's astonishing vanishing act, Crocodile, who had encountered numerous formidable foes, was quite astonished. Get lost. Just as Crocodile was processing Alan's agility, the latter darted before him like a wraith, landing a powerful kick to Crocodile's abdomen before he could react. Cough. After being struck, Crocodile felt an overwhelming shockwave penetrate his body, crashing heavily against the railing of the deck. A metallic taste filled his throat, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This little brat's feet are dry. I indeed used elementalization, yet I was still struck. Could it be Haki? Experiencing the searing pain in his abdomen, Crocodile remained composed. Rapidly arriving at a terrifying conclusion, this boy was no ordinary child, but rather a mysterious individual capable of wielding Haki. Indeed, as expected of a warlord of the sea, his resilience is extraordinary. Observing Crocodile, who, despite being struck with all of Alan's might, merely spat blood and stood up, seemingly unscathed, left Alan somewhat astonished. This warlord of the sea is certainly not to be trifled with. Kid, I never anticipated you could wield Haki. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back any longer. At this moment, Crocodile entirely retracted his disdain for Alan, and a vast quantity of sand began to swirl around him, transforming his presence dramatically. Come on. Alan inhaled deeply, elevating his use of armament Haki to its utmost limit in preparation for the impending assault. Get back. You'll only hinder the captain here, Buggy exclaimed as he swiftly grabbed the eager Akin, pulling him away. No one escapes. As he observed Buggy and Akin attempting to flee, Crocodile unleashed his attack, summoning a sandstorm far more powerful than the previous one, roaring toward them like a tempest filled with countless blades. The deck of the Going Merry was marred by deep fissures, resembling a parched wasteland, instilling a sense of dread. Break from me. Faced with such a terrifying wide-scale assault, Alan let out a fierce shout, extending his arms, reinforced by armament hockey, as if grasping the furious whirlwind. With a sudden, forceful tug, he managed to tear apart the sandstorm conjured by the devil fruit. In the wake of Alan's exertion, a safe zone materialized around him, shielding akin and buggy from the storm's wrath, while the deck on either side bore the scars of the tempest. You little brat. To think you could wield hockey to such an extent and rend my sandstorm, but it must have cost you dearly. Crocodile, taken aback by Alan's audacity, noted the blood beginning to flow from his hands. Realizing the toll this confrontation exacted, he promptly concentrated the powers of the sand fruit once more, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Not a chance. It's my turn to strike now. Enraged by the extensive damage inflicted on his ship, Alan propelled himself towards Crocodile with a fierce kick. Boom. Fueled by fury, Alan unleashed 200% of his strength, the force of his kick causing the entire Going Merry to shudder, momentarily halting Crocodile's assault. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he darted forward to confront Crocodile. Desert Greatsword. Crocodile, a seasoned veteran among the Shichibukai, immediately sensed Alan's disappearance and, without hesitation, disregarded the swaying ship. He swung his hand fiercely, executing his signature move, summoning a blade of sand that surged upward from the ground, charging forward. Unfazed by the sudden emergence of the sandy blade, Alan confronted it head-on. Chapter 22. Capturing the Shichibukai brat. I will see you dead. Desert Greatsword. Confronted by the sudden disappearance of Alan, Crocodile instantly comprehended that he was the target of an imminent assault. With a swift motion of his hand, a blade fashioned from sand erupted from the ground, surging forth with fierce intent. This was the Four Gods' ultimate technique, the Tiger Claw. Unfazed by the emergence of the sandy blade, Alan concentrated all his strength onto one foot and executed a sharp turn, unleashing the extraordinary technique imparted by Gungshiro. In an instant, a phantom white claw materialized, lunging towards the encroaching sandy blade. With a resounding clash, the formidable sandy blade, which possessed a hardness comparable to steel, faltered momentarily before shattering beneath the assault of the white claw. The ethereal claw continued its relentless advance towards Crocodile's head. Get away from me. Crocodile, a formidable powerhouse in the pirate world, exhibited no trace of fear in the face of the impending strike. Instead, he swiftly conjured a blade of sand upon his arm, ready to confront the oncoming attack. The collision echoed with a thunderous roar. The immense impact generated by this clash of strength caused the wave breaker to tremble, with the entire deck becoming coated in the scattered sand. Crocodile, too, found himself ensnared by that dreadful white claw, his shirt instantly stained crimson with blood. In contrast, Alan's condition was far from favorable. Despite having successfully injured Crocodile with his formidable strength and nascent hockey, his legs were ensconced in Crocodile's sand, which had swiftly absorbed a significant amount of moisture. Currently, he could only stand on one leg, utterly incapable of launching a subsequent attack. Should Crocodile initiate any form of assault, he would lack the strength to evade. Kid, who exactly are you? Who is your master? Crocodile, clutching his chest wound, gazed incredulously at Alan. After all, although this young man's power was not overwhelmingly superior, it was sufficient to attract the attention of the world government. How could it be that he remained an unknown entity? Was his master so stringent that he had never been afforded the opportunity to showcase his talents before taking flight? Boring question. Do I have any obligation to answer you? Alan retorted with a disdainful smile, offering no response. You brat, don't get cocky. Your legs have already been turned to sand. Standing is quite the struggle, isn't it? Once I launch my attack, you will have no choice but to await your demise. In the face of Alan's audacity, Crocodile raised his golden hook, preparing to deliver a final blow. You may attempt it, Alan replied, his expression unperturbed by Crocodile's threat, a sly smile gracing his face. Observing Alan's cunning grin, Crocodile's initial confidence began to wane. Could it be that his earlier sand attack had been thwarted by Alan's hockey, emboldening him to act so brazenly? If that were the case, Crocodile knew he could not strike first. His injuries would render him vulnerable, allowing this insufferable brat to seize the advantage. What's the matter? Scared to attack? My legs are turned to sand. This is your prime opportunity. Alan taunted, feigning delight at Crocodile's hesitation. The more Alan lured Crocodile into attacking, the more the latter's instincts heightened, causing him to tense up, wary of making a move. Is the mighty warlord of the sea truly so timid? You can't discern my simple ruse. Had my legs not been turned to sand, I would have attacked you long ago. Can you not grasp such a straightforward concept? Alan candidly expressed, continuing to entice Crocodile. Something is amiss. This boy is certainly deceiving me, attempting to provoke me into revealing a flaw for a decisive strike. How naive. The one who acts first will surely lose. I must endure, allowing you to initiate the attack and expose your vulnerabilities. It must be said that Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, possesses a common flaw shared by many formidable adversaries, an overwhelming suspicion. The more truthfully Alan spoke, the less Crocodile dared to believe him. Time passed by, and the atmosphere aboard the Moby Dick grew increasingly tense. Not only did Alan and Crocodile, the two confronting figures, hesitate to make a move, but even the onlookers, Akin and Buggy, found themselves at a loss regarding the unfolding situation. However, as the standoff dragged on, Alan's smile only grew wider. After all, Smoker and the elite Navy forces were hastening toward their location. It would not be long before they arrived. At that point, Crocodile would find it impossible to escape, even in optimal condition, let alone when injured. Amidst this fraught anticipation, Crocodile noticed the Navy's presence on the horizon and realized that the circumstances had far exceeded his control. Damn it, I shall not entertain you any longer. Uncertain about Alan's true capabilities, Crocodile opted for retreat, unleashing the powers of his sand fruit with the ferocity of a tempest, propelling himself towards the nearest warship. No chance, you scoundrel pirate, surrender. At that moment, a plume of white smoke erupted from the warship, heralding the activation of Smoker's smoke fruit abilities. Armed with his sea stone-embedded jutty, he swung forcefully at Crocodile. Boom. Under normal circumstances, Crocodile would have evaded such a direct assault with ease. Yet, having already sustained injuries from Alan and preoccupied with the prospect of a possible counterattack from him, his reflexes were significantly dulled. He was unable to evade Smoker's strike and was hit squarely, crashing onto the deck of the warship. You seek death. You are under arrest. Enraged after taking a blow from Smoker, Crocodile attempted to rise and retaliate. However, at that moment, a slender figure darted past him, and Crocodile felt a powerful force restraining his body. You are under arrest as a warlord of the sea. Mission accomplished. The slender figure is none other than Colonel Tina, a captivating beauty who joined the Navy alongside Smoker. She possesses the remarkable ability granted by the kank fruit, which allows her to transform any part of an opponent's body that comes into contact with hers into steel chains, thus ensnaring her adversary. In a decisive moment, she pierced through Crocodile with her arm, swiftly shackling him with hockey-infused cuffs, rendering him incapable of utilizing his devil fruit powers and securing his capture entirely. Finally, witnessing Smoker's apprehension, Alan, standing on the deck of the puffing Tom, could no longer maintain his composure and collapsed heavily to the ground. Chapter 23. The Ramblings of Smoker Kid. Your power is utterly feeble. Sandstorm. Crocodile, positioned opposite Alan, unleashed a ferocious sandstorm upon him. What is this nonsense? Faced with Crocodile's onslaught, Alan braced himself to leap forward, but as he moved, he quickly realized his body was unsteady, causing him to crash to the ground. My feet. What is happening? Alan, now on the ground, discovered that his feet had inexplicably transformed into desiccated, lifeless forms, a wave of unimaginable anxiety rising from within. Die? At that moment, Crocodile's sandstorm engulfed Alan, and he watched in horror as his entire body began to dehydrate rapidly, taking on the appearance of a mummified corpse. The scenery around him gradually blurred. No. Confronted with this surreal terror, Alan screamed in fright, and a surge of strength seemed to return to his body, prompting him to open his eyes wide. Upon reopening his eyes, Alan found himself in a hospital bed, surrounded by a group of astonished doctors clad in white coats. The terrifying scene had merely been a dream. Old buddy, you're finally awake. You scared the hell out of me with your prolonged slumber. Just as Alan was pondering how he ended up there, Smoker, with 2 cigars in his mouth, burst in, enveloping him in a warm embrace. How did I end up here, Smokey? Upon seeing the familiar face of Smoker, Alan's lingering worries dissipated, and he inquired earnestly. Don't you recall? During your fierce battle with Crocodile, he drained the moisture from one of your feet. Fortunately, we acted swiftly, and your foot was saved. Smoker earnestly recounted the events that transpired after Alan fell unconscious. After capturing Crocodile, they discovered that one of Alan's feet had been severely dehydrated by Crocodile's powers, prompting an immediate transfer to the nearest Navy hospital for treatment. However, just as the Navy doctors prepared to treat Alan, they were astonished to find that the affected foot had miraculously begun to heal on its own. although the damage inflicted on Crocodile is not particularly severe, requiring merely adequate hydration over time for recovery. Alan astonishingly managed to rejuvenate himself without any external water intake, relying solely on his body's innate regulatory capabilities. This remarkable recuperative ability is somewhat exaggerated. Naturally, this self-recovery was not without its consequences. Subsequent examinations by the Navy doctor revealed that while Alan's body exhibited no physical ailments, he remained in a profound state of slumber, awakening only after a full day. After hearing Smoker's account, Alan was taken aback by the peculiar transformation of his body, leaving him quite perplexed. Nonetheless, he refrained from dwelling on it further and inquired about the whereabouts of Akin and Buggy. "By the way, Smoker, where are my two companions? I was just about to mention that." Upon hearing Alan's question, Smoker's demeanor shifted abruptly to one of seriousness, leading Alan to his temporary office. "Smoker, what's wrong?" Alan asked, puzzled by Smoker's grave expression. However, Smoker carefully surveyed his office to ensure their privacy before responding earnestly. "Old friend, what exactly are you up to? Do you even remember who you are and what you have done in the East Blue?" Alan was somewhat bewildered by Smoker's sudden seriousness. "What's the matter? I merely swept through the pirates in the East Blue and earned a bit of bounty. Is that so wrong? You, of all people, should appreciate that I risked my life to capture Crocodile for you. Yet you offer no gratitude and regard me with this attitude. What do you mean by that? Old friend, I acknowledge that I owe you a significant debt of gratitude, and I am not criticizing your actions against the pirates in the East Blue. Rather, it concerns your two companions." Noticing Alan's rising anger, Smoker softened his tone. "Do you understand their identities? The one named Akin is the fleet commander of the notorious Crocodile Pirates, a formidable pirate crew in the East Blue. That's relatively benign considering his position, as his notoriety is not overly impactful. However, the other one, you must recognize, is Buggy the Clown, captain of the Buggy Pirates, a well-known pirate in the East Blue. How could you possibly keep such company? What's wrong with having them by my side?" Alan retorted, somewhat irked by Smoker's remarks. "This is a significant issue. You are the pirate reaper of the East Blue, destined to become the most formidable bounty hunter of the Navy. What sense does it make to surround yourself with pirates? You must understand." "Wait a moment." Alan interjected before Smoker could finish. "Who established the rule that the pirate reaper cannot have pirates as companions? And when did I declare myself a Navy officer? Even being a bounty hunter is merely a side venture, mind you. Even if you do not serve in the Navy and are not a pirate, how can you seek out pirates as companions? Do you intend to use them merely as a mobile wallet, exchanging them for money at the nearest Navy branch whenever funds run low?" Smoker remarked irritably to Alan. Only the repugnant high-ranking officials of the government would trade their companions for personal gain. Alan shot Smoker a disdainful glance. "Just because I am not a pirate now does not mean I will not become one in the future. Enough of this, Smokey. I wish to discuss the whereabouts of my companions." Understanding Alan's earnest demeanor and knowing his temperament, Smoker realized he could not win this argument. He conceded, "Rest assured. They are safe. I have instructed Tashigi to temporarily place them in a secure location. As for your ship, the Going Merry, I have arranged for it to be repaired, with the expenses covered as a reward for your assistance in capturing Crocodile. Crocodile's bounty is substantial. You should consider yourself fortunate rather than rambling on for so long to seek validation." Alan made a dismissive gesture toward Smoker, feeling a strong sense of disdain for the prolonged conversation over a matter that could have been resolved with a few succinct words. Smoker felt quite innocent in this regard. He merely wished to clarify the situation but found himself belittled. Fortunately, at that moment, his din-din mushy rang, interrupting his impending tirade. "Buru buru buru buru." Tashiji's anxious voice came through. "Smoker, something terrible has happened. Mr. Allen's two companions are in trouble." "What has occurred, Tashigi? What has happened to my companions?" Smoker inquired urgently as he answered the din-din mushy. Upon hearing of the trouble that had befallen Akin and his companions, Alan's countenance shifted dramatically as he seized the telephone bug from Smoker's grasp. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Dashki felt a surge of inexplicable anxiety. However, she quickly composed herself and earnestly recounted the unfolding events. It turned out that, in a bid to ensure the safety of Akin and Buggy, Smoker had specifically instructed Dashki to escort them to a more secluded treatment facility for recuperation. After all, harboring two pirates, one of whom bore a substantial bounty, within a naval base was fraught with peril. Yet, Akin and Buggy were ungrateful for Smoker's goodwill, as he had not provided extensive explanations for their relocation to this remote haven. They believed he merely sought to confine them temporarily until the opportune moment arose to capture them and claim credit. With such preconceived notions firmly entrenched, no matter how Dashki sought to elucidate the situation to Akin and Buggy, they remained skeptical. In the eyes of pirates, the Navy was synonymous with deceit. To trust them would be to invite death itself. It was not until that very morning, when Dashki brought them their meal, that she discovered the duo had dismantled the enclosure and made their escape, heading towards the military camp of another naval officer, Tina, who had been dispatched to escort Crocodile. Old friend, do you now see? These pirates are nothing but ungrateful wolves. Despite your kindness, they abandon you in their flight. Now do you understand why I forbade you from associating with them? Smoker remarked, his anger palpable after Dashki's report. Shut up, Smoker. I know my comrades well. They must believe I have been captured by you, which is why they risked everything to rescue me, Alan retorted, casting a serious glare at Smoker as he defended Akin and Buggy. Let us hope that is indeed the case. However, Tina is not one to be trifled with. If she apprehends your two pirate companions, reclaiming them will not be an easy feat. Smoker suddenly recalled the temperament of his formidable female colleague and promptly stood, addressing Alan. Where is she? Lead the way. All right. I shall guide you, but please refrain from tugging at my clothing. Upon hearing Smoker's words, Alan grew anxious and immediately seized Smoker, rushing towards the location of Tina's military camp. Just as Alan had surmised, Akin and Buggy genuinely believed that the unconscious Alan had been imprisoned by this group of Navy officers. Utilizing the abilities granted by his chop-chop fruit, Buggy detached his head and soared into the sky to survey the surroundings. To his astonishment, he discovered a facility designated for detaining prisoners, indeed, a temporary holding cell for Crocodile and his accomplices. Consequently, they resolved to rescue Alan during the Navy's shift change, which led to the scene where Daz Bones arrived with food only to find the two had escaped. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Navy's changeover, Akin and Buggy effortlessly infiltrated the temporary detention center. At that moment, the two Navy soldiers on guard were engaged in idle chatter, utterly oblivious. Before they could react, Akin swiftly incapacitated them with the heavy iron ball attached to his cane. You go find the captain. I'll keep watch. Buggy assigned tasks without hesitation, as the urgency of Alan's safety overshadowed any concerns Akin had about their actions. Following Buggy's instructions, he dashed into the cell, unexpectedly, to prevent a prison break. Tina had discreetly installed an alarm system at the entrance. Akin's reckless intrusion triggered it, unleashing a blaring alarm that could rouse the entire military camp. You fool! What have you done? Startled by the sudden alarm, both Buggy and Akin were taken aback, realizing that keeping watch was now futile. Buggy rushed into the cell to assist Akin in locating Alan. The alarm not only startled the Navy personnel within the camp, but also the prisoners confined within the cell. Aside from Crocodile, who had recently been recaptured and paid no heed to the alarm, the other inmates, members of the Baroque Works, widened their eyes in astonishment at the audacity of anyone attempting to breach their confinement. That seems to be Buggy, the clown from the East Blue. Although the Baroque Works members did not recognize Akin, they immediately identified the notorious Buggy. Hey, what is going on? Buggy disregarded the inquiries from the Baroque Works members, his foremost concern being the safety of his newly appointed captain. Given the prior incident where his former captain, the pirate King Roger, had been captured by the Navy, he could not bear the thought of his new captain meeting a similar fate. Hey, Buggy, what are you looking for? Let me out, and I might be able to help you. Mr. 3, Galdino, the former third agent of Baroque Works, earnestly addressed him. Do you know where my boss is? Akin interjected, eager for information. Of course I do. Release me, and I shall tell you. D. Noir proclaimed with a sense of pride, entirely unaware of the identity of these two reckless individuals' leader. However, as long as they released him, it mattered not that he was oblivious to the answers. His prowess was sufficient to ensure a safe escape. Drink. In response to D. Noir's request, Agene exhibited no hesitation, promptly shattering the door that confined D. Noir with the iron ball from his cane. Your request has been fulfilled. Where is my leader? Not so fast. First, free my handcuffs, and I shall show you. Surprised by Agene's willingness to release him, D. Noir wondered if this fellow was truly an exceptionally naive fool. He promptly raised his handcuffed hands, hoping Agene might err once more and assist in his liberation. You think you're playing me? Even amidst his urgency, Agene discerned D. Noir's intention to treat him as a simpleton. Anger surged within him, and he swung the iron ball fiercely at D. Noir. Unprepared for Agene's sudden shift, Di Nua was sent flying with a single blow. Wasting my time, damned fool. Observing Di Nua, nearly incapacitated from his strike, Ajin managed to temper his rage slightly. Capture these two intruders. At that moment, the beautiful Navy Colonel Tina, responsible for the area, arrived on the scene. Chapter 25. Navy Colonel Tina captured these two intruders. Just as Ajin and Buggy were causing chaos within the prison, Colonel Tina arrived. Upon witnessing the commotion instigated by the notorious pirate Buggy and an unnamed accomplice, she immediately issued a capture order. Yes, in response to Tina's command, the naval soldiers, driven by hierarchy and the desire to impress their beautiful superior, exerted every ounce of strength as they charged toward Ajin and his companions. Damn it, what a nuisance. Fragmented clowns flying daggers. Faced with the frenzied naval soldiers rushing toward them, Buggy swiftly unleashed his signature attack, sending 4 spinning daggers from his hands and feet to thwart the soldiers' advance while addressing Ajin. This is a naval base. Prolonged combat is not in our favor. I will hold them off. You escape first, and I shall follow. No, I won't leave. I must find my leader. I refuse to depart until I do. After fending off a naval soldier who charged from the side, Ajin stubbornly asserted, "Why are you so obstinate? If we don't leave now, we may not be able to escape at all. Since we didn't find our leader in the prison, he may have surrendered to the Navy. Or perhaps he is in league with them. We have no reason to linger here any longer." Bucky gazed at the obstinate Akin and earnestly attempted to persuade him. He recalled the anxious expression on Smoker's face when he rescued Alan, leading him to harbor a degree of suspicion regarding Alan's true identity. "Silence, Bucky. If you dare utter another word against my captain, I shall smash your head with a single blow." Akin retorted, his anger palpable. Evident in the fiery glare of his eyes, it was clear that any further provocation would elicit a physical response. "Enough of your quarrel. Once I apprehend you both, you may bicker to your heart's content." Colonel Tina of the Navy interjected, observing the unexpected altercation between Akin and Bucky. "Humph, you think you can capture us? I doubt your capability, little girl." Bucky scoffed dismissively at Tina's attempt to subdue him, perceiving her merely as a decorative figure adorned with a military title. With that, he thrust his hands, armed with a small knife, forward, intent on forcing her back. Whoosh! To his astonishment, Tina deftly evaded Bucky's advancing hands, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, she seized his flailing limbs. "What is this?" Bucky exclaimed, taken aback by Tina's astonishing speed. As he regained his senses and attempted to break free, he found that her seemingly frail grip possessed an inconceivable strength, rendering him immobile. Huh! Then, to everyone's astonishment, Tina's arms suddenly constricted around Bucky's, and in an instant, a black iron chain ensnared his hands, binding him tightly, no matter how hard he struggled. "This is impossible," Bucky exclaimed in disbelief at the peculiar power that had shackled him. Akin, now aware of the situation, charged at Tina, brandishing his iron cane. "Such a futile attack," Tina remarked coldly, a smirk playing on her lips as she hurled Bucky's bound hands, now resembling a heavy iron ball, directly at Akin. "Ugh." Akin hesitated for a moment before swiftly spinning to evade the incoming projectile. A commendable reaction. However, just as Akin narrowly dodged the iron ball, he heard Tina's voice whisper in his ear. Realizing the imminent danger, his instincts urged him to retreat, but it was too late. With a graceful flick of her delicate hand, Tina pierced through Akin's body, ensnaring him with a black iron chain as well. Bang! Akin collapsed to the ground, completely subdued in a mere instant. "No, this cannot be. I refuse to believe it." Captured so effortlessly by a female naval officer like Tina, Akin felt a surge of indignation within him. He immediately summoned all his strength in an attempt to break free, yet despite the veins on his forehead bulging with exertion, the black iron chains binding him showed no signs of yielding. "Enough of this struggle," Tina remarked. "Among the pirates targeted by me, not even those with bounties in the millions have managed to escape, let alone a novice like you. Your efforts are commendable, nonetheless." Observing Akin's futile struggles, Tina nodded in acknowledgement before turning her attention to Buggy, who was also endeavoring to free his hands. "Buggy the Clown, you must be the mastermind behind this prison break. Share your intentions. Why are you attempting this rescue? Is there anyone backing you?" "To extract information from me, little girl, you are sorely mistaken," Buggy replied earnestly, showing no fear in the presence of the uniquely powerful Tina. "There's spirit in you, but in my eyes, that spirit is synonymous with foolishness. Prepare yourself for the torment I shall inflict," Tina coldly remarked, shaking her head with a smirk as she advanced to apprehend him. Have you sought my consent before attempting to capture my comrades? Just then, a commanding voice resonated from the entrance of the prison. The recently awakened Alan strode in, his face awash with fury. Aren't you a friend of Smoker? What connection do you have to this matter? Tina was taken aback by Alan's anger, recalling that this very youth had assisted in capturing Crocodile, and given Smoker's concern for him, it seemed he was indeed a close ally. Yet, how had he suddenly allied himself with the very pirates attempting a prison break? They are my companions. Does that not signify a connection? Alan asserted earnestly. I never imagined you would be allied with pirates. Hey, White Smoke Ghost, a nickname Tina reserved for Smoker. What is the meaning of this? Tina shouted towards the prison doorway, suspecting that Alan had not arrived alone and that Smoker had brought him. As Tina surmised, Smoker was stealthily lurking at the entrance, unwilling to reveal himself. After all, one was his old comrade while the other was a former classmate from naval school. Siding with either would be inappropriate, leaving him with no choice but to remain neutral. Humph, White Smoke Ghost, since you refuse to show yourself, do not blame me for being ungracious with your friend. Upon realizing Smoker's reluctance to appear, Tina quickly deduced that he was intentionally evading her presence. Ungracious? Well, I am eager to witness just how formidable a naval captain trained by the Navy headquarters truly is. Chapter 26. The Battle with the Beauty White Smoke Ghost. If you do not reveal yourself, I shall not hold back against your friend. Upon witnessing the prolonged absence of Smoker, Tina, her face contorted with rage, declared that she, a figure of some renown within the Navy, was incensed to be obstructed by this unknown youth named Alan. Very well. I am eager to see just how formidable this Navy headquarters trained colonel truly is. Upon hearing Tina's intent to engage, Alan, brimming with combat fervor, was keen to retaliate for her prior assault on Akin and Buggy, as he had long harbored a desire to teach her a lesson. Humph, arrogant brat. Today I shall thoroughly discipline you. With a swift motion, Tina sidestepped and appeared beside Alan, attempting to ensnare him with her devil fruit powers. However, despite Tina's rapidity, Alan's speed eclipsed hers. In the instant she swung her hand, he had already darted behind her, launching a kick aimed at her unguarded back. Not a chance. Sensing the rush of wind behind her, Tina instinctively executed a backward kick while simultaneously activating her devil fruit ability, hoping to bind Alan's attack. Yet, contrary to her expectations, when her slender leg collided with Alan's, rather than being restrained, she was met with an overwhelming force that propelled her through the air. Is this the power of hockey? How could this be? As Tina was sent flying, she managed to regain her balance midair, though the sharp pain in her leg reminded her that her earlier attempt at using her devil fruit ability had failed, and that Alan's strike had indeed landed, inflicting significant damage. The only force capable of causing such harm to a devil fruit user must be that of powerful hockey. What is this? Have you lost your nerve? Apologize to my friend, or I shall gladly administer a thorough beating before you do. I assure you, I will show no mercy simply because you are a woman. Alan gazed disdainfully at the airborne Tina, initially believing her to be on par with Smoker, yet it became evident that the latter was far superior. Tina, despite being a fellow colonel, exhibited many superficial traits. You despicable wretch, Tina will never forgive you. Tina, already sensitive to being underestimated due to her gender, felt her pride severely wounded by Alan's derision. Rising furiously, she resolved to unleash every ounce of her strength, determined to vanquish Alan if necessary. Humph, mere verbal bravado. Unfazed by Tina's fury, Alan regarded her abilities stemming from the Lalan fruit as rather inconsequential. After all, once an opponent possesses hockey, inflicting any tangible harm becomes exceedingly difficult, let alone restraining them. Black Spear Array. Instantly, a multitude of ebony spears gathered above Tina, fiercely hurled towards Alan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black spears, shooting forth like raindrops, descended upon Alan with lethal intent, revealing that Tina was truly enraged and had resolved to take his life. What is this? Observing the densely packed black spears hurtling toward him, Alan inhaled deeply. In that fleeting moment, he unleashed his full speed, unexpectedly charging forward. Was he courting death? Tina, taken aback by Alan's irrational behavior, had initially intended for only a few of the spears to strike him while the rest veered elsewhere. After all, if he were truly killed, she would find it impossible to explain herself to her old friend Smoker. Yet, with Alan taking the initiative to advance, she found herself unable to control the spears in time to divert them. Breakthrough. What astonished everyone was that the swiftly charging Alan managed to grasp one of the black spears, swiftly wielding it to form a protective barrier before him, deflecting the surrounding spears. No wonder the great sage is so formidable. It appears that as long as one possesses sufficient speed, the power of this staff is no less than that of swords. After sending the nearby spears flying, Alan glanced at the black spear in his hand, imagining that his previous self must have resembled a monkey wielding a stick, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. This is impossible. Witnessing her most potent technique so effortlessly neutralized by Alan, Tina stared at him in shock, unable to believe that an insignificant youth possessed such strength, far surpassing her as an elite in the Navy. This made her question whether she was merely an ornamental figure devoid of real power. Now you understand my prowess. It's my turn, Alan remarked with a cold smirk, brandishing the black spear as he surged toward her like a bolt of black lightning. Old friend, stop. Outside, Smoker, seeing the situation unfold, realized he could no longer feign ignorance and immediately rushed in, shouting at Alan. Upon hearing Smoker's voice, Alan, who had only intended to teach Tina a lesson, halted. At that moment, the spear he held was poised at Tina's neck with the slightest additional force. He could pierce her delicate throat. Old friend, please stop. You have already won. Seeing that Alan had managed to maintain his composure at a critical moment, Smoker exhaled deeply and spoke in a calmer tone. Tina was in the wrong. She should not have harmed your comrade. I assure you she will not disclose your affairs and will apologize to your companions. Let us put this matter to rest, shall we? Upon hearing Smoker's words, Alan's anger subsided considerably. However, he still coldly inquired of the beautiful Navy colonel before him, will you accept such terms? Humph. At most I will refrain from reporting your actions. As for an apology, you might as well kill me. Tina, with her haughty disposition, would naturally not consent to Smoker's intention of apologizing to Alan's companion. Very well, since you are unwilling to express contrition, I shall not let you off too easily. Observing Tina's obstinate refusal to apologize, Alan did not intend to force her, yet he simultaneously resolved to teach her a lesson. A sharp sound of fabric tearing echoed as Alan, upon releasing his grasp on the black spear, deftly slid it downward, leaving a significant gash in Tina's military uniform, revealing her figure in an unexpected manner. My apologies, I merely slipped, Alan earnestly explained. Chapter 27. Confrontation with Smoker. Old friend, I must say, your actions are truly unbecoming. After the tumultuous incident at the naval prison, Smoker approached Alan with a solemn expression, earnestly advising him. The reason for Smoker's newfound nagging was simple. During the chaotic conclusion, Alan inadvertently tore the clothing of the beautiful Navy Colonel Tina, exposing her in a most compromising manner, which sent her into a complete frenzy. Had Smoker not intervened at a critical moment with his smoke to shield Tina from the revealing exposure, who knows whether this fiery-tempered beauty would have risked her life to confront Alan, escalating the situation beyond repair. This mishap cannot be attributed to me. I merely had a momentary lapse. I have already explained this seriously, after all. If she insists on casting blame upon me, I cannot be held responsible for not having seen anything beforehand. I could always remove my own clothing to show her. Of course, Alan would never admit that the prior incident was intentional. In response to Tina's furious demeanor, he merely shrugged nonchalantly. I would be a fool to trust you. In any case, I shall clean up this mess for you, and those bounties you owe me will be forgiven. No, wait. That means you owe me a significant favor now, so make sure to treat me to a fine meal sometime. Smoker, aware of Alan's mischievous nature, did not truly believe his words. However, there was little choice. Their bond was too strong, and he owed Alan too many favors. Thus he reluctantly agreed to assist him in smoothing things over with Tina. Fine, I owe you this, but rest assured, it won't be long before you find yourself indebted to me again. Alan appeared unfazed by Smoker's remark and, drawing closer, draped an arm around his shoulder, saying, Smoke, since I owe you a favor, I shall shamelessly request another from you, and I promise to repay it doubly in the future. You rascal, this is a typical case of having more debts than worries. Speak up, what else do you want me to assist you with? Smoker found it difficult to refuse Alan's request, considering he had often employed similar tactics to enlist Alan's help in the past. Rest assured, this task is not arduous. I merely wish to ask you for a person. Alan glanced around, noting that most of the naval soldiers were occupied with comforting the humiliated Tina, and then, lowering his voice, he revealed his intentions to Smoker. What did you say? Upon hearing Alan's request, Smoker's voice involuntarily rose several decibels. Lower your voice. You're deafening me. Alan complained, touching his ear in annoyance. After all, you are a Navy colonel. Such theatrics are unbecoming. It was not entirely Smoker's fault for losing his composure. The magnitude of Alan's request was indeed quite astonishing, even for someone with a certain level of mental preparedness like Smoker. After all, Alan was asking him to release Mr. 3. Galdi, no, a former agent of the Baroque Works, who had been under the control of Crocodile. Members of this organization were high-priority targets for the world government. Even as a Navy officer, it would be exceedingly difficult for Smoker to let any of them go. Perhaps it would be better if I were deafened. So you wouldn't constantly entertain such nonsensical ideas. Releasing a member of the Baroque Works? Have you lost your mind? Smoker said in a lowered voice to Alan. Were it not for their long-standing friendship and his trust in Alan's character, he might have considered apprehending him as an accomplice of Crocodile. Calm down, Smoker. I'm not asking you to release just anyone, merely Galdino. He is but a minor figure within the Baroque Works. With Crocodile apprehended, the organization will inevitably disband. Why cling to such a petty character? Alan replied with a smile, attempting to reason with Smoker. Minor figure? Galdi. No has a bounty of 45 million berries. The Navy headquarters has already been notified of his capture. Are you suggesting I let him go? What is your rationale for releasing such a scoundrel? Smoker exclaimed, his eyes wide and breaths heavy with exasperation. Clearly, he was infuriated by Alan's request, and he found it perplexing that this troublesome character, whom he typically detested, would go to such lengths to save Galdino. The reason is simple. I want him to join my crew, Alan stated earnestly. He had long considered the prospect of recruiting Galdi. No, as he possessed some knowledge of the pirate world. As a user of the melt fruit, Galdino's combat capabilities were not particularly formidable. However, under the influence of Crocodile while with the Baroque Works, he had become a cunning pirate willing to resort to any means for victory. Yet, this did not necessarily reflect his true nature. During the Marineford War in the original pirate world, he had been moved by the actions of Mr. Bon Clay and Luffy, ultimately standing resolutely by Luffy's side and using his abilities to create keys to assist Luffy's crew on multiple occasions. Thus, Alan believed in his heart that with proper guidance, Galdino could indeed become a remarkable companion, for the abilities of the melt fruit possess unforeseen utility in numerous situations. Bang! Upon hearing that Alan was seeking yet another bounty-hunting pirate as a comrade, Smoker could no longer contain himself and landed a fierce punch on his head. Cigarette man, have you lost your mind? Why strike me? You are the one who has gone mad. Have you truly fallen so low, constantly seeking pirate companions? Are you resolved to become a pirate yourself? If that is the case, regardless of our past friendship, I shall seize you without mercy. Smoker gazed at Alan with utmost seriousness, having resolved that if his former friend truly intended to embrace a life of piracy, he must intervene before Alan's descent into depravity was irreversible. This was the duty of a true friend. Seize me, cigarette man. Do you truly believe you can catch me? Alan shrugged nonchalantly at Smoker, who had turned against him. Old friend, are you truly forcing my hand? Observing Alan's unwavering demeanor, Smoker's eyes turned icy, and his body began to slowly dissipate into smoke, as if he were prepared to strike should Alan fail to provide a satisfactory response. The imminent clash between the two was palpable. Chapter 28. The blame-shifting skill, White Fist. With a roar, Smoker officially commenced his battle against Alan. The white smoke billowing forth signified that Colonel Smoker was engaged in combat with Alan. Observing the swirling vapor outside the prison, the soldiers at the naval base quickly deduced that he was battling Alan and rushed to assist him, only to be halted by some of the naval soldiers who had accompanied Smoker from Lobetown. Hey, Alan and Colonel Smoker are old friends. They often spar like this, so there's no need to be alarmed. The soldiers, well aware of the relationship between Alan and Smoker, had grown accustomed to their skirmishes and prevented those eager to join the fray from approaching, advising them to leave before incurring their wrath. Oh, the captain is fighting with Smoker. We should activate the Going Merry using his method. Upon witnessing the clash between Smoker and Alan, Buggy and the others recalled Alan's earlier instructions after Tina had stormed off, and without hesitation, they made their way towards the port where the Going Merry was docked. Meanwhile, Tina, who was furiously returning to her quarters to change after Alan had torn her clothing, received reports from her subordinates about the battle between Alan and Smoker. However, recalling how Smoker had initially defended Alan, she never considered that they were genuinely fighting, believing instead that it was merely a performance put on for her benefit. Do you think that by staging a scene where the cigarette man beats you, I will forgive you, you scoundrel. Not a chance. Believing firmly that this was a deliberate act by Alan to provoke Smoker into striking him, in hopes of obtaining his forgiveness, Tina ordered all the Navy soldiers under her command to retreat. Humph, let the two of you entertain yourselves. I wonder who your audience will be. Smoker was completely taken aback by Tina's decision to withdraw all the Navy personnel, yet Alan had anticipated this outcome. Observing the remaining soldiers vacate the area, either loyal confidants of Smoker, who were aware of their relationship and chose to abstain from the spectacle, or those who had recently received Tina's orders and thus departed without witnessing the performance, Alan wore a sly smile, reveling in his cunning success. My old friend, you are no match for me. As long as you abandon the notion of becoming a pirate, we can continue to be excellent partners. Smoker urged as he regarded Alan, whom he had long kept under his thumb. Rest assured, my intentions of becoming a pirate are currently non-existent, Alan replied earnestly as he distanced himself from Smoker. That is good to hear. Huh, I knew you were merely jesting, Smoker exclaimed, his demeanor lightening as he immediately ceased his aggressive posture, smiling broadly. He had no desire to engage in combat with his old companion. I am not jesting. I merely stated that I have no immediate plans to become a pirate. However, I must take Galdino with me. You need not worry, Smokey. Just because my comrades once sailed as pirates does not imply that I shall follow suit. Alan earnestly explained to Smoker. Damn it, you little rascal, your mind is truly addled. I will have to knock some sense into you. Upon hearing Alan's response once more, Smoker felt utterly played. Enraged, he unleashed his smoke abilities to their utmost potential, unleashing a barrage of what seemed like countless white fists raining down upon Alan. Smokey, you're serious? Alan exclaimed, scrambling to evade the onslaught of fists descending upon him. Of course, I intend to thoroughly awaken your latent flaws, Smoker asserted with unwavering conviction. Sighing, Alan lamented, I had hoped to have a serious discussion with you, but if it must be this way, Tiger Claw. Recognizing Smoker's obstinate stance, Alan abandoned his initial intent to reason with him and executed his ultimate attack against Smoker's descending heavy fists. A tangible tiger claw suddenly manifested, slicing through the smoke-formed fists and directly penetrating Smoker's elemental body. What a remarkable technique. My old friend, it has indeed been some time, and you have grown significantly stronger. Wait, where did you go? Upon witnessing Alan's sudden and formidable tiger claw technique, Smoker was taken aback. As he turned to inquire further, he found that Alan had already vanished. After using the tiger claw to penetrate Smoker's elemental form, Alan swiftly employed his speed technique, racing forward to seize the unconscious Galdi. Eno, who had previously been rendered unconscious by a hammer blow from Akin due to deceit, and began dashing towards the port. Damn it, Alan. Do not think you can escape. Smoker seethed, observing Alan's disregard for his pleas as he continued to sprint with the pirate Galdi, Eno in tow. Enraged, Smoker activated the powers of his smoke fruit in an attempt to give chase, only to discover that Alan's speed far surpassed his own. Even burdened with the unconscious Galdi, Eno, Alan outpaced him. Smoker exerted all his strength merely to keep Alan in sight. Following Alan to the port, Smoker was dismayed to find Alan had already boarded the newly repaired wavebreaker and was setting sail for the open sea. Farewell, Smoker. I shall take my leave with this one. Consider it a favor owed to you. And do not foolishly report this incident. After all, Crocodile has escaped once before. Just shift the blame onto him. You've already brought back Crocodile, and I trust both the Navy headquarters and the world government will forgive this minor oversight. Alan called out with a broad smile as he stood on the deck, seeing Smoker approach. Alan, don't go. You wait right there. I will catch you and bring you back from your descent into darkness, Smoker declared, his frustration boiling over as he looked at Alan's smug expression. Ah, Smoker, do not be so stubborn. Do you have an answer to what constitutes justice and what signifies evil? Remember, throughout history, only victory is true justice, Alan remarked, shaking his head in resignation at Smoker's ire. Stop preaching your twisted philosophy. Just you wait, Smoker retorted, refusing to heed Alan's words as he rushed to retrieve his watercraft to pursue him. Ah, the truth is often hard to accept, and I have no desire to engage in further debate with you. Akin, set the wavebreaker to full throttle. We are leaving, Alan commanded, seeing Smoker's obstinacy. With a roar, the wavebreaker surged forward, creating a massive wave as it galloped across the ocean like a wild stallion, soon disappearing from view, leaving Smoker, who had just mounted his watercraft, stunned in place. Chapter 29. The contest for captaincy. Staring at the receding wavebreaker, Smoker stood frozen for a moment before slowly uttering. It seems that besides the Straw Hat Kid, I now have another target to pursue. My heavens, is that a ship or a cannon? How can it move so swiftly? As the wave breaker sliced through the ocean's surface like a blade, its terrifying speed left Buggy gripping the railing with trepidation, his voice trembling as he spoke. Stay calm, Buggy. He chided himself. After all, you are one who sailed with the pirate King Roger to conquer the Grand Line. There's no need for such alarm. Alan observed Buggy's reaction and couldn't he help but shake his head. Even during his time with Captain Roger, he had never experienced such a frenetic vessel. Only a madman like Buggy would modify a ship to achieve such velocity. Should an obstacle or an enemy ship lie ahead, evasion would be utterly impossible. Buggy lamented internally, feeling quite helpless. Captain, his reaction is entirely understandable. It is indeed his first encounter with the wavebreaker's speed. Any rational person would be frightened. Akin remarked as he adjusted the speed to automatic mode and emerged from the cockpit. Hey, Captain, why did you bring this guy aboard? He was the one who tricked me into revealing your whereabouts back in the prison, causing us unnecessary delays. That is why I knocked him out. Akin, now on the deck, spotted the still unconscious Galdino and expressed his confusion. Sometimes we must fight before we can truly know someone. Perhaps this young man will become our ally in the future. What? Ugh, is that the sun? Where am I? Galdino, slowly regaining consciousness, realized he was lying on a swaying deck. As he opened his eyes to the blinding sunlight, he felt an odd sense of familiarity. You deceiver, are you awake? A hostile voice rang in his ears. Turning his head, he found Akin, the one who had knocked him out, gazing at him with undisguised disdain. It's you. You saved me. Upon seeing Akin, Dino immediately tensed, but remembering he was no longer in prison, his curiosity got the better of him. I had no intention of rescuing you. It was our captain who brought you out. Akin's attitude remained sour, still feeling betrayed by Dino. Your captain? That's me. Didn't you say you knew my whereabouts? Alan interjected, his eyes narrowed and a smile on his face, giving off an air of cunning. So you are their captain. There are only you three aboard this vessel. Dino surveyed his surroundings and noted that indeed only Alan, Buggy, and Akin were present, and the sea-stone cuffs binding his wrists had been removed. A wicked smile crept across his lips. Indeed, at present, there are just the three of us. Do you have any questions? Alan, having deduced Dino's intentions from his smile, acknowledged without concern. Since you are but three, this ship requires a new captain. In light of your assistance in my rescue, I shall permit you to remain as my subordinates. Dino spoke with great pride, casting a glance at the one who had knocked him unconscious, Eugene. As for you, if you kneel and bow to me 100 times, I might graciously forgive you and allow you to remain aboard the ship. In response to Dino's audacious claim of commandeering the vessel, both Buggy and Eugene regarded him with mocking expressions, their gazes akin to that of observing a fool. You dare to mock me? Laugh again, and I'll toss you into the sea to feed the fish. Dino, feeling the sting of humiliation from their ridicule, reprimanded them sharply. There's no need to be so angry. If you wish to be the captain, that's entirely possible. As long as you earn everyone's approval, I can relinquish the captaincy to you, Alan said with an even broader smile, analyzing the situation with a seriousness that contrasted with his demeanor. However, Eugene, familiar with Alan's character, knew that this smile boded ill for Dino. No need for such complications. Once I dispose of you, I will naturally become the captain, Dino declared confidently. In his eyes, the only one aboard with a bounty was the clown Buggy, a mere 15 million berries, insignificant compared to his own 45 million. As for Captain Alan and the one who had knocked him out, Eugene, they were merely fledgling players in this grand game. Dispose of me? Go ahead. Give it a try? Alan replied, a smile still gracing his face. Engaging with a pirate boasting a bounty of 45 million berries was a thrilling prospect for him, providing a chance to gauge his true strength, especially since his previous encounter with Crocodile had been somewhat skewed due to the advantage of seawater. Do not blame me for being ungrateful. This sea is a brutal realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. Observing Alan's fearless demeanor, Dino shook his head in resignation, viewing him as a typical naive rookie. He wasted no time in showing his intent, pressing both hands to the ground and unleashing the powers of his melt fruit. With a bubbling sound, as soon as Dino's hands contacted the deck, torrents of molten wax surged toward Alan and the others like a flood. Boring technique, Alan remarked, fully aware that once enveloped in the wax, escape would become exceedingly difficult as it hardened to a steel-like consistency. However, if it did not come into contact with him, he had nothing to fear. Suddenly, just as the molten wax was less than a meter away from him, Alan vanished, disappearing like a ghost before Di Nua's eyes. How fast? How can this kid be so swift? No good, wax ball. The bounty on Domino amounts to a staggering 45 million berries, a reputation not unfounded. Upon witnessing Alan's sudden disappearance from his sight, Domino immediately recognized the impending attack and swiftly unleashed a torrent of waxy liquid, encasing himself within a spherical barrier to thwart Alan's assault. Futile. Rather than employing brute force to shatter the waxen sphere, Alan chose a more strategic approach, positioning himself atop the spherical shield and reminiscing about the kicking techniques imparted by the red-footed Zepp during their time at the seaside restaurant. With a sudden surge of power, he stomped down. Boom. The entire ship, the breaking wave, trembled violently as if struck by an immense force, yet the waxen sphere remained unblemished. Just as Buggy and Akin presumed Alan's strike had faltered, Domino voluntarily released his confinement, clambering out in a disheveled state, exclaiming, "I concede, I concede." Before he could finish his plea, he collapsed onto the deck, retching in agony. Chapter 30. A lesson in submission. I concede, I concede. Domino, emerging from the waxen sphere, was cut short by his own suffering as he hunched over the deck, visibly distressed by the reverberating force of Alan's earlier strike. You cannot simply give up. Did you not declare your ambition to become captain? You must first defeat me to claim that title. Go ahead and vomit. Once you're finished, we shall continue. Observing Domino's pitiful state, Alan paused and smiled indulgently. Yet, while Alan wore a grin, Domino felt a desire to weep. That seemingly ordinary stomp atop the waxen sphere had delivered a terrifying shockwave, reverberating within the barrier like echoes in a cavern. A force so potent it felt as though his very organs might shatter, prompting his desperate retreat and plea for mercy. After a considerable pause, Domino finally regained his composure. Once he had tidied the deck, he noticed Alan still gazing at him with an enigmatic smile, one that sent shivers down his spine. Cautiously, he inquired, "Captain, I have cleaned up. Do you have any further commands? Are you still unconvinced?" Alan replied with a serious demeanor. "No, I am convinced, truly convinced. From this day forth, you shall be my captain, Gal Domino, and I pledge my unwavering loyalty, never to betray you," Domino asserted with utmost sincerity, still haunted by the memory of Alan's earlier strike. Had he endured another blow of that magnitude, he feared it would have been his end. "Nay, you remain unconvinced. You were merely momentarily incapacitated and now refrain from retaliation, correct? Once you recover, you will undoubtedly seek a chance to retaliate," Alan stated, his gaze piercing into Domino's eyes with unshakable certainty. "I do not," Domino stammered, feeling as though Alan could see straight through him, his voice trembling involuntarily. "Save your rebuttals. If you lack even this basic discernment, how could I possibly lead you as your captain?" Observing the clumsy performance of Dino, Alan dismissively waved his hand. "I abhor complications and prefer to resolve matters in a single stroke. Now, your greatest asset is undoubtedly your candle wax, correct? Bind my legs with it. Should you manage to defeat me in this manner, I shall consent to your captaincy." "Excellent." Upon hearing Alan's words, Dino, who was initially skeptical, nodded earnestly, recognizing that accepting this proposition would yield nothing but advantages for him. "Boss, is this truly wise? I've reviewed the intelligence on this fellow, his candle wax. Once it ensnares an opponent, possesses a hardness akin to steel. By allowing him to bind your legs, are you not rendering yourself a living target?" Akin, standing nearby, expressed his concern, while Buggy's grim expression silently conveyed his shared apprehension. "Rest assured, I would not propose such a challenge without confidence in my abilities. Besides, even if I were to lose, it simply means I concede to him as captain," Alan replied with a reassuring smile. With his words, Akin and Buggy felt a slight alleviation of their worries. However, as they stepped aside, they exchanged knowing glances, clearly indicating that should circumstances take an unexpected turn, they would not hesitate to intervene against Dino, having made no promises throughout this ordeal. "Captain, are you ready?" With Akin and Buggy stepping back, Dino once again sought confirmation from Alan. Regarding the two, he felt they posed no threat. Once he dealt with Alan, the two minor characters would not stand a chance. "Of course, you may strike first." Alan casually shrugged. "Then I shall not hold back." No sooner had he spoken than Dino pressed his hands onto the deck and unleashed a torrent of candle wax towards Alan. This time, Alan made no attempt to evade. allowing the wax to envelop his feet. In an instant, it felt as though his legs had sunk into parched concrete, rendering him immobile. Ha ha, arrogant brat. Prepare to pay for your hubris. Champion's fist. Seeing his wax effectively ensnare Alan, Dino laughed triumphantly, and then he donned boxing gloves fashioned from wax, launching a fierce punch toward Alan. Boss. Wait, it's not the right moment. The captain is still smiling. You should be fine. Upon witnessing Alan ensnared, Akin grew anxious, brandishing his weapon to rush forward in aid, but was restrained by Buggy, who, looking at Alan's confident grin, felt assured of his inevitable victory. Boom. In a fleeting moment, Dino's champion's fist struck Alan with tremendous force, yet rather than toppling him, it instead halted Dino's own body midair. An intriguing technique, but your inherent strength is still lacking. To the surprise of Dino, his full-force strike failed to knock down Alan, who effortlessly blocked it midair with a single hand. The reason Alan dared to withstand Dino's ultimate technique was due to his mastery of armament hockey. During his earlier encounter with Crocodile, he had only begun to harness this power and realized that maintaining armament hockey while attacking was quite challenging. However, when it came to simply standing firm in defense, the task became significantly easier. Thus, when Dino unleashed his powerful punch, Alan raised one hand and elevated his armament hockey to its maximum potency, successfully countering Dino's champion punch with remarkable ease. Having concluded your attack, Dino, it is now my turn. Seizing the moment while Dino was still recovering from his strike, Alan pulled his body forward and delivered a fierce punch directly to his face. Thud. With unrelenting force, Alan struck, causing Dino to feel as if his teeth had been shattered. His head collided violently against the waxen wall that bound Alan, rendering him incapable of further combat, while the very wall that ensnared Alan crumbled into pieces. This must merely be an accident. It matters not. Once you recover, you may bind my feet, and we shall engage in another bout, Alan suggested with a cheerful demeanor, gazing at Dino's swollen visage, a testament to their earlier clash. Here comes the fifth. I pledge my loyalty to you, Captain, with unwavering resolve. Dino stammered, gesticulating wildly, his words barely intelligible. At that moment, Alan appeared as a demon in Dino's eyes, instilling in him a fear that deterred him from opposing such a formidable force. Chapter 31. The 8 Pirates. Ah, how exhilarating it is to glide across the water's surface. What splendid fun. Akin exclaimed, behold my water splash attack. On the sea, Buggy and Akin stood upon a specially designed surfboard, propelled rapidly by the wave breaker, playfully splashing water at one another, reveling in their carefree amusement. Upon their jubilant return to the ship, both wore broad smiles as they addressed Alan. Captain, won't you join us? This contraption is truly delightful. Now you see its charm, do you? It is all thanks to Dino's devil fruit powers that this marvel exists. Previously, you dismissed him, yet now you comprehend his significance, Alan remarked with a smile, observing the joy on Akin and Buggy's faces. You should swiftly mend your relationship with Dino. In the future, should you desire any delightful inventions, he can create them far more swiftly than if you were to purchase them. Indeed. Thank you, my friend, for crafting such wondrous delights for us. Buggy and Akin approached Dino, who had just received treatment for his injuries, and expressed their camaraderie with friendly smiles. It's all good. It's all good. Just let me know if you desire anything. Dino stuttered, his swollen face resembling a chipmunk hoarding food, and his forced smile appeared rather comical. Oh, as your companion, a word of advice. Never defy the captain, or you shall face dire consequences, Buggy whispered, observing Dino's pitiable yet humorous appearance. I understand, Dino replied. Buggy, what nonsense are you spouting? We are all comrades. Are you trying to sow discord? Alan, with his keen hearing, caught wind of Buggy's words and interjected. A team thrives on playful banter. If you all fear me, what kind of comrades would we be? If this playful rivalry continues, I fear I may be defeated by your antics. Dino, feeling the swelling on his face, inwardly mocked the situation, though he dared only to voice his thoughts silently. Meanwhile, the swiftly sailing vessel, the wave breaker, surprisingly outpaced Monkey D. Luffy and his crew, arriving at the waters beneath the Sky Island. A series of unusual sounds echoed above the wave breaker, prompting Alan and his companions to look up, only to witness a cascade of wood shavings and various objects descending from the sky, revealing the remnants of a damaged warship. Candle Wall. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Dino, seasoned from his experiences on the Grand Line, swiftly responded. He elevated his abilities to their utmost, conjuring a substantial candle wall that enveloped the wave breaker securely. As the remnants of the warship plummeted, they struck the candle wall with a series of heavy thuds. Fortunately, the vessel was in such a state of disrepair that upon contact, it shattered like an egg dropped to the ground, causing no substantial harm to the wavebreaker. Oh, what a stroke of luck. Observing Dino's remarkable performance, Alan nodded in approval internally. Though Dino's combat prowess was not particularly formidable at present, Alan believed that with proper development, his capabilities would far exceed the bounty of 45 million berries. Hey, Alan, I did pretty well, didn't I? After the wreckage of the warship sank into the sea, Dino withdrew the candle wall and approached Alan with a beaming smile, filled with admiration for the young captain, eager to prove himself and earn his respect. Well done, Dino. It was a shame to see you under Crocodile's command. Rest assured, I will lead you to the pinnacle of this world, Alan replied, patting him on the shoulder. Hee. Receiving praise from the captain is truly an honor. Dino, beaming with pride, touched his head affectionately, resembling a child who had just received commendation from a teacher. That is me being called. Just as Dino was lost in his joy, an incongruous voice rang out. A massive pirate ship, comparable in size to a warship, sped toward the wavebreaker. At its bow stood a towering man, resembling a colossus, who proclaimed with pride, "Prepare to salvage." All sunken ships and treasures of the sea belonged to the monkey pirate crew, the Salvage King, Monkey. Behind this self-proclaimed Salvage King, a group of crew members resembling monkeys chattered in agreement. Are they enemies? Akin, observing the peculiar figure, readied himself for battle. No, they resemble a pack of monkeys released from a zoo more than anything else, he remarked. In response to the peculiar appearance of the pirate, Buggy unleashed his sharp tongue, wearing a grin as he remarked, "Indeed, is the ape salvaging the sunken ship inspired by the tale of the monkey fetching the moon?" Alan, standing nearby, chuckled softly. "What are you two discussing? This is my territory. To speak ill of me on my own ground, you possess quite the audacity." The Salvage King, the ape, had exceptionally keen hearing and immediately caught wind of Buggy and Alan's jests, promptly standing at the bow of the ship to reprimand them. "Your territory." Dino regarded the ape with disdain, secretly thinking how audacious this fellow was. "Indeed, this expanse of sea belongs to me. All the sunken ships here are under my domain. Should you trespass without my permission, your vessel shall also belong to me," the ape declared earnestly. "You wish to claim our wavebreaker? Your bravado is truly excessive." Akin was the first to scoff at the ape's words, thinking that although the adversaries were numerous, they resembled a disorganized mob that had escaped from a zoo. He could easily handle them alone. Suddenly, a massive spray erupted from the sea, and a colossal sea creature, akin to a giant python, surged forth, lunging towards the pirate ship of the ape crew. Those who refused to heed the lesson, prepare for the ape's wrath. The individual who styles himself as the King of Salvage faced the colossal sea creature, rivaling the size of a battleship, without the slightest hint of trepidation. He leaped into the air and delivered a powerful punch with great ferocity. Bang! The colossal sea creature was unexpectedly sent back into the depths with a single punch, leaving Akin, Buggy, and even Dino utterly dumbfounded as they beheld the enormous splash it created. Chapter 32. Buggy's power. Now do you comprehend my might? You forgetful fool of a serpent. With that triumphant blow that sent the massive sea creature crashing back into the ocean, the ape-man let out a proud roar, pounding his chest with both hands, resembling a gorilla that had escaped from a zoo. One couldn't help but wonder which zoo had neglected its duties, allowing such a formidable beast to roam free. Buggy, astonished by the ease with which the serpent-like creature was defeated, remarked in disbelief, "Are you complimenting my simian prowess? Oh, you discerning little red-nosed clown." Following Buggy's remarks, the Salvage King ape-man chuckled proudly, blissfully unaware that he had inadvertently touched upon Buggy's most sensitive topic. "You insolent, unevolved ape. You shall pay dearly for that." Indeed, upon hearing himself referred to as red-nosed, Buggy's fury ignited instantly. Want to deal with him? At that moment, Alan recalled the origins of this Salvage King ape-man, a member of the Monkey Mountain Pirate Alliance that had once assisted Luffy and his crew in their journey to Skypiea. Initially reluctant to intervene in the unfolding events, Alan decided to have some fun upon witnessing Buggy's anger. "Captain, don't try to dissuade me. This arrogant beast deserves a thorough lesson," Buggy asserted, believing Alan might attempt to temper his enthusiasm. "Rest assured, I won't dissuade you. This fellow is indeed overdue for a reckoning. However, mere words are futile. Let's not waste time and get to it." Contrary to Buggy's expectations, Alan showed no inclination to persuade him. Instead, he He seized Buggy by his clothing and hurled him toward the ape-man's pirate ship. "Ah, Captain, that's not how you play the game," Buggy exclaimed in bewilderment, silently lamenting how Alan had deviated from expected norms. After all, he had merely intended to boast a little. "Good luck, Buggy, I'm rooting for you." The only one not taken aback by Alan's actions was Akin, who had been with Alan from the beginning and had witnessed his unyielding nature during his time as a pirate reaper in the East Blue. Naturally, Akin found Alan's behavior perfectly normal, as he was known to act decisively when the moment called for it. "Ha ha ha, little red-nosed clown. Has your captain abandoned you to entertain us on our ship?" taunted the ape-man, as the proud ape, accompanied by his subordinates, cast a mocking glance at Bucky, who had been tossed onto his ship. Bucky's eyes sharpened at the continued derisive address from the ape, concealed within his attire. His signature grin slipped into view, and he responded with an air of feigned politeness. "I have been sent by my captain to enlighten you about the proper conduct aboard your vessel." With an air of arrogance, the red-nosed creature declared, "Prepare to face my wrath." Naturally, the ape did not hold back against Bucky's audacious proclamation, launching a powerful punch that could easily dispatch even the average sea creature. Should Bucky be struck, he would likely find himself severely incapacitated, if not outright defeated. However, if he were to succumb so easily, he would no longer be worthy of the name Bucky. Just as the ape's fist was about to collide with him, Bucky suddenly evaded the blow by utilizing the powers of his devil fruit, splitting his body into several pieces to dodge the attack. "Ha ha ha, a splendid escape," he exclaimed, relishing the moment as one of his disjointed legs delivered a swift kick to the ape. "That red nose possesses the power of a devil fruit." The ape, taken aback by Bucky's extraordinary abilities, swiftly commanded his crew, "Lads, seize that dismembered red nose." "Understood, Captain." Following the order, the pirate minions armed themselves and charged toward the scattered pieces of Bucky. "A disorganized mob, behold my chaotic fragmentation," Bucky shouted defiantly as he skillfully maneuvered his divided form, creating a tumultuous space of flailing limbs around him. Pirates who dared approach were either struck by his fists or kicked away, and in that moment, none could penetrate his defenses. Impressive. When did this lad acquire such formidable skills? Watching Bucky's remarkable display aboard the ape's ship, Alan nodded in satisfaction. He recognized the vast potential of Bucky's fragmentation powers, which had been hindered in the conventional pirate world for various reasons. This encounter was a fortuitous opportunity to assist him in ascending to the pinnacle of strength. "Boss, should we lend a hand? Otherwise, Bucky might dispatch them all, leaving us without any fun," Akin remarked anxiously, tempted by the excitement of the unfolding battle. "Patience. It won't end so swiftly, and besides, aren't new adversaries approaching?" Alan pointed towards the distant sea, where a pirate ship, strikingly similar to that of the ape pirates, was swiftly approaching their position. "Oh, another pirate ship. Captain, this one is mine. You must not snatch it from me," Akin exclaimed eagerly to Alan, showing no sign of concern despite the sudden appearance of the unidentified vessel. "It's yours, but I must caution you, the adversary this time is likely stronger than those from the ape pirates." "Are you confident?" With his extraordinary eyesight, Alan quickly discerned the true identity of the ship. It belonged to the Gorilla Pirates, a faction under the banner of the Ape Mountain United Pirate Crew. The captain, known as the King of Undersea Exploration, had a bounty of 36 million berries, significantly surpassing the 23 million berries of the Salvage King, the ape. "Hee. If I truly cannot handle it, I have you, Captain," Akin replied with a broad smile. Recently, due to the detoxification concoction prepared by Colossal, Akin felt not only liberated from his toxins but also experienced an enhancement in his overall physical prowess, igniting a desire to test his limits. These fellows treat combat as a game, it seems. "Indeed. Only monsters can board this ship, myself excluded," Dino silently mused, gaining a newfound perspective on his team as he observed Akin's combative enthusiasm. Chapter 33. The Ape and the Gorilla Ape. Are you alright? The approaching pirate vessel was indeed the warship of the Gorilla Pirates, and its captain, the King of Undersea Exploration, stood at the prow, bellowing toward the Salvage King. The ape. "Ah, it's you, Brother Gorilla." "I'm fine, just encountered a few unwary pests," the ape replied, bolstered by the presence of his esteemed brother. "Humph. A bunch of blind minions daring to provoke the brothers of the King of Undersea Exploration. Do you not realize I am soon to succeed Crocodile as one of the 7 warlords of the sea? You are truly courting death." As he observed the chaos caused by Buggy aboard the ape pirate's ship, alongside the onlookers, including Alan, the King of Undersea Exploration opened his mouth, large enough to swallow a watermelon, and produced a microphone to unleash a thunderous roar. Immediately, a powerful sound wave emanated from the gorilla pirate ship, creating rippling waves across the sea, and the walls of both the gorilla and ape pirate ships began to fracture under the force of the sound wave. In contrast, Alan's ship, the Wave Breaker, remained steadfast, utterly unaffected by the gorilla pirate's assault. Ugh, that insufferable gorilla. Why is he screaming for no reason? The once fragmented and raucous Buggy, aboard the ape pirate ship, found himself profoundly affected by the overwhelming sound waves. He felt as if the very essence of his strength was being shaken, prompting him to revert from his disassembled form to withstand the gorilla's sonic assault. Now's my chance. Take this, Ape Iron Fist. Observing that Buggy had returned to his original state, the seasoned ape, accustomed to the cacophony of his kind, immediately seized the opportunity, swinging his iron fist toward Buggy. Oh no! Buggy, realizing the impending threat of the approaching fist, hastily attempted to activate his devil fruit powers to evade. But it was too late. The iron fist was already upon him. With a resounding thud, Buggy's body did not soar away from the force of the blow. To everyone's surprise, Alan had leaped onto the ape pirate ship, using his own fist to intercept the attack meant for Buggy. Why, you little brat? The gorilla was astonished that his full-force strike had been blocked by someone so diminutive, barely reaching his chest. He couldn't fathom how such a small figure could possess such formidable strength to withstand his might. Captain, Buggy felt a wave of guilt for having to rely on Alan for protection and was at a loss for words. Well done, Buggy. You've cultivated a new technique. With a bit more training, it would be quite a challenge for me to land a hit on you, Alan said with a smile after forcing the ape back with his tremendous strength. You little punk, you've got quite the power. But I haven't even unleashed half of mine. The ape king, taken aback yet indignant after being repelled by Alan's astonishing strength, retorted defiantly. Let us call it a day. We have matters to attend to. We shall play with you two again another time. In the face of the gorilla's challenge, Alan chose not to engage but instead pulled Buggy back onto their ship, the Wave Breaker, and set sail at great speed before their adversaries could regain their composure. Meanwhile, the underwater sonic assault of the gorilla continued relentlessly, echoing the ancient verse, "The cries of the apes on both shores do not cease," as the light boat sails past myriad mountains. Captain, I don't understand why we fled. With your abilities, you could have suitably taught those two insolent gorillas a lesson. After leaving the ape and gorilla pirate crew behind, Akin questioned Alan, perplexed. He couldn't comprehend how Alan, known for his ruthless approach toward pirates in the East Sea, would suddenly exhibit such a change of heart and spare those who had provoked him. Indeed, Captain, those two unfinished beings could never hope to match your strength. If you were to let them go, they should at least apologize first. Bucky, filled with confusion, pressed on with his inquiries. As for Domino, having recently joined Alan's crew, he remained silent, yet his expression revealed a burgeoning curiosity about why the seemingly cunning Alan would spare those two creatures, unless he had devised a more insidious plan for dealing with them. Alan, acknowledging his companion's bewilderment, sighed inwardly. His decision to spare the two pirates was straightforward. Luffy's pirate crew would soon arrive, and if he were to defeat them, they would be incapacitated, thereby jeopardizing Luffy's journey to Skypiea. Naturally, Alan would not obstruct the path of Luffy, the protagonist of the pirate world. What do you think those two creatures are? He queried, although he knew he could not divulge his reasoning to Bucky and the others. They're clearly a human ape and an orangutan. Bucky replied nonchalantly, perplexed by Alan's question. Precisely. One is a human ape, the other an orangutan. If you take this matter so seriously, then are you a human ape, an orangutan, or perhaps a monkey yourself? Alan retorted with a dismissive glance, effectively silencing them. All right, we understand. We won't stoop to the level of these inferior creatures, Bucky and his companions awkwardly conceded, scratching their heads. Fear not. If you're still seeking amusement, I shall soon take you to a delightful place. Alan reassured them, noticing the disappointment on Bucky and Akin's faces. And where might this delightful place be? They inquired. The Paradise for Pirates, Magoo Valley Town. Chapter 34. The Pirate Paradise of Magoo Valley Town. Magoo Valley Town, located in the first half of the Grand Line, is known as the Paradise for Pirates. This moniker is well-deserved, for it is a realm untouched by the influence of the world government, where extravagant pirates have established a small town. Consequently, brawls and skirmishes are commonplace, prompting ordinary folk to steer clear of the area. However, due to the lavish lifestyle of the pirates, a plethora of merchants daringly venture there to engage in various enterprises. Typically, The pirates of Magoo Valley Town ensure their resources remain secure and, under normal circumstances, do not target ordinary individuals. Conflicts usually arise between rival pirate crews. Over time, Magoo Valley Town has developed into a unique environment, becoming a lawless zone that neither the world government wishes to govern nor the formidable pirates can control, leaving it a sanctuary for common pirates. Upon hearing that Alan intended to journey to the notorious pirates' paradise, Bucky and Akin were momentarily taken aback. Naturally, these two mischief-makers were eager not to miss such an opportunity, and the mere prospect of visiting that place filled them with excitement. However, Dino appeared somewhat reluctant regarding Alan's announcement, his countenance dark and silent. "What troubles you, Dino? Do you not wish to go?" Alan inquired with concern, noticing Dino's unusual demeanor. "If our purpose is merely recreation, Captain, I would advise against visiting Pirates Valley. The number of pirates there is rather excessive. One might say it is a town almost entirely composed of them. Generally, it is safe enough, with only mundane pirates frolicking about. But one cannot dismiss the occasional appearance of formidable figures. Even someone of crocodile stature, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, might frequent such a place. If we venture there, with our ship, the Obsidian Wave, emblazoned with a flag of wealth, combined with the reputation you've earned as the Pirate Reaper in the East Blue, we would be courting danger," Dino earnestly elaborated. Having a detailed understanding of Pirates Valley from his time with Baroque Works, and thus held a certain apprehension. "Then what shall we do, Captain? Should we forego Pirates Valley, or perhaps change the flag of the Obsidian Wave?" Akin and Bucky exchanged worried glances, seeking Alan's guidance. "Change the flag? Have you forgotten my intention in hoisting this banner? It is to attract pirates," Alan stated with gravity. "This time, we shall make a grand entrance into Pirates Valley. Our funds have dwindled, and we will seize the opportunity to amass wealth there. Rest assured, the truly great pirates are predominantly found in the latter half of the Grand Line, in the New World. Pirates Valley is merely a gathering place for fledgling pirates. If we were to cower at the thought of such a place, we might as well disband and abandon our ambitions. Indeed, live boldly or perish. What is there to fear?" Akin chimed in, immediately echoing Alan's sentiments. "Very well, let us create a ruckus in Pirates Valley and see who can claim the most treasure. This is the very essence of piracy," Bucky exclaimed, reveling in the thought of unrestrained freedom, buoyed by his experiences alongside Roger. "Then I shall join in the revelry." Perhaps influenced by the exuberance of Alan and his crew, Dino shed his previous concerns and boldly declared his intent to partake in their audacious plans. With their minds united, the Obsidian Wave turned its bow and swiftly sailed towards Pirates Valley. "Hee, I can smell the scent of treasure." Upon arriving at the harbor of Pirates Valley, Bucky's eyes sparkled at the sight of ships adorned with a myriad of pirate flags, resembling grand treasure chests. "Let the ships in the harbor remain for the end, as we must first disembark and gather intelligence on how to reach Sky Island, then proceed to amass our funds," Alan instructed the crew earnestly. "Understood." Regarding Alan's arrangement, no one voiced any objections. Among them, Buggy awkwardly scratched his head. In his past, he had accompanied the pirate King Roger to the legendary Sky Island, but unfortunately, he had fallen ill and slept through the journey. By the time he awoke, the ship had already reached the island, leaving him only with knowledge of its existence. While the means to get there remained a mystery to him. "Let us establish some rules," Alan proposed, to prevent any chaos during the evaluation. In Magic Valley Town, discovering the method to reach Sky Island will be worth 1,000 points, but only if it is a valid method. Acquiring 1 million berries or an equivalent value in goods will earn 1 point. The competition will conclude at sunset today. The individual with the highest score will emerge victorious. With 1 million berries yielding just a single point, it became clear that uncovering the method to Sky Island would guarantee victory. Akin and the others quickly discerned the key to winning the contest. "But, boss, what is the reward for winning?" Dino inquired. His curiosity piqued about the internal competition and what incentives Alan would provide to motivate everyone. "Of course, there will be rewards. For the next week, those who rank higher can make various requests of those ranked lower, as long as they do not violate any principles. This means the first place can command the second, third, and fourth places. The second can instruct the third and fourth, and so on. If you wish to enjoy a good life in the coming week, strive to secure a top position, ideally first place, so that I must heed your commands." Alan thoughtfully devised this peculiar regulation. "All right." Upon hearing Alan's incentive, Buggy and the others immediately perked up, imagining the prospect of giving Alan orders if they secured first place, their excitement palpable. Ha ha ha. Look, mates. A ship adorned with the symbol has arrived at Magic Valley Town. It must be some merchant ship unaware of our situation, coming to bestow treasure upon us. Just as Alan and the others finalized the competition rules, a sharp voice pierced the air. A menacing group of pirates, drawn by the symbol on the wave breaker, began to converge on them. Ha ha ha. We still don't know who is delivering treasure to whom. As they beheld the pirates intent on robbing them, Buggy and his crew's eyes gleamed, perceiving the intruders as prey willingly presenting themselves. These fellows are mine. You are not to steal my quarry, Akin declared, brandishing his twin hammers as he leaped off the wave breaker. Wait, whoever gets to it first claims it. Baki and Dinu, fearing to fall behind, promptly leaped down as well. Observing their spirited demeanor, Alan merely smiled and nodded. It was evident that today would become a day of calamity for the pirates of Magic Valley Town. Chapter 35, The Cunning Devil. Ha ha ha. Brothers, look. These fellows are so frightened they wish to abandon ship. Witnessing Akin jump off the wave breaker, both Baki and Dinu were startled. But upon realizing that only the three of them had jumped, a one-eyed pirate burst into laughter, convinced that Akin and his companions were terrified and choosing to flee. He amiably addressed them, saying, "Do not be afraid. Here in Magic Valley Town, we have rules. We do not harm merchants who come to do business. Just surrender a substantial portion of your goods as protection money, and we shall guarantee your safety in Magic Valley Town." How does that sound? Quite fair, isn't it? Hee hee. What a fool. As they observed the one-eyed pirate attempting to extort protection money, Baki and the others wore mocking smiles. Brother, it seems we have targeted the wrong individuals. The fellow in the middle with the red nose is the East Sea pirate clown, Baki, with a bounty of 15 million berry. The one beside him is Candleman Galdino, with a bounty of 45 million berry. I cannot recognize the third one. One of the one-eyed pirate's subordinates whispered as he recognized Baki's trademark grin. Upon hearing the bounty amounts of 15 million and 45 million, the one-eyed pirate was momentarily taken aback. He was merely a novice in the Grand Line. With a bounty of only 12 million, he could not even compare to Baki, let alone Dinu with his 45 million. The disparity made him instantly regret targeting the wave breaker. What is the matter? You've surrounded us, yet you remain idle? Baki remarked impatiently, since you want to make a move, we shall. Wait, Baki. Just as Baki and the others were about to attack, Alan suddenly jumped down from the wave breaker, halting their actions. Captain, what are you doing? Baki and the others questioned, bewildered by Alan's sudden intervention. They have already been intimidated by you. I just noted that the highest bounty among them is this one-eyed pirate, around 12 million. Pirates of this caliber have little treasure. It would be more beneficial to utilize them for a greater purpose, Alan earnestly explained to Baki. We will be delayed here in Magic Valley Town for a day. To prevent any damage to the wave breaker, we can have them stay behind to watch the ship. But allowing these sea scum to guard the ship is akin to handing the wave breaker over to them for theft. The crew, including Akin, found it utterly incomprehensible that Alan would seek assistance from those pirates intent on commandeering the wave breaker. Rest assured, they would not dare. Just as the words left his lips, Alan swiftly darted forward, catching the one-eyed pirate off guard, and delivered a casual punch to his abdomen. What have you given me? It's so bitter. The one-eyed pirate instinctively gasped in pain, and Alan promptly seized the opportunity to shove a pill into his mouth. A powerful, acrid taste instantly flooded the pirate's mouth, prompting him to open wide and retch. There's no need to panic. It's merely a touch of chronic poison. You won't be in immediate danger, but it will quietly seep into your bloodstream. Without an antidote within 3 days, it will cause your blood vessels to rupture, leading to a most gruesome demise. Alan stated with a beaming smile, as if discussing a mundane topic. You're lying. There's no such poison. Upon hearing Alan's words, the one-eyed pirate felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body. He contemplated charging at Alan in a fit of rage, yet the memory of Alan's formidable prowess held him back. Instead, he mustered the courage to retort, "If you're not deceiving me, have your ship's doctor check for himself and see if there's any way to counteract it. Just smile and check with your physician. He'll confirm the truth of my words. Moreover, I have an intriguing tidbit for you. This toxin was procured from Magellan, the warden of Impel Down. It bears a rather unseemly name, blood rot. Though the name may lack sophistication, its efficacy is unparalleled." As Alan spoke, the one-eyed pirate fell silent. Fully aware of Impel Down's notorious reputation as the world's most formidable prison, the warden, Magellan, was a figure of terror among inmates. reputed to be so lethal that even the most skilled physicians could not save those who fell victim to his poison. The realization that he had ingested a concoction crafted by such a dangerous individual left the pirate feeling decidedly doomed. Do not be so morose. I am a firm believer in fair rewards and punishments. You attacked my vessel, thus you have been punished with poison, but if you guard my ship for a day, ensuring its safety from harm, I shall reward you with the antidote. With the one-eyed pirate now thoroughly intimidated, Alan laid out his terms. Upon hearing the mention of an antidote, the one-eyed pirate nodded vigorously, as if his head were a chick pecking at grain. No problem, sir. I guarantee to safeguard your ship. As long as I am aboard, no harm shall come to it, and I shall ensure your safety remains intact. Alan, satisfied with the pirate's promise, nodded in approval and proceeded with Buggy and the others towards Magic Valley Town. Once they had distanced themselves from the port, Buggy finally voiced his curiosity. Captain, when did you acquire Magellan's poison? Why didn't you inform us? And has an antidote been developed for it? I did not receive it, Alan stated earnestly. What I previously offered that one-eyed dragon was merely a handful of mud pellets I casually picked up from the ground. Naturally, he would find it bitter and assume I had poisoned him. Upon hearing that Alan had nonchalantly fed a mud pellet to the one-eyed dragon and managed to deceive him, Bucky and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. The quickest to react, Dino, promptly inquired, Boss, won't that one-eyed dragon soon realize he has been tricked? After all, he has a ship's doctor who will quickly ascertain whether he has been poisoned. Rest assured, it is precisely because his ship's doctor will confirm that he is unharmed that he will become even more fearful. Due to psychological effects, after consuming a mud pellet, he will instinctively feel unwell. Even if the doctor declares him free of poison, he will attribute it to Magellan's bizarre toxin, which even his doctor cannot detect. Thus increasing his vigilance in guarding the wave breaker, Alan replied with a mischievous grin. Witnessing Alan's cunning scheme to deceive the one-eyed dragon, Akin, Bucky, and Dino simultaneously regarded him with an internal assessment, devilish. Chapter 36, Establishing Authority at the Tavern thanks to Alan's devious stratagem. The one-eyed pirate had no choice but to lead his crew in dutifully guarding the wave breaker. With their concerns alleviated, Alan and his companions ventured to Magic Valley Town, where they dispersed to gather intelligence and procure funds, though it would be more accurate to say they sought benevolent souls to assist them financially. Hey, little brat, what are you doing here? This place is off limits for kids like you. As Alan approached the entrance of a tavern, a burly man stationed outside immediately barred his way. Although Magic Valley Town typically welcomed all visitors, Alan's outward appearance, which seemed harmless combined with his slender frame, led anyone to believe he was merely an underage child. Noticing that the man blocking his entry was acting out of concern, Alan took out a stack of bills from his pocket and presented them to the man. These bills were generously provided to him by a well-meaning passerby who had enthusiastically offered directions but intended to rob him. Now can I enter? Seeing Alan's extravagant display of wealth, the man, who initially thought him to be a good-natured child, quickly recognized him as a foolish scion of privilege and decided not to pursue the matter further. After accepting the money, he shot Alan a disdainful glance and said, Go on in, you spendthrift. Alan, taken aback by the man's peculiar reaction, thought to himself, I generously offered you money, and yet you dare to insult me. Were it not for my desire to gather intelligence, I would have dealt with you appropriately. Look, there's a little brat who hasn't even sprouted hair yet. Another patron called out, Kid, you've come to the wrong place. There's no milk served here. Ha ha ha. Little brat, are you here to find your father? I can play that role for you. Upon Alan's entrance to the tavern, a cacophony of laughter erupted around him. After all, the patrons were a motley crew of hardened sea rogues, each one a survivor of countless perilous encounters. The majority were burly men, as stout as bears, and the sudden appearance of an unconventional youth like Alan was akin to spotting a beautiful maiden. They could hardly suppress their urges to jest. Anyone who utters a single word of mockery will find themselves face to face with the king of hell. In response to the jeers of the pirates, Alan felt a surge of indignation. He issued a warning, his voice low yet resonant, penetrating the ears of every individual present. Such an inexperienced whelp, boasting in vain. His threat momentarily silenced the tavern, but one pirate quickly regained his composure and scoffed at Alan. Yet, before he could finish his derisive comment, Alan darted forward, delivering a precise and forceful punch that interrupted his words. The blow struck the pirate squarely in the throat, leaving him gasping for breath as he collapsed to the ground. Incapacitated. Who was next? After swiftly dispatching one foe, Alan's icy gaze scanned the room, challenging anyone else foolish enough to provoke him. Curse you, avenge our leader. Behind the fallen pirate stood two men clad in skull-emblazoned jackets, who, upon witnessing their leader's defeat, drew their firearms in a bid to turn Alan into a sieve. However, before the gunfire erupted, two shrieks pierced the air. Alan had already closed the distance, swiftly twisting their fingers and breaking their grip on the weapons. Thud, thud. Without allowing the thugs a moment to retaliate, Alan executed a graceful double kick, sending both of them soaring out of the tavern through the open window, miraculously avoiding any collateral damage, as if he were expertly playing a game of football. Is there anyone else willing to seek vengeance for them? In the blink of an eye, with 3 adversaries dispatched, Alan continued to survey the tavern's occupants, his tone chilling as he posed the question. This time, no one dared to take action against him. They all understood that this seemingly harmless little demon was, in fact, a formidable character far more powerful than any of them. Being still young, they wished to preserve their lives for the greater good of their homeland. So why would they want to confront such a madman? With this thought in mind, no one dared to utter another word. The notorious QWERTY, with a bounty of 8 million berries, lay defeated before him. Upon noticing that the fallen giant was indeed one of the names on the bounty list he had seen before, Alan effortlessly lifted him from the ground, as if he were but a chick. With a thud, he tossed QWERTY onto the tavern owner's counter and calmly stated, "Consider his 8 million bounty as payment for my drinks." How could I, esteemed young sir? I shall fetch your change immediately." The tavern owner, having witnessed Alan's ruthless methods, dared not take advantage of him and quickly donned a smile, eager to appease. "There's no need. Just pour me a glass of iced soda, and the remainder can serve as your tip," Alan declared grandly. Of course. Although surprised by Alan's request for soda, the tavern owner, having recognized his terrifying strength, dared not question further. He promptly poured a glass of iced soda and respectfully handed it to Alan. "By the way, my good man, I would like to inquire about something," Alan said, displaying his usual squint-eyed, affable demeanor as he took the soda. "Young sir, feel free to ask any question." "I shall not withhold any information I possess," the tavern owner replied earnestly. "I seek knowledge regarding the path to Sky Island. Do you happen to know? Sky Island? Young sir, you cannot be serious. That is merely a trivial legend. You must have been deceived." Upon hearing Alan's inquiry, the tavern owner was taken aback. The tale of Sky Island was well known in their town, but everyone understood it to be just a myth, believed only by fools. Yet, after witnessing Alan's formidable prowess, the tavern owner refrained from calling him foolish and cautiously warned him of the potential deception. "Oh, it appears you are unaware. Then, is there anyone among you who possesses knowledge of Sky Island?" Alan, discerning the owner's ignorance, quickly shifted his gaze to the pirates who had long been intimidated. "To those among you, does anyone hold information regarding Sky Island? If anyone can provide me with details and the means of entry, I shall reward them with 1 million. No, 10 million berries." Upon hearing that Alan was offering a reward of 10 million berries, many pirates within the tavern were stirred by the prospect. For such a sum represented a considerable fortune, sufficient to afford them a comfortable existence for quite some time. However, they lamented that the tales of the Sky Island were mere folklore, leaving them devoid of any pertinent information to provide to Alan, and they dared not fabricate a story to deceive him. Thus they each shook their heads in resignation. Yet, amidst the sea of shaking heads, Alan noticed a middle-aged man in the tavern whose expression was peculiar and who remained silent. He sensed that this individual might very well be the person he sought. 100 million berries. If you can furnish a viable method to reach the Sky Island, I shall reward you with 100 million berries, Alan proclaimed once more, unveiling a staggering offer to validate his suspicions. As anticipated, upon hearing this lofty sum, the pirates in the tavern widened their eyes in astonishment, their excitement becoming palpable as they began to murmur amongst themselves. After all, 100 million berries represented an astronomical figure, one that the average pirate could scarcely hope to amass in a lifetime. With such wealth, they could return to their hometowns and live a stable life, rather than risk their lives as pirates, facing constant peril. The middle-aged man whom Alan had noticed trembled slightly, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward the window, seemingly grappling with an inner conflict. Alan comprehended that this individual was likely the target of his search. He rose from his seat, disregarding the agitated common pirates, and approached him with a smile, stating, "Present your terms, and I shall meet them without negotiation." "I'm sorry, but I know nothing," the middle-aged man responded. taken aback by Alan's direct approach. After a series of expressive reactions, he ultimately chose to decline, asserting his ignorance. Do not treat me as a fool, voice your concerns. Or we can relocate to a more private setting. Despite the man's claim of ignorance, Alan, through the man's unusual demeanor, became increasingly convinced that he was concealing something. I truly mean well. Please, do not pry. The middle-aged man initially sought to refuse, but upon meeting Alan's penetrating gaze, he sighed and began to explain. It seems we need to find another location to converse. Alternatively, you may present your terms, and once I fulfill them, we can discuss matters further in a more secluded place. Recognizing the man's evident apprehension, Alan empathetically suggested a change of venue. Seeing that Alan was resolute in extracting information from him, the middle-aged man sighed once more. Very well, if you wish to know this information, you must first provide me with 300 million berries. I want cash, not a bounty for a wanted criminal. Agreed. But I do not have such a sum on my person. Grant me a moment to procure it, Alan replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Alan readily agreed to the demand for 300 million cash, despite lacking even 100,000 in his possession. He expressed, I will grant you half a day to procure the funds. I will be at the Holiday Inn across the street. Should you manage to gather 300 million Bailey within this time frame, I shall continue our negotiations. The middle-aged man, unfazed by Alan's intent to retrieve the money, was confident that such a substantial sum would be challenging to assemble, even for a fugitive seeking refuge at the naval branch. With this thought, he calmly rose and departed the hotel, intending to gather his belongings and leave the town of Magic Valley. However, just as he reached the entrance, he overheard Alan casually proclaiming within the tavern, Attention, everyone. I am now selling lives at a bargain price. Simply pay the bounty on your heads to ensure your survival. For those without a price on their heads, a mere 100,000 Bailey will secure your life. This is a rare opportunity, act swiftly, lest you regret it when it's too late. The middle-aged man nearly lost his footing upon hearing Alan's audacious proposition, astonished by the shamelessness of the young man who, rather than robbing others, ostentatiously claimed to be offering them salvation. The patrons of the tavern, who had initially envied Alan's audacious offer to the middle-aged man, were taken aback to find Alan demanding their money, realizing that he was merely generous with his own funds, an act that was both audacious and ludicrous. In a mere 10 minutes, Alan managed to raise 15 million Bailey within the tavern. Observing the cooperative pirates, alongside a few who lay incapacitated on the floor, he bid them farewell with a cheerful smile, saying, Thank you, everyone. I look forward to raising a glass together again when the opportunity arises. The pirates, each forcing a smile as they bid farewell to Alan, concealed their inner turmoil, silently pleading, Oh God, please spare me from encountering this devil again. Sharing another drink with him could very well cost me my life. Stepping out of the tavern, Alan noticed the middle-aged man still standing there, astonished as he gazed at him. With a smile, Alan approached him, saying, Don't be so hasty. Here. This is 15 million berries. Consider it a deposit. The remainder will be delivered to you shortly. As Alan handed over the 15 million berries, the middle-aged man suddenly realized that he had made an egregious error in judgment. Why had he mentioned 300 million berries? He should have claimed 3 billion or even 300 billion. Even seizing the entirety of this cursed town wouldn't suffice. Taking advantage of this little demon's quest for funds. Perhaps he should simply take this sum and flee. That would solve everything. Observing Alan's retreating figure and the cash in his hand, a thought flashed through the man's mind. However, Alan seemed to sense the man's intentions. He abruptly turned around, wearing a cheerful smile, and remarked, Uncle, just wait for me at that hotel. I shall return shortly. By the way, I absolutely detest being deceived. If anyone dares to trick me, no matter how far they run, I assure you, their fate will be grim. At worst, I could issue a bounty of billions, summoning pirates from all corners of the sea to hunt them down. Wouldn't you agree? At this moment, the middle-aged man felt an icy chill enveloping him. Clutching the money in his hands, he felt as though he had been enchanted. Obediently returning to the hotel to await Alan's arrival. Chapter 38. The day of pirates suffering Nobi, born in the West Sea, had ruthlessly slain a naval lieutenant and 20 soldiers from the West Sea Navy, as well as 100 innocent civilians. His heinous crimes had earned him a bounty of 35 million berries. Alan stood before a towering bald man adorned with boxing gloves, reading the wanted poster and its details aloud. Hey, kid, what do you think you're doing blocking my path, holding my wanted poster? Are you trying to be a bounty hunter and seek your own demise? Nobi bellowed, his voice booming like a thunderous gong, causing discomfort to anyone nearby. Keep it down. I'm not deaf. Alan rubbed his ears and shot a disgruntled glance at Nobi. Rest assured, I have no intention of being a bounty hunter today. Capturing you for the reward would take too long. Since you don't want to meet your end, then get out of my way. Otherwise, I'll crush you, kid. Nobi, not inclined to waste time arguing with a mere child, barked in frustration. Wait, while I may not be a bounty hunter, I do have something to sell you. So what? I've roamed the seas for years without purchasing anything. I take what I want by force. Now, move aside, or I'll kill you right here. Nobi retorted, clearly irked by Alan's unexpected sales pitch. No, you must buy this item, for I am selling you your life. If you refuse, you might very well lose it. Alan replied earnestly, typically, I charge based on the bounty listed, but your crimes are so severe that I'll raise the fee by 5 million berries. Let us make it an even 50 million. Upon hearing that this boy had the audacity to extort him for 50 million berries, Nobi's eyes widened in disbelief, as though he had encountered a ghost. Once he confirmed that the boy was indeed demanding money, he grew weary of further dialogue and swung his massive fist, nearly the size of a pot, towards Alan's head. Dream on if you think you can extort me, kid. Bang. However, before Nobi's fist could reach Alan, he was met with a sharp slap to the face, causing him to lose his balance and crash heavily to the ground. Cough you. Struck by Alan's slap, Nobi staggered backward, his vision clouded with stars. He coughed a few times, only to discover white fragments emerging from his mouth. Upon touching his lips, he realized that Alan's blow had dislodged several of his teeth. Despite the numbing pain in his face, he was shockingly oblivious to the severity of his situation. It was now clear that this was no dream. If he wished to escape death, he must part with 60 million berries for his life. Remember, it must be in cash. Alan squatted down, a wicked grin plastered across his face as he gazed at Nobi, reminding him of the necessity for cash. Isn't it supposed to be 50 million? Nobi looked at Alan, utterly speechless, silently lamenting the boy's unscrupulousness. In the blink of an eye, the price had risen by 10 million. Even as a ruthless pirate, he had never been this merciless in his demands. Your life can indeed be bought for 50 million. But remember, I gave you that slap to help you realize you weren't dreaming. Look, my hand is all red now. You owe me 10 million in medical expenses. Otherwise, how can I work without compensation? It's unacceptable to bully me like this. Alan pointed to his hand, his expression serious. Who is truly bullying whom? Nobi was utterly defeated by Alan's preposterous excuse for demanding money. If this boy could concoct such a flimsy justification, what couldn't he achieve? He dared not argue further. I refuse to believe that this brat is truly so formidable. As he contemplated Alan's audacious extortion, Nobi, despite the searing pain in his face, made a sudden resolve. He sprang up from the ground, his fist aimed again at Alan's head. No sense of caution. Alan, confronted with Nobi's abrupt assault, could only shake his head in resignation. Just as Nobi's fist was about to make contact, Alan swiftly countered, his slender arm gripping Nobi's with an iron-like grasp, twisting it effortlessly. Nobi let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, as it was evident that Alan had broken his arm. To add insult to injury, the mischievous boy pressed on the wounded area, causing beads of sweat to form in agony. Foolishness comes at a cost. You made me expend extra effort, so I will charge you a total of 80 million berries, Alan stated with a grave expression, devoid of any sympathy for the villain before him. I don't have that much money, young master. If you insist on cash, even selling me wouldn't yield such an amount. Enduring the throbbing pain in his arm, Nobi had abandoned any thoughts of defiance against Alan. Faced with the demand for 80 million berries in cash, he desperately pleaded, perhaps I have a chest of treasure on my ship worth at least 70 million berries. I could use that to offset 50 million in cash. Would that suffice, young master? I have already stated that I only require cash. If you truly cannot provide it, there is no need to force the issue. As for the chest of treasure, let us value it at 30 million berries, Alan declared, adopting an air of magnanimity after a moment of contemplation. Young master, that chest of treasure is worth at least 70 million berries, Nobi exclaimed, summoning the courage to remind Alan of the grave undervaluation of the precious goods. 30 million is indeed too little. It is quite simple. You possess an item of considerable worth. Would you consider pawning it? Alan, in a seemingly benevolent manner, offered a suggestion to the bargaining Nobi. What item do you refer to, young master? Speak freely, and I shall willingly part with it, Nobi replied cautiously, eager to comply. Your head. The only thing of value on you appears to be your head. I shall be generous and offer 50 million berries. If I were to remove your head and kick it like a ball, I would only charge you 30 million berries, Alan jested, a smile adorning his face, though his tone bore an unyielding firmness. Young master, please do not jest. Without my head, how could I possibly seek any money? Nobby stammered, taken aback by Alan's nonchalant threat. Then let us conclude this matter. I have no time for idle chatter. Hurry and procure the funds. I shall grant you but half an hour, Alan insisted, his smile unwavering yet his tone commanding. Very well, I shall fetch the money for you, young master, Nobby replied, struggling to rise from the ground to gather the required funds for Alan. On this day, all the pirates of Magic Valley Town were aware that a small devil, indifferent to life but greedy for money, had emerged on the island. Pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million were virtually robbed by this figure. Consequently, Magic Valley Town decided to commemorate this day, bestowing upon it the title of Pirate Suffering Day. Chapter 39. The Ambitious Pirates at the Holiday Hotel in Magic Valley Town. A middle-aged man gazed at the bags of cash presented by the battered pirates, his heart trembling incessantly. The cash received had already amounted to 230 million, and only a fleeting hour had passed. At this rate, it would not be long before Alan gathered the 300 million he demanded in exchange for revealing the secrets of Sky Island. Did you see that? This is the fifth one, he remarked, noting the fifth pirate who had delivered cash to the hotel. What has happened in Magic Valley Town today that so many pirates are willingly bringing cash here? Is there some significant figure residing within? I'm not entirely sure, but I've heard whispers that a devil has appeared in the town today, demanding that these pirates relinquish their ill-gotten gains or face the loss of their lives. Is that true? A devil with such a sense of justice? The bystanders outside the Holiday Hotel murmured in disbelief, piecing together fragments of information to form an astonishing narrative. Meanwhile, the architect of this chaos, Alan, remained blissfully unaware that he had become the subject of public discourse. He was diligently tallying his gains on the street. He had educated 5 pirates, amassing 230 million berries in cash, while treasures valued at 200 million had already been dispatched to the port aboard the Wavebreaker. Only 70 million berries remained. With just a few more pirates, he should be able to meet his goal. As Alan calculated, he scrutinized the bounty notices in his hand, contemplating whom to target next. These bounties hover around 20 million. Isn't there anyone with a higher reward? Suddenly, a surprised shout pierced the air as a group of burly men brandishing weapons appeared before him. Oh, the Executioner Myola, the Deathblade Filzer, and the Wealth Wolf Guild. Quite impressive, each boasting bounties exceeding 10 million. It seems I can finally gather the funds in one fell swoop. Recognizing the murderous intent radiating from the pirates before him, Alan quickly identified their identities through the bounty notices. You are the infamous little devil who has been robbing pirates on the island? The leader, Executioner Myola, inquired first. Indeed, that would be me. So, are you all here to resist? If so, let us not waste any more time. Let us engage. Observing the gathering of pirates before him, Alan was acutely aware of their intentions. They undoubtedly sought to unite in rebellion against the benevolent individual who had educated them only to impose fees thereafter. However, fortified by his confidence in his own strength, Alan felt no trepidation regarding their actions. After all, the disparity in power is not merely a matter of arithmetic. In typical circumstances, 10 pirates with a bounty of 1 million each would struggle to overpower a single pirate with a bounty of 100 million. No, we are not here to foolishly provoke you, but rather to proactively offer our lives to you. In an apparent effort to dispel any misinterpretation on Alan's part, Myola and the cadre of pirates behind him waved their hands in denial, while respectfully presenting the cash they had prepared. Their expressions, replete with a desire to please, seemed to convey, Master, do you see how perfectly I kneel? Shall I bow to you once more? Alan was taken aback by these pirates who had come to willingly offer him money. Yet, considering their apparent understanding, he decided to uphold the commendable tradition of leniency towards those who confess willingly, thus sparing them the educational process. After accepting their deposit, he allowed them to depart. Subsequently, the news of Myola and his companions avoiding a beating by voluntarily paying quickly spread throughout Magic Valley Town. The bounty-hunted pirates, one by one, approached Alan with cash in hand to purchase their lives. This unforeseen turn of events astonished Alan, yet he did not refuse. He accepted the funds from these ambitious pirates and soon amassed the 300 million cash promised to the middle-aged man, alongside an abundance of treasures that provided him with a decisive advantage over Buggy and his associates. In truth, the pirates' eagerness stemmed not from a lack of spirit, but from a simple reality. The pirates previously defeated by Alan, who had dutifully paid their educational fees, exaggerated his ruthless methods and formidable strength to preserve their own dignity. This exaggeration spread rapidly, and Alan was soon regarded in Magic Valley Town as a fearsome demon, second only to the 4 emperors of the New World. Consequently, those pirates who had not yet fallen victim to Alan's depredations but were nonetheless on the wanted list were engulfed by fear. Under such an overwhelming disparity in strength, thoughts of resistance evaporated, leading many to consider whether they should surrender to Alan preemptively, thereby sparing themselves from physical punishment. After all, a little money lost was a small price to pay for the preservation of one's life. As the saying goes, money is but a fleeting thing. If lost, it is lost, yet one's life is paramount. In the midst of their inner turmoil, upon hearing of Myola and his companions evading a beating through their monetary offerings, they swiftly resolved to follow suit and present Alan with their funds, each demonstrating remarkable foresight. Uncle, the 300 million berries you requested are all here. According to our prior agreement, you may now divulge the information regarding the journey to Sky Island, Alan said with a beaming smile as he deposited the entire sum into the holiday hotel. And what if I were to claim ignorance? Gazing at the 300 million in cash before him, the middle-aged man was engulfed in profound regret. How splendid it would have been had he initially set the price at 3 billion or even 300 billion. Then, this little devil would have been unable to fulfill his demands, or perhaps he should have simply refused him altogether. Uncle, I distinctly remember telling you that I detest being deceived. If you claim ignorance, wouldn't that constitute a second deception? Pray tell, how could I possibly forgive you? Alan explained with a smile that, despite its outward cheer, had taken on a notably sinister chill, instilling a sense of deep-seated fear within the middle-aged man. I have not deceived you twice. Even if I claimed ignorance, it would merely be a singular deception. The man cautiously corrected Alan's assertion. If you professed ignorance, then your prior agreement with me regarding the 300 million in cash would indeed be the first deception. Yet, you are clearly aware of the existence of Sky Island. Or perhaps you are a resident of it yourself, yet you stand here feigning ignorance about it. Is that not the second deception? Alan stated with unwavering certainty. Who says I am a resident of Sky Island? Before the middle-aged man could finish his retort, Alan swiftly acted, his hand slicing through the air to tear away the man's coat, revealing a pair of angelic wings sprouting from his back. Still wish to argue? Upon the removal of the coat, the unmistakable features of a Sky Island inhabitant were laid bare. Do you still wish to deny it? The man paused in disbelief before stammering. This is merely a peculiar trait I have possessed since birth. I have endured much ridicule because of these wings. Why must you further humiliate me? Oh, dear uncle, your acting leaves much to be desired, Alan remarked, casting a bemused glance at the man still feigning ignorance. Please do not take me for a fool. Those wings on your back are a distinctive trait of your kind from Sky Island. Many are aware of this in the new world of the Grand Line. It is merely due to the fact that most pirates in the first half of the Grand Line have never ventured to Sky Island that you have managed to conceal this until today. Thus, I shall issue one final warning. Do not deceive me. After being so thoroughly exposed, the middle-aged man was momentarily stunned. Eventually, he slowly inquired, what is it that drives your obsession to visit Sky Island? To witness your gods. Alan replied earnestly, do you seek to behold the great Gonfall? The man gazed at Alan in astonishment, uttering the name he held in the highest regard. No, while Mr. Gonfall may indeed be an admirable leader, as far as I am aware, he has already been defeated by your current ruler of Sky Island, the so-called god Enel. What I wish to witness is that fellow's extraordinary power. Alan spoke earnestly, asserting that within his understanding of the pirate world, Enel, the god of Skypea, was undoubtedly a formidable anomaly. His defeat at the hands of Luffy was solely due to the latter's rubber fruit powers and the influence of the protagonist's aura. You intend to seek out that demon? What is your purpose? To vanquish him? Upon hearing that Alan was venturing to Skypea solely for the malevolent Enel, the man's expression morphed into one of alarm. He could never forget how Enel had ruthlessly dominated Skypea, wielding a terrifying power that nearly became an indelible nightmare throughout his life, to the extent that he refrained from uttering the name aloud. To defeat Enel? Not with my current abilities, Alan replied, shaking his head with self-awareness. He understood the limitations of his own strength, unless it was a mere contest of physical prowess. He believed he could best Enel. However, when considering the cataclysmic powers of the Rumble fruit, he estimated that he would be reduced to cinders in mere moments. Given his lack of insulation and absence of a protagonist's aura, making it implausible to engage in such an uneven battle. Since you lack the means, I advise you against going to Skypiea. Otherwise, you will surely meet your demise at the hands of that demon. Although your strength is considerable, it pales in comparison to his. The man sighed, genuinely concerned for Alan. For him, had Enel not forcibly seized Skypiea, he would not have been compelled to leave his homeland and remain away for so many years. Rest assured, even if I don't have the means to defeat him, I am confident in my ability to survive. Thus, you need not worry about that. Just share what you know with me, Alan replied resolutely. He recognized that while Enel's power could be deemed a significant anomaly in the pirate world, particularly in the first half of the Grand Line, he was not invincible. Alan was aware of Enel's weaknesses. By judiciously exploiting them, he believed he could safely retreat, even if he could not ultimately conquer Enel. If you are set on opposing that demon, I will share my knowledge with you. But I require you to swear on your soul that you will not cause harm to Skypiea, the middle-aged man stated after a moment of contemplation. Very well. I accept your terms and swear on my soul that I will not endanger Skypiea, Alan readily agreed, having no intention of causing harm to the island. With Alan's assurance, the man felt a sense of relief and began to recount his past. The middle-aged man's name was Gonfaley, a loyal aide to Gonfal, the original ruler of Skypiea, assisting in its governance. His life had been simple yet joyful, until one day, that tranquility was shattered by the emergence of Enel, the new god accompanied by his priests and warriors. Enel forcibly usurped the divine position and took control of Skypiea. The citizens in Gonfal, paralyzed with fear at the dread power of Enel's rumble fruit, dared not resist and could only muster the strength to challenge Enel with great effort. As anticipated by all, the outcome was a resounding defeat for the challenger. Yet, in the final moments, when Enel believed that the challenger had exhausted all strength and let down his guard, the force of hatred compelled the challenger to deliver a potent blow to Enel, inflicting injury upon him, though it left the challenger completely unconscious. Upon awakening later, the challenger discovered himself swathed in bandages, lying on a sickbed, having been saved by Gonfal at the last moment. However, the act of wounding Enel had incited the latter's wrath to an unbearable degree, compelling the challenger to flee the Sky Island in silence, leaving Enel to believe he had perished. Henceforth, the Sky Island became a place of longing for the challenger, a homeland he could never return to, while Enel transformed into an inescapable nightmare. During his years of wandering the Grand Line, he refrained from revealing his origins from the Sky Island, always donning a coat to conceal the wings upon his back. Fortunately, the passage of time had rendered him a middle-aged figure, leading others to assume his slightly hunched posture was merely a sign of age, never suspecting that the subtle protrusion on his back was due to a pair of angelic wings, until he encountered Alan, the observant little creature. Is that so, Uncle Faley? I never imagined you could injure Enel. That is quite impressive, Alan remarked, nodding in agreement as he absorbed Faley's tale. He was astonished to learn of such an event that had never been introduced in the pirate world before. At that moment, I merely reacted instinctively. So to have harmed that thunderous demon was a surprise to me as well. Faley reflected on the circumstances with a sense of disbelief. That must have been your hockey awakening, triggered by extreme emotions, Alan conjectured internally. All right, Uncle Faley, the story has concluded. Worry not. I shall do my utmost to teach Enel a lesson. Now, might you share with me the method to reach the Sky Island? Chapter 41. The Results of the Tournament. Uncle Faley, would you care to join me in returning to the Sky Island? I assure you that with me by your side, Enel shall not harm you. After hearing Faley's explanation of how to reach the Sky Island, Alan extended an invitation. Having discerned from Faley's narrative the deep yearning he held for his long-lost homeland, I shall not return, even if you can guarantee my safety. You cannot protect Lord Gonfal and the ordinary citizens. Rather than return and bring them trouble, it is better for me to quietly wander as I have been. With a weary shake of his head, Faley declined. Observing Faley's conflicted expression, Alan understood that the shadow cast by Enel still loomed large over him. He did not press the matter further. According to the narrative of the pirate world, Enel would depart Skypiea after being defeated by Luffy, and at that point, Gonfal would resume governance of the island, allowing Faley to return. By the way, take the 300 million berries with you. Initially, I was unaware of your intentions for visiting Skypiea and merely sought a way to hinder you by withholding the method to reach it. Now that you have sworn an oath regarding your soul, there is no longer a need to retain this money. Faley glanced at Alan as he prepared to leave and gestured toward the cash left behind. To him, such a sum held little significance. Keep it, Uncle Faley. Providing me with information about Skypea is bound to bring you some trouble. Consider this money as compensation, Alan replied earnestly, for he had never been one to reclaim money once given. What sort of trouble could arise? Faley asked, unfazed. Think about it. A land once thought to be mere legend has now been confirmed to exist, and the individual who possesses detailed knowledge of it resides in Magic Valley Town. How do you suppose the pirates coveting Skypea's treasures will react? Alan explained with a smile. Now do you see? So, take this money and leave Magic Valley Town for the time being. Return when the storm has settled. Here, take my transponder snail. Should there be any changes regarding Skypea, I will inform you. Is that so? Very well then. After bidding farewell to Faley, Alan returned to the port of Magic Valley Town. At that moment, the one-eyed dragon and the other subdued pirates were busy loading treasure onto the wave-breaker. Upon seeing Alan's return, they bowed respectfully, greeting him. Sir, you have returned. Have you prepared the treasures and supplies? Alan inquired with a glance at them. Everything has been arranged as you instructed. All the supplies have been procured without exception, and we have replenished the freshwater stocks on board, as they were running low. Myola replied earnestly. Thank you for your hard work. Here is 10 million berries. Consider it your reward. Take it with you. Alan nodded in satisfaction at Myola's astuteness. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Overwhelmed with excitement at receiving the 10 million berries, Myola departed, completely forgetting that just an hour prior, Alan had robbed him of 60 million. And you? After dismissing Myola, Alan turned his attention to the one-eyed dragon pirate. Do you have any orders, sir? Upon meeting Alan's gaze, the one-eyed dragon felt a jolt of surprise within. Initially, he had been astonished by Gardi Nua, who accompanied Alan. However, upon witnessing the reverence that formidable pirates like Myola displayed towards Alan, combined with the terrifying prowess Alan had exhibited when he administered poison to him, he finally comprehended that Alan was the leader of this group, while Gardi Nua was merely his subordinate. You have performed admirably. Your diligence in guarding the wave breaker has not gone unnoticed. Here is your antidote. Drink it, and then take your leave, Alan stated, presenting him with a glass vial filled with water. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. The one-eyed dragon exhaled a sigh of relief upon receiving the life-saving antidote. Having been deeply troubled by the ship's Dr.'s inability to discern the nature of his affliction, why does this antidote resemble ordinary mineral water? He pondered, observing the colorless and tasteless liquid within the vial. Yet, out of fear for Alan's capabilities, he refrained from inquiring further and swallowed it, discovering that despite its blandness, it possessed a refreshing coolness. Indeed, it was the antidote, as the discomfort throughout his body began to alleviate significantly. Unbeknownst to Alan, the one-eyed dragon's internal monologue was rich and complex. He merely waved his hand and said, All right, your task is complete. You may depart. Yes, the one-eyed dragon, not daring to linger, swiftly vanished from sight. Finally, I can rest for a while. Once everything was settled, Alan stretched languidly, reclining on the deck of the wave-breaker, ready to indulge in a much-deserved afternoon nap, for he believed that sleep was indeed a vital form of training. This sentiment was merely Alan's excuse for his own laziness. I have won. No, I have triumphed. Just as he was about to drift off, a cacophony of voices roused him from his slumber. It was evident that Buggy and his crew had returned. Oh, Captain, you are back. The previously quarreling Buggy and his companions, upon seeing Alan, rallied around him as if he were their cornerstone. Captain, since you are here, could you help us determine who the victor is? Isn't it obvious that the one who earned the most money is the winner? Why must I be the judge? Alan inquired, somewhat perplexed. If it were merely cash, that would be straightforward, but we have acquired a substantial amount of treasure, and it is difficult to ascertain its value. Buggy gestured towards the several chests of riches they had brought back. One could not deny that their haul was quite impressive, though it paled in comparison to Alan. This little demon. Yet, to amass such treasure in a single day was commendable. Are you suggesting that I determine the worth of these treasures? Precisely. We will not disclose to you who owns what treasure, and after you appraise them, we will reveal the answers. This way, regardless of who emerges victorious, no one can dispute the outcome. Buggy explained their previously devised plan to Alan. Very well, I shall assist you in evaluating. In response to their proposal, Alan expressed his agreement and proceeded to assist in appraising the value of the treasures. The final results were somewhat surprising to everyone. The top position was claimed by the jester Buggy, whose treasures and cash amounted to a staggering 150 million berries. It was no wonder, considering he had sailed alongside the pirate King Roger on the Grand Line, granting him a discerning eye for the most valuable loot. The second place was held by Gal D. Nuan, whose treasures and cash totaled 130 million berries, a mere fraction behind Buggy. Trailing at the bottom was Akin, who, lacking a clear objective, ended up with only 50 million berries. Thus, I have emerged victorious. I can command all of you now, including you, Captain, Buggy proclaimed with pride. Are you not curious about how much I have acquired? Alan smiled at Buggy's triumphant demeanor. Captain, how much did you obtain? You cannot appraise your own treasures. Buggy felt an ominous premonition but continued to inquire. Rest assured, excluding the treasures, I have amassed a total of 240 million berries. Upon hearing Alan's amount, everyone gasped in astonishment, contemplating the sheer number of pirates one would need to rob to acquire such wealth. Moreover, I have discovered the method to reach Sky Island. Captain, we have been outmatched. Chapter 42. Weight training this time. The competition method devised by Alan and his companions was as follows. Discovering the means to reach Sky Island would earn 1,000 points, while acquiring treasures worth 1 million berries or items of equivalent value would only grant 1 point. At the conclusion of the contest, the individual with the highest score would emerge victorious. Setting aside the fact that Alan had indeed uncovered the method to Sky Island, securing an absolute advantage with his 1,000 points, it was evident that the monetary rewards he received for educating the pirates far exceeded those of Buggy and the others. Thus, they accepted Alan's victory with graceful resignation. Surprisingly, Alan's command to his team upon achieving first place was unexpected. He instructed Dino to fabricate a set of arm and knee guards for each person, to which he would personally add heavy iron bars. This method of weighted training was intended to enhance their combat capabilities. After all, in Alan's perspective, regardless of whether one possessed the powers of a devil fruit or not, an increase in one's physical prowess would significantly elevate their combat strength. Is this not a bit excessive, Captain? The combined weight of these knee and leg guards must exceed 50 kilograms. One exclaimed. Indeed, I feel that each one weighs around 20 kilograms. Another responded. Do you not sense a problem here? Each piece is nearing 50 kilograms. After donning the specially designed weighted gear crafted by Alan, Buggy and his crew felt as though their limbs had been infused with molten iron. Even normal movement became a strenuous endeavor, let alone training in such attire. Stop your lamentations. I have assigned varying weights to each of you, Alan reprimanded, observing their woeful expressions. Buggy and Dino, since your combat relies primarily on devil fruit abilities and your physical strength is merely average, I have set your weights at 80 kilograms and 60 kilograms respectively. This level should be manageable for an ordinary person. Do not claim you cannot endure it. As for Akin, given that you rely solely on your physical capabilities in battle, I have made special provisions for you. Your total weight is 150 kilograms. Is that acceptable? Absolutely, Akin replied earnestly. Understanding that Alan's special consideration stemmed from the fact that he was not a devil fruit user. To grow stronger, he had to focus on enhancing his physical attributes. Captain, what is your weight then? Buggy inquired, glancing at the weighted attire Alan wore, unable to suppress his curiosity. After all, as the captain renowned for reaping pirates, Alan's physical prowess was extraordinarily formidable. The extent of his own weight requirement was a matter of great intrigue. Rest assured, I shall not shirk my responsibilities. My weight surpasses the total of all yours combined. Alan chuckled casually, choosing not to disclose specific figures so as to avoid undermining his companions, particularly Akin's, confidence. In truth, the weighted attire he donned bore an astonishing weight of 500 kilograms, and he had also prepared knee and leg guards exceeding 100 kilograms each, which he intended to wear once his body had acclimated. All right, let us first adjust to our burdens, he declared. Next, we shall prepare for our journey to the fabled Sky Island. However, the group, burdened by the oppressive weight, responded weakly, even in the face of the legendary destination. The Sky Island is said to exist above the White Sea, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, where the air is exceedingly thin, significantly diminishing the physical capabilities of those hailing from the ordinary sea, which lies 7,000 meters below. Many dismiss the existence of the Sky Island, as it resides in a realm inaccessible to the average individual. In the original pirate world, Luffy and his crew traversed perilous currents known for their life-threatening challenges to reach it. Aside from navigating through these treacherous waters, locals have a far safer method of access, seeking out the floating octopus to journey to the Sky Island. This floating octopus is a unique species specifically adapted for this purpose. In the original pirate saga, when Luffy and his friends departed the Sky Island aboard the Thousand Sunny. A massive octopus enveloped their ship like a balloon, gently lowering it to the sea below. Typically, the floating octopus generates ordinary air within its body, allowing it to descend slowly while encasing the vessel. To ascend, however, it must consume a special starfish grass. Upon ingestion, the octopus becomes heated, producing hot air that lifts the ship upward. This starfish grass possesses remarkable properties, including the ability to ward off cold and enhance vitality, resulting in a high market price. Yet for Alan, the cunning devil who had plundered pirates, money was of little concern. Before setting sail, he had already instructed the pirates he had trained to transport several crates of starfish grass, nearly monopolizing the supply from Magic Valley Town. He vividly recalled the peculiar expressions of those pirates as they brought the grass to the wave breaker. Intrigued by Alan's explanation, Buggy and the others inquired, "Boss, where shall we find this floating octopus?" "Right here in our current waters," Alan responded earnestly. "We are directly beneath the Sky Island, and this area is teeming with floating octopuses. However, they typically resemble ordinary octopuses, making them difficult to detect." He pondered the challenge of conveying this information while maintaining focus. "So, how shall we capture one? Should we fish for it, or dive in to catch it?" Curiosity sparked within Buggy as he cast a glance towards Akin, the only one among their group untainted by the devil fruit, capable of swimming in the sea. If they were to venture into the depths to capture their quarry, they would rely solely on him. "Fear not, for there exists a peculiar method to capture such octopuses," Alan remarked, as he casually kicked open the treasure chests they had seized from Magic Valley Town, selecting the largest golden basin among them. He then whimsically secured a rope to the basin and carelessly tossed it into the sea. "Ah, Captain, what are you doing? That is the largest golden basin, worth no less than 10 million. Buggy and his companions exclaimed in bewilderment at Alan's reckless treatment of the treasure. "Do not be alarmed. The simplest way to catch these floating octopuses is by casting such a golden vessel into the water. Gold is exceedingly common on Sky Island, and these octopuses often regard such containers as their homes. Thus, once they see the golden basin enter the sea, they will eagerly dive inside," Alan explained nonchalantly. "But there are so many fish in these waters. If the rope happens to break," then, before Buggy could finish his thought, a loud snap echoed as a fish indeed severed the rope tethering the golden basin. This is an unexpected turn of events. Chapter 43. Arrival at Sky Island following the arduous teachings of the island's residents, and at the cost of 4 golden vessels. Alan and his crew finally managed to catch 2 floating octopuses. "Captain, you can't be serious. Such a small creature, even when inflated, cannot possibly pull our ship," the wavebreaker. Akin and the others questioned, eyeing the octopus that could easily fit in one hand. "Rest assured, there is no issue. Allow me to perform a little magic," Alan replied confidently, feeding the floating octopus some starfish grass before tossing it into the air. As the crew watched in anticipation, a spectacle unfolded before their eyes. The octopus, originally about a meter in length, metamorphosed into a vibrant red, its body seemingly filled with boiling water, expanding rapidly until it enveloped the entire wavebreaker. This is utterly absurd. Not even a true hot air balloon could inflate so swiftly. Buggy, who had once conquered the Grand Line alongside Roger, was taken aback by this astonishing sight. Let alone Dino and Akin. The wonders of this world surpassed our wildest imaginations. "Hold on tight, for the ship is about to ascend," Alan reminded the captivated crowd with a chuckle. As soon as his words fell, they witnessed the tentacles of the floating octopus firmly grasping the wavebreaker. And then the entire creature began to ascend into the sky like a hot air balloon. However, despite its resemblance to a balloon, the octopus exhibited far greater stability, ascending at a steady pace akin to that of a smooth elevator. "Wow, I never realized the ocean was this vast," Akin exclaimed in awe as they continued their ascent. He had always observed the sea from the surface, aware of its enormity, yet the breathtaking perspective from above was truly overwhelming. Indeed, the ocean is immensely vast. As the saying goes, "Oh, how tremendously large you are, O sea," Alan remarked with a sense of wonder. The awkward banter from Alan, which disrupted the atmosphere, left Akin and the others momentarily at a loss for words, plunging the group into an uncomfortable silence. Fortunately, a gentle breeze swept through the high altitude, slightly alleviating the tension. With the octopus's steady ascent and a mid-journey feeding of stargrass, the wavebreaker was drawn through thick clouds and reached the Sky Island above the sea of clouds. Phew, we finally made it. Is this the Sky Island? Akin exclaimed, marveling as they emerged from the mist, watching the octopus shrink while the wave breaker floated steadily above the cloud sea. Captain, where do we go next? Did that resident named Faley provide you with directions? Bucky inquired curiously, approaching Alan and gazing at the vast white expanse. He didn't say, but I believe I know where to head, Alan replied with a faint smile. Upon setting foot on the Sky Island, he noticed that although the air was thin, his mastery of hockey felt remarkably liberated. Closing his eyes briefly to utilize his observation hockey, he discovered he could sense a radius of several dozen miles. While he couldn't perceive intricate details, he could roughly gauge the number of individuals within that range and their respective strengths. No wonder Enel possessed such formidable hockey on the Sky Island. It appeared he benefited from the unique environmental advantages of this location. It seemed he was aware of their arrival. With his observation hockey, Alan effortlessly pinpointed the location of the most powerful individual on the Sky Island. Noticing that the other party seemed to be using the same ability to sense him. Unquestionably, it was the god of the Sky Island, Enel. Boss, do you think the god of the Sky Island has detected our presence? Is his observation hockey really that formidable? Upon hearing Alan's observation, everyone was taken aback. During their journey, Alan had provided them with a brief introduction to the Sky Island, and they had gained some understanding of Enel, the god of the Sky Island, who wielded the powers of the Rumble fruit, leaving them all astonished. The formidable prowess of the natural-type devil fruit user need not be elaborated upon. They are all acutely aware of it, particularly when considering the terrifying might of lightning. By conventional estimations, one could argue that they surpass even Crocodile, a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. His mastery of Kinbunshiko hockey is undoubtedly linked to the unique environment of Skypiea. However, now that he has detected us, there is no longer any need to evade. Let us proceed to meet this god of the sky. Ah, Dino, do hasten in crafting the insulated protective suits I requested for everyone. We would not want to be caught unprepared should he unleash his wrath. For suffering a few shocks from him would be far from amusing. Alan stated earnestly to the group, instructing Gal Dino to commence the creation of the insulated battle gear. If we can temporarily shield ourselves from his lightning, our chances against Enel will undoubtedly increase significantly. As it was through Luffy's inherent immunity as a rubber man and the protagonist's charisma that he triumphed over Enel in the past. Yes, it will be ready shortly, Dino replied, feeling a surge of anxiety at the prospect of confronting this god of the sky, perhaps even engaging in battle. Without further delay, he utilized his devil fruit abilities to fabricate insulated battle suits that encompassed the entire body while allowing freedom of movement. Meanwhile, Enel, who had been reclining comfortably in his chamber on Skypiea, actually employing his Kinbunshika hockey to observe the movements of all inhabitants, suddenly sensed the arrival of Alan and his companions. Particularly, upon realizing that Alan was utilizing the same hockey to scrutinize him, Enel burst into a raucous laugh. Yaha! At last, some interesting company has arrived. Today shall not be so dull. The unprecedentedly tyrannical god of Skypiea, Enel, let forth such a terrifying cackle that even the priests serving him outside were taken aback, though they dared not inquire further, bowing their heads in trepidation. Yaha! You lot remain here. I shall seek a bit of amusement. Casting a glance at the priests, who had long been frightened into submission, Enel casually commanded before departing from his temple, heading towards the direction of the Thousand Sunny. Though the priests were unclear about the cause of Enel's behavior, a palpable sense of foreboding filled their hearts, as though a storm was brewing on the island. Chapter 44. A Strike of Thunderboom. Just as Alan's Thousand Sunny sailed past the gate of heaven, the land ahead, once enveloped by the white sea, erupted with the sound of thunder, as if a tempest were imminent. The residents of Skypiea, witnessing this spectacle, immediately comprehended the significance, being situated high above the clouds. Thunder in this realm could only signify one thing: the wrath of Enel, the god of Skypiea. Without a moment's hesitation, they abandoned their curiosities and hurriedly retreated to their quarters to seek refuge. Ah, it seems the god of Skypiea truly knows how to make a grand entrance. Brothers, do not dawdle, let us descend. Observing the scene before him, reminiscent of an impending disaster, Alan displayed no sign of panic. He was the first to lead the group in leaping from the wave breaker, mindful that if a confrontation with Enel ensued too close to their vessel, it could sustain irreparable damage, resulting in significant losses for him. Initially, Buck and the others, who felt a twinge of fear at the sudden manifestation of lightning, found their trepidation diminished upon witnessing Alan's nonchalant demeanor. They promptly discarded their burdens and, filled with a fervent fighting spirit, followed Alan in his descent from the wave-breaker. Ha ha ha. These fools are unafraid of my lightning. Truly a band of ignorant souls. Enel observed with surprise as Alan and his companions fearlessly ventured into his lightning range. However, he soon donned a look of resignation, recalling the adage that ignorance breeds fearlessness. Alan and his reckless crew were undoubtedly oblivious to the true might of his lightning, hence their calmness. With this thought, Enel resolved to teach them a lesson. He struck the taiko drum adorned with the 3 comma symbols on his right shoulder, instantly gathering a tremendous amount of electrical energy. 30 million volts of Thunderbird. The lightning coalesced into a majestic phoenix-like Thunderbird that soared rapidly towards Alan and his group. What manner of beast is that? Buck and the others stood frozen, unable to react in time. Just then, Alan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of them. Clenching his insulated gloves, he unleashed a powerful strike imbued with hockey against the incoming threat. The once imposing Thunderbird shattered into fragments under the dual impact of his insulated suit and hockey, sending arcs of electricity crackling across the ground before vanishing entirely. Boss, can we really smash that thing with our bare hands? Buck and the others stared wide-eyed at Alan's astonishing display of power, incredulous. Of course, do not let the force of the lightning intimidate you. Remember, you are all clad in insulated suits. Exercise caution and you can handle normal lightning without issue, Alan reassured his now startled companions, feigning a relaxed demeanor to bolster their spirits. How is this possible? How could these insignificant humans shatter my Thunderbird? Enel, witnessing Alan's punch obliterate his creation, gaped in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that a mere mortal could withstand the divine punishment of a god. Sky Island God, if this is your way of welcoming me, it is rather extraordinary. Just as Enel was taken aback, Alan turned to him, a smile gracing his face as he inquired. Crack. Recognizing that he had been locked onto by Alan's observation hockey, Enel wasted no time. He activated the power of his rumble fruit, transforming his body into a bolt of lightning, which instantaneously landed before Alan and his companions. How swift! The rumble fruit is indeed an extraordinary Logia-type devil fruit. Its speed and power unmatched by any other fruit. Witnessing Enel appear before him in an instant left Alan profoundly astonished. Although he was aware of the fruit's formidable abilities, experiencing its might firsthand was a revelation. It seamlessly combined offense, defense, and speed into a flawless entity. It was no wonder that in the original pirate world, many considered Luffy's victory over Enel to be a significant plot hole. Mortals, do you recognize me? Enel inquired, his curiosity piqued by Alan's apparent lack of fear. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of divinity, questioning Alan from a lofty pedestal. I have indeed heard of the god of Skypiea, and I have come to pay a visit and discuss a matter with you. Alan responded with a serene smile, neither obsequious nor arrogant. Discuss a matter with me? Mortal, you must know your place. Enel's expression darkened upon hearing Alan's audacious proposal. God of Skypiea, you are merely a devil fruit user, an ordinary mortal. Do not delude yourself into thinking you are divine, Alan retorted coldly, narrowing his eyes into slits, his patience wearing thin under Enel's haughty inquiries. Impudent human. 30 million volts. Thunder Beast. Enel's fury ignited as he dismissed Alan's challenge. He had intended to pose further questions, but they were instantly forgotten as he struck the drum on his left shoulder, launching another assault. In an instant, the drum, charged with electricity, summoned a wolf-like thunder beast that lunged menacingly at Alan and his group. This time, you shall not escape. In Enel's mind, the defeat of the Thunderbird in their previous encounter was due to his underestimation, lacking sufficient power. This time, the full force of 30 million volts would be more than they could withstand. Step back. For God's technique, White Tiger. As Enel initiated his attack, Alan immediately summoned his utmost strength for defense. It must be noted that the Sky Island was indeed an excellent place for utilizing hockey. While employing the Four Gods technique, White Tiger, Alan managed to simultaneously maintain the power of armament hockey. With a fierce roar, the spectral form of the White Tiger, charging toward the Thunder Beast, transformed its claws into a shadowy black just as it struck. The seemingly formidable Thunder Beast was obliterated in an instant by the tiger's powerful swipe. Now, God of Skypiea, can we have a conversation? After successfully deflecting Enel's 2 devastating attacks of 3,000 volts, although protected by both an insulated suit and the defense of hockey, Alan still felt a tingling sensation. However, He did not reveal this discomfort, maintaining a relaxed demeanor as he inquired, "What are you, the king of QH? How can you summon the sacred beast, the white tiger?" Observing Alan's remarkable performance, Enel's curiosity was piqued. The title of king of QH is indeed appealing, but at present, "I am merely an educator guiding wayward pirates back to the right path," Alan mused as he evaluated himself. Imitating grandeur, Thunder Dragon. Chapter 45, The Great Battle with the Thunder God. Imitating grandeur, 60 million volts Thunder Dragon. Naturally, Enel was dissatisfied with Alan's response. Thinking to himself that this mortal dared to be dismissive towards a deity of his stature, which was unforgivable, he immediately struck the large drums on his shoulders, summoning a colossal thunder dragon composed of lightning that charged towards Alan. What is this thing? Faced with the significantly more potent thunder dragon, Alan could not afford to be complacent. This time, he elevated his hockey to its maximum and endeavored to use the most effective parts of his insulated suit, his hands, to withstand the thunder dragon's assault. Yet even so, the overwhelming current left him with an unbearable sensation of paralysis, causing his voice to tremble uncontrollably. As he endured the thunder dragon's onslaught, Alan's insulated suit was singed, clearly indicating a severe reduction in its protective efficacy. Fortunately, his body remained largely unscathed. How could my thunder dragon be withstood? Is there truly such a person in this world? Having lived for so long in Sky Island, Enel was unaware of the existence of insulated clothing capable of withstanding lightning. Upon witnessing Alan withstand the thunder dragon's attack, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he began to suspect that Alan might not be an ordinary human but a god like himself. "Your attack is quite impressive. It seems that unless you acknowledge my power, you will not listen to me." Initially, Alan had hoped to simply absorb Enel's attacks with his insulated suit and engage in a meaningful discussion. However, the power of the Thunder Dragon ignited his anger. After enduring the onslaught of the Thunderbird, Thunder Beast, and Thunder Dragon, anyone would feel enraged, especially someone known as the Reaper of Pirates like Alan. "Very well. Let me witness the strength of this misguided pirate of yours." Reflecting on Alan's earlier self-introduction, which he had not taken seriously, Enel was momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, stating, "Let me see the power of the King of QH. I have already stated that I am not the King of QH. Are you deaf?" Regarding Enel's self-proclaimed title, Alan did not acknowledge it. Although the title of King of QH sounded incredibly imposing, in reality, it was quite a detrimental matter. After all, a tree that stands out will be uprooted by the wind. Once he accepted this moniker, he would inevitably become the primary target for the Navy, pirates, and even the Revolutionary Army. With a dismissive gesture, Alan ceased his idle chatter with Enel. He brushed off the singed dust from his clothing and removed his insulated protective suit along with the heavy weighted attire he wore. With a resounding thud, the hefty 500-kilogram weighted suit fell to the ground, creating a small crater. Unbelievable. Their captain was battling the so-called god of Sky Island while donning such a heavy outfit. Was this not a touch arrogant? My goodness, their captain managed to deflect Enel's series of lightning strikes even while encumbered by such weight. That was utterly extraordinary. While Enel, the so-called god of Sky Island, was indeed formidable, he had unfortunately crossed paths with their captain, a little demon who might soon unveil a spectacle of divine slaughter. Watching from a distance, Buggy and the others were astounded to learn that Alan had been fighting Enel while still clad in his weighted attire. Initially, they perceived Enel, who could wield lightning, as an invincible being. Yet, it now appeared that this god of Sky Island was highly likely to be defeated by their demonic captain. For divine techniques, Vermilion Bird of the Sun. Without the slightest hesitation after shedding the weighted clothing, Alan propelled himself into the air, emanating a radiant red light from his being. Suddenly, a ghostly figure resembling a fiery phoenix materialized before Enel's eyes. A phoenix? Halt! Divine punishment. Upon seeing this legendary creature, Enel was inwardly taken aback. He swiftly waved one hand forward, unleashing a bolt of lightning in an attempt to intercept it. However, everything unfolded contrary to Enel's expectations. The lightning aimed at the phoenix was effortlessly dispelled by a mere flap of its wings. Following this, the phoenix surged toward Enel, piercing through him in an instant. Cough. I am injured. That phoenix has scratched me. Initially, when he saw the phoenix scattering the lightning and charging toward him, Enel had not felt particularly alarmed. As a user of a natural-type devil fruit, he believed that as long as he activated his elementalization, being struck by the phoenix would pose no significant threat. Yet, The turn of events was beyond his anticipation. When the phoenix's ethereal form penetrated his body, he felt a jolt through his entirety, followed by a powerful impact to his chest that compelled him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Enel, do you wish to continue fighting? With the ethereal shadows dissipating from his form, Alan turned around, no longer addressing Enel as the god of Skypiea. After all, this impudent youth was impervious to gentleness. Thus, there was no need for Alan to maintain such courtesy. I shall ask you one last time. Who are you? Enel wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, having forgotten how long it had been since he had bled. The fact that this peculiar QH individual could provoke such a reaction was, to him, utterly astonishing. Alan, some also refer to me as the Pirate Harvester, he introduced himself earnestly. A harvester wielding a scythe of death? Indeed, such a title suits you perfectly, Enel remarked, gaining a new interpretation of Alan's moniker. I relish this title of Grim Reaper. Now, will you, the god of Skypiea, engage in a serious discussion with me? Alan inquired. Discussing serious matters is permissible, but I wish to ascertain which of us is the mightier deity, you or I, the Lord of Lightning. Enel retorted with a cold smirk, suddenly unleashing the powers of the rumble fruit. Harnessing high-voltage electricity, he generated immense heat to melt the gold in his hand, crafting it into a formidable spear as he spoke with conviction. Very well, Akin, toss my dagger over. Upon seeing Enel present his weapon, Alan swiftly instructed Akin to throw him his short blade. Is your scythe of death so short? The length of the blade is inconsequential. What matters is the skill of its wielder. Well said. Let us put that to the test. Agreed. With a powerful push from his feet, Alan vanished from the sight of Buggy and the others, and Enel, immediately activating the powers of his fruit, followed suit, disappearing in a flash of lightning. Chapter 46. The Blackbeard Pirates thunder rumbled as the clash between Alan and Enel concluded amidst a tempest of thunderous fury. The outcome of their battle remained a mystery to all except the two combatants. However, upon returning to the Wavebreaker, Alan's attire was charred, and his hair resembled a disheveled nest, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Are you all right, Captain? You look rather worse for wear. Akin and the others expressed their concern upon witnessing Alan's condition, but he waved them off before they could finish their inquiry. I'm fine. I shall rest for a moment. You are to navigate the Wavebreaker away from Skypiea, Alan stated, even as wisps of black smoke escaped his lips, indicating that Enel's lightning had indeed taken a toll on him. Are you truly fine, Captain? Ah, don't be so oblivious. Just steer the Wavebreaker, Buggy interjected. Recognizing that Alan's current disheveled state suggested he preferred silence over further questioning. This oblivious lad would undoubtedly provoke the captain's ire with continued inquiries. Meanwhile, after their confrontation, Enel transformed into a streak of lightning and returned directly to his divine palace. God, you have returned? Upon witnessing Enel's return, his subordinates, the priests, cautiously inquired. You may withdraw. I require rest. Do not disturb me unless it is urgent. Enel's frigid voice echoed from the inner chamber, sending the priests and nearby attendants fleeing in terror. This little wretch, despite having matters to discuss, resorts to such heavy-handedness and slaps me in the face. It pains me greatly. I shall never engage in hand-to-hand combat with him again. After dismissing everyone in the divine palace, Enel hastily procured some ice to soothe his already swollen visage. This day was deemed the day of divine suffering by Enel, marking a significant turning point in the fate of the pirate world, leading to profound changes across the globe. However, that is a tale for another time. Following the conclusion of the battle with Enel, Alan and his companions departed from Skypiea aboard the Wavebreaker. They were acutely aware that lingering too long in this place could result in an encounter with the Straw Hat Pirates, which would drastically alter the narrative of the pirate world and obliterate the intelligence advantage they had meticulously gathered. As for the legendary treasure of the Golden Country on Skypiea, neither Alan nor his crew, including the avaricious clown Buggy, held much interest in it. After witnessing Alan's adeptness at educating pirates to amass funds, they regarded money merely as a number, devoid of any substantial desire for wealth. Meanwhile, during the clash between Alan and Enel, their colossal forms were illuminated by the sun, casting shadows upon the sea of QH, resembling two titans engaged in a fierce battle amidst the mist. At that moment, the Blackbeard Pirates, en route to Devil's Valley, beheld this astonishing spectacle. Ha, Captain, we've encountered extraordinary monsters. Should we flee? Exclaimed the helmsman, Shish's basis, with a manic grin instead of fear. Indeed, this sea is wondrous. There exist creatures far larger than the giants. If we do not investigate, we may live to regret it," declared Marshal D. Teach, also known as Blackbeard, his excitement palpable. As an ambitious pirate with dreams, the allure of uncharted adventures was irresistibly captivating. "I have not observed any suspicious figures. Those enormous silhouettes appear to have materialized out of thin air, warranting a closer look," remarked the sharpshooter Vanoka, scrutinizing the surroundings and noting the absence of enemies within several kilometers of his vantage point. It seemed all was orchestrated by fate, as if they were not meant to see. Just as the Blackbeard pirates advanced toward the colossal figures, their ship's doctor, Doc Q, suddenly spoke up. Simultaneously, the dense fog that had enveloped the scene abruptly dissipated, completely concealing the gigantic forms. "Huh, how amusing that such intriguing entities simply vanished." Blackbeard laughed heartily, showing no signs of irritation at the disappearance of his quarry, a demeanor that suggested he was destined for greatness. "Captain, before those figures disappeared, I observed closely. They bore a striking resemblance to human reflections," Vanoka informed Blackbeard earnestly. "Reflections? That cannot be. Such enormous reflections would imply their actual forms are far larger than even the giants. Yet we see no such beings in our vicinity." In response to Vanoka's statement, before Blackbeard could utter a word, the helmsman, Bosch's, interjected with a rebuttal. "You truly are a simple-minded fellow. At close range, an object and its reflection are indistinguishable. However, what of reflections cast from a distance? Surely, one could encounter a situation where the reflection appears larger than the object itself." Bosch's rather exasperating intellect prompted Vanoka to roll his eyes and elucidate further. "That seems implausible. To project such a large silhouette, it must originate from an extraordinary distance." Bosch's glanced towards the horizon, still somewhat skeptical. "There exists a place from which the distance is ample." This time, it was Blackbeard who answered Bosch's query, his expression serious as he elaborated. "Where might that be?" "Skypea," Blackbeard declared, referring to the legendary land of gold. The mere mention of Skypea rendered the crew momentarily speechless. They had all heard tales of this mythical realm, yet none had ever ventured there. Skypea truly exists. Those who harbor dreams can reach it, Blackbeard asserted with unwavering confidence in response to his crew's doubts. "So, Captain, is our next destination Skypea?" Bosch's and the others inquired, their eyes gleaming with curiosity at the thought of its existence. "No, our aspirations should not be confined to a mere land of gold. Our ambition is to overturn the entire world and reign over these seas." Blackbeard dismissed the notion with a wave of his hand. "First, we shall head to the nearby town of Magic Valley, where we shall seek the latest pirate intelligence and subsequently identify our target, thereby ensuring the world recognizes our presence and filling the vacancy left by Crocodile's capture in the Shichibukai." "Understood, Captain." The crew was well aware of their captain's grand ambitions, and it was Blackbeard's colossal plans that inspired their loyalty. However, Blackbeard could not have anticipated the astonishing reality that awaited him upon arriving at Magic Valley. Chapter 47. The Legend of the Little Devil. Having just witnessed the astonishing reflections at sea, Blackbeard and his crew swiftly arrived at the port town known as Magic Valley, often referred to as the paradise for pirates. Yet, upon disembarking onto the island, they were utterly astonished by the scene before them. Once a haven for lavishly extravagant pirates, one would expect to encounter chaos and brawls at every turn. However, upon their arrival, Blackbeard and his crew were greeted by a port bustling in orderly fashion as goods were transported, and townsfolk exchanged courteous greetings. Were it not for the distinctive garb of the pirates, they might have questioned whether they had indeed arrived at the right place. "Captain, what is happening here? Have these pirates lost their minds? They behave with more decorum than the Navy." Before the astonishing scene before him, the helmsman, Bahasas, was the first to speak. Curiously, even Blackbeard himself was intrigued by this matter, and he gestured for everyone to disperse and inquire about the reasons in various taverns. The explanation for the transformation of Magic Valley Town was quite simple. The pirates here had recently undergone an expensive re-education at the hands of the fearsome little demon, Alan. Although Alan's ship, the Wavebreaker, had already departed from Magic Valley Town, the profound psychological impact he left behind rendered the pirates hesitant to indulge themselves, thus ushering in an unprecedented era of peace in the town. Bahasas and his crew gathered this information with relative ease, and upon hearing of a little demon capable of educating the entire town's pirates, Blackbeard was filled with fascination. "Ha ha ha. In this day and age, Such a fool who educates pirates still exists. I long to meet him and engage in a duel to see who truly educates whom. Inside the tavern. Upon learning of Alan's presence as an educator of pirates, Bahasas laughed heartily. As the captain of the Blackbeard pirate crew, he was also known by the moniker Champion. And his immediate reaction to the emergence of such a formidable opponent was a desire to confront him in battle. Good sir, it would be wise to keep such thoughts to yourself. Do not utter them aloud, lest that little demon returns not only to thrash you, but also to charge you a tuition fee, advised another pirate, who had been educated by Alan, offering a kind warning in response to Bahasas's arrogance. Boom. Bahasas dismissed the well-meaning advice, perceiving it as a sign of contempt. He swiftly retaliated with a punch, sending the pirate flying out of the tavern like a cannonball. Ha ha ha. Now you see my true prowess. Do you still doubt my ability to defeat that pirate? After knocking the pirate aside, Bahasas felt an immense sense of satisfaction, laughing triumphantly. How dare you? I offered you a friendly warning, and you still chose to strike me. After being sent sprawling by Bahasas's punch, the pirate did not fall immediately. Instead, he steadied himself, drawing his twin pistols and unleashing a rapid barrage toward Bahasas's formidable physique. Bang! 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 Faced with the gunfire akin to a machine gun, Bahasas quickly shielded his head with his hands, biding his time until the onslaught ceased before launching a counterattack. Oomph! You, a mere brute with only a modicum of strength, dare to challenge that esteemed demon? Truly foolish. Observing the pirate Basis, who was thoroughly suppressed by his dual pistols, the pirate immediately mocked him. The anticipated moment for Basis to exploit a lull in his opponent's reloading never materialized. This pirate appeared to be a master marksman, maintaining a relentless barrage while effortlessly switching bullets between his hands. Consequently, one firearm remained perpetually aimed and firing, leaving Basis no opportunity to counterattack. Infuriated, Basis clenched his teeth, realizing he would have to risk a minor injury to teach this insolent foe a lesson. As he prepared to unleash a powerful strike, a sudden, distinct gunshot rang out. The pirate, who had been dominating Basis, collapsed to the ground, clearly struck down by a bullet. The shot had been fired by Van Oka, the marksman of the Blackbeard pirates, who had decided to intervene when he saw Basis under duress, swiftly dispatching the threat with lethal precision. Are you all right, you lumbering fool? It's quite embarrassing to be subdued by such a wretch, Van Oka remarked, approaching Basis, whose clothing was now riddled with bullet holes. Basis, however, was not grateful for the assistance. Who asked for your help? I was on the verge of unleashing a punch that would have ended him. With a dismissive scoff, Van Oka retorted, if I had waited any longer to shoot, your predicament would have been far worse than merely a torn shirt. Just as tensions rose between them, Blackbeard arrived with the ship's doctor, Doc Q, to quell their conflict. Enough. Let us compile the intelligence we've gathered and discern what transpired in Magic Valley Town. Blackbeard commanded, and his presence commanded respect. Thus, the group momentarily set aside their grievances to exchange the information they had collected. It became apparent that a formidable little demon had emerged, one capable of instilling fear in all the pirates of Magic Valley Town, clearly not an ordinary individual. Upon synthesizing the intelligence, Blackbeard expressed his astonishment regarding Alan's actions in Magic Valley Town. Captain, when did such a character arise upon the seas? I've never heard of him, Van Oka inquired. Curiosity piqued. I cannot say, Blackbeard replied, but judging by the terror exhibited by the pirate you just dispatched, it's evident that this little demon's prowess surpasses even Basis. Should such a figure traverse these waters, it is certain that a tempest of bloodshed will ensue. Blackbeard, through the previous dialogues, made a rough estimation of Alan's strength. Everything seems to be orchestrated by fate. We are bound to encounter such an individual. At this moment, the ship's doctor, Trafalgar Q, spoke earnestly, resembling an old mystic. We will surely meet him. Once Lafitte returns, I will have him gather pertinent information about this little devil. An intriguing character like him is someone we must certainly engage with. Although they had yet to meet, Blackbeard had already developed a keen interest in Alan. Chapter 48. The attitudes of various factions having witnessed unusual occurrences in Magic Valley Town. Blackbeard, one of the future emperors of the sea, Marshal D. Teach, became profoundly intrigued by Alan, the pirate educator. He promptly contacted his crew's navigator, Lafitte, using his dedicated transponder snail. As the navigator of the Blackbeard pirates and concurrently serving as an intelligence officer, Lafitte excelled in acquiring confidential information from around the world. This time, he had infiltrated the Holy Land of the world government to attend a candidates' meeting convened due to Crocodile's removal from the Seven Warlords, nominating the Blackbeard pirates as a potential replacement. When Blackbeard's call came through, Lafitte was sneaking out of the assembly hall. Upon realizing it was his captain, he eagerly answered the transponder snail. "Captain, everything is progressing smoothly. I have already brought up our crew's name at the meeting. Once the world government recognizes my prowess, it should pose no significant issues." "Well done, Lafitte. However, there is another matter that requires your immediate attention. A little devil has emerged in Magic Valley Town, causing all pirates there to adhere to unprecedented discipline. According to preliminary intelligence, this little devil has been enforcing a form of robbery-style re-education on these pirates, and he has become the nightmare of all in Magic Valley Town. I need you to gather all information regarding this little devil." Blackbeard's voice resonated through the transponder snail. "Such a development? Rest assured, Captain, I will ascertain his background promptly." Surprised by the sudden emergence of this little rascal, Lafitte, as an intelligence officer, was already inclined to investigate the matter without needing Blackbeard's urging. However, unbeknownst to both Lafitte and Blackbeard, their conversation was being eavesdropped on by Admiral Sengoku, who remained in the conference room. To ensure the safety of the Holy Land, the Navy had installed listening transponder snails throughout the area. As soon as Lafitte and Blackbeard began their conversation, it was captured by the listening device attached to Sengoku's wrist. Magic Valley Town has produced such an interesting character. Have you scoundrels heard of him? In order to thrust the notorious Blackbeard, who is eager to join the Seven Warlords, into the limelight, Admiral Sengoku made no effort to conceal the intercepted information regarding Blackbeard. He broadcasted it directly to the vice admirals present in the conference room, as well as to the warlords, Dracula Mihawk and Don Quixote Doflamingo. In response to Sengoku's inquiries, Mihawk remained nonchalant, reclining in his chair with indifference. Doflamingo, with a sly grin, remarked, "Such an intriguing character, I have not heard of him before. He has dealt with all the pirates in Magic Valley Town, Admiral Sengoku. This surely cannot be a clandestine operation orchestrated by your navy." With a huff, Sengoku departed, having failed to elicit the answers he sought. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Akainu, serving as the chief strategist, discreetly set about arranging for intelligence personnel to investigate these developments. After all, if such a formidable force aimed at combating pirates truly existed, it would be advantageous for the Navy to enlist them. It seems the seas are about to stir once more, with the emergence of this little demon keeping the Navy occupied. Are you interested in joining me to observe? As Sengoku and the Navy departed, Doflamingo stood and glanced at Mihawk, clearly intrigued by the little demon who had caught his attention. "Not interested," Mihawk coolly replied, then disregarded Doflamingo and exited. Doflamingo was not at all surprised by Mihawk's demeanor. After all, the world's greatest swordsman was a solitary figure, and it would have been unusual for him to engage in casual conversation. Magic Valley Town. I recall a ruffian who applied to join my crew, apparently located near that town. I shall have him investigate further. Doflamingo pondered, recalling Bellamy, who had previously sought to join his pirate crew and was also from the vicinity of Magic Valley. Since I have consented to lend my pirate insignia to this young man, it is only fitting that I collect a fee and have him undertake some tasks for me. With this thought in mind, Doflamingo utilized his string fruit abilities to depart the Holy Land, evading the risk of eavesdropping by the Navy. Humph, a bunch of scum plaguing this era of the seas. Just wait. One day I shall eradicate you from these waters entirely. As he observed the retreating figure of Doflamingo, Admiral Sengoku let out a cold snort within the confines of the Marine headquarters. His dissatisfaction with the world government's Shichibukai system was palpable. In his view, the notion of combating evil with evil would inevitably lead to dire consequences for the world. He believed that true justice must prevail to subdue malevolence. This contemplation of justice led Sengoku to recall the little devil who had imparted lessons to all the pirates in Magic Valley Town. Not having heard any recent news of new pirates, he considered the possibility that this little demon might not even be a pirate. Thus, it became imperative to recruit him to his side before he succumbed to darkness. Previously, Akainu had already sought information regarding the boy, and now it was Sengoku's turn to investigate and ascertain whether he was indeed a worthy asset. Aside from the Marine headquarters and the Blackbeard pirates, another influential figure, who was engaged in self-cultivation, had also become aware of Alan's actions in Magic Valley Town. This individual was none other than the legendary pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion, with whom Alan had crossed swords in the East Blue, in preparation for his own resurgence. Shiki had not only focused on his research into animals, but had also kept a vigilant eye on all developments in the Grand Line. Therefore, when he learned that the pirate haven of Magic Valley Town had been plundered by a little devil, he was taken aback. "Captain, is this Magic Valley Town the same place you once took me, the town of revelry and indulgence?" inquired Dr. Indigo, Shiki's chief strategist, after perusing the report. His curiosity piqued. "You are correct. That is indeed the place. Do you have any leads?" Shiki inquired, turning his attention to his astute strategist, well aware that Dr. Indigo's prowess in gathering intelligence far surpassed his own. "Well, Captain, I must admit that I do have a potential suspect in mind," Dr. Indigo replied thoughtfully, carefully analyzing the situation for Shiki. "You see, the targets of the plunder in Magic Valley Town were all pirates, and considering the method of their robbery, do you not find it reminiscent of the earlier Pirate Reaper incident in the East Blue?" "Surely not. The Pirate Reaper from the East Blue was that little brat Allen. Although he is formidable, it has only been a short time since he arrived in the Grand Line. It's impossible for him to have grown this rapidly. One must understand that the pirate forces in Magic Valley Town are on an entirely different level than those in the East Blue." Upon grasping the implications of Dr. Indigo's words, Shiki shook his head resolutely, expressing his disbelief. "Captain, do not underestimate that little brat. Consider this, after his battle with you, he ventured to the East Blue and orchestrated the unexpected Pirate Reaper incident. Now he has executed yet another surprising feat with the Magic Valley incident. Is that not entirely reasonable?" Dr. Indigo asserted earnestly, having high hopes for Allen, which was why he had initially encouraged Shiki to form a positive connection with him. "It cannot be. Even if his rate of growth is astonishing, there must be a limit." The Golden Lion harbored some doubts within. Yet he remained unaware that Allen was a peculiar being who had consumed the limit fruit, capable of shattering any conventional norm. Chapter 49. The reunion of the Buggy Pirates due to the incident involving the educational pirates in Magic Valley Town. Allen swiftly became the focal point of attention among the various powers in the pirate world. Curiosity abounded regarding the nature of this young rascal who managed to transform such a notorious pirate hotspot into a model site. Numerous factions dispatched their intelligence personnel to gather pertinent information. Unbeknownst to Allen, he had become the center of attention. Following their fierce battle with Enel, he and his companions were now aboard the Puffing Tom, towed by a floating octopus, as they departed from Skypea and returned to the ocean's surface. "Captain, where shall we head next?" Akin and the others, having observed Allen's recovery, inquired with keen interest. "How about we go to Water City? After all, it is the finest shipbuilding location along the Grand Line. While the Puffing Tom performs admirably, we could enhance it further there." Before Allen could respond, Dino interjected. "We needn't go to Water City. The Puffing Tom's capabilities are already exceptional, and further enhancement is unnecessary." Allen shook his head, dismissing Dino's suggestion. His reasoning lay in the substantial investment he had made to install several unique devices aboard the Puffing Tom, which he would refrain from revealing unless absolutely necessary, not wishing for the shipwrights in Water City to discover these installations during any modifications. "So, Captain, where are we heading?" Buggy inquired curiously. Fully aware that the decision rested with Allen, the captain, "Let us venture to the Devil's Triangle. After all, we promised our senior, Karolkas, that we would assist Labu in seeking information about the Rumbar Pirates," Allen stated earnestly. "Captain, are you suggesting that the Rumbar Pirates are in the Devil's Triangle?" Akin, having been cured of the latent toxins within him by Karolkas, took this promise seriously, his spirits lifting at the prospect of uncovering information about the Rumbar Pirates. "Allen, do you realize that the Devil's Triangle is the territory of the Warlord of the Sea, Gecko Moria? His power is comparable to that of my former boss, Crocodile. Venturing there recklessly could spell disaster for our entire crew." Dino cautioned, his voice filled with concern upon hearing Allen's proposed destination. Having been a member of Baroque Works, he understood all too well the power that the title of Warlord of the Sea entailed. Crocodile represented an insurmountable peak in his mind. And now they were to enter the domain of Moria. Equally a Warlord of the Sea, his apprehension was profound. Rest assured, Moria is not as formidable as you imagine. Although his bounty surpasses Crocodile's, in terms of combat prowess, he falls short of Crocodile. With a confident demeanor, Allen remarked that, based on the intelligence he possessed regarding the pirate world, among the first generation of the 7 warlords of the sea, Moria's combat prowess was indeed the weakest. However, due to the unique properties of his shadow fruit, it was advisable to avoid any conflict with him whenever possible. Nonetheless, given that he had clashed with the Emperor Kaido. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Reflecting on the information I had previously encountered about Moria, I voiced my apprehension. Oh, it's not as exaggerated as you think. He is merely a defeated foe of Kaido, elevated by a throng of mindless admirers. His defeat shattered his confidence, leading him to conceal himself within this devil's triangle, where he established his own zombie army. Alan earnestly conveyed the truth of the past to me, noticing my lingering unease. He reassured me, rest assured, our primary objective this time is to seek out the former Rumbar pirates. As for Moria, we will endeavor to avoid provoking him. Now, you can feel more at ease, can't you? Yes, that would be for the best, I replied, pleased to see Alan finally concede. Captain, wait a moment. Just as we had reached a consensus, Buggy suddenly exclaimed in delight, pointing excitedly at a pirate ship on the horizon. That is my pirate ship. Upon hearing Buggy's words, Alan and the others were taken aback and quickly turned to follow the direction of his pointing finger, and indeed, they spotted a sailboat adorned with the Jester pirate flag approaching us. The pirate ship approaching the wavebreaker was none other than the Buggy pirates, once led by Buggy himself. However, since Buggy had been abandoned by them, the current captain of the crew had long since become Alvida, who had previously partnered with Buggy. It was her idea to abandon Buggy and escape with the ship, unwilling to take any risks, leaving those loyal to Buggy in a state of helplessness. Miss Alvida, a ship marked with A has appeared ahead. It seems to be a wealthy merchant vessel, exclaimed Machi, the first mate of the Buggy pirates, brimming with excitement. Out of respect for Buggy, even under Alvida's command, they refused to address her as captain. Wonderful. After drifting for so long, we finally encounter a lucrative target. Once we seize enough wealth, we can bolster our strength and rescue our Captain Buggy. Alvida was acutely aware of what the former crew members of the Buggy pirates valued most, and she invoked their desire to rescue Buggy to spur them on. Upon hearing that their strength could be amplified to save Buggy, they erupted with fervor, chanting, "Seize the treasure, save the captain. Seize the treasure, save the captain." However, as this band of pirates drew closer to the wavebreaker, their expressions suddenly froze in shock. They beheld their long-dreamed-of Captain Buggy standing at the bow of the ship they regarded as a plump target. His face darkened with displeasure as he gazed back at them. "Captain, we have finally found you." Upon seeing Buggy, the former crew members, led by Machi and the strategist Kabeji, rushed forward, embracing his legs and weeping profusely. Initially filled with rage at being left behind, Buggy was moved by their emotional display, and all traces of his anger vanished in an instant. He embraced them, crying, "Are you all well? I missed you so much. What a scene. Should we laugh or cry?" Alan and the others were at a loss for words. Having heard Buggy express on numerous occasions his intentions to teach those who abandoned him a lesson, yet the situation had taken a complete turn, leaving them in a state of bemusement. "Report to the teacher. A pirate ship has been spotted ahead." At that moment, a discordant voice cut through the atmosphere. Chapter 50. The disciple of the Marine Admiral. Due to Alvida's constraints, the crew of the Buggy pirates had been compelled to leave their captain behind. Now, encountering him once more, they were overwhelmed with emotion, rushing onto the wavebreaker to embrace Buggy and weep. Witnessing their reaction, Buggy's initial irritation melted away, and he joined his crew in an emotional reunion. "Report to the teacher. A pirate ship has been detected ahead. Should we engage?" At such a poignant moment, an incongruous voice suddenly echoed from afar. Who could be so inconsiderate as to choose this time? Alan and the others cast a displeased glance towards the source of the disturbance, only to discover that the voice belonged to a young female sailor. The enchanting naval officer standing at the bow of the warship possesses cascading waves of sea blue hair, and upon her alluring right thigh lies a distinctive X-shaped scar. This imperfection, rather than detracting from her beauty, imparts a wild and seductive allure. The visage of this captivating figure seems vaguely familiar to Alan, who feels a fleeting sense of recognition, yet cannot place her. Who could she be? In her grasp, a transponder snail relays a deep male voice, revealing that the flag displayed is that of the infamous Buggy pirates from the East Blue. Recent intelligence indicates that their commander has now become Alrita. The beautiful naval officer reports with utmost seriousness, leaving one to ponder how this striking figure possesses such precise information. Even regarding the temporary control of the Buggy pirates by Alrita, merely a petty pirate from the East Blue, she will be swiftly eradicated. Upon hearing the mention of an East Blue pirate crew, the voice on the other end of the transponder snail noticeably relaxes, promptly issuing an attack order to the beautiful naval officer. "Understood, sir." She responds, promptly shouting from the ship's bow, "Buggy pirates. We are the pirate guerrillas. Cease your plundering of merchant vessels immediately and surrender your weapons. I may consider sparing your lives." Huh. It seems they mistakenly believe we intend to seize their ship. The breaker remarks Akin with a casual grin. What a fool. Does she think her beauty grants her the right to do as she pleases? Another adds, indeed. If we're speaking of beauty, our Alrita is by far the fairest. They scoff. Surrender our weapons? Is she out of her mind? The pirates of the buggy crew express their disdain, having just reunited with their captain, viewing the beautiful officer's intrusion as an egregious misjudgment. Among the crowd, only Alan refrains from mocking her. Instead, he gazes at the beauty with a serious demeanor, recalling that she had proclaimed herself a member of the pirate guerrillas. This revelation brings to mind her true identity, the proud apprentice of the former Marine Admiral Zifa, the wielder of the retreat fruit, and a formidable female swordsman, Ayn. The prospect of potentially facing off against the legendary Marine Admiral, the future Supreme Commander of the Inyo Marines, fills Alan with trepidation. After all, she is a formidable opponent, far exceeding the might of the average warlord, a challenge he is currently ill-equipped to confront. Chapter 51. The Rogue in the Battle Maiden. Upon confirming that the newcomer is Ayn, the esteemed pupil of Zifa, Alan's anxiety escalates. Given his present capabilities, he knows he is no match for the legendary Marine Admiral. Thus, should he find himself in combat with Ayn, whether victorious or defeated, it would inevitably lead to a cascade of endless troubles. Captain, let us deal with her. As the fierce Ayn charged towards them, the members of the buggy pirates were engulfed in a wave of fury. Among them, the first to request a confrontation was the first mate, Machi. Do not be so rash, Buggy cautioned him earnestly. The adversary is a member of the pirate guerrilla squad. While she may merely be a girl, she is undoubtedly a naval elite, not to be underestimated. This was the first time Buggy had heard the name of the pirate guerrilla squad, but his instincts told him that she possessed formidable strength. Rest assured, Captain, she is but a female Navy officer. There is nothing to fear. Machi, dismissive of Buggy's warning, waved his hand and charged forward with a few eager subordinates towards Ayn's warship. You fools, halt at once. Alan, regaining his composure, attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Eager to impress Buggy, Machi had led his men onto Ayn's vessel. Do not worry, young brother. The forces of evil cannot triumph over justice. Observing Alan's anxious demeanor aboard the wavebreaker, Ayn mistakenly believed he was concerned for her safety and responded coldly. Arrogant little girl, prepare to pay for your hubris. Machi seethed, his anger flaring as he charged at the still composed Ayn alongside his mount, the lion-like Ricky. You ignorant fool. Ayn scoffed at the simultaneous assault from Machi and Ricky. Without even resorting to her devil fruit powers, she merely drew her sword to counterattack. With a graceful arc through the air, she executed a beautiful crescent strike, knocking both Machi and Ricky to the ground, where they writhed in pain, foaming at the mouth. Clearly out of the fight, Machi, Buggy cried out in alarm upon witnessing his first mate's swift defeat. Just as he was about to take action, Alan seized him and pulled him back. Stay back, let me handle this. After issuing a brief command to the crew, Alan leaped forcefully, propelling himself from the wavebreaker to Ayn's warship, having devised a strategy in his mind. What incredible agility! Could he be a pirate? There is no record of him. Ayn, taken aback by Alan's sudden appearance on her ship, began to question her initial assessment. This seemingly delicate youth was not just a victim of Buggy's crew, but rather one of them. Beautiful Navy officer, please do not deprive me of my prey. As Ayn's mind swirled with confusion, Alan spoke up, clarifying his intentions. Your prey? What do you mean? Are you a bounty hunter? As Alan spoke, a multitude of questions arose in Ayn's mind. The bounty hunters on the Grand Line were figures she was somewhat familiar with, yet this Alan was a complete stranger. She had once dabbled in bounty hunting during a period of financial strain, but now she preferred to educate these pirates, guiding them toward a righteous path while collecting a modest tuition fee. Alan earnestly introduced his current profession to Ayn. Noticing her countenance still clouded with confusion and a hint of skepticism, he continued to elucidate. In the East Blue, I am known as the Pirate Harvester. By the way, Smoker, the White Hunter, can attest that I speak the truth. Upon hearing Alan's moniker, Ayn's expression shifted. She recalled the Pirate Harvester who had recently swept through the East Blue, though at the time, she had paid little heed as the region was plagued only by small-time pirates with bounties in the millions. Now, with Alan's reminder, she remembered this intelligence and mused that his knowledge of Smoker's name suggested he was not fabricating his story. Noticing Ein's silence, Alan understood that she was beginning to trust him, so he continued his persuasion. I have come to the Grand Line to dedicate myself to the noble task of educating its pirates. Hence, I have designed my ship's flag to resemble a $sign to attract my targets. The buggy pirates are one such target I intend to educate and charge for my services, so please do not interfere with my quarry. Humph, with such glib words. What makes you think I would believe you? It won't be so simple for you to take these pirates away. After hearing Alan's words, Ein, though convinced to a significant extent, still huffed in defiance, refusing to acquiesce to his request to take his prey. This matter is quite straightforward. If you contact Smoker, he can swiftly verify the veracity of my claims, Alan asserted earnestly. Humph, do you think I would easily reach out to Senior Smoker based on your casual words? Ein replied, having been trained by her mentor, the formidable Zifa, who had devoted himself to nurturing naval recruits. She recognized Smoker as one of his distinguished students and was willing to refer to him as her senior. However, she had no intention of relinquishing the buggy pirates so easily. Brandishing her sword, she declared, since you are the one who has swept through the East Blues pirates, you must possess some skill. Let us engage in a duel. If you can indeed prove your prowess, I will believe your previous assertions and return your quarry to you. If you lack the ability, then cease your attempts at forging connections. Surprised by Ein's challenge, Alan was taken aback, pondering how such a striking woman could also possess a combative spirit. He nodded in agreement. Very well, but let us be clear. In a fight, one must not cry if pain befalls you. You are the one who will be crying. Seeing that Alan was so dismissive of her, Ein couldn't contain her anger. She thought to herself that even if this guy was a friend of her Senior Smoker, she still needed to teach him a lesson. Without hesitation, she dashed towards Alan. Her speed was impressive, but her attack was rather predictable. As Ein charged straight at her, Alan merely turned slightly to evade her strike, while simultaneously offering her some advice. Humph, don't get too cocky. Ein seethed at Alan's audacity to lecture her, and in a fit of rage, she swiftly turned to strike with her sword. This time, her angle of attack was cunning, yet her speed and strength were somewhat lacking. It was understandable, considering the delicacy of her hands. Such performance was commendable. Alan seized her arm with precision, and in an attempt to provoke her further, he deliberately pinched her alluring arm. You scoundrel! Ein exclaimed, her body instinctively recoiling from Alan's brazen advance. At that moment, Alan seized the opportunity to lunge forward once more, twisting her arm just enough to disarm her, placing her sword against her neck. You've lost. Chapter 52. The beautiful woman's request employing his shameless tactics. Alan effortlessly disarmed Ein and held her sword to her throat. You've lost. You rogue. Once Ein was completely subdued, she realized that Alan's earlier shameless maneuvers were deliberately designed to incite her anger, causing her to lose her composure and judgment, allowing him to triumph so easily. Coming to this realization, Ein held no doubts about Alan's identity. Yet she couldn't help but scold him for his unscrupulous behavior. All's fair in war. Do you expect the pirates representing evil to fight with gentlemanly conduct? Alan remained unfazed by Ein's fury, earnestly explaining his perspective. Ein found herself momentarily speechless, unable to counter his argument. Noticing that Ein had finally fallen silent, Alan smiled as he returned her sword. Since that's settled, beautiful naval warrior, may I take my prize and depart? Humph, even if you are a pirate hunter, I am under no obligation to fulfill your request. Ein retrieved her sword, her tone still icy. Unless you agree to one condition, I might consider letting you take this pirate crew, out of respect for Senior Smoker. What condition? Alan felt a surge of annoyance at Ein's insistence on stipulating terms. But he had no choice but to remain patient, recognizing the weight of her lineage as a former admiral's disciple. Having a powerful backing is undoubtedly advantageous in any world. I haven't thought of the condition just yet. I will inform you once I have. Ein casually remarked, isn't this a bit too challenging? Alan did not concur with Ein's request, secretly thinking that if he acquiesced, he would be ensnared in a perilous situation, bound to comply with her every demand, which would essentially amount to a form of servitude. You need not be so anxious. I shall not impose unreasonable demands. And I assure you that my requests will remain within your capabilities, Ein said, observing Alan's troubled expression, attempting to reassure him. Let us add a stipulation. I shall agree provided that my requests are within my capabilities and do not contravene my principles. How does that sound? After contemplating, Alan replied earnestly, believing that since Ein's request was so vague, he could safeguard his interests. Should she present troublesome demands later, he could simply declare them in violation of his principles, which were entirely at his discretion, akin to a merchant having the ultimate say over their own products. Ein, undeterred by Alan's subtle cunning, nodded in agreement and instructed him to return to the ship, the Wavebreaker, accompanied by Machi and Nikki. Watching Alan's departing figure and the distinctive $ flag of the Wavebreaker, Ein shook her head with interest, secretly pondering that he truly was an intriguing pirate hunter. Or as he put it, an educator of wicked pirates, guiding them towards righteousness while pragmatically collecting a fee for his educational services. Neither Alan nor Ein could foresee that this unexpected encounter would significantly alter the course of their destinies, profoundly impacting the dynamics of the pirate world, but that was a story for another time. Chapter 53, A Lesson for Alan. Mechanical Island, situated at the heart of the first half of the Grand Line, had been seized by the former Marine Admiral and current leader of the pirate guerrilla, Black Arm Zephyr, transforming it into a military outpost for his pirate guerrilla. After a day of hunting pirates, Ein returned to this small island with her team. Ein, today's haul is quite impressive. 3 pirate crews, one of which boasts a bounty of 50 million. Well done. Her mentor, Black Arm Zephyr, nodded in satisfaction as he surveyed the pirate flags Ein had brought back as trophies. Thank you for the praise, teacher. I was fortunate today to encounter so many pirate crews, Ein replied bashfully, scratching her head in modesty at her mentor's compliments. Fortune is also a part of skill. You and Benz have made rapid progress lately, which brings me great joy. Zephyr, looking at the once novice recruit he had trained, allowed a rare smile to grace his face. However, his smile quickly faltered, and with a grave expression, he inquired, "Why is there no flag from the buggy pirates among these? A mere East Blue crew. Did you perhaps falter?" It was not a mere slip, but rather that the buggy pirates were the prey of another, and I conceded to him. Thus it would have been inappropriate to forcibly reclaim what was lost. With a flushed face, Ein recounted the incident of how Alan had seized the buggy pirate's treasure, though she instinctively chose to omit the details of how he had taken advantage of her. The Reaper of Pirates from the East Blue, an intriguing young rascal. I had previously heard Smoker speak of this lad, and grew curious about the extent of his prowess, which could provoke the prideful Smoker to mention him repeatedly. Little did I expect that even you would falter before him. It seems I must seize an opportunity to meet this young rogue. Listening to Ein's narrative, Zephyr couldn't help but smile. He had heard the name Alan several times before, but due to his pressing commitments, he had yet to arrange a meeting with him. Now, it seemed imperative to act without delay, else this young man might well stray down a perilous path, given his remarkable growth. Teacher, he is merely a small rogue. I lost to him through mere carelessness, and it hardly warrants your personal intervention. Ein expressed her dissatisfaction vehemently. The thought of losing to Alan through such shameless tactics left her feeling quite indignant. You were not merely careless. He indeed possesses the strength to defeat you. Zephyr replied with a warm smile, handing Ein a stack of documents. Upon glancing at the title, Ein's expression froze in disbelief as she hesitantly accepted the materials and began to read. The deeper she delved, the more astonished she became. After finishing the documents, Ein exhaled deeply. Although the information was explicit, she still struggled to believe it and asked Zephyr, "Teacher, is it truly he who orchestrated the events in Magic Valley Town?" It cannot be. There were so many formidable pirates there, and unless one possesses strength akin to yours, it would be impossible to subdue them entirely. One must admit, this young man is quite astute. According to the latest reports, he initially targeted the individual with the highest bounty on the wanted list. Thus, by defeating the leader, the underlings would have no choice but to follow suit. However, it must be acknowledged that his strength is formidable. At that time in Magic Valley Town, not a single pirate could stand against him. Zephyr explained earnestly to Ein. Even with such strength, he resorts to such underhanded methods to triumph over me. He is, without a doubt, a thorough scoundrel. Recalling the prowess of Alan, who resorted to such despicable tactics in their confrontation, Ein felt a surge of indignation within her. However, Zephyr paid little heed to Ein's display of anger, as his focus was entirely consumed by the information relayed from headquarters. His mind raced with strategies on how to recruit the proactive Alan into his ranks, oblivious to Ein's departure from his office. Yet, Zephyr's lack of awareness did not mean others were equally oblivious. As Ein stormed out, she fortuitously encountered Benz, who was arriving to report to Zephyr. As a fellow soldier trained under Zephyr, Benz held a great concern for Ein. Upon noticing her distress, he promptly approached her, inquiring, "Ein, what troubles you? Is something amiss?" Recognizing Benz, Ein felt no need to conceal her feelings, for after years of fighting side by side, He had become one of her most valued allies. Upon hearing Ein's account, Binz was instantly consumed by fury. That vile scoundrel dared to disrespect you. Just wait. I shall break his hands and ensure he remembers this lesson. Ein, please refrain from being overly agitated. What Zifa intends is to bring that wretched brat into our fold, which may very well mean he will become my comrade. Ein replied earnestly, observing Binz's furious demeanor. Humph. If he joins us, he will be our junior. Such disrespect towards a senior must be properly addressed, Binz asserted with utmost seriousness. While he was engaged with me, he was not yet our junior, so it cannot be claimed he disrespected a senior. Utilizing this as justification for punishment is inappropriate. Should he truly become Zifa's disciple, you would face consequences. Ein continued to persuade him. Seeing Ein unexpectedly defend Alan, Binz's displeasure grew. Ein, whose side are you on? I am merely seeking to defend your honor, yet you begin to speak up for that little rogue. I am not advocating for him. Rather, I seek to remain composed and realize that retaliating against him would only incite Zifa's wrath, and that would ultimately affect you. It is not worth it. If he indeed joins us, there will be ample opportunities to deal with him later, Ein retorted. Taken aback by her own unexpected defense of Alan, when she heard Binz's intention to confront Alan, her instinct was to intervene. And now she hastily concocted a reasonable justification for her actions. You need not worry about that. I have my own methods. Upon realizing Ein's interruption stemmed from concern, Binz smiled with relief. In a few days, I shall lead the guerrilla unit to hunt pirates. At that time, I will find a legitimate way to deal with him, ensuring that our teacher does not punish us. In response to Binz's assertion, Ein felt a profound sense of dissent within, yet in that moment, she found herself at a loss for words to counter his claims. She could only watch as Binz entered Zephyr's office, while she remained outside, furiously stamping her feet in frustration. Chapter 54. A greeting from Don Quixote da Flamingo to Diverge, as Ein returned to Mechanical Island to voice her grievances against Alan to Zephyr. The instigator himself, Alan, remained blissfully unaware. He continued to lead the crew aboard the Thousand Sunny toward the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle. However, this voyage proved to be anything but smooth. Firstly, Buggy encountered his own pirate crew, having instructed them to temporarily follow Yarlita to a safe location while he continued to accompany Alan on his adventures. After merely a few days of joining Alan, Buggy had begun to experience an indescribable joy in their escapades together, reminiscent of his time following the Pirate King Roger. Despite Alan's somewhat duplicitous nature, his genuine concern for his companions endeared him to Buggy, prompting him to set aside his own crew in favor of this new alliance. After sailing for a day, Alan and his crew soon found themselves facing an unexpected visitor. Beep, beep, beep. The following day at noon, while Alan and his crew basked on the deck of the Thousand Sunny, luxuriating in the sun's warmth, a low rumbling noise drifted in from the distance. The deep, resonant frequency suggested the sound of propellers. Awakened by the disturbance, Akin and the others rose in displeasure, while Alan remained blissfully oblivious, eyes still closed and a serene expression upon his face. Their captain had not stirred. Was he exhausted from recent battles? Observing Alan's undisturbed slumber amidst the cacophony, Akin and the others found it perplexing, yet quickly concocted a plausible explanation. They decided to head toward the helm, hoping to distance themselves from the noise and allow Alan to rest peacefully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, as Akin sought to evade the source of the clamor, fate would not grant him his wish. Just as the Thousand Sunny altered its course, a barrage of rocket fire descended from the sky, splashing violently in the direction they intended to move, clearly marking them as targets. Cursed be it, enemies. In that moment, Akin and the others realized the gravity of their predicament. A foe attacking them from the sky with rockets presented a significant challenge. Little did they anticipate that before they could confront Moria, they had already caught the attention of another warlord of the sea. At that moment, Alan, who had originally closed his eyes to rest, reluctantly rose and spoke. It turned out that he had not been asleep. He had awakened the instant the unusual noise erupted. However, instead of hastily opening his eyes, he chose to utilize his observation hockey to discern the identity of the approaching individuals. Although they had departed from the Sky Island, Alan's mastery of hockey had significantly improved compared to the past. With the capabilities afforded by his observation hockey, he swiftly identified the newcomers. Descending from the sky were the subordinates of Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Baby, 5, and Buffalo. The earlier attack had been initiated by Baby 5, who unleashed a rocket launcher through her weapon fruit powers, while the distinctive do-do-do sound had emanated from Buffalo, who had consumed the spin-spin fruit and was soaring through the air. These two subordinates of Doflamingo, who were typically engaged in mayhem in the latter half of the Grand Line's new world, had now arrived here and had mistaken Alan for their target, leaving him in a state of bemusement. Nevertheless, bemusement aside, as the assailants had initiated their attack, Alan, a courteous and aspiring young man, promptly chose to retaliate. Boom, boom, boom. Seizing a rocket launcher from the armory, Alan, having locked onto his adversaries with his observation hockey, fired several rounds at Buffalo and Baby 5 without a moment's hesitation. Baby 5, get out of the way, Buffalo exclaimed, noticing the barrage of missiles approaching from the ground. He immediately urged Baby 5 to dismount from his back, positioning his head towards the incoming rockets and unleashing a powerful windstorm. The force of Buffalo's wind pressure formed an invisible wall, causing Alan's rockets to detonate several meters in front of him. However, both he and Baby 5 were still affected by the shockwave, landing on Alan's ship, the Wavebreaker. To Alan's surprise, this individual had proven to be an expert in weaponry. Weapon transformation, Sword Woman. Baby 5, astonished by Alan's precision with the rocket launcher, quickly activated her fruit's ability, transforming into a massive blade. Die. Rotating weapon attack. Upon witnessing Baby 5's transformation, Buffalo, demonstrating remarkable synergy, grasped her and began to spin his body at high speed. Instantly, the blade that Baby 5 had become whirled like a propeller, turning into a meat-cleaving machine, charging towards Alan and his companions. Boss, leave it to me. In the face of the sudden assault by Baby 5 and Buffalo, Domino was the second to react after Alan, demonstrating considerable practical experience. He immediately pressed his hands to the ground, releasing a copious amount of candle wax to form a thick barrier against their onslaught. However, the once impervious candle wall, akin to steel, was deeply marred by the whirling blade of Baby 5, threatening to shatter completely within mere seconds. Domino, hold steady. I shall assist you. Observing the precarious state of Domino's barrier, Akin swiftly extracted his iron crutch from the grapefruit, leaping into the air to strike at the center of their rotation. Weapon transformation, Drill Girl. In response to Akin's attack on their focal point, Baby 5, seasoned by countless battles alongside Buffalo, promptly transformed into a drilling machine, spinning rapidly in conjunction with Buffalo. What was once a vulnerable center had now morphed into a formidable drill point, brimming with offensive power. In an instant of engagement, Akin's crutch, infused with a heavy iron ball, was reduced to fragments, and he found himself propelled towards the drill formed by Baby 5 due to the force of inertia. Little Jean, get out of the way. Just as Akin was about to collide with Baby 5's drill, Buggy, employing his split fruit ability, extended his hands to grasp Akin's body, yanking him back forcefully and saving him from the brink of death. Humph, quite the cooperation, but this is merely the beginning. Weapon transformation, Ugh. Observing Akin's rescue, Baby 5 smirked coldly, preparing to unleash her fruit ability to transform into another weapon for her assault. However, before she could complete her transformation, Domino's candle wax interrupted her. Enveloped by the rapidly solidifying wax, both Baby 5 and Buffalo found themselves immobilized, rendered as helpless as fish on a cutting board, awaiting their fate. Chapter 55. Identity exposed. Having been ensnared by the swiftly solidifying candle wax, Baby 5 and Buffalo were rendered motionless, akin to fish awaiting the butcher's knife. Phew. That was no easy feat. I managed to ambush them while they were distracted. With both adversaries trapped, Domino exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of accomplishment in confining these two formidable foes. He turned to Alan, inquiring, Boss, who are these individuals? They seem incredibly powerful. Powerful indeed. They are subordinates of Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Baby 5 and Buffalo are notorious assassins known throughout the latter half of the Grand Line. With a beaming smile, Alan explained to Dino that capturing both of them alive indicated a significant growth in their prowess during this journey to the Sky Island. It turns out they're underlings of the formidable warlord of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Upon hearing Alan's explanation, Dino was taken aback. Having once been a member of the Baroque works, he possessed a degree of understanding regarding the dynamics of various factions. He was acutely aware that Doflamingo, engaged in the arms trade within the underworld, wielded considerable influence globally and had ascended to the throne of Dressrosa. The prospect of such a powerful pirate, who navigated both legality and illegality, seeking to trouble him sent chills down his spine, prompting him to respond with a hint of trepidation. Ha ha. You clueless newcomers must now appreciate the prowess of our young master. So why not release us promptly? Otherwise, when our young master arrives, he will deal with you twice as harshly. Seeing Dino pale at the mention of Doflamingo, Buffalo boasted with pride. Indeed, if you do not release us soon, our young master will ensure your demise. Baby, 5 echoed Buffalo's threats. Captain, perhaps we should consider releasing them. After all, Doflamingo is not to be trifled with. At this moment, Buggy discreetly advised Alan, fully aware of the true strength possessed by the warlord known as Joker, which far surpassed his own. Who are they? Observing the reactions of his companions, who were clearly intimidated by Doflamingo's reputation, Alan shook his head in disbelief and pointed at Baby, 5 and Buffalo, asking them earnestly. They are subordinates of the warlord of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Dino and the others responded earnestly. No, they are our adversaries who have attacked us. And they are currently our captives. That is all you need to remember, Alan stated with a grave expression. Upon hearing Alan's words, Dino and the others bowed their heads in shame, realizing that they had allowed their concern for Doflamingo's identity to overshadow the pride that a victor or a true man of the seas should possess. Humph, you ignorant rookie. You still do not comprehend the might of my young master. If you do not release me, when he arrives, he will annihilate all of you. We are his family, and he will never permit us to be harmed. Exactly, Buffalo chimed in, looking at the undaunted Alan with a threatening tone, while Baby, 5 immediately supported him. Slap. However, the threat from Bahafaro was met with a resounding slap. Alan forcefully swung his hand back, silencing Bahafaro's unfinished words. Remember your station. You are my captives. If you wish to avoid death, behave accordingly. As for who your young master is, or who your father may be, such matters hold no weight here. Should you utter another word of nonsense, I shall first sever your tongue. Alan cast a frosty glance at the still arrogant Bahafaro, then directed his attention to Baby, 5, stating, I refrain from striking women out of principle, but should you dare to speak again, I shall no longer regard you as one. Under Alan's menacing threat, both Baby, 5 and Bahafaro felt a chilling dread rise from within, and they hesitated to utter another word, gazing at Alan with palpable fear. Baby, 5, as a sister, even felt tears welling in her eyes. Seeing his intimidation take effect, Alan concealed a smirk, maintaining an icy demeanor as he addressed them. Now, you will respond to me. Do you understand? Baby, 5, thoroughly shaken, instinctively nodded, while Bahafaro, regaining his composure, reminded her, Baby, 5, we cannot betray our young master. Bang! No sooner had Bahafaro uttered those words than Alan delivered a fierce kick, the force of which penetrated his body and shattered the waxen wall, nearly as hard as steel. Speak again, and I shall strike your head. As he watched Bahafaro collapse to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, Alan let out a cold snort and turned his gaze back to Baby 5. Now, it is your turn to answer my question. Do you understand? Bahafaro, yes. I understand. Baby, 5, terrified by Alan's readiness to use lethal force, nodded vigorously. Speak. Why did Doflamingo send you here? What were his orders? The fear instilled in Baby 5 allowed Alan to easily extract Doflamingo's command. Initially, at the World Government meeting, the news of the robbery of the pirates in Magic Valley piqued Doflamingo's curiosity about this intriguing little rogue that had emerged. Upon returning to the Kingdom of Dressrosa, he promptly set about investigating relevant intelligence. At that time, Alan had not made any deliberate attempts to conceal himself, allowing Doflamingo's informants to easily uncover the identity of the mastermind behind the incident by tracing the wreckage of the ship docked in the harbor and the events surrounding the Pirate Reaper in the East Sea. Once it was confirmed that this troublesome imp from Magic Valley was indeed the Pirate Reaper of the East Sea, Doflamingo's interest waned significantly. After all, he reasoned, how formidable could a newcomer from the East Sea truly be? Spotting his subordinates, Baby, 5 and Buffalo, without pressing matters, he assigned them the seemingly trivial task of confronting this Pirate Reaper. Originally, Baby, 5 and Buffalo had perceived Doflamingo's narrative as an ordinary assignment, one they could undertake while indulging in some leisure. However, they soon realized the folly of their earlier assumptions. Given the chance to reconsider, they would undoubtedly reject this perilous task outright. After listening to Baby 5's account, a sly smile crept upon Alan's lips, revealing a rather mischievous grin. Joker, since you wish to play, I shall accompany you to the very end. Chapter 56. Doflamingo's fury in the New World, within the latter half of the Grand Line. Doflamingo, the king of Dressrosa, was relishing a moment of relaxation in the palace bath. Once a celestial dragon, he had come to appreciate the significance of indulgence after ascending to the throne. However, his tranquility was abruptly shattered when Torpole, a top officer of the Don Quixote pirates, burst into the room. Initially infuriated at the interruption, Doflamingo tempered his ire upon recognizing Torpole, whom he regarded as family. Torpole, what has transpired? Doflamingo, I am unable to contact Baby, 5 and Buffalo. I fear they may be in trouble. As the highest-ranking officer, Torpole held a deep concern for his direct subordinates, Baby, 5 and Buffalo, and rushed to inform Doflamingo at the first sign of their communication failure. The disconnection of Baby, 5 and Buffalo was unexpected, considering their strength. They should not have encountered any issues dealing with a fledgling rogue in the East Sea. Could it be that they have encountered the Navy? Doflamingo rose, alarmed at the notion that his subordinates might be in peril. Despite his notorious cruelty, he genuinely regarded his family of officers as kin, which explained their unwavering loyalty to him. I doubt it, he reassured himself. Baby, 5 and Buffalo are seasoned warriors. They possess ample experience. Moreover, what formidable Navy forces could possibly threaten them in the first half of the Grand Line? Torpole disagreed with Doflamingo's assertions. Both Baby, 5 and Buffalo were pivotal members of his Special Abilities Unit, the Flower Army, and he was well acquainted with their strengths. With a serious expression, he stated, "This is the crux of the matter. Arrogance leads to downfall. Furthermore, I have heard of a group of so-called pirate guerrillas in the first half of the Grand Line, commanded by the former Marine Admiral Zephyr, known as Black Arm. It is vital to recognize that this formidable old man is a terrifying adversary. If Baby, 5 and Buffalo were to encounter him, we must prepare to launch a rescue and impel down." Doflamingo strongly disagreed with Torpole's perspective. To him, if even the highest-ranking officer, Torpole, exhibited such arrogance, then it was likely that Baby, 5 and Buffalo were equally dismissive of this operation. Encountering powerful foes in the Grand Line could indeed lead to their failure. Doflamingo, what should we do now? Torpole asked, devoid of solutions. Casting a hopeful glance towards Doflamingo, whose triumphant laughter suggested that he would have a plan. Doflamingo, this matter is far from simple. I have just received word from Virgo, stating that Admiral Sengoku, upon the advice of Chief Strategist Tsuru, has categorized that Pirate Reaper as a focus of significant concern. To gain the attention of such legendary figures within the Navy, that young rascal's growth rate has likely surpassed our initial projections. Baby, 5 and Buffalo may indeed meet their demise at his hands. At that moment, Diamante, the highest-ranking officer of the Block Army, entered and relayed information from their spy, Virgo, embedded within the Navy. The Pirate Reaper, you say? If you truly harm my family, I will swiftly take your life. After hearing Diamante's words, Doflamingo erupted into a hearty laugh, yet within that laughter lingered a chilling intent. Chapter 57. The Embarrassing 7 Warlords Captain. Is this truly the right course of action? On board the Mistral, Buggy inquired anxiously of Alan. It turned out that after prying open the mouths of Baby, 5 and Buffalo, Alan did not press them further. Instead, he destroyed their transponder snails and casually found a small vessel to cast them adrift on the sea. Buggy and the others were left bewildered by Alan's approach of thoroughly offending others without eliminating the threat. In their perspective, since Doflamingo had set himself as a target, they were left with two choices, to confront him or to seek reconciliation. If they chose confrontation, it would be unwise to leave behind Baby, 5 and Buffalo, as it would merely be inviting future adversaries. Conversely, if reconciliation was the aim, then abandoning them in the sea after inflicting harm would entirely negate any possibility of peace. This unexpected indecision from the usually resolute Alan puzzled Buggy and the others. Rest assured, since Doflamingo wishes to play, we shall indulge him to the fullest. Do you not recall what I discarded on that small boat when I departed? Alan inquired, observing the perplexity on their faces. You discarded an abandoned chest. Could it possibly contain explosives? Akin speculated seriously, recalling Alan's actions during his departure. Boss, are you planning to eliminate them and erase all evidence? What are you thinking? Our mission is primarily educational. How could we resort to such violent murder? Alan rebuked Akin, who possessed a rather vivid imagination, with a stern expression. Education, really? You are the most ruthless when it comes to robbing pirates. Akin and the others harbored quite a disdain for Alan's statement. Boss, what exactly did you place inside? Buggy could no longer contain his curiosity and pressed on. A crown of ruby, enough to drive most pirates insane, valued at no less than 500 million berries. Alan declared with a smile, his nonchalance suggesting that 500 million berries were no more significant than 5 coins. 500 million berries. Boss, why would you store such a valuable treasure on the ship? That amount is sufficient to construct a warship. Dino remarked, utterly baffled by Alan's extravagant behavior. Money is worthless. If not spent, it is a waste. Besides, how can one engage fully with the Joker of the 7 warlords without incurring some cost? Alan waved his hand dismissively, appearing quite indifferent. Boss, what precisely have you arranged? That crown must hold significance beyond mere value. Akin, having spent the most time with Alan, had grown increasingly indifferent to monetary matters. Upon hearing Alan's words, he surmised that Alan's plans were undoubtedly more intricate than they appeared, as merely inciting madness among pirates would hardly trouble Doflamingo significantly. How astute you have become, Akin. Alan nodded in satisfaction at Akin's inquiry. Indeed, placing a valuable crown to incite madness among pirates is merely the first step. More importantly, this crown was gifted to the celestial dragons by the kingdom of Alabasta. But it was lost during domestic turmoil, and by a twist of fate, it has come into my possession. But what of it? It is merely a lost crown. What troubles can it bring to Doflamingo? Dinua inquired with a hint of confusion, questioning why selling it would not yield an additional 5 billion in cash to bolster his strength against us. Dinua, you must learn to adopt a different perspective. Alan gently reminded him with a smile, observing his bewilderment. Although the 7 warlords of the sea are recognized pirates by the world government, ostensibly regarded as lapdogs of the world government, they possess considerable freedom and the authority to seize treasures. In reality, however, the opposite is true. These ostensibly neutral figures are simultaneously viewed as adversaries by both the Navy and other pirates. Should the government seize an opportunity, the 7 warlords would be eliminated without hesitation. Is that truly the case? If so, why do so many formidable individuals still aspire to become 7 warlords? Bucky voiced his dissent regarding Alan's assertion, while Dinua, who was privy to some insider information, chose to remain silent. Each of the 7 warlords has their own motives for joining. For instance, the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, known as Hawkeye, became a warlord to gain greater freedom, while Jinbei, the Knight of the Sea, reluctantly accepted the role for the safety of Fishman Island. In essence, most of the 7 warlords maintain their power and status for personal agendas, resulting in a mutual exploitation between them and the world government. With a mischievous grin, Alan remarked, "The crown I placed on that small boat serves as the feather that disrupts this delicate balance. Once the aristocrats of the world government, the celestial dragons, discover that a treasure they have been offering was pilfered by Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords, will they not attribute all the mysterious assaults they have endured over the years to him? The already tenuous relationship between them may lead to quite the spectacle. But we are of little significance. Doflamingo will not easily accept being framed by us, rendering that crown futile," Bucky replied earnestly. "Thus, we must take the initiative and inform the Navy of this information first. Once the Navy intervenes to reclaim the crown, no matter how Doflamingo attempts to explain it, the fact that it was discovered aboard his subordinate's ship will be inescapable. It is unlikely the celestial dragons will believe him, and even if he retains his title as a 7 warlord, he will certainly encounter significant troubles." Alan mused. Originally a celestial dragon himself, Doflamingo had been regarded as an outcast due to his father's actions. The celestial dragons would not believe a single word he uttered. The trap I have set for him will leave him in a predicament akin to stepping into a quagmire. By the way, let me share another piece of news. Before I departed, I discreetly fed Baby 5 and Buffalo 2 pills made of mud, claiming they were slow-acting poison. Consequently, they will hardly think of the crown's significance. And even if Doflamingo manages to rescue them, the inability to ascertain the cause of their poisoning will keep them in a state of worry for quite some time. This serves as a fitting lesson for their prior attempts to attack us. In the end, Alan recounted to everyone the subtle manipulations he had executed upon his departure. After sharing this, he produced a communication device to contact his friend, the formidable marine smoker, enlisting his cooperation to orchestrate a performance that would undoubtedly vex Doflamingo. Upon grasping the full extent of Alan's actions, Akin, Buggy, and Dino reached a unanimous conclusion in their hearts: a devil. Chapter 58. Misleading the gaze. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a flurry of wind, A resplendent figure darted through the clouds above, his pink coat rendering him akin to a flamingo soaring through the sky. The figure swiftly traversing the clouds is none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo, a formidable master in the world of pirates, renowned as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Anxiously, he is troubled by the inability to contact his subordinates, Baby, Five, and Buffalo. Consequently, he commands his pirate ship to follow closely behind while he utilizes his devil fruit abilities to hasten towards the waters where Baby, Five, and Buffalo have mysteriously vanished. Suddenly, as Doflamingo races through the sky, the Din Mushy nestled in his arms emits a shrill ring. Upon answering, a familiar voice resonates, "Master, we have a situation. The Navy headquarters has received reports claiming that you have stolen the crown mint for the celestial dragons, and they are dispatching warships to apprehend you. What is going on? When did I ever steal that scoundrel's crown? Who dares to frame me?" The voice emanating from the Din Mushy belongs to Virgo, his top-ranking subordinate planted within the Navy as a spy. Doflamingo understands the gravity of Virgo's intelligence, especially since it implicates the celestial dragons, whom he despises. "I am not entirely certain of the details, but the Navy has credible information suggesting that, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, you have been secretly robbing treasures from the celestial dragons. It appears Baby, Five, and Buffalo were involved in the theft of the crown, and the Navy has dispatched the newly promoted Rear Admiral White Hunter Smoker and Colonel Black Cage Tina to corner you." Virgo relays all the information he possesses to Doflamingo. "Damn it! Who is orchestrating this against me, to place such an egregious accusation upon my head?" Doflamingo seethes with rage at the intelligence relayed by Virgo. He recognizes that the Navy's information must have been manipulated by someone, as Baby, Five, and Buffalo would never have recklessly stolen from the celestial dragons. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy, a blatant attempt to frame him. "Master, I must hang up now. Otherwise, I will be discovered." Sensing the presence of others nearby, Virgo decisively ends the call. Meanwhile, Doflamingo begins to mentally sift through potential adversaries. Acutely aware that years of deceit have taught him that enemies are not only overt but that those lurking in the shadows are far more perilous. After a brief contemplation, he narrows down his suspects to the Navy and the celestial dragons. As one of the 7 warlords of the sea, he is keenly aware that, on the surface, he maintains a cooperative relationship with the Navy, yet in reality, they harbor intense disdain towards him, waiting for any opportunity to eliminate him. As for the celestial dragons, their mindset is rather simplistic. They consider themselves a distinct alternative within their lineage and have constantly devised various methods to eliminate themselves. The recent incident involving the so-called theft of treasure is likely a self-directed play, seizing the opportunity to implicate Baby, Five, and Buffalo, thereby transferring the blame upon themselves. Concerning Baby, Five, and Buffalo's confrontation with the pirate harvester, Alan, their inadequacy and strength rendered them temporarily sidelined. Upon realizing this, Doflamingo increased the speed at which he unleashed his colorful threads, convinced he must locate Baby, Five, and Buffalo before the Navy, seizing the initiative, unaware that everything was unfolding according to Alan's script. Chapter 59. The struggle between the Navy and pirates. Returning to the other side of the narrative, Smoker, having received Alan's notification, comprehended the gravity of the situation. Without any delay, he hastily made his way to the waters where Baby, Five, and Buffalo were drifting, accompanied by his former comrade, Tina. Although Smoker was acutely aware that this incident was likely a frame-up orchestrated by Alan against Doflamingo, like many in the Navy, he harbored a profound disdain for the warlords of the sea. To him, this was a manifestation of the world government's weakness, leading them to acknowledge other pirates. Therefore, irrespective of his friend's request, he would gladly seize any opportunity to strike a blow against the warlords, even if it were against an ordinary individual. "You wretched Navy. We told you that chest does not belong to us. It was left on our ship by another little brat." Baby, Five, and Buffalo exclaimed in fury after being captured by Smoker under the pretext of robbing the celestial dragon's tribute. Despite their naivete and questionable intellect, they understood that robbing the celestial dragon's tribute was a strict taboo instilled by their young master. Thus, feeling wronged by Smoker's accusations, they were eager to reveal Alan's involvement. However, before Baby, Five could finish her statement, Smoker interrupted her with a powerful punch. "Humph, with evidence so compelling, do you still wish to deny it? Any grievances you have, save them for the celestial dragons. Damn Navy." Buffalo seethed in anger at Smoker's refusal to listen to their explanation and the unjust charges leveled against them. Yet, having been sufficiently intimidated, he dared not utter more, choosing instead to remain silent and internally curse. As for Baby 5, she was already terrified, her eyes wide with fear as she gazed at Smoker, dreading he might be as merciless as Alan, ready to take their lives at a whim. Take them and confine them in the specially designed iron cage. Observing the instantly subdued Baby 5 and Buffalo, Smoker was taken aback, secretly acknowledging the remarkable prowess of that kid. Alan. It was astonishing how he had managed to render the subordinates of Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, in such a state. Surely, these two must be grappling with psychological trauma, a far more challenging feat than merely defeating them in battle. All right, Smoker, we should make our departure, Tina advised as she approached him. After all, they are under Doflamingo's command. That man is an anomaly among the warlords. If he were to arrive, he might disregard his own interests and directly intervene to reclaim his men. Despite her disdain for these pirates who had aligned themselves with the warlords, she could not deny their formidable strength, a force that neither she nor Smoker could contend with alone. Let us go. Smoker, fully aware of their precarious situation, recognized that while reinforcements from the Navy were en route, encountering Doflamingo would likely render both himself and the so-called reinforcements insignificant. Yet, as Murphy's Law states, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to occur. This principle applies not only on Earth, but equally in the world of pirates. Just as Smoker and his companions hastened to evade an encounter with Doflamingo, a sudden rush of wind filled the air, and a figure descended from the sky, landing firmly on the deck of their ship. The figure that suddenly appeared was none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, whom Smoker and his companions had feared. Observing the frightened Navy personnel, Doflamingo casually waved his hand towards the ship's flag, slicing through the emblem of justice that represented the Navy with a thread of 5 colors. With unwavering conviction, he declared, "Release them." Chapter 60. The terrifying warlord. As Doflamingo descended, he wasted no time in asserting his dominance. He swiftly severed the Navy's flag, and with unshakable certainty, commanded, "Release them." In response to Doflamingo's audacious behavior, both Smoker and Tina felt a surge of anger. However, they were acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by this warlord, leading them to encircle him without engaging in combat. Doflamingo, do you comprehend the implications of attacking the Navy's flag? Even as one of the 7 warlords, you possess no such privilege. Tina restrained her urge to strike, addressing Doflamingo with a frigid demeanor. If you wish to avoid death, surrender the individuals and items in question. I have no interest in idle chatter with you. Doflamingo was well aware that Baby 5 and Buffalo were indeed aboard this warship. If they were allowed to return to Navy headquarters with the individuals and the incriminating crown, he would find himself in an untenable situation. Thus, he knew he must rescue them before that could happen, while simultaneously destroying any evidence that could lead to his downfall. What individuals and items? We do not understand what you are saying. You would do well to provide us with a reasonable explanation. Both Smoker and Tina, in a show of mutual understanding, opted to feign ignorance regarding Doflamingo's demands. Smoker, taking a more aggressive stance, unsheathed his weapon to confront him. Yet, before he could finish his statement, Doflamingo's next action interrupted him. With a swift motion, Doflamingo extended a finger, and an invisible thread pierced through a Navy officer who had attempted to use a din-din mushy to call for help, thwarting his efforts. My patience has run out. If you do not surrender the individuals and items, you shall all perish here. Doflamingo's gaze was sharp as he addressed the group. White Fist, realizing that dialogue was futile, Smoker immediately launched an attack, aiming a punch at Doflamingo's head. Foolish enough to challenge me. Doflamingo seemed to have anticipated this assault, showing no inclination to evade. Instead, he retaliated with a vicious claw aimed directly at Smoker's approaching fist. Unaware of the impending danger, Smoker had relied on his Logia-type devil fruit powers, often emerging unscathed from battles. However, this time he faced a warlord capable of utilizing hockey, and his intangible white fist was met with Doflamingo's hockey-infused thread. The impact left several gashes on Smoker's arm, causing blood to flow profusely, a sight both gruesome and chilling. Cursed smoke, black gun formation. Observing his longtime comrade injured by Doflamingo, Tina felt a surge of urgency. She immediately unleashed her signature move, which she had once employed in battle against Alan, summoning a multitude of black spears that gathered ominously above. 5 colored threads. Doflamingo remained unfazed as these spear-like projectiles hurtled toward him. With swift motions of his hands, An invisible net woven from threads materialized before him, shattering the incoming spears into countless fragments that cascaded to the deck below. Master. Meanwhile, the fierce clash had left gaping holes in the deck of the warship. Baby, Five and Buffalo, previously held captive below, now saw a glimmer of hope and called out anxiously. Wonderful. Those two are indeed here. Upon seeing his trusted allies unscathed, Doflamingo felt a significant weight lift from his heart. White Launcher. Noticing that Baby, Five and Buffalo had been spotted by Doflamingo, Smoker felt a pang of urgency. Ignoring his injuries, he maximized his devil fruit powers, conjuring a massive cloud of smoke that formed into a fist, striking fiercely at Doflamingo. Die. In tandem with Smoker's assault, Tina fully harnessed her power, propelling an enormous black spear towards Smoker. Foot-cutting line. Faced with the dual onslaught from Smoker and Tina, Doflamingo exhibited no sign of panic. He merely kicked the giant black spear aimed at him, shattering it upon contact, while allowing Smoker's smoky barrage to strike him without resistance. Is that all you've got? After enduring Smoker's flurry, Doflamingo displayed a triumphant smile, clearly having employed hockey to nullify the attack entirely. Smoker gasped at Doflamingo's exaggerated defensive capabilities, suddenly acutely aware of the vast chasm in strength between himself and this formidable warlord of the sea. Determined to strike again, he gathered his strength, only to find Doflamingo had already closed the distance, delivering a crushing blow before he could react. Boom. Doflamingo infused his punch not only with hockey, but also with an extraordinary force, leaving Smoker feeling as though he had been struck by a freight train. His body crashed heavily onto the deck, the tremendous impact causing the warship to shudder violently before settling. Smoker, you have no time to concern yourself with others. Upon witnessing Smoker being ruthlessly defeated by Don Quixote Doflamingo, Tina anxiously called out. Yet, before she could finish her words, Doflamingo had already approached her from behind, delivering a vicious grasp. This once celebrated beauty of the Navy, now drenched in her own blood, instantly lost her fighting capability. Major Smoker's defeat left Colonel Tina in disbelief. Their steadfast pillar of strength had been so effortlessly vanquished by Doflamingo. The naval soldiers aboard the warship were struck with fear, clutching their weapons yet hesitant to attack. Humph. A pack of cowardly wretches, truly a waste of my time. Doflamingo coldly scoffed upon observing the paralyzed Navy personnel before him. He resolved to rescue Baby, Five and Buffalo, intending to eliminate them afterwards to erase any traces of the injustices he had endured. They may be cowardly, but how about I, their cowardly instructor, play with you instead? Just as Doflamingo prepared to descend to the warship to save Baby, Five and Buffalo, a commanding voice echoed from a distance. A uniquely designed warship sped toward them, and at its bow stood a robust Navy man. Upon seeing this figure, Doflamingo, who had previously worn a disdainful smile, seemed momentarily frozen in place as if struck by a spell. Chapter 61. The legendary power of the Navy having easily dealt with Smoker and Tina. Doflamingo cast a cold glance at the astonished Navy soldiers before deciding to proceed to the warship below to rescue Baby, Five and Buffalo. However, at that moment, a powerful voice halted his actions. Flamingo brat, they are a bunch of cowardly wretches. How about I, their cowardly instructor, engage with you instead? A stout, elderly man stood at the prow of the peculiar warship, addressing Doflamingo with a smile that belied the arrogance of his tone, as if he were merely a mischievous child in the presence of the Shichibukai. Doflamingo, who had previously dismissed the elite Navy officers Smoker and Tina, now tempered his haughty grin upon seeing the imposing figure before him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from anxiety. The reason for Doflamingo's discomposure was simple. This imposing elder was none other than the legendary former Admiral Zephyr, a figure whose name echoed alongside that of current Fleet Admiral Sengoku in the hero garb. It could be said that the Navy's rise to become one of the three great powers of the Grand Line owed much to these legendary figures. Damn it, have those celestial dragons lost their minds? They even mobilized a former admiral to frame me. Observing the distant figure of Blackleg Zephyr, Don Quixote Doflamingo felt a surge of irritation. In his view, only the celestial dragons, those perched atop the world's hierarchy, could command such a formidable marine, one who had even relinquished his rank as a vice admiral. However, despite his anger, Doflamingo recognized that with Zephyr's arrival, his plan to eliminate the Marines to cover his tracks was utterly unattainable. Thus, he resolved to ensure that his subordinates, Baby, Five and Buffalo, managed to escape. After all, as long as they were absent, the celestial dragons would lack direct evidence to incriminate him. Drawing upon his extensive network cultivated over the years, he believed he could extricate himself from this predicament. With this thought in mind, Doflamingo acted swiftly, unleashing 2 threads to sever the handcuffs binding Baby, 5 and Buffalo. He instructed them urgently, "You must leave at once. Do not linger here and cause further chaos." "Understood, young master." Baby, 5 and Buffalo, recognizing the earnestness in Doflamingo's demeanor, refrained from further protest. Despite his grievous injuries, Buffalo activated his devil fruit powers and ascended into the sky with Baby, 5, preparing for their escape. "Little creature, where do you think you're going?" At that moment, Blackleg Zephyr utilized the Marine's 6 forms technique, Moonwalk, to propel himself towards the ship where Doflamingo and his subordinates were stationed. Spotting the fleeing duo, he bellowed in fury, preparing to pursue them. 5 color threads. Realizing Zephyr intended to chase after Baby, 5 and Buffalo, Doflamingo felt a pang of urgency. He recklessly employed his devil fruit ability, launching several threads imbued with hockey towards Zephyr. The sharp threads sliced through the air, producing a piercing sound as they grazed Zephyr's body. Yet they failed to breach his skin, clearly indicating that the former admiral had fortified himself with hockey for defense. Quite an interesting technique, Flamingo. Doflamingo was no stranger to the notorious warlord. He had often heard of him through his old friend, Admiral Sengoku, and was well aware of Doflamingo's abilities. Yet, this was their first true encounter in battle. Seizing the opportunity, Zephyr yanked Doflamingo into the air with his hockey-imbued arm. Well, at least Baby, 5 and Buffalo have managed to escape. Though he faced the legendary Navy alone, Don Quixote Doflamingo's heart had at least eased considerably. In truth, the reality was not as Doflamingo envisioned. Although the celestial dragons wielded great power, they could not command the formidable Blackleg Zephyr, who fought for his own sense of justice. Zephyr's presence here was not specifically to confront Doflamingo, but rather due to a recent clash between Alan and his prized disciple, Ein. Intrigued by this promising pirate hunter, Zephyr had ventured into these waters in search of the young lad. Coincidentally, he received a distress signal from Smoker and the Navy, prompting him to intervene against Doflamingo. Unable to locate that brat, I might as well vent my frustrations on this flamingo brat. After lifting Doflamingo into the air, Zephyr unleashed a powerful punch. The old codger shouldn't get too complacent. Becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Doflamingo was no pushover. Harnessing Zephyr's force, he infused his fist with hockey and retaliated with all his might. Boom. The collision of their formidable hockey created a tremendous shockwave, sending waves crashing across the sea. Ultimately, however, Blackleg Zephyr emerged victorious, sending Doflamingo crashing onto the deck of the warship, his arm, engaged in combat, now akin to shattered bones, immobilized. Zephyr earned the moniker Blackleg for being an absolute master of hockey. In his youth, he had no equals within the Navy. Although age had diminished his prowess, he remained beyond Doflamingo's capability to contend with. "Flamingo brat, that punch was quite commendable. Let us continue," Zephyr declared with a smile as he landed on the warship's deck, displaying a determination to not relent until Doflamingo lay defeated. "You despicable old fool. Though I may be no match for you, do not think you can capture me." Doflamingo clenched his teeth, rising from the ground. With his uninjured left hand, he gestured towards Zephyr. Suddenly, several Navy soldiers who had been spectating found themselves being manipulated by Doflamingo's string fruit, hurtling towards Zephyr. "You treacherous scoundrel," Zephyr cursed under his breath, witnessing Doflamingo hurling soldiers as weapons. Reluctantly, he caught them with his own hands, unwilling to harm the innocent men. Seizing the opportunity as Zephyr dealt with the soldiers, Doflamingo leapt into the air, using his powers to grasp the clouds and make a swift escape. "That vile flamingo brat. Next time we meet, I shall surely crush your head." Observing Doflamingo soaring away, Zephyr realized he could not pursue and could only clench his fists in frustration. "Next time we meet, only a fool would engage with you." Feeling the excruciating pain radiating from his right hand, Don Quixote Doflamingo came to understand the true strength of these legendary monsters. Chapter 62. Zephyr's Plan. Teacher, how could you defeat Doflamingo with such terrifying power? After vanquishing Doflamingo, Zephyr ordered his soldiers to assist Smoker and Tina. Upon awakening, both were astonished to see their immensely respected teacher before them. Such a disgraceful lot, being so thoroughly beaten by a flamingo scoundrel. I certainly do not recall having such shameful disciples. Seeing that Smoker and Tina were unharmed, Zephyr's anxious heart was finally at ease. Yet he maintained a stern demeanor as he admonished them. I'm sorry, teacher. We have brought shame upon you. Hearing Zephyr's reprimand, Smoker and Tina felt their faces burn with embarrassment, lowering their heads in quiet acknowledgement. Recognizing your own shortcomings is essential. Thus, you must intensify your training. Especially you, Smoker. Relying on your natural devil fruit powers, you presumed yourself invincible, but now you realize that your abilities are, in fact, a liability against formidable hockey users. Observing that his two disciples had grasped their deficiencies, Zephyr ceased his scolding, allowing his tone to soften. What transpired? How did you confront that flamingo scoundrel? Well, teacher, the Navy headquarters received intelligence indicating that Zephyr was not sent by them to rescue us. Smoker, slightly taken aback, felt no need to conceal the truth from his mentor. He recounted the origins and details of the incident, omitting any mention of that young fellow, Aaron, out of loyalty. I see. However, this situation seems somewhat peculiar. Although that flamingo scoundrel is undoubtedly a vile pirate, he is also a cunning and ambitious individual. It is unlikely he would rob a useless celestial dragon artifact. After listening to Smoker's account, Zephyr quickly identified the inconsistencies and pointed them out to Smoker and Tina. Indeed, there is some inconsistency, teacher. We should include this in our report. Upon hearing Zephyr's analysis, the perceptive Tina recognized that it was highly probable someone was framing Doflamingo to confront him. Are you out of your mind? Why would we include that? Zephyr responded directly, tapping Tina on the head as a lesson. Pirates are embodiments of evil. Being framed is their just dessert. Is it necessary to teach fairness to such scoundrels? In that moment, it seemed that Smoker had surmised Zepha's intentions, as it was well known that those who represented justice within the Navy harbored a disdain for pirates, even those who had ascended to the ranks of the warlords of the sea. The treasure chest of the celestial dragon still remained, serving as direct evidence to be included in the report. Furthermore, with Doflamingo's heinous crimes exposed, he had taken the initiative to attack Navy vessels. In essence, the gravity of the situation should be exaggerated to solidify his culpability, compelling those wretched celestial dragons to confront the scoundrel known as the Flamingo. Zepha decisively articulated his course of action. Upon hearing Zepha's words, both Smoker and Tina gasped, acknowledging that their mentor possessed not only formidable combat prowess, but also an exceptional knack for deception. However, they bore no moral qualms about misleading a scoundrel like Doflamingo. Smoker, come here for a moment. After orchestrating the affairs concerning Doflamingo, Zepha beckoned Smoker to join him in a private chamber. Teacher, what plans do you have? Smoker inquired, his curiosity piqued by Zepha's serious demeanor, for it was evident that whatever had compelled Zepha's gravitas was of significant importance, likely an event of great consequence upon these seas. Do not be so anxious. I merely wish to inquire about something, Zepha reassured, observing Smoker's slight tension and gesturing for him to relax. Teacher, feel free to ask. I shall not conceal anything within my knowledge. Smoker affirmed, his declaration devoid of any exaggeration. Given Zepha's stature and the debt of gratitude he felt towards him, he would never withhold any information, even the slightest secrets of the Navy, should Zepha seek it. It is nothing of great import. I merely wish to ascertain whether you have a friend, a pirate hunter hailing from the East Blue, by the name of Alan. Zepha recalled the report from Mine, who had mentioned that Alan had proactively revealed his identity and claimed friendship with Smoker. It was an opportune moment for Zepha to verify this matter. What trouble has that brat caused my teacher? Upon hearing Zepha mention Alan, Smoker felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He dared not conceal the truth from his mentor and thus endeavored to speak well of Alan. Indeed, teacher, his name is Alan Wang, an old friend I met in Lobetown. He is an exceptional pirate hunter, but his motives for hunting pirates extend beyond mere bounty. He fights for justice. He has aided my Navy division on multiple occasions in capturing pirates that entered Lobetown, and he never demanded a single berry in return. Alan lamented. Had you not forcefully defaulted, I would not have asked for anything. Eventually, I ventured into the Grand Line, while he pursued his solitary training. Upon completing his training, he first cleared all the pirates from the East Blue, thus earning the title of Pirate Hunter. Later, he arrived at the Grand Line, and I had the opportunity to meet him once. On that occasion, he assisted us in capturing the escaped former warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Overall, he is an exceptional warrior with a strong sense of justice. Smoker recounted all of Alan's remarkable deeds in one breath, while silently thinking, brother, this is all the help I can offer you. As for how the teacher will deal with you, it's beyond my control. Smoker, your intelligence work is rather incomplete. Upon hearing Smoker's account, Zephyr nodded inwardly, though his expression remained unchanged. What's the matter, teacher? Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Smoker felt a pang of unease. The teacher had indeed learned of Alan's gathering of a few pirate companions, and he realized he could not keep this under wraps. As an old friend of that rascal, you should be aware that he plundered the pirates of Magic Valley Town. Your intelligence work is quite lacking. Upon hearing Zephyr mention this event, Smoker secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the young man had been quite discreet, pulling off such a significant heist without flaunting it in front of his old friend. Not bad, that kid. Zephyr chuckled, and in that moment, he had already formulated a plan regarding Alan. All right, old buddy, I understand. Consider this a favor owed to you. Next time, I will surely treat you to a drink. If you have any arrangements, I shall not decline. On the ship, the Thousand Sunny, Alan received the news from Smoker via the transponder snail and immediately smiled. At this moment, he was aware that Doflamingo had been defeated by Zephyr and had escaped. He felt quite apologetic for inadvertently putting Smoker in a dangerous situation due to his earlier miscalculations. Initially, he had believed that Smoker had ample time to retreat after capturing Baby, Five, and Buffalo. He had not anticipated Doflamingo's swift arrival. The power of the warlords exceeded his expectations. Stop with the useless chatter. This time, you have thoroughly offended Doflamingo. I advise you to join the Navy. Otherwise, when he retaliates, you will be unable to bear the consequences. Now that you have attracted Zephyr's attention, if you join the Navy, with the teacher's protection, even Doflamingo will not be able to touch you. Smoker earnestly advised Alan over the transponder snail. As a comrade who had faced life and death together, he was deeply reluctant to see Alan go down a misguided path. I am not a child anymore. What? Am I supposed to run home and tell on others when I can't win? Do I need the protection of adults? Alan discerned the concern woven within Smoker's words. However, constrained by his own stance, he donned a facade of nonchalance and replied, You know I don't mean it that way, old friend. Let's set aside this topic for now. You possess a far deeper understanding of the nature of the world government than I do. Is joining the Navy truly synonymous with justice? Convince yourself fully before attempting to persuade me. Upon hearing Alan's heartfelt sentiments, Smoker, who had already harbored some disappointment toward the world government, found himself engulfed by profound doubt, momentarily at a loss for words to dissuade Alan. After concluding his conversation with Smoker, Alan exhaled deeply. The recently repulsed Don Quixote Doflamingo would likely retreat to his lair to recuperate, and the rift created by this incident with the celestial dragons would undoubtedly bring him considerable trouble, leaving him temporarily preoccupied and unable to confront Alan. Yet, this was merely a fleeting respite. At best, this incident would only create minor inconveniences for Doflamingo, failing to undermine his foundational strength. Once he regained his bearings, he would undoubtedly launch another assault against Alan, who would then have to contend with an enraged Doflamingo, a far cry from the probing attacks of subordinates like Baby, Five, and Buffalo. The stakes were high, and the prospect of failure loomed ominously over Alan and his companions. Amidst the impending turmoil, an unprecedented weight settled upon Alan's heart, intensifying his yearning for strength. Resolute, he secured a lifeline around his waist, inhaled deeply, and plunged into the ocean clad in heavy gear. While seawater is the bane of all devil fruit users, Alan, as a consumer of an extreme fruit, was somewhat exceptional. By consistently shattering his own limits, the adverse effects of seawater on his abilities diminished significantly. In confronting the inherent weaknesses of the devil fruit, he felt his strength surging rapidly, albeit through a process fraught with agony. Were it not for Alan's extraordinary willpower, he might have succumbed to the rigors of such training. Has the captain lost his mind again? Why is he engaging in such reckless self-torture? Observed Dino, standing on the deck, as he watched Alan leap into the sea, astonishingly propelling the Thousand Sunny forward with sheer human effort. That's just how the captain is. He's manageable during breaks, but once he begins training, his fervor far exceeds the limits of human imagination. At this moment, Buggy chimed in, recalling his experiences as a former apprentice aboard GOLD, Roger's ship, where he had encountered numerous formidable figures. However, he had never witnessed anyone train with such fervor and apparent self-abuse as Alan. This only solidified his belief that Alan was destined to become an exceptional powerhouse. In the past, their captain often engaged in similar rigorous training, although he did so without the burden of weighted clothing. While such training was undoubtedly excruciating, the results were undeniably remarkable. Akin, who had previously observed Alan's unique method of pulling ships, had even participated in such training alongside him. As one of Alan's earliest companions, Akin understood the potential strength that could be gained from such relentless efforts. Thus, he decided to emulate Alan, donning a weighted vest before plunging into the sea. Since he was not a devil fruit user, he believed that he needed to undertake the same arduous training to avoid being left behind and becoming a liability to the team. With a resounding splash, Akin leaped into the water, only to struggle momentarily before sinking like a stone, devoid of any resistance. Akin, Buggy and Dino were taken aback by this unforeseen incident. Alas, both of them were devil fruit users, unable to dive into the water, and could only call out anxiously from the deck. Fortunately, Alan, who was already in the water, recognized the situation. Taking a deep breath, he submerged and retrieved Akin, with the assistance of Buggy and Dino pulling on a rescue line. They managed to hoist Akin back onto the deck. Coughing up a considerable amount of seawater, Akin finally caught his breath while lying on the deck, relishing the joy of being alive. "You fool, if you can't swim, why push yourself?" he retorted between coughs. "I can swim. I once trained with the captain in similar fashion, but with this weighted vest, my body felt several times heavier, and I lost all control, plunging straight down." Akin expressed his exasperation, stating that he had believed he had completely acclimated to the weight of the burdensome attire. However, upon entering the sea, the overwhelming force of gravity swiftly reminded him that he had indeed overestimated his own capabilities. It became evident that in this world, one cannot assume that what others can achieve is within their own reach. Acknowledging the disparity is, in itself, a form of growth. Chapter 64, Brook Ahoy. Let the melody of Bink Sake be delivered to your side, like the capricious sea breeze, navigating through the waves. In the treacherous Bermuda Triangle, a dilapidated rumbar pirate ship emitted an enchanting song. Yet, this once melodious tune, combined with the shadowy ambience of the triangle, evoked an eerie sensation. As the song concluded, a skeleton on the deck of the rumbar pirate ship reluctantly set down his instrument, gazing at his surroundings with a deep sigh. The skeletal figure before us is none other than Brook, who has consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi, as one who should have perished 50 years ago. He has long since lost track of how many times he has sung alone aboard this vessel. Just as Brook sighed, a crisp sound of applause resonated from afar. A youthful figure, beaming with joy, accompanied by several companions of varied appearances, appeared on the Thousand Sunny. This earnest young man gazed at Brook and exclaimed, "What a marvelous song! I must apologize for my delayed applause. I was utterly entranced by your melody. I hope you do not take offense. What a delightful surprise it is to encounter friends here, especially those who share a love for music. I am utterly moved, though I am already deceased." Upon witnessing this unexpected gathering, Brook was taken aback, yet after a brief moment of astonishment, his excitement grew, and he greeted the newcomers in his own unique manner. The group of individuals before him was none other than Alan and his companions, who had come in search of Brook. Observing Brook's exuberance, he felt a twinge of compassion within. To endure years in such desolation, the solitude he experienced was beyond what most could fathom. Yet, upon encountering others, Brook maintained an astonishingly optimistic demeanor. Truly, his psychological fortitude was remarkable. "Dear friends, would you like to drink? Although I lack many provisions, I still possess some well-sealed black tea, which is quite delightful." Brook greeted Alan and the others with warm enthusiasm. Having not laid eyes on a living soul for far too long, with a multitude of thoughts yearning for expression, why not join us aboard our ship, the Rumbar Pirates? We have an abundance of delectable treats and refreshing beverages, including milk. Alan, witnessing Brook's unrestrained joy, extended an invitation. "Milk, you say? That happens to be my favorite drink, which is quite beneficial for my bones, even though I am, in fact, deceased." Brook exclaimed, delighting in Alan's offer of milk. Ever since he had transformed into a skeleton due to the Yomi Yomi no Mi, his existence had taken on a peculiar nature, no matter how severe his injuries. As long as he had sufficient milk to replenish his calcium, he could recover at an astonishing pace. "Ah, this long-awaited milk is simply exquisite," Brook exclaimed with excitement after indulging in a sumptuous meal aboard Alan's ship, the Thousand Sunny. Having been trapped in the treacherous Bermuda Triangle for so many years, he had nearly forgotten the sensation of enjoying food. "Brook, do you still remember Laboon?" After relishing the feast, Alan wasted no time and delved straight into the matter at hand. "Laboon, you mean the whale Laboon? I once promised to reunite with him at Twin Cape. Have you seen him?" Upon hearing the name Laboon, Brook was filled with excitement, rising to grasp Alan's shoulders and inquiring fervently. Alan was not surprised by Brook's reaction. as it was precisely this sentiment that had drawn him to this place. He proceeded to recount in detail his encounter with Crocus at Twin Cape. Once Alan finished his narrative, he felt a profound sense of relief. Although he knew that even without his intervention, Luffy would ultimately fulfill this task. The thought of Crocus's immense kindness towards their crew and his successful treatment of Brook's latent toxin compelled him to expedite the matter. If the opportunity arose, he could also bring Brook back to meet Laboon, thus repaying Crocus's generosity. At that moment, Alan could hardly foresee that this unexpected thought would set in motion a series of significant events that would alter the course of the pirate world. But that is a tale for another time. As Brook listened to Alan's account, tears streamed down his skeletal face, overwhelmed with emotion. He recalled Laboon's relentless attempts to breach the Red Line and Crocus's tireless efforts to join Roger's crew in search of the Rummer pirates, accompanying them on their journey around the Grand Line. A deep pang of homesickness spread within him. Observing Brook's hollow skull, which seemed to burst forth with tears like a faucet, Alan and the others could only watch in silence, respectfully awaiting the end of Brook's sorrow before they dared to speak. "Mr. Brook, may I inquire about your plans moving forward? I long for Laboon and Crocus, yet I cannot return just yet," Brook replied after a thoughtful pause, his expression serious. "What do you mean by that, Mr. Brook?" Akin, whose toxin had been eradicated by Crocus at Twin Cape, was unable to conceal his gratitude, even if unspoken. Seeing Brook, who had searched for Crocus for so many years, unwilling to return, ignited a spark of anger within him. "Akin, please refrain from jumping to conclusions. Mr. Brook must have his own reasons," Alan interjected, fully aware of the depth of Brook's feelings for Laboon. Such a decision undoubtedly stemmed from profound motivations. "I once promised Laboon that I would personally traverse the Grand Line, sharing all that I encountered along the way. He has waited 50 years for me. I cannot abandon this journey now," Brook stated earnestly, emphasizing the significance of the commitment made between the Rumbar pirates and Laboon, a promise that he alone must fulfill. "Conquering the Grand Line is no simple feat. But fear not. Join us, and with our captain by your side, your dream will soon come to fruition." Upon hearing Brook's thoughts, Akin immediately proposed, "Right, boss?" However, after Akin finished speaking, he noticed that both Brook and Alan remained silent, and an awkward atmosphere swiftly enveloped them. Chapter 65. Altering the plot. Conquering the Grand Line is not a daunting task. Simply follow us. With our captain by your side, it won't be long before your dream is realized. Akin, undeterred by Brook's commitment to traverse the Grand Line, grinned and promptly offered a suggestion. Yet, Brook and Alan's silence rendered the atmosphere even more uncomfortable. Boss," Akin remarked, noticing the serious expression on Alan's face. He realized he might have misspoken and awkwardly scratched his head, uncertain whether to continue. "I shall speak," Alan thought. Internally, he did not oppose Brook joining their crew. Although Brook was originally a member of Luffy's future pirate crew, Alan recognized that his arrival in this world had inadvertently altered many things. To him, as long as Brook was willing, taking one of Luffy's crew members was inconsequential. However, the crux of the matter lay in their current circumstances. "Mr. Brook, should you choose to join us, I would be eager to conquer the Grand Line alongside you, providing you with tales to share with Laboon upon your return. However, there is a complication. I am not a pirate, nor is our ship a pirate vessel. Thus, I am uncertain if you would still wish to join my crew." After hearing Alan's explanation, Brook remained silent. Akin, sensing the urgency of the situation, interjected, "Mr. Brook, the distinction of being a pirate is not of utmost importance. Some become pirates in pursuit of freedom, which is a fundamental tenet of our crew. Others seek wealth, while we may not be pirates. Our ability to amass riches rivals any pirate crew. As for your ambition to conquer the Grand Line, this aligns perfectly with our plans. Mr. Akin, I understand your sentiments and appreciate Mr. Allen's goodwill. However, I currently have my own matters to attend to, and thus cannot leave this Devil's Triangle. I must sincerely apologize to you both." Brook spoke with a troubled expression, recalling how he had inadvertently wandered into the treacherous Devil's Triangle, where he fell victim to the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, who had stolen his shadow. This misfortune forced him to remain cloaked in darkness, for should he be exposed to sunlight, his shadowless form would disintegrate. While Brook felt immense joy at the prospect of joining Alan and his companions, the daunting task of reclaiming his shadow from the formidable pirate Moria filled him with trepidation. He was resolute in his decision to decline the offer, unwilling to ensnare Alan and his crew in his perilous plight. Observing Brook's steadfast refusal, Alan, well versed in the lore of pirates, understood that Brooke's reluctance stemmed from the loss of his shadow and his desire not to burden them. Realizing this, Alan held Brooke in even higher regard and spoke up. Your hesitance to leave is tied to your shadow, is it not? This Devil's Triangle is the domain of Gecko Moria, a pirate notorious for seizing others' shadows and imprisoning them within corpses to forge his army of zombies. Mr. Brooke, your prolonged absence from this place is likely due to Moria's theft of your shadow, and your refusal is a means of protecting us from danger. Upon recognizing that Alan had discerned his thoughts, Brooke was taken aback but promptly asserted, "This is my issue. I can handle it myself. Now that we are comrades, your troubles are inherently ours as well. After all, it is merely a matter of confronting Moria, who only plays with zombies. What shall we do, my friends?" Alan inquired, determined to integrate Brooke into their ranks, undeterred by the prospect of altering the narrative. Let us take him down, teach him a lesson, charge him for the education. Alan's decision to confront Moria was met with approving smiles from Akin, Buggy, and Dino. During this period, following Alan, they have continuously provoked the warlord Crocodile, the god of Sky Enel, and the schemer warlord Doflamingo. Thus, even if they were to provoke another warlord at this moment, they would remain utterly fearless. Brooke, observing this group of young individuals who had just met him and were willing to fight by his side, found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 66. The dragon-slaying warrior Brooke was originally the captain of a royal guard, later joining the Rumar pirates. His own strength was formidable, with a bounty of 33 million berries before his demise, due to his mastery of swordsmanship. After his shadow was seized by Moria, it was directly placed into the corpse of the dragon-slaying warrior Ryuma from Wano country, with the assistance of the genius Dr. Hogback. Ryuma was revived and became part of Moria's zombie army. Although Ryuma's abilities were diminished compared to his living days due to the constraints of his body and Brooke's shadow, he still reached the level of a top swordsman, leading Brooke to fail repeatedly in his attempts to reclaim his shadow. After Brooke recounted the details regarding Ryuma, both Buggy and Doflamingo from Wano country inhaled sharply. Why are you two so worried? He is just a minor swordsman. Our captain wields a sword as well. Dealing with such a zombie should be a straightforward task, remarked Akin nonchalantly, dismissing their concerns. In his mind, aside from the world's greatest swordsman Mihawk, his Captain Alan was the strongest. Facing a mere sword-wielding zombie did not warrant such apprehension. You foolish child, Wano country is a formidable nation within the Grand Line. They adhere to a policy of isolation, never welcoming outsiders or joining the world government, not even allowing Navy ships to enter. This unique nation, due to the presence of its samurai, commands respect from all forces across these seas. Can you fathom the strength of the samurai from Wano? Buggy said, casting a serious glance at Akin as he explained. Yet, even so, he is merely a lifeless corpse. There is no need for such concern, right, Captain? After hearing Buggy's account, Akin realized he had momentarily displayed ignorance. However, he was reluctant to admit his fault and turned to Alan. Indeed, while there is no need for excessive worry, we must not underestimate Ryuma. After all, he was a legendary figure from Wano, a swordsman capable of slaying dragons. He is not to be compared with ordinary individuals. Although now resurrected as a zombie, his powers are indeed limited, yet underestimating him would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Alan reminisced about the intelligence regarding the dragon horse and earnestly cautioned everyone. The Ghost Island, situated in the treacherous Bermuda Triangle, serves as the stronghold of Moria. At this very moment, the formidable zombie dragon horse, specially crafted by him, is in his castle, relishing the respite while holding his beloved blade, the Black Blade Xiaoshui, one of the 21 exquisite swords. This was the activity he cherished most during his lifetime. He would always grasp the sword to experience the harmonious essence of the swordsmanship. Each meditation would yield new insights. Although now reduced to a state of zombification, devoid of such perceptive abilities, the habit of resting with a sword in hand remains ingrained in this body. As Longma closed his eyes to rest, his body instinctively opened them, gazing into the darkness of his castle, where an unsettling sensation enveloped him. Truly, a warrior capable of slaying dragons. Even in this undead form, his insight remains remarkably acute. In the direction of Longma's gaze, a voice of commendation echoed, and two figures emerged from the shadows. It was none other than Brooke, who had previously come here several times claiming he would reclaim the shadow, accompanied by Alan, who had recently taken Brooke under his wing. Rest assured, I am here to challenge you to a duel of warriors. Unrelated to Brooke, Alan declared, observing the formidable aura radiating from Longma, even in his zombified state. His fighting spirit ignited. Alan gestured for Brooke to step back. "State your name, young one." Longma responded with newfound seriousness. Since his resurrection as a zombie, he had encountered no worthy adversaries. Brooke, who had come to challenge him multiple times, had merely served as a source of amusement. Yet, the presence of Alan instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure akin to facing a colossal dragon in his former life, igniting an instinctive excitement within him. "I am Alan Wayne, disciple of the reclusive swordsman Gungshiro, here to challenge the dragon-slaying warrior Longma of Wayno. Please guide me." Alan showed due respect to the once-renowned swordmaster, adhering to the etiquette befitting warriors, as per Gungshiro's request. "A commendable name. I accept your challenge." Longma raised his blade. "Chiyo Shui. Let the duel commence." With a swift motion, Alan drew his short sword, his form a flicker of cold light rushing towards Longma. How swift! Longma's eyes shone as he quickly brandished his black blade, Chiyo Shui, to counter the assault. In an instant, the black and white strikes collided within the castle, producing no thunderous crash typical of such encounters, yet cracks appeared simultaneously on the walls behind them. Now this is the true strength of a warrior. He was merely toying with me before. Brooke, a mere spectator, was awestruck by the scene before him. He had previously believed he could hold his own against Longma, thinking he had a chance to reclaim the shadow, but now it was clear that it had all been a mere illusion. "Young one, no, young Alan. What a formidable technique." After their initial confrontation, Longma looked at Alan, who was equally matched with him, and felt a newfound respect, even referring to him as Little Alan. "You're not too shabby yourself. Let me witness your dragon-slaying technique." Alan was acutely aware that Longma possessed far more strength than he had displayed thus far. In an instant, he deftly withdrew his short blade into its sheath. Was he about to employ the art of drawing the sword? Observing Alan's unexpected action, Longma tightened his grip on his black blade, Chiyo Shui, fully cognizant that many warriors unleashed formidable attacks at the moment of drawing their swords. The four divine techniques, flying dragon in the sky. However, to Longma's surprise, the moment Alan unsheathed his blade again, an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy emanated from his body, followed by the emergence of a gigantic azure dragon that lunged toward Longma. This was a dragon. Witnessing the ethereal dragon materialize, Brooke stood dumbfounded, rooted to the spot, while Longma instinctively recalled his memories of slaying dragons in his past life. Gripping his black blade, Chiyo Shui, he instinctively swung it forward. Chapter 67, The Young Dragon Source. Confronted by the formidable Longma, Alan was eager to experience his dragon-slaying prowess and unleashed his ultimate technique, a ferocious azure dragon charge toward Longma. Unlike Brooke, who was paralyzed by fear, Longma's memories of dragon-slaying surged forth, prompting him to grip his black blade tightly and strike fiercely at the dragon's apparition. Roar! Longma's strike was arguably the most powerful blow his body could muster at that moment, sending tremors through the air within the castle. The azure dragon, struck by Longma's blow, emitted a furious roar. However, lacking the formidable power of his former self, Longma's attack did not dissipate the dragon's illusion, though it roared in response. He was swept into the air by the dragon's tail, only to be struck down harshly by a claw. Cough! As Longma was slammed into the ground by the dragon's claw, he instinctively coughed, expelling a mouthful of black blood. This body, resurrected by Moria using the Shadow fruit, had its combat capabilities limited, yet its defensive abilities were significantly enhanced. The fact that he expelled one of the few remaining clots of blood from his body underscored the potency of Alan's strike. Oh, the dragon-slaying warrior lives up to his reputation. Were it not for the constraints of this body, that blow would have surely felled me. As the azure dragon's apparition dissipated, Alan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, reflecting on the formidable strike Longma had delivered. A sense of dread washed over him. Had Longma's speed not been hindered by his zombie form, Alan would not have evaded a fatal blow at the last moment. Though he emerged victorious this time, the victory was bittersweet. "You shall not be vanquished by me. You are a newly ascended divine dragon, destined to soar through the heavens. Though the journey may present certain obstacles, they are merely trifles." The dragon horse, bearing a body marred by scars, gazed at Alan and spoke. "I have long been a specter, not belonging to this realm. To behold you, a fledgling dragon poised for flight, in my final moments brings me great satisfaction. Please accept my blade. I sense that I still yearn for battle." Before he could finish, the dragon horse's form began to disintegrate into ashes, while Brooke's shadow returned to him. Were it not for the black blade, Autumn Water, exuding an aura of coldness still embedded in the ground. One might have doubted the very existence of the dragon horse. How splendid it would have been to encounter you in life, to witness your prowess in slaying dragons. Alan mused as he retrieved the black blade, reflecting on the notion that every era has its champions, and in the age of the dragon horse, he undoubtedly shone as the brightest star among heroes. Meanwhile, as Alan and Brooke sought the dragon horse's shadow, the troublemaking trio of Akin, Buggy, and Dino conjured a significant disturbance at Moria's stronghold. Captain Moria, a colossal white giant, has suddenly appeared outside our castle. In the heart of Ghost Island, Moria, who had been resting, received alarming news from his subordinates. Upon looking out, he was astonished to see a gigantic white statue, towering like a giant, situated barely 100 meters from his fortress. I am the Archangel Gabriel. Malevolent spirits, disperse at once. Just as Moria struggled to comprehend this bizarre occurrence, Dino soared into the air, displaying 4 white wings crafted from candles on his back, and shouted to the island's inhabitants. Chapter 68. The Undaunted Zombie Legion. I am the Archangel Gabriel. Malevolent spirits, disperse at once. Dino, with the aid of Buggy's split hands, ascended into the sky, appearing as an angelic figure. Moria, observing from within the castle, scoffed at the sight of Dino soaring above like an angel. As a formidable warrior, he understood the essence of true strength, and it was evident that the figure in the distance was merely a pretender wielding peculiar abilities. Captain Moria, let us unleash the zombie army upon this charlatan, teaching him that this cursed triangle is no place for him. Without allowing his subordinates to finish speaking, Moria issued commands. Upon receiving Moria's orders, the zombies on Ghost Island gathered in droves in the open space before the castle, their numbers appearing to exceed 1,000. With so many suddenly appearing, is this manageable? Buck, who was holding Dinetto aloft in the air, gasped in apprehension at the sight of the overwhelming zombie army. It's manageable, as long as the boss's intelligence is accurate. Even if these zombies were to double in number, they would be of no consequence. Dinetto, floating in the air, recalled Alan's earlier arrangements with confidence. Ignorant fiends, prepare to face divine retribution. As Dinetto awaited the gathering of the zombie horde, he theatrically waved his hands forward and proclaimed loudly. This act was a prearranged ruse. Hidden between the giant white statue's hands, Akin promptly struck the palm of the statue. Boom. The colossal white statue, crafted by Dinetto from his candle wax solution, served as a unique vessel. Utilizing the difference in elevation from the sea, he had filled it with an immense quantity of seawater. Now, with Akin's gentle strike, the statue shattered, unleashing a torrent of seawater. Ah, this is seawater. While Moria's manufactured zombies possessed boundless stamina and enhanced defenses, they bore a significant weakness, a vulnerability to salt. Upon exposure to salt, their mismatched shadows would dissipate, rendering the soulless corpses into mere lifeless shells. Naturally, the saline-laden seawater was the bane of these zombies. As the seawater made contact, the zombies writhed in agony, collapsing one by one, their stolen shadows fleeing from their mouths back to their original masters. Within mere seconds after the seawater surged across the open ground, the once mighty zombie army lay defeated, leaving chaos in its wake. Captain Moria, what shall we do? One of Moria's subordinates, witnessing the ease with which the enemy dispatched their forces, was struck with alarm and trepidation. At that moment, Moria, who had been seated, rose, his eyes coldly surveying the scene outside. Whoosh! Just as Moria prepared to personally confront the audacious intruder, 3 figures darted out even faster. His most capable subordinates, the horrifying Howlers, Hogback, Absalom, and Perona. They certainly emerged first. The boss's intel is indeed frighteningly accurate. Upon encountering Moria's direct subordinates, Akin and the others, who had already acquired specific intelligence from Alan, nodded in silent agreement, at least up until this moment. The narrative unfolded precisely as they had scripted it. Chapter 69. The Phantom Princess. After Moria's undead army was vanquished by the seawater summoned by Dino and his companions, his most capable subordinates, the 3 oddities, could no longer remain idle and rushed forth. Among Hogback, Absalom, and Perona, while Hogback was merely an ordinary surgeon with mediocre combat abilities, the other 2 were formidable users of the transparent fruit and the phantom fruit, each possessing impressive fighting prowess. Mini Phantom Bomb. Perona, known as the Phantom Princess, was the first to launch an assault against Dino, who floated in the air, sending several small white phantoms hurtling towards him. Ignorant Spectre, Divine Shield. In response to Perona's attack, Dino, reveling in his role as an archangel, waved his hands forward, unleashing his melting fruit ability to create a multitude of candle walls in midair to defend against the explosive phantoms. Boom, 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 with a series of intense explosions. Numerous shattered candle walls rained down from the sky like a deluge of white fragments. Humph, then receive my next move, negative phantom. Seeing her prized attack so effortlessly deflected, Perona grew indignant and unleashed her ultimate technique, a faint-hued phantom soaring towards Dino. Is this the killer move the boss warned us to evade? Humph, what is there to fear? As Dino observed the approaching negative phantom, he recalled the cautionary words Alan had given them. Never engage directly with Perona's attack, lest they face total annihilation. Initially treating Alan's warnings as gospel, Dino, having successfully dealt with the zombie army and blocked Perona's phantom bomb, began to swell with pride. His worries about the negative phantom dissipating as he casually conjured another candle wall to intercept it. Fool, you should run. That is the negative phantom the boss warned us about. Beside him, Akin and Buggy were taken aback by Dino's decision to withstand the negative phantom. Buggy immediately attempted to pull Dino back, only to find Dino stubbornly resisting. Whoosh, just as they reached an impasse. Perona's negative phantom effortlessly penetrated the candle wall Dino had created, passing through his body without any hindrance. I am but a burden, a hopeless wretch, throughout this journey. I have caused everyone too much trouble. Perhaps it would be better if I were to perish. Once brimming with pride, Domino was suddenly engulfed by a wave of negativity as the ghostly specter pierced through him. At that moment, he was overshadowed by a torrent of self-reproach. Feeling as though he had accomplished nothing since joining Alan, only serving as a burden to his comrades, a deep anguish surged within him, rendering him painfully despondent. Under the control of these bleak emotions, Domino instantly lost all desire to fight. The angelic wings crafted from wax on his back, along with the colossal statue behind him, vanished in an instant, revealing the ruse behind their angelic disguise. Akin and Buggy were similarly exposed. Ah, so it was mere trickery, with two little mice as accomplices. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Chapter 70. Alan's fury. I am but a burden, a wretched creature unable to rise. I have caused too much trouble for everyone on this journey. I might as well be dead. The weight of guilt pressed heavily upon him. I have let the captain down. I am nothing but a cockroach, a failure. I am so miserable, perhaps death would be preferable. Akin and his companions, discovered by the ghost Princess Perona, were unable to evade her attack from the negative specter. Upon being struck, they immediately lost their will to fight, collapsing in anguish upon the ground. Humph, I thought they were formidable, but they are merely a bunch of clever fools. After dispatching Akin and his group with the negative specter, Perona's interest waned. Meanwhile, Absalom, one of the three bizarre beings, stepped forward, pointing his hand at the intruders. Let this garbage perish. By the hands of the dead. Bang. As soon as the words left his lips, Absalom's arm trembled, unleashing a powerful shockwave towards Buggy and his companions. Upon impact with the ground, a cloud of dust was kicked up, and Buggy vanished without a trace. Hey, why unleash such power? I could have used the body for experimental purposes. Hogback remarked, somewhat dissatisfied as he observed Buggy's obliteration. I'll be more careful with the remaining two. Absalom was taken aback by the unexpected strength of his transparent rocket launcher. Yet, this was his secret, one he would not divulge even to his companions. The three bizarre beings. He casually deflected the inquiry. Nonsense. My comrades would never allow you, scum, to land a hit. At that moment, a voice of disdain echoed beside them. Turning to look, they beheld Buggy, seemingly unscathed and being carried on the shoulder of a young man, clearly rescued by him. Who are you? The three peculiar individuals understood that the young man before them was anything but ordinary, especially Absalom, who took the initiative to speak, discreetly tightening his grip on the transparent rocket launcher, poised to launch an attack at the slightest shift in the situation. You are not worthy of knowing my name. It is you who have assaulted my companion. The one who came to rescue Buggy was none other than Alan, who had just concluded a battle with Longma. Observing the incapacitated comrades around him, Alan's eyes narrowed. Those familiar with him recognized that he was truly enraged in this state. Humph, if you refuse to speak, then perish. Without a moment's hesitation, Absalom aimed his hands at Alan, preparing to unleash the rocket launcher. However, while his movements were swift, Alan's reaction was swifter. Just as Absalom set his stance for the attack, Alan charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Absalom felt as though he had been struck by a rocket launcher, his body was sent flying without any resistance, crashing heavily into the ground before finally coming to a halt, his strength rapidly dissipating until he lost consciousness. One strike was all it took. Now it's your turn. After dispatching Absalom, Alan turned his gaze towards the remaining two adversaries. Negative ghosts. In response to Alan's overwhelming presence, Perona reacted first, immediately employing her ultimate technique, sending several negative ghosts hurtling towards him. Chapter 71. From Negativity to Fury. Negative Ghosts. Witnessing Alan's decisive defeat of Absalom, Perona felt a pang of anxiety and unleashed her signature move. Humph, such a trivial thing. Alan was not inclined to withstand the somewhat flawed negative ghosts. He quickly propelled himself into the air to evade them. However, the approaching negative ghosts, like boomerangs, swiftly altered their trajectory upon seeing Alan leap, surrounding him in midair and piercing through him before he could evade further. Watching Alan being penetrated by her negative ghosts, Perona exhaled deeply. This was her so-called invincible move. In previous encounters, any opponent struck by the negative ghosts would immediately lose their fighting consciousness, without exception. Is it over? This terrifying individual managed to defeat Absalom with a single punch. It seems he could be forged into a formidable warrior. Hogback, witnessing Alan being struck by Perona's negative ghosts, felt a wave of fear dissipate instantly. He was well aware of the terrifying nature of Perona's technique. He approached the bowed Alan, taking a moment to admire his seemingly boundless latent power, and smiled with satisfaction. Hogback, why don't you hurry and check on Absalom? As Hogback gazed at Alan with a lewd grin, Perona felt a twinge of displeasure and offered a caution. Rest assured, that fellow's body has been uniquely modified by me. He is not so easily dispatched. However, this little imp before us, with no enhancements, possesses such remarkable strength. If he were to undergo modifications, we would undoubtedly witness the emergence of another formidable zombie warrior. The more Hogback observed Alan's physique, the more he became enamored, instinctively reaching out to touch him. However, before his hand could make contact, he was met with a blinding flash, followed by a spray of blood as Alan deftly severed his hand with a swift strike. Do not lay your filthy hands upon me. After effortlessly dispatching Hogback's hand, Alan, who had been bowing his head, lifted it to glare coldly at Perona. You have soured my mood. Do not presume you can leave here alive. Upon witnessing the palpable murderous intent emanating from Alan's eyes, Perona felt an involuntary tremor within her. Yet, spurred by the intensity of his aura, she instinctively launched a counterattack. Super Ghost, Kamikaze Bomb. An immense ghost, towering 5 meters, materialized before her. This was a specialized version of the ghost bomb, its power magnified manifold. Unfortunately for Perona, Alan did not grant her the opportunity to unleash this bomb. The moment the colossal ghost formed, he surged forward, unperturbed by the potential consequences of the impending explosion, and delivered a fierce kick. Boom! The massive ghost detonated instantly, akin to a punctured balloon, sending Perona hurtling backward as if she were a kite severed from its string. As for Alan, he had activated his armament hockey just a second before the explosion, encasing himself in an invisible armor that rendered him unharmed by the blast. Ah, this monster! Upon witnessing Alan swiftly dispatch his two companions, Hogback lost all courage to continue the battle, forgetting the agony of his severed hand, and frantically sprinted towards the castle. Captain Moria, Chapter 72, Moria Strikes. After being struck by Perona's negative ghost, Alan felt an unprecedented sense of despondency swell within him, as if all meaning had evaporated, leaving him yearning for a quiet demise, indifferent to all matters. If everything was devoid of significance, then let it all be annihilated. Let this meaningless existence be obliterated. Realizing he was on the brink of being consumed by this negativity, Alan compelled himself to shift his emotional state. However, in such dire circumstances, this negativity seemed to transmute solely into one emotion, rage, an absolute fury to dominate the despair. Indeed, once he transformed his negativity into anger, Alan regained control over his physical actions. At that moment, Hogback, that insidious wretch, attempted to reach out and touch him. Without a moment's hesitation, fueled by anger, Alan transformed his palm into a blade, severing the filthy hand, and swiftly defeated Perona without any second thoughts. Faced with the demonic visage of Alan, Hogback lost all resolve to continue the fight, disregarding the pain of his severed hand as he frantically charged towards the castle. As for Alan, having vanquished Perona, he sensed the negativity within him had dissipated. He chose not to pursue Hogback, instead focusing on tempering his own volatile emotions. Hogback, witnessing Alan's restraint, seized the opportunity to flee towards the castle. Suddenly, he collided with a sturdy figure. Lifting his gaze, he found their captain, the warlord Moria, emerging from the castle. Hogback, you should return to the castle to tend to your wounds, Moria remarked, observing Hogback's lack of composure with disdain. Yet, recalling the latter's exceptional medical skills, he suppressed his irritation, patiently instructing him to retreat. Captain, be cautious. That little brat is no ordinary foe, Hogback warned. Upon seeing Moria, his anxieties were somewhat alleviated. After all, even if Alan were a demon, their captain was a formidable pirate capable of subduing demons. Ignoring Hogback's caution, Moria approached Alan, stopping before him with his distinctive laughter. Little brat, you are quite impressive, defeating all my subordinates. With your shadow and body, you should be able to create 2 extraordinarily powerful zombie warriors. Moonlight Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was once a formidable pirate who dared to challenge the beast Kaido. However, after a single defeat, did you truly lose the heart of a strongman? Now, you are solely fixated on creating zombies, relying on the strength of others to claim the title of Pirate King. Alan gazed up at Moria, towering at an impressive 6 meters, yet his eyes betrayed nothing but disdain. You insolent brat, what do you know? Upon hearing Alan mention his loss to Kaido and the subsequent loss of his warrior spirit, Moria's anger flared. This incident was a lifelong humiliation for him. Though losing to a Yonko is not inherently shameful, Moria lost all of his companions in that battle and, consequently, his confidence to confront the Yonko again. From that moment on, he could only hide in the Devil's Triangle, studying zombies. Though no one dared to voice it, he was acutely aware of how disgraceful his actions were. Shadow Gun. In a fit of rage, Moria unleashed his signature move against Alan, determined to show this disrespectful youth that he was still a formidable pirate, even without relying on zombies. Chapter 73. The Mighty Moria Shadow Gun. Infuriated by Alan's scorn, Moria bellowed and executed his ultimate technique, resolved to make Alan, the arrogant young lad, realize that he was still a powerful force in the sea. Is this a dark attack? Not at all. As Moria's shadow assault approached, Alan swiftly dodged, allowing the shadow gun to narrowly miss his attire. However, he propelled himself forward with a powerful push, charging directly at Moria. Bang! Before Moria could fully comprehend the situation, Alan had already closed the distance, delivering a punch to his massive frame. Moria felt a surge of blood and energy erupt within him as if struck by a boulder, staggering backward several steps before barely regaining his balance. What a terrifying boy! His raw strength alone must warrant a bounty exceeding 100 million. After stabilizing himself, Moria forcibly adjusted his now erratic breath, his assessment of Alan rising significantly. Although he had always excelled in combat using zombies or shadows, his own physical prowess was notably high, and to be so thoroughly rocked by Alan's punch was a testament to the boy's immense strength. On the other hand, Alan gained a fresh perspective on Moria's durability. His previous punch had been delivered without restraint, landing squarely on Moria. Yet the man only staggered back 2 steps before regaining his composure. His physical strength was no less than that of Crocodile, another warlord he had previously fought. It seemed that the notion of Moria being the weakest of the 7 warlords was yet to be substantiated. Whoosh! Although astonished, Alan's assault did not waver in the slightest. In a flash, he appeared before Moria, launching a soaring kick toward the giant's formidable frame. Arrogant little brat! Provoked by this incisive assault, Moria grew furious, suddenly drawing a massive pair of scissors from behind him and slicing toward Alan as he charged forward. Swish! Aware of Moria's peculiar scissors capable of severing even shadows, Alan wisely refrained from confronting them head-on. With a graceful maneuver, he executed a stunning turn, evading Moria's attack and propelling himself away like an arrow released from a bow. You won't escape, little brat. Observing Alan being forced back, Moria's onslaught did not cease. Seizing the moment, he thrust his hands forward, causing the shadows on the ground to coalesce into a swarm of shadow bats that hurtled toward Alan. Whoosh! Faced with the dense onslaught of shadow bats, Alan, uncertain of their potential threat, chose not to engage with them, relying on his agile reflexes to evade the vampiric attacks. Ah, Mr. Alan, catch this. Meanwhile, Brooke, having regained his shadow with Alan's assistance, rushed forward. Seeing Alan besieged by Moria's shadow bats, he promptly hurled the small knife Alan had entrusted to him. Clang! With the knife in hand, Alan felt a surge of confidence. A flash of silver glinted as he cleaved through several of the shadow bats that lunged at him. Begone! For God's ultimate technique, Tiger Claw. Witnessing the effectiveness of his attack, Alan unleashed a sweeping strike, sending forth a white phantom claw that struck down the advancing shadow bats, causing them to fall like spilled ink upon the ground. Moria, do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Hee hee hee. You've fallen for it. Chapter 74. The battle escalates. Swoosh. Those shadow bats, previously knocked to the ground and scattered like ink, suddenly merged into a singular mass, soaring skyward to form a dark shadow box that ensnared Alan within. What is this? Surprised by Moria's shadow box, Alan recalled having heard some claims about Moria being merely a failed challenger of Kaido, the weakest of the 7 warlords, and thus had not regarded his information with much seriousness. Yet, here he was, unwittingly trapped. For God's ultimate technique, vermilion bird chasing the sun. Boom. With a thunderous roar, Alan fiercely resisted within the confines of the shadow box. However, it was undeniable that Moria's strength was indeed formidable. The box merely trembled slightly before coming to a halt, showing no signs of cracking, while Alan inside was left reeling from the reverberations of his own impacts, feeling a heaviness in his chest. Hee hee, utterly futile. If my shadow box cannot confine even a small wretch like you, then I shall relinquish my title as one of the 7 warlords. Observing Alan's desperate struggles, Moria chuckled with immense satisfaction. He possessed unwavering confidence in his shadow box, whose defenses were comparable to that of sea prism stone. Thus far, it had only been shattered by the world's mightiest creature, Kaido. Anyone else trapped within could only await their demise. Fear not, I shall liberate you shortly. With the shadow box now motionless, Moria recognized that Alan had ceased his resistance. Grinning triumphantly, he summoned all his strength and struck the shadow box with fervor. The structure of this shadow box is quite peculiar. Although its interior is as hard as iron, the exterior is exceedingly fragile. Upon being struck with full force by Moria, it shattered instantly into countless fragments. Hee hee hee. Now you understand its might, don't you? Not at all. After shattering the shadow box with a single punch, Moria's triumphant laughter was abruptly silenced when he beheld Alan, who should have been reduced to mere shards, standing unscathed before him. For God's ultimate technique, Black Tortoise Protection. Observing the astonishment on Moria's face, Alan exhaled a sigh of relief, dissipating the faint tortoise shell apparition that enveloped him. When he realized he could not break free from the constraints of the shadow box, a spark of inspiration struck him, prompting him to employ this defensive technique to withstand Moria's assault. It must be said that this judgment was remarkably astute. You little brat. What kind of fruit ability is that? Moria gazed at Alan with a perplexed expression, filled with curiosity regarding the diverse abilities manifesting before him. Fruit ability? Huh. This is not a fruit ability. It is swordsmanship. Alan felt a swell of pride as Moria mistook the swordsmanship he learned from Yang Shiro for some extraordinary devil fruit power, feeling a sense of accomplishment not only for himself, but also for Yang Shiro. Swordsmanship? Spare me the jokes, kid. What kind of strange swordsmanship exists in this world? Moria scoffed disdainfully, parting his peculiar scissors to reveal 2 razor-sharp blades in his hands. Now, let me show you what true swordsmanship is. Very well. Then let us see what you have. With a flash of blinding light, the intensity of the battle between Alan and Moria escalated further. Hoo. It seems Captain Moria may not be able to defeat that little demon after all. In that case, it's time for me to make my appearance. Meanwhile, Hoggyback, having fled back to the castle after losing a hand to Alan, was taken aback upon witnessing Moria's struggle against Alan. He immediately resolved to act. Rushing into the castle's basement where lay an enormous corpse, far larger than that of a giant. This was the ultimate weapon Moria intended to create a super soldier from, the corpse of Oz, the founder of the Frozen Nation, who had perished during the attack on the Ice Country. Chapter 75. The Resurrection of Oz. Captain Moria's most powerful corpse, the founder of the Frozen Nation. With this body, we shall undoubtedly forge the mightiest warrior. Hoggyback gasped involuntarily at the sight of Oz's grotesquely oversized corpse, which seemed to emanate a terrifying aura even in death, instilling dread in anyone who dared to meet its gaze. Even Hoggyback, accustomed to corpses, felt an involuntary shiver run through him at the sight of Oz's remains. Hopefully, Captain Moria won't hold it against me. After such a long time, that fellow's shadow should be within manageable limits now. After forcibly steadying his trembling heart, Hoggyback proceeded to retrieve a peculiar metal box from the corner, within which lay a shadow of a monster, acquired by Moria in his earlier years. However, Due to its overwhelming ferocity, even Moria, an expert in shadow manipulation, was unable to tame it. Reluctant to dispose of it outright, he opted to confine this shadow within the special box, hoping that with the passage of time, he could eventually forge a berserker warrior from it. When Hogabak extracted the shadow from the metal box, he discovered that this once fearsome entity now exhibited no reaction, as if it had been rendered timid by its confinement. Quietly resting in his hand without resistance, it seemed that the time had indeed come. The monster's wildness had finally dissipated. So be it. Let it become the mightiest warrior under Captain Moria, vanquishing all intruders. Observing the shadow's utter lack of defiance, Hogabak's previously anxious heart was at last at ease. He cast it into Oz's being, blissfully unaware that, just before the shadow entered, its black head had unmistakably revealed a pair of red eyes. At this moment, as Hogabak ventured to resurrect Oz, the swordsmanship duel between Alan and Moria escalated to a fever pitch. Initially, Alan, relying on his extraordinary stamina and the sword techniques passed down by Gungshiro, had thoroughly suppressed Moria. However, realizing he could not best this young rascal, Moria resorted to his seemingly overpowered technique of summoning shadows, gathering all the shadows he controlled on the island. After consuming 10 shadows to enhance his own strength, Alan found himself unable to maintain his advantage. As Moria devoured 50 shadows, the tide shifted, and Alan transitioned from the aggressor to the suppressed. Upon Moria's consumption of 100 shadows, victory was unmistakably tilted in his favor. At this juncture, Moria's form expanded to an imposing size of several dozen meters. And with casual swings of his blade, he unleashed potent slashing waves, compelling Alan to resort to defensive techniques such as the Xuanwu Guardian to barely withstand the onslaught. Hee. Little rascal, I must concede your prowess. You have indeed reached the level of a swordsman, even approaching that of a master swordsman. Yet, you remain no match for me. I can still consume 200 more shadows, while you possess no capacity for resistance, Moria declared, casting a triumphant smile at Alan, who had been sent sprawling by a single strike, rolling twice before regaining his footing. The exhilaration of overcoming a formidable opponent coursed through Moria, akin to the high of indulging in the most potent of substances. Relying on the power of others to grow stronger does not equate to true strength. No wonder you fell to Kaido, not just Kaido, but today, you shall also meet your defeat at my hands. Alan retorted, rubbing his chest where the chaotic breath had settled, defiantly voicing his unwillingness to concede despite being at a disadvantage. Arrogant little brat, watch as I silence your insolent tongue. Once again, as Alan mentioned his past defeat at the hands of Kaido, Moria was sent into a furious frenzy, poised to launch a full-scale assault on Alan. However, he soon felt the unmistakable tremor beneath his feet. With a resounding crash, Moria's castle suddenly collapsed. Chapter 76. Oz's indiscriminate assault boom. Just as Moria was about to completely overpower Alan, a deafening sound that shook the very earth interrupted their battle. Turning towards the source of the noise, Moria beheld the ruins of his proud castle, now in shambles. What on earth had happened? Witnessing the destruction of his home, even the battle-hardened Moria stared in astonishment, his eyes wide with shock. Before he could voice his confusion, an enormous figure emerged from the debris, crashing heavily to the ground. And Moria quickly deduced the cause of this calamity. Oz Hogback, that fool, has actually allowed you to be resurrected. Upon recognizing the colossal form that dwarfed even the shadows he had consumed, Moria realized that the destruction of his castle had unleashed this terrifying creature. And the true instigator of this chaos was undoubtedly Hogback, whom he had foolishly permitted to recuperate within his fortress. The founder of the nation. The Demon Oz, what a grand spectacle. Observing the premature emergence of this super zombie, which should have only revived upon receiving Luffy's shadow, Alan was equally taken aback, contemplating how the arrival of his presence had significantly altered the narrative of this world in numerous ways. Roar. As Oz emerged from the ruins of the castle, he resembled a wild beast unleashed, filled with rage as he unleashed a thunderous roar towards the heavens, causing the eardrums of everyone on the island to ache in pain. Moria, our battle remains unresolved. Why have you unleashed such a beast to disrupt our conflict? Amidst the thunderous roar, Alan felt as though his eardrums might burst, and he was filled with disdain for Moria's reckless actions. Fortunately, at that moment, Moria was entirely oblivious to the fury brewing within Alan's heart. Otherwise, he would have surely cried out in protest. Under the oppressive roar of Oz, the shadows he had absorbed became wildly agitated. And it was only after he covered his mouth with his hands that he managed to keep them from escaping his body. How could such a creature, capable of indiscriminate attacks, possibly be one he had unleashed? After what felt like an eternity, once Oz's roar subsided, both Alan and Moria finally managed to exhale in relief. Whoosh. However, it seemed that Oz was determined not to allow them any respite. Having just vented his fury, he clenched his iron fist and aimed a devastating punch at the relatively larger Moria. Shadow Shield. Observing the colossal hand barreling towards him, Moria wasted no time, commanding the shadows under his control to form a massive shadow shield before him. Bang! Oz's formidable punch struck Moria's shadow shield, creating a substantial dent, and even Moria, cowering behind the shield, felt the terrifying gust of the punch rush past him. With a slight hesitation upon realizing that his attack had been thwarted by an inexplicable barrier, Oz unleashed an even more fearsome blow. Infuriated by the relentless assault from Oz, Moria retaliated, transforming his previously defensive shadow shield into a sharp spear that lunged towards Oz. The clash of metal echoed, yet Moria's shadow spear failed to penetrate Oz's iron fist, bending instead under the force of a heavy counterattack that sent him flying. How amusing! The once formidable first warrior under Moria now inadvertently became my ally. Observing the rare internal conflict from the sidelines, Alan reveled in the spectacle of Moria being pummeled, his face alight with mirth. After sending Moria sprawling, Oz turned his attention to the onlooker, Alan, and without any warning, launched a kick in his direction. Chapter 77. The Battle Among Giants. How delightful it is to find myself unburdened. Witnessing what was supposed to be Moria's first warrior now being dispatched by Oz brought Alan immense joy as he eagerly watched the unfolding chaos. However, the scene shifted dramatically. After sending Moria flying, Oz unexpectedly aimed a kick at the distracted Alan. Caught off guard, Alan swiftly activated his defensive skill, the Guardian of the Black Tortoise. Just as Oz's kick was unleashed, the impact was tremendous, and despite his defenses, Alan was propelled like a cannonball, crashing through several massive boulders before finally halting. Curse it! Is this lunatic a rabid dog, attacking everyone in sight? Thanks to the protective technique of the Guardian of the Black Tortoise, Alan barely managed to dissipate the damage from Oz's strike, yet he was left quite vexed by this beast-like adversary. After having sent both Moria and Alan flying, Oz roared towards the heavens, akin to a beastly king proclaiming his arrival to the world. Truly, this scoundrel Oz, having merged with that savage shadow, has indeed transformed into the most uncontrollable entity. Moria, having been cast aside, rose from the ground and beheld Oz, who was audaciously declaring dominion over his island. Fury surged within him. Although he had once contemplated forging Oz into his mightiest warrior, a loyal confidant, the reality of Oz now being an uncontrollable and frenzied adversary compelled him to view him as an enemy, one that must be eradicated. With this resolution firmly established in his heart, Moria hesitated not for a moment. He immediately unleashed his most formidable technique, shadow gathering, drawing in every shadow within his control, assimilating them into his very being. Boom. This time, Moria absorbed an astounding number of shadows, reaching as many as 600. His already towering figure transformed into a colossal giant, standing several dozen meters tall, rivaling even Oz, who possessed beastly shadows. Moreover, an ominous black aura emanated from him, suggesting that, in comparison to Oz, he resembled a beast hailing from the depths of hell. Upon witnessing such a formidable opponent, Oz, who had just declared dominion over the island, charged forward with great ferocity. His massive form leapt into the air like a meteor descending from the heavens, fists clenched, as he aimed a powerful strike at Moria. Die! In response to this thunderous assault, Moria exhibited no inclination to evade. His hands, now resembling claws of a beast, swept forward with a piercing sound that sliced through the air. The clash of their immense powers produced a cataclysmic shockwave that rippled across the island, sending towering waves crashing upon the surrounding sea. Such an exhilarating battle. How could you possibly forget me? Observing the clash of these titans, Alan felt the warrior spirit within him ignited. Although he understood that remaining an onlooker was the wisest course of action, the innate desire for greatness compelled him to draw his dagger and unleash his most formidable technique. 4 divine techniques. Flying dragon in the sky, with a resounding roar. A spectral azure dragon, equal in stature to Oz and Moria, extended its claws, and entered the fray. Witnessing the ferocious battle between Oz and Moria, Alan refused to remain a mere spectator. He unleashed one of his most potent techniques, and instantly, a dragon of formidable size appeared, lunging at the two combatants. What manner of beast is this? Moria, who had been fully engaged in combat against Oz, was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the massive azure dragon. Before he could react, a claw struck his chest, causing the shadows he had consumed to surge uncontrollably from his mouth. Boom. Meanwhile, Oz, momentarily caught off guard, suffered significant damage. As Alan's dragon claw struck Moria, the dragon's tail swept through the air like a chain, delivering a fierce blow to Oz, leaving a long gash across his immense body. Yet, Oz, true to his savage nature, did not flinch in the face of adversity. Instead, after being struck by Alan's dragon tail, his eyes gleamed with exhilaration as he continued to swing his arms toward Alan with unrelenting fury. Thud, thud, thud. Confronted by the iron fists of Oz, Alan swiftly wielded the short dagger in his grasp, deflecting the blows from the ethereal visage of the azure dragon. It was evident that the dragon's tail was incessantly thrashing, repelling Oz's punches with precision. Ah, this is that brat's ultimate technique. Splendid. You two shall perish together. On another front, having restrained the shadows that were attempting to escape his body, Moria discerned that the colossal dragon assailing him and Oz was none other than that wretched Alan. A smirk crept across his lips as he resolved to eliminate both adversaries simultaneously. Perish. The forest of shadow javelins. Moria unleashed the full extent of his shadowy fruit abilities, causing a multitude of black shadows to materialize beneath the feet of Alan and Oz, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Swish, swish, swish. Before the fiercely engaged Alan and Oz could comprehend the nature of this phenomenon, a plethora of sharp spikes erupted from the inky shadows, akin to a bamboo grove springing forth from the earth, swiftly saturating the battlefield. Under such a widespread assault, Oz's massive form became a mere target, utterly incapable of evasion, as numerous shadow javelins pierced through his limbs and chest, transforming him into a colossal skewered delicacy. Conversely, upon witnessing the azure dragon's visage dissipate due to Moria's onslaught, Alan wisely chose to evade, narrowly escaping the strike by maneuvering through the gaps between the black shadow javelins. Phew. Although Moria is a defeated challenger of Kaido, he certainly possesses considerable prowess. This attack could easily decimate even the vice admirals of the giant race. Observing Oz, now resembling a giant kebab, Alan exhaled a sigh of relief, fully aware that Moria's technique was specifically tailored for formidable foes like Oz. Had the spikes been smaller, he might not have been able to evade them. Little brat, consider yourself fortunate. However, your luck ends here, Moria remarked with a disdainful snort, believing that Alan, having shed the azure dragon's form and evaded one blow, was now at his limits and posed no threat. Yet, the response to Moria did not come from Alan, but rather from Oz, who had been skewered like a kebab. Even Alan, who presumed that Oz should be immobilized by such an assault, was taken aback when Oz suddenly opened his eyes and unleashed a terrifying roar. The black spears that had pierced him shattered rapidly under his struggle. What in the world is this? Even as a zombie, he shouldn't possess such formidable strength. Alan was equally astonished by Oz's reaction. He vividly recalled that in the original pirate world, the resurrected Oz had been defeated through the collective efforts of the Straw Hat Pirates, who had rendered his bones into a pulverized state. In the present day, the damage inflicted by Moria on Oz should far exceed that which the Straw Hat Pirates caused at that time. Yet, Oz still possesses such formidable combat prowess. This leads to the strong likelihood that the reason lies solely in the fact that the shadow within this fellow is a creature even more powerful than Luffy's shadow. Chapter 79. Moria's Strategy Roar. Breaking free from Moria's shadow shackles, Oz unleashed a thunderous roar, heedless of the blood still oozing from his wounds, charging fiercely towards Moria in the distance. Seeking death, bat scatter. Sensing the immense power behind Oz's punch, Moria opted not to withstand it, but instead prepared to adopt a different strategy. He opened his wide mouth, causing shadows beneath his feet and those swallowed within him to instantly materialize into a multitude of shadow bats, resembling a dense swarm of locusts, hurtling towards Oz's fist. Indeed, quantity begets strength. Although Oz's punch bore tremendous force, a significant number of the shadow bats were knocked away by his strike. However, the sheer volume of these shadow bats was overwhelming, swiftly depleting the power of Oz's assault and enveloping much of his form, rendering him immobile. Now Shadowbox. Seeing that he had successfully contained Oz, Moria, whose form had diminished due to the extensive use of shadows, clasped his hands together. Following his initial plan, he transformed the shadow bats into a large shadow box, entrapping the fearsome Oz within. Thud, thud, thud. Trapped within the shadow box, Oz struggled fiercely, much like Aaron had at the beginning. A series of muffled thuds echoed from within, and despite the passage of several seconds, the sound showed no sign of diminishing, indicating that Oz remained impervious to the backlash from the shadow box and continued to fight with all his might. This terrifying creature. How could that fool Hogback have thought to place such a thing within Oz? It was akin to destroying two super warriors. Moria felt a pang of regret at Oz's continued strength despite being confined. Such a robust zombie body, such a formidable monstrous shadow, had they been crafted separately, he could have controlled them both. But combined, they surpassed the limits of his current capacity. The thought of such powerful super warriors being squandered filled Moria with profound sorrow. Can you tell me whose shadow was placed inside Oz? Just as Moria lamented, Aaron approached him, a smile gracing his face as he inquired. Curse it! How could I forget that troublesome little brat is still here? Upon hearing Aaron's voice, Moria internally lamented, realizing that although he had confined the frenzied Oz, this peculiar little brat posed a threat no less significant than that of Oz. However, Moria, a seasoned veteran worthy of the title of Warlord of the Sea, though deeply troubled by the current situation, displayed no sign of distress on his face. Instead, he wore a broad smile as he looked at Alan, chuckling. Little brat. Once you deal with that big oaf, it will be your turn. Do you have any final words? Moria, you truly are a remarkable actor to ensnare Oz. You have nearly exhausted your most potent shadow abilities, haven't you? Now, if you wish to battle me, you can hardly wield any shadow powers. Do you believe that in your diminished state, you can still triumph over me? Alan regarded Moria with a smile, fully aware that this fellow was on the brink of collapse, merely posturing in an attempt to intimidate him. Clever little brat. You realize I expended a considerable amount of energy to trap Oz. But whether I have no power left, come and see for yourself. Despite Alan's insight into his inner thoughts, Moria maintained that cunning smile, rendering his true intentions inscrutable. All right, Phoenix of the Sun. Observing Moria reveling in his theatrics, Alan decided to forego further banter and unleashed a fiery apparition towards him. Chapter 8. The Great Pirate Moria chirped. Like a phoenix emerging from the depths of hell, the fiery bird spread its wings and charged towards Moria. How many strange abilities does this little brat possess? Faced with Alan's extraordinary firebird, Moria felt a tremor in his heart. However, he had little choice left. Gritting his teeth, he swung his twin scissors at the firebird. Whoosh! Everything unfolded beyond Moria's expectations. As soon as his scissors made contact with the fiery apparition, the once formidable firebird was effortlessly dispersed, as if its very essence had already been consumed by flames. The moment it encountered any external force, it shattered into countless sparks, scattering past Moria's form. So you now recognize my strength, This sensation of wind. Moria, reveling in the ease with which he had shattered the firebird, bore a self-satisfied grin. To him, Alan was merely employing flashy but ineffective skills. Just as he prepared to mock, he felt a peculiar energy sweep over him, akin to a gentle breeze caressing his body, instilling a sense of euphoria. Yet, this pleasurable sensation lasted only a fleeting second before it transformed into a stark reality. It felt as though all strength had been siphoned from his body, leaving him half kneeling on the ground, wounds erupting all over, blood gushing uncontrollably. What on earth is happening? Though the sudden wounds were not fatal, the relentless bleeding posed a grave concern. Moria sensed his consciousness fading. If this continued, he wouldn't just fail to maintain the shadow box imprisoning Oz, but he might even lose his very life. How do you feel? The damage of the immortal bird. As Moria was about to release the shadow box that trapped Oz in order to regain some strength, the bleeding from his wounds unexpectedly ceased, and Alan reappeared before him. What manner of monster are you? Moria felt his body gradually healing, which provided a slight sense of relief, yet simultaneously amplified his fear of Alan to a new level, prompting him to inquire earnestly. Alan Wayne, much like your former self, I am indeed a fellow adventurer upon these vast seas. Alan said with utmost seriousness as he regarded Moria. An adventurer upon the seas, I understand now. Thank you. Upon hearing Alan utter the word adventure, Moria felt as if something dormant deep within him had awakened. Over the years, he had seemingly lacked that spirit of adventure, It appeared that after his battle with Kaido, he had developed an aversion to failure, fearing loss and hardship, thereby surrendering the very essence that could empower him. It seems I have forged a formidable opponent for myself. Observing the changes in Moria's expression, Alan realized that this fellow had begun to reclaim the adventurous spirit he once possessed when he dared to challenge Kaido. It would not be long before a more powerful Moria emerged, one who would once again instill dread across these waters. So what will you do now? Will you kill me to eliminate this threat? No, having another strong adversary in the future could be quite significant. However, if I am to help you recover your adventurous heart, what will you offer in return? What do you desire? Quite simple. Reveal whose shadow was placed within Oz and provide any related information. Very well. Chapter 81. A delicate situation, yo-ho-ho. Bring forth the drink of Binks to your side, like the sea breeze, carefree and unrestrained. After obtaining the desired information from Moria, Alan's battle concluded without further ado. Without excessive words, he departed the Devil's Triangle with his companions, and their ship now boasted an additional ally, Brook. Having been deprived of sunlight for far too long, he radiated excitement upon feeling its warmth, standing joyfully on the deck and singing. Captain, are we truly leaving just like this? Unlike the exuberant Brook, Akin's enthusiasm appeared subdued, as though unfinished business lingered in the Devil's Triangle. What's the matter? Do you not wish to depart? Do you wish to remain here as a land tyrant? Alan observed Akin's demeanor and had already formed a general idea of his thoughts. However, he maintained a semi-joking manner, encouraging Akin to express his true feelings. It's not that I wish to stay. Rather, I believe that if the battle were to continue, Moria would undoubtedly prove no match for you, Captain. You ought to vanquish him completely and seize all his treasures. This is what we pirates, or rather, what we educators of piracy, ought to do. Otherwise, if we educate him without collecting any tuition, wouldn't that be quite a loss? Akin candidly articulated his thoughts. Captain, indeed, Akin has a point. In these vast seas, reputation often holds great significance. Defeating a warlord of the sea would certainly elevate our notoriety, making our future endeavors considerably easier, said Dino, who was also present. Having previously worked with Baroque works, he understood well how advantageous it could be to possess the title of a warlord of the sea, such as Crocodile. And what about you, Buggy? Do you think I should depart? Noticing Akin and Dino's dissatisfaction with the outcome of the battle, Alan comprehended their sentiments but refrained from extensive explanations, instead turning to Buggy for his opinion. Actually, leaving may not be the worst choice. To the surprise of Dino and Akin, Buggy expressed a viewpoint starkly different from theirs. Observing their astonishment, Buggy elaborated, our current situation is quite delicate. The captain has journeyed from the East Blue, earning the moniker of the Pirate Reaper, after offending the warlord Doflamingo in the battle at Magic Valley Town. Do you truly think it would be beneficial for us to defeat Moria, another warlord of the sea? What is the issue? The captain is already the Pirate Reaper. Defeating Moria would only further affirm his might. At most, we would offend some pirates, which isn't much different from the beginning. Akin strongly disagreed with Buggy's assertion. It's not as simple as you think, Buggy countered. As a former pirate who had sailed alongside the pirate King Roger, he possessed a degree of understanding regarding the complexities of this world. The Marine headquarters, the four emperors, and the warlords of the sea represent the three great powers that maintain stability in the Grand Line. Any significant loss to one of these powers would profoundly impact the balance of the seas. The emergence of the captain's formidable presence evidently disrupts this equilibrium, a scenario none of the three powers wish to witness. It is crucial to remember that both the four emperors and the warlords of the sea are, in essence, pirates. How do you think a pirate reaper, intent on defeating all pirates, would be perceived? Annihilation. Upon Baki's reminder, Dinu came to a clearer understanding of the situation. Only Akin remained somewhat defiant, remarking, it can't be that terrifying. Even if we offend those two factions, aren't we still backed by the Navy headquarters? Although we do not intend to join the Navy, as pirates who eliminate those factions, the Navy would surely help us restrain them. How likely do you think that scenario is? If we refuse to ally with them, we would merely be seen as bounty hunters in their eyes, disobedient ones at that. In truth, they would likely view us as expendable forces against those two factions, and for the sake of maintaining balance, they might even eliminate us. If we were to join the Navy, it would be even simpler. We would become mere lapdogs of the world government. Baki candidly expressed the most probable outcome. After hearing Baki's words, Akin ceased to argue. Noticing the atmosphere had become somewhat awkward, Alan addressed the group, saying, let us not be so solemn. This journey hasn't been without its rewards. At the very least, we have obtained significant intelligence from Moria, and we've also gained a new companion. Yo-ho-ho-ho, what are you all discussing? Brooke approached the group, cheerfully inquiring. Seeing the cheerful Brooke, Alan felt a surge of joy and quickly urged him, Brooke, please share your story with everyone. Upon hearing Alan's request for his background, Brooke's expression turned unusually serious as he produced a wanted poster from his past. Since I have decided to pledge my loyalty to Captain Alan, I shall hold nothing back. My name is Brooke, also known as the Soul King, hailing from the West Sea. I was once the captain of a royal guard before joining the Rumbar pirates as their swordsman and musician. During Captain Yuki's absence due to a plague, I acted as the interim captain. 50 years ago, I made a promise to reunite with the whale Laboon at the Twin Cape, at which time my bounty was 33 million berries. I later ventured into the Grand Line. After Brooke's account, all but Alan gazed at him with shock. Although they had known Brooke was a senior figure, they never anticipated the richness of his experiences or that he had returned from the land of the dead through the powers of the Yomi Yomi no Mi. Such an astonishing revelation seemed almost unbelievable, were it not for the very presence of this skeleton before them. Mr. Brooke, your experiences are truly remarkable. It was our ignorance of protocol that led to any potential disrespect. Please do not take offense. Upon learning of Brooke's experiences, Akin and the others began to refer to him with great respect as Mr. Brooke. Please, do not address me in such a formal manner. Simply call me Brooke. Since we are all comrades, I prefer our interactions to be relaxed and easy, Brooke said with a warm smile, looking at this group of juniors who could easily be his grandchildren. All right, let us heed Brooke's wishes and regard him as our equal. After all, returning from the land of the underworld signifies his rebirth, so in essence, Brooke is only slightly older than us, and there is no need for such formality, Alan explained, fully aware that Brooke's spirit remained that of a youthful adventurer. Hearing both Brooke and Alan express such sentiments, the others gradually let go of their initial reservations. With the exception of Alan, none among them could truly be considered young, as they were all verging on the uncle stage. However, Alan's mature demeanor had led them to subconsciously view him as a peer. Now that we are all acquainted, let us get to the crux of the matter and announce our next destination, Alan declared, as the atmosphere began to lighten. Our next stop, based on our current trajectory, is the Sabaody Archipelago, which is an essential waypoint to the New World. Captain, are we ready? Buck, who was well versed in the Grand Line, chimed in. No. The Sabaody Archipelago is home to the celestial dragons. To venture there would be akin to performing on the grand stage of the world, and given our current capabilities, it would be unwise. Instead, we shall set our course for another location, the legendary Land of Ice, Alan said with a smile, revealing a place that Luffy had never reached in the pirate world. Chapter 83, The Legend of the Land of Ice. The Land of Ice, a wondrous realm within the pirate world, is often deemed a forbidden zone for adventurers, as it is a landscape of perpetual snow and ice, with temperatures plummeting to several degrees below zero year-round. Aside from a few fearless souls, very few creatures dare to tread upon that desolate expanse. Even the historical figure known as the Berserker, Oz, succumbed to the cold within that land. Captain, the Land of Ice is merely a vast ice cellar with nothing to offer. What purpose do we have in going there? Buck, who once conquered the Grand Line alongside the pirate King Roger, was perplexed by Alan's desire to venture to such a legendary wasteland. Indeed, Captain, I too have heard the tales of the Land of Ice. It is nothing but a frozen wilderness, offering no entertainment aside from the chill. At this moment, Akin, standing nearby, earnestly expressed his indifference towards Alan's proposal to journey to the Land of Ice. In his view, it was evident that this icy realm could not possibly compare to the allure of the Shambodia archipelago. As for Dino and Brooke, although they remained silent, their expressions clearly conveyed their skepticism regarding Alan's suggestion. What's the matter? Is the Land of Ice truly so unappealing to you? One must realize that it is home to numerous legendary treasures and extraordinary creatures. Alan, observing the apparent disinterest of his companions, chuckled and proceeded to share all the information he had gathered. It turned out that although the Land of Ice is perpetually shrouded in snow and frost, it was not always so. Once, it was inhabited by a mysterious tribe, a dreamland that adventurers from the Grand Line longed for. Centuries ago, it was even more coveted than the Golden Country on Skypiea. It was said to be a place where treasures, beautiful maidens, and mythical beings that could fulfill any dream awaited those fortunate enough to find it. However, the Land of Ice eventually fell into a state of desolation, possibly due to inciting the wrath of deities, transforming the once dreamlike paradise into a forsaken land devoid of life. All the enchanting tales became buried beneath layers of ice and snow, rendering them ephemeral and elusive. Yet, precisely because of its storied past, the Land of Ice continued to attract countless adventurers and formidable seafarers, even as it became a graveyard for dreams. Many either vanished forever, becoming ice sculptures like the infamous Oz, who perished in pursuit of its treasures, or returned empty-handed. The most recent individual to successfully escape its grasp was none other than Moria, who had previously clashed with Alan and his companions. Unlike other adventurers who returned with nothing, Moria emerged with at least 2 treasures: the corpse of Oz, a potential vessel for creating a super soldier, and the shadow of a creature that had been embedded within Oz by Hogback. This particular shadow was unique to the Land of Ice, and Moria had seized it while the creature lay injured and unconscious. Had it been in its prime, Moria likely would have faced yet another defeat following his encounter with Kaido. Thus, Alan harbored a peculiar yearning for the legendary Land of Ice. Even if he were to return like many others, empty-handed, he yearned to behold that enigmatic forbidden land. To aptly summarize his feelings, one might say he was either courting danger or embarking upon a perilous journey. Chapter 84. The high-level meeting of the Navy today, the island of Marineford. Home to the Navy headquarters, witnessed an extraordinary gathering of prominent figures. These distinguished naval figures not only hold high ranks within the Navy, but more importantly, they embody the legends of an era, serving as the mythical heroes of their time. The current triumvirate of the Navy's supreme combat power stands before them merely as a cohort of successors. The distinguished figures of the Navy include the current admiral, renowned for his strategic brilliance during the Warring States period, the Chief Naval Staff, the legendary Vice Admiral Kizaru, the heroic naval warrior, known for repeatedly cornering the pirate King Roger into dire straits, the legendary fighter Monkey D. Garp, and the former admiral, the legendary mentor who has nearly shaped all the renowned naval officers of today, the Black Arm Zephyr. The elderly gentlemen, all well past their 60s, serve as the cornerstone of the Navy, embodying its spirit and leadership. Their unexpected gathering at the naval headquarters astonished all personnel, prompting speculation about a significant event necessitating the presence of such prominent figures. Come now, little Crane, spare us your melodramatic suspense like that fellow from the Warring States. Just reveal the matter at hand. I am eager to return and break my donut record. The most forthright among them, Carp, was digging into his nostrils, visibly displeased with Sengoku for summoning their old comrades without disclosing the reason. Carp, do temper your impatience. This meeting was initiated by Sengoku. Let us await his explanation. Little Crane retorted, her irritation with Carp's nonchalant demeanor palpable. Yet, reflecting on his consistent behavior over the years, she found herself at a loss for words. Redirecting the conversation back to Sengoku. Information will be delivered shortly. Once it arrives, we shall commence the meeting, Sengoku remarked, bemused by Carp's impolite antics. Caught in the web of their long-standing camaraderie, he felt somewhat stifled in his role as Fleet Admiral, reminiscing about their initial acquaintance since his enlistment. Carp, do refrain from your haste. I hear you've recently taken on 2 young apprentices from the East Blue. Are you planning to mold them into resilient punching bags? Zephyr chimed in with a chuckle, though he harbored disdain for certain arrangements made by the world government, which had led him to resign from his position as admiral to command a pirate guerrilla unit. He held great affection for these seasoned comrades, speaking freely without reservations. Indeed, you refer to Kobe and Barumabur. They are quite remarkable youths, brimming with determination and potential. Carp mused, reflecting on his recent encounter in the East Blue where he discovered these promising youngsters. By the way, I also stumbled upon a mischievous lad operating a remarkably swift vessel. Quite an amusing character from the East Blue. At this moment, the intelligence required by Sengoku had also arrived. He interrupted the idle chatter of his old comrades, stating that the theme of this meeting revolved around a pressing issue from the East Sea, the recently emerged pirate known as the Reaper. Upon hearing that Sengoku was anxious to discuss the matter concerning the pirate Reaper Allen, the expressions of these legendary Marines, who had various connections with him, changed dramatically. Chapter 85. Sengoku's plans. The theme of our meeting revolves around a pressing concern from the East Sea, the recently emerged pirate Reaper. Sengoku surveyed his longtime comrades, revealing the true purpose for gathering them. It's that brat. The notion that Sengoku intended to discuss that little rascal Allen caught the legendary Marines off guard. Carp, who had had direct contact with Alan, was the first to chuckle, exclaiming, "Ha! I know that little rascal. When I first headed to the East Sea, I heard numerous tales about him. Although the East Sea is the weakest in overall strength, the audacity to eliminate all pirates there is remarkable, leading me to believe he is truly exceptional. Thus, I sought him out." After hearing Karp's account, Sengoku and the others were slightly taken aback. Although they knew that this young reaper from the East Sea was no ordinary figure, they were astonished to learn that he had managed to escape from Karp, a legendary marine, which equated to possessing top-tier combat prowess in this world. Truth be told, he employed a few tricks to escape from me. I did not expect his modified warship to be so swift, which led to my blunder, allowing him to flee. Karp admitted with a hint of embarrassment, scratching his head, feeling somewhat helpless regarding Alan's clever maneuver. I am also aware of that little rascal. He assisted Smoker in capturing the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile, who had escaped from prison, and he has managed to restore order in the pirate haven of Pirates' Paradise, turning it into a nightmare for many pirates. Even you, Tsuruheim, once pursued that flamingo brat, who also seems to have been toyed with by him. Zifa recalled his earlier encounter with Doflamingo, who he had previously repelled. Upon reflecting on Smoker's account, he sensed that Doflamingo's recent encounter with him was likely orchestrated by that young rascal. Although there was no concrete evidence, years of experience in the Navy suggested that this matter was undoubtedly connected to Alan. Doflamingo's actions have truly taken us by surprise. That fellow is known for his cunning. How could he fall into someone else's trap? Midshipman Tsuruheim, a senior advisor in the Navy, looked at Zifa with astonishment upon hearing that Doflamingo had been outwitted by the young rascal Alan, someone he had pursued for many years. While there is no solid evidence, based on the intelligence I possess, Doflamingo's appearance there was likely to rescue his captured subordinates, and their capture should be closely tied to the pirate reaper. Zephyr confidently articulated his conjecture. Moreover, it was not merely about Doflamingo. Recent intelligence indicated that the young captain's warship had arrived in the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle, an area also ruled by the former warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria. As soon as Zephyr voiced his thoughts, Sengoku promptly shared the latest intelligence. That vampire scoundrel could indeed pose a dilemma. Perhaps I should lend assistance to him, for it would be unacceptable to allow such a promising seed of justice to be extinguished so easily. Upon hearing that Alan had entered Moria's territory, Karp, who held a favorable view of him, immediately expressed his support. I shall send the guerrilla forces. After all, time is of the essence, and they possess the swiftness required. Zephyr retrieved his phone and spoke. There is no need for such haste. This young lad's strength surpasses your expectations. Observe the information at the bottom. This boy entered the Devil's Triangle and departed within a mere day, while those victims in our Navy who had their shadows seized by Moria suddenly found their shadows restored. Witnessing the level of concern that his two old comrades had for Alan, Sengoku was rather taken aback. Without delay, he shared his latest developments. The significance behind Sengoku's words was clear to everyone present. They were astonished that this relatively new contender could defeat a warlord of the sea sanctioned by the world government. I shall refrain from further ramblings. I sense that this young lad possesses immense potential. If he continues on this path, he will undoubtedly incite the wrath of the nefarious entities in these waters. Sengoku's expression turned serious. The higher-ups of the world government fully endorsed such mutual depletion of power. Yet he believed that such a promising talent should not be squandered. Thus, he summoned several of his old associates to hear their opinions. Chapter 86. A sudden leap into the sea unbeknownst to Alan, who was obliviously being scrutinized by a cadre of legendary naval figures. He lay on a rope of the Straw Hat ship, uniquely training his physical coordination even while resting. A sudden gust of cool wind swept past, causing Alan, accustomed to dozing on the swaying ropes, to instinctively sneeze. He opened his eyes to find the sun blazing overhead, yet the temperature had inexplicably dropped by over 10 degrees. What kind of bizarre weather is this? He grumbled, noting the abundant sunshine juxtaposed with the chilling cold. At that moment, small icebergs began to appear on the distant sea, providing ample explanation for the frigid conditions. Captain, according to the Eternal Pointer's guidance, the fabled ice nation lies just ahead. At this moment, Akin stepped forward, pointing towards a distant spot obscured by a cluster of small icebergs. No wonder the temperature has plummeted. It has descended much more swiftly than anticipated. Alan was somewhat taken aback by how quickly they had arrived in the frigid waters of the Ice Kingdom. He closed his eyes, preparing to fully immerse himself in the essence of this legendary land and discern what it might hold. Through relentless training day and night, Alan's mastery of observation hockey had ascended to a remarkably formidable level. Although he had yet to reach the prophetic prowess of Charlotte Katakuri, his range of perception had expanded to an astonishing 10 kilometers, with an upward trajectory still in progress. If this trend continued, Alan began to ponder whether his observation hockey might deserve a more illustrious title, perhaps divine awareness. With the remarkable abilities of his observation hockey, Alan effortlessly discerned the conditions on the distant island. Just as he prepared to further probe the island's circumstances with his powers, a colossal figure suddenly emerged. Seemingly aware of the probing presence, it immediately rose, unleashing a thunderous roar of fury. The thunderous roar seemed to carry with it a certain psychic trauma, causing Alan, who was probing with his observation hockey, to experience a moment of disorientation, prompting him to hastily retract his powers. "Boss, what is wrong? What manner of beast produces such a roar?" Observing Alan's painful expression, Akin and the others rushed to support him, ready to inquire further when another resounding roar echoed from ahead. The commanding timbre of that voice instinctively tensed their bodies, plunging them into a state of readiness for battle in an instant. Boom! Before the group could regain their composure from the thunderous sound, a small iceberg ahead seemed to be forcefully displaced, revealing a colossal creature hurtling toward the direction of the wave breaker. Boom, boom, boom. Don't just stand there, whatever it is. Attack. Among them, Buggy was the first to snap back to reality. He immediately unleashed his fragmented fruit powers, simultaneously commanding several cannons aboard the wave breaker to unleash a barrage toward the advancing behemoth, all while shouting at the bewildered group amidst the splashing waves. "All right, boss." Hearing Buggy's furious call, Akin and the others prepared to rise and assist, but Alan's subsequent action left them momentarily stunned. Upon raising his head once more, they noticed a streak of blood seeping from the corner of Alan's eye, and he appeared as if possessed, propelling himself with force into the ocean. Chapter 87. The Sea Dragon Roar. After being psychologically shaken by the creature's bizarre roar, Alan cradled his head, entering a state of recuperation. At that moment, he sensed that his previously shaken observation hockey had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented bloodlust, akin to an enraged monarch who demanded the enemy's blood to quell his fury. Boom! At that instant, the creature that had wounded him leapt into the sea, rapidly swimming toward the wave breaker. For reasons unknown, Alan did not consciously release his observation hockey. Yet he could perceive the creature's location with remarkable clarity. "I will kill him. I must kill him." Influenced by the murderous intent within him, Alan felt an instinctive urge to charge at the monstrous creature, driven by a primal desire to satiate himself with its blood. Fortunately, his dwindling rationality compelled him to take a deep breath just before plunging into the sea, enabling this landlocked individual, who had consumed a fruit that rendered him unable to swim, to maintain a semblance of mobility in the water. To his astonishment, as he leapt into the ocean, he found himself propelled not by the traditional use of arms and legs, but rather by vigorously kicking against the water behind him. Each powerful thrust felt akin to stepping on solid rock, launching his body forward like a cannonball. In no time, he burst forth from the water, mirroring Brooke's uncanny ability to run upon the surface of the sea. How is this possible? Is there such a mode of movement? Akin and the others stood in wide-eyed disbelief, for in their understanding, aside from Brooke, the skeletal figure who could traverse the waves due to his unique physiology, no normal human could achieve such a feat yet. Alan had once again shattered their perceptions. Is he employing the Marine's legendary combat technique, the Saru? Among them, Buggy, who had witnessed some of the legendary aerial maneuvers used by the Marines, was profoundly astounded. However, before they could ponder further, Alan, racing across the water's surface, swiftly approached the oncoming monstrosity. In that instant, he decisively planted his feet, creating a massive depression in the ocean. Harnessing the powerful recoil, he soared into the air. Clenching his fists, Alan descended like a meteor, crashing down upon the creature's position in the sea. In an instant, the ocean erupted as if cleaved by a colossal blade, sending towering waves surging into the air. Amidst the tumultuous waters, a large dark silhouette was unmistakably the monstrous adversary, sent hurtling away by Alan's formidable strike. Without a moment's hesitation, as the colossal wave was unleashed, Alan immediately infused his arm with a surge of armament hockey, delivering a fierce blow toward the location of the shadowy figure. Under the formidable force of the impact, a shadow emerged from the waves, revealing its true form. It was a colossal, jet-black dragon, its massive jaws agape, glaring menacingly at the assailant, Alan. Chapter 88. a fight to the death roar. The creature, having been struck by Alan and propelled from the surf, unveiled itself as a gigantic black dragon. In response to the human who dared to attack it, the dragon furiously opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of formidable flames. Flames, you say? Faced with this sudden assault of fire, Alan felt a flicker of surprise, yet his reflexes were quicker. He executed a swift maneuver, kicking the water at a sharp angle, conjuring a towering wave that perfectly shielded him from the dragon's fiery breath. Grr! The black dragon, astonished to see Alan use the waves to counter its fiery onslaught, found itself in an unusual predicament. Being the local tyrant, it rarely encountered such a tenacious opponent, especially one of human origin. However, it reasoned, surely a human cannot fly. With this thought, the dragon flapped its mighty wings, aiming to ascend into the sky to ambush Alan from above. You shan't escape. Observing the dragon's intent to take flight, Alan swiftly gathered his strength, and at the moment he was about to submerge into the sea, he surged forward like a cannonball, propelling himself towards the dragon. Alan was acutely aware of his current situation. Although his overall physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, including some beings deemed monstrous by the Navy, he struggled to master certain specialized techniques, such as the Navy's moonwalk, which allowed for aerial movement. Thus, he understood the necessity of bringing the dragon down, to prevent it from gaining an overwhelming positional advantage in the air. Roar! The relentless pursuit by Alan left the black dragon exasperated. Internally, it mused that if it did not assert its dominance, this human might truly mistake it for a mere rabbit. With a surge of power coalescing in its chest, the dragon unleashed another powerful blast of flames. Open wide. This time, without the protection of the sea, Alan found himself devoid of effective means to counter the dragon's fiery eruption. Any attempt to evade would surely lead him to plunge into the ocean, rendering him incapable of inflicting any substantial damage upon the dragon soaring above. With this thought in mind, Alan steeled his resolve, opting not to evade. He launched himself directly into the gaping maw of the dragon, propelling himself forward with a powerful push of his legs against the flames. The searing heat of the fiery breath engulfed him, even with his hockey armor in place. He felt an excruciating pain coursing through his body, as if the very flesh beneath his skin were on the verge of bursting along with the surrounding fat. This agonizing sensation made him yearn to plunge into an icy abyss, seeking the rebirth of his entire being. Fortunately, this extreme torment lasted only a fleeting 2 seconds, and with the momentum of his flight, he surged into the dragon's mouth. Before the creature's razor-sharp teeth could close upon him, Alan, fueled by formidable willpower, seized the dragon's spiked tongue and pulled himself forcefully inside its body. Startled by the audacity of this human entering its very being, the dragon, soaring through the skies, was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time it had consumed a human in such a fashion. As curiosity about the digestibility of this troublesome human flickered in its mind, a sudden pain radiated from its stomach, prompting an involuntary shriek. Pathetic lizard. To think you could devour me. You lack the prowess. Within the dragon's belly, Alan harnessed his hockey to nullify the corrosive effects of the potent gastric acid. Embarking on a tumultuous adventure reminiscent of the legendary Monkey King stirring chaos in the heavens. Although this black dragon is adorned with formidable, hardened scales that provide astonishing defense, its internal structure remains a fragile flesh and blood entity. Thus, under Alan's relentless assault, it finds itself utterly helpless, writhing in agony as it flails back and forth through the air. Roar! The formidable black dragon is indeed a fierce beast of the Ice Kingdom. Realizing the possibility of meeting its demise at the hands of Alan today, it steeled its resolve and plunged directly towards the ocean's surface. In its mind, even in death, it would ensure that this detestable human would accompany it to the abyss. Chapter 89. Buried beneath the sea with a thunderous crash, sensing Alan's chaotic energy surging within, the black dragon understood that it might indeed fall prey to this human. It, too, resolved to dive headlong into the sea. In an instant, splashes erupted as the dragon plummeted like a meteor from the heavens, crashing through the ocean's surface and descending swiftly into the depths, determined that even in its demise, this loathsome human would meet the same fate. Had it entered the water? Concentrate. Feeling the dragon's body collide with an object, followed by an influx of seawater flooding its insides, Alan surmised that the creature intended for him to share its grave. Yet, in this moment of peril, he remained unperturbed. Instead, he took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into one hand. transforming it into a blade that struck fiercely at the dragon's vulnerable interior. With a muffled thud, the dragon's once indomitable form erupted in a mist of crimson as Alan burst forth from its body, propelled by the very blood that had once sustained the beast. Indeed, submerged in the ocean, this creature was truly deranged. Upon escaping the dragon's grasp, Alan was immediately engulfed by a profound sense of weakness. Affected by the water, his strength, even after rigorous training with the limit fruit, dwindled to less than a third of its usual might. Fortunately, before leaving the dragon's body, he had inhaled deeply, allowing him to hold his breath as he hastened toward the surface. As he neared the ocean's crest, an urgent rush of water surged behind him, and upon turning, he discovered a massive shark-like sea king, drawn by the scent of the dragon's spilled blood, barreling towards him in a frenzy. Under ordinary circumstances, Alan would have been unafraid of such a creature, but after his harrowing battle with the dragon, he had barely enough breath to reach the surface. If this colossal shark were to attack him, the outcome could be succinctly stated. It would spell his end. All he could do was hope that this foul shark would fixate on the bleeding carcass of the dragon and leave him be. Alan silently prayed, even slowing his swimming speed to avoid attracting the attention of the massive shark. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. As the giant predator approached, it immediately spotted the human ascending slowly. Although it sensed the delectable scent of blood emanating from below, having discovered the human beforehand, it deemed the creature a delightful appetizer before the main course. With this thought, the colossal shark opened its gaping maw and advanced towards Alan. This damned creature truly seeks to trouble me. Even in death, I shall ensure you perish first. Realizing the current of water indicating the shark's approach, Alan understood that escape was unlikely. He resolved to make this accursed predator pay for the threat to his life. As the shark lunged, Alan timed his movements perfectly, pushing off with his legs just as the beast's jaws were about to close around him, narrowly evading its deadly bite. Simultaneously, he reached out and grasped the gills of the shark, exerting his remaining strength to pull it away. The shark thrashed violently in the water, struggling to breathe as Alan felt his own ability to do so wane. With a mouthful of seawater, he began to sink heavily, having exhausted his strength. Chapter 90. So-called team player boss. Wake up. Slap, slap. With two crisp slaps, Alan's hazy consciousness began to clear, though his body remained devoid of strength, forcing him to squint at the unfolding scene. The one calling to him was Akin, who had jumped into the sea to rescue him. Seeing that his slaps had not roused Alan, Akin grew anxious and delivered two more swift strikes. Hold on. He might still have seawater in his lungs. Bucky intervened, preventing Akin's reckless actions. Just as Alan felt grateful for Bucky's seasoned experience, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his abdomen, inflicted by Bucky's brutish method of expelling the water from his lungs. Ha ha ha. You lack experience. Those who have inhaled water should be treated with stimulating methods. Brooke observed the inappropriate rescue attempts by Akin and Bucky and stepped forward, producing a sharp-boned spike to prod Alan's foot, causing his weakened body to involuntarily tremble. Yes, it's working. It's working. The others cheered as they witnessed Alan's body shudder. Brooke, stab him again. The boss should awaken soon. I knew this would be effective. Even in skeletal form, I can assure you that this position is quite painful. Just wait and see. Alan will awaken momentarily. Upon witnessing the efficacy of his proposal, Brooke felt an immense sense of pride as he hastened his movements, continuing to jab at Alan's soles. However, he soon noticed a diminishing effect. Perhaps I should lend a hand, he exclaimed. Observing that Brooke's efforts were yielding little result, Akin and Bucky grew anxious. In a bid to amplify the impact, one proceeded to pummel Alan's abdomen while the other delivered sharp slaps to his face. This might not be the best approach. You're causing our leader more trouble, remarked Dino, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the scene unfolding before him. Yet, the others, now addicted to their vigorous attempts at rousing Alan, disregarded Dino's counsel and persisted in their own ways. Meanwhile, Alan, who had already regained consciousness but lacked the strength to move, held his breath, gradually accumulating energy. As the group began to tire from their relentless assault, Alan finally managed to gather a modicum of strength and spoke in a low, thunderous voice. Have you had your fill? Ah, boss, you're awake. Upon hearing Alan's voice, filled with ire, Akin and the others froze momentarily, uncertain of how to proceed. Don't touch me. I just need to sleep a little longer. After expending his gathered strength to utter this plea, Alan drifted back into unconsciousness once more. This time, Alan slept soundly, while Akin and the others anxiously awaited his awakening. Remorse filled their hearts as they recalled their impulsive act of striking Alan in a moment of excitement. Who could fathom the methods of revenge that the little devil, who habitually tormented them with rigorous training, might employ? Upon awakening, Alan was approached by them one by one, each expressing sincere contrition. However, Alan, appearing unfazed, merely nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further comment. The more composed Alan seemed, the more their anxiety escalated. Akin to lying on the executioner's block, prepared for a glorious demise, yet the blade lingered ominously above, intensifying their inner turmoil. Chapter 91. A crisis lurks, Captain. I have surveyed the surroundings. There are no other monsters present. Ho ho ho. Alan, all our weapons are primed for immediate action at the slightest sign of danger. Boss, I've secured the corpse of that monstrous dragon. In light of their prior impulsive act against Alan, Buck, Brooke, and Akin were now filled with deep regret. Upon Alan's awakening, they noted his lack of mention regarding punishment, and each stepped forward to take on the most arduous tasks, hoping their earnest demeanor would placate him. Observing Buck and the others' fervent efforts, Dino silently commended them, growing increasingly impressed by Alan's adeptness in leadership. After vanquishing the Black Dragon, Alan and his companions traversed smoothly into the Ice Kingdom, encountering no further impediments. As the ship, the Wavebreaker, breached the icy waters, Alan inhaled sharply. Earlier, he had employed his observation hockey to meticulously survey the vicinity, discovering numerous formidable creatures within the realm of the Ice Kingdom, several of which rivaled the power of the earlier Black Dragon. Yet, these beasts were all encased in ice, seemingly entranced in a profound slumber. Their formidable presence merely hinted at by the aura they exuded. Indeed, the Ice Kingdom proved to be a legendary forbidden land, merely through the capabilities of his observation hockey. He had uncovered such an abundance of superlative monsters, leaving him to ponder what other entities lay hidden beyond the reach of his senses. Through his investigations, Alan gained a deeper understanding of the kingdom's enigma. Captain, I feel a chill coursing through me. It seems as though some creature is watching us from the shadows. Do you think it could be a companion of that dragon? Is it wise to display its corpse on the Wavebreaker? What if it attracts a horde of its allies to attack us? Among the crowd, besides Alan, it was Dino, who, despite his lack of prowess in direct combat, possessed the most exceptional perception abilities. Upon entering the realm of the Ice Kingdom, Dino distinctly sensed that, in addition to the physical chill, there was an oppressive gaze lurking in the shadows, instilling a sense of dread in their hearts. It posed no issue. Should the hidden presence be an adversary, the sight of a dragon's carcass could serve as a deterrent. Conversely, if it were a friend, the dragon's remains would hold little consequence. Alan, too, felt the presence of someone adept at concealing their aura nearby, rendering his observation hockey ineffective in pinpointing their location. Yet, the entity seemed to harbor a degree of trepidation towards him, instinctively maintaining a distance, which alleviated Alan's concerns. Rest assured, even if any foolish monstrosity were to attack us, with the captain around, it would merely provide us with a sumptuous feast for the night. At that moment, Buggy approached Dino and the others, speaking earnestly. Indeed, no matter the creature, it could never rival our captain. Akin expressed his unwavering confidence in Alan. Just one monster may falter, but what of a multitude? However, as the group huddled around Alan, Brooke pointed ahead, exclaiming at a horde of massive white wolves emerging from the blinding snow. Chapter 92. The crew of the pirate King Awo. Shortly after Alan and his crew aboard the Wavebreaker entered the domain of the Ice Kingdom, a formidable pack of large white wolves materialized before them. These wolves were astonishingly enormous, each measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, resembling giant white bears from a distance. All hands on deck, prepare for battle. Alan, surprised by the sudden appearance of these colossal wolves, felt an oddity, not due to their formidable presence, but because his observation hockey had utterly failed to detect them prior. This peculiar trait compelled him to instinctively ready himself for combat. Upon hearing Alan's caution, Buggy and the others swiftly made their way to the weapon control room aboard the Wavebreaker, prepared to deliver a lethal strike at Alan's command. Who are you? And why have you trespassed into the Ice Kingdom? As the tension escalated, a gravelly voice echoed, causing the once menacing pack to part, creating a pathway. Out stepped a rotund figure clad in white fur, who scrutinized Alan with a cold gaze. This hefty individual exuded strength. He felt even more formidable than Moria, who had devoured shadows. Truly, one could expect no less from a denizen of the Ice Kingdom. His power was undoubtedly formidable. Alan regarded the corpulent figure with an increased sense of caution. Eddie, you are the esteemed Eddie. It was Buggy aboard the wavebreaker who, upon recognizing the hefty figure, suddenly paled, his excitement palpable. "Ah, it's you. It's me, Buggy," Eddie exclaimed. Upon encountering the rotund figure, Buggy did not immediately recognize himself. He hastily removed his pirate hat and fervently introduced his identity. "It's you, the troublemaker with the crimson nose." Upon seeing Buggy's iconic red nose, the hefty man suddenly recalled and promptly uttered Buggy's most detested nickname. "Hee, it's me, Eddie, my old friend. I truly caused you quite the trouble in the past." Although Buggy despised being called Red Nose, he felt no anger towards this man. Instead, he awkwardly smiled in response. Once Eddie confirmed the identities of Buggy and his companions, the hostility in his eyes dissipated instantly. With a slight exertion, he leaped from several dozen meters away onto the deck of the wavebreaker, demonstrating remarkable control over his immense strength, as his landing barely caused the ship to sway. "Little Red Nose, what brings you to the land of ice with such a multitude of companions?" Upon boarding, Eddie showed no hesitation in treating himself as an outsider, striding directly towards Buggy. "Eddie, my old mentor, I have come to this forbidden sea of the land of ice under Captain Allen's guidance." Buggy revealed no secrets to his esteemed predecessor. Gesturing towards Allen and introducing his companions, "Eddie, this is my new captain, Allen, and these are my comrades, Akin, Dino, and Brooke. Captain, this is Eddie, who once took great care of me under Captain Roger. Greetings, Eddie. It is indeed an honor to meet a former crewmate of the Pirate King here." Listening to Buggy's dialogue, Allen quickly grasped that this unassuming chubby man was a legendary member of the Pirate King's crew, which explained the profound sense of strength he exuded. "Your new captain is but a mere boy. Little Red Nose, you've really declined over the years." Upon discovering that a former trainee had transformed into an inexperienced novice, Eddie felt a hint of dissatisfaction. He scrutinized Allen seriously. "Boy, your abilities are quite impressive. Earlier, even at a distance of over 100 meters, you sensed my presence using observation hockey." In truth, Allen's mastery of observation hockey extended far beyond a mere 100 meters. However, this was one of his trump cards, and he did not wish to reveal it easily. He merely smiled humbly, offering no further explanation. "Since you are friends of the Red Nose, you are not considered outsiders. Come, let us go to my home." Chapter 93. The Great Demoness Treasure. Due to Buggy's status as a former trainee of the Pirate King, Eddie, a native of the Land of Ice, harbored no suspicions and led them to his residence. "Have you come here in search of the legendary Great Demoness Treasure?" Once they arrived at his castle, Eddie wasted no time and directly posed the question. "Great Demoness Treasure? What is that, Eddie?" Before Allen could respond, Buggy interjected. "You mean you don't know?" Observing the reactions of Allen, Buggy, and the others, Eddie found himself somewhat taken aback. "Since you are unaware of the Great Demon Treasure, what brings you here?" "Eddie, we learned about this from the current warlord, Gecko Moria," Allen replied. "He once visited this legendary land and spoke of a mysterious tribe that exists here, a dreamland long coveted by all who traverse the Grand Line. Centuries ago, it was even more alluring to adventurers than the fabled golden country in the sky, replete with treasures, enchanting maidens, and even mythical creatures capable of granting the wishes of those who find them." In response to Eddie's query, Allen revealed everything he knew without reservation. "So Moria is that little rascal. It seems that sparing his life last time taught him nothing, and he now dares to stir trouble again." Eddie's expression darkened upon hearing that they had received their information from Moria. "Eddie, have you had previous encounters with Moria?" "Indeed. That lad is unlike the typical individuals who seek the great demon treasure. He came to this icy realm in search of the remains of legendary monsters. At that time, he did not covet the great demon treasure, and since he was removing the corpses that disturbed the peace of the ice country, I helped him by ensuring the snow wolves did not attack him. Who would have thought that after narrowly escaping death, he would dare to leak the secrets of the ice country? I should have let him perish in the jaws of the snow wolves." Upon hearing Eddie's account, Allen and the others began to understand how Moria could obtain Oz's corpse in such a perilous place. "Then, Eddie, what exactly is this great demon treasure that prompted you to guard such a location after departing from Captain Roger?" Buggy pivoted the conversation back to the so-called Great Demon Treasure, filled with curiosity about why someone like Eddie, once a prominent figure on Roger's ship, would take on the role of a guardian in such a place. "Ah, you are not an outsider, so it matters not if I disclose this," Eddie said, noting the eager anticipation in Buggy's eyes. He understood that if he remained silent, these fellows would never relent. After some contemplation, he decided to unveil the secret. The Great Demon Treasure is a cursed artifact. This ice country was not always as it is now. It was once the renowned golden country of the Grand Line. However, one day, a traitor emerged from our clan, unlocking the deepest seal, which transformed this bountiful land into a frigid wasteland, giving rise to numerous peculiar creatures. The black dragon you encountered upon your arrival and the snow wolves surrounding me are all a result of that seal being broken. These beings, both benevolent and malevolent, share a common trait, formidable strength. Thus, we refer to it as the Great Demon Treasure, and the ice country has since become a forbidden realm upon these seas. It has become clear to Alan, who has now grasped the truth, that he is beginning to harbor doubts. Should he truly embark on a quest for such a peculiar treasure? Chapter 94. A New Companion in the Land of Ice. After hearing Eddie's account of the Great Demoness treasure, Alan found himself wavering. After all, was it wise to court death by pursuing a treasure evidently steeped in curses? Setting aside the potential wrath of this legendary pirate king's crew, even if fortune favored him and he evaded their anger, was it truly worthwhile to seek out a treasure that could lead to his utter annihilation? Little rascal, I shall not deceive you. This Great Demon-S treasure is far from a boon. While it harbors treasures from the fabled golden land deep within, possessing such treasures would require not only the will to obtain them, but also the fortune to spend them. Observing Alan's conflicted expression, Eddie silently nodded in agreement. He too wished for this young one, entwined with Buggy, to avoid an untimely demise. Thus, he offered a suggestion. Thank you for your counsel, Senior Eddie. I shall not recklessly pursue this Great Demon-S treasure. Alan understood Eddie's advice well, yet he could not suppress his lingering curiosity. Senior Eddie, is there any means to restore the seal of this Great Demon-S treasure? Is there truly no way for this land of ice to reclaim its former glory, destined to remain a forbidden realm on the Grand Line? It seems you're still not ready to give up. In truth, there are ways to restore the so-called seal. It is the fate of our kin. Eddie sighed, speaking earnestly. Legend has it that the object capable of repairing the seal is hidden at the end of the Grand Line. Laughtail. The reason I followed Captain Roger to the Grand Line was tied to this very pursuit. However, as you well know, Buggy, the events that transpired at Laughtail deprived me of the chance to seek out that legendary artifact. What exactly happened? Did you not conquer the Grand Line alongside Captain Roger? Surely, after leaving, it would be easy to return to Laughtail, Alan retorted, puzzled. To him, Roger's title as the Pirate King stemmed from his conquest of the Grand Line, and if Laughtail held such significance for Eddie, why not simply search for it again? Captain, it's not as simple as you think. The conditions for entering Laughtail are exceedingly stringent. When the time comes that we have the opportunity, I will explain it to you. Captain Roger encountered unforeseen circumstances at Laughtail, otherwise he would not have met his demise, and we would not be witnessing the dawn of the current age of piracy. Confronted with Alan's inquiries, Buggy first expressed his sentiments regarding the events of the past, revealing that they still evoke a sense of deep regret within him. He lamented that the legend of Roger was abruptly halted due to that unforeseen incident. However, the shocking nature of the occurrence has led him to withhold this information from Alan for the time being. Understanding Buggy's reluctance, Alan nodded in comprehension, acknowledging that everyone harbors their own secrets, some of which are profoundly painful. If Buggy chose not to divulge his, Alan could certainly suppress his curiosity and refrain from probing further. Little Red Nose, it seems you are resolute in your decision to venture to Raftel once more. Are you truly prepared? Observing Buggy's demeanor, Eddie recognized that this once timid apprentice had mustered the courage to confront his past, which filled him with a sense of surprise. The past is behind us. We must face the future. Captain Alan possesses the spirit of Captain Roger, and I firmly believe that under his guidance, we can achieve feats that even Roger could not. Reflecting on his time spent with Alan, Buggy spoke with unwavering conviction. The transformation of the once timid Little Red Nose, now matured due to another young companion, elevated Eddie's regard for Alan. Rest assured, no matter what awaits us at Raftel, I am confident that the past will not repeat itself. Witnessing Buggy's faith in himself deeply moved Alan. As being trusted, especially unconditionally by one's comrades, is undoubtedly a source of joy. Since you have decided to return to Raftel, would you mind if I accompanied you? Observing Alan's current demeanor, Eddie found him increasingly agreeable and promptly posed the question. Eddie, do you agree to emerge from retirement and join us on this grand adventure across the seas again? Upon hearing Eddie's words, Buggy's face lit up with joy. He was well aware of Eddie's formidable prowess, one of the absolute powerhouses aboard the Pirate King's ship, whose raw strength surpassed even that of the legendary Rayleigh. Should he choose to rejoin them, there would be no doubt that Alan and his crew would experience a substantial enhancement in their capabilities, making their future journeys considerably easier. Our ship, the Bartai, is always open to you, Elder Eddie. Although Alan was unaware of Eddie's exact strength, he certainly welcomed the prospect of having such a legendary pirate join their ranks. No, I belong to the remnants of a bygone era. Our time has long since passed. This ocean belongs to you fledgling adventurers, Eddie asserted with certainty. I wish to recommend a young lad from our clan. For the quest to Raftel in search of the sealed treasures is our destiny, and I hope you will take him along. Certainly, I am determined to visit Raftel. However, we have yet to decide whether to embrace the life of pirates, so we have not raised the Jolly Roger. Elder Eddie, in light of this, would your protege still wish to join us? Alan voiced his concerns as well. There is no issue. Both the Navy and the pirates are inconsequential. As long as your destination is Laugh-Tale, Eddie asserted with unwavering confidence. As for everything else, you need not worry. That young lad is quite sensible. Over the years, he has acquired some knowledge in both medicine and navigation. Once he becomes your companion, he shall not hinder your progress. With that, Eddie rose to lead Alan and the others to meet the junior he had recommended, and Alan brimmed with curiosity about this soon-to-be companion. Chapter 95. The joining of Toki in a desolate expanse of the land of ice. A pack of colossal snow wolves encircled a young man clad in white fur. Their menacing snarls hinted at an imminent assault on the youth. A gust of frigid wind swept through, scattering snowflakes before the young man's eyes. With an instinctive howl, the snow wolves seized the opportunity to attack. As the snowflakes obscured the youth's vision, several wolves lunged forward, baring their fangs. Meanwhile, others darted from behind, targeting what seemed to be a vulnerable spot on his back. Yet, the young man remained unperturbed. With his eyes closed, he effortlessly pivoted, swinging his arm with great force. The wolves lunging at him were flung aside as if they were mere playthings. In a swift, ghostly blur, he evaded the wolves from behind, taking refuge just beyond their reach. Taking advantage of the moment when the wolves were airborne, the young man executed a series of rapid kicks, sending the beasts flying as if they were mere balls. What incredible speed! Captain, he is even faster than you. Alan and his companions watched in awe as the youth dispatched the snow wolves with such finesse, prompting Akin, who idolized Alan, to express his astonishment. Indeed, he is remarkably swift, yet his movements seem somewhat uncoordinated, Eddie observed. This brother must possess some unique ability, right? Alan reflected on the youth's performance, noting the subtle dissonance in his movements during the assault, leading him to conclude that the young man wielded a special power. You are correct, after all. This lad is the most exceptional awakener of our clan, destined to reach heights I could never attain. Eddie felt a swell of pride as he regarded his talented junior. After triumphantly vanquishing the pack of snow wolves, the young man's subsequent actions left Alan and his companions wide-eyed once more. He approached each injured wolf, examining them closely before producing a gleaming silver needle, which he swiftly inserted into their wounded areas. After emitting a faint call, the snow wolves gradually rose from the ground, shedding their previous injuries as if they had never existed. One by one, they affectionately surrounded the young man, playfully licking him. Ha ha ha, that tickles. All right, enough frolicking for today. The training session concludes here. The youth, encircled by the pack, laughed joyfully. Eddie and the others, observing this stark contrast to the earlier scene of life and death combat, were taken aback. Bucky's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the earlier intensity of their training with the current lightheartedness. These snow wolves are indeed our clan's most loyal companions. Their sparring is merely a means to enhance their prowess, Eddie explained casually. While Bucky marveled at this peculiar training method, Alan's attention was captured by the silver needles the young man employed to heal the wolves. The technique bore an uncanny resemblance to traditional Chinese medicine from Alan's previous life. Could it be that this young man was also a traveler from Earth, transported to the world of pirates? Kid, what do you think of our little prodigy? Eddie inquired, noticing Alan's contemplative silence. Impressive. He truly embodies the elite of your clan, with strength that ranks among the best across these seas, Alan replied earnestly. By the way, Eddie, I'm curious about the needle technique he used for healing. Does it stem from your clan's unique medical practices, or is it a special ability of his? You have a keen eye indeed. You've stumbled upon one of our clan's greatest secrets, Eddie responded, generously divulging. The healing method he utilized is a time-honored skill passed down through our lineage. However, throughout history, Only a mere 10 individuals have mastered it to such perfection. Thus, I assure you, having this lad accompany you will never be a hindrance. Not merely a lack of hindrance. In the days to come, we may find ourselves relying on this young brother's care more than we realize, Alan remarked. By the way, Eddie, what is the name of this exceptional junior? Haha. This little rascal is called Tiki. Come, let me introduce you. Eddie exclaimed, visibly pleased with his junior's commendable reputation as he led the group towards him. Uncle Eddie, you've arrived. Who are these individuals with you? Tiki, startled by the approaching figures, instinctively prepared for battle. Upon recognizing Eddie, he relaxed, greeting him with a broad smile. Little Tiki, this red-nosed fellow is your uncle's companion from his adventures aboard Roger's ship, while these others are his current comrades. Eddie provided a detailed introduction of Alan and his companions. Oh, esteemed seniors, greetings to you all. Upon learning that Alan's group consisted of his uncle's former allies, Teki politely greeted everyone. Now, there's no need for unnecessary formalities, Eddie remarked dismissively, waving his hand as he got straight to the point. Little Teki, I have brought them here to discuss your voyage. My voyage? Teki echoed, realizing the significance of Eddie's words. Indeed. You are undoubtedly aware that the quest for the sealed artifacts is the destiny of our clan. Your current strength has reached a level sufficient to undertake this mission. It is time to set sail. The pursuit of the sealed artifacts would lead them to the ultimate destination of the Grand Line, Raftel. Eddie was the only one from their clan who had ever ventured there, yet he had previously claimed that the timing was not ripe. Teki, acutely aware of the fate that lay upon him, processed this revelation. Indeed, the time is now. Eddie nodded earnestly, pointing to Alan. He shall be your captain henceforth. You will follow him, just as I once followed your Uncle Roger, and together you will reach the end of the Grand Line, fulfilling the mission I could not complete. Captain, I am Teki, a descendant of the Ice Nation. From this day forward, I pledge my loyalty to you and will serve you diligently. Without a moment's hesitation, Teki bowed respectfully to Alan, signifying his willingness to join. Brother Teki, we welcome you warmly. However, you must understand that our journey will not be without its challenges. Alan cautioned. As it stands, we have already offended 3 of the 7 warlords of the sea among the great powers of the Grand Line, Crocodile, Doflamingo, and Moria. Do you still wish to join us? Alan felt a surge of happiness at Teki's desire to join their team, but he deemed it necessary to make him aware of their current predicament before he made his final decision. Now that we are comrades, we will face the world together, regardless of the enmity we may incur. Teki appeared unperturbed by Alan's words and replied with a bold demeanor. Rest assured, my friend, as long as I draw breath, I will ensure your safety. Satisfied with Teki's attitude, Alan earnestly patted him on the shoulder in reassurance. Captain Roger, is this the person you spoke of who will inherit your will? As Eddie gazed at the scene before him, his thoughts were inevitably drawn back to the adventurous days spent with Roger and the others, and his eyes unwittingly became moist. Chapter 96. The birth of the enforcement hall. From now on, you shall face this vast ocean alone. Remember to tread carefully in all matters, to always contemplate your escape routes, and to heed the words of your elder brother, Alan. While bidding farewell to Teki at the port of the Ice Country, Eddie shed his previously cold demeanor, resembling a nagging matron as he incessantly equipped Teki with various supplies for potential encounters, while also imparting cautionary tales about the ocean. Seeing this stern uncle, who had always been so harsh with him, reveal such a gentle side filled Teki with warmth. Having lost his parents at a young age, Teki was raised by his uncle and other clan members, and Eddie had always embodied the role of a strict father figure in his life. Thus, witnessing this rare display of tenderness from his uncle brought him a sense of solace. Bucky, who had the deepest connection with Eddie, sighed thoughtfully. On Roger's ship, Eddie was notorious for his foul temper, yet when faced with challenges, he often took the utmost care of the fledgling apprentices, Bucky and Shanks. Kid, I entrust you with this troublesome boy. If he misbehaves, feel free to discipline him, but do not let him come to harm. After addressing Teki, Eddie turned to Alan, speaking with a tone that bore a hint of command, but was laced with earnest plea. Rest assured, Senior Eddie, Teki is now my comrade. Should anyone wish to harm him, they would have to step over my dead body. Alan replied with unwavering confidence. Thank you, lad. Satisfied with Alan's assurance, Eddie nodded appreciatively, patting Teki on the shoulder. Let us embark together to conquer this ocean. I will explain matters to the clan, so you need not worry. Yes, uncle. How? Do not look back. Follow your elder brother Alan to the pinnacle of this world. As Teki boarded the wavebreaker and set sail, Eddie, accompanied by a throng of snow wolves, bid him farewell. Sensing the prolonged separation, the wolves howled in reluctance, while Eddie watched his departing figure, calling out reminders, oblivious to the fact that his eyes had already grown moist. This journey to the ice country proved fruitful, as Alan and his companions welcomed Teki, a skilled practitioner of medicine and navigation, into their fold. Come, let us raise a toast to the addition of our brother Teki on board the Wavebreaker. In an effort to alleviate the melancholic atmosphere surrounding Teki's departure, Alan proposed a celebratory feast in honor of Teki's joining. Amidst the exchange of delectable dishes and fine wines, the mood lightened considerably. Ho ho ho, it is a rare occasion for such joy. Allow me to sing a song to welcome young Teki into our midst. At this moment, Brooke joyfully rose to serenade the gathering with a rendition of Bink's Sake, instantly elevating the ambience of the feast to its zenith. Once the song concluded, Buggy, caught up in the enthusiasm, turned to Alan and remarked, Captain, it is time we christen our fleet. Even if we do not aspire to be a pirate crew, we ought to have a shared name to bolster our comradeship. Alan surveyed the group, who, despite their brief acquaintance, were already remarkably united. He silently nodded in agreement. Initially, he had merely intended to casually assemble a few companions for an adventure along the Grand Line, and the absence of a name had posed no issue then. However, now that they had begun to take shape, it seemed inappropriate to remain nameless. Why not call ourselves the Celestial Workshop? It conveys both secrecy and grandeur. At this juncture, Dino, who had once served as an agent in the Baroque works, offered his perspective. No, that so-called god of the sky was soundly thrashed by our captain. Besides, Workshop lacks a sense of freedom. I propose we name ourselves the Wild Dragon Fleet. That sounds far more formidable. Before Alan could respond to Dino's suggestion, Akin was the first to voice his dissent and present his own view. Little Jean, your name is quite unsuitable as well. We possess but a single ship. Calling ourselves a fleet sounds absurd. Moreover, creatures like dragons have already been easily dealt with by our captain, so that name is also unfit. Buggy waved his hand dismissively, not favoring Akin's proposal. Furthermore, Wild Dragon Fleet seemed excessively boastful and contradicted Alan's consistent emphasis on a low-profile approach. However, to avoid dampening everyone's spirits, he withheld his reservations. How about I suggest a name? Let us call ourselves the Harmony Society. It has a poetic ring to it. Brooke, with his musical background, chimed in. Brother Alan, what do you think would be a fitting name? The newly joined Teki found the lively discussion amusing, but had no substantial suggestions of his own. Instead, turning to the authoritative Alan for guidance. Hearing Teki's inquiry, all eyes fell upon Alan, for he was the one with the final say. After considerable contemplation, he proposed, I suggest we call ourselves the Enforcement Hall. Regardless of whether we become pirates, navy officers, or adventurers, we shall strive to be enforcers upon these vast seas. After much deliberation, Alan managed to conjure a name that was not overly juvenile. Enforcement Hall. How peculiar, yet undeniably imposing. Akin mused, though he found it strange. He gradually recognized its appeal. Enforcement Hall does possess a certain depth. Captain Alan has indeed chosen an excellent name. Brooke nodded repeatedly, expressing his support for the new name proposed by Alan. Both Dino and the newly joined Teki also voiced their agreement, while only Buggy remained noncommittal. As the others raised their glasses in jubilant celebration, Buggy quietly leaned towards Alan and whispered, Captain, do you not think this name is rather overt? The only true enforcers of the law upon these seas are the world government, and they regard this matter with utmost seriousness. If you choose this name, might they not perceive us as even more perilous than revolutionaries, possibly dispatching heavy forces to suppress us? This could prove detrimental to our journey ahead. Fear not, Buggy. It is merely a name, not as grave as you envision. The emperors of the sea, who dominate the latter half of the Grand Line, have long considered themselves the enforcers of their domains. Besides, if this decaying government intends to suppress us, they must first ascertain whether they possess the strength to do so. Alan was acutely aware of the delicate dynamics of the seas, and he was not overly concerned about inciting the ire of the world government with his chosen name. Seeing Alan's unwavering confidence, Buggy felt his own worries dissipate. After all, he had gradually come to regard Alan as a steadfast anchor, akin to the legendary Roger. If Alan declared it would be fine, then it was undoubtedly so. Thus, the name Enforcement Hall was established amidst the laughter and merriment of the group. From that day forth, as Alan had proclaimed, this team truly became the enforcers of the seas. However, that was a tale for another time. Chapter 97. The assault of Doflamingo following their expedition to the land of ice. Alan's crew welcomed a new member, Techi, an adept in both medicine and navigation, significantly enhancing the overall strength of the enforcement hall. When the day of revelry drew to a close, the next morning, Techi, who had assumed the role of navigator, approached Alan to inquire about their next destination. They currently possessed several eternal pointers, each directing them towards the Sabaody archipelago, Mechanism Island, and a few lesser-known isles. Recalling the brief duration of their journey through the land of ice, and recognizing that their pace had far surpassed that of the Straw Hat Pirates led by Luffy, Alan felt no urgency to visit the Sabaody archipelago to encounter the so-called new generation of pirates from the era of Sin. Captain, how about we head to the Sabaody archipelago? It is colloquially known as the Bubble Islands, situated before the Red Line at the midpoint of the Grand Line. The islands are composed of numerous colossal trees, with their roots forming the ground and bubbles emerging from the earth, quite a delightful spectacle. Dino was the first to share his thoughts on the next destination. What's so amusing about bubbles? We ought to go to Mechanism Island instead. I have heard it is brimming with advanced weaponry from this world. A visit there would allow us to fully upgrade the Wavebreaker, making our future travels considerably easier. Akin waved his hand dismissively. Rather than frolicking in the Sabaody archipelago, he yearned to fortify the strength of his team on the island of the agency. I say, why not go? Just as the crew aboard the Wavebreaker deliberated their next destination, a commanding voice resonated through the air, accompanied by an almost palpable aura of menace. Upon sensing this ominous presence, Alan felt a tremor within. He was no stranger to that voice. It belonged to the uniquely formidable pirate known as Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who navigated both the underworld and the pirate realm with ease. Upon confirming the identity of his adversary, Alan drew his dagger without a moment's hesitation and slashed fiercely towards the source of the voice, unleashing a wave of cutting energy in its direction. The individual emitting that sound in the air was, as Alan had surmised, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Observing Alan, who did not even glance in his direction, Doflamingo unleashed a slash wave, which took him slightly by surprise. However, as a seasoned warlord of the sea, he instinctively reacted to the sudden assault, effortlessly blocking Alan's strike with a swift motion of his hand, summoning a barrier of 5 colored threads. Impressive, this young lad. No wonder he has earned the notorious title of the Pirate Reaper in the East Blue, and he even managed to orchestrate a scheme against me. Indeed, he is not to be underestimated. Doflamingo, feeling the tremor of his own threads from Alan's slash, found his assessment of Alan elevated. Indeed, it was Doflamingo who had arrived. The sudden appearance of Doflamingo in the sky sent a shiver through Buggy and his companions. Aside from the newly joined Brook and Teach, the rest were aware of Alan's machinations against Doflamingo, and being sought out by this harbinger of doom filled them with trepidation. For Doflamingo was far more formidable than Gecko Moria. The Pirate Reaper, this time I shall claim your head. As thoughts raced through Buggy and his crew, Alan and Doflamingo had already engaged in combat midair. Observing Alan's remarkable agility, Doflamingo utilized both hands to conjure an invisible net descending towards Alan. The 4 divine techniques, Flying Dragon in the Sky. Alan, relying on his observation haki, perceived the unseen net approaching with clarity. He swiftly wielded his short blade, summoning a fearsome azure dragon apparition into existence. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Just as Doflamingo's invisible net aimed to ensnare the azure dragon, its clawed appendages forcefully tore it apart, rendering the net ineffective. What manner of creature is this? My strings of invisibility cannot sever him. Doflamingo was acutely aware of the strength of his own strings, which could slice through steel. Yet now, they were thwarted by the claws of Alan's summoned dragon, suggesting an extraordinary resilience akin to steel. Such an exaggeration. Release my brother. At that moment, while Doflamingo was taken aback by the azure dragon, Teach had stealthily approached from behind, delivering a kick to Doflamingo's head. When did this little brat arrive? Doflamingo's mind was flooded with questions. Despite battling Alan, he had been continuously utilizing his observation haki to monitor his surroundings, yet Teach had managed to evade his perception flawlessly. This was truly remarkable. Teach's sudden assault allowed Doflamingo little time to ponder, and before he could comprehend the situation, the kick struck him squarely in the head, sending him plummeting to a nearby island. Boom. Fortunately, I was able to defend myself with my haki, or else that little imp would have shattered my skull. Don Quixote Doflamingo, who had fallen onto the small island, also rubbed his head. Although he instinctively unleashed his armament haki in the final moment of being struck, He was still dazed by the overwhelming force. "Let's go, little Tay," he urged. "All right, big brother." Witnessing Doflamingo being kicked away by Techi, Alan seized the opportunity to strike a fallen foe. He leaped forcefully toward the small island, while Techi, suspended in the air, spread his arms wide, gliding after him. "You are far too arrogant, Super Whip." Doflamingo frowned at Alan and Techi, who were intent on pressing their advantage. He slightly turned his body and swiftly swung one hand outward, releasing dozens of threads that intertwined like a visible pillar, hurtling toward Alan and the others. "Dodge, little Tay." Realizing the devastating power of Doflamingo's attack, Alan dared not confront it head-on. The summoned Azure Dragon's spirit abruptly swished its tail, pushing Techi aside, while the dragon's tail was struck by Doflamingo's assault. With a resounding crash, the once mighty Azure Dragon spirit, capable of easily deflecting Doflamingo's colorless threads, was shattered by this onslaught. As the spirit dissipated, it became evident that Alan's left foot had been grazed by Doflamingo's threads, now bleeding profusely, staining half of his trousers crimson. "Hee, little imp. Do you now understand who wields true power? Allow me to claim your head today." Doflamingo chuckled gleefully at the injured Alan, gathering his strength for a fatal blow. "You shall not harm my brother." Just as Doflamingo prepared to launch his next attack, Techi had somehow dashed behind him, delivering a full-force kick to his unguarded back. Bang! However, this unexpected ambush failed to injure Doflamingo. Techi's powerful kick struck an invisible net behind him instead, and rather than breaking through, he was jolted back by the sharp recoil, causing pain in his feet. Little imp, your stealthy approach was impressive, managing to evade my observation hockey. But do you truly believe I would leave myself defenseless against such tactics?" Doflamingo sneered, turning to face the somewhat disheveled Techi. "Damn it, as my uncle warned. The denizens of this world are far more formidable than the snow wolves." Facing Doflamingo's devilish grin, Techi felt a surge of fear, momentarily forgetting to retreat and create distance. "Little imp, it is now your turn to repay the favor." String shot. Observing the terrified Tiki, Doflamingo showed no mercy. He raised his hands towards Tiki, releasing several strands of thread from his fingertips, akin to bullets propelled by immense pressure, hurtling towards Tiki. With a series of muffled thuds, a dark figure dashed in front of Tiki, intercepting Doflamingo's attack. "Brother Alan, as long as I draw breath, you shall not harm my brother." Chapter 98. The terrifying power of the seven warlords. Startled by Doflamingo, Tiki had no time to evade the incoming threats. Little T. Witnessing Tiki's imminent peril, Alan disregarded the pain in his injured left foot and rushed forward, shielding Tiki from Doflamingo's assault. "Brother Alan." Seeing Alan protect him, Tiki's eyes brimmed with tears. "As long as I live, you shall not harm my brother." Alan, his eyes ablaze with fury, fixed his gaze on Doflamingo. Recalling the promise he had made to Eddie not long ago, he would not allow anyone to harm his comrades. Is that so? Then let me send you to your demise." Unfazed by Alan's menacing glare, Doflamingo waved his hand, summoning 5 razor-sharp threads that descended from above, intent on skewering Alan. Just as Alan was about to be struck, Buggy, utilizing the abilities of the Chop fruit, extended his hands to grasp Alan's body, yanking him away just in time to narrowly escape Doflamingo's onslaught. The infamous East Blue pirate, Buggy the Clown, ironically found himself allied with this notorious harvester of souls from the East Blue. Doflamingo's face contorted with disdain upon recognizing Buggy, but before he could move, he discovered that his feet had been ensnared. "Umph, you think you can harm our captain that easily?" At that moment, Dino appeared behind Doflamingo, releasing a copious amount of waxy fluid onto the ground, which solidified instantly, trapping Doflamingo in place. "Prepare yourself, Crescent Moon Duet." As Doflamingo became ensnared, Akin and Brooke descended from above, one wielding a hammer and the other a sword, simultaneously striking Doflamingo's chest, inflicting both blunt and slashing damage. An intriguing technique. Your team's coordination is impressive, managing to wound me." Despite the barrage of attacks, Doflamingo appeared relatively unscathed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression still radiating smugness. "How infuriating. Let us see if you can still laugh once I ensnare you." Seeing how resilient Doflamingo was, Dinua couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Yet, with both hands pressed against the ground, he unleashed a greater volume of wax liquid, preparing to encase Doflamingo entirely in a wax figure. "Naive. Do you truly believe you can confine me?" Doflamingo scoffed. nonchalantly waving his hands to shatter the wax that bound him with an abundance of threads. Before the new wave of wax could engulf him, he swiftly darted to Di Nuaw's side. Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of binding power. Without affording Di Nuaw a moment to react, Doflamingo unleashed a myriad of threads, ensnaring Di Nuaw firmly before hoisting him into the air. Perish! As Di Nuaw was flung upward, Doflamingo showed no hesitation, sending several threads skyward to pierce him through. After being penetrated by Doflamingo's threads, Di Nuaw felt his strength rapidly depleting. However, bolstered by the rigorous training from Alan, his willpower had significantly strengthened. Even in such a grievously injured state, he released a torrent of wax liquid along the threads in a counterattack toward Doflamingo. Intrigued by Di Nuaw's tenacity under duress, Doflamingo's eyes flickered with a hint of admiration, prompting him to retract his attacking threads. Release Di Nuaw. At that moment, Brooke charged from another direction, his sword flashing as he unleashed a series of strikes aimed at Doflamingo's vital points. It was evident that Doflamingo's actions had ignited a murderous intent within Brooke. Merely a show for the masses. Doflamingo, unfazed by Brooke's fervent assault, deftly released several threads to ensnare Brooke's blade. Then, channeling his armament hockey into his foot, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the skeletal Brooke flying through the air. Ouch! My bones are shattered. I feel as if I'm on the brink of death. Oh wait, I am already dead. After being struck with such force by Doflamingo, several of Brooke's bones fractured, leaving him incapacitated on the ground, devoid of any strength to resist. Curse you, perish! Witnessing Doflamingo's relentless assault on both Di Nuaw and Brooke, Ajin erupted in fury, wielding his iron hammer to strike fiercely at Doflamingo. Sizzle! In the face of Ajin's powerful blow, Doflamingo unleashed a torrent of threats, deflecting the impact of the hammer amidst a shower of sparks. Is that all you've got? Doflamingo remarked disdainfully, his expression one of scorn as Ajin's full-force strike failed to reach him. Curse you, take this. As Akin witnessed his full-force strike effortlessly thwarted by Doflamingo's threads, a surge of fury engulfed him. He cast aside his hammer and, with unbridled rage, launched a ferocious punch aimed directly at Doflamingo's arrogant visage. Bang! Doflamingo, taken aback by Akin's reckless abandonment of his weapon, found himself unprepared and was struck squarely in the face, staggering back several steps. What an intriguing fellow, Doflamingo mused, rubbing his injured cheek. With a surge of resolve, he infused his hands with a substantial amount of armament hockey, choosing to engage Akin in a brawl. Come on. Who's afraid of whom? Seeing Doflamingo's willingness to engage in close combat, Akin shouted defiantly, charging forward without a hint of trepidation. However, just as he prepared to unleash his full power, he discovered his hands ensnared by an unexpected barrage of threats. Thud, thud, thud. Seizing the opportunity while Akin was entangled, Doflamingo unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike landing solidly on Akin's body. Hee, are you beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation, little brat? How despicable. You naive child, there's no such thing as fair play in this world. Victory justifies all means. As long as one triumphs, everything is permissible. Doflamingo scoffed at Akin, who, despite resembling a battered mess, continued to hurl insults in defiance. Well then, being beaten to a pulp by my hands is a rare privilege. Feel honored. Doflamingo taunted, tugging at Akin's hair with a maniacal grin, relishing the torment of such a staunch adversary. Suddenly, a formidable wave of slicing energy cleaved through the air, interrupting Doflamingo's assault. Upon releasing Akin, Alan, like a specter, caught Akin's falling form. Rest well, Akin, you performed admirably. Alan gently set Akin down. But upon witnessing the extent of Akin's injuries inflicted by Doflamingo, an unprecedented rage ignited within him. His body trembled with barely contained fury. Familiar to those who knew him as the precursor to his explosive wrath, a true battle was on the horizon. Chapter 99, Awakening of the Devil Fruit Ability Catching Akin. Who was gravely injured by Doflamingo, Alan's anger surged to unprecedented heights. Struggling to contain his fury, he bellowed, Buggy, little Tay, take them back to the ship for medical attention. Brother, what about you? I intend to make Doflamingo pay dearly. You really are audacious, little brat. Just after staunching your own blood, have you forgotten how painful your wounds are? Doflamingo replied with a disdainful laugh, as he observed Alan, still smeared with blood, vow vengeance against him. Swish. Without excessive explanation, Alan hurled the dagger in his hand at the arrogant Doflamingo. Have you lost your mind? Doflamingo wondered, perplexed by Alan's sudden act of discarding his weapon. However, years of combat instinct prompted him to swiftly capture the dagger with his threads. Just as he was about to mock Alan for his foolishness, Alan darted toward him with a ghostly speed. Without delay, he seized Doflamingo's head and yanked it downwards while delivering a powerful knee strike. To Doflamingo's astonishment, he was struck in the face by Alan's knee, causing blood to gush from his nose. Curse it! Infuriated by the blood streaming from his nose, Doflamingo infused his arm with haki and aimed a fierce blow at Alan's head, believing that shattering Alan's skull would quell his anger. The clash of their powerful haki resonated with a sharp, low hum, causing even the crew aboard the Thousand Sunny to feel a pang in their eardrums. Is everything all right, brother? That bastard is incredibly strong. After the deafening noise subsided, Frankie turned to Alan, who was locked in a fierce battle with Doflamingo, his concern evident. Rest assured, that scoundrel Doflamingo is no match for our captain if he can't suppress him from the outset. Our captain is a god of war who grows stronger with each battle. Bucking with confidence, he observed Alan holding his own against Doflamingo. He understood all too well the terrifying capabilities of their captain. His stamina, recovery, and combat enhancement were unfathomable to ordinary beings. If one merely matched him blow for blow at the beginning, it was unquestionable that they would eventually be overwhelmed by Alan's extraordinary physique. How can he continue to grow stronger? Truly a freak. Doflamingo, engaged in the battle with Alan, experienced firsthand the truth of Bucking's statement. He observed a significant increase in Alan's strength throughout the fight. Initially, his punches could make Alan's body tremble slightly, but soon it seemed as though Alan was impervious to pain, unaffected by Doflamingo's blows. Moreover, Alan's punches became increasingly powerful. What he could initially withstand with haki protection now inflicted excruciating pain with every strike. Curse it! How is this brat's strength still increasing? Is there no limit? Struck once again by Alan, Doflamingo felt a surge of pain that nearly brought him to tears. In response, he unleashed a powerful kick towards Alan, momentarily creating some distance between them. I admit you are formidable, little brat. If this continues, I might very well be defeated. Doflamingo exhaled, gazing at Alan, who remained in peak condition, and sincerely praised him. Even if you concede now, I will ensure you pay for the harm you inflicted upon my comrades. Alan's voice was icy, devoid of any inclination to relent. Concede? Ha! You truly overestimate yourself, little brat. My intention is merely to demonstrate the true strength that exists in this world. Doflamingo scoffed, spreading his arms wide. To combat Alan, this seemingly tireless little monster, he prepared to unleash the full potential of his awakened devil fruit powers. The awakening of a devil fruit signifies a higher tier of ability in this world of pirates. Only a select few superiors can grasp this level. Typically, awakening grants powers that far exceed those of the original fruit, especially for paramecia-type devil fruits, which can influence objects beyond the user. At that moment, as Doflamingo awakened his devil fruit powers, everything around him transformed into threads centered around him. Ha ha ha, little brat. You are the first to witness me wielding such power. Go forth with pride to the next world as a pirate reaper, Doflamingo declared, a smug expression on his face as he looked at Alan. The awakening of his devil fruit power, indeed, posed a formidable challenge. Witnessing this extraordinary sight, Alan inhaled sharply. Acutely aware of how powerful an awakened Doflamingo was, an opponent he could not possibly contend with at his current strength. Die, white line of chaos. Doflamingo did not permit Alan a moment to devise a strategy. After awakening his powers, he swiftly waved his hand, causing a multitude of threads to spring forth at Alan's feet. Thousands of white threads surged towards him like crashing waves, intent on completely engulfing him. Desperate, Alan recognized that even in peak form, he could not withstand such a terrifying assault. He propelled himself upward with force, his body moving as if employing the moonwalk technique, swiftly ascending into the air to evade the oncoming onslaught. Buggy, little T, utilize the weapons aboard the wavebreaker and bombard this island with all your might. While soaring high, Alan turned to shout at Buggy and the others aboard the wavebreaker. He had resolved that relying solely on himself would not suffice to harm the awakened Doflamingo. Only by harnessing the powerful firepower of the wavebreaker might he find a glimmer of hope. Let us go, little T. Upon hearing Alan's arrangement, Buggy instantly grasped his intentions and promptly dragged Titch to the weapon control room of the Seabreaker. However, Titch still felt a twinge of concern. Won't this harm Big Brother? Trust your brother, he will be fine. All right. Meanwhile, as Alan instructed Buggy and the others to utilize the Seabreaker for their assault, Don Quixote da Flamingo, having overheard the command, quickly deduced Alan's strategy. With a sardonic smile, he leaped into the air, exclaiming, "You foolish child. Thinking your comrades can assist you with a battleship is a naive notion." As soon as he finished speaking, Doflamingo soared towards Alan, believing that maintaining proximity would instill fear in Buggy and the others, rendering them hesitant to support Alan with the Sea Breaker. Once he had decisively defeated Alan, he would then turn his attention to sinking the Sea Breaker. Do not fire. Yet, everything unfolded contrary to Doflamingo's expectations. After barely deflecting the aerial assault aimed at him, Alan audibly commanded Buggy and the others, "Fire." Upon receiving the order, Buggy hesitated not a moment. With a thunderous boom, the Sea Breaker unleashed a powerful air cannon directed at Doflamingo and Alan. Boom. How audacious. Doflamingo, upon hearing the resounding explosion behind him, immediately realized that Buggy and his crew had commenced their attack. He had no choice but to disregard Alan and focus entirely on countering this formidable air cannon. With an ear-splitting echo, the Sea Breaker's mighty air cannon was surprisingly intercepted by a multitude of threads. "Huh, you little brat, your battleship possesses considerable offensive power, but it cannot penetrate my shield of threads." Doflamingo summoned a vast array of threads to form two shields, entirely blocking the air cannon fired from the Sea Breaker. This fellow is indeed a monster. The air cannon from the Sea Breaker surpasses the firepower of standard naval artillery by several folds. Yet it could not breach his thread defenses. This is utterly astonishing. Upon witnessing the formidable defensive capabilities of Doflamingo following his awakening, Alan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He began to grasp the vast chasm separating him from the world's elite fighters, realizing that his current strength was utterly insufficient to contend with such power. Nevertheless, he mused, this ship is a menace and must be eliminated. Despite successfully utilizing his awakened powers to deflect an attack from the Thousand Sunny, Doflamingo gained a newfound appreciation for the destructive potential of the ship's air cannon. He contemplated that had it not been for his awakened abilities, a direct hit from such a cannon would have resulted in severe injury or even death. With this in mind, he altered his strategy, prioritizing the dismantling of the more potent Thousand Sunny before attending to the bothersome Alan. "Buggy, Mr. 3, you must leave at once." "This is an order," Alan commanded, his heart racing as he witnessed Doflamingo preparing to strike the Thousand Sunny. Regardless of his own ability to withstand Doflamingo's awakened powers, he propelled himself forward, determined to confront the threat. "Foolish choice, you seek your own demise." White line of the wild waves. Doflamingo scoffed at Alan's reckless advance, summoning thousands of threads that surged toward him like a tidal wave. "Captain, brother!" Buggy and Mr. 3 exclaimed in panic, witnessing Alan's desperate attempt to hold off Doflamingo to secure their escape. "Flee, follow my orders." As the white waves threatened to engulf him, Alan continued to urge Buggy and Mr. 3 to retreat. However, before he could finish his command, he was completely consumed by Doflamingo's white line of the wild waves. "Captain, brother, no?" The sound of explosions erupted as Buggy and Mr. 3, frenzied by Alan's fate, disregarded his orders and unleashed the full arsenal of the Thousand Sunny. In a cacophony of chaos, the waves crashed violently, as if the very island itself were on the brink of obliteration. As the thunderous barrage subsided, the island remained unscathed beneath the protective veil of white threads. "You foolish fools have squandered your last chance for escape offered by this little brat. Prepare to embrace your demise. Rest assured, I shall reunite you in another realm," Doflamingo declared, dispersing the shield of white threads with a contemptuous smirk directed at Buggy and Mr. 3. "Do not harm them. You have yet to defeat me." At that moment, having been swallowed by the white line, Alan struggled to rise from the ground, his battered form addressing Doflamingo high above. "Do not fret. The life you salvaged by mere fortune shall soon be reclaimed," Doflamingo responded ominously. Observing the bloodied figure of Alan, Doflamingo expressed his disdain, fully aware that the earlier engulfing by the ardent wave had destined Alan for demise at his hands. However, due to the frenzied assault of the Mistral, he had temporarily retracted his powers to defend, sparing Alan from a fatal blow. Even so, Alan's inability to retaliate showcased an extraordinary willpower that allowed him to stand despite his dire state. "Ha ha, little flamingo, what mischief are you up to now?" Just as Doflamingo prepared to unleash his final assault on Alan and his companions, a boisterous voice resonated from afar. Two uniquely designed warships emerged upon the horizon of the sea. "Ah, how unfortunate. These two harbingers of doom have arrived. Upon sighting the warships, Doflamingo's previously arrogant demeanor shifted dramatically. He abandoned his intent to strike Alan's group, hastily employing the powers of his string fruit to make a swift escape into the skies. The reason behind Doflamingo's transformation into a cornered beast lay in the unexpected arrival of those two warships, commanded by two legendary figures of the Navy. One was the former Admiral ZF, known for his previous thorough lesson to Doflamingo and for nurturing a plethora of naval elites. The other was the legendary female Navy officer, now the Vice Admiral, spew, who had relentlessly pursued Doflamingo. The two legendary naval officers are formidable enough to make even Don Quixote Doflamingo flee in defeat. With both of them appearing simultaneously, Doflamingo had no choice but to retreat. Watching Doflamingo escape, Alan, who was barely standing due to his extraordinary willpower, let out a sigh of relief. Yet, as soon as he relaxed, the exhaustion he had long been pushing through overwhelmed him, and he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to a deep slumber as his body entered a phase of self-repair. Captain, brother. Upon witnessing Alan's fall, Buggy and Tetchy, piloting the Waveraker, were too preoccupied with saving Alan to concern themselves with the approaching naval warship. It was astonishing that Doflamingo had awakened his devil fruit powers. This pirate reaper seemed to have grown considerably stronger. On the warship, Vice Admiral spew, having observed the myriad of white threads that had emerged on the small island, remarked that she distinctly remembered how, in the past, whenever she pursued Doflamingo, he would become an elusive target upon awakening his powers. Alan's strength was undoubtedly formidable to have induced such a transformation in Doflamingo. This lad is indeed a rapidly growing tiger. Fortunately, we arrived before he fully matured. Otherwise, should he become our adversary, we old bones would be no match for him. Zifa, who had long desired to recruit Alan, wore an even broader smile at the thought of Alan's increased prowess. Chapter 101. The olive branch of the Navy boss. Captain, brother. In his unconscious state, Alan vaguely heard anxious calls. As he gradually regained consciousness, he mused whether these youngsters were resorting to their usual boisterous methods to rouse him from his stupor. However, feeling no pain and subconsciously reassured by the presence of Tetchy, the new ship's doctor, he believed he would not endure the same torment as before. Lost in such thoughts, the already exhausted Alan soon drifted back into dreams, his body once again entering the self-repair phase. Meanwhile, as Alan returned to slumber to recuperate, Buggy and his companions were in a state of great anxiety. Among them, the impatient Akin turned to Tetchy and asked, "Hey, Tetchy, didn't you say the captain was fine? Why hasn't he woken up yet?" "I don't know. His pulse and breathing are perfectly normal, and I have treated all his wounds, yet he's simply one to awaken," Tetchy replied, his face filled with worry. As a professional doctor, he understood the distinctions between sleep and unconsciousness, yet Alan appeared to be in a normal sleep state, making the inability to rouse him all the more distressing. "Don't worry, little one. Your brother is likely just exhausted and has entered a protective sleep state for his body." At this moment, the legendary Vice Admiral Crane earnestly remarked, reflecting on her extensive combat experience, during which she encountered numerous exceptionally gifted individuals, all sharing a fascinating commonality. In times of severe physical weakness, they would enter a state of self-regulation, which outwardly resembled sleep. Yet upon awakening, they would remarkably restore their bodily injuries to the greatest extent possible. The concept of bodily self-repair, once merely a notion found in books, had now revealed itself to be true. Never had she witnessed such a phenomenon until now, with her elder brother. Tetchy, glancing at the seemingly benevolent Vice Admiral Crane, instinctively chose to believe her. "Now, while this little rascal is in a state of unconsciousness, I must inquire what you intend to do," Zephyr said, stepping forward after Crane had finished explaining. The legendary Admiral Zephyr, "What do you mean by that?" Bucky, seasoned by years as a pirate, regarded Zephyr with caution, well aware of the storied reputation of this naval officer. The East Blue pirate, clowned Bucky, once a trainee crew member of the pirate King Roger. "I never expected to see you here, serving as a subordinate to a fledgling pirate. How extraordinary." Zephyr observed the young man, having previously crossed paths with him aboard Roger's ship, and inquired earnestly, "My meaning is quite straightforward. You and your two fellow pirates, who once roamed the seas as outlaws, now follow this pirate reaper. What is your intention? Do you no longer wish to be pirates? Or are you merely compelled by this boy's overwhelming pressure? If fear is your only motivator, this boy is currently incapacitated. You could easily take your leave, and I have no interest in pursuing you. Humph. Do not attempt to sow discord. We, along with our elder brother, are family. We cannot be swayed by your words to abandon him. Techi, with his innocent disposition, misinterpreted Zephyr's intentions as an attempt to incite Bucky and the others to depart, and thus spoke up before they could respond. Oh, so you do not intend to continue as pirates then? Zephyr, surprised by Techi's response and the visible changes in Bucky and the others' expressions, realized that the young boy, Alan, had truly managed to unite this band of miscreants through sheer charisma, positioning them against the pirates, an utterly remarkable feat as long as we can follow our elder brother. It matters not whether we are pirates or not. Little Techi, please refrain from speaking for now. Before Techi could finish his words, Buggy interrupted him, turning his gaze towards Zifa. What are you asking this for? This is our own affair. Zifa, having confirmed in his heart that this group, under Alan's influence, no longer felt the need to be pirates, felt quite satisfied. He turned to Crane and subtly gestured. He understood that the subsequent words would be more fitting coming from the seemingly benevolent Crane. Noticing Zifa's expression, Crane stepped forward with a tacit understanding. Her voice softened as she spoke. You mischievous little rascals. Have you ever contemplated the perilous predicament you currently find yourselves in? Perilous predicament? Granny, what do you mean? Techi, who found Crane's natural affinity endearing and was unaware of her background, felt a spontaneous fondness for her and thus paid close attention to her words. Granny, it's the first time someone has called me that. This little rascal is quite amusing, Crane replied with a hint of a smile, then looked at Techi, who was not yet a pirate, and explained, Little one, your brother Alan bears the title of Pirate Harvester. Are you aware of this? Yes. I've heard my brothers mention it before, but what is the issue? Foolish child. Your brother has gained renown across the Grand Line for ridding the East Blue and Magic Valley town of pirates. While he is indeed formidable, you are far too outnumbered, which naturally invites other pirate factions to eliminate you. A typical example is Don Quixote Doflamingo. Moreover, Doflamingo is merely one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Only a silver medalist among the pirates of this ocean. There are many stronger than him. To prevent you, the pirate harvesters, from fully maturing, they will stop at nothing to eradicate you. Do you now comprehend your situation? Upon hearing Crane's detailed explanation, Techi's expression shifted as he turned to Buggy and the others. Brother Buggy, is what this lady said true? Buggy, unwilling to deceive his companions, could only nod in resignation. Should we return to the ice country to train for a while? This time we were fortunate that the villain fled. But next time we might encounter him or an even stronger foe, and we could very well be annihilated. Considering Doflamingo's immense power, Techi felt a pang of insecurity and immediately voiced his suggestion, for he believed that in the ice country, with Uncle Eddie and his kin around, there was little to fear from formidable adversaries. Child, there is no need to worry so much. Granny has a method to help you navigate this crisis. What method? Join the Navy. Chapter 102. Alan's decision. What a refreshing slumber. Upon regaining consciousness from a profound stupor, Alan exhaled deeply, feeling an unprecedented sense of well-being, and promptly opened his eyes. Why are you all looking at me with such expressions? Am I not awake? Does my waking not bring you joy? Observing the somber visages of his companions, including Bucky, Alan found their demeanor rather perplexing. He mused internally that it was unlikely this group of rascals would be so disheartened by his revival. Bucky, my dear brother, they are not discontented with your awakening. Rather, it is another piece of news that has left them in a quandary, remarked Techi, who approached Alan with a seriousness that belied his usual demeanor, even employing the newly acquired term quandary. A quandary. But what could be the cause of such distress? Right? What happened to Doflamingo? How was he vanquished after my awakening? As he beheld the expressions of Bucky and the others, Alan recalled that prior to his unconsciousness, he had been engaged in battle with the awakened Doflamingo. How did the situation transform so drastically? A multitude of questions surged within him. Brother, the situation unfolded thus. Upon receiving a message from Crane urging them to abandon their pirate identities and join the Navy, Bucky and the others were engulfed in despair, pondering the imminent dissolution of their newly formed team. Only Techi, who was less attached to the pirate identity, remained relatively composed and elucidated the circumstances to Alan. And what are your thoughts on this matter? After listening to Techi's account, Alan grasped the source of the collective disquiet, yet he refrained from expressing his opinion immediately. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the others with an inquisitive gaze. Captain, upon hearing Alan's inquiry, Bucky and the others opened their mouths. Yet the words about siding with the Navy lingered on their tongues before being swallowed back. Their rational minds informed them that the current situation was indeed dire. They could not allow their personal preferences to obstruct their comrades' paths to survival. As for companions like Akin, Dino, and Brooke, who hailed from pirate backgrounds, their sentiments echoed Bucky's. Although they trusted Alan, they could overlook not being pirates, yet the notion of joining the Navy, once their adversary, was utterly unacceptable to them. Noticing the silence among his comrades, Alan surmised much of their thoughts. He chose not to rush into articulating his perspective, but instead turned to the calmest among them, Techi. Techi, why don't you share your thoughts first? My brother, I believe the current circumstances are indeed grave. Should we choose not to join the Navy, the formidable foes that await us will undoubtedly seek to trouble us one by one, and given our present capabilities, we may find ourselves ill-equipped to confront them. If everyone is averse to joining the Navy, I propose we return to the land of ice. There, we could undergo rigorous training for a time. And once our team's strength has undergone a substantial enhancement, we might then venture forth to conquer the Grand Line. Teki pondered for a moment before speaking earnestly. He initially intended to convey that joining the Navy under duress was not inherently negative, but upon witnessing the somber expressions of Buggy and the others, he swallowed those words. Little T was indeed correct. Enhancing our overall strength is of paramount importance at this juncture. However, I am not particularly in favor of returning to the Ice Kingdom for training, as refusing the Navy's invitation would undoubtedly lead the world government to categorize us as a threat. In such a scenario, not only would formidable pirates pursue us, but the world government would also launch an assault. Even hiding in the Ice Kingdom would not guarantee safety and would disturb its tranquility. Following Teki's words, Alan analyzed the current situation. Does this mean we have no choice but to join the Navy, Captain? To be honest, I would rather perish than become a hypocritical Navy officer. Upon hearing Alan's analysis, Buggy and the others felt equally disheartened. The prospect of becoming part of the Navy, after having relished the freedom of being pirates, prompted them to voice their opinions. Understanding the disdain Buggy and his crew harbored towards the Navy, after all, even the Shichibukai, who merely sought greater freedom, were derided as lackeys of the government, Alan spoke earnestly. Rest assured, Buggy, you are my comrades, and I will fully respect your choices. I will not compel you to undertake what you do not wish to do. Thank you, Captain. Upon hearing Alan's assurance, Buggy and the others breathed a tentative sigh of relief. However, they quickly regained their composure, their voices instinctively rising a few notches. Captain, you don't mean to disband us and go off to join the Navy alone, do you? Upon hearing Buggy's words, Akin and the others immediately turned anxious gazes towards Alan. In the brief time they had spent together, they had already come to regard Alan as their steadfast anchor. If he were to disband the crew to join the Navy, it would feel as though the sky had fallen for them. That is not quite right. Observing their anxious expressions, Alan decided to be straightforward about his intentions. I plan to temporarily accept Zifa's suggestion, but I will not disband the crew. For you are my partners. I will not force you into roles you do not desire, nor abandon you. But Captain, accepting Zifa's suggestion means joining the Navy. Doesn't he it? Buggy pressed anxiously. It's not as you think. Although Zifa is a legendary admiral, he has since resigned from his position and is leading a group of newcomers to establish a pirate guerrilla force, which offers significantly greater freedom than the ordinary Navy and often disregards the commands of the world government. Alan earnestly explained Zifa's distinct role, and to avoid shocking his companions, he refrained from mentioning that Zifa would eventually separate from the Navy to create an entirely new naval force. Yet, at the core, he is still a Navy officer. Serving under him would still entail following the world government's orders and becoming their pawn. Bucky, still filled with discontent, expressed his inherent aversion to the Navy, naturally reluctant to see his captain become a part of it. Rest assured, Bucky, Alan replied, I merely intend to procure some desired items from the Navy. I shall not genuinely join their ranks. I assure you, within 3 months, we shall reconvene at Sabeti Archipelago and embark anew on our grand adventure across the Grand Line. In light of the current circumstances, Alan realized he had unwittingly become the nemesis of many across these waters, yet his strength was far from sufficient to dominate them. Thus, he resolved to heed Zephyr's counsel, aiming to establish rapport with the legendary Navy while also slowing his pace to ensure a smoother journey ahead. Very well, Captain. What shall we occupy ourselves with during these 3 months? Upon hearing Alan's firm declaration, Bucky and the others found it difficult to continue their descent. though they felt a sense of uncertainty regarding the upcoming 3 months. "Captain, you're leaving. What shall we do in your absence?" Bucky, once a captain himself, posed this question, prompting a resigned smile from Alan. "These 3 months are not for aimless wandering. There are tasks at hand." "Tasks? What kind of tasks?" Bucky and the others perked up at the prospect of having assignments from Alan, as the thought of idling away the time without him was daunting. If Alan were to assign them tasks, it would undoubtedly alleviate their concerns. "The objective is to grow stronger. Our separation for these 3 months is to ensure a more seamless journey in the grand line ahead. Thus, enhancing our strength must become our paramount mission." "But how can we become stronger without you leading us?" they questioned. "That is a matter for you to determine yourselves. Recognize your shortcomings. Only then can you truly grow stronger." Alan placed no stringent demands on how Bucky and the others should enhance their skills during these 3 months, fully aware that his companions were seasoned veterans. They understood the path they needed to tread. It was simply that they had become overly reliant on him. This period of independence could prove beneficial. "All right, it is settled then. Allow me to impart a poetic phrase: mountains and rivers shall meet again. We shall reunite at Sabaody Archipelago in 3 months. Time, 1 month later. Location, the Windless Zone, renowned for its sea king nests." Suddenly, a colossal sea serpent, measuring an impressive 40 to 50 meters, emerged from the depths, lunging towards a small speedboat carrying only 2 individuals. Just as the monstrous creature was about to strike the vessel, a shadow leapt into the air, unleashing a formidable slicing wave that sent the gigantic serpent plummeting back into the ocean. "Brother, could you possibly defeat the Sea King a bit farther from the boat? If you keep creating waves like those, our little craft will surely capsize, and we'll have no choice but to swim back to base." A somewhat shorter figure on the boat expressed their exasperation towards the immense waves stirred by the sea serpent, directing their complaint at the one who had executed the slicing wave. "Swimming back could be a form of exercise, you know. Haven't you noticed that your swimming speed has significantly improved over this past month? You're nearly keeping pace with flying fish." The 2 figures engaged in a spirited exchange aboard the small boat were none other than Alan and Teki, who had recently accepted Zifa's invitation and temporarily become his soldiers. Initially, Alan had intended to heed the Navy's counsel and train under Zifa alone. However, Teki, having just emerged from the icy realm with nowhere else to go, was loath to part ways with Alan and insisted on accompanying him to Zifa's ranks for training. It must be said that their decision to join Zifa was indeed sagacious. In the brief span of a month, both had experienced a remarkable enhancement in their abilities, mastering the Navy's 6 styles, a feat typically reserved for elite sailors after years of rigorous training. "Teki, ahead there are 2 sea kings approaching our small boat. If you wish to avoid capsizing, you must devise a plan swiftly," Alan exclaimed. "2. Brother, what can we possibly do?" Teki responded, his voice laced with concern. "The plan is simple," Alan declared, grasping Teki's clothing and forcefully propelling him toward the looming sea kings. "You shall go into the water and deal with them." "Wait, brother, are you throwing me into this?" Teki protested. Chapter 104. The terrifying sea kings in the doldrums, as they beheld the sudden emergence of 2 massive sea kings in the distance. Alan did not even bother to issue a warning. Instead, he seized Teki's attire and hurled him toward the approaching creatures. "Brother, how could you betray me like this?" Teki exclaimed, bewildered at being treated as a weapon to confront the Sea Kings. Were it not for the fact that this act was orchestrated by his most revered Alan, he would have certainly unleashed a torrent of curses. With a resounding splash, one of the Sea Kings, resembling a giant frog, leaped from the water, its massive jaws agape, prepared to devour the unexpected morsel that had been flung toward it. As the colossal frogfish opened its mouth, its elongated tongue shot forth like a cannonball launched from a battleship, cutting through the air towards Teki. "Repulsive creature, stay away from me." Teki felt an instinctive revulsion as he watched the slimy tongue hurtling towards him. With a powerful kick, he executed the moonwalk technique from the Navy's 6, swiftly altering his position to evade the nauseating strike. The giant frog was bemused that this insignificant, fly-like human had managed to dodge its attack. However, it had no time to retract its outstretched tongue before witnessing Teki leap into the air, aiming a kick directly at it. "Storm leg, sever." Teki's kick was delivered with no restraint, unleashing his maximum strength in a terrifying slash that tore through the surface of the sea, cleaving the frog's tongue in 2. With a cry, the giant frog's blood spilled into the water, which incited another massive sea creature, originally swimming towards the small boat, to abruptly turn and bite down on its companion. As it erupted from the water, Alan and Teki were able to discern its true form, a super shark, twice the size of the giant frog. With a thunderous gulp, the shark devoured the giant frog effortlessly. The creature struggled briefly, kicking its legs in vain before succumbing, its blood staining the vast expanse of the ocean. At this moment, Teki utilized the moonwalk once more to return to the small boat. Gazing at the formidable super shark, he gasped, "Brother, we should quietly retreat. This shark's size is overwhelming. Even the two of us would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with. Indeed, let us withdraw slowly." Without alarming it, Alan concurred, assessing the precarious situation. The shark's immense size posed a significant threat, especially given that in water, he would need to hold his breath to engage in battle, and the sea's constraints would diminish his strength to less than half. Facing such a colossal beast under these conditions was undeniably perilous. Once they reached a consensus, the two maneuvered the small boat, gradually retreating. The shark, having just consumed the giant frog, should have felt satiated, yet the intoxicating scent of blood heightened its excitement. Spotting the slowly retreating boat in the distance, it was as if the creature had spotted a delectable dessert after its meal. With a powerful flick of its tail, the shark propelled itself through the water, creating a surge of waves as it surged towards the small boat. Chapter 105. A grueling battle with the giant shark with a sharp splash. A massive shark surged toward the small boat occupied by Alan and Teki. "Get out of the way." Faced with the enormous predator barreling toward them, Alan quickly concluded the imminent danger and shouted as he and Teki leapt in opposite directions. Crash! The previously well-guarded boat, which Teki had meticulously protected, was abruptly sliced in half by the shark's dorsal fin, sinking into the depths without any resistance. "Damn it, my supplies. I'll have to swim back to the base." Teki seethed with anger at the sight, furious at the prospect of returning to the base by swimming. Finger gun, claw of the essence. He concentrated his armed hockey and all his strength into his palm, simultaneously employing the finger gun technique from the Marine 6 styles, enhancing it into his own unique skill. His 5 fingers, imbued with a powerful slicing wind, hurtled toward the massive shark beneath the surface. Boom! The ferocious strike created a gaping void in the surrounding waters, as if struck by a meteor, and the shark was pierced through its back by Techi's claw. With a roar, Teki plunged his entire arm into the shark's body, seizing a fishbone within and exerting further force, accompanied by a spray of blood as he yanked a pristine white bone from the shark's insides. Smack! The hit enraged the shark, and despite Techi's claw extracting the bone, the creature only sustained a minor injury. In a furious reaction, it swung its tail violently, flinging Teki off its back while simultaneously striking him with its powerful tail. Teki, Alan, witnessing his companion being struck mid-air, felt a surge of urgency. He swiftly pivoted and propelled himself toward the shark using the moonwalk technique. Raging foot, tiger slash. Harnessing the formidable downward force, Alan unleashed the essence of the raging foot he had previously mastered, merging it with the techniques learned from Yashiro to create his own signature move. As he executed the tiger slash, the raging foot erupted with a brilliant white light, reminiscent of a white tiger's claws in pursuit. The luminous arc sliced through the shark's massive body, leaving a deep gash along its side. Roar! The wounded shark let out a pained cry, its side bursting like a ruptured blood bag, instantly staining the surrounding waters crimson. "Brother, be careful." With a flick of its tail, the creature named Teki was sent flying. Witnessing Alan's kick strike the colossal shark, rather than feeling any joy, a look of anxiety crossed Teki's face as he alerted Alan. At that moment, relying on his observation hockey, Alan sensed a small figure behind him attempting to bite him. Instinctively, he dodged to the side. Despite his swiftness, the assailant was even quicker. The moment Alan began to move, he felt a sharp pain as a blade-like tooth pierced his arm. To his astonishment, it was a small shark, no larger than a human, that had latched onto him. Die! The excruciating pain surged through his arm, igniting a fierce determination within Alan. He extended his other hand, clamping down on the shark's jaw like a vice, and with a fierce squeeze, he crushed its mouth entirely. Yet, this was not the end. After dispatching the small shark, Alan's expression darkened further. From the gaping wound he had inflicted on the massive shark, countless smaller sharks emerged, darting toward him and Teki. What the hell? This gigantic shark is a pregnant mother. Just when I thought I'd dealt with the elder, the young ones come rushing in. Teki's face paled as he beheld the swarm of over 100 baby sharks surging forth. He clenched his fists, preparing to smash them one by one. Wait a moment. Teki, Just as Teki was about to strike, Alan rushed over using Moonwalk, blocking his impending action. "Brother, what's wrong?" "Teki, take a closer look. These baby sharks emerging from the mother are merely protecting her." With Alan's guidance, Teki noticed that these sharks, previously known for their bloodthirstiness, were now circling the injured gigantic shark, displaying no signs of frenzy despite the blood of their mother. Instead, they vigilantly guarded her. Even the small shark that Alan had crushed earlier returned, enduring its pain to shield the wound with its body, fearful that Alan and his companions would attack again. Indeed, all beings possess a spirit, and these newborn sharks were no exception. Witnessing the heartwarming scene of maternal affection displayed by the shark, both Alan and Teki felt a profound sense of reflection. The previous savage attacks by this colossal shark on the giant frog and its own behavior began to take on a semblance of understanding. After all, as a pregnant creature, it was driven to procure additional nourishment for its offspring. With this thought, Alan resolved within himself, taking a deep breath before plunging into the sea to retrieve the emergency medical kit floating in the water. He extracted a potent hemostatic agent, preparing to swim over and tend to the injured shark. As Alan approached his mother, the newly born shark pups exhibited no fear of this formidable adversary. Even the little shark that had previously suffered a crushed jaw rushed alongside its brethren towards Alan, seemingly determined to sacrifice their lives to protect their mother. "Get away from me." Alan attempted to project his own murderous intent and domineering presence. During his training with Zephyr, he had heard tales of the Conqueror's Haki, a royal trait that allowed its wielder to intimidate and incapacitate weaker foes without lifting a finger. Unfortunately, this formidable power was innate. Neither acquired through training nor inherited, it was solely determined by one's destiny. To date, Alan had yet to awaken his own Conqueror's Haki, leading him to question whether, as a transmigrator, he lacked the qualifications of a true king. Nevertheless, in this moment, to avoid harming the fiercely protective shark pups, he endeavored to employ the techniques Zephyr had once described for utilizing Conqueror's Haki, hoping to see if he could deter the pups. In a bid to augment his insufficient Haki, he even infused his aura with the essence of past slaughters. Unexpectedly, Alan found that instead of being cowed, the little sharks, sensing the combination of his Haki and murderous intent, became even more incensed, baring their teeth and lunging towards him. "How could I forget that these little ones are risking everything to defend their mother? There's no way they'd be easily intimidated." Observing their spirited response, Alan felt a twinge of regret. Yet, with no other recourse available, he resorted to executing the moonwalk technique, momentarily leaping above the water to create distance from the pups while tossing the emergency kit to Teki. "Teki, I'll draw their attention with my aura. You rush in and administer the medicine to the giant shark, and then we retreat immediately." Swiftly concluding his task, Alan plunged back into the water, simultaneously emanating a formidable aura of menace that attracted all the small sharks to pursue him. While Teki perceived Alan's self-sacrificial act as somewhat excessive, it was not the time for moral judgment. To ensure Alan's efforts bore fruit, he too leaped into the sea to retrieve the specially formulated naval coagulant, applying it to the giant shark's wounds. Initially, the giant shark intended to muster its remaining strength to attack Teki, who had approached. But upon realizing that Teki was treating its injury with the unique ointment, the pain from its wounds diminished almost instantly, leading it to halt its aggressive intentions. Meanwhile, the small sharks that had been relentlessly biting at Alan noticed their mother's unusual behavior and ceased their attacks, allowing everything to revert to the course Alan had planned. Chapter 107. A major incident unfolds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the waters of the Grand Line, two figures soared through the air like rubber balls, continuously bouncing forward. However, it seemed their momentum was waning, as each subsequent leap brought them slightly closer than the last. The two figures are engaged in a fierce battle in the calm belt, preparing to return to the pirate guerrilla base, Alan and Teki. At this moment, Alan appears quite disheveled. Not only has a shark bitten his arm, but his clothing has also been torn considerably while attracting a swarm of small sharks. Were it not for his still piercing gaze, one might mistake him for a beggar crouching in a corner. Observing Alan's disarray, Teki, who is accustomed to seeing him in a more glorious light, cannot help but slow his pace, secretly chuckling at the sight. "Hey, you rascal, are you being too harsh? Knowing that your brother is injured, you not only used up the medicine, but now you're reveling in his misfortune." With his formidable observation Haki, Teki, despite his quiet laughter behind Alan, is nonetheless perceptibly caught in the act. "Brother, Did you not instruct me to apply ointment to that giant shark? Who could have known its wound was so extensive? I lost control in an instant. Then what are you laughing at? I was merely thinking about how soon we could return to the base to treat your wounds, and that made me happy, prompting my laughter. Humph. Your shameless demeanor. Where did you learn such behavior? I suppose one learns from those they associate with. Thus, while bantering back and forth, the fatigue in their bodies surprisingly lessens. For the first time, they have traversed several hundred kilometers using the moon step, returning to the pirate guerrilla base nearest to the comm belt. Oh, I never realized how challenging it is to use the moon step. Upon landing at the base, Techi collapses onto the ground, propping himself up with his hands as he gasps for air. Your body has long reached its limits. Naturally, employing such a power-demanding technique will leave you exhausted. However, do not worry. After this experience of transcending your limits, your overall physical prowess will undergo a qualitative enhancement. Alan observes Techi's state and thoughtfully analyzes it for him. Understood. But this method of gaining strength is truly perilous. After catching his breath, Techi, regaining a bit of his vigor, looks at the still energetic Alan with curiosity. Brother, weren't you injured? You expended more stamina in the previous battle than I did. Yet how is it that your condition surpasses mine so significantly? Quite simply, it's because I have no limits. Alan candidly responds to Techi's inquiry. Well, if you're unwilling to share, so be it. It's always like this, keeping secrets from me. Techi huffs in dissatisfaction at Alan's reply. During their time training together, he often notices that his elder brother consistently manages to exert strength beyond his own imagination, leading him to believe that Alan has been concealing his true abilities without revealing them. If you choose not to believe, that is your prerogative. In time, you shall come to understand. Upon encountering Teach, Alan remained skeptical, merely scratching his head without elaborating further. After all, his status as a user of the limit fruit was not something he intended to broadcast. Revealing such information could inevitably lead to complications. Hey, you two, why are you so badly injured? Hurry to the medical room. Just as Alan and Teach were resting at the harbor, a melodious voice reached their ears. It was Ein, the most exquisite flower of the pirate guerrilla team, approaching them with a concerned expression. Hey Ein, we were in the comm belt, battling a horde of sea kings. I must say, the situation was quite intense. Upon seeing the beautiful Ein, Teach's fatigue seemed to evaporate, and he beamed as he moved closer. Enough of the boasting. Quickly accompany your elder brother to the medical room. Once you're treated, come straight to the military district conference room. Something significant has occurred. Ein interjected with a serious demeanor, her expression suggesting that something momentous had indeed transpired within the pirate guerrilla team. Chapter 108. The influence of the 7 warlords. Go to the medical room for treatment, and then come to the conference room immediately. Something serious has happened. Observing Alan and Teach's disheveled appearance, Ein spoke earnestly before hastily departing. Brother, what has happened? Alan inquired, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. I don't know. Let's tend to our injuries first, then head to the conference room. With Ein's anxious demeanor weighing on him, Alan quickly concealed his smile and urged Teach to hasten toward the medical room. Teacher, if it comes to that, we should set sail on the warship to the headquarters to express our stance. Absolutely not. That would signify rebellion. Our teacher is the guardian of justice. How could we engage in such actions? What do you propose then? Remain silent while those foolish higher-ups engage in their nonsensical endeavors? Perhaps we should eradicate that pirate scoundrel before the Navy's decision is made. Having completed their treatment, Alan and Teach arrived at the entrance of the conference room, where they were met with a cacophony of voices inside. Brother Alan, Teach, you've arrived. Zephyr's aide, Binns, greeted them courteously at the door. Initially, upon learning that Alan, the boy who had bullied Ein, was to become Zephyr's disciple, he had prepared several means to intimidate him. However, after experiencing a thorough lesson from Alan, he was left in deep respect for him and never dared entertain such thoughts again. Binns, what is happening inside? Why is it so noisy? In a military conference room that was typically orderly, an unexpected cacophony erupted, leaving Alan perplexed and deepening his suspicions regarding the gravity of the incident at hand. The matter concerned the 7 warlords of the sea, and it was astonishing that this feeble government sought to recruit another nefarious pirate to fill the void left by Crocodile's arrest. As an exceptional warrior nurtured by Zephyr, Alan harbored a profound disdain for the world government's 7 warlords system, viewing it as an emblem of cowardice and a disgrace to warriors like himself. Indeed, upon hearing Binns' account, Alan found himself silently nodding in agreement. He recalled vividly that in the original pirate world, It was due to the pirate who severed his arm and killed many of his students that Zephyr had joined the Navy and become one of the 7 warlords. This act had ignited a strong sense of skepticism and distrust within him, prompting his resignation from the Navy to establish the own Navy with the aim of eradicating all pirates from the world. From the current circumstances, it appeared that the arrival of this time traveler had not altered the course of fate. Everything seemed to be revolving within the gears of destiny as before. "Brother, let us enter and see what Master Zephyr intends to do," the excitable techie proposed, unaware of the original plot. He had sensed Zephyr's concern for both himself and Alan during their training, thus felt a genuine inclination to refer to him as Master. "Rest assured, the old man has a clear vision." Alan nodded in agreement, following Techie into the conference room. There, he discovered that the leaders of the pirate guerrilla faction had split into 2 factions, their heated arguments rendering their faces crimson. Meanwhile, Zephyr, the leader, maintained an expression of tranquility as he sat at the center, observing his subordinates as if he were watching a play. Those familiar with Zephyr knew that in such moments, he had already made his decision and was merely waiting for the crowd to quiet down before announcing it. Chapter 109. The Shameful Justice. As Alan and Techie entered the venue, Zephyr merely nodded slightly, signaling for them to take their seats. He then glanced at the surrounding individuals, who were mired in fruitless debate, and cleared his throat to beckon silence. Seeing Zephyr poised to express his thoughts, the crowd ceased their disputation and promptly took their seats. To them, Zephyr was akin to a deity, the embodiment of truth. At such a pivotal moment, fraught with uncertainty, his guidance was more essential than ever. The 7 warlords of the sea had always been a misguided initiative, a manifestation of the government's weakness, openly acknowledging wicked pirates in a bid for balance, while granting them amnesty for their past transgressions. The arrest of the scoundrel Crocodile provided an opportune moment to abolish this policy. However, the old guard not only failed to do so, but prepared to replace him with yet another villain from the seas. This was nothing short of a disgraceful justice. Bang! Zephyr's frustration escalated as he pounded his fist onto the solid wooden table before him, shattering its thick surface as if it were mere foam. The officers, who had initially contemplated defending the world government, fell silent upon hearing Zephyr's words. They were acutely aware of his temperament and understood that once this legendary Navy figure made a decision, it was not easily swayed. The current Navy, despite its claim of eradicating evil, often exhibited an unsettling ambiguity, rendering it inferior even to a mere brat from the East Blue. Reflecting on the past few years, Zephyr noted that the Navy headquarters had seemingly become exceedingly feeble under the influence of the world government. The incessant emergence of the warlords of the sea and the 4 emperors among pirates only deepened his sense of the government's incompetence, which paled in comparison to the directness of Alan, who had thoroughly cleansed the East Blue of its pirates. "I have already conveyed my perspective to that fool Sengoku. If the world government fails to uphold its inherent justice regarding the warlords of the sea, I shall choose to depart from this pathetic Navy," Zephyr declared openly to his loyal subordinates, who had followed him for many years. "I understand that some of you aspire to secure positions within the world government's ranks, seeking to attain a semblance of respectability. I do not oppose such aspirations. If you wish to continue serving this decaying world government, feel free to set sail with your ships once the meeting concludes. I shall not hinder you, as long as you do not commit acts contrary to justice. You shall forever remain my students, no matter where you go. Teacher, we will not leave. Wherever you go, we shall follow." They responded fervently. "Indeed, we will forever stand by Teacher Zephyr. Teacher, I have long been disillusioned with this corrupt government. At your command, we shall not hesitate to strike against them." Without a trace of hesitation, the warriors who had accompanied Zephyr for years expressed their unwavering support for his decision. Even the few soldiers who had initially voiced dissent now pledged their unconditional allegiance. For them, following orders was their solemn duty, and Zephyr's words constituted their singular command. They needed only to act without questioning the rationale behind it. There is no need to rush your response. Return to your quarters and contemplate this matter thoroughly. Once the world government's stance is clear, you may decide, Zephyr advised, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction with his subordinates' current attitudes. Yet, he granted them ample time to ponder this pivotal decision that could impact their lives. After his subordinates departed, Zephyr waved for Alan and Tichy to approach. "So, young man, what is your choice?" Chapter 110. The new Navy. After his subordinates had departed, Zephyr gestured for Alan and Techie to approach. Although the 2 youngsters had been under his tutelage for a month, Zephyr's recollection of their initial meeting remained vivid in his mind. At that time, having witnessed Alan's impressive feats in the East Sea and Magic Valley town, as well as his triumph over Zephyr's own prized disciple, Ein, Zephyr resolved to recruit this promising youth into his ranks, aspiring to cultivate a formidable naval hero who would safeguard the weak and uphold justice in the world. When Alan first encountered Zephyr, he preemptively expressed his willingness to train within Zephyr's pirate guerrilla unit, albeit without formally joining the Navy. He also sought the freedom to assist in the eradication of nefarious pirates while retaining his autonomy. Zephyr was taken aback by Alan's audacity to present such stipulations at their first meeting. However, upon observing the young man's confidence, he could not help but smile. After all, how far could one go without the courage to face their own challenges? Without hesitation, Zephyr acquiesced to Alan's seemingly stringent, yet fundamentally non-contradictory demands. In Zephyr's eyes, as long as Alan was committed to vanquishing evil, the question of Navy membership was inconsequential. Within a Navy often shackled by a decaying government, the execution of justice was frequently hampered. Thus, operating outside the Navy's constraints could prove more effective. Consequently, having solidified this conviction, Zephyr dedicated even greater effort to nurturing Alan and Teki, the two non-Navy disciples. He not only imparted to them the Navy's martial arts techniques, known as the 6 Styles, but also equipped them with advanced equipment and medicines from the pirate guerrilla unit, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of their overall strength within just a month's time. This time, Zephyr's resolve to leave the Navy was largely influenced by his extraordinary disciple, Alan. In his view, since Alan could serve as a pirate reaper in the East Blue and at the Magic Valley town before even joining the Navy, it indicated that one did not necessarily need the identity of a Navy officer to eradicate pirates, to eliminate evil. Perhaps departing from the decayed notion of justice would yield even more profound results. Time has flown by. It feels as though just a blink has passed since you arrived here for training a month ago, Zephyr remarked, gazing at the two visibly more robust young men before him, feeling a wave of nostalgia. It has indeed gone by swiftly. I am immensely grateful for your guidance. Old man, I will remember your teachings and protect the innocent civilians, showing no mercy to the heinous pirates. Alan replied earnestly. Throughout this period, he came to understand Zephyr's heartfelt desire to protect the weak, fostering a deep respect for him. However, he also prefixed his actions with a vow. He would show no mercy to the most vicious pirates. As for those who had not committed grave wrongs, like Luffy, who merely yearned for freedom or adventure, he was still willing to befriend them. Teacher Zephyr, this corrupt world government is utterly unworthy of your guardianship, interjected Teki, who regarded Zephyr as a true hero, not to be used as a mere tool by the world government. I am aware. I have completely lost hope in this decaying government. It is beyond salvation, and the Navy is in disarray. Zephyr sighed, then spoke with utmost seriousness. I intend to uphold order across the world's oceans in the name of absolute justice and establish a new Navy, one that is not shackled by the incompetence of the current world government, but rather a formidable force capable of genuinely protecting the populace. Old man, your idea is commendable, but its execution will not be easy. After all, even you, the world government will never permit you to possess a formidable army beyond their control. Before you can eradicate the Navy, they might send the Navy to eliminate you first. Alan remarked inwardly, sighing at the difficulties that lay ahead upon hearing Zephyr's intention to create a new Navy. I am aware of all you say, which is why I plan to first depart with trusted subordinates, developing in secret. When the time is ripe, we shall make our presence known upon these seas. Zephyr nodded in agreement with Alan's analysis, increasingly appreciating this formidable and clever young man. He then earnestly addressed him, young man. I understand your refusal to be controlled by this corrupt world government, which is why I did not force you to join the Navy at that time. However, the new Navy I intend to establish will be entirely different from the current one. It will be a force that can truly safeguard the peace of these waters. Are you willing to join? What is your choice now? Upon hearing Zephyr pose this pointed question, both Alan and Teach fell into silence, as Zephyr intently regarded Alan. They understood that among the two, Alan was the unequivocal core. His stance could decisively influence Teach's decisions. After a considerable pause, the elder finally spoke, and Alan met his gaze, affirming with certainty that he had no desire to join an organization that imposed absolute constraints upon him. For his aspirations lay in the pursuit of freedom upon the vast seas. I understand. Rest assured, I have always stated that you possess absolute freedom to come and go as you please. If you and Little Teach choose to depart, I shall not hinder you, provided you remember to protect the innocent civilians and do not spare those merciless pirates. Wherever you may find yourselves, you shall always be my disciples, and I will endeavor to assist you to the best of my ability." Upon hearing Alan's words, Zephyr let out a quiet sigh. "Thank you, Elder. Ultimately, my decision to join the new Marine Force is inconsequential, for no matter the circumstances, Zephyr shall forever be my mentor, and the members of the pirate guerrilla are my comrades." As Alan observed Zephyr's profound respect for him, warmth filled his heart, and he candidly expressed his true thoughts. "Likewise, Teacher Zephyr, while I wish to follow my elder brother indefinitely, should you ever require assistance, I shall return to aid you." At this moment, Teach also voiced his sentiments. He, you two rascals, I did not misjudge you." Zephyr expressed his satisfaction with his new disciples, promptly stating, "During this period, I shall commence preparations for the new Marine Force, and may not have the time to oversee your training. I have imparted all the foundational knowledge to you. From here on, your strength will depend on repeated engagements in actual combat." Alan fully grasped Zephyr's implication and nodded earnestly. "Understood, Elder. Little Teach and I bid you farewell here, confident that we shall reunite on this grand route. By the way, take Ein with you on this journey. Though you two rascals are formidable, you tend to be rather careless. I feel much more at ease with her accompanying you. Moreover, she has been by my side for too long. I can manage the preparations without her. Let her accompany you to truly experience the essence of these seas." Zephyr made a decision that took everyone by surprise regarding Alan's departure. All right. Chapter 1. The awkward departure with a cacophony of splashes. The previously tranquil surface of the sea erupted as a massive octopus emerged, poised to ensnare a small vessel that dared to intrude upon its domain. Just as the tentacle of the octopus was about to make contact with the small vessel, a stunning figure adorned in blue suddenly leapt forth. It appeared as though she drew a gleaming blade from her waist. In a flash of silver light, the massive tentacle of the octopus, which was thicker than her own, was severed with precision. "Retreat into the depths of the sea. I wish not to take your life." The enchanting figure before us is Ein, who has just departed from the pirate guerrilla squad alongside Alan. As a direct disciple of Zephyr, she possesses not only the ability of the backward fruit, but also the prowess of a formidable female swordswoman. After deftly severing an octopus's tentacle with a single stroke of her sword, she refrains from further assault, instead signaling for it to disperse quickly. However, the octopus, oblivious to Ein's mercy, fixates on her as its enemy upon realizing the loss of its limb. In retaliation, it launches several tentacles toward her. What an ungrateful creature! Witnessing the relentless assault, Ein internally sighs, reflecting on the unpredictability of the world. In her desire to spare this creature, it foolishly chooses to attack her, courting its own demise. Cherry Blossom Fall. Confronted by the onslaught of tentacles from all directions, Ein elegantly sweeps her short sword, creating a beautiful arc that causes the encroaching appendages to fall away like petals in the wind. What a breathtaking display of swordsmanship! Both Alan and Titch, aboard their small vessel, are momentarily entranced by Ein's combat style, as this is their first encounter with the aesthetic beauty of battle. The colossal octopus, having been thwarted twice by Ein's strikes, finds itself intimidated and begins to retreat into the depths of the sea. Recognizing its prudent withdrawal, Ein nods in satisfaction. Yet, before she can utter a word of triumph, the octopus unexpectedly expels a torrent of murky black water toward her. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, Ein, who had been suspended in the air using the moonwalk technique, is momentarily stunned and can only instinctively swing her sword to defend herself. However, this vile liquid proves far more resilient than anticipated. Her unprepared strike merely cleaves through the initial wave, while the subsequent surge strikes her, engulfing her vision in darkness. Ein, faced with this unforeseen turn of events, Alan is momentarily paralyzed, but quickly regains his senses and leaps into the air, catching the descending Ein in his arms. "Damn it, you wretched beast." Meanwhile, Titch, noticing his brother's swift action to secure Ein, redirects his focus toward the sinking octopus, roaring in fury as he plunges into the sea, intent on delivering a stern lesson. "Are you all right?" After safely returning Ein to the small boat, Alan promptly retrieves a potion from their supplies, carefully tending to her sensitive eyes. "I'm fine now, Brother Alan, I assure you." For the first time, being treated so affectionately by a man. Ein felt her cheeks flush, and with a hint of embarrassment, she spoke softly. "You should be a bit more cautious." At that moment, Alan also realized that his tender gesture of washing Ein's face might have been somewhat inappropriate, and he responded with an awkward tone, plunging the atmosphere between them into an uncomfortable silence. Damn it, brother, that wretched octopus managed to escape. When it saw me chasing it into the sea, it spewed forth a torrent of black water, completely obstructing my path and obscuring its location. Just as both of their faces reddened and they struggled to find words, Techie suddenly emerged from the sea, shattering the tension that had enveloped them. Let it go for now. I'll show it next time. Surprisingly, Alan felt a sense of relief at Techie's interruption, as he and Ein were finally freed from their awkward predicament. He began to view the colossal octopus, which had inadvertently helped alleviate his embarrassment, in a less unfavorable light. Hey, Ein, why is your face so red? Is that vile octopus's black water poisonous? Let me check your pulse. Upon returning to the small boat, Techie immediately noticed Ein's slightly flushed cheeks. Being skilled in medicine, he quickly recognized that her complexion was unusual and was about to check her pulse. I'm fine. How can you be fine? Your complexion is abnormal, and your pulse seems a bit quick. This is just an old issue I have since consuming a devil fruit. It occasionally flares up. You need not worry. Ein, somewhat exasperated by Techie's persistent inquiries about her flushed face, hastily explained and withdrew her small hand before retreating to her cabin to rest. An old ailment related to consuming a devil fruit and a flushed face? I've never come across such a thing in our clan's medical texts. The sea truly is vast, holding many unknowns. I must enhance my studies, right, brother? Although Ein spoke whimsically, the innocent-hearted Techie took her words to heart. Deeply concerned about her mysterious ailment, and he pondered the vastness of the ocean. Of course, there is much more to learn. You are still young. As you grow, many medical practices, and indeed many matters, will become clear to you. Alan understood well the simplicity of Techie's nature, nurtured by years in the icy lands. Most of his knowledge about the outside world came from the adventures recounted by seasoned predecessors or treasured clan texts, both of which remained silent on matters of romance. This had resulted in Techie being quite naive about such affairs at his age. I will certainly study hard. You can count on me, brother. Sighing, Alan reflected on how wise it had been to heed Old Man Zeph's advice in bringing Ein along. Not only did she help mitigate their carelessness, but her presence also promised to guide young Techie through the complexities of emotional growth. Observing Techie's earnest demeanor, Alan could not help but chuckle inwardly, feeling immensely grateful for the addition of a female companion to his team. Indeed, a team devoid of a woman feels rather incomplete. Thus commenced Alan's first day away from the pirate guerrilla squad, entangled in an awkward predicament, with unforeseen troubles gradually encroaching upon him. Chapter 2. A distinctive experience at sea. Inhale, exhale. Tranquility is essential to explore the higher realms of swordsmanship. After the incident with the colossal octopus, Ein returned to her quarters, pondering her own state of mind. Having learned alongside Zephyr, she had weathered many a storm, yet never had she lost her composure as she did today. The memory of Alan gently wiping the black water from her face caused her cheeks to flush. To suppress such thoughts, she resolved to engage in meditation on swordsmanship. Ein, are you all right? Just as she sought to cast aside her distractions, Alan's concerned voice echoed from outside the door. I'm fine, Brother Alan. I'm meditating. Oh, very well. I'll bring you lunch shortly. Thank you. Once Alan had departed, Ein's once calm demeanor began to stir once more. Each time she closed her eyes, Alan's handsome visage would repeatedly materialize in her mind, preventing her from achieving a profound state of meditation. After a considerable interval, she finally felt the shadow of Alan dissipate from her thoughts, only to realize an uncomfortable sensation at her chest. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that her garment was stained with the inky residue expelled by the giant octopus. Ah, so that is the cause. Perhaps I shall change into another outfit before resuming my meditation. Upon discovering the source of her discomfort, Ein gently rose, shedding her outer garment before beginning her search for a change of attire in the wardrobe. Just then, the door to Ein's room opened, and Alan, holding her lunch, tiptoed inside. Initially, he had slowed his movements to avoid disturbing Ein's meditation, but at that moment, his actions transformed into something indescribable. Time seemed to freeze as both individuals became momentarily frozen in place. After a brief shock, Ein regained her composure and instinctively let out a gasp, reaching for her clothing to cover herself. However, Alan was quicker. As she gathered her wits, he reacted, utilizing the naval technique known as shun, and vanished from Ein's room. The door swinging shut behind him, propelled by the gust of his hurried escape. Observing Alan flee like a startled mouse, Ayn felt her tension dissipate, a smile unconsciously gracing her features. She recalled how Zephyr had initially encouraged her to accompany Alan on his maritime ventures to broaden her horizons and keep an eye on both him and Titch, ensuring they did not stray onto a negative path. Initially, Ayn had resisted this somewhat caretaker role assigned by Zephyr, but now, it seemed that accompanying Alan was turning out to be rather pleasant. Meanwhile, when Alan had brought Titch along to heed Zephyr's advice and join the pirate guerrilla squad, he had temporarily disbanded the team he had formed, agreeing to reconvene at the Sabaody archipelago in 3 months. Their vessel, the Breaking Wave, was currently piloted by Buggy and others. With the agreed-upon time yet to arrive, Titch was filled with curiosity regarding how Alan would plan their days ahead. "Brother, why are you out? Isn't Sister Ayn eating?" Titch inquired, his curiosity piqued as he watched Alan emerge from Ayn's room, delicately balancing the exquisite meal. She is not too hungry. She'll head to the dining hall shortly," Alan responded, somewhat at a loss for words. Thoughts of Ayn's voluptuous figure stirred a sense of unease within him, especially since he had once trained to enhance his short-term memory to swiftly assess battlefield conditions. The brief moment he had seen Ayn's body before fleeing had allowed him to thoroughly observe and imprint every detail in his mind. Now, merely invoking Ayn's name conjured the image of her exquisite form in Alan's mind, that raw allure presenting a formidable temptation for a young boy yet to navigate such sensations. "Brother, your complexion seems a bit off. Should I check your pulse?" "I am quite well, merely enjoying a gentle sea breeze, hence my slightly reddened face." "Is it possible for one to blush from the sea breeze?" This theory had eluded me until now. There is much you have yet to learn. I shall gradually enlighten you in due time. By the way, what are you doing with that eternal compass and nautical map? Are you searching for a route? Noticing that Techie was persistently fixating on his blushing predicament, Alan swiftly diverted the conversation. "Indeed, my dear brother. I have been pondering this. We have 2 months until our rendezvous with the kin and the others. Waiting idly at the Sabaody archipelago would be dreadfully dull. Instead, we should seize this opportunity to indulge in some enjoyment." Upon hearing Alan's inquiry, Techie eagerly expressed his thoughts. After enduring a month of grueling training, he felt utterly drained and was keen to take advantage of this rare chance to relax. Observing Techie's enthusiasm, Alan inquired with a smile, "It seems you have a plan. Do share it with me." "Hee, you know me well, brother. I have chosen 3 destinations. The first is Machanica Island, renowned for its array of cutting-edge weaponry and remarkable inventions unknown to the outside world. The second is Treasure Island, famed for its alluring climate, attracting affluent individuals who seek unparalleled entertainment. As for the third, it is the City of Water, home to a premier shipyard that boasts the capability of constructing the finest warships in existence. However, we already possess the Wave Breaker, so that does not particularly entice us. What intrigues me is that the City of Water hosts a masquerade carnival on specific dates, during which residents don masks and don elaborate costumes. This particular festival is just 3 days away." Techie excitedly shared his meticulously gathered information, confident that Alan would be pleased with any of the chosen locales. Yet, to Techie's surprise, after a moment of contemplation, Alan did not endorse any of the proposed destinations. Instead, with a serious demeanor, he replied, "Little Techie, our plans for leisure must be temporarily set aside. We have pressing matters to attend to." Chapter 3. A new destination in an effort to unwind from the intense training. Techie had selected 3 potential destinations for their journey. However, upon mentioning the City of Water, Alan's previously cheerful expression grew solemn. After a brief moment of reflection, he shook his head. "Little Techie, our plans for leisure must be temporarily set aside. We have pressing matters to attend to." What pressing matters could possibly arise? "I understand, brother." Upon hearing Alan unexpectedly dismiss his relaxation plans, Teach initially felt a wave of discontent wash over him. Just as he was about to voice his grievances, he caught sight of Alan's exceedingly serious expression, prompting him to suppress his flippant demeanor and nod in acknowledgement. "The City of Water," Alan silently murmured to himself. In his recollection, it was during the masquerade carnival in the City of Water that Luffy and his companions had arrived, igniting the world-shattering incident at Judicial Island. However, what concerned Alan was not the subsequent series of events. He firmly believed that, under the relentless turn of fate's wheel, Luffy and his crew would navigate the impending crisis at Judicial Island with the same safety as in their original world, rendering his intervention unnecessary. Instead, his apprehension lay with the monumental event that would follow, the Battle of Banero Island. The Battle of Bonero Island was a confrontation initiated by the former 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Port Gasti, Ace, who pursued and confronted the traitor Blackbeard, Teach, responsible for the death of his comrade. Due to Teach's consumption of the formidable dark fruit, Ace found himself ill-prepared and was ultimately defeated, leading to a cascade of significant events, such as Teach's ascension to the position of Warlord of the Sea and the climactic battle waged by Whitebeard against the world government to reclaim Ace. Reflecting on the tragic losses of Ace and Whitebeard during that pivotal clash, which left countless fans of the sea lamenting, Alan resolved to exert every effort to alter this outcome. With this ambition in mind, the upcoming Battle of Bonero Island had transformed into a critical event that Alan felt compelled to partake in. "So, where are we headed next, big brother?" Teach inquired earnestly, observing Alan's grave demeanor. Curiosity bubbled within him regarding Alan's sudden shift in attitude, yet he trusted that if Alan wished to disclose the reasons, he would do so without needing to be prompted. "Bonero Island, little Teach, you must prepare yourself. This journey will not be an easy one," Alan cautioned, contemplating the monumental battle that would soon unfold there, one that could alter the course of the world. He felt no certainty about this endeavor, yet he remained resolute. "Bonero Island? What purpose do we have there? The place is resource-poor and merely serves as a temporary respite for many pirates." At that moment, Anne emerged from her room, her curiosity piqued by Alan's declaration of their next destination. The question Aine posed echoed the uncertainty in Teach's mind, one voiced, while the other remained unspoken. Recognizing that maintaining secrecy was no longer feasible, Alan resolved to share some pertinent information. "You are all aware of the Whitebeard Pirates, correct?" "Of course. The foremost of the 4 emperors reigning over the latter half of the Grand Line. The legendary pirate crew led by the great pirate who once stood toe-to-toe with the Pirate King, Roger. How could we possibly be unaware? Are you implying that their crew is located there, Brother Alan?" Upon hearing Alan's words, Aine's expression shifted dramatically, and she immediately exhibited the terrifying imagination characteristic of women, analyzing the profound implications of Alan's statement. As she spoke, she reached for her din mushy, exclaiming that this opponent was far too formidable for them to contend with at present, and it was imperative to inform Teacher Zephyr. "Aine, please do not be so hasty. Allow me to finish my explanation." Alan swiftly intervened to halt Aine's attempt to contact Zephyr, finding her impulsiveness rather exasperating. He earnestly clarified that the Whitebeard Pirates were not currently on Bonero Island. Rather, it was their second-in-command, Port Gasti, Ace, who would soon arrive at that isle. "Port Gasti, Ace is indeed a significant figure," Aine remarked, recalling that he had once been offered a bounty of 500 million by the world government shortly after his debut, and had even been invited to join the Warlords of the Sea. After rejecting this offer, he joined the Whitebeard Pirates, although his bounty had not increased substantially since then. It was widely acknowledged that 500 million was grossly inadequate given his capabilities. Aine eagerly shared her extensive knowledge regarding Fire Fist Ace, as each of these formidable pirates was a target she aspired to capture, and their information was indeed second nature to her. "Indeed, he is an incredibly powerful individual. But our adversary this time is not him, but rather the Blackbeard pirates he intends to confront," Alan stated with utmost seriousness, unwilling to let his companions mistakenly engage the wrong foe. "The Blackbeard Pirates," he continued, "is a rather unfamiliar name. They're a recently established crew with their captain, Marshal D. Teach, formerly a member of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. For reasons not entirely clear, he murdered the captain of the 4th Division, Thatch, and fled the crew. Now pursued by Ace, he has formed the Blackbeard Pirates. If my information is accurate, a terrifying battle is imminent on Bonero Island, and our task is to enter this conflict and determine its outcome ourselves." Alan elaborated on the situation regarding the Blackbeard Pirates and his plans, deliberately omitting the detail about Teach's murder of Thatch to seize the dark fruit. "Ah, yes, Brother Alan," Aine responded, recalling a prior conversation. The teacher mentioned that during the first high-level meeting convened by the Navy headquarters to discuss Crocodile's removal, an unexpected guest arrived to self-recommend, asserting that their captain was suitable for the vacant warlord position, and that uninvited guest was none other than the Blackbeard Pirates. At this moment, Aine recalled something that Zephyr had once shared with her, and she exclaimed in astonishment, "Indeed, it is the Blackbeard Pirates. Their captain, Teach, is an exceedingly cunning individual. Otherwise, he could not have endured within the Whitebeard Pirates for decades." Ultimately, to achieve his ambitions, he violated the ironclad rules of the Whitebeard pirates by slaying his own comrades. If left unchecked, he will undoubtedly become the most fearsome evil upon these seas. Thus, we must take the initiative to eliminate him. Regarding Ein's statements, Alan chose to place his unwavering trust in her words. After all, much of what he knew about these seas was imparted by Ein, and to him, whatever his elder sister said was irrefutable truth. However, Ein was not so easily persuaded. In her eyes, the true embodiment of evil on these seas was the Whitebeard pirates, who had ascended to the status of the four emperors. Yet, witnessing Alan's earnest demeanor, she refrained from outright opposition and instead posed her inquiry differently. Brother Alan, while the Blackbeard pirates may be formidable, their threat level surely pales in comparison to that of the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' Second Division. Are we truly prioritizing our targets correctly? In response to Ein's query, Alan simply remarked, "Who do you believe embodies true evil? A pirate who values loyalty or a scoundrel who would slay his own comrades?" I understand now. Chapter 4. Blackbeard's Scheme. Brother Alan, do we truly not need to inform Teacher Zephyr about this? After all, Portgas D. Ace is the captain of the second division of the Whitebeard pirates, and his strength is certainly on par with that of any of the Shichibukai. Furthermore, as you mentioned, Marshal D. Teach is a formidable and ambitious adversary, having once left a scar on the face of the current emperor, red-haired Shanks, while serving under Whitebeard. Although I would not claim he possesses the power of an emperor, he undoubtedly meets the standard of a Shichibukai. With such two terrifying pirates poised for battle, I believe we must enlist Teacher Zephyr's assistance to ensure our success. En route to Bonero Island, Ein once again urged Alan, having now accepted his perspective that they should aid the loyal Ace in defeating the treacherous Teach. Nevertheless, considering the immense strength of these two pirates, she harbored doubts about Alan's plan and naturally sought support from her mentor, Zephyr, for safety's sake. Ein, how long have you been following Teacher Zephyr? To Ein's surprise, Alan did not directly heed her suggestion, but instead posed a curious counter-question. I have been with Teacher Zephyr for quite some time. Ever since I was a mere Navy recruit, I have undergone his training, and I have been by his side for over 5 years now. Although Alan's inquiries were peculiar, Ein pondered briefly before responding candidly. It has been 5 years. A considerable duration indeed. Ein, after such an extensive period, do you not wish to prove yourself to Teacher Zephyr? If you continuously remain sheltered beneath his wings, when do you believe you shall genuinely mature? While our adversaries may be formidable, does that mean we lack the hope of triumph simply because we have gained insight into their movements? Do you not yearn to challenge yourself and demonstrate your capabilities to Teacher Zephyr? I understand now, Brother Alan. I shall undoubtedly prove myself to Teacher Zephyr, no matter the challenges that lie ahead. Furthermore, despite the strength of our foes, we have already secured an advantage in intelligence. With adaptability, the likelihood of success remains quite high. It must be said that Alan is a remarkably skilled orator, adept at stirring the hearts of others. His straightforward words swiftly transformed Ein's perspective, tapping into the innate desire of students to showcase their thoughts before their mentors, thereby aligning her with his cause. In truth, Alan's reluctance to inform Zephyr stems from his inability to persuade him. After all, Zephyr is an experienced veteran in this field. Should he become involved, both Ace and Teach would undoubtedly be perceived as representatives of malevolence, potentially leading to their capture and rendering the situation entirely beyond Alan's control. Thus, in a bid to rectify the regrets within the world of pirates and assist Ace, he resolved to take a risk, entrusting this pivotal task of altering fate to himself and his small band. Ha ha ha. Is this the extent of a pirate worth 48 million? How utterly disappointing. As Alan and his companions approached Bonero Island, a towering figure stood upon the back of a blonde-haired man, disdainfully laughing. The arrogant grin and the symbolic gap in his teeth belonged to none other than Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, the very target of Alan's arrival on Bonero Island. Captain, I have inquired, and the strongest on this island is indeed this scoundrel. At this moment, a robust and imposing man approached Teach's side, expressing his exasperation. Even if we defeat numerous insignificant foes, it bears no consequence. Only a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million can capture the attention of the world government. Teach spoke with utmost seriousness, having already devised a meticulous plan in his mind to seize this world. The initial step involved acquiring formidable strength. His intention to eliminate the 4th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Sachi, was for this very purpose. Following that, he needed to amass sufficient prestige, and as a pirate, the most advantageous route to achieve this was by becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea, recognized by the world government. Thus, he was currently exploring every possible means to attract their notice, aspiring to become a substitute for Crocodile. The third step entailed instigating chaos across the world, preferably igniting a full-scale war between the Marines and the pirates. Akin to the upheaval that ensued following the demise of the Pirate King, Roger, which heralded the Great Age of Pirates. Only amid such turmoil could he hope to emerge victorious and ascend to the pinnacle of piracy. Captain, I have already conveyed your desire to join the 7 warlords at the Marine headquarters meeting. However, it appears that Fleet Admiral Sengoku and his associates do not harbor much interest in you. Rather, they seem captivated by that young pirate known as the Harvester from the East Blue. Lafitte, serving as a strategist for the Blackbeard pirates, remarked earnestly from the side. He had previously exerted all his efforts to infiltrate the Marine headquarters conference room, ensuring that the name of the Blackbeard pirates reached the ears of the higher-ups. Yet the results fell far short of his initial expectations. Indeed, that enigmatic youth first cleared the entire East Blue of pirates as a warm-up, subsequently vanquishing the pirates of Magic Valley Town to garner global attention. However, just at this pivotal moment, he inexplicably vanished, leaving no trace behind. How infuriating, Teach mused. Having once contemplated defeating Alan, the Harvester, to attract the world government's notice, but now found himself at a loss, feeling quite vexed. Captain, since we currently lack any leads on the over 100 million bounty pirate, how about we shift our focus to that Harvester? Lafitte suggested earnestly, glancing at Teach. Do you have information about him? Yes, I recently learned from several informants that in the last battle before that youth's disappearance, he engaged in combat with Joker, Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords. I believe we could approach Doflamingo to inquire about his whereabouts. Oh, that flamingo bastard. This newcomer managed to clash with him. What an extraordinary feat. Has his combat prowess truly reached the level of the 7 warlords? Teach was secretly astonished by Lafitte's revelation. Having encountered Doflamingo during his time on Whitebeard's ship and possessing a fair understanding of the formidable nature of this unconventional warlord, the specific outcome remained unclear. But the Harvester should still be alive. Otherwise, Doflamingo would surely seize the opportunity to promote himself, thereby enhancing his reputation among pirates. The cunning and formidable little rascal, who can face such an unconventional opponent and emerge unscathed, demonstrates an alarming pace of growth. Teach expressed his satisfaction with Alan's achievement with a hearty laugh. Very well. Let us pay a visit to that flamingo scoundrel and uncover the truth behind that little brat. Captain, what if that flamingo scoundrel proves uncooperative? Then we shall usurp his position, thereby saving time. Chapter 5. The arrogant Teach after resolving to seek out Don Quixote Doflamingo regarding the pirate reaper's whereabouts. Blackbeard Teach unusually summoned his crew for a meeting. This was a stark contrast to the time when he decided to capture Luffy. For Doflamingo is an exceptionally powerful figure among the Shichibukai, and even the audacious Teach would not underestimate him. Raffet, please share what you know with everyone. Once all his comrades were gathered in a quiet tavern in town, Teach first turned his gaze to the devilish Sergeant Raffet, who was responsible for navigation and intelligence gathering. Teach had chosen him as a companion for his exceptional sailing skills and ability to collect information. Very well, Captain Teach, Raffet replied respectfully. I shall get straight to the point. Doflamingo holds a rather unconventional status, possessing dual identities as a member of the Shichibukai and the former king of Dressrosa. His bounty was 340 million berries, and he is a formidable user of the string fruit. Moreover, he is the head of the Don Quixote family, which commands a unique army composed of spades, hearts, clubs, and diamonds, each led by a highly skilled top officer. Underestimating them would be unwise. If we were to confront him directly, Captain, considering our current strength, we may not fare well. After divulging all the information he possessed in one breath, Raffet quietly warned Blackbeard, concerned that this fearless leader might indeed confront Doflamingo head-on, an act he deemed highly imprudent at this juncture. Oh, that flamingo scoundrel has quite the fortune. I had not considered this initially. Had I thought of it sooner, I would have already brought him under my command, saving us a great deal of trouble. As Raffet had anticipated, Teach displayed no sign of concern upon hearing about Doflamingo. Instead, he wore a smug grin, as if Doflamingo's formidable power was merely a gift awaiting him. Ha! Captain, once we seize Doflamingo's territories, you must entrust me with managing his peculiar army of 4 colors, so I can truly revel in the thrill. Proposed basis, the helmsman of the Blackbeard pirates, from the side. Cough, cough. Everything is orchestrated by fate. Just by looking at his bounty notice, one can tell that Doflamingo is destined for a short life. All that he possesses is fated to be claimed by our captain. As the ship's doctor of the Blackbeard pirates, the seemingly frail poison, Hugh held up the bounty notice of Don Quixote Doflamingo, coughing lightly. He exhibited a palpable disdain for the arrogant expression depicted on the notice. Captain, it is imperative that you remain composed. While Doflamingo may not pose a threat to you, he should not be allowed to become an obstacle in our path. Knowing of Blackbeard Teach's formidable past, having once wounded the Emperor Shanks, Lafitte understood that a warlord of the sea could hardly intimidate him. Thus, he contemplated alternative ways to dissuade him. A flamingo scoundrel cannot be a hindrance to me. Once I seize his title, he will merely be a worthless scum of the sea, Teach proclaimed with an air of arrogance. As he began to execute his grand design to dominate the seas, his ambitions soared to new heights. His aim was to become the sole king ruling these waters. With only the foremost emperors or the world government standing as potential adversaries, he dismissed the warlords of the sea, the silver medalists, from his considerations entirely. Captain, Doflamingo is not merely a pirate. He is also a celestial dragon, Lafitte interjected, revealing another of Doflamingo's concealed identities. Celestial dragon, huh? This flamingo scoundrel indeed possesses a remarkable status. Upon hearing of Doflamingo's lineage, Teach was momentarily taken aback before erupting into a derisive laugh. The celestial dragons are the nobility of the pirate world, descendants of the 20 kings who founded the world government 8 centuries ago, behaving with an air of superiority as if they were the progeny of the creators themselves. Although Doflamingo had somehow become a pirate, this identity rendered Blackbeard hesitant to confront him directly. Should he slay a celestial dragon, it would surely provoke the wrath of the world government, jeopardizing not only his aspirations for the warlord position, but also prematurely setting him against the government before he could attain the title of Pirate King, an eventuality he wished to avoid. Captain, thus we shall merely seek to gather pertinent information, ensuring the matter does not escalate. Observing Blackbeard's silence, which indicated his acquiescence to Lafitte's reasoning, the latter promptly offered his counsel. Very well, let us make the necessary arrangements. Teach nodded earnestly. Just as they prepared to finalize their plans to approach Doflamingo, Vinoka, the sniper assigned by Teach to watch from the rooftop, entered the room. Captain, a small naval vessel has arrived at this island. Let it come. It is merely a small naval ship, hardly worth our concern, Teach replied nonchalantly. However, before he could finish his sentence, his expression shifted. For he was all too familiar with Vinoka. If it were merely an ordinary naval officer, he would not have entered to report. Indeed, Captain, the individual aboard is of notable significance. He is the esteemed disciple of former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr and a key member of the pirate guerrilla squad. Oh, that beautiful female Navy officer. Chapter 6, Trouble Approaches. Unbeknownst to Alan and his companions, who had captured the attention of Blackbeard, they first sought a place to rest upon their arrival at Bonero Island. After finding a suitable location, Alan closed his eyes, releasing his observation hockey to assess the circumstances of the island, intending to facilitate the arrangements for their next course of action. However, he was taken aback by his findings. On Bonero Island, there existed a group of individuals who concealed not their presence, with the leader exuding an astonishingly powerful aura. This individual was, without a doubt, the strongest he had encountered thus far, aside from Zifa. Coupled with his understanding of the unfolding narrative, it was clear that this group belonged to the Blackbeard pirates. This is dire. I had forgotten that these ruffians could be on the island. They must already be aware of our landing. Upon sensing the presence of Blackbeard and his crew, a sense of foreboding washed over Alan. He was acutely aware that Blackbeard, one of the future emperors of the sea aiming to dominate the New World, undoubtedly possessed observation hockey. Furthermore, among his subordinates was a sniper with exceptional vision, ensuring that Alan and his companions would have been detected the moment they set foot on the island. Alan, what is happening? Noticing the sudden seriousness on Alan's face, I instinctively sensed that trouble was afoot and inquired with evident concern. I sense an extraordinarily powerful group. Given the intensity of their aura, it is highly likely that we have stumbled upon our target, the Blackbeard pirates. Our movements are likely compromised. Alan replied earnestly, without concealing the gravity of the situation. So what if we are exposed? This actually saves us the trouble of searching for them. Once we ascertain their location, we can deal with them more effectively. Upon hearing that the Blackbeard pirates were indeed on the island, Techi, unaware of the magnitude of the threat posed by the emperors, remarked nonchalantly, "Techi, it's not as simple as you think. The aura emanating from Blackbeard, particularly from Captain Teach himself, is not weaker than that of our mentor, Zifa. Do you truly believe it is a fortunate circumstance for us to be targeted by them?" Alan stated with utmost seriousness, at that moment feeling uncertain about the possibility of altering the destinies of those within the pirate world. Upon hearing Alan's words, Techi fell silent. While an individual's strength cannot be solely determined by their aura, those with formidable presences are rarely weak. In his understanding, Zifa was a superpower comparable to his uncle. If Blackbeard's aura rivaled that of Zifa, then his strength could indeed be similar. Was their current team truly capable of contending with such an opponent? Brother Alan, shall I promptly inform Teacher Zephyr? The formidable strength of Teach has surpassed our initial expectations. Even the average warlords of the sea would likely pale in comparison. Relying solely on the three of us to confront him seems perilously reckless. It is imperative that we enlist the aid of our teacher to have any hope of accomplishing this mission. Upon hearing of Teach's overwhelming power, In's previously resolute determination began to waver. No need to alert Teacher Zephyr. I have a plan. Besides, we are not merely three against Teach. Alan inquired, have you arranged for reinforcements, brother? Have you forgotten whom we intended to assist in taking down Teach? He regarded Ein and Tiki, who appeared slightly guilty, with a smile. Having concocted a new strategy for their next course of action, are you suggesting Portgas D. Ace, the second commander of the Whitebeard pirates? Observing Alan's somewhat triumphant expression, Ein surmised his thoughts, yet continued with a hint of trepidation. However, he is still a pirate. Even if he seeks vengeance for his comrades, his loyalties remain unchanged. As representatives of the opposing navy, it seems implausible for us to form an alliance with him. Who says we are navy? Alan corrected her earnestly. We are merely a band of pirate guerrillas at most. Besides, our pirate guerrilla unit is likely on the brink of disbandment. Ultimately, what harm is there in forging an alliance with a valiant warrior of the sea who values loyalty? He gazed at Ein, subtly attempting to reshape her perception that the navy is supreme and that all pirates are villainous. Clang, clang, clang. Just as Alan and his companions deliberated their next move, the bell hanging at the tavern's entrance suddenly rang, announcing the arrival of several burly men clad in crocodile leather jackets, armed with large swords and spiked clubs. By their distinctive attire, Alan discerned they were the sort of lowly pirates he had hoped to avoid. Mildly displeased, he frowned at the intrusion. He distinctly remembered choosing a secluded tavern precisely to evade such disruptions. The unexpected arrival of these ruffians boded ill. To further substantiate Alan's apprehensions, the tavern owner approached the group of pirates as they entered, asking, "Gentlemen, what would you like to drink? We're not here for you. Clear off," barked the leader of the pirates, hand resting menacingly on his sword. Faced with such blatant intimidation, the tavern owner, though harboring resentment, had no choice but to retreat for his own safety, silently resolving to summon some of his more formidable pirate acquaintances to teach these disrespectful brigands a lesson. Having successfully intimidated the tavern owner, the group of pirates turned their attention toward Alan and his companions. One of them shouted, "Hey, you newcomers, do you know the rules?" Seeing these rascally pirates causing trouble, Alan could only shake his head in resignation. Aang cast them a disdainful glance, while among the group, only the newcomer Teki, who had just embarked on his journey, curiously inquired, "What are the rules?" "Humph, you dare to set foot on our territory without paying an entrance fee?" "It won't be that easy," the burly leader proclaimed, brandishing his hefty sword at Alan and his companions. "I pride myself on fairness. Each of you must part with 200,000 berries to safely set foot on the island." Witnessing his patrons being extorted within his establishment, the tavern owner felt compelled to intervene, lest his already meager business suffer further. He stepped forward, asserting, "Gentlemen, your actions are quite out of line. How dare you? You're asking for trouble." The pirate leader, incensed by the tavern owner's interruption, retaliated with a swift strike, intending to teach him a lesson. However, to avoid escalating the situation, he opted to strike with the back of his blade. Nevertheless, the impact would surely leave the tavern owner bedridden for months. "Today, Tian Tang has gone to the hospital. I apologize for the inconvenience." Dear readers supporting Tian Tang. Chapter 7. Teaching by example interfering is tantamount to courting death. The small-time troublemakers, furious at the tavern owner's interruption, immediately lashed out in anger. In an attempt to restrain the situation, the pirate leader struck with the back of his sword. The tavern owner instinctively shut his eyes against the impending blow, regretting his rashness. If he were to fall, who would care for his lovely wife at home? He feared that the neighbor, old Zhang, might take advantage of his misfortune. As the tavern owner lost himself in worry, the expected pain failed to materialize. He cautiously opened his eyes to discover that Teki had firmly grasped the pirate's sword. Feeling the immense power coursing through the blade in his grip, it seemed less like a mere arm holding it, and more like an indomitable steel claw. You're the ones who should be paying for protection. Don't mistake your target. Teki smiled at the pirate, his grip on the sword tightening. Creak. Snap. Oh dear. I apologize. I momentarily lost control of my strength and crushed your little sword. How much should I compensate you? In a display of raw strength, Teki shattered the sword forged from pure steel with a single hand. The pirates, once bold, now stood frozen in fear, none daring to respond to Teki's inquiry. Why the silence? Have you realized that your blade is of inferior quality? Do let me know if my compensation is required. Teki gazed at the pirates who were now thoroughly intimidated, continuing to speak to himself. No need for compensation, no need for compensation, my good sirs. We have disturbed your rest, and we shall take our leave immediately. These ruffians, who originally intended to extort Alan, were now filled with profound regret for their ill-fated decision. They fervently shook their heads as if attempting to dispel their fears, and their feet began to shuffle slowly, preparing to flee from this terrifying place. Whoosh! The ruffians were preparing to make their escape, but Teach had no intention of allowing such an easy conclusion. With a slight exertion of force, he swiftly positioned himself at the tavern's entrance, completely obstructing the pirates' route of retreat. My lord, do you have any commands? After witnessing Teach's terrifying speed once more, the pirates dared not entertain any thoughts of resistance, bowing their heads in deference and inquiring respectfully. Is this blade of yours not a substandard piece? I believe I should charge you a fee for my assessment. Teach shook the fragments of the large sword he still held, earnestly extorting the group. Indeed. My lord speaks the truth. We shall provide the fee immediately. Faced with Teach's blatant extortion, though the pirates were infuriated, they felt utterly constrained by his overwhelming power and hastily produced their valuables. That is insufficient. Do you take me for a beggar? Appraisals require considerable effort. I demand more. Very well, my lord. We have no more money on us. May we offer goods as collateral? Absolutely not. Should you flee, I would have to seek retribution from the underworld. Alternatively, I could facilitate your transition into spirits and forego my payment. And no, my lord, we will find a way. We will find a way. Teach fully embraced the style of extortion reminiscent of Alan. After thoroughly emptying the pirates of all their valuables, he proceeded with a series of re-educational measures for these ruffians, before ultimately allowing them to leave, tearful and vowing to reform. This entire scene was keenly observed by a sniper atop a distant high-rise, who, perplexed by Teach's actions, silently placed his finger on the trigger of his rifle. Chapter 8. Concealed strength. After thoroughly educating the pirates who had attempted to extort him until they were weeping, Teach glanced at the bounty he had collected, then waved his hand to release them. His rather unconventional behavior was entirely witnessed by a sniper from a distant high-rise. This sniper was Van Oka, the formidable marksman of the Blackbeard pirates. Intrigued by Teach's actions, he silently positioned his finger on the trigger of his rifle. Zifa's disciple, is it? Let me see just how formidable you and your pirate guerrilla crew truly are, and whether you are worth the captain's effort to approach. Van Oka pondered the task assigned to him by Blackbeard Teach, to monitor the pirate guerrilla team led by Ein and, should the opportunity arise, to orchestrate a chance encounter to facilitate an engagement with the upper echelons of the Navy. He felt a surge of indignation in his view. Ein and her crew were merely a band of inexperienced naval newcomers, hardly worthy of the considerable attention Blackbeard was devoting to them. Bang! Once he had made up his mind, Van Oka immediately squeezed the trigger in his hand. A sniper bullet soared towards Teki, who was ostentatiously flaunting his wealth. However, he deliberately withheld his full force. The bullet was aimed at the stack of cash in Teki's hands. After all, eliminating a disciple of Zephyr would surely invite considerable trouble. He merely wished to gauge the true capabilities of this young rascal. Ah, no need to hide, little Teki. Just as Van Oka pulled the trigger, Alan, who had been using his observation hockey to lock onto him, noticed the unfolding scene. Instinctively, he considered rising to shield Teki from the impending shot. Yet, due to the relentless training he had undergone, his observation hockey had undergone remarkable transformations, one of which enabled him to predict the trajectory of others' attacks with uncanny foresight. This time, When Van Oka fired his weapon, the bullet's trajectory was deftly discerned by Alan, utilizing his observation hockey. He realized that the target was, astonishingly, the stack of cash trembling in Techi's hands. In that instant, he deduced that the sniper from the Blackbeard pirates was likely testing their capabilities. To preserve his strategic advantage, he immediately conveyed a silent warning to Techi through lip movements. Techi, who possessed a modicum of observation hockey, sensed the danger as the bullet approached within 10 meters. Instinctively, he prepared to evade, but upon hearing Alan's warning, he restrained his impulse to flee, standing still as the bullet passed through the cash he held. The sound of the bullet shattering the bills echoed, scattering them across the ground. Alan and Ein quickly rose and rushed towards him. Ein cast a glance in the direction from which the bullet had come, but saw no sign of an enemy. Curious and perplexed, Ein wondered who had fired the shot and where the assailant was. She prided herself on her excellent vision, yet she could discern no suspicious figures aiming at Techi. We should not linger. The enemy is still at a distance. Let us retreat into the room to strategize our next move, Alan suggested, feigning support for the startled Techi while whispering to Ein. Observing the commotion from afar, Van Oka lowered his sniper rifle. Now nearly convinced that this group was merely a flock of fledglings hiding beneath the name of Zephyr, lacking any real prowess. The only uncertainty lingered in his mind regarding the moment he thought he saw the boy, Techi, tremble slightly as the bullet neared. However, the speed of the event left even him unsure of what he had witnessed. Perhaps I imagined it, Van Oka reassured himself, for he found it hard to believe that the boy, who had shown a hint of panic at the last moment, possessed the foresight to sense impending danger. With this assessment in mind, Van Oka resolved to relay this intelligence promptly to Blackbeard. In his view, this group was nothing more than a facade of a pirate guerrilla squad, unlikely to attract Zephyr's attention. Their chances of using Zephyr to bolster Blackbeard's ascent to the position of Shichibukai seemed slim, and he deemed it wise to abandon the notion. How amusing it is that such a renowned old man has trained students so lacking in merit. This decaying government still excels in boasting. After listening to Van Oka's report, the infamous Blackbeard Teach let out a derisive laugh, disdainfully regarding the former Admiral Zifa's grand proclamations about the world government. He perceived them as nothing more than shameless attempts by the world government to bolster its own reputation. At that moment, he began to question whether the legendary Admiral Zifa was truly as formidable as the tale suggested, doubting he had reached the heroic heights of Garp or the fleet Admiral Sengoku. Captain, since those pirate guerrillas are so inept, we need not waste our efforts on them. Instead, we should focus on devising a plan to gather intelligence from Doflamingo. Lafitte, standing alongside Blackbeard, proposed. He noted that Zifa's pirate guerrillas had historically been inefficient, resulting in incomplete information concerning figures like Ein, ultimately branding them as Zifa's failed students. If the world government is so fond of boasting, then Doflamingo, whom they have lauded, is likely nothing more than a piece of marine refuse with a celestial dragon title. We ought to be audacious in our plans. Let us charge in with our crew and intimidate him. Let us see what he dares to conceal. At that moment, Teach's estimation of the untested warlord Doflamingo dropped considerably. As Teach and his crew set aside thoughts of Alan to formulate a plan to confront Doflamingo, Alan, accompanied by Ein and Teach, retreated to a secluded room within a tavern. Brother Alan, what on earth has transpired? How did you know that bullet would strike the bills in my hand? Ein and Teach simultaneously directed their inquiries at Alan once they ensured their surroundings were secure. Do not rush. Another significant figure has arrived on the island. In response to their questions, Alan did not provide an answer, instead revealing a peculiar smile. Chapter 9. Ace arrives on the island while Ein and Teach were questioning him. Alan refrained from hasty replies, his face adorned with an odd smile. His observation hockey, keenly attuned to the happenings of Bonero Island, had detected the presence of a notable figure within the pirate world. Though merely a fleeting silhouette, the familiar pirate hat, the flame-embellished speedboat, and the formidable observation hockey he had intentionally concealed pointed unmistakably to the arrival of Port Gas d'Ace, the man destined to alter the course of the pirate saga. Although he had arrived slightly earlier than in the original timeline, the relentless gears of fate began to turn, setting events into motion as per the established narrative. If Ace is here, then the clash with the Blackbeard pirates is likely imminent. This grants me the opportunity to partake in this battle that will determine the future of the pirate world. However, can we truly execute our initial plan with our current strength? As Alan contemplated the imminent battle he was about to engage in, A sense of unease began to wash over him. Having deeply experienced the formidable strength of the Blackbeard pirates, he realized that leveraging his current abilities to shift the gears of the pirate world was indeed no trivial endeavor. Even if Ein, and Little Tay teamed up, whether we could penetrate the defensive line established by Blackbeard's crew remained a pressing concern. The previous incident where the sniper Van Oka ambushed Little Tay illustrated that none among their ranks could be deemed weak. Moreover, during the confrontation between Teach and Ace, Van Oka, Lafitte, Basis, and Poison Q were all present, watching intently. If the three of us could not successfully engage them, how could we possibly enter the fray between Ace and Teach to assist Ace in vanquishing Teach? Brother, what are you thinking? Just as Alan was lost in thought strategizing his next move, Techie's voice jolted him back to reality. Little Tay, Ein, he stammered. Daydreaming is not the hallmark of a mature warrior. You taught me that lesson. Noticing Alan's distracted demeanor, Techie seized the opportunity to impart some wisdom, adopting an air of composure. Regardless of the challenges we face, we brothers will confront them together. There is no problem we cannot solve. To borrow a phrase you once shared with me, if we cannot approach it head-on, we shall find another way. There is no insurmountable obstacle in this world. Smack. Just as Techie reveled in his self-satisfied lecture, a sharp thwack from Ein brought him back to attention. You brat, stop rambling. Alan is clearly focused on serious matters. Don't interrupt. No, Little T's interruption was quite timely. It may lead to a necessary change in our plans. Alan exclaimed, his perspective suddenly broadened by Techie's unexpected remarks. His eyes lit up as he spoke earnestly. According to the intelligence I've gathered, that scoundrel Teach should be on this island. Prior to our landing, it seemed that someone with observation hockey was scrutinizing me, likely that rascal Teach. Regardless, this time he won't escape. On the sparsely populated shores of Bonero Island, a flash of flame darted by, and a strikingly handsome man with a few freckles leapt onto the island. The young man in question is Alan's target on Bonero Island, the infamous Portgas D. Ace, known as Fire Fist. Chapter 10. The Fated Battle. Ha ha ha. Lafitte, your idea is splendid. Let us proceed with it. After a period of deliberation, the Blackbeard pirates unanimously agreed to Lafitte's plan to confront Don Quixote da Flamingo. After all, Lafitte's approach was a blend of both coercion and temptation. Under such a stratagem, even the unorthodox pirate da Flamingo, who bore the status of a celestial dragon, would have no choice but to acquiesce. Ha ha ha, Captain. I must be at the forefront of this endeavor. I have long wished to encounter the legendary Shichibukai. The most combative helmsman of the Blackbeard pirates, Basis, expressed his excitement for the impending battle. Ha ha ha, no problem. I've heard that the talents among that Flamingo's crew are quite numerous. You'll have ample opportunity to test your mettle. Blackbeard Teach waved his hand grandly. Come, my crew, prepare to set sail. We have much to attend to. Oh, you seem quite pleased, Teach. What nefarious scheme have you concocted this time? Just as Teach was about to lead his crew away, an unexpected voice rang out, causing him to turn and feel a slight surprise within. The individual who left the previously self-satisfied Blackbeard Tiki momentarily stunned was none other than his former captain, Ace, the 2nd Division leader of the Whitebeard Pirates. Oh, Captain Ace. However, true to his ambitious nature, Blackbeard, having already resolved himself, merely experienced a fleeting surprise upon seeing Ace, quickly regaining his composure and greeting him with a broad smile. Yet, he deliberately emphasized the term captain, leaving one to ponder whether it was meant to convey warmth or to serve as a veiled mockery. Silence, you scoundrel. At this juncture, I am no longer your captain. Such a title is reserved for those deserving of respect. A wretch like you, who slaughters his own comrades, has no right to address me as such. Do you still wish to toy with me, you bastard? Ace retorted coldly, having discerned the underlying sarcasm in Blackbeard's words. Oh, so you are the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the renowned rookie Fire Fist Ace, who once declined the position of Warlord of the Sea. What an honor it is to encounter you here, remarked Lafitte, the strategist of the Blackbeard Pirates, regarding Ace's unexpected appearance with a smile. I appreciate your greeting. Although Ace held a sense of disdain for Lafitte's overtures, he maintained a facade of politeness in his response, turning his gaze towards Blackbeard. Tiki, it seems you have become quite the captain yourself. Haha, Ace, you flatter me. So, are you interested in joining my crew? Blackbeard replied with a smile, seemingly accepting Ace's compliments and utterly disregarding the fact that he had betrayed his comrades, extending a sincere invitation to join his ranks. Tiki, spare me your theatrics. With your extensive years of existence, you cannot possibly be oblivious to the current situation, can you? You should remember the ironclad rules of the Whitebeard pirates better than anyone. Ace's eyes glinted with a hint of murderous intent as he slightly advanced his hand, a precursor to his imminent attack. He needed no more than a second to transition into combat mode. I understand. But allow me to say one more thing, Ace. You are quite powerful. It would be a pity for you to perish here. Instead, why not become my companion? I have devised a plan to dominate this world. Whitebeard has grown old. From this day forth, it shall be my domain. Join me, and I assure you, you will not be treated poorly. Blackbeard, unperturbed by Ace's palpable hostility, earnestly urged him. What a joke. You wretch, I would never bang. Bang. Before Ace could finish his refusal, Van Augur, the sharpshooter of the Blackbeard pirates, fired 2 shots at him, while the helmsman, Basis, hurled a large chunk of a rooftop towards Ace. The battle that will determine the course of the pirate world has indeed commenced. Propelled by the gears of fate. Chapter 11. The preparation to alter destiny. With a sharp report, Van Augur's sniper bullet pierced Ace's body, yet it inflicted no harm. It merely left behind 2 smoldering holes, sparking with embers. The spark from the small hole emitted a faint sound before promptly returning to its original state. Ace cast a cold glance at Van Augur, who had dared to attack him, remarking, "It appears one of your comrades is quite the rule breaker. The one lacking in decorum is you. How dare you insult our captain? Prepare to die." At that moment, the helmsman, Boschus, hurled the rooftop of a house at Ace as if it were a cannonball. Flame ring. Faced with the descending rooftop, Ace waved his hand, conjuring a pillar of fire that surged towards the sky, instantly incinerating the wooden structure upon contact. Oka, Bosch's retreat. You are no match for him at this moment. Seeing his companions foolishly attacking Ace, Teach immediately called out to stop them. He was acutely aware of his former captain's formidable strength with Oka and Bosch's current abilities. They would not only be of no assistance, but could potentially complicate matters further. Fire Fist. Just as Teach was urging his comrades, Ace retaliated with a powerful strike. With a single hand, he directed a colossal flaming fist towards the members of the Blackbeard pirates. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crew swiftly dodged the unexpected assault, but Teach, caught in the center, could not evade in time and was engulfed by the fiery punch. It's so hot. Captain. After being pierced by the fire fist, Teach writhed on the ground, flames consuming him, the intense burning sensation causing him great agony. The Blackbeard pirates rushed forward to help extinguish the flames engulfing him. Enough of this. You lot, back off. Rolling on the ground to snuff out the fire, Teach pushed away his crew and regarded Ace with a cold smirk. Ha! Ace, you truly show no mercy. I harbor no affection for scum like you. Ha! Ace, I know you wish to kill me. After all, killing a comrade is a strict taboo set by Whitebeard. By violating this rule, I have effectively slapped him in the face in front of the entire world. You, who consider him a father, cannot tolerate that, can you? After regaining his breath, Teach spoke earnestly. It was I who killed the 4th Division captain, Sachi. But I had no choice. He possessed the devil fruit I had long coveted. According to ship rules, whoever obtains it first has the right to consume it. For the sake of my dream, I had no option but to kill him. For such a trivial reason, you would kill your own comrade? Truly, you are the epitome of scum, Teach. Upon hearing Blackbeard's justification for murdering his comrade, Ace's eyes brimmed with a more intense killing intent. It was difficult for him to fathom that he had once coexisted with such a scoundrel for a period of time. This realization ignited a fury within him, compelling him to wish for Blackbeard's immediate demise. Ha! Ace, this is not a trivial reason. This devil fruit has bestowed upon me the power to become the strongest in the world, the means to dominate it. Blackbeard scoffed, his entire being shrouded in a thick, ominous black smoke. Behold, even among the natural-type fruits, I am an anomaly. Ace, your fiery beauty is commendable, but before me, you remain utterly defenseless. For I embody darkness itself. Run. The captain has begun. If we don't flee far enough, we could be caught in his wake. Upon witnessing Blackbeard unleash the powers of his dark fruit, the crew of the Blackbeard pirates frantically fled the scene, acutely aware of the devastating strength of Blackbeard Teach's abilities. If they were to be caught in his indiscriminate attack, it would indeed spell disaster for them. Is it starting, little Teach? Fine, come with me. Meanwhile, on Bonero Island, Alan observed the unfolding scene, recognizing that the battle between Ace and Blackbeard had escalated to a fever pitch. Determined to alter the fate of this confrontation, He wasted no time in summoning Teach and Nine to rush toward the battleground. Ha ha ha. Ace, do you feel it? My dark powers can devour not only objects, but also your devil fruit abilities. The dynamics of the confrontation between Blackbeard and Ace shifted dramatically. Where Ace had once held the upper hand, it was now Blackbeard who dominated. With his hand aimed at Ace, he coldly uttered, "Dark water, divine fire, unknowable flame." Sensing his body being once again drawn toward Blackbeard, Ace resolutely attacked mid-air, swinging his arms to unleash two fiery spears that pierced through Blackbeard's chest. Die. Yet, Blackbeard Teach, renowned for having once wounded the formidable Yonko Shanks, endured the searing pain as he retaliated with a powerful strike aimed at Ace's neck. Bang! Cursed wretch. My bones feel as though they might shatter. Ace was sent flying, massaging his neck and acutely aware of the terrifying potency of that previous strike. He realized that had Blackbeard exerted just a bit more force, his neck would have been completely broken, leading to utter defeat. In that moment, he began to comprehend why Whitebeard had sought to prevent him from pursuing Teach. It became evident that this scoundrel, hidden within the Whitebeard pirates for so many years, possessed formidable strength. To openly defy Whitebeard indeed required a significant degree of power. Most ability users rely heavily on their devil fruit powers. Once stripped of those abilities, they become exceedingly vulnerable. However, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates proved to be exceptional, as even without his powers, his physical attributes remained remarkably formidable. Having fled to a distant location, the members of Blackbeard's crew gazed upon the fierce clash between Ace and Blackbeard, their admiration for the formidable adversary who pursued them growing in their hearts, for his strength was indeed beyond their current capabilities. Meanwhile, perched upon a rocky ledge, Alan, accompanied by Teach and Ein, arrived at the scene, marveling at the unfolding battle and reflecting on the profound power of fate's wheel. The confrontation mirrored the narrative of the pirate world, and if it continued on this trajectory, the next move would undoubtedly determine the victor. However, now that he had arrived, he was resolute in his determination to alter this outcome. Flame Emperor, perish beneath the shadows. Chapter 12. Alan joins the fray. Flame Emperor, perish beneath the shadows. As Alan stood in astonishment at the battle before him, Ace and Blackbeard entered the climactic phase of their confrontation, both unleashing their ultimate techniques derived from their respective devil fruits. A fireball, reminiscent of a miniature sun, collided with a swirling mass of black smoke that resembled a black hole. Ha ha ha. Is the sun stronger, or is darkness? Only one shall emerge victorious. Blackbeard chuckled triumphantly as he witnessed Ace unleash his most powerful move. He was acutely aware of the tremendous prowess of his dark fruit, convinced that no matter how hard Ace struggled, he could not possibly surpass him. Rather, he reveled in the opportunity to thoroughly test the capabilities of his own power. Regardless of the outcome, I choose to support Whitebeard in becoming the Pirate King. This era belongs to Whitebeard. Facing the formidable Blackbeard, Ace exhibited no fear. He firmly believed that only a person of righteousness could ascend to kingship. Thus, even if he were to be bested by Blackbeard, he would never plead for mercy. For in his heart, there was but one true pirate king, his captain, Whitebeard. With a thunderous clash, the super moves of the flame fruit and the dark fruit collided, enveloping the entirety of Bonero Island in a radiant display of red and black light. A piercing low hum reverberated through the air, compelling everyone present to instinctively cover their ears. As the resonating sound subsided, the outcome of the battle between Ace and Blackbeard became painfully clear. Indeed, even the most brilliant sun could not escape the insatiable grasp of a black hole. Following the climactic confrontation, Ace found himself drained of all strength, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Observing his former captain, now a sworn enemy, lying defeated, Blackbeard erupted into a fit of triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha. Ace, now you understand just how terrifying my fruit truly is. The future of this world shall belong to me. Yet, before Blackbeard's laughter could fully dissipate, a shadow suddenly materialized before him, followed by a terrifying impact that struck his unguarded abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air. Captain, cough. What on earth is happening? Seeing that there were still enemies, the members of the Blackbeard pirates were quite perplexed. They hurried to assist Blackbeard, lifting him up, and collectively directed their gazes towards the shadow that had attacked him. This narrative transcends the original realm of pirates, as the assailant targeting Blackbeard is none other than Aaron, who has resolved to alter the course of fate within the pirate world. After delivering a surprise, full-force strike that repelled Blackbeard, He urgently instructed Teach and Ein, who had momentarily hesitated, to take Ace and make their escape, reminding them to rendezvous at the next island as initially agreed upon. However, brother, allow me to stay and assist you. Ein and Teach both protested against Aaron's intention to confront Blackbeard alone. Yet, before they could articulate their concerns, Aaron sternly interrupted them. For the current situation had far exceeded his expectations. If they did not act swiftly to escape with Ace, the plan to change the very destiny of the pirate world might indeed falter. Ha ha ha. I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just the pirate guerrilla squad trained by that old man Zephyr. Are you intending to make Ace of the Whitebeard pirates your quarry? Upon recognizing the identity of his foes, Blackbeard Teach rose from the ground, dusting himself off with a grin. Damn it, this guy is indeed a monster. The punch I landed on him was enhanced with hockey and delivered as a surprise attack. Logically, even if I couldn't defeat him, he should have been severely injured. Yet, he bears not a single wound. Truly, he is a monster destined to become one of the 4 emperors. Aaron, observing Blackbeard's smiling demeanor, felt a pang of anxiety within, realizing how feeble he was in the face of true strength. Little Teach, let us depart. Meanwhile, Ein, sensing the dreadful pressure emanating from Blackbeard, comprehended Aaron's earlier words and ceased her insistence to remain, hoisting the immobile Ace and shouting at Teach to hurry. All right, Teach, not entirely oblivious, responded to Ein's urgent call and began to sprint toward the harbor alongside her. Ha ha ha. As a pirate guerrilla squad, is it not shameful to flee before the battle has even begun? This is not the behavior one would expect from students raised under Zephyr's tutelage. Blackbeard scoffed at the sight of them attempting to escape with their target Ace. Though their sudden appearance had taken him by surprise, he looked down on their immediate retreat. Believing these youngsters lacked the courage to fight him, mere fledglings nurtured under Zephyr's reputation. Raging Gale, sever. Without allowing Blackbeard a moment to pursue, Aaron, having gathered his strength in his legs, abruptly lifted his foot, unleashing a terrifying wave of slashing energy toward the members of the Blackbeard pirates. However, before Alan's slicing wave could strike Blackbeard, the most combative member of the Blackbeard pirates, Basis, charged forth with fervor. He amassed a tremendous amount of power in his hands and brought it crashing down upon Alan's slicing wave, shattering it into fragments. Ha ha ha, what an amusing little brat. This slicing wave has numbed my hands. Captain, this kid is intriguing. Leave him to me. After dismantling Alan's formidable attack, Basis, known as the champion of combat, was captivated by Alan's prowess and burst into joyful laughter. Heh, no problem, Basis, enjoy yourself. Blackbeard generously waved his hand, allowing his subordinate to take on Alan. In his eyes, although Alan was a disciple of Zephyr, he had yet to reach the level that warranted his intervention, especially after his recent battle with Ace, which necessitated some respite. Captain, leave those 2 who escaped to me. Lafitte, the strategist of the Blackbeard pirates, observed that Alan had been engaged by Basis and wasted no time, quickly instructing his comrades before leaping into the air to pursue Ein and Techi, who had fled with Ace. Damn it, you want to get away, Alan declared as he prepared to use Moonwalk to chase after Ein and the others. However, Basis moved with swiftness beyond Alan's expectations. Seizing the opportunity as Alan exposed a flaw, he swiftly struck, delivering a powerful elbow to Alan's head. The strike left Alan feeling dizzy, almost on the brink of losing consciousness. Chapter 13. The Duel of Martial Arts Masters in a Fleeting Moment of Distraction. Bosch's launched a surprise attack. His massive form surged forward like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey, closing the distance between them in an instant. Before Alan could react, Bosch's powerful elbow collided forcefully with his head. Ugh! Struck by Bosch's, Alan felt as though his skull might shatter. A wave of dizziness washed over him, but his remarkable willpower allowed him to maintain his balance. In that very instant, he retaliated, delivering a fierce kick to Bosch's body, striving to create some distance between them. Ha ha ha. Impressive little brat. To withstand my elbow strike, and still have the strength to counter, not bad at all. Bosch's interest in Alan grew. For this combative spirit, a formidable opponent was infinitely more entertaining, lest the battle become dull. Damn it, I can't afford to be distracted. Fortunately, that was merely Bosch's elbow strike. If several members of the Blackbeard pirates had attacked simultaneously, I might not have survived this encounter. Alan cast a glance at the Blackbeard pirates' members still watching from the sidelines, instinctively heightening his caution. He analyzed the situation in his mind. For now, it was only Lafitte pursuing him. Although Ace had lost his combat capabilities, surely, Small T and Ein could handle him alone, or at the very least, manage to escape. Kid, I told you, while fighting me, you have no time to look elsewhere. Seeing Alan seemingly distracted again, Bosch's felt a surge of displeasure. To him, Alan's lack of focus was a clear indication of his disregard for the fight, prompting an immediate outburst. He swung his arm at Alan, sending forth a powerful wave of elbow strikes. Humph, it's time to deal with you. With a newfound resolve, Alan set aside his concerns and decided to confront Bosch's with all his might. As the wave of elbow strikes approached, he showed no intention of dodging. Channeling his haki into his arm, he braced himself to withstand the blow. Haha, an interesting little brat. Take this punch. Bosch's was taken aback to see Alan single-handedly absorb his elbow strike wave. With a fierce shout, he leaped high into the air, preparing to deliver an even more powerful blow to Alan. Humph, the folly of brute strength. Alan regarded Bosch's with disdain. Though his martial prowess, honed through the training of the limit fruit, might not rival the legendary strength of figures like Garp or Kaido, he felt no fear in facing a brute like Bosch's. Prepare yourself. Instant. Originally intending to confront Basis head-on, Alan, with his astute observation of the Kenbunchika haki, detected a subtle tightening in the arm of Van Oka, the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, as he gripped his rifle. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, Alan immediately realized that this individual was poised to strike at him. Consequently, he disregarded the advancing Basis and swiftly propelled himself using the advanced version of the Navy's Rokushiki technique, Saru, leaving behind merely a shadow as he vanished from sight. Bang! Indeed, as Alan commenced his movement, Van Oka's sniper rifle discharged a bullet, which, rather than striking Alan, merely grazed the descending Basis. What astonishing speed! Both Basis and Van Oka silently marveled at Alan's prowess, their respect for him growing significantly. Oka, he is my prey. Do not interfere. Following the accidental injury inflicted by Van Oka's bullet, Basis, visibly irate, turned and bellowed at him, akin to a beast fixated on its quarry, now confronted by another predator vying for the same prize. The fury within him was palpable, had it not been for his ally. He would have considered attacking Van Oka directly. Fool, this kid is not so easy to handle. In contrast to Basis's fury, Van Oka maintained a composed demeanor. Having closely observed Alan's combat style, he was acutely aware that they had initially underestimated this audacious newcomer. The sheer physical prowess he displayed already marked him as a top-tier fighter on the seas. Impossible, I am the champion. Basis, indignant at Van Oka's dismissal, began to protest. But his words were abruptly cut off by a tremendous force. Alan, having executed Saru, reappeared before him and unleashed a powerful kick aimed squarely at his abdomen. Raging Gale, sever. Alan's sudden assault harnessed an astounding 200% of his strength, augmented by the inertia from his prior movement. Basis felt as though his midsection had been struck by a runaway train, his entire body propelled like a cannonball towards the members of the Blackbeard pirates. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as Basis's massive frame collided with several buildings before finally coming to a halt. Blood poured from his mouth, signaling the evident loss of his fighting capability. Ha ha ha! What a formidable little brat. No wonder he was trained by that old coot Zifa. But have you misjudged your target? Shouldn't the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates be your true objective? Blackbeard Teach was taken aback upon witnessing his companion being defeated by Alan. However, he refrained from launching an immediate attack, instead regarding Alan with a bemused smile. He was intrigued by why this member of the pirate guerrillas harbored greater animosity towards him than towards Ace. Could it be that that old rascal Zephyr had given him the signal? All pirates are my targets. Ace has already lost his fighting capability, and I shall bring him back to the Navy headquarters. Observing Blackbeard's reluctance to attack, Alan feigned a cold demeanor and spoke, for he too required time to contemplate his next escape strategy. After all, defeating Basis was already pushing his limits, should Blackbeard decide to engage him directly. Even his utmost effort might not suffice to ensure his survival. Ha ha ha, targeting all pirates, is it? That certainly aligns with that old man's style. However, we will soon no longer be the pirates you wish to eradicate. Once I hand over that guy Ace to the Navy headquarters, I shall become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. At that point, you will neither need to eliminate me nor will you have to contend with the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. So, do me a favor and return Ace to me, Blackbeard said, maintaining his cheerful facade. I'm afraid I have no fondness for the words of scum from the seas. Alan felt the undeniable aura of authority emanating from Blackbeard as he uttered those words. Yet, fixated on his objective, he gritted his teeth and replied defiantly, "Haha, what a foolish little brat. Since you refuse to see reason, let the darkness consume you." Chapter 14. A grueling battle with Blackbeard. Seeing the young pirate from the guerrillas manage to defeat his comrade Basis through sheer strength surprised Blackbeard Teach. He had no desire to confront the legendary Navy Zephyr directly, so he sneered at Alan, "Little brat, once I deliver Ace to the Navy headquarters, I shall ascend to the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea. At that time, you will neither need to hunt me down nor contend with the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. So, do me a favor and return Ace to me. I'm afraid I have no fondness for the words of scum from the seas." Alan sensed the unyielding dominance in Blackbeard's tone, yet he remained resolute, gritting his teeth in defiance. "Ha ha ha, what a foolish little brat. Since you refuse to see reason, let the darkness consume you." Witnessing Alan's unwavering spirit, akin to that of the formidable Navy officers, Blackbeard chuckled coldly to himself. Though it posed a slight inconvenience, he was confident that with the powers of his dark fruit, he could obliterate Alan entirely. He believed that even Zephyr would be unable to trace the act back to him. "Dark water." Blackbeard waved his hand forward, and Alan immediately felt an overwhelming force enveloping him, as if his entire being were made of iron, drawn in by an immensely powerful magnet. For divine techniques, Tiger Claw. Feeling unable to escape the formidable allure of Blackbeard, the battle-hardened Alan ceased his resistance and, succumbing to the powerful gravitational pull, propelled himself forward with great force. Simultaneously, he unleashed a long-forgotten technique taught by Gungshiro, conjuring the ethereal visage of a white tiger that lunged fiercely towards Blackbeard Teach. The nature of this fruit's power was inconsequential. "I shall make it vanish immediately." Observing the sudden manifestation of the white tiger's illusion before Alan, Blackbeard was taken aback, yet instinctively presumed it to be a manifestation of Alan's devil fruit ability. Thus, he felt little concern. For one of the most terrifying capabilities of his dark fruit was the ability to siphon away the powers of other devil fruit users. Alas, the reality was far from Blackbeard's expectations. As his palm made contact with Alan's summoned white tiger illusion, the dark fruit's power failed to absorb the spectral beast. Instead, it was met with the tiger's vicious claws, which viciously raked across his chest, causing blood to spray forth and rendering his once arrogant demeanor utterly frozen. Die. Blackbeard Teach truly exemplifies the archetype of a formidable leader. Even before consuming the powers of the dark fruit, he managed to leave a scar on the face of red-haired Shanks, a testament to his extraordinary physical prowess. Upon realizing that his dark fruit abilities had faltered, he exhibited only a momentary surprise, quickly regaining his composure. He then directed a powerful punch towards the white tiger that had inflicted the wound upon him. The impact of Blackbeard's blow was both fierce and swift. Despite Alan instinctively employing his armament hockey for defense, he was still propelled backwards by the sheer force of the strike. However, he did not allow Blackbeard to escape unscathed. In the instant he was sent flying, he swiftly turned and lashed out with the tail of the white tiger's phantom, delivering a sharp blow to Blackbeard's face. The tail struck Blackbeard's face with a resounding impact. Though it did not inflict significant harm, it ignited an unparalleled fury within him. As notorious pirates, they held their pride in high esteem, and Alan had utterly shattered Blackbeard's dignity. Having just established his authority among his subordinates, Blackbeard could not permit such an affront. His eyes blazed with rage as he bared his toothless grin and charged at Alan. Meanwhile, as Alan successfully provoked Blackbeard, the battle between Teach and Lafitte intensified to a fever pitch. To prevent Ace, the prey vanquished by Blackbeard, from escaping under his nose, Lafitte took to the air, sprouting wings from his back, and pursued Ein and Teach. With his formidable aerial agility, Lafitte effortlessly caught up with Ein and Teach, who were utilizing the moonwalk technique to maneuver through the skies with Ace in tow. "Release our captain's quarry, and I shall not harm you." As the strategist of the Blackbeard pirates, Lafitte understood the crucial role Ein and her comrades played in Zepha's eyes, as well as the legendary combat prowess Zepha possessed. He sought to avoid a complete breakdown in relations and attempted to negotiate. Unfortunately, Ein and Teach, resolute in their intentions, were not swayed by his simple words. Faced with the approaching Lafitte, they each amplified their leg strength, employing the moonwalk to enhance their speed. "Futile. Your aerial running skills, though impressive, cannot possibly match our prowess." Lafitte scoffed internally at Ein and Teach's reliance on the moonwalk to elude him. With a powerful flap of his wings, he surged ahead, blocking their path entirely. Get out of my way. Both Ein and Teach were taken aback by Lafitte's sudden obstruction. Teach, the first to react, leaped forcefully, gathering his haki and launching a sweeping strike at Lafitte. To think you would dare to challenge me in midair, what a foolish child. Unfazed by Teach's sudden onslaught, Lafitte was confident in his aerial superiority. With a swift motion, he deftly evaded Teach's attack, momentarily distancing himself. Just as he believed he had perfectly sidestepped the assault, a wave of slashing energy interrupted his thoughts. It was the Navy's 6 powers technique, the Gale Foot. At this moment, Lafitte came to a realization. Teach's earlier display of armed haki was merely a feint. The true lethal attack lay in his evasion of the slashing wave he had unleashed. What a cunning little rascal he is. Sister Ein, take that fellow and leave at once. We cannot allow our elder brother's plan to fall through. Although Lafitte temporarily subdued him with a swift kick, Teach was not inclined to relent. After issuing a brief instruction to Ein, he propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. You detestable brat, if you seek your demise, then I shall oblige. Withdrawing a short sword from his cane, Lafitte cleaved through the slashing wave launched by Teach, and upon seeing Teach charge towards him, he wasted no time in aiming for his eyes. Brother Allen, little Teach, please stay safe. Chapter 15. The heart of the strong Mechanism Island is a small isle in the Grand Line, equipped with an array of advanced weaponry. Its unique geographical position and formidable defense network have made it the envy of many factions across these waters, yet none dare to attack. It bears a resemblance to Wano country in the New World, albeit Wano relies on the might of its samurai to fend off invasions, while Mechanism Island relies on its terrifying black technology. What astonished the soldiers stationed on Mechanism Island was the arrival of 2 elderly gentlemen, both over 50, who appeared rather ordinary yet were received with remarkable warmth by their island's master. Even high-ranking officials from the world government had never experienced such enthusiasm from the island's leader. The 2 venerable elders, held in the highest esteem by the island's inhabitants, have today dismissed the crowd, convening in a room with the finest view on the island to deliberate over a plethora of the latest intelligence reports. Had Allen been present at this moment, he would have recognized these 2 elders as his dearest kin in the world of pirates, his grandfather, Fred Wayne, and his mentor, Gung Shiro. It seems that the tides of this world are indeed shifting. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 4th Division, Sachi, has been slain by his own crew, while Carp's grandson wreaks havoc on Judicial Island. The learned Nico Robin, proficient in ancient scripts, has also joined the Straw Hat Pirates, and revolutionaries are beginning to amass thousands in their ranks. The legendary pirate, Gold Lion, is re-emerging, and the infamous Admiral Zifa appears to be contemplating the dissolution of the pirate guerrillas. Fred, gazing at the classified intelligence before him, furrows his brow slightly. Each of these events is significant enough to shake the world, and with so many occurring simultaneously, chaos seems inevitable. This tumultuous world has never known peace, and coupled with the decaying rule of the world government, a transformation is merely a matter of time. Gung Shiro squints his small eyes, his expression grave as he remarks that with Zifa's disbandment of the pirate guerrillas, young Allen, who is undergoing training there, will undoubtedly embark on his own adventures, and his emergence will surely serve as a catalyst for upheaval in this world. You dare to speak, my old friend? I entrusted my grandson to you with great reluctance. And what do? You possess an excellent method of martial arts training, yet choose to teach him swordsmanship, forcing the poor child to seek training from Zifa to harness his martial arts potential, all the while facing numerous dangers. Fred's ire ignites as he scolds Gung Shiro, his expression fierce. As an old friend, he is well aware of Gung Shiro's tendencies and is quite displeased with his secretive behavior. Old chap, it appears you still misunderstand me. Gung Shiro, facing Fred's indignation, helplessly shrugs and explains earnestly. Indeed, I possess methods for both martial arts and swordsmanship. However, the ultimate stage of becoming stronger lies in the cultivation of the heart. To truly become a top-tier master in this world, the heart requires the most rigorous training. Spare me the roundabout rhetoric. Speak plainly. Ah, you old rascal, still so impatient. Very well, I shall simplify it for you. Given your anxious demeanor, I will expound in the simplest terms. Young Allen possesses extraordinary talent, as we both know, particularly with his limitless potential, which grants him the opportunity to ascend among the world's elite. Thus, I did not teach him martial arts, but rather the swordsmanship in which I excel. Even without my instruction in martial arts, his innate abilities will allow him to discover the style that suits him best. My aim in teaching him swordsmanship is not merely to impart skills, but to share my insights on the path of the sword, enabling him to cultivate a strong heart more swiftly. In a somewhat roundabout manner, it would suffice for you to simply state that your training methods are most suitable for young Alan. After listening to Gung Silang's narrative, Fred felt a surge of confidence. Yet he did not relent in his verbal sparring, insisting, "You are the one who asked for a clearer explanation." Gung Silang, visibly exasperated, sighed in response. "All right, let us not linger on these trivial details any longer. Little spectacles, does Alan now possess the heart of a warrior? When shall he comprehend his unique prowess? As it stands, he has indeed acquired the heart of a warrior. However, the timing for him to grasp his own extraordinary skills hinges upon a pivotal moment. It may require relentless training, allowing his strength to evolve from quantitative accumulation to qualitative transformation, at which point enlightenment will naturally follow. Alternatively, it could occur in the throes of desperation, where an overwhelming will to survive propels him to sudden insight in the face of life and death. Now, let us return our focus to Bonero Island, where Alan's confrontation with Blackbeard nears its conclusion. Despite wielding the dual might of the four god techniques in the Marine Six styles, Alan managed to inflict several grievous wounds upon Blackbeard, causing blood to flow profusely and even shattering a few of his teeth. Alas, Blackbeard, a cunning and seasoned tyrant who has lurked in the shadows for many years, possesses strength formidable enough to challenge one of the four emperors, Shanks. As he gradually adapted to Alan's combat style, he seized complete control of the battle, first suppressing Alan's assaults with his terrifying combat prowess, and occasionally employing the powers of the dark fruit to launch surprise attacks. Soon, Alan found himself battered and bruised, ultimately reduced to a trembling figure, propped up solely by sheer willpower. It was indeed a protracted struggle, but ultimately, the fate of this young imp was to be defeated by the captain, the undisputed sovereign of this world. Van Oka, the sharpshooter of the Blackbeard pirates, observed the unfolding scene with a quiet sigh of admiration for young Alan, although he ultimately faced defeat at the hands of his captain. The severity of Alan's injury spoke volumes, suggesting that his strength rivaled that of the former second commander of the Whitebeard pirates, Port Gasti, Ace. If the captain's victory over this lad is a matter of destiny, then my role in healing the captain is likewise preordained. With such grievous injuries, my services will be in demand. Dr. Q of the Blackbeard pirates, having just completed the rescue of Basis, cast a glance at the battered Blackbeard and inwardly shook his head. A notoriously lazy individual, he realized that today's events would not afford him the luxury of idleness. Ha ha ha, what a thrilling battle this has been. Young lad, reveal your name, and I shall remember you. Blackbeard gazed at Alan, who was barely holding on through sheer willpower, and silently nodded in acknowledgement of this impudent fellow who had disrupted his plans. However, at present, Alan was unable to respond to Blackbeard's inquiries. His strength had been utterly depleted, leaving him in a daze, only able to hear the sound of his own labored breathing. Chapter 16. Have I unleashed my potential? Little brat, reveal your name. I shall remember you. For you are a formidable stumbling block on my path to claim the throne of this world. Blackbeard observed Alan, who was merely subsisting on willpower, and inwardly recognized the tenacity of this young man who had thwarted his ambitions. Regrettably, Alan was incapable of answering Blackbeard's question, as he could only perceive the sound of his own breath. What am I doing? Why am I so exhausted? I just want to sleep. My body is so weary. In a state of mental disarray, Alan's mind was in turmoil, and all he could see was a blinding whiteness. With his body protesting vehemently, he yearned to close his eyes and rest. Has he already lost consciousness? Relying on instinct to fight. Impressive, young one. Given Alan's current state of confusion, Blackbeard, seasoned in the art of combat, quickly discerned that the lad had expended all his strength, and his consciousness had likely slipped into a dormant state. The fact that he could still stand was a testament to his formidable combat instincts. Since that is the case, I shall grant you release. Dark water release. With a swift motion, Blackbeard conjured a swirling black mist above Alan, causing various objects previously absorbed to plummet towards him like meteors. That blackness is Blackbeard. I am in battle. In a fleeting moment of clarity, Alan glimpsed the multitude of objects descending from the sky. However, all he perceived was a mass of dark forms surging towards him. In his stunned state, he longed to remain stationary, allowing the shadows to envelop him in a bid for liberation. Yet, this state of inertia was transient. Suddenly, a spark of lucidity ignited within Alan's mind. awakening him to the realization that he was indeed in combat. A refreshing sensation enveloped his fatigued body. Ah, remarkable young one. I shall remember you. You are the first obstacle encountered by Marshal D. Teach on my path to domination. Once I seize this world, I will recount your tale to future generations. As he watched the remnants of the objects he had summoned engulf Alan, Blackbeard spoke with a grave expression. He was a true powerhouse. And the only currency that earned his respect was strength, which Alan had undeniably demonstrated. Such things be gone. To Blackbeard's astonishment, Alan did not succumb to his ultimate technique. From the debris of the objects, a resonant roar erupted, followed by a surge of crimson light piercing through the cracks. The wreckage began to tremble. The little brat isn't dead yet. Witnessing this spectacle, Blackbeard was momentarily taken aback. Before he could finish his sentence, the debris emitted a thunderous sound, and Alan, once drained of strength, astonishingly leaped from within. Teach, let the second round commence, Alan declared, dusting himself off from a high vantage point with a frigid expression. Ha ha ha. You truly are a little rascal who brings me endless surprises, managing to break through in such a dire moment. Impressive, truly impressive. Blackbeard, Teach, chuckled in surprise at the sight of Alan, now revitalized. Little rascal, with your remarkable prowess, it is a pity that you are squandered under the rule of that decrepit government's tedious navy. Why not join my ranks? Together, the world shall soon be ours. Ha ha. Teach, you are indeed the audacious one who dares challenge Whitebeard's authority, capable of both restraint and aggression. I admire you. Alan responded earnestly to Blackbeard's display, devoid of any disdain. After all, to so readily set aside past enmities speaks volumes of Teach's expansive heart. Such a disposition, coupled with formidable strength, makes it almost inevitable that he would carve out a significant legacy. Ha ha ha. Little rascal, your insight is keen. Unlike those stubborn fools like Ace. It is rare for someone your age to possess such understanding. Join my crew, and I assure you, this world will belong to us. Blackbeard's admiration for Alan grew as he absorbed the younger man's assessment. Teach's previous actions had often met with disdain from many who claimed to be strong, yet now, this boy who had thwarted his plans was offering an honest appraisal, igniting in Teach a desire to have Alan join his crew. I believe that together we could seize this world, yet we are fated to be enemies. I cannot join you. Alan replied coldly to Teach's earnest invitation. Before he could finish his refusal, however, Van Oka, the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, suddenly pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! Faced with the sudden onslaught of 2 bullets, Alan remained unfazed, seemingly having anticipated the attack. With a slight shift, he deftly evaded the shots. What? Has this brat's speed and observation hockey improved? Van Oka gaped in disbelief as he watched Alan effortlessly dodge his shots. He was bewildered as to why this boy, who had just battled with his captain and seemed drained of energy, suddenly appeared rejuvenated, in a state far superior to before. Is this the signal for the second round to begin? Then I shall not hold back. In a sudden act of aggression against Van Oka, Alan leapt into the air, unleashing a flurry of kicks directed at the location of the Blackbeard pirates. What was this audacious youth thinking? Had he recovered from his injuries, only to lose his mind? The members of the Blackbeard pirates were taken aback by Alan's unexpected display. As they pondered his intentions, Alan swiftly clarified the situation. His feet, akin to 2 blades, executed rapid kicks that generated a multitude of slashing waves, raining down upon the Blackbeard crew like a relentless barrage. This was the Navy's 6 styles, the Gale foot, yet its ferocity was astonishingly abundant. Thud, thud, thud. The sheer breadth of Alan's slashing attack left the crew no time to evade. They instinctively raised their hands to shield their vital areas. Once the onslaught concluded, each of them bore some semblance of injury. Ha ha ha, that was exhilarating. Now it's time for me to retaliate. Fueled by the blood staining his body, Marshal D. Teach's eyes glinted with a sinister intensity as he gathered a substantial amount of dark energy, ready to counterattack Alan. However, upon assessing the situation, Teach found himself momentarily stunned. The very Alan who had unleashed such brazen assaults was now aglow with a red light, swiftly retreating towards the harbor. Damn that little brat. Teach seethed, fully aware that he could not catch up. The frustration surged within him, akin to a person who had thrown a punch into thin air. With a snarl, Teach hurled the dark energy he had amassed toward either side, obliterating the seemingly indestructible buildings in an instant, reducing them to mere rubble. Witnessing their captain's fury, the crew of the Blackbeard pirates fell silent. Even their ship's doctor, Doc Q, refraining from offering assistance. Yet, unexpectedly, after venting his rage, Teach quickly regained his composure. Ha ha ha, Navy brat, I will remember you. When we meet again, I shall stand at the pinnacle of this world. What's wrong with the captain? Has he been driven mad by that little brat? How can he still laugh? The crew was bewildered by Teach's demeanor. To them, it seemed absurd that a man whose plans had been thwarted repeatedly by Alan could still find amusement. This, indeed, was a testament to the disparity between them in Teach, not merely in strength, but in their very mindset. The narrative unfolds in two parts. As Alan suddenly regains his abilities and escapes from the confrontation with the Blackbeard pirates, the battle between Lafitte and Teach also reaches its conclusion. Observing the fallen Teach, Lafitte exhales a sigh of relief. He has lost count of the number of times he struck Teach's vital points. Yet, this diminutive adversary resembles a monster, with wounds that have gushed blood only serving to enhance his combat prowess. Ultimately, it was through a rather shameless evasive tactic that Lafitte managed to render Teach unconscious, having bled profusely from his injuries. Several ribs have been fractured. What a fearsome little brat! Rubbing his abdomen and feeling the sharp pain from the fractured bones, Lafitte's heart swells with unbridled fury. He never anticipated encountering such a terrifying young foe in this bewildering world. He must eradicate him swiftly, lest he become an insurmountable obstacle in the captain's quest for supremacy. Gazing at the blood-soaked Teach, Lafitte has no intention of concluding matters so easily. Gripping his longsword, he resolves that he must sever the head of this formidable adversary to find peace. Just as Lafitte prepares to deliver the final blow, a sound akin to air being rent apart echoes from behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, driven by instinct, he sidesteps. Boom! Almost instantaneously, a powerful wave of slashing energy grazes past him, crashing into the ground and sending clouds of dust into the air. As the dust settles, Alan, who has just escaped from the Blackbeard pirates, stands before Teach, his cold gaze fixed on Lafitte, as if he were staring at a corpse. How could you be here? Lafitte's heart races in astonishment at Alan's sudden appearance. He distinctly remembers that during his pursuit of Teach and his crew, Alan was engaged in a fierce battle with his own pirate crew. Yet here he stands, unscathed, which raises alarming questions. Has his captain been defeated? Or has the entire crew been unable to contain this little brat, allowing him to escape? Regardless of the reason, it is evident that this young adversary possesses strength far beyond their initial assessment. A dead man has no need for explanations. Witnessing his comrades so gravely injured by Lafitte, Alan is consumed by rage. Without further ado, he propels himself towards Lafitte with fierce determination. Humph, you vile little brat. Lafitte bellows in response to Alan's charge. Sprouting a pair of white wings from his back, he flaps them vigorously, propelling himself into the sky and fleeing. Indeed, he is fleeing. In that fleeting moment when Alan lunges at him, Lafitte, who has never been one to linger in indecision, swiftly resolves to escape. After all, avoiding unwinnable battles is a principle he steadfastly adheres to. You wait, little brat. Anticipate the thunderous retribution of the Blackbeard pirates. No matter where you hide in the vast sea, there shall be no respite for you. As Lafitte soared into the sky, he could not resist hurling a scathing remark at Alan. In his eyes, even if he could not inflict physical harm upon Alan, he would at least strive to cause him psychological distress. A futile threat. The next time we meet, I shall make your Blackbeard pirates pay a heavy price. Alan, who harbored a profound disdain for Lafitte's immediate retreat, chose not to pursue him. After all, the urgent need for medical attention for Teach took precedence. Should the entirety of the Blackbeard pirates arrive, the consequences would be dire. What is happening to me? Amidst a wave of intense pain, Ace gradually regained consciousness. Sensing the gentle sway of the bed beneath him, his seasoned instincts quickly informed him that he was lying on a relatively small vessel. Is this Teach's wretched ship? Father, I am sorry. At that moment, Ace recalled the fierce battle with Blackbeard, realizing that he had indeed been defeated. He could only wonder how that scoundrel would treat him now. Reflecting on his reckless decision to defy Whitebeard's orders and pursue Teach alone, Ace felt a pang of regret for not only failing to capture Teach and uphold the honor of the Whitebeard pirates, but also for bringing shame upon Whitebeard himself. You've awakened. Just as Ace wallowed in self-reproach, a striking figure entered the room. It was Ayn, the beautiful Navy officer who had once rescued him. You are Ayn from the pirate guerrillas. Seeing Ayn's exquisite visage, Ace recalled her identity and let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Teach, that scoundrel, has indeed handed me over to the Navy. It appears I have truly disgraced myself. Indeed, I am mine. It is good to see you awake. Given that Teach remained in a state of unconsciousness from blood loss, Anne's expression bore a pallor of concern. She offered no extensive explanation and prepared to leave to inform Alan of this news. To think they Haven T bound me with sea-stone handcuffs. How arrogant these Navy officers are. Yet, this presents an opportunity. Observing Ein's frigid demeanor, Ace's suspicions solidified, and he sensed that his devil fruit powers remained intact. A bold idea swiftly took root in his mind. Chapter 18. The reckless Ace. A sudden roar from Ace erupted aboard Alan's once quiet ship, followed by a violent tremor as a colossal fist of flames burst through the ceiling, creating a gaping hole. You wretched pirate, indeed you are damned. Within the fiery fist, Ein propelled herself forward, leaping out. Infuriated that the very Ace she had risked her life to save would turn against her, Ein swiftly drew her sword and charged at Ace. Arrogant Navy, if you seek to capture me, I shall make you pay dearly. Observing that his fiery punch had failed to conquer the beautiful Marine, Ace was taken aback. At that moment, his body was still injured and not suited for prolonged combat. Thus, he steeled himself and resolved to unleash his full might. Crossfire. Ace crossed his two fingers, aiming at Ein, and immediately a cross-shaped flame surged toward her. Evil pirate, perish. Remarkably, Ein showed no intention of evading Ace's crossfire. Instead, after enveloping her arm and sword with armament hockey, she boldly swung down at it. With a resounding thud, Ace's crossfire was cleaved in half by Ein. However, just as she reveled in the efficacy of her attack, she discovered that Ace had vanished. Flame pillar. Ace did not leave her searching for long. A furious shout echoed from above. When she looked up, Ace had gathered a tremendous amount of fiery energy in both hands, preparing to strike down upon her with a fearsome pillar of fire. Even if Ein could evade it, their small boat would surely be cleaved in two. Get back. Just as Ein was at a loss for what to do, Alan swiftly dashed in front of her, elevating his armament hockey to its zenith. With a fierce sweep of his hands, he braced himself against the terrifying blow. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Let us clarify this amicably, Alan remarked, patting the ashes of his scorched sleeve, his expression one of exasperation as he addressed the two. I truly apologize for my rashness. I mistook you for that scoundrel Teach's allies and acted impulsively, causing you harm. I will find a way to compensate you, and I swear to repay your life-saving grace doubly. Thank you. Upon learning the truth of the situation, Ace's cheeks flushed with shame as he lowered his typically proud head, sincerely apologizing to Alan and Ein. Everything is clear now, Ace. There is no need for such self-reproach, Alan said, waving his hand graciously at the embarrassed Ace. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Ein, urging her to speak. Initially, Ein was quite displeased with Ace's indiscriminate attack. However, upon realizing it was a misunderstanding and witnessing his earnest apology, she felt it unnecessary to voice further objections. With a calm tone, she advised, in the future, refrain from such impulsive actions. It is prudent to clarify matters before taking action. Yes, I understand. Ace nodded, taking Ein's counsel to heart. He began to reflect on his impulsive nature, recognizing that in this brief span, he had faced two lessons due to this very trait. This time, acting rashly without understanding the specifics led to the inadvertent injury of his savior, a grave misstep. Previously, he had ignored the wise counsel of his father, Whitebeard, and pursued Blackbeard, only to be vanquished in the process. Well then, let us not dwell on this topic any longer. Ace, your reckless pursuit of Blackbeard, driven by the desire to avenge your fallen comrades, is commendable. Regardless of whether you are a pirate or a Marine, I, Alan Wang, have resolved to be your friend. Having resolved the misunderstanding with Ace and successfully altered the fate of his defeat at the hands of Blackbeard, Alan felt a surge of joy and spoke with great enthusiasm. Ha ha ha. I never expected that among the pirate guerrillas, there exists a Marine like you. This truly surprises me. I, Port St. Ace, have also decided to be your friend. Henceforth, regardless of how pirates and Marines interact, you shall always be my friend. Ace was equally astonished by Alan's absence of disdain for the Marines, and with a joyful smile, he extended his right hand, grasping Alan's firmly. Observing the swift reconciliation between Alan and Ace, who had previously been embroiled in conflict, Ein felt a sense of exasperation. She recalled vividly that when she departed from the pirate guerrillas, Zifa had advised her to not only enhance her nautical skills, but also to keep a close watch on Alan. After all, in Zifa's eyes, Alan was a promising seedling, yet he held skepticism towards the so-called ideals of justice. Thus, Ein was tasked with accompanying him to prevent this young lad from straying down a misguided path. Now, witnessing Alan forge a bond of camaraderie with the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates right before her eyes, she felt a tumult of conflicted emotions. She yearned to caution Alan about his identity, but upon seeing the fervent expressions exchanged between the two, the words caught in her throat. Perhaps not all pirates are inherently evil. Indeed, there are shameless individuals among the Marines as well. Reflecting on Ace, a pirate characterized by deep loyalty and politeness, Ein found solace in her thoughts. She feigned ignorance of the joyful conversation between the two and, after a yawn, retreated to her quarters. True to his reputation as the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, Ace possessed exceptional physical prowess. After merely 3 days of recuperation aboard Alan's ship, he had completely recovered from the injuries sustained in his battle with Blackbeard, even experiencing a notable enhancement in his overall physical condition. Once restored, Ace wasted no time. Having acquired a speedboat at a port on a small island, he prepared to return to the New World to report the details of this confrontation to Whitebeard. After all, the fact that Teach had slain Sachi in pursuit of the legendary dark fruit was critical information that needed to be conveyed to Whitebeard without delay. During this period of interaction with Alan, both of them arrived at a shared conclusion: Blackbeard Teach, having the audacity to violate the strict codes of the Whitebeard pirates and slay his comrades to seize the legendary dark fruit, must possess considerable confidence and at least a clear plan to confront Whitebeard's wrath. Therefore, they felt compelled to inform Whitebeard to prepare accordingly. Otherwise, a moment's negligence could lead to the demise of this king of the seas at the hands of the long-concealed toxin that is Teach. Chapter 19. Targeting the 7 warlords of the Sea Brother, what should we do next? After bidding farewell to Ace, a rejuvenated Teach turned to Alan for guidance. Through his time spent with Ace, he had garnered a fresh understanding of the power dynamics among pirates in the Grand Line, becoming acutely aware of the monumental event into which his elder brother had led their group. However, the impetuous Teach seemed unfazed by the gravity of the situation, wearing a broad smile as he looked at Alan, eagerly anticipating their next grand undertaking. "You fool, haven't you learned your lesson from this injury? Why are you still so reckless? At this rate, your life will be squandered." Observing Teach's exuberance, Ein could not help but express her discontent. Although her interactions with Ace had led her to acknowledge his deep sense of loyalty, diminishing her initial aversion to piracy, she was nonetheless extremely displeased with Teach's continued meddling in the affairs of the 4 emperors. "Hey, Ein, no need to worry. With Big Brother around, we can easily deal with any adversary." In response to Ein's admonition, Teach appeared unconcerned. His recent battle with Lafitte had nearly cost him his life. Yet Alan had pulled him back from the brink of death, reinforcing his belief that as long as he followed Alan, he would never encounter misfortune. "It's not as simple as you think. This time, we were merely fortunate. Teach's lack of preparedness allowed us to escape by a hair's breadth. If they are adequately prepared next time, we will have no chance of evading capture." Alan cast a glance at the fearless Teach, feeling somewhat helpless as he spoke. As the person involved, he was acutely aware of how fortunate he was to have escaped from Blackbeard's clutches. Had he not broken through at the critical moment between life and death, he would have perished at Teach's hands. Had he not decisively chosen to harass his opponent and flee immediately after his breakthrough, he would have met the same fate. If Blackbeard had been resolute in his pursuit, he would have undoubtedly been caught while rescuing Teach, sealing his doom. The convergence of so many what-ifs allowed Alan to recount his narrow escape from Blackbeard's crew. He firmly believed that should he face a similar situation again, luck would not favor him a second time. "Brother, there is no need for such humility. With so many from the Blackbeard crew unable to subdue just one of you, our main concern was rescuing Ace, which caused me and Sister Ein to hinder you. If we could assist you in dealing with Blackbeard's crew in the future, we would certainly make a difference. But given our current strength, it would still be a dead end." Before Teach could finish his thought, Alan interrupted with a serious expression. "You need to abandon that delusion of being the strongest in the world. In that battle, I was perpetually on the brink of death." After hearing the detailed account of Alan's harrowing encounter with Blackbeard's crew, both Teach and Ein widened their eyes in shock. They had considered how arduous Alan's struggle must have been, but they had not anticipated the extent of his peril. Had even the slightest mishap occurred, they would have lost sight of Alan forever. "I understand, brother. I will seize every opportunity to grow stronger and will never again allow you to face such formidable foes alone." After calming his astonishment, Teach spoke earnestly to Alan, having completely shed his earlier underestimation of the world. After all, Even someone as powerful as Alan appeared so vulnerable in the face of true strength, rendering his own abilities even more insignificant. In contrast to Teach, Ayn felt a wave of dread as she contemplated the potential consequences of that battle. Once her emotions settled, she spoke coldly. "Brother Alan, allow me to report this matter to Teacher Zephyr. The fact that a scoundrel like Blackbeard Teach possesses such a terrifying dark fruit is a grave threat, and we must prepare Teacher Zephyr to eliminate him swiftly." Alan felt a sense of satisfaction at Ayn's decision to consult him before reporting to Zephyr. Her action indicated that she would not betray him behind his back, suggesting that their time together had instigated a shift in her values. "Brother Alan, is there really no need to conceal this matter from Teacher Zephyr?" As Alan remained silent in response to her inquiry, I could not help but speak again. "Of course not. I merely believe that even if we were to inform Teacher Zephyr, he has been rather preoccupied lately. The matter of reconsidering Crocodile's vacancy in the Shichibukai has already caused him considerable displeasure. Nonetheless, it is prudent to give him a heads up." After briefly elucidating Zephyr's current circumstances, a sudden flash of inspiration illuminated Alan's mind. He exclaimed joyfully, "Eureka! I have found a solution. Hey, what's the matter? Do you have a way to defeat Teach?" Seeing Alan's exuberance, both Techi and Ayn were momentarily taken aback, before regaining their composure to inquire earnestly. No. It is not merely about vanquishing Teach. My plan will not only thwart that scoundrel's ambition to dominate the world, but also alleviate Teacher Zephyr's recent troubles. With the foresight of a traveler from another realm, Alan was acutely aware of the path Teach intended to tread to become one of the emperors of the new world. This involved seizing the dark fruit, amassing a following to bolster his reputation, and capturing Ace to provoke a conflict between the world government and the Whitebeard pirates, thereby plunging the world into chaos. In the ensuing turmoil, he aimed to emerge as the ultimate victor of the Marineford War. Thus, having resolved to oppose him, Alan conceived a strategy to counter Teach's ambitions. What strategy could alleviate Teacher Zephyr's concerns and simultaneously thwart that scoundrel's ambitions? Uninquired, her excitement peaked at the prospect of Alan's promising plan. Quite simple, really. We shall preemptively seize the very target that Teach covets. With a mischievous grin gracing his lips, Alan declared to the two of them, "Our next objective is to capture the attention of the world government before any other pirate, thus positioning ourselves to fill the vacancy left by Crocodile in the Shichibukai." Chapter 20. Zephyr's stance. Our next objective is to seize the opportunity before all other pirates, becoming the Shichibukai to fill Crocodile's vacancy. With a mischievous grin, Alan gazed at Ayn and Teki, articulating his thoughts. The proposition he presented, concerning the warlords of the sea, left both Ayn and Teki in a state of disbelief. They could not fathom how their elder brother, who was typically so disciplined and methodical, could suggest something so astonishing in their eyes. Although the warlords of the sea are recognized by the world government as notorious pirates, granting them a certain degree of freedom and rights, they simultaneously face the constraints of being summoned by the world government to assist in suppressing other pirates. Thus, they are often derogatorily referred to by pirates as the government's lapdogs. Despite their status, the world government, including the Navy, still regards the warlords as embodiments of maritime villainy, harboring disdain for them. Should the opportunity arise, the government would not hesitate to strip them of their titles and eliminate them without mercy. Initially, Alan and his companions held a considerable disdain for the title, which was despised by both pirates and the Navy alike. However, when Alan suddenly proposed they aspire to become warlords of the sea, it was met with incredulity from both Ayn and Teki. "Brother, did you not once declare that becoming a warlord would mean becoming a mere pawn of the world government? Not only would one acquire a tarnished reputation, but one would also be subject to the government's jurisdiction and lose their freedom. Is this not the very notion you find most intolerable? I would argue that if one were to pursue the path of a warlord, it would be far more prudent to follow Teacher Zephyr or to engage in frontline battles as a Navy officer." Indeed, Alan, what are you contemplating? The warlord system is precisely what incites Teacher Zephyr's wrath. Instead of devising ways to abolish it, you now wish to join? What is going on in your mind? Are you truly a student of Teacher Zephyr? In response to Alan's proposal, Teki and Ayn, having regained their composure, expressed their unequivocal opposition. With Ayn growing increasingly agitated as her voice escalated, her face flushing with indignation as she glared at Alan, gasping for breath. "Are you finished? May I have a moment to speak?" After Teki and Ayn had voiced their objections, Alan leisurely began to elucidate his perspective. "I am fully aware of the two reasons you have presented. But who has decreed that becoming a warlord of the sea inevitably makes one a lackey of the world government? Take the current warlord, Dracul Mihawk, for instance. As the world's foremost swordsman, he holds the title of warlord solely to gain greater rights and freedoms. Despite bearing this title, the world government finds it nearly impossible to command him. His actions are driven solely by his own volition, and I doubt anyone has ever labeled him a mere pawn of the government. However, it must be noted that Dracul Mihawk is a rare exception among the warlords, and he has his own motives for joining their ranks. What, then, are your intentions in aspiring to become a warlord? Ein, perplexed, inquired. Did I not make my intentions clear from the outset? Becoming a warlord of the sea will not only thwart Teach, that scoundrel of the ocean, in his ambitions to dominate the world, but also alleviate the recent troubles faced by Teacher Zephyr. With a smile, Alan elucidated for the two. Once we ascend to the rank of warlords, Teach's desire to attain that title for the sake of garnering influence will surely be dashed. Ultimately, with us and the Whitebeard pirates pursuing him relentlessly, he will undoubtedly be erased from these seas. Now, Teacher Zephyr, do not rush me. Allow me to finish. The warlord system has already become a mechanism for the world government to maintain a balance among the three great powers along the Grand Line. The abolition of this system is nearly impossible. After all, should this precarious balance be disrupted, the world government would likely face a dual assault from both the warlords and the four emperors. Hence, without absolute certainty, this system will not be revoked. Teacher Zephyr's departure from the Navy is not merely a possibility. After hearing Alan's analysis, Ein, feeling disheartened, lowered her head. She understood her teacher's character all too well. If the world government disregarded his counsel and continued to uphold the decaying warlord system, Zephyr's resignation from the Navy would become a foregone conclusion. Therefore, Alan stated earnestly, the most effective way to resolve Teacher Zephyr's distress is for me to step in as the substitute warlord, filling Crocodile's vacancy. Zephyr vehemently opposes the warlord system because he perceives the appointment of those scoundrels as the government's incompetence, a capitulation to those malevolent forces, and a disgrace to the Navy. However, should I take on the role of a warlord, the situation would undoubtedly improve. At the very least, it would not be a scoundrel in Zephyr's eyes occupying that position. Moreover, if the system were to be abolished subsequently, my presence in that role would facilitate the process. That does seem to hold some merit. After listening to Alan, Ein found herself momentarily at a loss for counterarguments, nodding in agreement. After persuading Teach and Ein, Alan reached out to Zephyr, leaving nothing concealed. He recounted his encounters with Ace and Blackbeard Teach, particularly emphasizing the danger posed by the latter's dark fruit abilities and his intention to vie for a warlord position. Upon hearing Alan's account, Zephyr fell silent on the other end of the transponder snail for a considerable time before slowly responding. This world is perpetually tumultuous, my boy. If you believe your actions are just, then pursue them. Should you require the assistance of this old man, do not hesitate to ask. I shall support you. Thank you. Teacher. Listening to Zephyr's words, Alan felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, his voice thick with suppressed tears. Zephyr's stance was entirely beyond his initial expectations. He had anticipated that Zephyr, a hardliner among the Navy, would vehemently oppose the system of the 7 warlords of the sea, especially upon learning that his trained disciple would assume such a role. However, Zephyr's brief yet clear expression of support unequivocally conveyed his unconditional trust in Alan. Rest assured, teacher, I shall prove to you with my actions that your choice today is not misguided. I will not disappoint you. Chapter 21. Various attitudes on the 5th day following the climactic battle between Alan and Blackbeard, a significant event unfolded throughout the Grand Line. The Straw Hat Pirates, led by Luffy, had entered the world government's judicial island in a bid to rescue their comrade, Nico Robin. Although this incident had occurred days prior, it took the world government a full 5 days to publicly disclose the details. What a ruckus on Judicial Island. That little brat sure knows how to stir things up. Blackbeard Teach, adjusting his state on a small island, could not help but burst into laughter upon reading the latest newspapers and bounty notices. Captain, shall we pursue his head next? After all, since your name was put forth at the world government meeting, we must rapidly build our reputation. Otherwise, it will be challenging for the higher-ups in the world government to position you as the successor to Crocodile's vacancy among the warlords, remarked Lafitte, the strategist of the Blackbeard Pirates, sharing his insights on the current situation. Previously, their crew's defeat of Whitebeard's second-in-command, Ace, and delivering him to the world government had been an opportune moment. Yet that unexpectedly emerging brat had spoiled their plans. Now, the prospect of chasing down Ace seemed nearly impossible. If they did not seize the opportunity to elevate the Blackbeard pirates' notoriety quickly, they risked annihilation once the Whitebeard pirates comprehended Blackbeard's true capabilities and dispatched a formidable force for their eradication. Haha, you are quite correct. It is time to prioritize this matter. Otherwise, if we encounter another one of those brats trained by Zephyr, or even Zephyr himself, lacking the title of warlord as a shield will indeed lead to numerous troubles. Blackbeard Teach nodded in agreement with Lafitte's assessment. Although they had emerged victorious in the battle against Alan, the formidable strength and indomitable will of that young man had left a lasting impression on Teach, placing him among the most formidable adversaries he had encountered. Captain, I believe pursuing that Straw Hat Luffy would be a piece of cake. However, given that we have injured the esteemed disciple of the legendary Marine Admiral, Zephyr, could he retaliate in such a way that even if we pay a substantial bounty, the world government still denies us the position of warlord? Bacchus displayed a certain indifference towards Blackbeard's pursuit of Straw Hat Luffy. His true concern lay in whether Blackbeard could still attain the status of a warlord of the sea. If that were not the case, what was the point of expending such effort? Fear not, for the notorious Zifa has long been a staunch opponent of the warlords within the Navy. While he may have some influence in recommending candidates for the position, it is unlikely that the higher echelons of the world government would heed his counsel in obstructing such appointments. As an intelligence expert, Lafitte possessed a profound understanding of the Navy's internal dynamics and sought to reassure the group. Everything is a matter of fate. Should the world government ultimately decide against appointing the captain as a warlord, then so be it, though I personally believe such a fate is implausible. The sharpshooter Van Oka, polishing his sniper rifle, spoke with a calm demeanor, asserting that this ailing world is in dire need of a savior, and who but our captain could fulfill that role? It must be acknowledged that Blackbeard's esteem among his crew is quite significant, as the ship's doctor, Q, echoed this sentiment. Ha ha ha, if that is the case, then let us set sail, my comrades. We have much to attend to. With a satisfied wave, Blackbeard led his crew towards Water City, where Luffy currently resided. Meanwhile, on a separate note, as the Blackbeard pirates once again set their sights on Luffy's Straw Hat crew, Fire Fist Ace returned to the small island where the Whitebeard pirates were stationed in the New World. After hearing Ace's account, Whitebeard and several of the captains present fell into a deep silence. They were all aware of Teach's formidable strength, having fought alongside him during his 20 years of infiltration within the Whitebeard pirates. However, they had never anticipated that Teach would become so powerful, especially after acquiring the Dark Fruit, elevating his prowess to a level capable of defeating Ace. It is noteworthy that Ace served as the 2nd Division commander of their crew, and only Whitebeard himself and 1st Division Commander Marco were deemed capable of besting him. Teach's terrifying strength was indeed shocking, explaining his audacity to defy their revered father and violate the ironclad rules established within the crew. By the way, Ace, what transpired afterward? Your Flame Emperor could not overpower that scoundrel Teach. How did you manage to escape? Marco inquired with genuine concern, apprehensive about the potential consequences Ace may have faced in his bid for freedom. What options did I have? After unleashing the Flame Emperor, I had completely exhausted my strength. I initially feared I would be captured by that scoundrel Teach, but then a rather intriguing little fellow appeared, and it was he who risked everything to save me. Ace shook his head in self-reproach, believing that his defeat to Teach had tarnished Whitebeard's esteemed reputation. Yet, he did not shy away from the truth, recounting in full the tale of how he had rescued Alan. Ha 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 ha, I never anticipated that Zephyr, that old rascal, would produce such an amusing little imp. If it weren't for his stubbornness, I would gladly treat him to a feast for this. Ace, in the future, do invite that lad Alan aboard our ship. We shall host a grand banquet to extend a warm welcome. Whitebeard chuckled heartily after listening to Ace's account. As a formidable force reigning over this world, he relished witnessing the growth of promising successors, whether they were powerful pirates or commendable marines. After all, a sea dominated solely by pirates would be far from ideal. We shall have our chance, father. He even provided me with a transponder snail, stating that he is willing to lend his full support should we confront that scoundrel Teach. Ha 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 ha. Let us not involve this young lad any further. Teach is a scoundrel who escaped from my ranks, and it is my duty to instill in him the understanding of righteousness. Understood, father. Chapter 22. Alan's speculation as the incident involving the Straw Hat Pirates, led by Luffy, unfolded at Judiciary Island, where they sought to rescue their comrade Nico Robin. News of the event swept across the seas. Meanwhile, Alan and his companions, who were plotting to become warlords of the sea, also caught wind of this development. "Brother, what are you so engrossed in?" Noticing Alan lost in thought at the bow of the ship, holding several bounty posters, Ein and Techi approached with curiosity. Upon seeing the wanted notices of a pirate crew, Techi was the first to voice his opinion. "It's just a bounty for the Straw Hat Pirates. Why so serious?" A bounty of 300 million is quite substantial for the first half of the Grand Line, but it pales in comparison to what you have. "No, little Techi. It is not so simple. The entire crew of Straw Hat Luffy has bounties on their heads." Ein reminded him earnestly, observing the posters surrounding Alan. With a bounty of 300 million and a crew member like Zoro, who has a bounty of over 100 million after the Judiciary Island incident. Their achievements are remarkable for a new pirate crew in the first half of the Grand Line. It seems that in this world, nefarious forces indeed find it easier to thrive. Sister Ein, it may not be as dire as you think. Let us not forget what brother has accomplished. He was the scourge of the East Blue and the pirate reaper of Magu Town. A crew such as this would be easily vanquished if he so desired. Regarding Alan's prowess, Teach has always held unwavering confidence. Now speaking earnestly, "By the way, my brother, weren't you troubled about how to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea? In my opinion, capturing the Straw Hat Pirates presents an excellent opportunity. If we seize them and turn them over to the Navy headquarters, wouldn't that provide us with a solid reason to become warlords?" With a little covert assistance from Teacher Zifa, the matter of becoming warlords could likely be settled in no time. How ironic it is that this lad's thoughts coincided with those of Blackbeard Teach. After hearing Teach's suggestion, Alan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though his demeanor remained unchanged as he replied calmly, "Little Teach, have you forgotten the principle I initially shared with you? We can indeed capture a series of pirates to elevate our reputation and revive the title of the Pirate Reaper, allowing Teacher Zifa to recommend us as warlords. However, the pirates we aim to capture must be guilty. Now, consider this. What heinous deeds have the Straw Hat Pirates committed thus far? Are they guilty? I'm not too sure." Teach scratched his head awkwardly. "Their recent uproar at Judicial Island has led to a hefty bounty, so that should count as guilt, right?" Given his general disinterest in worldly affairs, Teach was oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates, only able to reference the bounty notices related to Judicial Island. "Little Teach, you ought to pay more attention to the happenings on the seas." Observing Teach's sheepish expression, Ein gently tapped his head and added, "The Straw Hat Pirates are quite an unconventional crew. They defeated the likes of Buggy the Clown, Admiral Clyke, and the Dragon Pirates in the East Blue, earning a bounty of 30 million. Subsequently, they arrived at the Grand Line and vanquished the warlord Crocodile, who attempted to overthrow the Alabaster regime, resulting in a bounty of 100 million. Now, with the recent Judicial Island incident, their bounty has soared to 300 million. While it's difficult to assess the Judicial Island event, their previous actions clearly show they've defeated several harmful pirates, making them a crew with a considerable sense of justice." Upon hearing Ein's evaluation of Luffy, Alan nodded slightly. Given Ein's awareness of the truth behind these events due to Zifa's influence, he was not surprised. What astonished him was Ein's newfound perspective that allowed her to view a pirate crew as possessing a sense of justice. A significant shift that indicated she no longer held a stubbornly evil view of pirates as she once did. In contrast to Alan's satisfaction, Teach was laughing heartily. "Huh? I can't believe it. Brother Buggy was defeated by such a rookie pirate. It's absolutely hilarious. He always bragged about being a senior in front of me. Next time we meet, I'll have to give him a good ribbing." Enough of your laughter. There are reasons behind Blackbeard's defeat by Luffy, but that is a discussion for another time. Observing the way Teach diverted the topic, Alan cast a resigned glance at him and skillfully redirected the conversation. "In any case, the Straw Hat Pirates led by Luffy are not our intended targets. However, based on my latest intelligence, it is highly probable that he will attract the attention of the Blackbeard Pirates, led by the scoundrel Teach, who previously clashed with us. It is likely that they will ambush him soon. Is this true, brother? How do you know about the Blackbeard Pirates' intelligence, and how reliable is it?" Upon hearing Alan mention Blackbeard, Teach perked up, for after their last encounter, he had deemed the Blackbeard Pirates his foremost adversaries. He found it quite curious that Alan was aware of their whereabouts. "Indeed, it is accurate. I have my methods," Alan affirmed confidently. Well versed in the narrative of the pirate world, Alan understood that at this juncture, the Blackbeard pirates were intent on establishing their reputation by targeting Luffy and his Straw Hat crew, whom they had fortuitously encountered in Magu Town. Following the events at Eni's lobby, they had initially aimed to assault Water 7 to confront Luffy, but fate intervened when they encountered Ace, who was pursuing them. In a twist of fate, they handed Ace over to the world government, thus garnering sufficient attention to become the new warlords of the sea, filling the void left by Crocodile. Consequently, Luffy and his crew narrowly escaped disaster. However, due to Alan's intervention, the threads of fate in the pirate world have been altered. With the Blackbeard pirates failing to capture Ace for the world government, they are likely to revert to their original target, Luffy and the Straw Hat pirates. Given the recent revelation of the Eni's lobby incident, it is highly probable that they will launch an assault on Water 7 to confront Luffy. Then, brother, since you are so certain, should we not assist Luffy and his Straw Hat pirates in Water 7? We cannot allow that scoundrel Teach to succeed in his plans. Upon hearing that Teach intended to attack Luffy, Teach disregarded Luffy's character entirely. To him, Teach's enemies were his friends, and he was determined to disrupt the Blackbeard pirate schemes. No need for that. Help will come in due time. Chapter 23. Blackbeard and Carp upon witnessing the bounty notice for the Straw Hat pirates, led by Luffy. Due to the chaos they incited at Judicial Island, Alan quickly deduced, in light of recent developments, that Luffy and his crew might be ambushed by the infamous Blackbeard pirates, who were eager to enhance their reputation. After sharing this conjecture with Teach and Ein, the impulsive Teach immediately expressed his desire to assist the Straw Hats in Water City. As he perceived the Blackbeard pirates as his primary adversary, anyone opposing them was deemed an ally, and he felt compelled to intervene in their endeavors. Observing Teach's earnest demeanor, Alan merely smiled and waved his hand dismissively, assuring him that assistance would arrive in due course. Who will come to our aid? Ein inquired curiously, pondering whether it would be other formidable pirates. She found Alan's confidence puzzling, likening him to a fortune teller with his cryptic predictions about the future. Oh, the secrets of destiny are not to be revealed. Alan feigned an air of profundity, though his self-assuredness appeared to Teach and Ein as nothing more than the antics of a charlatan. As fate would have it, events unfolded precisely as Alan had predicted. When Blackbeard, Teach, and his crew arrived at the harbor of Water City, they encountered Luffy's crew aboard their latest ship, the Thousand Sunny, soaring into the sky to evade the pursuit of Luffy's legendary grandfather, Admiral Carp. Haha, did you see that? This Straw Hat Kid is indeed no ordinary character. Last time he flew to the sky for Skypiea, and now, with a new pirate ship, he ascends again. Truly a dreamer. His actions are always so remarkable. Blackbeard chuckled. Intrigued by the sight of the Thousand Sunny propelled by the wind, his interest in Luffy piqued considerably. Captain, watch me sever his mast, and we can pursue them. Van Oka, the sniper, eagerly raised his rifle, eager to impress Blackbeard. However, before he could fire, a resounding boom echoed as an enormous wave suddenly surged alongside the Blackbeard ship. What is happening? Are we under fire? The seasoned crew of the Blackbeard pirates quickly realized that they were being shelled by a warship, and not just any warship, but one with formidable firepower. Oh, I slipped. How did another pirate ship appear there? It was none other than the legendary naval hero, Garp, who bombarded Blackbeard's pirate ship, causing Luffy and his crew to flee in a frenzy. Garp had initially come to Water City with the intention of introducing Kobe and Bello Betty to Luffy and to witness firsthand how much stronger his troublesome grandson had become. After obtaining his answer, he planned to depart. However, upon receiving an order from Admiral Sengoku to capture Luffy, he nonchalantly discharged a few cannonballs. Once Luffy's Thousand Sunny soared into the sky, Garp ceased his fire, believing he had bid farewell to his grandson in a unique manner. A sense of accomplishment only he could comprehend. To Garp's astonishment, just as Luffy's ship was about to set sail smoothly, a pirate emerged with the intention of ambushing them. This was, in Garp's eyes, utterly unforgivable. After all, he had devised a method to ensure their safe passage, only to have it disrupted by an oblivious pirate. He feigned a slip of his hand and let another cannonball fly towards the vicinity of Blackbeard's ship, signaling them to retreat. Regrettably, the members of Blackbeard's crew failed to comprehend Garp's leniency. After the bombardment, their sharpshooter, Van Augur, instinctively fired a shot towards the incoming cannonball. However, as soon as he pulled the trigger, he regretted his action upon realizing, with his superhuman vision, that the cannon fire had originated from a naval officer, none other than the legendary hero, Garp. Captain, We are under attack by the legendary naval hero, Garp. Van Augur reported nervously to Blackbeard. He could hardly fathom that they had encountered this formidable figure while merely attempting to capture a rookie pirate in Water City. Garp was a being far more terrifying than the so-called strongest vice admirals of the Navy, and he lamented his unfortunate fate. What on earth is that old monster doing here? Blackbeard, Teach, was equally perplexed by Garp's presence. Having once served on Whitebeard's ship, he understood all too well the immense power of this old man, a monster capable of challenging the king of the sea, Whitebeard, in a one-on-one confrontation. Yet, true to his cunning nature, Blackbeard quickly composed himself. He issued a command, "Retreat, men. We cannot afford to be entangled with this old fellow, otherwise we will face total annihilation." Unfortunately for Blackbeard, while he sought to escape, Garp had no intention of allowing it. After initially pretending to misfire a cannonball towards Blackbeard's crew, Garp believed he had sufficiently intimidated this unfamiliar rookie pirate crew. However, just as he prepared to withdraw, a sniper's bullet from Blackbeard's crew struck his shoulder insignia, knocking it away. This sudden turn of events ignited Garp's fury, as the act of discarding his epaulets was a blatant provocation. He had contemplated letting them go, yet their audacity to provoke him was intolerable. They were nothing more than a group of ignorant rookie pirates who deserved a lesson. Meteor Fist. With a resolute decision, Garp disregarded whether Blackbeard's ship had turned around and unleashed a barrage of cannonballs with his formidable strength, transforming the skies into a rain of destruction that enveloped the entire Blackbeard pirate ship. Boom! The air was filled with thunderous explosions, and the waters surrounding Blackbeard's domain erupted into towering waves, as the already fragile vessel succumbed to the onslaught, scattering its crew into the sea. Fortunately, they reacted swiftly. One managed to cling to a large piece of driftwood, stabilizing himself amid the chaos. "Captain, let us fight back." The crew of the Blackbeard pirates seethed with anger at Garp's merciless assault, particularly the helmsman, Bosch's, who earnestly addressed Blackbeard Teach. At that moment, with a mere command from Teach, they were prepared to charge recklessly at Garp's warship and confront him head-on. Chapter 24. The flexibility of Blackbeard under Garp's Meteor Fist barrage. The Blackbeard pirates swiftly found their ship destroyed and scattered, struggling to stay afloat while grasping onto massive logs. "Captain, we must retaliate and make that detestable old man pay." Faced with Garp's relentless attack, the crew was filled with pin-up rage, and Bosch's was the first to plead for action from Teach. With a single order from Teach, the stubborn giant would undoubtedly throw caution to the wind and rush into battle against Garp. Understanding his comrade's anger, Blackbeard Teach felt a deep sense of helplessness. He thought to himself, "Do you think I don't want to fight? But this is not the right moment. This legendary naval officer is an undeniable monster." Even Whitebeard avoided his wrath. "My dark fruit powers may counter most abilities, but against this old man's sheer strength, I would be hopelessly outmatched. Charging onto his warship would be akin to courting death." "Captain, please say something. We trust your judgment." Observing Teach's silence, Bosch's and the crew pressed him again. But this time, Lafitte intervened to silence them. After all, besides Blackbeard, he was the one who understood Garp's terror the most, being the intelligence officer. "Captain, Garp's warship is approaching us. Shall we flee or fight?" At this moment, as Garp's warship slowly approached, the sharpshooter Van Oka inquired about it. Meanwhile, the formidable Blackbeard Teach, possessing the qualities of a true conqueror, swiftly made a sagacious decision. He barked a curt command at the bewildered crowd, issuing an order that was both exasperating and effective. "Everyone, lie down on the log and play dead." Upon hearing Teach's directive, the members of the Blackbeard pirates were momentarily stunned, but soon they held their breath and complied, sprawled across the logs in utter humiliation. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge the efficacy of Blackbeard's strategy, as Garp's warship sailed past the Blackbeard pirates. He cast a disdainful glance at the unfamiliar pirates feigning death on the logs, and simply instructed his crew to steer the ship away, his pride as a formidable warrior preventing him from launching any attack. This time, Garp, in a bid to preserve his dignity, inadvertently forged an irreparable regret that would later catalyze a transformation in his character. However, that is a matter for another time. Returning to the main narrative. Once the seemingly lifeless Blackbeard, Teach, confirmed that Garp's warship had sailed beyond the horizon, he beckoned his crew to rise. Observing the grim expressions on their faces, he could not help but chuckle heartily, exclaiming, "Why the long faces, my friends? We have just escaped the clutches of the legendary navy." This is an achievement that most pirates can only dream of accomplishing in their lifetimes, something you can boast about forever. Captain, I fear your characterization may be hard for everyone to accept, murmured Lafitte, the most loyal among them, as he approached Teach. Bah, is your capacity for tolerance so limited? One must understand that the grandeur of a person's dreams is proportionate to the breadth of their endurance. To seek great pleasures, one must also bear great hardships. The trials we face today and the losses we endured are all preparations for our reign over these seas tomorrow. Teach admonished his crew with visible dissatisfaction. After absorbing Teach's bitter wisdom, the members of the Blackbeard pirates managed to recalibrate their mindsets, simultaneously deepening their admiration for their captain. With such strength and ambition, yet the humility to forego fleeting pride, it seemed inevitable that a captain of his caliber would achieve greatness. Ha ha ha, my comrades. Let us embark on our next adventure. Indeed, as Blackbeard Teach narrowly escaped the assault from Carp by feigning death, Allen conducted a thorough analysis of the current maritime situation and arrived at his own conclusions. He deduced that to attract the attention of the world government within a short span and ascend to the position of a warlord of the sea, he had only 3 paths to pursue. The first option involved apprehending the most notorious pirates of the moment. Although his previous campaign against pirates in the East Sea and the town of Magic Valley appeared formidable, it failed to eradicate any significant figures, resulting in only a few high-ranking officials in the world government taking notice. Allen realized that leveraging this to achieve the status of a warlord of the sea was unrealistic. The bounty system did not operate on a simple arithmetic model. Capturing 10 pirates with a bounty of 10 million each would not yield the same impact as capturing a single pirate with a bounty of 100 million. Upon closer examination of the present circumstances, he noted that the current bounty surpassing 100 million belonged to 11 emerging pirates congregating soon at Sabaody Archipelago. These were Eustace Kidd, Monkey D., Luffy, Basil Hawkins, X, Drake, Trafalgar Law, Scratchman Killer, Jewelry Bonnie, Capone Beach, Rorno Azaro, and Urage, collectively referred to as the Supernovas, who would later be recognized as the Notorious Generation. According to Allen's estimates, capturing even 1 or 2 of these supernovas and delivering them to the Navy headquarters would be sufficient to garner significant attention from the higher-ups. With Zephyr's backing, his ascension to the rank of Warlord of the Sea would be assured. Moreover, Allen assessed his current strength. After breaking through during the confrontation with the Blackbeard pirates, his abilities had reached nearly 10,000 combat power, whereas an ordinary Navy soldier possesses a combat power of 10. Any score exceeding 500 is considered superhuman. Even the strongest member of the world government's Internal Intelligence Agency CP9, Rob Lucci, would not be his match. Thus, he concluded that apart from Luffy's crew, which bore the protagonist's aura and whom he felt he could not defeat, the other supernovas should not pose a challenge to him. However, this path was fraught with a critical dilemma. Allen, possessing knowledge of the original pirate world, was only familiar with the adventures of Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates. Although the other supernovas had been heavily rewarded by the world government, he remained oblivious to their navigational routes, effectively sealing off what should have been the most viable option. Consequently, he was left with 2 alternative paths to capture the attention of the world government without being subjected to their bounty. Allen lamented internally, realizing that these 2 remaining paths would be far more arduous, as they entailed confronting the warlords of the sea and the 4 emperors. Chapter 25. The objective of Don Quixote da Flamingo in pursuit of his ambition to ascend as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Allen meticulously contemplated 3 potential pathways within the confines of his mind. However, the first option, capturing what would soon be recognized as the most notorious generation, was temporarily set aside due to the absence of navigational routes for these supernovas. The second path, upon brief reflection, was swiftly dismissed. It entailed apprehending the formidable subordinates of one of the 4 emperors to present to the world government, thereby securing their attention at the highest echelons. A historical parallel could be drawn to the infamous Blackbeard, who had captured Port-Gas d'Ace, the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates, and subsequently delivered him to the world government, thus becoming a substitute for Crocodile among the 7 warlords. Nevertheless, this avenue was fraught with peril. Not only were the elite subordinates of the 4 emperors exceptionally powerful, often rivaling the strength of typical warlords, but even if fortune were to favor him with the capture of a weaker foe, the likelihood of facing relentless retribution from that emperor was exceedingly high before even reaching the world government. Currently, the four emperors reigning over the New World, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, Shanks, Kaido from the Beast Pirates, and Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, are formidable adversaries that Eren cannot hope to contend with. Ultimately, Eren's only recourse is to focus his aspirations on a third path. This third path he has devised involves confronting one of the current warlords of the sea, thereby demonstrating his prowess to the world government. Following this, he would express his willingness to accept the title of warlord, aided in secrecy by Zephyr, which should enable him to secure this coveted position. It is crucial to understand that within the world of pirates, the warlords of the sea serve as a construct employed by the world government to curtail other pirates and maintain equilibrium, fostering a collaborative relationship with the government. However, this alliance is inherently fragile, as each pirate who ascends to the status of warlord possesses their own diverse motivations. Some seek greater freedom, others thirst for power or profit. Thus, their allegiance is not genuinely anchored in serving the justice of the world government. Should the government find an opportune moment or determine that these individuals have outlived their usefulness, they will swiftly revoke their titles and seek to eliminate them. Eren realizes that if he can uncover vulnerabilities in a warlord that undermine the world government's authority or defeat them, the government is unlikely to retaliate for his attack, and he may even secure their title for himself. After this thorough analysis, Eren began contemplating which warlord to target. Following the exposure and defeat of Crocodile, the remaining warlords are Dracul Mihawk, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Bartholomew Kuma, Boa Hancock, Jinbe, and Gecko Moria. Upon penning the names of these 6 warlords, Eren promptly crossed out Dracul Mihawk, the world's foremost swordsman, whose terrifying strength rivals that of the 4 emperors and who shares a friendship with Shanks. Eren possesses the self-awareness not to provoke such a formidable opponent. Subsequently, he eliminated Boa Hancock and Jinbe from his list. While neither is invincible, Eren harbors great respect for both, recognizing that they are not cruel villains, but principled individuals. He could not justify capturing them merely to ascend as a warlord, as such an act would weigh heavily on his conscience. The thought of targeting the strikingly beautiful pirate Empress Boa Hancock incited a deep sense of anger within him, though this reasoning veers into the realm of the tangential. After further consideration, Eren also struck Bartholomew Kuma from his list. This warlord is not merely a pirate. For reasons unbeknownst to Eren, he was transformed into a combat machine and pacifist known as PX-0 by the world government's Dr. Vegapunk. Should Eren attempt to assail him, the prospect of defeating him aside, turning him over to the world government would yield no reward. Rather, it would invite the government's wrath, as Kuma is regarded as one of their instruments of combat. Given his connections to the Revolutionary Army, Eren could find himself pursued by both the world government and the revolutionaries, a scenario that sends shivers down his spine. With only the names of Don Quixote Doflamingo and Gecko Moria remaining on his list, Eren fell into deep contemplation. Both of these warlords had crossed paths with him under peculiar circumstances, and Doflamingo, in particular, had become an adversary due to the events in Dressrosa. However, Doflamingo's overwhelming power leaves Eren unsure of his ability to defeat him. Moreover, any attempt to usurp Doflamingo's position would inevitably pit Eren against the Don Quixote family, a challenge he feels ill-equipped to face. Conversely, if he were to set his sights on Moria, the likelihood of success appears significantly greater. After all, he had previously triumphed over Moria under extraordinary circumstances. Yet, Eren had also aided Moria in reclaiming the adventurous spirit he once possessed when challenging Kaido. Eren believes that Moria's strength must have considerably increased since then, making a second victory far from assured. Additionally, Moria had provided him with insights regarding the Land of Ice, establishing a bond between them that complicates Eren's desire to seize his title. After much internal conflict, Eren ultimately resolved to target the reigning king of Dressrosa and warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo. Upon learning of Eren's chosen target, Ein and Teach's expressions turned serious. Fully aware of Doflamingo's formidable reputation, Teach, having faced Doflamingo before, hesitated, questioning whether their current strength was sufficient to confront him. Recalling how close they had come to annihilation in their last encounter, Eren responded with a confident laugh, "That is but a distant memory, Teach. Fear not. I am certain of our capabilities." Alan gently patted Tiki's head, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. "First and foremost, we must gather our comrades." Chapter 26. The Assassination of Doflamingo in the New World. Within the kingdom of Dressrosa, Doflamingo, a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, reclined in a pair of casual beach attire on his specially designed sofa, basking in the warm sunlight while savoring a refreshing beverage, appearing utterly content. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted, shattering the custom-made wall as a rocket propelled itself through, and several men clad in matching red uniforms charged in, brandishing weapons. There he is. That devil. Upon spotting Doflamingo at rest, the group of red-clad men immediately raised their weapons, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Sticky chains. Yet, before they could pull the trigger, a cascade of thick, brown, viscous liquid descended from above, ensnaring 3 of the assailants instantaneously, rendering them immobile. The remaining 2, though they narrowly evaded the attack, found their firearms knocked from their grasp. I must say, you are rather audacious to dare assault our illustrious young master. A disheveled man, with snot running down his face, emerged from behind Doflamingo. It was clear that he was the one who had ensnared the red-clad men with that viscous liquid. Upon seeing the newcomer, a smile spread even wider across Doflamingo's face, and his fingers, which had begun to rise in preparation to utilize his string abilities, were lowered. His sense of ease was rooted in the fact that this man was the highest-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, the leader of the Flower Army, and the head of the Special Abilities Division, Treble. Curse it! Is he the accomplice of that devil? He deserves to die? The 2 red-clad men, having caught sight of Treble's grotesque appearance, were momentarily blinded by fury, charging at him empty-handed. I must inform you, such actions are utterly futile. Wouldn't you agree, Doflamingo? Treble scoffed disdainfully at the 2 aggressive attackers. Extending one hand forward, he unleashed a torrent of the slippery liquid towards them, all the while casually bantering with Doflamingo, exuding an air of nonchalance as if the 2 men were inconsequential. However, to Treble's astonishment, the 2 red-clad men, just as the viscous liquid was about to engulf them, suddenly smirked, their speed surging dramatically as they deftly evaded the assault. That technique is the shave from the Navy's 6 styles. I must say, you are quite cunning. Observing the agility of the 2 men clad in red, Torpal's expression shifted dramatically. In that moment, he realized he had grossly underestimated these assassins. It became clear that they were of an entirely different caliber compared to the 3 men he had previously subdued. No wonder they had evaded his initial assault. He had initially thought their success was merely a stroke of luck. Now, it appeared that they had feigned incompetence solely for the purpose of this unexpected ambush. Truly cunning. Die. Doflamingo. With a sudden surge of unprecedented speed, the 2 men in red effortlessly circumnavigated Toripol, swiftly positioning themselves on either side of Doflamingo, who lay languidly on the sofa. Brandishing gleaming daggers aimed at the numerous vulnerabilities of Doflamingo, they lunged toward his heart from both directions. Yet, in the face of such an unforeseen onslaught, Doflamingo exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, his smile broadened as he reclined on the sofa, awaiting their attack. Only Toripol, standing at a distance, noticed a subtle flex of Doflamingo's fingers in that fleeting moment. Understanding the implications of his devil fruit ability, a smile crept across Torpal's face. He was acutely aware that the 2 men in red could no longer harm Doflamingo. The outcome was already determined. Indeed, everything unfolded as Toripol had anticipated. When the daggers held by the 2 men drew within less than half a meter of Doflamingo, they abruptly halted, not by their own volition, but rather ensnared by an invisible force, their bodies trembling slightly in a display of sheer terror. Is this the power of your string fruit? Faced with this astonishing predicament, the 2 men in red recalled the intelligence they had reviewed, realizing that Doflamingo had employed his devil fruit ability to bind them tightly with his unseen threads. You actually comprehend my devil fruit ability. It seems you 2 have done your homework to confront me. Doflamingo rose to his feet, his face adorned with a sinister grin as he regarded the 2 helpless men in red. I say, Doflamingo, shall we eliminate them, or should sugar turn them into toys? Toripol inquired, approaching with a wicked smile as he observed the futile struggles of the captives. There's no rush. These assassins are significantly stronger than the last. It appears the celestial dragons of the world government are indeed displeased with me. First, I must ascertain who among them has dared to strike against me. Doflamingo gazed upon the 2 assassins proficient in the Navy's 6 styles, a smile gracing his lips. Not long ago, he had been ensnared by Alan, who orchestrated the theft of a tribute intended for the celestial dragons, rendering Doflamingo a target of their ire. Initially, the celestial dragons had chosen to overlook his lineage, which bore their blood, and his formidable prowess. They adopted a stance of benign neglect. However, Following the tribute incident, they grew increasingly paranoid, suspecting Doflamingo of plotting revenge against them. Consequently, they could no longer tolerate his existence and covertly dispatched assassins to eliminate him. The two men clad in crimson who have arrived this time surprisingly wield the six powers technique known as Soru. Doflamingo immediately suspects that they are assassins dispatched by the celestial dragons. The deployment of such formidable killers suggests that the celestial dragon's animosity has intensified. Speak, reveal who sent you, and I may grant you a reprieve from death, Doflamingo declared, his gaze directed at the two men, exuding an undeniable authority. You are mistaken. Even if you kill us, we shall remain silent, the two men retorted, displaying remarkable courage in the face of Doflamingo's intimidation. Oh, is that so? Doflamingo responded with a slight smile, the curvature of his fingers suddenly intensifying. The resolute expressions on the faces of the two men clad in red instantly vanished, replaced by a cacophony of anguished screams. It was revealed that Doflamingo's entangling threads had burrowed into their flesh, causing blood to gush forth in a gruesome display. I confess, it was a little imp. One of them cried out. Chapter 27. The employer without concept Doflamingo, who had been resting in his kingdom, was abruptly assailed by assassins. Although he effortlessly subdued them with his formidable strength, his expression darkened upon realizing that these two assassins could wield the Marine's six styles, specifically the shave technique. It dawned on him that they were indeed hired killers dispatched by the celestial dragons, and moreover, they were elite assassins procured at a hefty price. In order to unravel this mystery, Doflamingo intensified the capabilities of his string fruit, allowing an unseen thread to penetrate the flesh of the two men in red. As it grazed their bones, he deliberately tugged it, eliciting another round of blood-curdling shrieks that painted a scene of utter brutality. Who sent you? He questioned, his voice icy, rendering him akin to a demon in the eyes of the two men. I confess, it was a little imp who sent us, they stammered. A little imp among the celestial dragons? Doflamingo furrowed his brow slightly at their response, pondering that while he was familiar with older celestial dragons, he might not recognize their younger counterparts. Be more precise. Which little imp? What exactly is going on? Please, Lord Joker, they pleaded, be gentler. I can hardly speak from the pain. The two men clad in red, after enduring the torment of Doflamingo's strings, were drenched in sweat and utterly broken, pathetically begging for mercy. What pitiful creatures you are, unable to withstand this. Doflamingo scoffed, observing their complete lack of resistance. Yet, he slightly eased his grip, granting them the strength to speak. Lord Joker, we are assassins from the underworld. We stumbled upon the Navy's six powers, specifically the shave, through a series of unfortunate events. Recently, we were offered a handsome sum for our services. Just the deposit alone was 100 million berries each. We were tasked with your assassination, and if we succeeded, we would each receive an additional 500 million berries. It was our greed that led us to target you, and we deeply regret our actions. Please forgive us. As the pain in their hands lessened, the two men sighed in relief and divulged all they knew. 500 million for a successful hit. Such extravagant promises. Do you truly believe I would fall for such a feeble lie? Doflamingo retorted with a disdainful smirk, clearly unconvinced of their honesty. Lord Joker, spare us. We are not lying, we swear it. The two men cried in agony as they felt Doflamingo tighten his grip once more. Fear not. I have vowed not to kill you, and I shall keep my word, Doflamingo coldly remarked, observing the two men who could only plead for mercy. Unable to provide any further information, he retracted his string powers, causing the bloodied men to collapse to the ground. I say, Doflamingo, how shall we deal with them? Tory Pole inquired, stepping forward to address the incapacitated duo. Have them dragged away and let sugar transform them into toys. They shall serve our factory's needs, Doflamingo replied, demonstrating his adherence to his promise of sparing the assassins. To him, turning them into toys would render them as good as dead. Understood. Tory Pole did not oppose Doflamingo's decision and promptly ordered their removal before returning to Doflamingo's side. I say, Doflamingo, do you truly believe these assassins were hired at a high price from the underworld rather than sent by the celestial dragons? Can we trust the words of those two? Now in such a fragile state, words spoken in despair may carry some truth, yet they cannot be wholly trusted. Doflamingo replied with a chilling smile, indicating he had formed his own conclusions regarding the matter. What do you mean, Doflamingo? Tory Pole found himself struggling to comprehend the words of Don Quixote Doflamingo. It was rather simple. Their confession harbored a glaring flaw. They claimed to be hired from the underworld for a staggering sum, an advance of 100 million berries and a bounty of 500 million. If such a price were truly paid in the underworld, could it possibly attract assassins of their caliber? It was evident they were lying, likely coerced into this tale by their true employers. I asked, who would compel them to utter such falsehoods, Doflamingo? Apart from those who despise me to the core, viewing me as an alternative celestial dragon, who else could it be? Doflamingo sneered, remarking that only those foolish enough to indulge in the world's utmost luxuries would make such a grave error. 500 million berries was a sum only they could conceive to spend on assassins, an assemblage of ignorant simpletons. Ah, Doflamingo, you truly are a king. Only your mind operates with such acuity. But with the celestial dragons treating you this way, are we not to retaliate? Upon hearing Doflamingo's analysis, Tory Bull found it profoundly reasonable. Nodding in agreement from the depths of his heart, rest assured, I shall keep a meticulous account of this debt. The celestial dragons will surely lay low after their failed endeavor. We shall seize this opportunity to bolster our power, and when the time is ripe, I will ensure these foolish beings pay dearly, pulling them from their exalted thrones, ha ha ha. With his own conclusions in mind, Doflamingo's eyes gleamed with fury as he laughed maniacally towards the heavens. Yet, unbeknownst to Doflamingo, there existed in this world not only the celestial dragons, but also Alan, who once thrived as a pirate and effortlessly amassed wealth. He possessed no concept of money either, which is why he sought out several assassins skilled in the 6 powers within the underworld, offering them a handsome reward to eliminate Doflamingo. To him, the success of these assassins was inconsequential, believing that a mere 100 million berries was a trifling sum, especially for someone like Alan, who could amass wealth with ease. Alan's intent in dispatching assassins to kill Doflamingo was to distract him while laying the groundwork for his grand scheme. After the failure of the assassination attempt at the royal palace, Alan observed the life cards of his hired killers igniting in flames within a tavern at the port, a smile gracing his face. It is time to act. Chapter 28, The Childlike Fruit. Upon witnessing the signs of his hired assassin's life cards beginning to burn, a smile also emerged on Alan's face. It is time to act. Initially, he invested heavily in selecting these assassins from the Navy's 6 styles to eliminate Don Quixote Doflamingo, intending to instill doubt within Doflamingo's mind. This approach would likely lead Doflamingo to spare their lives, transforming them instead into toys for his manipulation. Being aware of Doflamingo's true identity from the outset, Alan devised a meticulous strategy to counter him, targeting his very foundation. Doflamingo, the current warlord of the sea and the king of Dressrosa, wields substantial control over various industries worldwide, including the human auctioning house in the Sabaody archipelago. To the untrained eye, he appears to be a formidable pirate, straddling both the lawful and the illicit realms. However, unbeknownst to others, he harbors a significant vulnerability: his subordinate, Sugar. Sugar presents as an adorable girl, seemingly no older than 10, yet she possesses the powers of the hobby fruit. As a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, she is regarded by Doflamingo as a pivotal figure, receiving protection from the top officer, Treble. The reason for Doflamingo's high regard for Sugar lies in her extraordinary ability, which he has employed to transform many of his adversaries into toys that labor for him. A striking example of this occurred in Dressrosa, where, upon ascending to the throne, Doflamingo commanded Sugar to convert half of the kingdom's populace into playthings. Thus, defeating Sugar would instantly restore those transformed individuals to their former selves, plunging Doflamingo into an unprecedented crisis. Even if Alan were unable to vanquish him, the ensuing scandal would compel the world government to reconsider Doflamingo's position as a warlord, significantly enhancing Alan's own prospects of being appointed to that title. Brother, what are we about to do? Whose life card is this? Just as Alan was rallying Techi and Ein for their departure, the two stared at him, bewildered, seemingly oblivious to the nature of the mission he spoke of. Ah, has the ability of the hobby fruit activated? Indeed, it is an extraordinary power. Observing the reactions of his subordinates, Alan quickly realized that Sugar had unleashed her ability, transforming the assassins he had dispatched into toys. It is vital to understand that the hobby fruit is deemed a devil fruit of unparalleled potential due to its unique ability to turn those it touches into toys, erasing all memories related to the transformed individuals from those connected to them. Yet, at that moment, Alan found himself perplexed as to why he had not lost his memories. To safeguard against the effects of this ability, He had meticulously documented every detail of their actions in a notebook for reference should he suffer memory loss. Reflecting on this, he speculated that his status as a transcendent individual might serve as a bug, rendering him immune to the overwhelming effects of the hobby fruit. "Brother, what troubles you?" Observing Alan's distracted demeanor, both Teki and Ein, who had lost their memories, felt an odd disquiet. They pondered whether they had not accompanied Alan to Dressrosa to devise a strategy against Doflamingo, only to suddenly confront an enigmatic life card. Was Alan orchestrating some clandestine scheme, or had they simply forgotten something? At that moment, their minds felt somewhat befuddled. "I am contemplating how to assist you in recovering your lost memories." Alan sighed upon seeing their perplexed expressions. He proceeded to recount the details surrounding their substantial investment in hiring an assassin to eliminate Doflamingo, as well as the reasons behind Ein and Teki's amnesia, which was a result of the influence of the toy fruit. I recall now. I remember. The memories affected by the toy fruit were not easily regained. Even with someone narrating the events, recollection was challenging, akin to grasping a memory that never truly existed. Yet, Teki and Ein harbored unreserved trust in Alan, and his vivid storytelling was exceptional. As he painted a detailed picture, they found themselves conjuring images in their minds, leading to an unshakable belief in the memories he described. Once they embraced the existence of these memories, the toy fruit's influence astonishingly waned, allowing them to fully regain their original recollections. It seemed that Sugar's formidable power was not entirely invincible. Memories that had vanished could indeed be restored. If one's resolve was steadfast, could it suggest that her influence might also diminish? Witnessing Teki and Ein recover their memories, Alan began to form his own perspectives regarding the extraordinary abilities within this pirate world. "Now that we have confirmed Sugar's existence, what shall our next course of action be?" Teki inquired earnestly. Having shared life and death experiences together, he was well aware of Alan's prowess in observation hockey. Unless Sugar was also an adept user of observation hockey, concealing herself from Alan would be impossible. "Naturally, we shall proceed as initially planned, splitting into 2 teams." Alan replied with a smile directed at Ein, who immediately grasped his intent and retrieved a transponder snail from her belongings. "Now is the time for action." "Yes." Following Ein's command, a deep male voice resonated from the transponder snail without a hint of hesitation, much like a machine executing orders. Simultaneously, 3 warships appeared in the waters near Dressrosa, swiftly making their way toward the port. "I must inform you, Doflamingo, we have a significant issue. 3 warships have arrived at the port, led by 3 rear admirals from the Navy headquarters, with the intention of investigating the recent cases of missing naval soldiers in this region." Upon learning of the naval ship's arrival at Dressrosa, Toripol did not dare to exhibit the slightest negligence and hurried to report to Don Quixote Doflamingo. The Navy was led by 3 vice admirals, notably one known as Mole, and the celestial dragons were indeed making grand gestures. However, having activated Sugar's powers, it struck Toripol as peculiar that the celestial dragons still recalled the disappearance of the assassin. This perplexity was mirrored in Doflamingo's reaction, who, unbeknownst to him, was gradually stepping into Alan's trap. Chapter 29. The arrogant Doflamingo. After the assassin's attack, Doflamingo found himself in a foul mood, resting in his chamber. Yet he had not managed to regain his composure when Toripol, the highest-ranking officer, rushed in with urgency. I say, Doflamingo, trouble is brewing. 3 warships have arrived at the port, led by 3 vice admirals from the Navy headquarters, headed by that Mole, who claimed they wished to inquire about the recent disappearances of naval soldiers in these waters. Toripol burst in, anxious to relay the alarming news, as such an occurrence was far beyond his expectations. The presence of 3 vice admirals, led by Mole, indicated the celestial dragons were indeed making a significant move. Yet, considering he had already set Sugar's abilities in motion, it was strange that the celestial dragons still remembered the missing assassin. Doflamingo found this equally perplexing. He was acutely aware of Sugar's capabilities. It could be said that his current achievements were largely thanks to her. The toy fruit, with its extraordinary powers, had enabled him to obscure numerous truths, allowing him to maintain his position in the Shichibukai and the throne of Dressrosa. Otherwise, the multitude of his past deeds would have incited widespread outrage, and even his former status as a celestial dragon would have offered him no protection. Thus, Doflamingo regarded Sugar as an invaluable member of his family, entrusting Toripol, his top officer, to serve as her personal bodyguard, ensuring the security of the empire he had meticulously constructed. However, The Navy's unexpected visit instilled in him a sense of foreboding, leading him to wonder if Sugar's powers might falter at times. I say, Doflamingo, what shall we do now? Will you meet with those vice admirals? Or shall I handle them? Tory Pole inquired again as he noticed Doflamingo's silence. I shall go myself and ascertain how the Navy learned of the assassin's disappearance. It is audacious of the celestial dragons to dispatch 3 vice admirals. Do they truly believe such a meager force can subdue me? They underestimate my capabilities. Though his heart brimmed with questions, Doflamingo resolved to visit the port, for such matters could only be truly understood through personal experience. Until that moment, he firmly believed that the moles, along with the vice admirals, had been dispatched by the celestial dragons, as it seemed to him that only those detestable aristocrats of the world possessed both the motive and means to engage in such affairs. Unbeknownst to him, his decision would lead him directly into a trap meticulously orchestrated by Allen, as he welcomed the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters onto his territory. 3 of them arrived simultaneously, prompting him to ponder what fortunate tidings they might bring. Upon arriving at the port, Doflamingo immediately displayed an air of formidable charisma. Despite harboring a profound disdain for the moles and the vice admiral's presence, his face radiated warmth as he greeted them with a disingenuous smile, appearing exceedingly cordial. This encapsulates the essence of Don Quixote. Doflamingo, whether friend or foe, before me, all are merely puppets for my amusement. Humph, that detestable pirate, if given the chance. I would relish the opportunity to snatch the sunglasses from his face and trample that loathsome visage into oblivion. Gazing at the insufferably arrogant Doflamingo, the mole felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure. This individual perpetually exudes an air of haughtiness. Although he feigned welcome to my comrades, he refused to unfasten the chains of the port, relegating our fleet to anchor outside, clearly an affront to our dignity and the justice we uphold as naval officers. Oh, so you simply wish to rest at my port without uttering a word? I extend my welcome, yet I have significant business to attend to. Hence I shall not squander time in your company. Observing the silence of the frustrated naval commanders, Doflamingo not only remained unrepentant but escalated his taunting. Upon hearing Doflamingo's overtly mocking remarks, a young naval officer behind the mole could no longer restrain himself. As an elite soldier of the naval headquarters, he had followed Rear Admiral Mole for years and had never endured such indignity. He tightened his grip on his weapon, prepared to teach this arrogant pirate a lesson, only to be restrained by Mole's hand. Though internally seething with anger, Rear Admiral Mole, possessing a broader perspective as a leader, understood the purpose of his visit clearly. After halting his impulsive subordinate, he spoke to Doflamingo in a tone that was notably frigid. Don Quixote. Doflamingo. In response to Mole addressing him so formally, Doflamingo merely wore a mocking grin, clearly conveying the sentiment of, "Why call you father?" Doflamingo. We have received numerous reports indicating a significant number of disappearances in the kingdom of Dressrosa under your jurisdiction, including some naval soldiers, world nobles, and government officials. We are here to conduct an investigation and request your cooperation. Rear Admiral Mole took a deep breath, momentarily suppressing his rage, and articulated the purpose of their visit with utmost seriousness. Numerous reports, you say? Can you enlighten me as to who provided such reports? Doflamingo, upon hearing Mole's words, became increasingly convinced of his initial suspicion. This fellow was undoubtedly dispatched by those insufferable celestial dragons. First, they sent assassins to eliminate him in secret, and now they brazenly dispatched the Navy to scrutinize his territory. How utterly outrageous, as if he were so easily intimidated. The identity of the informants is of no concern to you. What matters is that they are not within your capacity to provoke. Here, take this search warrant issued by the world government. If you are wise, you will comply without resistance. Confronted with Doflamingo's inquiry, the mole smirked as he presented his search warrant, exuding confidence. The source of this confidence was straightforward. The orchestrator of this covert operation was none other than his former mentor, the ex-Admiral Zifa, who had issued the warrant himself. Given that this was the first assignment his teacher had entrusted to him since his promotion to Vice Admiral, the mole was determined to perform admirably. However, just as the mole unveiled his search warrant, a series of invisible attacks flickered before him, instantly reducing the warrant to mere scraps of paper. Your search warrant is nullified. Come back once you've obtained a new one, Doflamingo declared with brazen arrogance, the tension in the air escalating dramatically. Upon arriving at the port of Dressrosa Kingdom, Doflamingo's curiosity piqued upon realizing that this cadre of Navy vice admirals had been dispatched by a significant figure to inspect his territory. In his view, the very individuals who sent these vice admirals were the celestial dragons, his most loathed adversaries. Consequently, his mood soured, and he scoffed at the search warrant presented by Vice Admiral Mole. With a mere flick of his finger, he manipulated the invisible threads, transforming the document into a puddle of paper shreds. Your search warrant is nullified. Come back once you've obtained a new one, Doflamingo reiterated with unrestrained arrogance. Perceiving the mole's audacious attempt to search his domain as a personal affront, he considered his response to be remarkably civil under the circumstances. Despite being known for his amiable disposition, Vice Admiral Mole was incensed by Doflamingo's insolence, instinctively reaching for the sword at his waist. In an instant, the two other Navy vice admirals and the soldiers accompanying him braced for combat upon sensing his intent to strike. Are you really going to make a move? Doflamingo jeered, turning to face the would-be assailants, an ominous aura radiating from him. Under the weight of Doflamingo's terrifying presence, the soldiers behind Vice Admiral Mole collapsed in droves, while the few who managed to remain standing found their combat effectiveness severely compromised. Not only the soldiers, but even the Mole and the other two vice admirals felt a shiver run down their spines in response to Doflamingo's formidable aura, their breaths quickening involuntarily, as if they were prey standing before their predator. This was the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki. This rogue bore the qualities of a king. As seasoned admirals, they immediately comprehended that Don Quixote Doflamingo had unleashed a rare form of Conqueror's Haki, a manifestation of overwhelming authority that cannot be attained through mere training but is an innate ability. Those endowed with this formidable power can intimidate their adversaries without lifting a finger, capable of rendering weaker foes unconscious merely through their presence. It can be said that while not all strong individuals possess Conqueror's Haki, those who do are undeniably formidable. I must say, Doflamingo, you have frightened all these naval officers. At that moment, Toripole, one of Doflamingo's most trusted subordinates, approached with a smile. As one of the earliest followers and a member of Doflamingo's inner circle, he fully recognized the extent of Doflamingo's prowess. Since the first time he witnessed Doflamingo wielding Conqueror's Haki and confirmed his royal potential, he, along with Pica, Diamante, and Virgo, had formed a quartet dedicated to rescuing Doflamingo, revering him as their master and becoming his family in another sense over the years. Do we still need to take action? Observing the naval officers utterly stunned by his display, Doflamingo's smile grew wider. At that moment, he resolved that should these individuals persist in their insolence, he would ruthlessly eliminate them all. As he had anticipated, although these naval soldiers were touted as the elite of the naval headquarters, faced with the specter of death, they collectively chose silence. Despite their inner fury towards Doflamingo, they manifested no outward signs, lowering their heads and avoiding his gaze. Ha ha, what a clever bunch. Bow your heads, and as long as you learn to submit before me, you may preserve your lives. Watching the naval officers bowing before him, Doflamingo felt an immense sense of satisfaction. For in that moment of submission, they had unequivocally surrendered to him. Listening to Doflamingo's derisive remarks, Vice Admiral Mole, though seething with rage internally, found his reason compelling him to remain stationary, allowing Doflamingo and Toripole to depart unchallenged. After a brief silence, a naval soldier stepped forward to inquire, "Admiral, what should we do now? Let us return to the ship. We are no match for him, not even worthy of engaging him." Mole sighed inwardly as he issued this deeply frustrating command. Upon returning to the warship, Mole retreated to his quarters, quickly stabilizing his emotions before reaching for his transponder snail to contact his mentor, the formidable Zifa. "Mole, how did it go?" Upon hearing Zifa's familiar voice, Mole felt a wave of emotion wash over him, nearly bringing him to tears. After regaining his composure, he replied, "I'm sorry, Master Zifa. I have brought you shame." "What's the matter?" "I failed to uphold your sense of justice." After receiving the report from the Mole, Zephyr's expression darkened considerably. As a naval admiral who had risen to heroism through courage and righteousness, Zephyr believed he had entrusted these ideals entirely to his students. This Mole had once been among those he held in high regard, yet today he engaged in such actions. Although his behavior could be deemed rational in the context of protecting naval soldiers, can justice that bows to evil still be considered just? At the very least, this notion of justice was one Zephyr could not accept, which is why he vehemently opposed the compromise represented by the warlords of the sea. "Teacher Zephyr," he thought, noticing Zephyr's silence following his report. The mole understood that his actions had undoubtedly led to profound disappointment in his mentor. What a disgrace. Zephyr's succinct assessment, delivered through the transponder snail, pierced the mole's heart like a sharp dagger. Though he had faced countless reprimands under Zephyr's tutelage, he had never encountered such a profound expression of disappointment. The mole found himself wishing time could reverse, resolving that even in death, he would never again retreat. Return to the Navy headquarters. I shall no longer assign you any tasks. Go guard your impotent sense of justice. After delivering this final remark, Zephyr disconnected the call. At that moment, the mole was left in tears. Chapter 31. Spying on his woman. Having successfully repelled the naval forces led by the mole with his conqueror's hockey, Don Quixote Doflamingo was in high spirits. Upon returning to his castle, he spotted the mole's ship departing the port and burst into laughter. Ha! And this is what a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters looks like. What a bunch of cowards. Indeed, they even dared to search for our young master's kingdom. They truly are oblivious to their own insignificance. Hee hee. At that moment, Tory Pole also joined in the laughter, feeling increasingly assured in his choice to follow Doflamingo. If even a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters could only flee before their young master, it wouldn't be long before the admirals would also be powerless against him. Soon, the entire world would be at their young master's mercy. Tory Pole found himself delightfully envisioning a future that seemed almost unattainable. In this moment of joy, Doflamingo remained blissfully unaware that, despite having intimidated a vice admiral, he had unwittingly fallen into Alan's intricate trap. Alan had orchestrated Zifa's deployment of Vice Admiral Mole and others not with the expectation of overpowering Doflamingo, but rather to divert his attention, buying precious moments. Undoubtedly, Vice Admiral Mole accomplished this task, albeit with a sense of frustration. Now, let us rewind time slightly. As Vice Admiral Mole led the naval fleet into the port of Dressrosa, Alan, accompanied by Techi and Ein, stealthily positioned themselves around Doflamingo's castle. The moment Doflamingo exited the castle, Alan sprang into action. Having learned the Marine's Rokushiki technique, known as Soru from Zifa, Alan refined it, combining it with the silent steps used by the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro, to develop a new upgraded technique of Soru known as Phantom. This technique bears a striking resemblance to the art of shaving, as both enable the practitioner to vanish completely amidst rapid movement. However, unlike shaving, this maneuver requires only a subtle pressure upon the ground, allowing the body to glide with inertia, resulting in near silence, a skill remarkably suited for assassination and ambush. Yet, due to the high degree of physical coordination required, thus far, only Alan has mastered it. Meanwhile, Tiki and Ein, left outside the castle, remain in hiding. As per Alan's instructions, should any high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family enter the castle before Alan can secure his objective, they are to launch a surprise attack to buy him some time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon successfully infiltrating the castle, Alan moved like a specter, darting swiftly within its confines. Having initially locked onto Sugar's position with his observation hockey, he deftly evaded all sentries, advancing step by step towards Doflamingo's Achilles heel. However, unbeknownst to Alan, every move he made was being meticulously observed by a pair of eyes, capable of evading his keen observation hockey. In the entirety of the Dressrosa kingdom, only Violetta, the former princess who consumed the Boing Boing fruit, possessed such an ability. Once a princess of Dressrosa, Violetta had been compelled over a decade ago to serve Doflamingo in order to protect her father's life. On this day, she found herself patrolling alongside Diamante, a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family. To be more precise, Diamante had summoned Violetta, akin to a pair of all-seeing eyes, to assist him in surveying the kingdom, allowing him to enjoy a moment of leisure. Though discontented with Diamante's domineering approach, Violetta suppressed her anger, knowing her father was still in their grasp, and utilized her Boing Boing fruit to monitor the kingdom's situation. As Violetta scrutinized the castle where Doflamingo resided, she swiftly spotted Alan moving at remarkable speed within. However, due to the sheer velocity of his movements, even with her fruit's capabilities, she could only perceive a fleeting shadow. Violetta, what do you see? Diamante, who had been resting nearby, instantly lost his drowsiness upon noticing her change in expression and inquired earnestly. I couldn't see clearly. It seems there are enemies. Let me take another look. Violetta replied vaguely, apprehensive about confirming Alan's identity, fearing it might be a ruse by Doflamingo to test her loyalty. Be more precise. Where are the enemies? At this moment, Diamante felt every nerve in his body tense up, urging Violetta to identify the intruder. Violetta, equally perplexed, wondered who could possess such remarkable speed to infiltrate Doflamingo's castle. She promptly maximized her fruit powers. Just then, Alan, in an attempt to evade the guards stationed outside Sugar's room, was compelled to conceal himself temporarily. Consequently, Violetta discerned his entire being, including his thoughts, which were laid bare before her due to her unique abilities. To her astonishment, this man harbored intentions to assassinate Sugar, thereby dismantling Doflamingo's power and defeating him. Upon unraveling Alan's thoughts, Violetta was taken aback. As a long-standing undercover agent within the Don Quixote family, she understood the critical importance of Sugar to Doflamingo. She was acutely aware of the chaos that would ensue should Sugar meet her demise. Although she had once contemplated eliminating Sugar herself, Doflamingo's formidable protection rendered her efforts futile. Now, however, the prospect of someone aiding her in this endeavor ignited a fierce determination within her. She must protect him. This thought immediately surged through Violetta's mind. "Violetta, where is the intruder?" Diamante inquired suddenly. "I observed a man clad in a navy uniform unexpectedly appear in the armory of the arena." Seemingly intent on stealing weapons for some purpose, Violetta fabricated a hasty excuse in response to Diamante's abrupt question. Slap. No sooner had Violetta finished speaking than Diamante delivered a resounding slap across her face. "Violetta, do you realize that your lying skills remain unchanged since a decade ago, showing no sign of improvement?" Chapter 32, Sugar Slap. After Violetta had spun her fabricated tale, Diamante struck her without warning, delivering a loud and shocking slap. Diamante. Such an act is an affront that is difficult for anyone to endure, especially for a beauty like Violetta. Though she had consented to serve Doflamingo for her father's safety, Doflamingo valued her abilities, treating her with a degree of courtesy and even granting her the honor of a cadre position. Yet, in the face of Violetta's indignation, Diamante remained indifferent. Doflamingo might regard her capabilities with respect, but he would not. To Diamante, Violetta was merely a captive devoid of any rights. "Violetta, do you realize that your lying skills remain unchanged since a decade ago, showing no sign of improvement?" Upon uttering these words, Diamante seized Violetta by the throat. "You traitor. I give you one last chance. Reveal where the intruder is hiding." In the factory beneath the arena, Violetta felt as though she were suffocating, clinging to the last vestiges of her sanity as she articulated the fabricated answer she had conjured. Just wait for Doflamingo's retribution." After obtaining the information she sought, Diamante forcefully hurled Violetta to the ground and rushed toward the critical factory, where Doflamingo conducted his dealings with various factions. Any mishap there could spell unimaginable disaster for Doflamingo and the entire Don Quixote family. "You fool. I have staked not only my future, but that of my father and all of Dressrosa on you. Do not let me down." Violetta, sprawled on the ground, paid little heed to her injuries and swiftly rose to employ her devil fruit powers to ascertain Alan's current predicament. Now, let us shift our focus back to Doflamingo's castle, where Alan seized the opportunity to slip into Sugar's chamber while the guards at her door dozed off. After all, they had been guarding Sugar for years without ever encountering an attack, leading them to neglect their tedious duties and become complacent. "You naughty little brats, so disobedient." Upon entering the room, Alan encountered a petite girl dressed in a doll-like costume, violently smashing her toys against the floor. Had he not been well versed in the true nature of the pirate world, Alan would have perceived her merely as a willful child. However, understanding the grim reality, he recognized that the toys in Sugar's grasp were likely humans under her control via her devil fruit powers, being subjected to her cruel whims. It was evident that with just a little more force, she could easily break their limbs. Witnessing Sugar's merciless demeanor ignited a profound fury within Alan. Her childlike appearance did nothing to soften his heart, but rather evoked a profound sense of disgust. "Is anyone there?" Toy soldiers. Perhaps sensing the murderous intent emanating from Alan's anger, Sugar was startled and, without turning her head, began to unleash her devil fruit abilities to summon toy soldiers for her protection. Yet, before her soldiers could materialize, a formidable wave of slashing energy engulfed her. At that moment, realizing an intruder had breached their defenses, the high-ranking Diamante dared not delay, hastening to the factory beneath the arena. However, the orderly scene before him left him utterly dumbfounded. "Damn it, how could this be? Violetta, that wretched woman, dared to deceive me. You will pay dearly for this. I shall personally slay your father before your very eyes." After a moment of surprise, Diamante came to understand the underlying reason, realizing with dismay how careless he had been. Deceived by that wretched woman, Violet. He had exposed her lies, yet he failed to harbor any suspicion about the information she provided under duress. Truly, a moment of folly in an otherwise brilliant life. Lord Diamante, what brings you here? At that moment, several foremen in the factory spotted Diamante and approached him eagerly. As one of the most ordinary members of Doflamingo's crew, Diamante, being a high-ranking officer, was regarded with a sense of reverence by them. Naturally, they were thrilled by his inspection of their work. Get away, don't bother me. Preoccupied with thoughts of being outwitted by Violet, and still uncertain about the intruder's situation, Diamante felt quite irritable, casting a stern expression towards his adoring subordinates. At his sharp rebuke, the enthusiastic foremen halted their advance, their smiles fading into awkward expressions. However, Diamante had no interest in their plight. He swiftly turned to leave, intent on confronting Violet. Diamante, just as he was about to exit the factory, a voice called out from behind him. I've told you, don't disturb me. Upon hearing the shout directed at him, Diamante instinctively assumed it was yet another of the sycophantic foremen trying to curry favor. His displeasure was palpable, but before he could voice his reprimand, he suddenly recognized that the voice had indeed called his name, laced with fury. Bang! Just as Diamante prepared to turn around, a towering figure charged at him from behind, delivering a powerful punch that struck him squarely in the back. Cough! The force of the blow sent Diamante flying, crashing against the wall, and he coughed up blood as a result of the tremendous impact. It's you, Shiryu. Upon recognizing the imposing man before him, Diamante was taken aback. For this was none other than Shiryu, the notorious pirate he had captured 5 years ago, who had a bounty of over 100 million, and had once been transformed into a toy by Sugar. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, the once orderly factory erupted into chaos. The toys, who had been diligently working, suddenly revealed their true forms, and in that instant of regained freedom, they unleashed years of pent-up resentment. Could it be Sugar? Chapter 33, The Uprising. Cough. It's actually Shiryu. After being struck by a sudden assault, the fallen figure finally discerned the identity of the assailant. It was none other than the notorious pirate, Slad, who had been a bounty of over 100 million and whom he had captured 5 years prior, transforming Sugar into a mere toy. At that very moment, the toys that had been laboring in the factory instantaneously reverted to their true forms. Upon regaining their freedom, they unleashed years of pent-up resentment, wreaking havoc upon the factory and the minions of the Don Quixote family. Witnessing this unexpected upheaval, Diamante felt an ominous premonition arise within him. Sugar, the linchpin of the Don Quixote family's safety, was in peril. This should not be the case. Sugar was under the close protection of Treble and resided within the fortress of the young master, which was heavily guarded. The security surrounding her was exponentially superior to that of the young master himself. How could anything have happened to her? Although the scene before him suggested that the most crucial member of their family was in danger, Diamante found it unfathomable that Sugar, so well guarded by the family, could face any threat. In that moment, he would rather believe there was a flaw in Sugar's powers than accept that she was in trouble. Before Diamante could fully process his thoughts, the towering figure of Slad roared once more and charged at him. Accompanying him were several warriors who had previously been captured by Diamante and transformed into toys. They all bore a grudge that needed to be vented, and Diamante became their prime target for retribution. Damn it, young master, what are you doing? Come and save me. Though he held a high-ranking position within the Don Quixote family, and feared no individual among those transformed into toys, the sheer onslaught of adversaries approaching him instilled a sense of dread. Simultaneously, chaos erupted not only within the underground factory, but also throughout the entire Dressrosa kingdom. The toys, once harmoniously coexisting with the kingdom's inhabitants, reverted to their original forms: pirates, marines, ordinary citizens, and even some peculiar creatures. The land, once celebrated as a realm of love, passion, and toys, was now engulfed in turmoil. Yet, after a brief period of disorder, the enraged populace quickly turned their ire towards the instigator of this upheaval, the current king of Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo. A grave situation has arisen. The entire nation is in disarray, and all the toys have reverted to their true forms. They are now converging upon the palace. At this moment, the highest-ranking officer, Tori Pole, anxiously burst into Doflamingo's chamber, hastily reporting the current situation. Sugar, weren't you supposed to be with Sugar? What is going on? Doflamingo's usual defiant smile had vanished, replaced by a chilling glare directed at Toripol. He silently lamented having entrusted the most crucial member of his family to Torpol's care, expecting him to provide close protection. Yet, here he was, instead of attending to Sugar, he had come to report. What use was this report? Master, I was with you to confront those Navy officers, Toripol stammered, acutely aware of Doflamingo's fury, which filled him with dread. Given the circumstances, it was evident that something had happened to Sugar, and as her personal bodyguard, he bore an undeniable responsibility. His confidence wavered considerably. Let us proceed to Sugar's room. Doflamingo, unwilling to waste time on further conversation with Toripol, immediately made his way towards Sugar's chamber. The chaos erupting in his territory was a source of great distress, and he believed that to minimize the ramifications of this incident, he must locate Sugar and have her revert those who had transformed back into their original states into toys once more, restoring order. Meanwhile, as the turmoil in Dressrosa reached a fever pitch, the mastermind behind it all, Alan, hastily emerged from Sugar's room. This was merely the first step of his plan. The second involved taking Techi and Ayn to a safe location to observe the unfolding drama. Alan intended to report the situation back to Zephyr, ensuring the Navy headquarters was informed. The third and most audacious step awaited him once the chaos in Dressrosa began to subside. He would emerge with Techi and Ayn to reap the rewards. However, as Alan exited Sugar's chamber, he realized his initial assumptions were rather naive. The castle was swarming with soldiers, all heading towards Sugar's room. Even with his strongest escape technique, Ghost, he could only momentarily elude detection. Once they surrounded him and blocked all exits, he would have no choice but to confront them. Delaying would allow Doflamingo or other officers to arrive, jeopardizing his carefully laid plans. Here. Just as Alan pondered how to navigate this predicament, his observation hockey detected a beautiful figure behind him, enthusiastically waving. It was clear that even in his ghostly state, he had been completely locked onto by this individual. Come quickly, I am not your enemy. The beautiful figure waving at Alan was none other than Violet. After being struck to the ground by Diamante, she did not shed a single tear. Instead, she observed Alan's actions while making her way towards the castle. Upon witnessing Alan defeat Sugar, restoring normalcy to the toys of Dressrosa, she felt a profound certainty that she had not made an erroneous choice. This unexpected young man before her was indeed the savior she had long awaited, the one who could liberate both herself and Dressrosa from the clutches of the demon Doflamingo. At that moment, Alan also recognized the woman beckoning to him. Drawing upon the intelligence he had gathered prior to arriving in Dressrosa, he immediately identified her as Violet, the former princess who had been seized by Doflamingo. Considering the enmity between Violet and Doflamingo, coupled with her current appearance, Alan was inclined to conclude that this enchanting woman was not his adversary. Without a moment's hesitation, he employed his ghost steps to swiftly approach her, lifting Violet onto his back. Despite nearing 30, Violet, who had devoted years serving Doflamingo to protect her father, had never experienced such intimacy with another man, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Chapter 34. The princess's plea with the power of her stare fruit. Violet clearly observed Alan's triumph over Sugar, Doflamingo's most significant subordinate, which instantly garnered her respect. Additionally, having previously deceived Diamante to buy time for Alan, she was now irrevocably tied to him, unwilling to see him come to harm. As soldiers surged towards the castle, determined to prevent Alan from being detained, Violet resolutely ran to a more concealed exit within the castle, signaling to Alan. Surprised by her assistance, Alan momentarily paused before quickly recalling her information, leading to his immediate comprehension. Without hesitation, he utilized his ghost steps once more, drawing Violet onto his back. In the face of Alan's somewhat intimate gesture, Violet, despite her age, felt her cheeks heat up, her breath quickening at the unexpected closeness. What's wrong? Is something amiss? Hearing Violet's hurried breaths, Alan's heart sank. Apprehensive that perhaps another enemy had appeared, and he tensed every nerve in his body. It's nothing. I merely feel a bit anxious given the chaos in Dressrosa. Upon hearing Alan's inquiry, Violet felt an even greater sense of panic within her heart. She hastily concocted another excuse to deflect his questions. Fortunately, at that moment, Alan could not see Violet's flushed face. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have seen through her deception. He instinctively assumed that it was entirely natural for Violet, as the princess of Dressrosa, to worry about her homeland. He earnestly reassured her, "Do not fret. It is merely a fleeting disturbance, and soon it shall pass. Yes, thank you. Violet nodded earnestly, though her gratitude was uttered so softly that the swiftly moving Alan could not hear it. Where should we flee to now? What we need most is a safe haven to take refuge for a while. The Navy has already been alerted to the turmoil in Dressrosa, and it is only a matter of time before heavily armed forces arrive to suppress it. At that point, Don Quixote Doflamingo will undoubtedly lose his title as one of the 7 warlords, and Dressrosa will usher in a new era under his reign. As Alan inquired about the route, he analyzed the current situation for Violet. Before we reach a safe location, could you do me a favor? Violet, wholeheartedly in agreement with Alan's assessment, nevertheless summoned her courage to make her request after considering her father, King Riku. What do you need my assistance with? Upon hearing Violet's request for help at such a critical juncture, Alan felt a wave of unease wash over him. Given the circumstances, even he had to tread carefully. However, Violet had indeed been of great assistance to him, and to refuse her outright would seem rather heartless. I hope you can take advantage of the chaos to rescue my father, King Riku. Violet bit her lip, articulating this rather difficult request. Upon hearing Violet's plea, Alan inwardly chastised himself for his earlier oversight. The reason Violet had consented to serve under Doflamingo was precisely to protect her father's life. With Dressrosa in such turmoil, her foremost concern was naturally her father's safety. King Riku had indeed been a monarch who suffered greatly at the hands of Doflamingo. Initially, he was a beloved ruler supported by all the citizens of Dressrosa. However, 10 years ago, the descendant of Don Quixote, Doflamingo, arrived on the island and threatened King Riku with the safety of the nation, compelling him to surrender his wealth. Utilizing the powers of the string fruit, he controlled King Riku's actions, leading him to massacre his own people, which resulted in the loss of the citizens' trust and ultimately his throne. In the original pirate world, King Riku, under the alias of Ricky, participated in a bullfighting tournament where the prize was the flame fruit, but he was regrettably defeated. However, with Luffy's assistance, he ultimately vanquished Doflamingo and reclaimed his rightful place as the king of Dressrosa. I apologize for my abruptness. Upon witnessing Alan's abrupt silence following her request, Violet discerned that her plea was likely in vain. In such tumultuous circumstances, it was indeed the wisest course of action to remain hidden and await the opportune moment. The bond between her and Alan was rather ordinary. Thus, he had no obligation to risk himself for her sake. The fact that he was willing to escort her to safety was already a considerable act of kindness. It seemed that the rescue of her father would ultimately rest upon her own shoulders. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I am merely contemplating the safest method to rescue His Majesty the King. Do you know his whereabouts? With Violet's inquiry, Alan promptly regained his composure and responded earnestly. Are you truly willing to save my father? Violet's heart soared from despair to elation upon hearing Alan's words, yet she felt a lingering uncertainty and sought clarification once more. Certainly, King Riku is a rare sovereign of great wisdom. Moreover, the chaos we currently face is of my making. If he were to suffer due to my actions, I would be a grave sinner indeed. For both personal and moral reasons, I must rescue him. Alan declared with unwavering conviction. He fully understood that his presence had accelerated the downfall of Don Quixote Doflamingo, a formidable figure among the 7 warlords of the sea, by 3 years earlier than it would have occurred in the original pirate world. Thus, he felt an even greater responsibility to ensure the safety of King Riku and others who could have been saved by Luffy and his allies. Failure to do so would render him unable to forgive himself as a traveler from another world. Do you truly believe my father is a wise king? Do you believe he has not betrayed his people? Violet, unable to trust her own ears, gazed in astonishment at the boy before her. Through the powers of the Dengeki fruit, she could perceive Alan's heart and knew he spoke the truth. Indeed, King Riku is a benevolent ruler who cherishes his subjects. The atrocities against the populace were orchestrated by that scoundrel Doflamingo. These years of torment, both physical and spiritual, have been a true hardship for him. Alan reflected on the injustices inflicted upon King Riku by Doflamingo, his anger surging within him. After all, the act of killing is but a fleeting moment, and Doflamingo's actions were indeed reprehensible. Rest assured, this nightmare has drawn to a close. Once this turmoil subsides, Dressrosa shall undoubtedly reclaim its tranquility. Yes, I believe in you. Chapter 35. The Wrath of Doflamingo. In the wake of a surprise attack on Sugar, the most crucial subordinate of Don Quixote Doflamingo, her toy fruit lost its potency instantaneously. Those transformed into toys regained their true forms, seething with resentment, and began to wreak havoc, plunging the entire Dressrosa into unprecedented chaos. The instigator of this turmoil, Alan, managed to escape Doflamingo's castle with the assistance of the former princess of Dressrosa, Violet, and sought to rescue the former king of Dressrosa, Riku, who had suffered under Doflamingo's tyranny for years, alongside Techi and Ein. Meanwhile, as Alan and his companions swiftly fled the castle, Doflamingo, accompanied by Treble, arrived at Sugar's room. Upon witnessing the unconscious form of Sugar sprawled on the floor, Doflamingo, usually unflappable even in dire situations, was thrown into a state of alarm. Sugar was of paramount importance to him, and any harm to her was utterly intolerable. Sugar, Doflamingo bellowed, rushing forward to cradle her fragile body, desperate to assess her condition. After a brief examination, his countenance darkened ominously, veins of fury throbbing on his forehead. "I must know, Doff, is Sugar all right?" Treble gasped, taken aback by Doflamingo's fierce demeanor. Yet he felt a pressing urgency to inquire. Doflamingo, consumed by a surge of indignation, thought bitterly about Treble's ineptitude. He had entrusted Treble with Sugar's protection. Yet here they were. He had seen neither hide nor hair of him all day, and the guards assigned to safeguard her had failed in their duty. The attack on Sugar was a direct consequence of his negligence. However, Doflamingo, a man of great ambition and strategic foresight, recognized that unleashing his wrath upon Treble would be futile. It could potentially exacerbate the situation. Having calmed himself, he addressed Treble with a grave expression. "Sugar's condition is dire. The intruder did not kill her, but her veins have been shattered. I have examined her, and even the powers of the string fruit cannot mend her injuries. Who dares to lay such a treacherous hand upon Sugar? If I find them, I shall ensure their demise." Hearing Doflamingo's words, Treble's face flushed with rage. As Sugar's protector, she was not only a vital member of the family but, in many ways, a sister to him. His emotional investment in her surpassed that of anyone else in the family save for Doflamingo himself. Struggling to rein in his fury, Treble urgently questioned Doflamingo. "Young master, is there still hope for Sugar?" "It is difficult to say, but perhaps we should allow Princess Monchueli of the diminutive race to attempt it. There may yet be a glimmer of hope." Doflamingo pondered seriously before speaking. "Monchueli, the princess of the Dongdada, diminutive, kingdom, possesses the extraordinary ability of the paramecia-type healing fruit, which enables her to cure all ailments of living beings, with even her own tears possessing restorative properties. The pinnacle of her power allows her to reverse all things, organic or inorganic, at the cost of diminishing her own lifespan. Initially, after becoming the ruler of Dressrosa, Doflamingo imprisoned Monchueli along with 500 of her diminutive companions, exploiting her unique abilities to further his family's nefarious deeds. However, over the years, Princess Monchueli has become increasingly difficult to deceive. Persuading her to heal Sugar is no trivial matter. Leave this matter to me, young master. I shall employ every means at my disposal to ensure that Princess Monchueli treats Sugar." Torapal interjected, having taken it upon himself to resolve the situation. After all, he bore undeniable responsibility for Sugar's injury and was determined to make amends. In his view, should Princess Monchueli prove obstinate and refuse to heal Sugar, he would not hesitate to slaughter her kin before her eyes, employing the utmost cruelty to ensure her compliance. Doff, we have a serious situation." At that moment, before Torapal could seek out Princess Monchueli, another figure burst into Sugar's chamber. This individual was Diamante, one of Doflamingo's highest-ranking subordinates. Previously, while searching for intruders in the underground factory, he had been ambushed and gravely injured by those who had come into contact with the toy state. Fortunately, his brigade of block army arrived just in time. As the most skilled melee combat unit of the Don Quixote family, they swiftly engaged in battle with those led by Silvers, resulting in a fierce stalemate. Having caught his breath, Diamante did not join the fray against the enemies, but hurried towards Doflamingo's castle. Acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, something had befallen the family's most vital member, Sugar. He dared not delay, racing to her chamber. Upon seeing Doflamingo cradling the gravely injured Sugar, Diamante's heart sank, realizing he had arrived too late. However, he quickly regained his composure and informed Doflamingo of another grave matter. Violet had betrayed us. Upon hearing Diamante's report, Doflamingo's expression darkened further. He had always known that Violet had joined his ranks under the duress of her father's life being threatened. However, it was utterly unforeseen that she would betray at such a critical moment. Given the current circumstances, It seemed highly likely that she had allied with the invaders who attacked Sugar. With the assistance of Violet and her glaring fruit, capturing this intruder had become exponentially more challenging. My lord, this may not be such bad news. Just as Doflamingo was consumed by frustration over this predicament, Toripole remained composed and addressed him earnestly. Violet's allegiance to the young master stemmed from her father, King Riku. Now that she had chosen treachery, it was indisputable that her foremost intention would be to rescue her father. If we can safeguard him, apprehending her and the intruder will merely be a matter of time. Good idea. Where is this King Riku? According to our informants, he should be in the kingdom of Tontata. Chapter 36. Birdcage. Upon seeing Sugar unconscious, Doflamingo was immediately engulfed in a fury. Yet, his anger was not solely directed at this incident. Just as he was about to seek Princess Mancheri for Sugar's treatment, he received another disheartening report from Diamante. Violet had betrayed him. Under the weight of this double blow, veins throbbed on Doflamingo's forehead, and it was evident that any trivial provocation at this moment would come at a bloody cost. My lord, this may not be such bad news. While Doflamingo seethed with rage over the situation, Toripole remained calm and offered a thoughtful analysis. Violet's loyalty was tied to her father, King Riku, and now that she had turned her back, her primary objective would surely be to rescue him. If we can protect her father, then capturing her and the invader is merely a matter of time. Hearing Toripole's reasoning brought a semblance of calm to Doflamingo's inner turmoil. Gritting his teeth, he inquired, "Good idea. Where is this King Riku?" As a formidable figure in these turbulent times, Doflamingo could tolerate the failures, insolence, and mischief of his subordinates. But one transgression he could never abide was betrayal. The recent actions of Violet undoubtedly encroached upon Doflamingo's taboos. Although he had been aware from the outset that Violet's loyalty was not genuine, he resolved to exact a bloody price from a subordinate bold enough to betray him. At this moment, Viola and the Riku King had already been sentenced to death in Doflamingo's mind, though whether this sentence could be carried out remained a significant question. According to reports from his informants, the Riku King had been residing in the Tontata Kingdom for many years. At this juncture, Diamante recalled some intelligence he had previously encountered and promptly reported it to Doflamingo with utmost seriousness. It is noteworthy that in the original pirate world, the Riku clan emerged as the new royal family governing Dressrosa following the Don Quixote clan. The third Riku king, who had been ousted from power by Doflamingo's machinations, sought to atone for the atrocities committed against the Tontata by the Don Quixote family. In a gesture of contrition, he apologized to the Tontata and permitted them to take whatever resources they required. As the adage suggests, good and evil are met with their respective rewards. The Riku King's actions transformed him into a legendary figure among the Tontata, securing a potential escape route for himself. 8 years prior, when Doflamingo led the Don Quixote family to reclaim authority over Dressrosa and ousted the Riku King, the Tontata did not, unlike other citizens, question the character of the Riku King. They did not believe him to be a tyrant and even offered him refuge during his most desperate times. However, this was discovered by Doflamingo's informants. Yet, since Violet had chosen to serve Doflamingo and become his assassin, he ultimately decided to spare her, opting instead for surveillance of the Riku King. Reflecting on his earlier decision, Doflamingo realized it had proven to be quite astute, for it now afforded him the opportunity to punish the traitor. Toripole, Diamante, take your men and apprehend Violet, now known as Violette. Execute her on the spot. Such a traitor is no longer part of our family. Her only remaining purpose is to shed her blood in defense of the Don Quixote family's honor. Doflamingo issued this command with chilling resolve. Yes, sir. Toripole and Diamante, the highest-ranking officers, would naturally not oppose Doflamingo's orders. They were unwavering in their commitment to uphold the honor of the Don Quixote family, and the only two words that resonated in their minds regarding a traitor were execute. Pika, you will lead the Spade army to quell the insurrection within the country. Employ whatever methods necessary. Just ensure that this uprising is suppressed in the shortest time possible. In that moment, Doflamingo retrieved the telephone bug, issuing commands to the other high-ranking officer, Pika. Understood, young master, came Pika's distinctive sharp voice from the other end. As a seasoned officer adept in the art of slaughter, he was confident in swiftly quelling the insurrection within Dressrosa upon receiving Doflamingo's directive. The next course of action was to sever all lines of communication. Once arrangements were made, Doflamingo leapt atop the castle, surveying the chaos that engulfed Dressrosa. He unleashed the ultimate technique of his string fruit, birdcage. With a single hand raised, An immense torrent of threads erupted from his palm, cascading forth like a volcanic eruption. Countless transparent strands shot skyward, and upon reaching a certain height, they began to descend like a meteor shower. As these threads fell to the ground, they extended from a singular point in the sky to the earth below, forming a colossal, arc-shaped birdcage that ensnared the entire nation of Dressrosa within its confines. This technique is one of the most formidable moves possessed by Don Quixote Doflamingo, a nefarious stratagem he resorts to only in moments of dire urgency. The expanse of the birdcage can envelop an entire city. This cage possesses an exceptionally sharp severing capability, inflicting injury with the slightest touch. Thus, it functions akin to a genuine birdcage, rendering nearly all within its confines incapable of escape. Simultaneously, the threads that constitute the birdcage can disperse, cascading like a meteor shower, allowing them to penetrate the bodies of adversaries and manipulate their movements, inciting the denizens within the cage to turn against one another. Like birds ensnared in a cage, any hint of rebellion leads to mutual slaughter. The threads forming the birdcage can also disrupt electromagnetic waves or wireless signals, preventing those inside from seeking help through communication devices. Furthermore, it can shrink at will, leading to the demise of those trapped within. To the citizens of Dressrosa, I initially intended to govern you with love and compassion, but you have squandered that opportunity. Since you have chosen to rebel, I shall ensure that you live henceforth in perpetual fear of death. Observing the Dressrosa enveloped by his own birdcage, Doflamingo wore a cold smirk, and in that moment, to the eyes of the populace, this king truly resembled a demon. Chapter 37. The stubborn King Riku in response to the betrayal by his subordinate Violet and the invasion by the assailant Sugar, an enraged Doflamingo, after orchestrating the movements of his subordinates, unleashed his most powerful technique, the birdcage, enveloping the entirety of Dressrosa within his threads, sealing off all exits and entrances. In an instant, Dressrosa became an isolated island, cut off from the outside world. To the citizens of Dressrosa, I initially intended to govern you with love and compassion, but you have squandered that opportunity. Since you have chosen to rebel, I shall ensure that you live henceforth in perpetual fear of death. Observing the Dressrosa ensnared by his own birdcage, Doflamingo wore a cold smirk, having torn away his facade of benevolence to reveal the visage of a true demon. At this moment, the citizens, who were initially engulfed in chaos, found themselves frozen in astonishment as they beheld Doflamingo, high above, releasing a cage of birds. They perceived him as a malevolent demon ruling over them, and their previously pent-up fury was swiftly quelled by an overwhelming sense of dread, leaving them paralyzed, uncertain of their next actions. Meanwhile, as Doflamingo unleashed the birds, Alan, the instigator of the Dressrosa uprising, accompanied by Techi and Ein, aided Violetta in locating her father. King Riku, Your Majesty, this is my plan. We must head to the port immediately. Confronting the enraged Doflamingo will yield us no advantage. What we must do now is wait. Once the Navy dispatches reinforcements, this tyrant of Dressrosa will soon face the consequences of his actions. At that point, you can return to rescue the citizens of Dressrosa, for they desperately require a sagacious monarch such as yourself. After imparting his entire strategy to the benevolent King Riku, Alan extended an invitation for him to leave, not wishing for his arrival to rob the world of such a commendable ruler. Indeed, Your Majesty, let us depart swiftly. The citizens of Dressrosa need you. Your safety is paramount. Ein interjected, addressing King Riku. I have contacted our allies. As soon as we reach the port, a ship will be ready to whisk us away. No matter how formidable Doflamingo may be, he will be powerless against you. Techi proclaimed with great pride. Come, father. Violetta stepped forward, grasping King Riku's arm in a comforting manner. Ah, you all observing the earnest pleas of those before him. King Riku sighed deeply. And after a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. I am truly sorry, Mr. Allen, and to all of you. I appreciate your kindness, but 8 years ago, I had already disappointed my people once. No matter what transpires today, I cannot abandon them. Whether Doflamingo seeks my life or not, I must remain with my citizens. If I perish, let it be a penance for my past sins. Though King Riku's voice was measured, it carried an unwavering conviction. Witnessing the king's resolute demeanor, Alan silently nodded in agreement. It was well known that King Riku was a ruler beloved by his people, and his unwillingness to forsake them in such a perilous moment truly exemplified his noble heart, a quality to which Alan aspired but felt he could never attain. Father, what transpired back then was not your fault. It was that demon Doflamingo who manipulated you with his devil fruit, compelling you to harm the innocent. Violet clung to her father's arm, her voice tinged with emotion as she expressed her longing for him to be a little selfish. After all, she had already lost her sister in the calamity of years past, and today she could not bear to lose her father as well. Violet, even under Doflamingo's manipulation, my hands are stained with the blood of the innocent. I am a sinner, and I bear an undeniable responsibility for the state of Dressrosa. Now, as the fate of Dressrosa hangs in the balance, I must use my life to do whatever I can for it. King Riku gently stroked Violet's head, his voice filled with tenderness. Deep down, he understood that he owed much to his daughter, yet for the sake of his people, he had to choose to burden her with his debts. Sighing, he realized persuasion was futile. Drastic measures were necessary. Witnessing the resolute King Riku, Alan clenched his fists in frustration, preparing to incapacitate him and forcibly take him away. It was clear that such a stubborn old man could not be swayed. By the time he was convinced, Doflamingo would have already arrived. However, just as Alan was about to act, a shrill sound pierced the sky. Doflamingo had unleashed his ultimate technique, the birdcage, transforming Dressrosa into a kingdom ensnared in a cage, rendering Alan and the others as trapped birds with no means of escape. What is this birdcage? That scoundrel Doflamingo has resorted to this. Alan's expression turned grave as he beheld the threads cascading down like shooting stars. Being well-versed in the pirate world, he understood the terrifying nature of Doflamingo's ability. Even Admiral Fujitora had been unable to slice through it, though it was possible he hadn't exerted his full strength. Alan knew that even at his utmost power, he would not be able to break it. Brother, what is that? Why has the snail lost its signal? Techi, who had intended to use the transponder snail to call for reinforcements, looked perplexed at the sight of the birdcage. That is the birdcage, Doflamingo's ultimate technique to prevent his enemies from escaping, Alan explained, his face reflecting the gravity of the situation. After a brief explanation, Alan turned to King Riku with utmost seriousness. King Riku, it seems that escaping is no longer an option, so you must come with us immediately to find a safe location while we await reinforcements. No, Mr. Alan, I have decided to fight to the death rather than flee. If Doflamingo's birdcage is this formidable, I must stand with my people, King Riku replied, though visibly astonished by Alan's description of the birdcage. Yet, he showed no sign of fear, drawing his sword and preparing to charge toward Doflamingo's castle. Indeed, as a warrior, I shall never retreat. At this moment, the valiant leader of the Dongtada tribe, Leo, stepped forward, wholeheartedly agreeing with the earlier sentiments expressed by King Riku, brandishing his weapon as he prepared to advance. As a warrior, Chapter 38, Embracing Danger. Confronting the formidable Doflamingo, who wielded the power of the birdcage, King Riku displayed no hint of fear. Resolutely rejecting Alan's suggestion to retreat, he tightened his grip on his weapon, ready to engage Doflamingo in a fierce battle. Indeed, as a warrior, one must never flee. At this moment, Leo, the captain of the Dongtada tribe, stepped forward, expressing his agreement with King Liku's earlier remarks, brandishing his weapon and preparing to follow suit. Observing the frail figure of King Liku and Leo's diminutive stature, Alan felt a pang of guilt within him. In terms of strength, 10 King Lycus combined would not match his own prowess. Regarding causality, the chaos had been instigated by him, yet his first instinct had been to flee. As for risk, in his confrontation with Doflamingo, failure was not a certainty, especially since he had already alerted Zephyr prior to Doflamingo deploying his birdcage. He believed it would not be long before Zephyr and his army arrived, and all he needed to do was hold on until then. As a warrior, Alan reflected. He began to understand why he had experienced a sudden breakthrough during his battle with Blackbeard, followed by a deceleration in his growth. It was due to that courageous warrior spirit. Despite having attained it, he found himself wavering. Even with the possession of the limit fruit, which could enhance his strength through training, becoming a top-tier powerhouse in this world seemed increasingly elusive. Brother, what shall we do? Observing King Liku's unawareness of Alan's goodwill, Teki felt somewhat exasperated. He approached Alan and inquired, ready to charge forth and incapacitate the old stubborn man at Alan's command, subsequently carrying him to safety. What should we do? Why, we shall do just that, Alan replied with a newfound lightness, a reluctant shrug accompanying his words. What do you mean by that? Teki thought Alan's remark to be somewhat perplexing. Little Teki, are your hands itching? Do you wish to unleash the pent-up energy you've been harboring? Alan gazed at Teki, his eyes brimming with confidence. Brother, are you suggesting? Teki finally understood. Alan intended to confront Doflamingo head-on alongside King Liku. However, this diverged from their original plan. And with Doflamingo currently in a furious state, his strength would undoubtedly surpass that of their previous encounter. Last time, their forces, including Buggy and Dino, had been utterly annihilated. This time, their combat capabilities were significantly diminished. Was victory even a possibility? How about testing the results of your training with Teacher Zephyr? With my brother by my side, I would face any perilous challenge. Observing Alan's confident smile, Tiki steeled himself, for in his heart, he believed that as long as he was by Alan's side, he would fearlessly confront formidable adversaries like Doflamingo. Hey, you two haven't forgotten how formidable Doflamingo is, have you? Rushing in like this, however, seeing Alan and Tiki so readily abandon their initial plan, Ayn grew anxious and quickly voiced her objections. Yet, before her words could fully escape her lips, Alan and Tiki propelled themselves forward, swiftly disappearing from sight. Ayn, I leave Violet's protection to you. Even after departing, Alan did not forget to assign tasks, leaving Ayn fuming and stamping her foot in frustration. Turning to the equally bewildered Violet, she sighed and prepared to lead her to a safer location for refuge. At the same time, as Alan and the others were deliberating their course of action, Diamante and Treble, dispatched by Doflamingo, arrived at the boundary of the Tontata tribe's territory. Just as they were about to enter, a figure burst forth from within. Upon recognizing the individual, Treble was the first to break into a joyous laugh. I told you, Diamante, it seems fortune smiles upon us. The king of the Tontata, whom we sought, has emerged without us even needing to exert ourselves. He is eager to assist us in our endeavors. Humph, such is the fortune of the young master. As a ruler, he is naturally favored by fate, and any unforeseen events will surely tilt in our favor. Unlike Treble, who reveled in their apparent luck, Diamante did not attribute this occurrence to mere fortune, but rather to Doflamingo's own providence, believing that it was his master's influence that allowed them to execute their missions with such ease. As the highest-ranking member of the Don Quixote family suddenly appeared before him, the king of the Tontata felt a sinking dread in his heart. He had yet to meet with his people, and now he found himself face to face with these two formidable individuals. Was it destined that he would once again be captured in such a humiliating manner? At this moment, Leo, the captain of the Tontata tribe, discerned the extraordinary identities of the two individuals before him. He cast a glance at the visibly shaken King Riku and proposed, Your Highness, let us each take one of these adversaries down. With a mocking tone, Torbol interjected, I say, you little dwarf of the Tontata tribe must still be oblivious to our identities. If you wish for your kin to continue existing on the land of Dressrosa, I suggest you distance yourself. Otherwise, you shall forfeit your right to survive. As Leo prepared to confront the audacious Torbol, the latter, seemingly amused by what he deemed the most ludicrous jest in existence, responded with derision. I refuse. A warrior of Tontata shall never surrender, Leo declared, brandishing his weapon with unwavering certainty. How Navi you are? I shall grant you one more opportunity to repeat your previous statement, Torbol sneered, his entire form swelling with an overwhelming aura of oppression. Feeling the weight of Torbol's menacing presence, Leo's body began to tremble. Yet he endeavored to overcome his trepidation and articulate his response. I say, what is your answer, little dwarf? Torbol's grin widened as he observed Leo, now visibly shaken. He states that he refuses. Before Leo could utter a word, two figures suddenly surged forth, one of whom delivered a fierce kick to the lecherous grin of Torpol. Chapter 39. Alan takes action determined to share the trials of his people. King Liku charged forward with Leo towards the castle of Don Quixote Doflamingo. However, as they emerged from the territory of the Tontata tribe, they encountered Torpol and Diamante, who had been dispatched to apprehend him. The sudden appearance of these two high-ranking officials from the Don Quixote family instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure in King Liku, for it is an instinctive response to feel trepidation when confronted by beings of far greater power. At this moment, Leo, the captain of the Tontata tribe, boldly declared his intent to single-handedly confront a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family. Faced with this audacious and overconfident little human, Torpol erupted into laughter, subsequently unleashing a terrifying aura of menace, demanding Leo to repeat his words. Under the immense pressure of Torpol's formidable presence, Leo found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, two shadowy figures darted past him, one of which charged forward and delivered a fierce kick to Torpol's obnoxious face. In an unexpected turn of events, Torpol, caught off guard, was struck squarely on the head, propelled backward without uttering a single cry. Witnessing the sudden assault on his comrade, Diamante was momentarily stunned. Before he could comprehend the situation, a slicing wave of force surged toward him. Fortunately, as a senior officer of the fighting corps, Diamante's combat prowess far surpassed that of Torpol. He swiftly drew his cloak before him, effectively shielding himself from the abrupt onslaught. Ah, the bullfighter's cloak, quite impressive indeed. It is no wonder that he wields the powers of the flare fruit. The sudden emergence of relentless assaults on Toribol and Diamante was none other than Alan, who had resolutely decided to confront Doflamingo head-on. Observing his slash wave being effortlessly blocked, he felt no surprise. Instead, a smile of admiration graced his face. Diamante, the wielder of the flamboyant fruit, possessed the extraordinary ability to transform any object he touched into a light, silk-like form, without altering its material composition. This power allowed him to don garments fashioned from steel, thereby enhancing his defensive capabilities. His fruit's abilities had long been a closely guarded secret, the cornerstone of his dominance in the arena. "Who are you, and how do you know of my fruit's capabilities?" Diamante inquired, perplexed by Alan's revelation of his hidden card. He found Alan's visage oddly familiar, yet he could not place where he had encountered him before. Who could it be that dares to ambush me? Ouch, that hurts. At that moment, Toribol, who had been sent flying by Alan's kick, slowly rose, cradling his head. Though his entire body was encased in the sticky coating produced by his fruit, absorbing the impact, Alan had struck his head directly, inflicting maximum damage. Raging foot, chaotic slash. Meanwhile, Teki, who had charged out alongside Alan, seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of kicks upon the still-dazed Toribol, sending a barrage of slashing waves raining down upon him. Toribol, Diamante gasped in shock at Teki's merciless assault on his comrade, immediately preparing to rush to his aid. However, as Diamante made his move, Alan swiftly intercepted him with a kick to his reinforced cloak. Although he did not inflict direct harm, the force of the blow compelled Diamante to stagger backwards several steps. "You have no time to assist others. As a villainous pirate, your loyalty to your comrades is rather commendable, but it seems there is a glimmer of redeemable quality in you scoundrels of the sea. Thus, I shall reluctantly take it upon myself to educate you." After repelling Diamante, Alan continued with a beaming smile, finding a nostalgic sense of purpose akin to his days as a pirate hunter, relishing in the role of imparting wisdom to these malevolent pirates. "Ah, I recognize you now. You are the pirate hunter opposing the young master. I never expected to find you here in Dressrosa. It seems you were also the one who ambushed Sugar." Upon witnessing Alan's somewhat provocative demeanor reminiscent of an educator, Diamante was struck by a sudden insight, recalling the intelligence he had gathered on Alan. After all, in these vast seas, individuals capable of repeatedly outmaneuvering Don Quixote Doflamingo are indeed rare, and among the few who remain alive, Alan, the pirate harvester, is certainly one of them, an impression that Diamante distinctly remembered. To have captured the attention of the commander of the Don Quixote family's Square Legion fills me with a profound sense of honor. Surprised that Diamante recognized him, Alan maintained his characteristic mischievous smile, concealing the source of his supposed honor. "If I were to end your life, you would undoubtedly feel even more honored." With a cold smirk, Diamante swung his long sword, which, under the influence of his devil fruit ability, appeared like a serpent with a sharp exterior, lunging toward Alan. What a splendid move! In response to the blend of rigidity and fluidity embodied in Diamante's swordplay, Alan opted for evasion, his body moving with remarkable swiftness, akin to a wraith. Each time Diamante's blade threatened to graze him, he effortlessly sidestepped, redirecting the attack to a different location. After several exchanges, Diamante abruptly realized that his own long sword had encircled him. "Cursed fiend, how cunning you are!" At that moment, Diamante grasped Alan's strategy, leveraging the mobility of his weapon to confine his own movements. Recognizing this, Diamante hastily attempted to retract his long sword. But Alan would not let such an opportunity slip by. In a swift motion, he leapt above, targeting Diamante's unprotected head with a decisive strike. In this strike, Alan exhibited no restraint whatsoever. A spectral white tiger swiftly manifested around his form, extending its gleaming silver claws and aiming a ferocious swipe at Diamante's head. What is a mere tiger compared to the might of a bullfighter's cape? Observing the descending white tiger, Diamante promptly brandished his cape in an attempt to fend it off. However, the outcome was far from what he had envisioned. The bullfighter's cape was effortlessly slashed by Alan's tiger claws, leaving behind several deep gashes. Your cape is suited for battling bulls, yet it is ill-equipped to contend with tigers. Chapter 40. A bloodthirsty battle resolute in his intention to confront Don Quixote da Flamingo head-on. Alan burst forth from the territory of the Tontata tribe, only to encounter Toribol and Diamante, who had been dispatched to capture King Riku. Without a moment's hesitation, he engaged them in combat. In his confrontation with Diamante, the flag-wielding man who had consumed the flare fruit, Alan first employed a ghostly agility, causing Diamante's sword, resembling a long serpent, to circle around him. After temporarily obstructing Diamante's path of movement, Alan launched a full-force strike from above. Roar! In this strike, Alan did not hold back in the slightest. A spectral white tiger materialized around him, extending its gleaming silver claws towards Diamante's head. The bullfighter's cloak. Faced with this descending white tiger, Diamante, with no avenue for escape, was compelled to wield his cloak for defense. However, the outcome was far from what he had anticipated. Alan's tiger claws tore through the cloak, leaving several deep gashes. How is this possible? Diamante stared in disbelief at his cloak, which boasted a hardness akin to steel, now marred by Alan's spectral assault, causing blood to flow from his body after a long absence. In this world, nothing is impossible. Your cloak may withstand bulls, but it cannot contend with tigers. Observing Diamante, who was now visibly shaken by his own attack, Alan was not inclined to relent so easily. In a flash, he reappeared before him, intent on shattering this fool's worldview. The finger gun technique, heart-piercing claw, as a formidable skill within the Navy's 6 styles. Where hardened fingers unleash a rapid strike, Alan had adapted it to unleash the combined might of all 5 fingers, resulting in a devastating force that surpassed the typical finger gun. If the conventional finger gun's power was akin to a bullet, then Alan's heart-piercing claw was on par with cannon fire. Arrogant brat, with your fleshy form, you shall never penetrate my bullfighter's cloak. Diamante, disdainful of Alan's bare-handed assault, prepared to bolster his cloak's power yet again. However, before he could complete his sentence, Alan's attack interrupted him. His 5 fingers, akin to steel spikes, pierced through Diamante's cloak, embedding themselves deeply in his flesh. Bang! Yet, Alan's onslaught was not yet concluded. As his fingers penetrated Diamante's body, they unleashed an overwhelming shockwave that surged through him entirely. Diamante, who had believed he could withstand Alan's strike, felt his body tremble before he began to succumb to gravity's pull. It seems the hardness of steel is not as formidable as one might think. Observing the incapacitated Diamante, Alan could not help but let out a cold chuckle. Previously, when his finger pierced through the bullfighter's cloak, he had not infused it with haki, yet it effortlessly penetrated. This indicated that his physical explosiveness had surpassed that of steel. Coupled with the might of haki, he had undoubtedly reached an entirely new echelon of power, enabling him to contend even against the formidable Doflamingo. Meanwhile, the battle between Techi and Torpol was drawing to a close. Having been struck in the head by Alan's kick at the outset, Torpol's reactions had significantly slowed. Faced with Techi's barrage of slashing waves, he instinctively erected a barrier using the sticky fruit, but his movements were still sluggish. By the time the barrier formed, he had already endured several strikes from the onslaught. Raging foot, sever. However, Techi's assault was far from over. Before the slashing waves in the air had fully descended, he swiftly glided down, leveraging his tremendous inertia to confront Torpol. With lightning speed, he delivered a sweeping kick with his right foot. Crack! Although Torpol was shrouded in a protective layer crafted from the sticky fruit, the immense force of Techi's impact caused it to scatter to the sides, revealing his previously concealed, emaciated physique. Huh, I never expected your true form to be like this, Techi remarked with a slight smile, observing Torpol's gaunt body hidden beneath the viscous covering. In an astonishing display, Techi, having already executed a powerful kick, abruptly pivoted in midair and unleashed another whip-like kick. Bang! This time, Techi's assault landed squarely on Toribol, whose slender frame was violently thrust to the ground by the overwhelming force, resulting in a torrent of blood spilling uncontrollably from his mouth. Ha ha ha, it's far from over. Finger gun, continuous fire. Observing Toribol sprawled on the ground, Techi showed no intention of relenting. He raised one hand high and swung it down fiercely, with a finger pecking at Toribol's body like a chick at grains, causing blood to spatter everywhere, transforming Toribol into a grotesque figure of crimson. Come on, keep fighting. Aren't you formidable? Witnessing Toribol drenched in blood, Techi's combative nature surged forth, his movements quickening as he seemed intent on reducing Toribol to mere pulp. All right, he has already lost. You ought to stop. Noting Techi's bloodthirsty demeanor, Alan furrowed his brow and swiftly intervened, seizing his arm firmly. Brother, haha, it's been ages since I've fought like this. I just couldn't rein in my strength. After being halted by Alan, Techi paused momentarily, then responded with an awkward smile. Back when you battled the Sea Kings, I didn't see this level of frenzy. You must learn to control your murderous intent. This power can transform you, but it can also reduce you to a mindless creature of slaughter. Alan admonished Techi, observing his sheepish grin with disapproval. Understood, brother. I will master it. At that moment, Techi recalled the vicious dragons from his homeland, the land of snow, and grasped the essence of Alan's words, promptly thumping his chest in assurance. Your Highness, King Liku, I cannot be mistaken. These two fight like a demon, akin to Doflamingo. The captain of the Dante tribe, Leo, expressed his astonishment at the sight of Alan and Techi effortlessly defeating the highest officials of the Don Quixote family. Like Leo, King Liku was equally in a state of profound shock. He never imagined that the saviors his daughter had summoned would be such formidable beings. However, upon reflection, he found solace in the thought that those capable of vanquishing demons must themselves be demons. Chapter 41. The arrival of the savior having effortlessly overcome Diamante and Toribol. The highest officials of the Don Quixote family with overwhelming strength, Alan and Techi wasted no time beckoning to King Liku and Leo, who were still reeling from the earlier battle. Here, your Highness, King Liku, Captain Leo, these two criminals are now at your mercy. They are utterly incapacitated. Simply bind them, and it shall suffice. Very well. This is but a trifling task for me. At this moment, Leo regained his composure and proactively stepped forward. For him, possessing the extraordinary ability to stitch anything together made it exceedingly simple to bind the two incapacitated prisoners. Then, I shall trouble you with this task. Leave Doflamingo to us. And you focus on securing these defeated criminals. Alan, well aware of Leo's capabilities, felt a sense of relief and sprinted alongside Techi towards the more chaotic heart of Dressrosa. Perhaps only a devil such as this could vanquish the demon Doflamingo. As they raced toward the scene where they had previously defeated the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family, Liku King contemplated in silence. Years of waiting had led him to a profound disillusionment with the Navy and the world government. And in this moment, it was the devilish approach of Alan that sparked a glimmer of hope within him. Boom. In the center of Dressrosa, a colossal stone giant, towering several dozen meters high, wreaked havoc relentlessly. Each fist that struck the ground sent countless shards of stone flying, accompanied by the anguished cries of the populace, painting a scene reminiscent of hell. Hee. You foolish humans still dare to resist the young master? Perhaps you should consider whether you possess the capability to do so. Kneel and accept the young master's dominion. The colossal stone figure before us is none other than Pika, a high-ranking official of the Don Quixote family, who has awakened the powers of the stone fruit. As a user of this extraordinary ability, he can assimilate with any rock he touches, absorbing its exterior, hardness, and various other qualities into his own strength. Thus, by harnessing the power of the stone, he can transform into a massive stone giant to launch attacks. At this moment, Pika has merged with a substantial amount of rock, resulting in his gigantic transformation. Yet, this is not the extent of his powers. He possesses the potential to grow to a towering height of over 100 meters. Though such a transformation would deplete his energy excessively. Moreover, as Don Quixote Doflamingo has instructed him merely to suppress and assess, Pika believes that his current form suffices to retain a reserve of labor for his young master. Die, you vile demon. Boom, boom, boom. At that instant, several warriors, having reverted from their toy forms, unleashed a barrage of rocket artillery upon Pika's immense body, fueled by their seething fury. As seasoned combatants, they are acutely aware that a large form is not always an advantage. Indeed, being so colossal makes one an easier target, reminiscent of how Wars Jr. was besieged during the Marineford War. However, this principle seems to hold little weight against Pika. As the warriors accurately struck Pika's vast rocky form with their rockets, they left behind several half-meter-sized craters, which, astonishingly, healed at a visibly rapid pace within mere moments. Is this creature a demon? How can it withstand our full assault without suffering any significant damage? The warriors were momentarily stunned, their rocket launchers slipping from their grasp as they found themselves at a loss for words. You You foolish humans have now come to realize the chasm that separates us. To defy our young master, you are a millennium too early. Pika chuckled coldly to himself, observing the terror-stricken warriors. He felt compelled to eliminate these insurgents to instill fear in the hearts of those citizens who might still harbor rebellious thoughts, thus facilitating the cruel reign that Doflamingo intends to impose. My life is forfeit. Forgive me, King Riku. I can no longer fight alongside you. A thunderous roar erupted as Pika swept his enormous hand, demolishing a series of buildings in its wake. To clarify, it was not merely Pika's hand that wreaked havoc. Rather, his colossal hand detached from his body and soared forth, obliterating those structures. Phew, I made it just in time. Hey, are you all right? The warriors, who had initially closed their eyes in dread from the terrifying blow delivered by Pika, gradually reopened them when they realized the anticipated pain had not yet arrived. To their astonishment, a rather unassuming short-haired youth, not particularly imposing in stature, appeared before them, wearing a radiant smile that resembled the warmth of sunshine. Ah, my hand, how could it be gone? They exclaimed in horror, witnessing their own hand, which had been used to strike at the warriors, suddenly flying away. Pika, now transformed into a colossal rock giant, was equally taken aback. He could scarcely believe that, in this formidable state, someone could actually sever his hand. For a moment, he began to doubt his own stamina, wondering if he was unable to sustain this form, leading to the loss of his mighty appendage. You might lose more than just one hand. The young lad who rescued these warriors is none other than Alan, who hastened from the kingdom of Liku. Observing the panicked Pika, who began to shout in distress, Alan disdainfully remarked, "What do you say, kid? Who are you? Are you the invader?" Pika, startled by Alan's sudden appearance, bombarded him with a flurry of questions, his shrill voice grating on the ears. "Shut your mouth. Didn't your mother ever tell you that if your voice is unpleasant, you should refrain from speaking?" At that moment, another figure leaped from the air onto Pika's shoulder. The slightly slower Teki. Disturbed by Pika's piercing voice, he scowled and delivered a swift kick to Pika's shoulder. Raging Gale technique. Great severance. As the words left his lips, a flash of silver darted from Pika's shoulder, and with a swift motion, an arm as thick as 7 or 8 meters fell away as if cleaved by a razor-sharp blade. How is this possible? Who is this little brat? Faced with this unbelievable scene, not only was Pika now transformed into a colossal stone figure, dumbfounded, but the entire populace of Dressrosa stood in shock. The once volatile city seeming to freeze in time. How is this possible? Who are you? Pika exclaimed, his eyes wide as he gazed at the diminutive figure who had just severed his arm while in his giant stone form, disbelief flooding his mind. Why do you lot always ask that? Can't you inquire about something more substantial? For instance, which leg do you wish to lose next? Teki responded with a mocking smile, propelling himself toward the foot of the giant stone Pika, leveraging the force of his descent. Boom. Another thunderous sound echoed as Pika's foot was severed, causing his massive body to nearly topple. You seek death. Just as Teki landed after his attack, an enraged voice boomed from above, followed by a pillar as thin as a hair descending from the sky. Fortunately, during his training with Alan, Teki's reflexes had sharpened considerably. Coupled with his newfound habit of maintaining his observation haki during combat, he managed to evade the sudden assault. Rumbling, the formidable pillar barely grazed Teki, the immense force causing his skin to sting. However, Pika was not so fortunate, struck by the menacing pillar. His already damaged giant stone form seemed on the verge of shattering. Pika, are you all right? The fearsome line of pillars unleashed by Doflamingo, having just released the birdcage, serves as his signature move, the Super Whip. This technique boasts unparalleled power and speed, capable of cleaving a skyscraper in twain within an instant, with an extensive reach. However, its sole drawback lies in the considerable inertia at the moment of launch, making it challenging for even Doflamingo himself to alter its trajectory or retract it promptly. At that moment, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Teki injuring his vital ally, Pika, Doflamingo, in a fit of desperation, executed this move, only to have it deftly evaded, resulting in an unintended strike upon Pika. Fear not, young master, I am unscathed. Pika, seemingly battered yet resilient, confidently reassured Doflamingo from the sky. Phew, that is a relief. Doflamingo exhaled, feeling a weight lifted upon confirming Pika's safety, yet before he could finish his admonition, he was interrupted by a flurry of slicing waves. Raging slash of the storm foot. The one responsible for this overwhelming barrage was none other than Aaron. The moment he spotted Doflamingo, he had amassed strength in his feet. And as the super whip revealed its vulnerability, he seized the opportunity to unleash his ultimate technique. Big brother, I entrust Pika to you, Techie. Attacking the external rocks of that stone giant will yield no results. You must strike at his true form to nullify that ability. Lock onto him with your observation hockey. Without allowing Techie to finish his words, Aaron leapt towards Doflamingo, swiftly pinpointing Pika's weakness. It is crucial to note that Pika, possessing the powers of the Stone fruit, has the formidable ability to assimilate rock to enhance both offensive and defensive capabilities. However, the user does not transform into stone. Their true self remains concealed within. Thus, shattering or cleaving the assimilated rock proves futile. One must directly incapacitate the user controlling the rock to dispel the ability. Understood, big brother. Upon receiving Aaron's guidance, Techie experienced a moment of clarity. Initially, he had presumed that Pika's colossal rock-like form was a manifestation of his fruit's elemental ability, thus pondering how to employ armament hockey against him. However, it became evident that he had not elementalized, simplifying the battle considerably. How is this possible? How could that brat know the secret of my fruit? Upon hearing Alan directly reveal the secret of his fruit, Pika was taken aback. It is known that his fruit's capabilities are a closely guarded secret within the Don Quixote family, known only to a select few, such as Doflamingo. At this moment, being so clearly understood by an intruding child filled him with questions. If circumstances permitted, he would have inquired whether there were traitors among the family's high-ranking members. Meanwhile, as Alan elucidated Pika's fruit abilities, he harnessed his formidable explosive power and soared into the air, presenting a self-satisfied smile towards Doflamingo, who had just managed to withstand his slicing wave. With a piercing cry that rent the sky, a brilliant red aura enveloped Alan, and in a magnificent display, a phoenix, seeming to emerge from the flames, spread its wings and charged towards Doflamingo, who was suspended in the air. Humph, a mere bird, what good can it do? Spiderweb wall. Doflamingo, unperturbed by the approaching fiery bird, waved a hand forward, instantly unleashing countless transparent threads that formed a vast spider web, blocking the path of the fiery avian. Can such a thing truly stop me? Aware of Doflamingo's formidable threads, Alan resolved not to retreat. Instead, he infused himself with armament hockey, preparing to withstand Doflamingo's spider web wall head-on. As the phoenix enveloping Alan transformed into a deep black hue, it collided with Doflamingo's invisible spider web, emitting a piercing low hum that compelled the citizens of Dressrosa to instinctively cover their ears, as if to alleviate the pain caused by the sound. It's futile, boy. Thus far, no one has been able to breach my spider web wall. Doflamingo observed the struggling Alan with a smirk of satisfaction. At this moment, he recognized the identity of this intruder, the Pirate Reaper, who had previously crossed paths with him. Last time, Zifa's sudden appearance had saved this boy, but this time, there would be no one to rescue him. He was eager to see how Alan would contend with him. If the phoenix cannot break through, what if I summon a dragon instead? With a sardonic chuckle, Alan, having realized that even with armament hockey, he could not penetrate Doflamingo's spider web wall, let the fiery illusion dissipate, replaced by a deep green glow. Chapter 43. The fierce battle of the seven warlords. The clash of Alan's fiery bird technique and Doflamingo's spider web wall produced a cacophony of sound, as the two immense forces collided, sending forth a shrill low hum that compelled the residents of Dressrosa to cover their ears in an attempt to mitigate their suffering. It's futile, boy. Thus far, no one has been able to breach my spider web wall. At this moment, Doflamingo recognized the identity of the intruder, Alan, the very pirate who had previously crossed paths with him and nearly met his demise at the hands of Doflamingo's crew. Once his identity was confirmed, Doflamingo felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, he was acutely aware of Alan's capabilities. Had it not been for Zifa's unexpected appearance last time, Doflamingo would undoubtedly have eliminated Alan. Now, seeing the audacity with which Alan had invaded his territory, Doflamingo was confident he could dispatch him before Zifa could arrive to provide assistance. Firebird, don't get too complacent. What if the phoenix cannot breach the dragon? Observing that his Firebird, imbued with hockey, still failed to penetrate Doflamingo's web wall, Alan remained unperturbed. A confident smile graced his face as he surprisingly dispelled the fiery illusion surrounding him. What is he up to? Has he given up? Doflamingo and many spectators were bewildered by Alan's actions. At such a crucial moment in battle, even the slightest misstep could lead to unimaginable consequences. Yet, This young man chose to abandon his Firebird form, a move that seemed tantamount to courting death. Just then, amidst the crowd's confusion, Alan's next action provided clarity. With a fierce roar, before Doflamingo's web wall could even touch him, Alan emanated a deep green light. Suddenly, several enormous dragon claws materialized out of thin air, seizing Doflamingo's web wall and preventing any further advance. Is that a dragon? Witnessing the sudden manifestation of a gigantic dragon illusion from Alan, Doflamingo's heart trembled instinctively as he took 2 steps back. This reaction was not born out of fear, but rather a deep-seated dread. The true form of the notorious pirate Kaido, whom Doflamingo had encountered once, was that of a colossal dragon. The terrifying power he had witnessed had instilled a profound apprehension towards such creatures within Doflamingo. Just as I imagined, this Firebird is indeed afraid of dragons. Although Doflamingo's retreat was subtle, the astute Alan caught the slight movement, nodding inwardly. It was evident that Doflamingo harbored a profound fear of Kaido. Even a dragon illusion resembling Kaido was enough to instill such terror in him. Alan was convinced that his subsequent display would further diminish Doflamingo's fighting spirit. With a determined heart, Alan commanded his Azure Dragon illusion to fiercely tug at the formidable web wall. At that moment, he also infused the illusion with the power of Haki, transforming the previously Azure Dragon into a pitch-black dragon. Initially, Alan's Azure Dragon had merely borne a resemblance to Kaido's dragon form, but now, in its black dragon state, the similarity soared to an impressive degree, and its imposing gaze strikingly mirrored that of Kaido. The little imp cannot possibly be connected to that monster Kaido. Observing Alan's current demeanor, Doflamingo felt a pang of anxiety, unconsciously loosening his grip on the web wall he had been controlling. In that moment, Alan seized the opportunity he had been waiting for. The colossal dragon apparition, which had already begun to tear at the web wall, suddenly surged with newfound strength, and the once indestructible barrier was ripped asunder, bursting through the shattered web wall. Alan provided Doflamingo no chance to react. He unleashed a ferocious tail swipe at Doflamingo's unsuspecting form, completing the action in less than a second. Even a seasoned warrior like Doflamingo could not evade in time, and he was sent crashing to the ground. Cursed little imp. Could he possibly be Kaido's illegitimate child? Possessing such terrifying power, Doflamingo quickly suppressed the surge of blood rising within him, grateful for his robust physical condition. Otherwise, that tail strike could have sent him to another realm to confront his inadequately taught father. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous sound erupted nearby, accompanied by violent tremors in the ground. As if a massive object had crashed down, Doflamingo instinctively turned to investigate. There, he beheld the towering rock giant Pika. Once standing at a height of 70 to 80 meters, now marred by a gaping hole in its chest, the result of relentless attacks from the little demon, Tetchi. Pika's form lay crumpled on the ground, while Tetchi, blinded by fury, relentlessly pummeled the giant, his hands stained crimson from striking the rock. Unfazed by the pain, he continued his assault, intent on delivering a fatal blow with his iron fists, causing Pika's massive form to lose its structural integrity. Pika, witnessing the brutal beating of his kin, Doflamingo could no longer restrain his wrath. Ignoring his injuries, he sprang to his feet, determined to aid Pika. A perfect opportunity. Noticing Doflamingo exposing his back, Alan's eyes glimmered with intent as he charged toward the glaring vulnerability. An opportune moment indeed. However, Doflamingo, with his back turned to Alan, wore a faint smile, seemingly anticipating Alan's impending attack. He leaped into action, delivering a swift kick toward Alan, accompanied by the piercing sound of air being sliced. Skywalk. This time, Doflamingo unleashed 8 transparent threads from his feet, combining them with his armed Haki-infused kicking technique. Even if Aaron's colossal dragon apparition, enhanced with armed Haki, were to be struck, it would shatter instantaneously. Indeed, as anticipated by Doflamingo, upon delivering the kick, Aaron's dragon apparition was obliterated in an instant. However, the smile on Doflamingo's face faltered. He distinctly sensed that his kick had met no resistance, implying that the dragon apparition had not been shattered by him, but rather dissipated by Aaron himself. Just as Doflamingo pondered the reason behind this, a blinding white light surged toward him. Chapter 44. The Wrath of Doflamingo. Startled by Aaron's dragon apparition, Doflamingo was forced to slam his tail against the ground. As he landed, he barely had time to catch his breath before witnessing his comrade, Pika, whom he regarded as family, being struck down by Tekai. The pirate continued to rain blows upon him, and it was evident from Tekai's demeanor that he would not cease until Pika was dead. Stop this at once. In that moment, Doflamingo was consumed by fury, disregarding his injuries as he sprang to his feet, intent on rushing to aid Pika. The opportunity had presented itself. Observing Doflamingo's exposed back, Alan's eyes gleamed with determination as he pursued him. Yet, this attempt at ambush had already been anticipated by Doflamingo. Just as Alan was about to close in, Doflamingo pivoted sharply, unleashing a powerful kick, accompanied by a piercing sound as he struck at the illusion of the dragon. However, the outcome was not as Doflamingo had envisioned. Although his kick shattered Alan's dragon illusion, he distinctly sensed that it had not been a strike that caused its demise. Rather, Alan had dispelled it himself. Just as Doflamingo pondered this perplexity, a blinding white light surged towards him, and before he could discern the source of the attack, he felt a spray of blood erupt from his chest. Drawing upon his years of combat experience, Doflamingo swiftly realized he had sustained a significant injury. Despite not fully comprehending Alan's method of assault, Doflamingo immediately retaliated, extending both hands forward. Utilizing the powers of the string fruit, he compressed fine lines at his fingertips and launched them forth as if firing a weapon. With a whoosh, the fine lines surged towards Alan, who was now evading the onslaught. Is that a tiger? After creating some distance between them, Doflamingo finally discerned that the white specter emanating from Alan was indeed a white tiger, its sharp claws having inflicted the wound on his chest. With a safe distance established, Alan dissipated the white tiger illusion, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The relentless strain of combat had taken its toll on him. That wretched boy, how could he have grown so formidable in such a short time? He simply could not be allowed to remain a threat. Just as Doflamingo was taken aback by Alan's strength, a familiar, piercing sound interrupted his thoughts, derailing his subsequent plans. Pika. The voice was all too familiar to Doflamingo. It belonged to Pika, his highest-ranking officer whom he regarded as family. Turning his head, he beheld Pika, who was being mercilessly subdued by Treble. Utterly incapacitated, yet managing to look at him with a reassuring smile. Ah, how I long to annihilate you all. At this moment, Doflamingo suddenly felt as though a thread in his mind had snapped, unleashing uncontrollable fury within him. An overwhelming, terrifying conqueror's haki radiated forth. The ordinary residents of Dressrosa, who had initially stirred upon witnessing Doflamingo being momentarily suppressed by Alan, now found themselves utterly immobilized as they succumbed to the sheer might of Doflamingo's formidable haki. After the overwhelming aura dissipated, only a handful of elite members from the Force King's army, along with Eileen and Teki, remained standing. This flamingo bastard possessed a power that was no mere fabrication. Such a fearsome conqueror's haki could rival even Shanks, known for inflicting physical damage. Alan considered his own strength to be commendable, yet upon feeling Doflamingo's extraordinary conqueror's haki, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, his heart fluttering with trepidation. Thanks to his formidable self-control, he managed to maintain a stoic visage, but he knew that if a battle were to commence, his combat prowess would undoubtedly dwindle to less than half of its former glory. In stark contrast to Alan, Teki's condition was even more dire. Having already succumbed to a bloodthirsty state, he found his sanity restored under the overwhelming pressure of Doflamingo's haki. His hand that was meant to strike Pika halted in midair. Get away from me. My kin are not yours to touch. After releasing his conqueror's haki, Doflamingo cast a glance at Teki, who remained restrained above Pika, his eyes narrowing in irritation as he waved his hand dismissively. Bang! Caught off guard, Teki was forcefully propelled away by an unfathomable power. It was only then that he realized Doflamingo's wave was not accompanied by the threads from his hands, but rather, a multitude of threads surged forth from the rocks surrounding him. This was beyond incredulity. Fear not, Pika. Once I have dispatched these ignorant intruders, I shall come to your rescue. After effortlessly sending Teki flying, Doflamingo nonchalantly dusted off his hands, redirecting his gaze back to Alan. Unlike before, he now regarded Alan with a sense of disdainful indifference, devoid of the previous apprehension. Awakening the powers of the devil fruit, perhaps? Observing the formidable power exhibited by Doflamingo as he sent Titch flying, Alan managed to force a smile despite the difficulty. The awakening of a devil fruit signifies a heightened level of ability, a phenomenon only grasped by a select few super-strong individuals within this pirate realm. Typically, one who awakens a fruit possesses strength that transcends the previous capabilities of their powers. In particular, The awakening of a paramecia-type devil fruit can influence physical objects beyond the user. Doflamingo, having awakened the abilities of the string fruit, transformed the surroundings into strings centered around himself, a terrifyingly formidable ability that shifts the battlefield in his favor. Were it not for an overwhelming disparity in strength or an extraordinary fatal technique capable of vanquishing him in a single blow, Doflamingo would be nearly invincible in such conditions. Alan was not unfamiliar with Doflamingo's awakened powers, for he had battled against this state of Doflamingo over a month ago. Had it not been for Zephyr's sudden intervention, he would have surely met his demise. Kid, this time, no miracles will occur. Do not speak so confidently. Are you attempting to mask your own insecurities? Chapter 45. Awakening and Fusion. After being continuously suppressed by Alan and witnessing the near demise of Pika, Doflamingo was consumed by rage. He unleashed an overwhelming burst of Conqueror's Haki, rendering most of Dressrosa's populace unconscious. Following this, he activated his awakened devil fruit ability, effortlessly sending Titch flying with a powerful thread. Awakening the powers of a devil fruit, indeed. Alan was well acquainted with the strength Doflamingo displayed, having narrowly escaped death under such awakened abilities before. If not for Zephyr's timely arrival, he would likely now be a mere memory. Kid, this time, no miracles will occur. With the awakening of his devil fruit abilities, Doflamingo had shed his previous fury, now regarding Alan with a chilling gaze that rendered him indistinguishable from a corpse. Do not speak so confidently. Is it that you lack assurance and resort to such self-deception? Having fully recovered from the intimidation of Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki, Alan feigned a nonchalant demeanor in response to Doflamingo's icy stare. He understood that engaging with a calm Doflamingo would yield little chance of victory. He must provoke him into revealing a flaw, thereby increasing his own odds of success. You brash little fool, perish. Regarding Alan's performance, Doflamingo felt an intense displeasure within. Yet he managed to suppress his anger with great effort. With a swift motion of his hand, a multitude of white threads surged forth like a formidable wave, launching towards him. Raging White Wave. Ultimate technique. Phantom. Faced with this terrifying move that had previously engulfed him, Alan dared not underestimate it this time. He promptly executed an upgraded version of the Marine 6 style speed technique, Shave, utilizing his remarkable physical coordination. In this moment, Alan's form resembled that of a fleeting specter. Each time Doflamingo's white wave threatened to engulf him, he vanished abruptly, only to reappear a short distance away, mockingly gazing at Doflamingo. Is that the power of the space fruit? No, it cannot be. If it were, this young wretch would have undoubtedly devised far more formidable techniques by now, and we wouldn't be locked in combat at this juncture. Observing Alan's elusive form, Doflamingo felt a twinge of astonishment. However, being battle-hardened, he quickly deduced the truth. No, this boy must be employing extraordinary speed combined with an uncanny technique to achieve this effect. What a terrifying child. In just a month's time, he has attained such remarkable growth. Ah, have I struck a nerve, prompting you to ponder a response? Noticing Doflamingo's momentary distraction, Alan seized the opportunity. After evading another attack from the raging white wave, he launched a powerful raging foot slash. Yet, he did not harbor the delusion that this strike would defeat the awakened Doflamingo. To maximize the impact, he taunted him, knowing that verbal jabs might yield some advantage. What a loquacious little brat you are. Doflamingo, incensed by Alan's verbal provocations while he launched his assault, swiftly raised his hand, summoning two towering shields of white threads that completely absorbed the impact of the raging foot slash. It seems this awakened fruit ability is indeed a formidable technique, transforming you, this flamingo bastard, into a chick protected by an eggshell. Alan was taken aback as he witnessed Doflamingo fortify himself with the shield of white threads. Clearly, Doflamingo had become an indomitable foe, capable of both offense and defense, making it evident that defeating him would not be an easy feat. Yet Alan remained unabashedly vocal, hurling insults at Doflamingo. You damned little imp. Doflamingo, unable to contain himself any longer in the face of Alan's incessant taunts, felt the veins on his forehead throb. With swift motions of his hands, he unleashed a mighty wave of white threads. Tidal wave. In an instant, a colossal wave composed of white silk threads surged towards Alan with astonishing speed, resembling a supercharged version of chaotic white strands. With no option but to fight back, he resolved to employ a technique he had struggled to master during his training with Zephyr, simultaneously executing two formidable six powers techniques. With a whoosh, The terrifying explosive force of the moonwalk propelled his body into the air, while the swift assault of the Soryu heightened his speed to an unprecedented level. After seamlessly integrating these two techniques, Alan ascended like a supersonic jet, creating a thunderous roar as he vanished from Don Quixote Doflamingo's sight. Such a technique. Doflamingo stood momentarily dumbfounded. Having previously encountered both the Soryu and moonwalk techniques, he could envision mastering them to create his own ultimate form. Yet witnessing their fusion in action was a first for him. Even the formidable spies of CP0, covertly controlled by the world government, would be hard-pressed to replicate such a maneuver. However, before Doflamingo could fully comprehend the astonishing scene before him, a tremendous force struck his chest. Though the impact was extraordinary, it felt strangely peculiar. He only began to sense its true strength when his body was propelled into the air. It's that little brat, the shield of white threads. Experiencing a fierce, tearing pain coursing through his body, Doflamingo realized he had to defend himself. Regardless of Alan's whereabouts, he swiftly brought his hands together, enveloping himself in a multitude of white silk threads, resembling a chick protected by its eggshell, just as Alan had described. Cowardly chick, perish. At that moment, Alan appeared above Doflamingo, his expression grim. Clearly, the fusion of these two techniques had inflicted tremendous damage upon him, yet he paid no heed to the pain. He placed his hand forcefully against the shield formed by Doflamingo's white threads. Boom! With a resounding crash, Doflamingo, along with his protective cocoon of white threads, smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Chapter 46, the finale. Faced with Doflamingo, who had awakened the powers of his devil fruit, Alan steeled himself. In order to defeat this now even more formidable adversary, he fused his mastery of the six powers, employing both the moonwalk and Soryu in unison. Six powers ultimate technique, moonwalk Soryu. Originally, the powerful leap of the moonwalk combined with the rapid assault of the shave produced an unexpected effect. Alan soared into the air like a supersonic jet, accompanied by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the atmosphere, vanishing right before Doflamingo's eyes. Before Doflamingo could react, Alan lunged forward, delivering a blow that sent him flying. Realizing that Alan now possessed a strength he could not confront head-on, Doflamingo decisively unleashed his ultimate technique, the shield white line. Instantly, a multitude of white threads enveloped him, forming a protective cocoon akin to a chick shielded by its eggshell, just as Alan had previously described. Cowering chick, meet your demise. Observing Doflamingo resorting to this nearly absolute defensive maneuver, Alan let out a cold snort, his expression darkening as he approached the shield white line and pressed down forcefully with his hand. Boom! At that moment, Doflamingo, enveloped by the white shield, resembled a cannonball launched with ferocity, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater that sent countless particles of dust into the air. As the dust settled, a shocking scene unfolded. The once formidable white shield, capable of withstanding the strongest air cannon from the Mistral, was severely compromised under this onslaught. Doflamingo, encased within, was bloodied and unable to maintain the awakened state of his fruit powers. The assimilated threads around him began to vanish rapidly, and even the birdcage that had ensnared the entirety of Dressrosa began to dissolve. At that moment, Aaron, having completed his attack, descended from the sky. Yet his condition was dire. His face was ashen as he coughed up blood, his entire body trembling involuntarily. Meanwhile, in the distance, Techi watched Aaron with great difficulty. Initially caught off guard by Doflamingo's onslaught, he had not lost consciousness, but was momentarily incapacitated, helplessly observing Aaron's bloodied state and feeling a rising anxiety within. Ha ha ha. I never expected you, little brat, to possess such formidable strength. But this is where it ends. This battle is still a victory for me. Doflamingo's laughter echoed above the others. Remarkably, he managed to rise despite sustaining severe injuries from Aaron's strike. Although he could no longer utilize his awakened fruit abilities or the birdcage technique, he appeared undeterred in his capacity to fight, using his strings to mend his wounds as he advanced toward Aaron. Curse it, this unyielding cockroach. Have I truly engaged in battle with him too soon? Aaron, gritting his teeth in frustration as Doflamingo approached, longed to deliver another powerful blow. Yet, he was drained, his legs quaked, and it was a miracle that he remained standing. Little brat, I shall remember you. Given more time, you would surely surpass me. Blame your impatience, and lament this cruel world. Observing Aaron's eyes, still brimming with fighting spirit despite his faltering stance, Doflamingo couldn't help but feel a tinge of admiration. After all, the rapid growth he had demonstrated in just a month was astonishing. Had he been able to sustain his earlier strength for a few more seconds and land another strike? Even with the shield's protection, Doflamingo's fate would have been sealed. Though the perspectives of the strong may vary, there exists a mutual respect among them. Aaron's performance had undeniably earned Doflamingo's acknowledgement, yet his position compelled him to eliminate Aaron. Perish. Doflamingo raised his arm high, gathering the power of his string fruit before swinging it down towards Aaron. In an instant, blood splattered, and an eerie silence fell over the arena. How is this possible? It's you. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the sanguine mist did not emanate from Alan, but rather from the imposing figure of Doflamingo. Moreover, positioned between Alan and Doflamingo was a robust one-legged man. Though this man possessed but a single leg, he stood with an unwavering steadiness, akin to a sturdy hill that instills a profound sense of security. In his hand, the sword emanated a chilling aura, carving a deep gash across Doflamingo's chest, causing blood to flow freely. In that moment, Doflamingo, already battered and bruised, lost all ability to move under the force of the strike and fell heavily to the ground. Before collapsing, Doflamingo discerned the visage of the man who had struck him, his heart brimming with reluctance. This assailant, known as Cyrus, was a legendary warrior who had once been responsible for transforming the land of Dressrosa into a playground for toys at Doflamingo's behest. In Doflamingo's eyes, Cyrus had merely been a minor adversary, one not worthy of significant concern. Little did he anticipate that many years later, he would find himself vanquished by this seemingly inconsequential figure. As Cyrus gazed upon the fallen Doflamingo, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. Reflecting upon his tumultuous life, he recognized the relentless ebb and flow of his journey. At the tender age of 15, he became a murderer after the tragic slaying of a dear friend. Subsequently, he caught the eye of King Riku and rose to prominence as a legendary swordsman in the arenas of Dressrosa, achieving an astonishing record of 3,000 undefeated battles. He later married Scarlet, the king's daughter, and fathered a daughter named Rebecca. However, this golden era was short-lived. Doflamingo soon arrived in Dressrosa and overthrew King Riku's reign. In a desperate attempt to save the king, Cyrus sacrificed his left leg, yet just as he was poised to take Doflamingo's head, he was struck by Sugar, who transformed him into a one-legged toy soldier. In this form, he accompanied his daughter Rebecca for many years, imparting upon her the art of combat. As he suddenly reverted from the form of a toy soldier today, he realized that the time for his vengeance had arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, witnessing Doflamingo poised to deliver the final blow to Alan. Recklessly, he surged ahead, wielding the blade of wrath that should have been drawn years ago, striking fiercely at Doflamingo. At that moment, as he beheld the fallen Doflamingo before him, Curries emitted a primal roar, tears flowing uncontrollably down his cheeks. Chapter 47. Aftermath. Just as Doflamingo seemed poised to claim victory in battle, the legendary swordsman Curries descended like thunder, delivering a single, powerful strike that sent Doflamingo crashing to the ground. The realization that the one who had felled him was Curries, whom he had once mocked without a second thought, filled Doflamingo with a tumult of emotions, and he reluctantly closed his eyes in defeat. Curries, witnessing the man who had brought countless nightmares into his life finally fall before him, let out another bestial roar, as if releasing the pent-up anguish within him, tears streaming uncontrollably in that moment. To think that it was Curries who, in this critical moment, had saved his life. How could he have forgotten him upon arriving in Dressrosa? Alan was taken aback to see that his rescuer was Curries, now transformed into a one-legged toy soldier. Being familiar with the original narrative of the pirate world, Alan understood Curries' plight, yet due to Curries' prolonged existence as a toy soldier, he had inadvertently overlooked him during his journey to Dressrosa. Did you defeat Sugar and save Dressrosa? After releasing his pent-up emotions, Curries sighed and turned his gaze toward the slumped Alan, inquiring. Yes. As Curries finally regained his composure, Alan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Given his current state, even the mere presence of Curries' unleashed energy was overwhelming. Just as he was about to muster a smile and explain himself, he felt a sweetness in his throat, and blood surged forth uncontrollably, causing him to lose consciousness in an instant. What is happening to me? Am I fainting? Alan was uncertain of how long he had been unconscious. As he slowly regained awareness, he found himself lying on a remarkably comfortable bed. The faint, soothing fragrance surrounding him, quickly rousing him from his stupor. Where am I? Wasn't I just fighting Doflamingo? How is it that I have no injuries? Awakening abruptly, Alan propped himself up, only to discover he was lying on an exquisitely comfortable bed. As memories of his fierce battle against Doflamingo flooded back, he realized he must have fainted and been rescued by Cyrus and others. Just as he prepared to assess the extent of his injuries from the tumultuous fight, he was rendered completely speechless. The source of Alan's astonishment was straightforward. Having just engaged in a life-or-death struggle with Doflamingo, he was now astonished to find himself devoid of any wounds. The only evidence of their confrontation was a few faint red marks where Doflamingo had struck him, which were painless to the touch. This was exceedingly peculiar. Could it be that his epic clash with Doflamingo had been nothing but a figment of his imagination? Or was he perhaps still ensnared in a dream? Ah, you're finally awake. Just as Alan was engulfed in confusion, a cheerful voice broke through, and he turned to see Violet entering, clad in a casual white outfit. Her face lit up with joy as she beheld him sitting on the bed. Violet, what has happened to me? Upon seeing her, Alan felt reassured that he was not dreaming. He had indeed fought Doflamingo over the fate of Dressrosa, and the outcome should have been the defeat of that malevolent foe. Yet, the current circumstances baffled him. How could he have awakened to find himself entirely healed? Do you not remember anything? You are in Dressrosa, and the demon Doflamingo has been vanquished by you. This nation has been saved because of your bravery. Observing the perplexed expression on Alan's face, Violet assumed he had lost his memory during the fierce battle. She approached him with concern, recounting the events that had transpired while inquiring if he recalled anything and if his head was aching. And no, it's not painful at all. Under Violet's attentive gaze as she touched his head, Alan's cheeks flushed crimson. Although he believed he was not particularly enamored with older women, the proximity of Violet's alluring figure quickened his heartbeat uncontrollably. The intoxicating scent of her mature fragrance stirred an unexpected sense of righteousness within him, prompting him to create some distance between them. I'm glad to hear that. Observing Alan's bashful demeanor, Violet realized her previous actions might have been somewhat inappropriate, causing her own cheeks to redden. Thus, the atmosphere in the room grew palpably awkward as both of them blushed. Ultimately, it was Alan who broke the tension. Violet, I haven't lost my memory. I simply wish to inquire what transpired after my battle with Doflamingo. Where are my companions now, and how have my injuries completely healed? Upon hearing Alan inquire about serious matters, Violet cast aside her earlier shyness and earnestly reassured him. Rest assured, your companions are unharmed. During your unconsciousness, the boy named Tiki also fainted alongside you. However, it wasn't long before several naval warships arrived, one commanded by an elderly gentleman named Zephyr, who brought along several skilled doctors to tend to both your and Tiki's injuries. Unfortunately, as you remained in a coma, they did not wait for you and took Don Quixote Doflamingo back to naval headquarters. The beautiful sister named unaccompanied them, stating that she had important matters to attend to. Tiki's condition has significantly improved. He regained consciousness a day before you. You have been in a coma for 3 days now. Moreover, regarding your injuries, the doctors found it peculiar that, despite not using any extraordinary medicines, your wounds are healing at a visibly rapid pace. Although Violet's words were somewhat disjointed, Alan managed to grasp the general situation. He mused that indeed, it was Zephyr who had arrived. This meant that Doflamingo would undoubtedly be imprisoned and impelled down, stripped of his warlord title. He wondered whether Ain's return was related to her ambitions of becoming a warlord herself. This entire matter required clarification from Tiki, who had awakened earlier than Alan. Where is Tiki now? He inquired. Oh, he is in the palace garden, conversing with someone who claims to be your companion. Chapter 48. The profound meaning of messages. Dressrosa, having endured the justice delivered by the pirate Reaper, was now witnessing the aftermath of this significant event. 8 members of the Don Quixote family, including 3 high-ranking officials, had been captured, leading to the complete downfall of a once mighty lineage. The notorious Don Quixote Doflamingo, known as Joker, had become a relic of the past. The invisible threads binding Dressrosa began to unravel, bringing a conclusion to the numerous tragedies that had plagued the land. The king was restored, and tears of joy flowed among the citizens as the shocking truth was finally revealed to the world. It was truly unexpected that such a monumental event had been accomplished by a group of young individuals. A man clad in a sailor's attire floated in the air, observing the jubilant scene in Dressrosa with a sense of reflection. We are not merely ordinary youths, Brother Buggy. Moreover, many significant feats have indeed been achieved by the younger generation. just as you were once defeated by the freshly emerged pirate, Monkey D. Luffy. During your reign of terror in the East Blue, Tiki remarked seriously at the floating figure, having long desired to redeem Buggy since learning of his defeat at the hands of Luffy. Now, the opportunity seemed perfectly timed. The man soaring through the air is none other than the clown Buggy, summoned by Alan to assist in Dressrosa. However, he arrived a tad late. By the time he made his entrance, the entire Dressrosa was ensnared by the birdcage unleashed by Doflamingo, rendering even cannon fire utterly ineffectual. Ultimately, he could only set foot on this land after Doflamingo was vanquished. There's a reason behind that, you little rascal. Upon realizing that Techi was aware of his past blunder in the East Blue, Buggy felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The reason he had been bested by the newly embarked Luffy was not solely due to the latter's protagonist aura. It was also because he hesitated to strike with full force upon seeing Luffy donning Shanks' cherished straw hat, an act that led to his downfall. Yet, this explanation would remain unspoken, for his feelings towards Shanks were complex. He cared deeply, yet his pride prevented him from admitting it. What reason, Brother Buggy? Do enlighten us. Techi grinned mischievously, reveling in the sight of his former mentor squirming. The joy he felt at Buggy's discomfort was palpable. Well, it's a matter of consequence. This is none of your concern, so refrain from prying, Buggy retorted, unable to muster a counter to Techi's relentless teasing, opting instead to gesture dismissively in a show of reluctant submission. Hee, as comrades, it's only natural that I take an interest in your affairs, Brother Buggy. However, Techi, oblivious to the notion of stopping while ahead, continued to press on with his taunts. Buggy, visibly frustrated yet unable to retaliate, found himself in a vexing predicament. All right. Little Techi, there was indeed a reason for my actions. If you doubt me, you may challenge him now. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Alan arrived just in time, his serious demeanor effectively halting the thoughtless antics of the impudent child. Oh, forget it. I have no desire to suffer new wounds before the old ones have healed. Techi, who was still bound in numerous bandages, immediately fell silent. Having witnessed Buggy's fighting prowess, he understood that even in his prime, he would struggle against Buggy's peculiar abilities. With his current state, engaging in a duel would likely result in a thorough thrashing. Captain, have you fully recovered from your injuries? Upon seeing Alan's arrival, Buggy lost interest in Techi's antics and turned his attention to Alan, genuinely concerned. He recalled the severity of Alan's injuries upon his initial arrival in Dressrosa. Although Alan's recovery had been rapid and remarkable over the past few days, he now appeared as if he had never been wounded at all, which was quite extraordinary. Yes, I am fully recovered and in an unprecedented state of well-being. Alan nodded with a smile, uncertain whether his limit fruit had truly manifested its effects. Ever since training with Zephyr, his frequency of injuries had increased, yet astonishingly, his recovery rate had accelerated correspondingly. In his recent battle against Don Quixote Doflamingo, his regenerative abilities had surged to an extraordinary level. It was no wonder that he managed to defeat such a formidable figure as the Joker, a testament to the monstrous capabilities of our captain. Upon hearing Alan's response, Buggy silently acknowledged the truth in his words. During his time alongside Pirate King Roger, he had developed a belief that only a monster could vanquish another monster. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that his young Captain Alan was indeed a genuine little monster. In fact, one could even speculate that, in the foreseeable future, he would emerge as a legendary figure across the seas, a super monster of unparalleled renown. His initial foresight had proven correct. By the way, how did Ayn return? Did she leave any message? After briefly explaining his situation, Alan turned to Techi, knowing that the true reason behind Ayn's departure was likely known only to him. Ayn said to take good care of your injuries, and that Zephyr would handle the rest. Oh, and Zephyr also left a message for you, advising to observe the situation before taking action. Techi recalled the words Ayn and Zephyr had entrusted him with, feeling perplexed as he conveyed this to Alan. While he comprehended the literal meaning of the messages, he remained utterly oblivious to their deeper significance. I see. Thank you, Zephyr. Although Techi did not grasp the underlying implications of these messages, Alan understood them all too well. Both individuals were wholeheartedly striving to assist him in securing the title of Warlord of the Sea. Particularly remarkable was Zephyr, who had historically harbored disdain for the warlord system, now willing to set aside his past convictions to aid Alan in pursuing a position he loathed. Alan was acutely aware of the inner turmoil this must have caused Zephyr. Though his ambition to become a warlord was largely driven by the desire to ultimately abolish this very system alongside Zephyr, The fact that Zephyr was now stepping forward to support him starkly contrasted with his previous beliefs, indicating a profound internal struggle had taken place. At this moment, Alan could not help but marvel at his extraordinary fortune. Arriving in the world of pirates, he encountered individuals, be they family, companions, mentors, or even adversaries, who provided him with invaluable support at various stages of his journey. If he were to fail to reach the pinnacle of success, it would be a disservice to this series of fortuitous encounters. By the way, Captain, during your period of unconsciousness, the entire ocean has been anything but tranquil. Chapter 49. The Attitude of the Five Elders. The news of the defeat of the formidable Don Quixote da Flamingo by Alan, the Pirate Reaper, spread across the globe in less than a day, fueled by the machinations of certain individuals. The incident, categorized as a righteous education by the Reaper, stirred unrest among various factions. In the Holy Land of Mary Geos, within the chamber of the world's supreme authorities, the Five Elders. These five venerable figures gazed at the unfolding events in Dressrosa with palpable astonishment. Doflamingo, a prominent figure among the seven warlords of the sea, had unexpectedly been vanquished by a fledgling, which was indeed an unforeseen turn of events. The elder with white hair expressed his surprise at this world-shattering occurrence. Having observed Doflamingo due to his celestial dragon lineage, he had harbored a profound disdain for this peculiar individual, yet could not deny the undeniable prowess of such a formidable rogue. The revelation that someone entirely unknown had bested him prompted deep contemplation regarding the underlying causes of this incident. This could hardly be deemed a mere accident. The young man named Alan had previously swept through the East Blue and defeated the pirates of the Magic Valley, demonstrating his undeniable combat prowess. Subsequently, he had been taken under the wing of Zephyr, that old rascal, becoming his cherished disciple. Recently, he had departed from Zephyr's pirate guerrilla group to challenge Doflamingo. The bald elder, brandishing his beloved sword, coldly remarked, "In my opinion, Doflamingo's arrogance was his downfall. He was overly haughty and dismissive, which inevitably led to his failure. Encountering such a well-prepared opponent, his defeat was all but assured. Truly, this young man embodies the traits instilled by Zephyr, sharing a similar aversion to pirates. His immediate focus on the seven warlords of the sea marks him as a staunch enforcer of justice, which explains why the world has dubbed the events in Dressrosa as a righteous educational incident." Another elder, adorned with golden locks, offered his perspective with a smile. "In my view, if this young man is guided properly, he could become a formidable weapon in our arsenal. However, I fear he might be as stubborn as Zephyr, who fails to recognize the strategic balance that the seven warlords of the sea system provides to curtail the expansion of piracy, allowing for internal self-destruction. This old fool insists on pursuing an absolute form of justice, seeking to eradicate all pirates, and vehemently opposes the seven warlords of the sea system." The bald elder with a mustache snorted in disdain. "Were it not for his utility within the Navy, I would have sought to eliminate him immediately." The venerable elder with a long beard waved his hand dismissively, urging restraint, for the situation was not immutable. Even the obstinate Zephyr had made a concession this time, acquiescing to the system of the seven warlords of the sea. However, he insisted that such a system, which seeks to restrain pirates, should not be overseen by nefarious pirates themselves. Rather, it ought to be a gradual transition. Either formidable bounty hunters or ambitious naval officers should assume these roles, as only then could true suppression of evil be achieved. What a foolish notion. Even now, he fails to grasp the genuine purpose of the seven warlord system. Yet, given his line of thinking, one might say there is a modicum of progress. Currently, 2 positions within the seven warlords remain vacant. If these slots could be utilized to wield this sharp blade judiciously, it would indeed be a commendable trait. Let us contemplate and await his next proposal before making a collective decision. In stark contrast to the calm demeanor exhibited in Mariewa, the nations of the New World erupted in fury upon receiving the news of Doflamingo's defeat at the hands of the Pirate Reaper. Many leaders of rebel factions and unstable regimes were left seething with rage, for Doflamingo, while publicly recognized as a warlord of the sea by the world government, secretly operated as the Joker, the largest arms dealer in the underworld. Numerous wars had been instigated through his covert support of arms. With this crucial logistical support severed, these ambitious figures found themselves powerless to wage war. They could either surrender or flee. In any case, they were loath to accept their current predicament, directing their ire squarely at the Pirate Reaper, Alan. Conversely, the common folk, who had been affected by this event and regained their peace, scarcely remembered the merits of Alan. The Pirate Reaper, To them, the individual who vanquished the monstrous Doflamingo was likely another monster, one who might usher in even greater calamities in the future. On a small island in the New World, the subordinates of Kaido, the Four Emperor and Doflamingo's principal business partner, received the news of Doflamingo's capture. In recent years, Doflamingo had discovered the means to manufacture artificial devil fruits, prompting Kaido to commence the formation of his own army of devil fruit users. Just as these undertakings began to unfold, such a significant upheaval occurred. Those familiar with Kaido's temperament were visibly alarmed and hurried to report. Lord Kaido, where are you? A grave matter has arisen. One individual, a user of the antelope fruit, bounded towards Kaido's residence, but inadvertently collided with a solid figure along the way. The powerful recoil sent him crashing to the ground, stars dancing before his eyes. Who was that? Can't you see? You delayed Lord Kaido. Ah, Jack, I'm so sorry. I didn't TC you. The antelope ability user, struck by a collision, felt a sudden wave of dizziness. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses at the thoughtless individual, he caught a clear glimpse of the latter's visage. Instantly, his body straightened as if propelled by springs, and he respectfully bowed. What is your urgent business? The imposing figure blocking the path was none other than Jack, the Drought. One of the three calamities under the notorious Emperor Kaido, captain of the mammoth ship, with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Observing the clumsy subordinate before him, Jack's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure. Boss Jack, I have crucial intelligence to report to Lord Kaido, hence my haste. The captain expressed that staying at the base was exceedingly dull, so he ventured to seek amusement with the old man Whitebeard. What information could possibly warrant such urgency? Doflamingo has been defeated. Our buyer for the devil fruits is no more. What did you say? Upon hearing this news, Jack's countenance shifted entirely. Chapter 50. The frenzied Jack. The arrest of Doflamingo, a warlord of the sea, sent shockwaves throughout the world. After all, Doflamingo was not merely recognized as a warlord by the world government. He was also the greatest arms dealer in the underworld, known as Joker. Many wars across nations were ignited due to his covert support of arms. With this vital logistical support severed, these ambitious figures found themselves incapable of waging war. They were left with the options of surrender or flight. Simultaneously, the subordinates of Kaido, Doflamingo's greatest collaborator, received the alarming news of his capture. They hurriedly made their way to report to him but, in their flurry, collided with Kaido's trusted aide, the Drought Jack, whose bounty stood at an astonishing 1 billion. What is your hurry? The captain is not here. He left the base, claiming it was too dull, and went to seek entertainment with the old man Whitebeard. What intelligence could be so pressing? Jack voiced his annoyance. As Kaido's right-hand man, not only was he immensely powerful, but his combative nature mirrored that of Kaido, often dubbed the strongest creature. Upon hearing that Kaido intended to venture alone into the territory of Whitebeard, the foremost of the four emperors, to wreak havoc, Jack felt compelled to join in the fray. However, by the time he arrived, Kaido had already departed, leaving Jack quite disheartened. Boss Jack, that scoundrel Joker has been defeated. Our seller of devil fruits is gone. The establishment of the ability user Legion may have to be postponed. The antelope ability user's subordinate, witnessing Jack's furious demeanor, dared not conceal the cause of his distress and hastily divulged the reason for his outburst. What did you say? Joker has been captured. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Jack's temper flared, and he seized the individual with one hand, his eyes bulging like two light bulbs as he interrogated him. It's the latest news, Lord Jack. I speak no falsehood. Held firmly in Jack's grasp, the antelope user felt as if every bone in his body might shatter. Yet, he dared not display even a hint of dissatisfaction. Instead, he waved the newspaper in his hand incessantly, signaling Jack to spare him. Bang! Jack, noticing the display, lost interest in further tormenting the boy and casually tossed him aside, redirecting his attention to the article detailing Doflamingo's arrest. Ah, how infuriating! Upon finishing the report, Jack tore it into shreds, unleashing a thunderous roar that startled everyone on the island. Jack, what on earth is wrong? The henchmen, alarmed by Jack's outburst, hurriedly gathered around him, fearful of further provoking his wrath. Prepare your weapons at once. We must rescue this Joker, Jack commanded with fervent seriousness, gesturing emphatically to his subordinates. But to rescue Joker, who has been imprisoned in the world government's super prison, impel down, how do you propose we do that? Attack there? We might as well commit suicide. It would likely be more pleasant. The henchman stood frozen, aware of Impel Down's notorious reputation. The vile criminals confined within its walls were countless, and aside from the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, no one had ever successfully escaped, nor dared to attempt a prison break. Doing so was akin to courting death. At that moment, Jack was still panting heavily, clearly enraged by the news of Doflamingo's capture. Not only would the apprehension of the foremost seller of devil fruit severely impact Kaido's cadre of users, but Jack, a war fanatic, also harbored an instinctive affinity for the unconventional pirate Doflamingo. Perhaps he sensed a shared combative spirit in Doflamingo. Thus, despite their merely cooperative relationship, Jack occasionally regarded him as a close ally. Now, with this ally imprisoned, how could Jack contain his fury? Why are you still standing there? Did you not hear my orders? After ensuring everything was clear, Jack glared at the still-dazed crowd and demanded sternly, Impel Down is not an easy place to breach. It houses a multitude of the most dangerous criminals, including the notorious Magellan and a host of elite guards from the world government. Not to mention the vast sea beasts outside, which is why it is renowned for its impenetrable defenses. Since its inception, no one has ever succeeded in a prison break. One of the more rational subordinates promptly pointed out to Jack the implausibility of his idea, subtly indicating that although he possessed formidable strength, he lacked the invulnerability to survive such reckless endeavors. Venturing into that perilous place, seeking death, was a feat that even the mighty Kaido had never attempted. Yet, what of it? The failures of those who could not escape prison do not signify that he himself is incapable. It merely suggests that their strength was insufficient. Much like Joker, they were too weak, which led to their capture by the world government. With sufficient power, all such obstacles become trivial. Upon hearing this subordinate dared to question his command, Jack seized him and brought him close, bellowing vehemently. Enduring Jack's thunderous reprimand, the well-meaning subordinate felt his head spin, blood trickling from his nose and ears, and dared not oppose further, nodding foolishly in acquiescence. And what of you? Seeing that the subordinate had finally grasped the gravity of the situation, Jack shifted his gaze to the others. We shall make arrangements immediately, recognizing Jack's intense determination. The rest of the crew dared not voice any dissent, hastily preparing for their voyage. After all, their captain was notorious for his madness, and to provoke his ire would undoubtedly lead to their demise without recourse. Kaido, the warlord, would never blame his trusted lieutenant for the folly of a mere subordinate. However, just because Jack's reckless pursuit could not be thwarted by his crew did not imply that others were powerless to intervene. Several subordinates, while preparing for the voyage, discreetly contacted Kaido's other two trusted calamities, King and Queen, via the snail phone. Though all three were known as the calamities of the Kaido pirates, the prowess of these two was notably superior to that of Jack, and they possessed a greater sense of reason. Upon learning of Jack's intention to single-handedly raid Impel Down, they shook their heads in disapproval, with King, as the leader, promptly reaching out to Jack through the snail phone. If you wish to meet your end, then by all means, proceed to Impel Down. Chapter 51. The warning from the Ember. Upon hearing the news of Don Quixote Doflamingo's arrest, Jack, who considered him a dear friend, was instantly consumed by rage. Ignoring the objections of his subordinates, he urged everyone to launch a rescue mission to Impel Down and liberate his friend. The members of the Beast Pirates, unable to dissuade Jack from his reckless endeavor, reluctantly complied. However, a few astute individuals among them were unwilling to follow Jack into a perilous fate, and thus discreetly reached out to Kaido's other two trusted commanders, Fire Disaster, King, and Plague, Queen. Though all three were regarded as the calamities of the Beast Pirates, King and Queen clearly possessed a level of strength that far surpassed that of Jack, and they were significantly more pragmatic. Upon learning of Jack's intent to storm Impel Down alone, they both shook their heads in disapproval. King, being the leader, even smashed the table before him. Fully aware of the perilous nature of Impel Down, he knew that Jack's venture would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Without delay, he promptly contacted Jack through a snail phone. Brother King, what brings you to contact me? Jack's expression changed drastically upon recognizing that it was King reaching out to him. The bravado he previously displayed about breaching Impel Down faded entirely. Having been subjected to the whims of King and Queen in the past, Jack was acutely aware of King's reputation as a merciless tormentor. No matter how formidable the adversary, King would capture them with overwhelming force before employing various cruel methods to extract confessions, leaving them in both physical and psychological ruin. In moments of boredom, King even indulged his sadistic tendencies on the lower ranks of the Beast Pirates, instilling a profound fear among many of them, often more so than their fear of Kaido himself. Jack, who was notorious for his reckless bravado, had once foolishly crossed paths with King. After being decisively defeated by King's overwhelming power, he had still refused to concede, vowing revenge with defiance. Confronted with such an audacious individual who dared to defy him while lying before him, Jean found himself intrigued. After capturing Jack, he resorted to an array of cruel methods to torment him for an entire week, only releasing him under Kaido's intervention. In truth, it took Jack less than a day to succumb to Jin's torturous antics. The remaining 6 days were spent pleading for mercy. Yet, for Jean, this twisted creature, witnessing Jack's transformation from defiance to desperation greatly satisfied his sense of achievement. To sustain his perverse pleasure, he reveled in the torment. And had it not been for Kaido's intervention and Jack's formidable resilience, he might have pushed Jack to his demise. Following this ordeal, Jack harbored a profound fear of Jean. Regardless of his bravado outside, upon encountering Jean, he would instantly transform, exhibiting utmost respect, terrified of provoking this harbinger of death. Jack was not afraid of death itself. Rather, he dreaded falling into Jin's clutches, where life would be worse than death. At that moment, when Jean connected with Jack via the Den Den Mushi, he wasted no time on pleasantries and went straight to the point. If you seek death, then proceed to impel down. Taken aback by Jin's bluntness, Jack was bewildered at how Jean knew of his plans and so directly opposed them, leaving him at a loss for what to do after having already set sail. Falling into Magellan's hands will ensure you suffer far worse than under my control. Jin's ominous words lingered in the air as he abruptly ended the call. Staring at the now silent Den Den Mushi, Jack remained frozen in place, though Jean had uttered only a couple of sentences. Their impact resonated far more than the countless words of others had ever done. Though Jack was impulsive and single-minded, it did not imply a lack of intellect. After a moment of contemplation, he comprehended the underlying meaning of Jin's statement. Heading to impel down would undoubtedly result in failure, and falling into the hands of the legendary Magellan would subject him to even more horrifying torment. Recalling the rumors he had heard, which suggested that Jean hailed from impel down, he no longer doubted Jean's warning. Thus, the plan he had proposed was hastily abandoned, after all. He dared not defy Jin's orders, nor could he ignore the threat of suffering greater than Jin's. Jack, are we still setting sail? A few of his subordinates, having observed Jack's stunned demeanor after receiving Jin's call, mustered the courage to inquire after a prolonged silence. Setting sail? Why wouldn't we? Jack, jolted back to reality by his subordinate's reminder, hesitated briefly before, driven by pride, he waved his hand decisively. He had already boasted about their voyage. To back down now would be far too humiliating. So, Jack, are we heading to impel down? Upon hearing Jack's words, the few subordinates who had disclosed information to Jean were rather perplexed. They mused to themselves, had not Jean called to prevent Jack from proceeding? Why then was this madman intent on venturing out to the advancing city? Did he truly no longer fear Lord Jean? Yet, to assuage their doubts, these subordinates sought confirmation once more. Get Lost, who said anything about heading to the advancing city. At that moment, Jack discerned that it was indeed these youngsters who had alerted Lord Jean, causing him such embarrassment. How could they still have the audacity to step forward and confess? Did they truly consider him a fool? With a swift kick, he sent the snitch tumbling into the sea and then composed himself, stating, "Let us set sail and meander around the waters for a while. I need to contemplate how to exact revenge on Joker." Although the sudden alteration in Jack's orders left his remaining subordinates bewildered, having learned from past experiences, they dared not inquire further and promptly navigated Jack's warship into the open sea without a specific destination. Meanwhile, on another front, the entire ocean had been engulfed in tumultuous change due to the arrest of Don Quixote da Flamingo. The cunning clown Buggy, who had been quietly gathering intelligence, was acutely aware of the shifting tides. At this moment, he shared significant insights with Alan, the instigator of these events. This Joker truly embodies the prowess of a tyrant of the seas. His capture has thrown the entire ocean into chaos, and the world government has its hands full. Alan, reflecting on the chain reaction his actions had provoked, couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. After all, he had foreseen all of this. Indeed, for a pirate to ascend to such heights is a remarkable feat. Buggy lamented, recognizing that he and Doflamingo were contemporaries in the pirate world. Yet their disparities were indeed monumental. Buggy, do you aspire to become the second Joker of the underworld? Chapter 52. The second Joker with Doflamingo's arrest. The entire ocean found itself submerged in an undercurrent of unrest. Various factions were poised for action, as if the world itself were on the brink of monumental change. In the days that followed, Buggy, who had diligently amassed a wealth of intelligence, found himself reflecting deeply on the current state of affairs. As an experienced pirate, he understood all too well how the capture of a single individual could precipitate such vast upheaval. Aside from legendary figures like Roger and the Golden Lion, only Doflamingo, a member of the Seven Warlords, could wield such influence. This Joker truly exemplifies the might of a sea tyrant. His apprehension has thrown the entire ocean into disarray, and the world government has its work cut out. As the architect of this turmoil, Alan, upon reviewing the intelligence provided by Buggy, could only smile wryly. While he had anticipated these developments, the reality of their occurrence still struck him with considerable force. Indeed, for a pirate to reach such heights is an achievement in itself. Bucky expressed his sentiments, reflecting that, strictly speaking, he and Don Quixote Doflamingo belonged to the same era of pirates. In fact, his tenure predates Doflamingo's. As during the execution of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, in Lobetown, Doflamingo was merely establishing his family, while Bucky had already embarked on the Grand Line as an apprentice crew member under Roger's command. However, the disparity between them today is indeed vast. Though several factors contribute to this gap, the most significant remains the difference in their individual capabilities. Observing Bucky's envious gaze, Alan felt a stir within, and with a smile, he inquired, "Bucky, do you aspire to become the second Joker of the underworld?" "The second Joker? Captain, what do you mean by that?" Upon hearing Alan's words, Bucky's expression changed, filled with confusion, as he had not considered the implications of such a notion. "It's quite straightforward. Doflamingo has emerged as the Joker who dominates the underworld. As a pirate known as the Clown, why can't you achieve the same? In fact, I believe that with your will, it's even possible for you to surpass Doflamingo as the Joker." Alan regarded Bucky, his tone casual, as if discussing an ordinary matter. "Captain, the difficulty of this endeavor is immense. Over the years, only one Joker has emerged from the underworld. Even if I exert all my effort, succeeding in this regard is exceptionally challenging." Bucky understood all too well what it meant to attain Doflamingo's level, and recognizing this made him acutely aware of how unrealistic Alan's lofty ambition truly was. The flicker of enthusiasm that had ignited within him was swiftly extinguished by his rationality. Is it impossible to succeed simply because the challenge is great? Consider this. Even someone as formidable as Doflamingo was defeated today. So why should a mere failure reach a level that a victor cannot? Alan, noticing Bucky's self-deprecating thoughts, felt a twinge of displeasure and addressed him with a solemn expression. Upon hearing Alan's probing questions, Bucky's demeanor shifted again. Indeed, Doflamingo is formidable, a true tyrant in his own right. But had he not just been bested by his own captain? Why should he continue to belittle himself? The heights Doflamingo had achieved were not insurmountable. Trust me, Bucky, my judgment is sound. You are in no way inferior to Doflamingo. With determination, you can undoubtedly become the second Joker of the underworld, perhaps even reach heights beyond his grasp. Observing that Buggy was somewhat persuaded, Alan seized the opportunity once more to speak to him. He understood that Buggy's transition from a trainee crew member on Pirate King Roger's ship to a mere petty pirate in the East Blue was largely rooted in his own lack of confidence. From the very beginning, he believed he was incapable, and this mindset ultimately led him to a life where he felt he could achieve nothing. Thus today, Alan resolved to help him rediscover himself, to reclaim the spirit of the Buggy who once dared to challenge the formidable Whitebeard alongside Shanks. Alan's assessment of Buggy was not merely conjecture, it was an undeniable truth. When he was still aboard Roger's ship, during the assault by the formidable forces of the Golden Lion, Buggy was the only one among the crew who expressed fear and suggested surrender. In stark contrast, all the other crew members were eager to fight, brimming with excitement rather than dread. This profound lack of self-assurance had set him apart from Shanks, another trainee on Roger's ship, where one became a Yonko while the other remained an obscure pirate. "I understand, Captain. I will strive to prove you right." After a long silence, Buggy lifted his head and earnestly assured Alan. In that moment, he realized that being chastised by someone younger was a wake-up call. He had lived too cautiously in the past. Despite having trained on the Grand Line with Captain Roger, he had allowed fear to govern his actions. Reflecting on such a life, he pondered its worth. Now that he had a second chance for ascendance, he could not afford to let it slip away. "Of course, I will not misjudge you." Witnessing Buggy's transformation, Alan felt a surge of joy and clapped him on the shoulder. "Haha, brother Buggy, I believe in you too. At that moment, Teach, sensing Buggy's change, stepped forward, equally pleased. Thank you. Thank you for your presence. As he looked at these two unwavering companions, Buggy felt a warmth in his heart, a camaraderie reminiscent of what he had once experienced aboard Roger's ship, but now even more profound. After all, during his time with Roger, he had been a mere trainee, receiving care more akin to that of an elder toward a junior, rather than the mutual trust shared among comrades as he felt today. It was a rare moment for the usually carefree Buggy, who found himself thanking fate for granting him true companions. By the way, brother, what should be the first step to making Buggy the underground Joker? After sharing sentiments with Buggy, Teach turned to Alan, aware that they had already dismantled Doflamingo's empire, and recognizing that rebuilding and surpassing Doflamingo would not be a simple endeavor. Let us not confine ourselves to the paths trodden by Doflamingo. To become the next Joker of the underground world, we can explore other avenues, starting right here. With a smile, Alan pointed to his feet, observing the grin on his face. Although they were uncertain of his intentions, Techie and Buggy both realized that the world was indeed on the brink of transformation. Chapter 53. Almost causing a misunderstanding upon deciding to make Buggy the second Joker of the underground world, Techie, filled with curiosity, inquired, Brother, if we are to elevate Buggy to the status of the second Joker, what should our first step be? Faced with this seemingly daunting question, Alan remained unfazed, smiling as he gestured towards the ground beneath him. Let us not confine our thoughts to the endeavors of Doflamingo. If we aspire to become the second Joker of the underground world, we can approach it from a different angle. For instance, we can establish Dressrosa as Buggy's initial foothold. Establishing Dressrosa as Brother Buggy's first stronghold? Surely not, brother. Are you suggesting we emulate Doflamingo's method of controlling Dressrosa to make it our headquarters? That seems unwise. Setting aside whether the locals would consent, it wouldn't be long before Admiral Zephyr arrives with his forces to personally suppress you. He despises bullies who prey on the weak, declaring that such individuals are not warriors, but mere scum of the seas. Upon hearing Alan's words, Techie's expression shifted, uncertainty creeping in. Despite his unwavering support for Alan's actions, the thought of seizing a throne endorsed by the populace, as Doflamingo had, was something he could not fathom. Indeed, Captain, there must be a moral boundary in all endeavors. Let us not forget that we are pirates, and even so, we must not engage in such conduct. A true pirate is a courageous warrior who chases freedom upon the seas, not a rogue who delights in oppressing the weak, Buggy asserted earnestly. While he had once plundered treasures during his time as a pirate in the East Blue, he had never harmed ordinary citizens. After spending time as a pirate reaper under Alan, his perspective had evolved. If asked to commit acts akin to those of Doflamingo, he would vehemently refuse. You too, where are your thoughts wandering? Did I not instruct you not to confine your ideas to Doflamingo's previous ventures? I would never tread that self-destructive path, Alan remarked, bemused by their reactions. His plan was not merely a replication of Doflamingo's rise to power. Then, brother, what is your plan? If I told you, you wouldn't comprehend. Come with me to the palace. Once we meet King Riku, you will understand. As Alan is the great benefactor who rescued King Riku and the entirety of Dressrosa. Even at this moment when King Riku is preoccupied with the critical task of rebuilding Dressrosa. Upon hearing that his daughter Violet has come to announce Alan's awakening and desire to meet him, he immediately sets aside his affairs with a beaming smile and escorts her to his reception hall. I apologize, Mr. Allen. Due to the multitude of responsibilities associated with our nation's reconstruction, I have not been able to remain by your side, and for that, I sincerely beg your forgiveness. Upon entering the reception hall, King Riku is quick to express his regret, displaying such humility that one could hardly perceive the essence of a king in him. Dressrosa's revival is indeed a monumental task, Your Highness, and it is a privilege for us that you have taken the time to meet with us, Alan responds graciously, reciprocating the courtesy. Moreover, King Riku is genuinely someone he deeply admires, thus his demeanor is exceedingly amicable. Mr. Allen, such formalities are unnecessary. Might I be so bold as to address you as Brother Allen? Of course, Alan replies. Brother Allen, you must not say such things. It is I who should feel honored. You have bestowed upon Dressrosa the gift of rebirth. Without your intervention, the citizens would still be under the tyrannical control of that demon, Doflamingo. Therefore, do not distance yourself from such gratitude. You are the savior of this land and the person I, King Riku III, hold in the highest esteem. Should you have any requests, I would lay down my life without a hint of resentment. King Riku exemplifies the qualities of a benevolent ruler, filled with immense gratitude toward Alan. Yet he offers his own life as assurance rather than the lives of his people or the realm of Dressrosa. After all, should any grave misfortune arise, he can readily offer his life to Alan, but the protection of Dressrosa remains his unwavering commitment. This is his bottom line, one that even a benefactor like Alan cannot overstep. Rest assured, Your Highness, I hold a deep affection for the land of Dressrosa, and no matter what transpires, I shall never allow it to fall into peril, Alan assures, having discerned King Riku's underlying concerns. Very well, Brother Alan. You truly are a man of noble virtue. I hold you in high regard. Tonight, I shall host a banquet in celebration of your recovery. After receiving Alan's assurance, King Riku feels a flush of warmth, realizing he has misjudged Alan's intentions. And he earnestly clasps Alan's shoulder, conveying his sincerity. The banquet can be discussed later, Your Highness. The reason I have come to see you is to discuss a matter of importance. Oh, what is there to discuss? Whatever your command, I shall fulfill it, even at great personal cost. King Riku responds with generous enthusiasm. Well, I shall not be overly formal then. I wish for Your Highness to entrust the management of Dressrosa's arena to my brother here. Alan gestures toward Buggy, adding, Of course, we will not take this lightly. We will ensure compensation that exceeds market value. Why speak of money? You are a benefactor of Dressrosa. A mere arena is but a small request, and it is certainly no trouble at all. In response to Alan's request, King Riku readily agreed without hesitation. However, he turned to Alan and inquired, If it is not too much trouble, could you reveal the purpose behind your friend's acquisition of this arena? With a smile, Alan replied, I intend for him to become the second Joker of the underworld. Securing the arena in Dressrosa is merely the first step of this plan. Upon hearing Alan's intentions, King Riku's smile faltered, as the name Doflamingo, the original Joker, struck a profound fear within him. Had it not been for Alan's benevolence, he might have hastily summoned his guards. Do not fear, Your Highness. My brothers and I are not the devils that Doflamingo is. The title of the second Joker in the underworld is merely a comparison of strength. Acquiring your arena is also aimed at fortifying Dressrosa's national defense. Alan reassured the startled King Riku with a cheerful demeanor. Please, elaborate further, King Riku insisted, his expression now serious, as the news was indeed rather extraordinary. Upon witnessing the awakening of the great benefactor Alan, King Riku was filled with joy and led him to his reception hall to express his gratitude. When Alan proposed that Buggy manage the arena in Dressrosa, King Riku did not hesitate to affirm the request, yet he could not suppress his curiosity and asked once more, If it is not too much trouble, could you enlighten me on your friend's purpose for this arena? With a smile, Alan candidly replied, I intend for him to become the second Joker of the underworld, and mastering the arena in Dressrosa is simply the first step of this endeavor. Upon hearing this, King Riku's smile vanished, as the impact of Doflamingo's moniker weighed heavily on him. Had it not been for Alan's generosity, he would have been compelled to take drastic action. Rest assured, Your Highness, my companions and I do not share the malevolence of Doflamingo. My reference to the second Joker in the underworld is purely a matter of strength, and our acquisition of the arena is intended to bolster the defenses of Dressrosa. Alan reassured the now apprehensive King Riku with a bright smile. Dear Alan, I kindly ask you to expound upon this further. At this moment, King Likawang regarded Alan with a serious expression. Although he harbored faith that Alan was not a demon, he hesitated to vouch for him after the mention of turning Buggy into a second Joker. After all, the young man before him possessed a terrifying power, and with a band of nefarious subordinates inciting him, it was inevitable that he might falter and cross his own moral boundaries, becoming a demon akin to Doflamingo. One must remember that when gazing into the abyss gazes back. Often, a valiant hero who slays a dragon may find himself turning into the very dragon for the treasure it guards. In this world, where there is light, there is also darkness. Where there is justice, there will inevitably be evil. This is an unavoidable truth, is it not, Your Highness? Alan did not immediately respond to King Likawang's inquiry. Instead, he presented a commonplace reality of this world. Such circumstances are indeed inescapable, as evidenced by Dressrosa. Is your plan to utilize the arena to confine those wicked villains, thereby managing them collectively to alleviate pressure within the kingdom and consequently bolster national strength? King Likawang recalled Alan's initial suggestion of allowing Buggy to command the arena of Dressrosa to enhance the kingdom's defenses, and he began to grasp Alan's intentions. You were correct in the first part, but mistaken in the latter. Alan waved his hand dismissively and revealed, my true intention upon gaining control of the arena is to gather all the most vile individuals, not to imprison them as you suggest, but to select them. Many of those deemed as heinous villains in your eyes, or indeed in the eyes of the world, are not truly malevolent. Take your son-in-law, Cyrus, or those pirates who sail the Grand Line in pursuit of freedom, for instance. Alan looked earnestly at King Likawang as he articulated his perspective. With appropriate guidance, many of these individuals would fight for Dressrosa or for what he deemed worthy. Therefore, our task is to select and consolidate all sinners, identifying those who are valuable, and then manage them collectively. Combat within the arena serves as an excellent form of training, and in due time, they are bound to become a formidable force, significantly enhancing the overall defense of Dressrosa. Indeed, you are right, my brother Alan, King Likawang conceded. Upon hearing Alan's proposal, King Liko simply pondered for a moment before rising to express his agreement. As an enlightened monarch, he understood that in these tumultuous times, many individuals labeled as true criminals were not inherently malevolent. This was evidenced by his own willingness to personally enter the arena to assist the legendary swordsman, Cyrus, and to consent to his beloved daughter's marriage to this so-called villain, whose hands were stained with blood. Observing King Liko's demeanor, Alan seemed to have anticipated this reaction, nodding in affirmation. Although he had limited personal interaction with the king, the intelligence he had gathered led him to believe that Liko was a benevolent and enlightened ruler, possessing a keen awareness of the current global circumstances, which justified his unconventional viewpoint. Alan, my dear brother, he began, your plan appears feasible, at least from my perspective. However, after glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, he lowered his voice. Yet, pursuing this course of action will undoubtedly challenge the authority of the world government. The celestial dragons, accustomed to their lofty position, will surely not permit such occurrences. I fear that should this matter escalate, it may lead to critical oversights. And if news were to leak, the world government would undoubtedly view us as their primary adversary and respond with a suppression akin to that of the Revolutionary Army. I worry for the citizens of Dressrosa. Recognizing the king's hesitation, Alan discerned his thoughts. The king was in agreement with his perspective and even willing to take risks alongside him. However, he was apprehensive about the potential repercussions for the people of Dressrosa. To King Liko, his own life seemed inconsequential, and he felt a sense of duty to repay Alan's kindness by engaging in such a meaningful endeavor. Yet, he could not jeopardize the safety of his subjects, as that was a boundary he could not cross. This is precisely why I entrusted the management of the arena to Buggy, he continued. If, in the future, any mishap were to occur, it would bear no consequence to you or Dressrosa. Upon grasping King Liko's concerns, Alan found himself even more impressed by the monarch and promptly outlined his contingency plans. Alan, dear brother, and Buggy, I now fully comprehend your intentions, King Liko acknowledged. It was clear that this benefactor, who had already rendered great service to Dressrosa, harbored no desire to exploit his goodwill for personal gain. Rather, he was willing to endure further hardship, remaining in the shadows to safeguard Dressrosa. The king felt a profound sense of shame for having previously harbored suspicions about them. Your Highness, if you do not oppose, we shall consider your acquiescence as implied. Dear brother Alan, this great favor shall forever be etched in the memories of the Liku royal family. Chapter 55. The Conspiracy upon discerning Alan's true intentions. The Liku king was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that this benefactor, who had already bestowed significant kindness upon Dressrosa, harbored no thoughts of leveraging this goodwill for personal gain. Instead, in a display of selflessness for the safety of Dressrosa, he was willing to once again subdue his own desires to remain in the shadows, safeguarding the realm. The king, who had previously harbored suspicions towards them, felt an overwhelming sense of shame in that moment. Dear brother Alan, if you do not oppose, we shall take your acquiescence as given, Alan remarked with a beaming smile, as if he had received substantial aid from the Liku king. Thank you for your support, Your Highness. Shall we proceed to take over the arena tomorrow? What do you think? I, Alan, shall never forget this great favor, the Liku king thought to himself, fully aware that Alan's relaxed demeanor was a deliberate facade meant to alleviate his burdens. His admiration for Alan grew even deeper. And just as he prepared to vow on behalf of his lineage, Alan's hand motioned to interrupt him. Your Highness, please do not say such things. Your support has already been greatly appreciated. Should you continue in this manner, we would indeed feel utterly embarrassed. Now that you have consented to our request, we shall take over the arena tomorrow, and henceforth, it shall have no ties to Dressrosa." After curtailing the Liku King's expressions of gratitude, Alan swiftly departed alongside Buggy and Techi, not allowing them the chance to escort him. As the Liku King watched Alan's swift departure, he was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. At that moment, Violet entered through a side door of the reception hall. She had witnessed everything clearly through her Dengeki no Mi powers, and she felt deeply moved by Alan's actions, accompanied by an inexplicable emotional turmoil that nearly brought her to tears. Never forget this favor, the Liku King thought, gazing at his daughter who had endured so much for both herself and Dressrosa. A wave of profound guilt washed over him, as he resolved within his heart to ensure that his daughter would become the first queen of Dressrosa after him. "I will not forget, father. I have a request to make of you." Brother, I have a question," Techi said, looking at Alan with a look of serious confusion after leaving the Dressrosa palace. "Huh, you little rascal, you have a question? Speak up. What is it?" In light of this significant matter, it is quite intriguing that Techi expresses doubt. Alan, too, finds himself curious. Why must this arena be entrusted to Brother Buggy? Clearly, Liku Wang is showing you consideration. Would it not be more prudent for you to assume the leadership role? Buggy could then provide assistance from the shadows, allowing him to emerge as the second Joker of the underground world. Techi remarked with utmost seriousness, addressing the matter directly without concern for Buggy's potential thoughts on the issue. After all, their bond was one of life and death, and such trivial matters would never breed resentment. "Do you truly underestimate your brother Buggy, thinking I am incapable?" Buggy, upon hearing Techi's words, did not react with anger but instead smiled and playfully patted Techi on the head. The fact that Techi could entertain such thoughts indicated a newfound maturity, a departure from his previous tendencies of mere violence. This signified growth, which was indeed worthy of celebration. "It is not that my performance would be lacking, but rather that Brother Alan would undoubtedly excel in this role," Techi stated earnestly, for in his heart, the most significant and formidable figure was unequivocally his brother Alan, followed thereafter by companions like Buggy. "Now, little Techi, refrain from such ramblings. Whether it is I or Buggy who takes on this responsibility, the essence remains unchanged. Besides, it must be Buggy this time." Why? Due to the title of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Following the incident with Doflamingo, the world government is likely in a state of urgency regarding the selection of the warlords. While we have the support of Teacher Zephyr, it is not an absolute guarantee. Thus, I must exercise caution. Consider this. Both Crocodile S. Baroque works and Doflamingo S. Don Quixote family demonstrate how the authority granted by the title of warlord can easily bolster one's power, consequently posing a significant threat to the world government's dominion. Therefore, my decision to abstain from assuming control of this arena is a strategic move to lower the world government's guard. After all, immediately after defeating Doflamingo, establishing our influence in Dressrosa would undoubtedly instill panic within the world government, thereby diminishing our chances of ascending as warlords. After absorbing Alan's thorough reasoning, Buggy nodded in agreement, while Techi, regardless of whether he fully comprehended Alan's discourse, followed suit, for in his eyes, whatever his brother said was undoubtedly correct. Everything unfolded as Alan had anticipated. Just as he began to covertly navigate risks in his quest to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the upper echelons of the world government, influenced by Zephyr and recognizing Alan as a promising talent, concurred to consider him as a candidate for this esteemed position. To demonstrate their commitment to recognizing talent, particularly in regard to Zephyr, they dispatched Admiral Kazan Akiji, the highest combat strength from the Navy headquarters, to deliver Alan's appointment letter and to assess his capabilities. These old fellows certainly have a penchant for complicating matters. If they wish to appoint someone as a warlord, they could do so directly without all this unnecessary fuss. Upon receiving the resolute decision from the higher echelons of the world government, Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to execute the orders. After begrudgingly chastising the decision-makers in his mind, he discarded half of the appointment papers designating Alan as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, intending to attend to more pressing matters before notifying Akiji to carry out the task. However, Sengoku did not anticipate that, as he departed his office to manage urgent affairs, a shadow stealthily infiltrated his workspace. Without hesitation, this figure sought out the appointment papers for Alan and swiftly replaced them with a judgment document. Under the meticulous orchestration of Alan and the vigorous support of Zephyr, the world government, authorized by the Five Elders, consented to list Alan as a candidate for the position of Warlord of the Sea. To demonstrate their commitment to recognizing talent, particularly Zephyr's, the highest combatant of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Akiji Kazan was dispatched to deliver the appointment papers to Alan and assess his capabilities. Upon receiving this directive, Admiral Sengoku was internally incensed, perceiving it as an affront to the esteemed rank of admiral and a slight against the Navy as a whole. Despite his indignation, he felt obligated to comply. This new warlord of the sea was not a typical criminal, but rather a harbinger of justice against piracy. Thus, after a few more silent curses directed at the higher-ups of the world government, he discarded half of the appointment papers and proceeded to prioritize other significant matters, planning to gather his thoughts before briefing Akiji. Yet, unbeknownst to Sengoku, while he was occupied with his urgent tasks, a shadow had already entered his office. Fixated on the appointment papers, the figure clutched the document, trembling with palpable agitation, clearly enraged at the notion of Alan becoming a warlord of the sea. The warlords of the sea will not be so easily attained. Wait for the admiral to reap your life. The shadow, filled with fury over Alan's designation, hastily concealed the appointment papers in their possession and replaced them with a similar-looking judgment document. Though the two documents bore a resemblance, their contents were worlds apart. The judgment document was succinct, asserting that the pirate known as Alan, who had caused chaos in Dressrosa, masqueraded as a champion of justice while amassing nefarious power with the intent to overthrow the rightful order. It declared him a grave threat, warranting his absolute eradication by the Navy headquarters to uphold the sanctity of justice. Once the judgment that could spell disaster for Alan was placed down, the shadow swiftly departed from Sengoku's office, executing their movements with precision and stealth, drawing not a single glance from the guards. This demonstrated their intimate familiarity with the surroundings. Meanwhile, as the shadow replaced Alan's appointment as a warlord of the sea with the ominous judgment, Sengoku, unaware of the unfolding events, organized his thoughts and sought out the admiral known as Akiji, the highest combat prowess of the Navy headquarters. Though Akiji held the rank of admiral, his demeanor was notably laid back. He often proclaimed that his philosophy as a Navy officer was to embody justice with a calm and unhurried disposition. Consequently, even Sengoku, the fleet admiral, found it challenging to command him, especially when it came to a task that bore a hint of humiliation, such as delivering a message, which required a gentle persuasion. "Ah, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, what brings you to me?" Akiji, who had been basking in the sun with his eye patch, instinctively pulled it down as he sensed the sunlight being obstructed. Upon spotting Sengoku, a look of surprise crossed his face. In reality, as an admiral, Akiji had long since grown accustomed to using his observation haki to safeguard his vicinity. His feigned ignorance of Sengoku's presence was an attempt to convey his desire for rest and reluctance to engage in duties. Sengoku, well aware of Akiji's sentiments, sighed inwardly at the thought of the urgent directive from above. He feigned a light-hearted tone, saying, "Why speak in such a manner? Can't I visit without an agenda? After all, you're one of the fine products of both me and Garp. Ah, I wonder how Garp would react to your words." Akiji responded with a slight smile, opting not to continue the banter. "Enough of that. I'm here primarily to discuss a matter with you." Noting Akiji's reluctance to engage, Sengoku inwardly shook his head and clarified his purpose. "Is that so?" Akiji revealed a resigned smile upon hearing Sengoku's words. "Fleet Admiral, feel free to state your orders." Observing Akiji's evident aversion, Sengoku felt a wave of frustration. Logically, the imbeciles in the upper echelons of the world government should not have assigned such a frivolous task to Akiji. If this was his reaction before the purpose was revealed, the situation could deteriorate further upon disclosing the need for him to deliver a message. "Is this mission of yours particularly grave, Fleet Admiral?" Akiji inquired, noticing Sengoku's hesitation. He shed his usual languid demeanor, understanding that as a soldier, he would dutifully execute any significant task that arose. "Well, it's not extremely grave, but rather special. How shall I put it? It involves Zephyr." After contemplating for a moment, Sengoku spoke with great tact. Noting that Admiral Akiji was a distinguished naval elite meticulously nurtured by Black Arm Zephyr, his sentiments towards Zephyr rivaled those he held for Garp. Should this task involve Zephyr, he might not be so averse to it. What has transpired concerning Master Zephyr? As Sengoku anticipated, upon the mention of Zephyr, Akiji's demeanor shifted markedly to one of seriousness. dispelling the previous air of nonchalance. "Please come to my office. We can converse as we walk," Sengoku said, revealing a faint smile, pleased that he had achieved his aim, gesturing for Akiji to accompany him to the marshal's office. The pirate reaper from the East blew. "Yes, I am somewhat familiar with his circumstances. I had no idea he was also a disciple of Master Zephyr. By that logic, I ought to refer to him as junior brother," Sengoku remarked. "So, this matter pertains to this junior brother of mine?" On the way to Sengoku's office, the marshal, eager to maintain Akiji's interest, refrained from disclosing the specifics of the task, merely offering a brief overview of Alan's situation. Not only is it related to him, but it also involves the 7 warlords. This issue has undoubtedly caused your Master Zephyr considerable distress before he reached this decision. Hence, I hope you can carry it out. Sengoku, feigning seriousness, handed Akiji the document that had long since been transformed into a decree, inwardly praying that Akiji would not refuse. "I understand. I shall head to Dressrosa immediately." Chapter 57. 2 great adversaries. Upon receiving the directive to send Admiral Akiji to deliver the appointment letter to Alan, Sengoku felt a wave of trepidation. After all, this young man was notoriously indolent, and now he had to undertake a task that bore a hint of disdain, necessitating considerable effort on Sengoku's part. As predicted, upon locating Akiji, before he could articulate his purpose, Akiji exhibited considerable reluctance. Fortunately, Sengoku's quick wit enabled him to pivot the conversation, linking the task to Akiji's mentor, Zephyr, thereby piquing Akiji's curiosity and persuading him to follow to the office. Moreover, during their journey, Sengoku provided a detailed introduction to the task's target, the pirate reaper Alan, emphasizing his connection to Zephyr. This was intended to frame the assignment as a matter of Zephyr's will, ensuring that even if Akiji was initially unwilling, he would not reject the request. "Ah, I have such a junior brother. This task indeed concerns him." Upon hearing the introduction of the Warring States period, Akiji found himself intrigued by a certain young disciple named Alan. After all, Zephyr's disciples are scattered across the vast seas. Yet these individuals are all elite naval forces that he has personally selected. This particular disciple, who has been taught outside the confines of the Navy, appears to be the first of his kind. Not only is this matter linked to him, but it also pertains to the 7 warlords, a situation that had previously caused Zephyr considerable distress before he reached this decision. Thus, Akiji was entrusted with the task, and Warring States handed him the mission document. Oblivious to the fact that it had already been transformed into a decree, he silently hoped that this fellow would not refuse the assignment. At first, Akiji paid little heed to the document presented by Warring States. However, upon reviewing its contents, his expression grew serious. He thought to himself that this young disciple was rather disappointing. Despite Zephyr's dedicated efforts in nurturing him, he had failed to fulfill his duties within the pirate guerrilla squad. Leaving was one thing, but seizing power in Dressrosa using the skills taught by Zephyr was a blatant affront to his mentor. No wonder Warring States had hesitated to voice his concerns, and it was clear why he had previously mentioned that this young man had been a source of worry for Zephyr. This matter should indeed fall upon the shoulders of Zephyr's disciple to rectify. As Akiji observed the serious demeanor of his counterpart, Warring States, unaware that the document had been swapped, felt a pang of unease. Would this young man refuse the task? Indeed, although this situation was connected to Zephyr, Akiji was now a vice admiral, and undertaking such a mission could be seen as a loss of dignity. "I understand. I will head to Dressrosa immediately," Akiji stated with a serious expression, causing Warring States to nearly drop his glasses in surprise. "You are willing to undertake this task without feeling it beneath your abilities? Is there anything you find troubling?" Warring States asked, astonished by Akiji's prompt acceptance of the assignment. "Admiral Warring States, I comprehend your concerns. However, given the profound connection this matter has with Zephyr, it is most fitting for me to execute this task. There is no question of it being beneath me. It has been a while since I engaged in any activity, and it is only right to occasionally undertake such straightforward assignments," Akiji responded earnestly, believing that Warring States feared he might find the task lacking in risk. Indeed, even a simple task like delivering a message counts as activity. Zephyr's reputation is evidently significant. Such an assignment could motivate the notoriously lethargic Akiji to willingly engage in action. The notion regarding Akiji is indeed peculiar. Yet considering that this young man is willing to undertake the task, I refrained from pondering further. Therefore, Kazan, I appreciate your efforts this time. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to contact Zephyr directly. I assure you I will reach out to Master Zephyr upon the completion of this mission. Thus, the Marine Headquarters' strongest force has set its sights on Alan, embarking on his distinctive sea bicycle, a vessel capable of leisurely traversing the waves at a leisurely pace. Yet when faced with an urgent mission, it rivals any warship in speed. He swiftly made his way towards Dressrosa. Almost simultaneously, another formidable force also designated that location as their objective, with their target, Alan, mirroring Akiji's intentions. The formidable force that targeted Alan before the arrival of the Blue Pheasant was none other than the notorious pirate Jack, who had previously boasted about his intentions to rescue Don Quixote da Flamingo from impelled down, only to be soundly warned by his elder brother, Jin. As a prominent figure in the Yonko Kaido's pirate crew, Jack is not only known for his madness, but also for his pride. Upon learning of his friend da Flamingo's capture, he immediately declared his intention to storm impelled down for a rescue. A move driven by his blind confidence in his own abilities as well as a desire to uphold his fearsome reputation. However, after receiving a stern admonition from the formidable Jin, Jack realized that venturing to impel down was out of the question. Yet, having already set sail with his crew, he knew that inaction would severely undermine his authority. Thus, after a swift mental deliberation, Jack resolved to lead his subordinates to Dressrosa, the site of Doflamingo's defeat. This location was significant, as it once housed Doflamingo's factory. His journey served two purposes. First, to search for any artificial devil fruits that Doflamingo might have created, which would not be an unfruitful endeavor, and second, to confront the young pirate known as Alan, the one who had vanquished Doflamingo. By defeating him, Jack could avenge his friend and simultaneously bolster his standing among his crew, achieving two objectives with one decisive action. With these thoughts in mind, Jack firmly resolved to set sail for Dressrosa with his crew aboard his warship. Meanwhile, completely unaware that he had caught the attention of two formidable foes, Alan was engrossed in his experiments. Chapter 58. The frenzied training due to the sudden appearance of a shadow that transformed Alan's appointment as a warlord of the sea into a decree for his eradication by the Navy admirals, and the Mad Jack's determination to restore his reputation by eliminating Alan, the young boy who had defeated Doflamingo. Alan found himself unwittingly targeted by these two superlative adversaries. At that moment, he was deeply engaged in his experiments in Dressrosa. A series of anguished screams echoed from the underground arena, startling passers-by who, assuming a fierce battle was underway, hurriedly averted their gaze and moved on. In truth, the situation was far from what the onlookers imagined. The arena was not witnessing any fierce combat, but rather the frantic experiments of the recently recovered young Alan. In the expansive arena, Alan was instructing Buggy and Tetchy to continuously hurl bottles filled with volatile fuel at him. Each impact ignited a burst of flames that, although brief, left Alan's hands charred and blackened. Yet, he gritted his teeth and signaled for them to continue throwing the incendiary bottles. Perhaps we should reconsider this, big brother? As he gazed upon Alan, tormented by the searing flames, Tachi hesitated, momentarily halting his assault with the Molotov cocktail. Despite having posed the question countless times before, only to receive Alan's firm rejections, he could not quell his urge to intervene whenever he witnessed Alan's suffering. It's fine, he can endure this. Yet, this time was different. The comforting words of Tachi transformed him into a reluctant participant alongside Bucky, who also cast aside the fiery bombs. Initially, Bucky had shared Tachi's reluctance, ceasing after merely 2 throws upon witnessing Alan's burns. However, after an entire day of rigorous training, he discovered that Alan's recuperative abilities far surpassed his expectations. In the beginning, Alan required ointments and rest to recover from his injuries before resuming his training. Yet, as the day progressed, he found that after sustaining burns, Alan could swiftly apply medicine and return to combat. Following a night's rest, that very morning, Alan's recovery speed experienced a remarkable transformation. He was able to apply ointment during the brief interludes between fending off the Molotov cocktails. By the afternoon, Bucky was astonished to realize that, although the cocktails still inflicted pain upon Alan, provoking cries of agony, they no longer caused genuine burns. Alan's hands, which defended against the fiery projectiles, seemed entirely unaffected, as he adeptly blocked each incoming attack with precision. Upon witnessing this astonishing change in Alan, Bucky understood that, despite the unique and brutal nature of this training regimen, it was undeniably effective. He observed that, although Alan's expression was one of pain, the satisfied smile that emerged after each cry revealed a deeper sense of fulfillment. Resolutely, Bucky resumed his onslaught of Molotov cocktails. Everything unfolded as Bucky had anticipated. At that moment, Alan's heart brimmed with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction, as he could distinctly feel his strength, specifically his defensive capabilities and recuperative prowess, growing at an alarming rate. This sensation was more pronounced than during his earlier training sessions with Gung Shirlang or Zifa. Perhaps his devil fruit was finally beginning to manifest its true power. In the depths of his mind, Alan contemplated the remarkable transformation he had undergone since his battle with Doflamingo, which had rendered him unconscious before bringing him back to consciousness. He realized that his recovery abilities had experienced a qualitative leap compared to the past. Previously, no matter how potent the elixirs he consumed, recovering from the severe injuries inflicted during a confrontation with Doflamingo within 3 days was utterly impossible, especially achieving a complete recovery without any trace of harm. As he meticulously assessed the changes in his body since awakening, Alan discovered that not only had he fully recuperated, but his overall strength appeared to have increased as well. At that moment, he entertained the notion that perhaps he had not consumed a mere limit fruit, but rather the fruit of the Scion, a battle-hardened race known for their exponential power surges upon near-death experiences. How could he possess such an extraordinary ability? After a period of deep reflection, Alan concluded that his newfound strength may not solely stem from his resurrection, but rather from the transcendent battle against Doflamingo, which had propelled his abilities to new heights. The rapid recovery from his grievous injuries was likely a testament to the significant advancement of his regenerative capabilities honed through countless battles. To validate his hypothesis, Alan devised a reckless training regimen involving the use of incendiary bottles hurled at himself. Initially, he controlled the amount of volatile fuel within the bottles, ensuring that even if he could not gain strength through this method, the resulting burns would be minimal, allowing for swift healing with a simple application of salve. To his astonishment, the outcomes of his experiments surpassed his expectations. The small quantity of potent fuel merely caused a slight sting without any substantial harm. It was only when he increased the fuel quantity that he sustained actual burns. After applying a special ointment, he recovered swiftly, confirming the efficacy of his approach. Persevering through the pain of his burns, he instructed his companions, Tiki and Buggy, to relentlessly bombard him with incendiary bottles to enhance his defensive and restorative capabilities, thereby further augmenting his overall strength. Thus, the scene unfolded of Alan initially wailing in agony as the two assailed him with their fiery projectiles. After launching dozens of incendiary bottles, Tiki and Buggy had exhausted their supply. At that moment, Alan's upper garments lay in tatters, and both companions shook their heads in exasperation at his disheveled appearance. "Have we truly run out of incendiary bottles?" Alan queried, as he clapped his soot-covered hands together. Surprisingly, the dark residue fell away, revealing his unscathed skin beneath, unblemished by the burns. "Captain, perhaps it is time to cease this training. It seems these incendiary bottles can no longer harm you." As Alan gazed at his hands, now as pristine as jade after brushing off the soot and ash, Bucky found himself utterly astonished. He mused internally that even with an extraordinary enhancement, such rapid progress seemed implausible. Truly, his captain was an extraordinary anomaly. This rate of improvement surpassed even that of the legendary Captain Roger. Indeed, once one's defensive and regenerative abilities undergo a qualitative transformation, the challenge of enhancement escalates significantly. Alan nodded in agreement. Suddenly, as he prepared to conclude the day's training, a thunderous crash resonated from the harbor. Chapter 59. The assault of Kaido upon awakening and discovering that his injuries had completely healed, coupled with a remarkable leap in combat prowess. Alan began to speculate that this was a further awakening of his devil fruit's powers. To validate his hypothesis, he embarked on a rather unconventional training regimen, hurling incendiary devices at himself to accelerate the enhancement of his defenses and recovery. Through this reckless self-inflicted training, Alan's strength indeed surged at an astonishing pace. And although his hands were charred black, after a few swift motions, the soot fell away, revealing unscathed skin beneath. "Captain, perhaps we should cease this training. It seems these incendiary devices can no longer harm you." Bucky, witnessing Alan's hands transform back to their immaculate state, was equally taken aback. He pondered silently that even with extraordinary advantages, such rapid advancement was beyond belief. His captain was, without a doubt, an unparalleled prodigy, outpacing even Captain Roger's legendary growth. After all, once one's defensive and regenerative capabilities undergo a profound metamorphosis, the path to further enhancement becomes increasingly arduous. Satisfied with his current state, Alan nodded affirmatively. In just a single day, he had experienced a transformative enhancement in strength. It would not be long before he could assume the position of a warlord of the sea, confident in his ability to maintain his standing without fear of rival forces. Thank you both for your hard work today. Let us return and indulge in a hearty meal. He began, but just as he was about to finish his sentence, another resounding boom erupted from the harbor, abruptly interrupting him. An enemy has invaded. Who could it be? At this moment, both Techie and Bucky's expressions significantly altered as they turned their gazes towards the source of the thunderous noise. Upon realizing that the sound emanated from the port, an ominous premonition washed over them. It could only be pirates, an exceptionally formidable pirate crew, even more powerful than Don Quixote da Flamingo, was set to assault Dressrosa. At this juncture, Alan expanded his observation hockey to its maximum capacity, earnestly absorbing the scene at the port before solemnly declaring his findings. As he had surmised, the pirate crew that had appeared at the Dressrosa port indeed harbored intentions of avenging Doflamingo, led by Jack of the Beast's pirates. Aboard the mammoth ship, witnessing the previously tranquil and jovial atmosphere of Dressrosa, Jack's penchant for destruction ignited a fury within him, prompting him to issue a command to open fire on a merchant vessel docked at the port. With a resounding blast, the fragile peace that the residents of Dressrosa had so painstakingly attained was abruptly shattered. Ha ha ha! Weep and wail, you ignorant fools. Under Doflamingo's care, I afforded you a modicum of survival. Now, devoid of his protection, your demise is inevitable. Jack, harboring a peculiar bond with Doflamingo, felt an overwhelming rage at witnessing the joy of the residents, who seemed unperturbed by the loss of what he deemed a benevolent ruler. Their reactions were deemed treacherous by Jack, who believed that disloyalty warranted death, a principle he staunchly upheld. Ha ha ha! You ignorant wretches, the illustrious Jack has arrived. Should you not kneel and repent for your errors, rest assured that Jack will remind you of your transgressions, and the price for such folly shall be death. Meanwhile, Jack's subordinates aboard the Mammoth reveled in the chaos unleashed by their captain's destruction of the merchant ship, delighting in the terror displayed by the frightened residents. Indeed, our esteemed Jack is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion. He is exponentially more powerful than your former king, Doflamingo. Submitting to Jack's judgment is your destined fate. Ah, it's Jack, the infamous demon Jack. How in the heavens did the harbinger of calamity find his way to Dressrosa? He is a trusted subordinate of the Yonko Kaido. How could such a formidable figure grace our humble abode? Is the rumor true that Doflamingo, that demon, had ties to the Yonko Kaido? Oh, when shall the misfortunes of Dressrosa come to an end? Upon hearing that the approaching pirate was none other than Jack, a close aide of the fearsome Yonko Kaido, the residents surrounding the port were gripped by terror. After all, the legendary Yonko was an entity of unparalleled dread, reigning with absolute authority over the latter half of the Grand Line, known as the New World. The three great powers, alongside the 7 warlords of the sea and the marine headquarters, are collectively known as the Grand Line, yet their renown and influence far surpass that of the 7 warlords. Among the 4 emperors, Kaido is lauded as the most formidable creature in existence, dominating land, sea, and air, instilling fear that rivals that of Whitebeard, the foremost among the 4 emperors, having endured 7 defeats and captured 18 times while challenging the Marines and the emperors single-handedly. He has also withstood over 1,000 brutal tortures. He has faced the death penalty a staggering 40 times. Even under the gallows, he would break free from the noose, shatter the guillotine when brought to the execution block, and survive piercing assaults that would leave the weapon shattered. Kaido has sunk 9 colossal prison ships, and no one has ever succeeded in killing him, not even his own repeated attempts at suicide. With such a terrifying reputation, Kaido is undeniably synonymous with the concept of strength in the minds of the populace. His trusted subordinate, Jack, while lacking Kaido's sheer power, is nonetheless infamous as one of the 3 calamities. It is said that wherever he treads, drought ensues, leaving desolation in his wake. The arrival of such a fearsome figure in Dressrosa surely poses a greater calamity than the time when Don Quixote da Flamingo came. I have stated before that your survival was secured under the protection of Doflamingo. To celebrate his capture is a grave offense, and to label him a demon is unforgivable. Upon hearing the residents' impartial remarks about Doflamingo, Kaido became visibly irate. He leaped from his warship, brandishing his unique dual scythe-like weapons, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. In that moment, the innocent inhabitants appeared to him as though they were already lifeless. Just as Kaido prepared to unleash his wrath, a shadow darted swiftly toward him. Jack, having arrived in Dressrosa, was infuriated to see the residents rejoicing over Doflamingo's capture. He first shot down a cargo ship in the port, and as panic ensued among the people, he forcefully propelled himself onto the dock. I have reiterated that your survival was due to Doflamingo's guardianship. Celebrating his capture is already a transgression, and to dare to label him a demon is to earn your condemnation. Jack, who regards the unconventional pirate Doflamingo as a close friend, was naturally displeased upon overhearing the candid remarks of the port residents. Drawing forth two scythe-like weapons from behind him, he exuded an unmistakable aura of menace, causing the nearby townsfolk to tremble involuntarily, rendered speechless by their fear. Yet, as he approached these terrified individuals, devoid of any sympathy, they appeared to him as mere phantoms, indistinguishable from the deceased. "Please, spare me. I know I was wrong," pleaded one resident, the closest to Jack, as he witnessed the demon advancing toward him. The chilling aura emanating from Jack's scythe-like weapons seemed to freeze him in place, leaving him devoid of the courage to flee. However, Jack appeared utterly indifferent to his desperate pleas, raising his scythe high, resembling the grim reaper poised to harvest souls. Suddenly, just as Kaido prepared to strike, a shadow darted forward swiftly, intercepting Jack's scythe with remarkable precision. Ah, there are those undeterred by death. The figure that suddenly emerged was none other than Cyrus, a resident of the port area, renowned for his legendary title as the sword fighter. Though Cyrus had lost a leg, years of rigorous training had only honed his skills further. In a sudden burst of speed, he lunged forward, his sword striking with such force that it sent the unprepared Jack staggering back several steps. Jack, taken aback by the prowess of this one-legged man who had managed to repel him, was filled with astonishment. It was well known that his own strength was not something to be easily matched, and even in moments of unpreparedness, few could push him back with a single blow, especially not someone who was physically impaired. "This is not a place for your insolence. Leave at once," Cyrus commanded sharply, his sword pointed at Jack after having pushed him back. Internally, he was tumultuous. The previous strike had been delivered without hesitation and by all rights. It should have incapacitated his foe. Yet, Jack had not only managed to deflect the blow with his weapon, but had only been forced to retreat a few steps, demonstrating formidable strength. Cyrus even felt an unsettling notion that this reckless pirate might possess strength surpassing that of the notorious Doflamingo. "How dare you command me to leave? You lack the ability," Jack retorted, gazing at Cyrus with a derisive smile, "to unleash such power on one leg. Are you the infamous pirate reaper who defeated Doflamingo? Impressive, yet still insufficient. It's downright shameful that a fool like Doflamingo was bested by someone like you." "Boss Jack, he is not the pirate reaper but rather the legendary sword fighter Cyrus from Dressrosa, who is said to have an astonishing record of 3,000 victories in the arena." One of Jack's subordinates, having recognized Cyrus, approached to inform him earnestly. "Humph, I thought I was facing the one who defeated Doflamingo. Turns out, he is merely a sword fighter. I knew it. How could Doflamingo lose to someone like him?" Jack's disdain grew more pronounced as he dismissed Cyrus's remarkable record, perceiving it as trivial, for truly formidable individuals would never stoop to the level of arena combat. Feeling disregarded by Jack, Cyrus's forehead tensed, veins bulging as he shouted in anger and charged at Jack once more. "Ignorant fool, allow me to show you true power." This time, thanks to Jack's preparedness, Cyrus's sudden strike failed to subdue him. Instead, he was forcefully propelled backward by Jack's immense strength. Die. After sending Cyrus staggering back, Jack had no intention of halting his assault. His massive form surged forward, wielding his dual scythes, which now resembled deadly claws, aimed directly at Cyrus's body. Thunder's destructive blade. In the face of Jack's frenzied onslaught, although Cyrus was being flung backward, he would not simply surrender. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, he harnessed the very inertia of his backward flight, rapidly spinning his body, and with the formidable force generated by this rotation, his sword met Jack's scythes in a fierce clash. A cacophonous sound erupted as the two immense forces collided, producing a piercing low hum. Ultimately, unable to establish dominance, both combatants were violently thrown back by the sheer power of their confrontation. "Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Come at me again." After being forcefully knocked to the ground, the combative Jack wore a grin on his face as he quickly rebounded and charged towards Cyrus once more. However, Cyrus was not in a favorable position. Originally not reliant on brute strength, he had already found himself at a disadvantage in this clash. Now, having fallen to the ground, it was impossible for him to rise on one foot. as he beheld Jack, resembling a relentless harvester of life, wielding his razor-sharp blades toward him. He instinctively raised his sword to shield himself. Yet, under Jack's terrifying might, Cyrus's defense appeared feeble, although he managed to deflect the lethal blow aimed at his vital area. The overwhelming impact still forced him to cough up blood, and several of his ribs were shattered. Is this how it ends? How dull. Observing Cyrus, who had made a grand entrance only to fall so swiftly, Jack's smile faded. He detested such unsatisfactory battles, and he aimed his scythe down towards Cyrus's head, seemingly intent on severing it from his body to relieve his frustration. However, just as Jack's lethal strike was about to connect with Cyrus's neck, it halted abruptly. A diminutive figure had appeared between them, firmly blocking Jack's arm with one hand while offering Cyrus an apologetic smile. Apologies, I am late. Chapter 61. The first clash. As the notorious drought-bringing Jack launched his assault on the port of Dressrosa, Cyrus, who resided in the vicinity, immediately stepped forth to engage him in a fierce battle. Unfortunately, the skilled Cyrus found himself overpowered by the formidable strength of the deranged pirate Jack. After several intense confrontations, he quickly succumbed to defeat. Just as Jack prepared to deliver a fatal blow, a diminutive figure emerged between them, steadfastly blocking Jack's arm with a single hand and offering an apologetic smile to Cyrus. My apologies for my tardiness. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Cyrus, who had initially worn a grave expression, visibly relaxed, as if the arrival of this individual rendered even the ferocious pirate Jack incapable of stirring up any significant turmoil. You insufferable brat, who are you? Jack exclaimed, astonished that someone so small, barely reaching his waist, could thwart his attack. In his mind, he believed that a mere punch from someone of such stature would easily crush them. Yet here stood this small body exhibiting such unexpected power. How utterly inconceivable. Though Jack had never been one to adhere to the laws of logic. Bang! In response to Jack's incredulous inquiry, the slight figure swiftly retaliated, delivering a sharp elbow strike to Jack's chest. Gasping from the sudden onslaught, Jack felt his breath falter, his body propelled backward. Fortunately, his strong will allowed him to grit his teeth and push off the ground with his legs, stabilizing himself. Ah, you are even more formidable than I anticipated. One of the three calamities of the Kaido pirates, truly living up to your reputation. The slender figure who repelled Jack was none other than Alan, who had just completed his training. It must be said that the effects of this day's rigorous self-discipline were extraordinarily formidable. Not only had Alan's defensive and regenerative capabilities undergone a qualitative leap, but his overall strength had also seen a tremendous enhancement. At least, the Alan who had previously fought against Doflamingo would certainly not have been able to match Cyrus in a rescue. Had this fellow truly grown stronger? Indeed, he was the one most suited to safeguard Dressrosa. He was the hero who deserved to be remembered by all. Observing Alan effortlessly repel Jack with a single strike, Cyrus was taken aback, yet the anxiety that had lingered in his heart was finally laid to rest. Is this possible? Did you see that? Boss Jack was actually repelled by that little brat. This had to be a dream, or perhaps Boss Jack had not been serious, allowing himself to be caught off guard and successfully ambushed. But had this little brat truly executed a sneak attack? He had merely blocked Boss Jack's assault with one hand. Could that really be considered an ambush? It was simply that Boss Jack had let his guard down. After Jack was struck back by Alan, he had yet to speak. But his entourage was in disarray. After all, this represented an unimaginable feat. The embodiment of absolute power, Boss Jack, had been repelled by a mere boy who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. If this was a dream, it was an absurd one indeed. Silence, all of you. Upon hearing his subordinate's discussion, Jack, who was always concerned about his own image, felt his pride wounded. With a furious roar directed at the sky, he startled everyone, then charged towards Alan. Do not raise your voice so. It serves only to highlight your incompetence. Unfazed by Jack's rage, Alan was determined not to make the same mistake as Cyrus by engaging in a contest of strength with the frenzied Jack. Instead, he slightly shifted his form, effortlessly dodging Jack's powerful strike, and in the midst of evasion, he delivered a swift blow to the back of Jack's head. Curse you, vile little brat. I will kill you. Although Alan's strike did not injure Jack, it ignited an unprecedented sense of humiliation within him. After all, he had attempted to strike first, but had not only missed, but had also been countered. How could this not incite fury? In a fit of rage, he hurled his scythe to the ground, glaring at Alan with bloodshot eyes. What is this? No longer inclined to fight? Surrendering and casting aside your weapon is hardly a show of sincerity. You should kneel in submission for that to carry any weight. Witnessing Jack's reaction, Alan was engulfed by a foreboding sensation, yet his outward demeanor remained unchanged, still adorned with a smile as he retorted with sarcasm. This was a lesson learned from his encounter with Doflamingo, to incite one's opponent during battle, provoking them to lose their composure, thereby revealing their vulnerabilities. Run, run. Boss Jack is truly furious. Don't let him mistakenly harm you. Gazing at the enraged Jack, his minions appeared to comprehend the gravity of the situation, scattering hastily to the sides, as if fearing that any delay in their retreat might implicate them in the impending clash. A roar erupted from Jack, his form swelling dramatically to transform into a colossal mammoth towering several dozen meters high. He swung his iron trunk, thicker than the girth of several men combined, and brought it crashing down upon Alan. Sensing the terrifying, destructive force of Jack's strike, Alan opted not to confront it head-on. Instead, he employed his exceptional agility, darting to the side of Cyrus, seizing him, and fleeing towards a safer location. The ground trembled violently as Jack's trunk smashed into the port, producing a thunderous sound. The once sturdy earth was fractured, splintered by the impact, and the surrounding waters began to roil violently, an undeniable testament to the immense power of the assault. You wretched brat. If you dare to flee, I shall annihilate every resident here. Jack ceded, his astonishment evident as he realized Alan had evaded his attack with remarkable speed. Though endowed with formidable strength, it was undeniable that speed was his Achilles heel. If Alan truly chose to evade confrontation and escape, Jack would be unable to pursue him. With this realization, he resorted to threatening the inhabitants of Dressrosa, uncertain of the effectiveness of such intimidation. Just as Jack's threats lingered in the air, several powerful slashing waves surged from the distance, hurtling towards him with ferocity. Ah, you truly are a savior, so concerned for these worthless residents. After being struck by the waves, Jack observed Alan approaching with an icy demeanor, seemingly confirming the efficacy of his prior threats. True strength never resorts to the slaughter of innocent civilians, Jack. You are merely a brute endowed with raw power. Chapter 62. The fierce battle among beasts upon arriving at the port of Dressrosa and rescuing the fallen Kuros from the hands of Jack. Alan engaged in a fierce confrontation with this notorious figure known for his relentless drought. It must be said that the self-destructive training Alan had undergone yielded remarkable results. Within just over a day, his strength experienced a qualitative leap. He found himself not only able to hold his ground against Jack, who surpassed even Doflamingo in power, but was also beginning to gain the upper hand. Faced with Alan, who not only resisted him in battle but also endured his verbal insults, Jack's temper flared, plunging him into a state of rage. He unleashed the full extent of his devil fruit abilities, transforming his entire being into a colossal woolly mammoth towering several meters high. With his iron trunk, thicker than that of an ordinary human, he swung down upon Alan with overwhelming force. In the face of such a terrifying blow, Alan swiftly utilized his speed technique, evading the attack with remarkable agility. Jack, realizing the lethal speed of this young man, understood that if Alan chose to flee, he would be utterly unable to pursue him. In a desperate attempt to corner Alan, he resorted to threatening the innocent inhabitants of Dressrosa. Though he remained uncertain of the effectiveness of such intimidation, Alan felt a surge of fury at Jack's despicable tactic of using innocent lives as leverage. In response, he unleashed a series of powerful slashing waves, forcing Jack several steps back. A true warrior would never resort to slaughtering ordinary civilians. Jack, you are nothing but a brute wielding sheer strength. With a chilling gaze, Alan advanced toward Jack. As a naval officer who had embraced Zifa's teachings, he held a deep disdain for the pirate's callous disregard for innocent lives. If being weak is a sin, then my purpose is to redeem that sin. Reflecting on Zifa's words, Alan's contempt for Jack soared to unprecedented heights. What a tiresome notion of justice. I never imagined that the fool Doflamingo would fall to a dull-witted marine like you. Jack scoffed at Alan, who had been lured out by the threat to the residents. In Jack's eyes, Alan was merely a young marine spouting ideals of justice. Within the Kaido pirates, where strength dictated one's status, Jack held a particular disdain for such individuals. Do not lament, your fate will be no different from his. Alan cast a glance at the arrogant Jack, and in that moment, he resolved not only to repel this formidable pirate, but also to either slay him or imprison him in the fabled Great Prison, Impel Down. Only in this way could he prevent further persecution of innocent residents by this deranged individual. Although such actions might provoke the mightiest creature among the four emperors, Kaido of the beasts, Alan found himself indifferent to such concerns. A mere child who can only boast with words. Meet your demise. Jack, fully aware that he could not match Alan's verbal prowess, let out a furious roar as he charged forward in his mammoth form, swinging his colossal trunk. Let me test you. After enduring such pain, I shall see how much my strength has truly increased. With a cold snort, Alan faced Jack's towering trunk without flinching. Rather, he surged forward. This was a technique he had mastered during his training in close combat. When executing a powerful strike, one must not afford the opponent the opportunity to build momentum. At the moment of the swing, without acceleration, the blow would lack potency. Indeed, everything unfolded as Alan had anticipated. Jack was encountering someone who would not evade his trunk attack for the first time. Well, technically the second. The first being with his current captain, Kaido. When Jack had unleashed his full might, Kaido had merely scratched his head, as if that tremendous blow was merely a tickle. After which he had witnessed the terrifying power of the most fearsome creature in the world. Now, Alan dared to use his own body against Jack's trunk. Jack scoffed internally, thinking this lad could not possibly believe he could withstand his assault like his captain. Before Jack could articulate his thoughts, Alan's rapidly moving form had already closed the distance, seizing Jack's trunk mid-swing and hurling it away with force. Boom! Jack crashed to the ground, but his hide was remarkably tough. Even after colliding with several sturdy buildings, it was the structures that crumbled while his body remained unscathed. You thick-skinned brute. I will show you true power. Alan sneered at Jack's formidable defenses. This time, he leapt high into the air, emanating a white phantom that coalesced into a massive white tiger, larger than Jack's mammoth form, its sharp claws poised to pounce. Is he also a Zoan-type devil fruit user? How intriguing. Confronted by the descending white giant tiger, Jack exhibited no sign of panic. Rather, a flicker of excitement graced his visage. The colossal mammoth, too, rose from the ground, immediately advancing towards the formidable tiger. Meanwhile, upon arriving at the ruins of Dressrosa's port on his bicycle, clutching his swapped decree, Aokiji found the once thriving harbor transformed into a desolate wasteland, with nearly all structures collapsed and various-sized craters littering the ground. Fortunately, it appeared that the local residents had managed to escape unharmed, as no bodies were found amidst the debris. Is that Jack's pirate ship, the notorious emblem of the Kaido pirates? Oh dear, this is quite a predicament. Witnessing the devastation, Aokiji felt a surge of urgency. Upon spotting Jack's vessel, he realized the gravity of the situation and promptly discarded his usual nonchalant demeanor, preparing to dismount his bicycle to assess the circumstances. At that moment, with a fierce roar, a colossal shadow hurtled towards Aokiji. Ice Age. He instinctively invoked his defensive technique, conjuring a towering ice mountain before him. Observing the enraged Jack transform into his mammoth form, Alan showed no signs of retreat. He unleashed a technique learned from Gung Zero, emanating a spectral white tiger that lunged at Jack. Instantly, these two titanic beasts collided, unleashing a formidable force that caused the remaining structures in the port to crumble. The residents and Jack's pirate crew, witnessing such chaos, dared not linger. They swiftly sought refuge, knowing well that they were mere bystanders in this divine clash, awaiting the conclusion of the battle to ascertain their next steps. As Aokiji approached the ruins of Dressrosa's port, he discerned the extent of the devastation and recognized Jack's ship, prompting him to shed his usual relaxed demeanor and investigate further. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a massive shadow descended upon him. Ice Age. He instinctively called forth his defensive technique, summoning a towering ice formation before him. Boom. Almost simultaneously, the colossal shadow crashed fiercely onto the small iceberg, causing numerous fissures to appear, nearly shattering it. This little rascal is truly a monster. How is it that his stamina not only remains unwavering during battle but seems to intensify? The massive shadow that collided with the iceberg was none other than Jack, now transformed into a mammoth state. The more he fought against Alan, the stranger it became. He was ostensibly a creature with enduring stamina. Yet this boy exhibited an even more exaggerated resilience. His strength not only remained intact, but gradually grew stronger during the conflict. Such a phenomenon was utterly perplexing. Even Jack, a brazen brute, began to suspect that this lad was intentionally concealing his true power, only to gradually unveil it for his amusement. What is the matter? Aren't you the drought itself, the so-called emblem of the Kaido pirates? Is this all the strength you possess? A bounty of 1 billion for such meager power? The world government must be out of their minds. At this moment, Alan, emanating the ethereal presence of the white tiger, advanced toward Jack. A closer inspection revealed that his white tiger manifestation differed from the past. It was now imbued with the dark hue of armament Haki, perfectly harnessed within a defined area for assault. Alan's command over Haki had undoubtedly ascended to a new level. Die. Jack's fury reached unprecedented heights as he roared. Propelled by the provocation and the suppression inflicted by Alan, he leaped down from the iceberg he had crashed into, disregarding its origins. His eyes ablaze as he charged toward Alan. Oh dear, while I have not uttered a word, must you so blatantly disregard my existence? Yet, as Jack surged forward, his momentum abruptly halted. His entire form was ensnared by a dreadful frost, the icy tendrils spreading across his body, inflicting a searing pain that even his formidable defenses found unbearable. Why, you are Akiji, the Marine Admiral Akiji. The moment Jack was encased in ice, he regained his composure and turned to face the imposing figure of the man in the Marine uniform who had suddenly appeared beside him. This was none other than Akiji, renowned as the pinnacle of the world government's military might. How had such a figure come to Dressrosa? Oh dear, to be recognized by you, the drought, is indeed a surprise. Akiji's expression revealed genuine astonishment at being identified by Jack. This was not an act. According to past records, Jack was a pirate consumed by slaughter and destruction, fortunate to have lived under the protection of the Yonko Kaido. Otherwise, the Marines would have apprehended him long ago. The fact that such a brutish figure could recognize him was certainly beyond Akiji's expectations. Of course, I recognize the Marine Admiral, the pinnacle of strength. I have long desired to engage in battle with you. Jack's eyes were bloodshot as he awaited Akiji. His frozen body began to exert tremendous force, and the ice that had imprisoned him swiftly developed numerous cracks, resembling a spider's web. It was evident that the ice would soon shatter. Oh dear. Would it not be too humiliating to allow you to escape so easily? You ought to remain here and accept your fate. Akiji, slightly taken aback by Jack's audacity to struggle against his icy confinement, mused on the creature's notorious bounty of 1 billion, a testament not merely to infamy, but to formidable strength. Consequently, he unleashed an even greater surge of frigid energy, solidifying Jack's imprisonment, transforming the icy prison encasing the mammoth-like Jack into a small iceberg, towering in the harbor. At last, has tranquility been restored? Observing the now motionless Jack, Akiji exhaled a breath of cold air. You shall remain there and contemplate your situation. My purpose for visiting Dressrosa does not revolve around you. Just wait a little longer. With that, Akiji strolled towards the Dressrosa harbor, gazing lazily at Alan. You are the infamous pirate reaper, Alan. Indeed, I wonder what brings Admiral Kazan to me today? Upon witnessing Akiji immobilize Jack, Alan breathed a sigh of relief, dissipating the spectral form of the white tiger that had enveloped him, and smiled warmly. After all, ZEF had previously informed him that Akiji was among his most favored students. Should they meet, Alan should refer to him as senior in private, though publicly. Respect dictated he be addressed as Admiral Kazan. I seek you for a matter of business. Please, call me Akiji. Akiji regarded Alan with utmost seriousness, his gaze seemingly penetrating all facades. I have several inquiries, and I trust you will respond candidly. Speak. Did you defeat Don Quixote da Flamingo? Strictly speaking, it was with the assistance of friends that I overcame him. My own strength at the time was insufficient. Do not be so modest. To contend with a monster like Jack and emerge relatively unscathed, it is only natural you would defeat that flamingo scoundrel. Akiji scoffed, offering a veiled compliment to Alan, who found it curious that despite the praise, an eerie chill began to emanate from Akiji. Upon arriving in Dressrosa, Akiji encountered Jack, who had just been struck down by Alan. Without hesitation, he employed his freezing powers, instantly encasing Jack in a formidable icy prison. You are Akiji, the Admiral of the Navy. As the ice enveloped him, Jack regained his composure, recognizing the man in the naval uniform who had suddenly appeared beside him. Oh my. To be recognized by you, the calamity, is quite unexpected. As an admiral, the epitome of military strength, how could I not know of you? I have long wished to face you in combat. Jack stared at Akiji with bloodshot eyes, displaying no fear towards this reputed pinnacle of the world government's power. He summoned every ounce of his strength, determined to shatter the ice that entrapped him and engage in a fierce battle with Akiji. I'm afraid I cannot allow you to escape just yet, Akiji remarked coldly, denying Jack the opportunity to break free. He intensified his icy powers, causing the ice imprisoning Jack to swell in size, resembling a miniature iceberg, firmly immobilizing him. After subduing Jack, Akiji's expression remained devoid of relief. He was acutely aware of his purpose for visiting Dressrosa. With a serious demeanor, he approached Alan. "You are the Pirate Reaper, Alan." "Indeed. I wonder what Admiral Kazan wishes to discuss with me." Alan replied. "I am here on official business. You may refer to me as Akiji," he said, fixing Alan with a penetrating gaze that seemed to see through all facades. "I have a few questions for you, and I hope you will answer them honestly." "Proceed," Alan responded, sensing a foreboding shift in Akiji's demeanor. He immediately shed his previous attempts at camaraderie, adopting a serious expression. "Did you defeat Don Quixote da Flamingo?" Akiji inquired. At that moment, Alan did not seem to embody the essence of a nefarious villain. However, his years in the Navy had taught him that appearances can be deceiving, and he had long learned not to judge a person solely by their exterior. "Strictly speaking, I defeated him with the help of my friends. My own strength at that time was insufficient," Alan replied candidly, while internally pondering the reason behind Akiji's question. Having vanquished Doflamingo and exposed his crimes, he believed he had not offended Akiji in any way, so why was he being scrutinized so intently? "Come now, do not be so modest. To hold your own against a beast like Jack, it stands to reason that you would also defeat that Flamingo scoundrel," Akiji remarked with a cold smirk. Yet to Alan's bewilderment, despite the praise, an unsettling chill emanated from Akiji. "Believe it or not, my strength only improved after battling Doflamingo," Alan reiterated earnestly. Akiji merely smiled faintly at Alan's response, his expression non-committal yet revealing a lack of belief. Then, he suddenly softened his tone, almost tenderly asking, "Alan, you fought alongside Master Zephyr in the pirate guerrilla squad. By rights, you should address me as senior brother. The next question I pose is in that capacity, and I hope you will answer truthfully for Master Zephyr's sake. Admiral Kazan, what say you?" Upon hearing the sudden shift in demeanor from Akiji, Alan was taken aback. Initially, he contemplated addressing him as Senior Kazan, but reconsidered and refrained, for he was still uncertain of Akiji's true intentions. "Did you defeat Don Quixote da Flamingo to liberate this so-called Dressrosa in pursuit of the title of Warlord of the Sea?" Akiji inquired earnestly. Having reflected on the so-called decree during his journey, the document suggested that Alan, while ostensibly combating pirates to uphold justice, was in fact amassing his own malevolent power with the aim of subverting the very regime of justice, branding him as a great evil. In essence, Alan's endeavor to vanquish Doflamingo and Dressrosa was merely a ploy to usurp his authority and, upon acquiring the title of Warlord of the Sea, transform into another villainous pirate. "Has Zephyr informed you of this?" Alan was secretly astonished upon hearing Akiji's words. The notion of obtaining the title of Warlord of the Sea to aid Zephyr in dismantling this institution was known only to a select few, including Zephyr himself. Yet here it was being articulated by Akiji. Could he truly be trusted? After Alan's remark, Akiji's countenance shifted dramatically, although Alan had not explicitly stated it. His words had unequivocally affirmed Akiji's suspicions. "Admiral Kazan, do not address me in such a manner. You lack the merit to do so. Simply refer to me as Akiji," he replied, emanating an unsettling chill. "It is a shame that despite Zephyr's diligent cultivation of your potential, you would tarnish his reputation with such actions. From this moment forth, I shall erase you completely." Alan's expression mirrored utter bewilderment as he processed Akiji's vehement condemnation. He had never fathomed that he would be perceived as a stain upon Zephyr's honor. His aspiration to become a warlord of the sea was solely to assist Kazan in addressing his profound disdain for the warlord system. However, Akiji offered no opportunity for inquiry. Instead, he extended his arms to the sides, swiftly gathering a formidable chill. "I spear." The two terrifying blasts of cold air instantly transformed into two sharp spears, hurtling towards Alan's position. In an instant, faced with the green pheasant's abrupt and unyielding assault, Alan found himself at a loss for words. He immediately employed his speed technique to evade. Is this the essence of the Navy's 6 styles, the technique taught to you by Zifa-sensei? You are unworthy. Observing Alan's current evasion speed, the green pheasant's eyes glimmered with recognition. He instantly identified the move as akin to the Navy's 6 styles, yet it was several times swifter than the original. His anger surged, and he shouted at Alan, "Is this green pheasant's head frozen? What have I done to offend Zifa-sensei so grievously that he would send such a furious inquiry my way?" Alan, perplexed by the green pheasant's tirade, contemplated stopping to clarify the situation. However, the green pheasant did not grant him that opportunity. Instead, he unleashed a more potent freezing technique aimed precisely at Alan's evasive trajectory. Chapter 65. An Unexpected Savior. After dispatching Jack, the green pheasant approached Alan, his expression grim, and bombarded him with several questions that left Alan bewildered. Upon answering truthfully, the green pheasant's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he coldly reprimanded Alan. "Do not call me Kazan. You lack the right to do so. Despite Zifa-sensei's earnest guidance, you have sullied his name with your actions. From this moment forth, I shall erase you completely." With that, he did not allow Alan a moment to explain. Gathering a vast amount of chilling energy in his hands and condensing it into two sharp spears, which he hurled towards Alan's location. In an instant, faced with the green pheasant's sudden onslaught, although bewildered, Alan had no choice but to swiftly utilize his speed technique to dodge. Yet, who could have anticipated that upon recognizing Alan's maneuver as an upgraded version of the Navy's 6 styles, the green pheasant's fury would only intensify? He bellowed, "Is this the essence of the Navy's 6 styles? You dare use the technique taught by Zifa-sensei? You are unworthy. Is this green pheasant's mind frozen? What have I done to Zifa-sensei to warrant such a furious accusation?" Alan was filled with questions regarding the green pheasant's repeated tirades, pondering whether the excessive use of his freezing powers had led to some cognitive impairment, causing him to speak such nonsense. "Admiral Green Pheasant, please listen to me." Although uncertain of the green pheasant's mental state, Alan was acutely aware that this situation was likely a misunderstanding. He intended to halt and seek clarification, but once again, the green pheasant did not afford him that chance and unleashed an even stronger freezing technique aimed at his evasion path. Furious Pheasant. After discerning the direction in which Alan utilized his instantaneous escape, Akiji concentrated his icy aura within his right arm, aimed precisely at the path of his fleeing target. He unleashed a colossal ice bird. Caw! The icy bird flapped its wings, emanating an intense chill as it charged towards Alan. This was clearly a situation that could not be ignored. Witnessing the unleash such a formidable move without any restraint, Alan felt a surge of anger. He promptly propelled himself forward, channeling his strength as a crimson phantom materialized in his wake. Vermilion Bird's Sunlit Dance. This time, Alan unleashed another extraordinary skill he had acquired while following Gung Sailing. Accompanied by a dazzling red light, a crimson firebird apparition materialized around Alan, colliding with the ice bird launched by Akiji. Boom! The collision of these two formidable forces produced an immediate and resounding explosion, followed by the shattering of the frost-laden ice bird, which disintegrated into countless icy fragments scattered upon the ground. However, this sudden flurry of ice particles temporarily obstructed Alan's line of sight. Now is the moment. Regarding the disintegration of his ice bird at the hands of Alan, Akiji felt no surprise. It seemed as though he had anticipated this outcome all along. Instead, he seized the opportunity presented by the ice bird's destruction and the ensuing cascade of icy debris to propel himself forward with a swift motion. The Ice Age. In that fleeting moment, the shattered shards of ice appeared to be summoned by Akiji, revitalized with a newfound vigor as they surged forth to pierce through Alan's body. Oh, it is indeed a combination technique. In that moment, Alan felt an instant struggle to breathe, realizing that Akiji's earlier ice bird technique was merely a prelude, designed to obscure his vision and ultimately freeze him in place. However, as the realization dawned upon him, he too found himself encased in ice. Humph. Had you not sullied the reputation of Master Zephyr, I might have considered capturing you alive. But now that you have committed such an act, do not expect mercy from your senior. Prepare to meet your end. As he gazed at the icy figure of Alan, Akiji hesitated for a brief moment, then clenched his fist, ready to shatter him into pieces to uphold the honor of his master, Zephyr. Yet, unexpectedly, before Akiji could unleash his blow, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking precisely at his location. The blue pheasant, indeed, lives up to its reputation as one of the highest combatants within the world government's navy. Its observation hockey has reached an unprecedented pinnacle even before the lightning strikes. It seems to anticipate the event, promptly retracting its offensive posture and deftly evading the sudden bolt. Who dares? After narrowly escaping the lightning, the blue pheasant shifts its gaze skyward. Not one to be easily fooled, it understands that this unexpected lightning is no mere coincidence, but an assault directed at itself, albeit in a rather peculiar manner. Initially, I merely wish to observe the spectacle, yet if this continues, my friend may very well meet his demise, an outcome I cannot allow. Following the blue pheasant's line of sight, there appears a figure, a man adorned with four swirling tomo upon his back, seated upon a black orb, floating gracefully in the air with a smile directed at the blue pheasant. Who are you? The sudden appearance of this individual instills a sense of pressure in the blue pheasant. While not overwhelmingly potent, it certainly reaches a level surpassing that of a vice admiral. The emergence of such a formidable opponent, especially one positioned against him, compels the blue pheasant to seek clarity. I am a man once heralded as a god, now merely an adventurer in pursuit of the truth of this world. The man declares earnestly, leaping from the orb to stand beside Alan. At that moment, Alan, previously encased in ice by the blue pheasant, musters his strength and shatters the icy prison, regaining his freedom. Phew. I never anticipated that the cold would prove more unbearable than the heat. Fortunately, my training has fortified my defenses. Otherwise, I might have succumbed to the chill. Oh, it seems I have arrived at an inopportune time. Inaira, what brings you here? Upon regaining his freedom, Alan notices the figure who had intervened with lightning to save him, his astonishment surpassing even that of his earlier encounter with the blue pheasant. The man is none other than Enel, the god of Skypea, with whom he had once engaged in a fierce battle, leaving him paralyzed by electricity. It appears yet another adversary has emerged. The blue pheasant's gaze turns frigid, as it prepares for the next wave of assault. After enduring a powerful strike from the blue pheasant, Alan finds himself encircled by shards of ice. To his surprise, in the fleeting moment when the ice particles obscure his vision, the blue pheasant darts forward with remarkable speed. Ice Age. The shattered ice fragments seem to respond to the call of Kazan, revitalizing with newfound vigor as they surged through Alan's body, encasing the unprepared Alan in a solid ice sculpture. Observing the frozen figure of Alan, Kazan hesitated momentarily before tightening his fist, preparing to shatter the icy prison to uphold the reputation of his mentor, Zephyr. Suddenly, an unexpected event transpired. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, compelling Kazan to retract his fist and swiftly evade the ominous strike. From above, Enel, who had previously battled Alan, descended with a sardonic smile, declaring, I merely wish to observe, but if this continues, my friend will be slain by you, which I absolutely cannot allow. At that moment, Alan, who had been encased in ice, summoned his strength and shattered the icy confines, regaining his freedom. As he brushed off the remaining ice shards, he muttered, I never anticipated that this cold would be more unbearable than heat. Thankfully, my recent training has bolstered my defenses. Otherwise, I might have lost consciousness from the chill. Oh, it seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Enel, what brings you here? Upon regaining his freedom, Alan was taken aback by Enel's sudden appearance, wondering why this fellow, who should be reigning as a god on Skypea, had ventured to Dressrosa. After you departed, another intriguing young lad arrived. I shall elaborate later, Enel replied, glancing at Alan. Sensing that this was not the time for conversation, it appeared another adversary had emerged. Observing the close rapport between Enel and Alan, Kazan narrowed his eyes. Realizing that his inadequate junior had gone to great lengths to secure power, enlisting such a formidable ally. However, the more allies Alan amassed, the more incensed Kazan became. For in his view, this only signified Alan's disregard for Zephyr's teachings. With a swift motion of his arm, he proclaimed, Ice Age. Instantly, a wave of frigid air surged toward Alan and Enel, causing the ground of the harbor to erupt with numerous ice blocks that advanced rapidly. Anything obstructing this icy onslaught would be instantly encased in ice, demonstrating that Kazan was deadly serious in his intent. Fortunately, Alan's reflexes were exceptionally quick. He seized Enel, who was still reeling from the shock, and leapt into the sky, narrowly evading Kazan's sudden assault. Alan inwardly lamented. Enel has indeed grown accustomed to a life of luxury on Skypea. Although his devil fruit powers are formidable, his physical prowess leaves much to be desired. This situation is untenable. It is akin to starting a game as a king and ending up as a bronze, perhaps a silver at best, or even gold. In response to Alan's sudden leap into the air, Akiji appeared to have anticipated the move, once again extending his hand to unleash a formidable ice bird. Alan felt a twinge of dread at Akiji's use of this technique, recognizing that while he possessed the capability to shatter the ice bird, unless he incinerated it with an intense heat, the scattering ice shards would reassemble and encase both him and Enel in frozen sculptures. I shall handle the little ice bird. Leave that man to me. Enel, seemingly unfazed by Akiji's strike, had devised his own countermeasure, separating himself from Alan midair. He struck the large drum on his back with fervor, prompting immediate understanding from Alan regarding his intent. 30 million volts, Thunderbird, Stormfoot, Rending Slash. The multitude of slashing waves unleashed by Alan struck the ice bird with the rapidity of a machine gun, resulting in an explosion of ice shards, just as before. However, this time, the shards were unable to ensnare Alan, as Enel's Thunderbird surged towards Akiji, momentarily hindering his ability to retaliate. What a bothersome ice blade, Akiji thought, gathering a sharp ice blade crafted from pure water in his hand and delivering a powerful swipe. With a single stroke, the once majestic Thunderbird was cleaved in two. It is worth noting that water conducts electricity due to its mineral content, yet Akiji's pure water ice blade lacked these impurities, rendering it non-conductive. Coupled with the addition of armament hockey for protection, Akiji's strike not only severed the Thunderbird, but also shielded him from any electric backlash. The prowess of this admiral is not to be underestimated. Despite the combined efforts of Enel and himself barely holding their ground, continuing the fight may not yield an advantage. Witnessing Akiji's formidable display, Alan felt a pang of concern. The reputation of this marine admiral as the pinnacle of the world government's might is not mere hyperbole. Akiji's ice fruit is an extraordinarily formidable force, even among Logia types. While Enel's rumble fruit is indeed powerful, Akiji's pure water defense effectively counters their capabilities. Furthermore, Akiji's exceptional skills in martial arts, swordsmanship, and hockey, honed under Zephyr's training, left Alan certain that even with Enel's assistance, victory was far from guaranteed. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Enel, seemingly oblivious to the dire situation, continued to strike the colossal drum upon his back. In an instant, a thunderous dragon, several times larger than the Thunderbird, descended from the heavens, hurtling towards Akiji. However, before the dragon could reach him, a wall of ice, several meters thick, materialized between them, completely absorbing the impact of the lightning beast. The sudden emergence of the ice wall prompted Enel to amplify his electrical power once more. Yet, before he could execute his technique, several massive ice walls appeared around him and Alan, entirely enclosing them. It was evident that Akiji was serious about this confrontation. Chapter 67. The truth revealed. The unexpected arrival of Enel saw him resolutely align himself with Alan in their struggle against Akiji. However, the strength of this marine admiral was not to be underestimated. Despite the formidable power of Enel's rumble fruit, his successive techniques, Thunderbird and Thunder Dragon, were effortlessly thwarted by Akiji. Witnessing this, Enel found it difficult to accept. During his reign as the god of Skypiea, he had always occupied a position of superiority. Aside from the unconventional intruders, Alan and Luffy, who had momentarily forced him to taste defeat, he remained deeply confident in his abilities. Yet, upon descending from Skypiea to the ground, he was confronted with such a formidable adversary. Refusing to concede to despair, Enel prepared to elevate his electrical prowess once more, intent on delivering a more potent assault against Akiji. However, he was abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of the ice wall. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of thunderous crashes, four massive ice walls emerged around Alan and Enel, entrapping them completely. Damn it, Gale Foot, sever. Understanding that remaining passive was not an option, Alan gathered a significant amount of energy at his feet and launched a powerful kick against one of the ice walls. The force of his strike left only a shallow mark upon the icy barrier, failing to breach it. It was clear that the ice wall summoned by Akiji possessed a hardness that rivaled steel, and the overwhelming reverberation from the impact left both Alan and Enel with ringing ears, dissuading them from launching further attacks. It seemed that all would soon come to an end. Observing the completely ensnared Alan and Enelu, Akiji subtly shook his head. To be candid, he had not anticipated that dealing with this young rascal would require such considerable effort. If Alan were allowed to continue growing, he would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable naval officer, rivaling even Akiji himself. Regrettably, he had not upheld the beliefs of his mentor, Zephyr, in honor of his teacher's legacy. He felt compelled to eliminate this unworthy junior, just as Akiji was poised to take decisive action against Alan. The specialized transponder snail nestled in his arms emitted a most untimely sound. After a moment's hesitation, he answered it. For only a select few influential figures were privy to this particular line. Each of them shared a close bond with him, and contacting him through such means surely indicated an urgent matter at hand. After all, with Alan and Enelu firmly under his control, attending to a call posed no significant risk. Kazan, have you ventured to Dressrosa? As soon as the connection was established, a voice Akiji recognized all too well resonated from the other end. his mentor, the former Marine Admiral, Zephyr. Zephyr-sensei, you are already aware? Akiji was taken aback, having initially intended to report this operation to Zephyr after its completion. It appeared that Alan's situation had impacted Zephyr profoundly, prompting him to act with unexpected urgency. Ha. You are not an outsider, so I shall not conceal anything from you. I have exerted my efforts at the upper echelons of the world government, enabling me to arrange this appointment with remarkable speed. Zephyr had always held a fondness for Akiji, hence he was candid in his communication, stating earnestly, "The purpose of this call is also in accordance with Sengoku's wishes. I hope you do not misconstrue this. After all, this matter is essential for government propaganda. Consider it a chance for you to enjoy a splendid excursion in Dressrosa, with your young junior treating you well." "Ah, Zephyr-sensei, I don't quite grasp your meaning. What do you mean by my junior treating me? Wasn't I summoned to eliminate him?" As Akiji listened, confusion mounted within him. Initially, he believed Zephyr was expressing disappointment in Alan, prompting a direct order from the world government to eradicate him. However, the situation seemed to deviate from that notion entirely, especially with the suggestion that his junior would be hosting him. "Eliminate whom? Who requires your eradication, Kazan?" "I meant for you to travel to Dressrosa to declare Alan's appointment as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, not to hunt down other pirate crews." Zephyr's voice on the transponder snail echoed with bewilderment. "Ah, appointing Alan as one of the 7 warlords? I thought I was supposed to eliminate him, Zephyr-sensei." At that moment, Akiji was utterly flabbergasted, pondering how the intelligence he received differed so starkly from what Zephyr was articulating. What had gone awry in this intricate web of events? Who authorized you to eliminate Alan? He is your junior disciple and has committed no wrongdoing. Why would you seek to extinguish him? I supported his appointment as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. What reason do you have to pursue him so ruthlessly, even if he has erred? It is my responsibility to guide him, not yours. Whose orders are you following? Have you lost your senses? At this moment, Zephyr raised his voice significantly, questioning with stern authority. Was it not Admiral Sengoku who instructed me to do so, and did he not mention that this was also your intention? A myriad of questions filled Akiji's mind as he curiously addressed the transponder snail. When did I ever say such a thing? Sengoku's voice came through the transponder snail, clearly indicating that he was standing beside Zephyr, utterly bewildered by Akiji's attempt to place blame upon him. It was not the case that, after a lengthy explanation, Akiji, Zephyr, and Sengoku finally clarified the matter. It turned out that the document regarding Alan's appointment as a warlord had been swapped, transforming it into an order for Akiji to eliminate him. This revelation led to a series of consequential events. Both parties were astonished that someone could infiltrate Sengoku's quarters to substitute the documents. It was utterly outrageous. Moreover, the change from an appointment to a decree nearly resulted in irreversible repercussions. Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, gasped at the realization that there was a traitor among his ranks whom he had been oblivious to. What if other significant documents had been altered in the past? With this thought, Sengoku hurriedly rushed to examine previous files. In contrast to Sengoku's anxiety, Zephyr merely inquired coldly, "Is Alan safe?" Chapter 68. Embarrassment once Akiji, with his specialized ice wall, ensnared both Alan and Enel. The outcome of the battle seemed predetermined. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, his transponder snail began to ring. On the other end was his esteemed mentor, Zephyr. Having learned from Sengoku that Akiji was the one dispatched to Dressrosa to deliver Alan's appointment papers, Zephyr could not contain his excitement and reached out to inquire about the situation. Fortunately, Zephyr's timely intervention prompted Akiji to halt his actions. Had he delivered that final strike, it would have resulted in an irreversible blunder. After a lengthy explanation, Akiji, along with Zephyr and Sengoku, unraveled the entire situation. It turned out that the document regarding Alan's appointment as a warlord of the sea had been substituted with a decree for Akiji to eliminate him, thus instigating the subsequent chain of events. Both parties were equally astonished that someone could infiltrate Sengoku's quarters to swap such crucial documents. The audacity was astonishing, particularly the alteration of an appointment into a decree, nearly precipitating an irreversible disaster. Sengoku, the fleet admiral, could hardly suppress his shock upon realizing the presence of a traitor within his ranks, wondering if any other vital documents had been tampered with in the past. With that thought, he hurried off to review previous documents with great urgency. In contrast to Sengoku's anxiety, Zephyr simply inquired coldly, "Is Alan unharmed?" "He should be fine. I merely restrained them without inflicting any harm," Akiji replied, though he discerned the underlying fury that Zephyr was suppressing. That is reassuring. Please refrain from such impulsive actions in the future, Zephyr concluded before terminating the call. Akiji, left with a sense of frustration, cursed the audacious thief who had dared to swap the appointment papers of Zephyr's most cherished disciple for a decree of extermination. Had Zephyr not contacted him in time, the consequences could have been dire. Ahem, shall we continue the battle, Admiral Akiji? As Qingji seethed inwardly over his mix-up with the documents, Alan's voice suddenly resonated behind him. After his initial forceful attempt to breach the ice wall had failed, Alan noticed that Qingji was not hastily delivering the final blow. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped Enel and leaped out from the confines of the ice. Just as they escaped, Enel prepared to launch a powerful attack against the detestable Qingji, only to be halted by Alan's hand. He had distinctly heard that the person communicating with Qingji via the transponder snail was his esteemed mentor in the Navy, Zephyr. After compelling Enel to listen to the exchange between Qingji and Zephyr, Alan began to comprehend the situation. It turned out that Qingji's assault stemmed from a misunderstanding caused by fraudulent documents. Someone had maliciously exchanged his Warlord of the Sea appointment papers for a decree calling for his elimination. When had he acquired such an enemy? You heard that too, junior brother. This is merely a misunderstanding. Please refrain from calling me Qingji. You may refer to me as Kazan or Brother Kazan instead. Observing Alan's humorous lamentation now that he had freed himself, Qingji could only scratch his head and offer an awkward smile, as he realized the fault lay with him. For the moment, he could only mask the embarrassment with a forced grin. Meanwhile, upon confirming that Alan's appointment papers had been swapped for a decree, Sengoku hastily returned to investigate the orders he had issued. The documents in his possession were classified at the highest level. Any alteration could yield monumental consequences, perhaps even altering the course of the world itself. Have you found anything? As Sengoku anxiously searched for relevant documents in his office, Zephyr entered with a grim expression. After ensuring there were no eavesdroppers, he questioned Sengoku. I haven't found any traces. Recently, there haven't been any signs of alterations to significant documents. Sengoku rubbed his temples, feeling exasperated. He was furious that his office had been infiltrated, resulting in the clandestine exchange of vital documents, a severe lapse in his responsibilities. Do not fret too much. This incident of document replacement is likely the first move by that individual lurking nearby. Otherwise, given the critical nature of your documents, if they had indeed been altered and disseminated, you would have discovered it almost immediately, just as was the case this time. Had Kazan not received my call via the transponder snail and halted his actions, he might have already dealt a lethal blow to Alan and the others, subsequently reporting back to us. Thus exposing the matter right away, Zephyr reassured Sengoku, patting his shoulder and meticulously analyzing the situation for him. Indeed, your reasoning is sound. If he had acted previously, it would have been impossible for us not to notice by now. Thus, it truly appears to be his inaugural endeavor. After listening to Zephyr's analysis, Sengoku repeatedly nodded in agreement, secretly acknowledging that the old fellow was indeed correct. He merely needed to glance at the documents that had yet to be dispatched. Anything already sent out, if altered, he would have been aware of long ago. Old comrade, who is this scoundrel that replaced my documents? Do you possess any clues regarding this matter? Sensing that Zephyr appeared particularly sharp today, Sengoku disregarded any concerns about appearances and directly sought his counsel. It is evident that this rogue is someone close to you, and if you are oblivious to it, how could I possibly know? Zephyr retorted, exasperated by Sengoku's naivete. However, as disappointment flickered across Sengoku's face, Zephyr hastily added, "But I do have a method to unearth this scoundrel." "What method?" Sengoku inquired, his initial despondence swiftly replaced by eagerness. "Quite simple. Allow this lad to explain." Zephyr retrieved his den mushi from his pocket. "This is Fleet Admiral Sengoku. A pleasure to converse for the first time," came the respectful greeting from Alan through the device. "Who are you?" "I am Alan Wayne, the newly appointed Warlord of the Sea, known as the Pirate Reaper." Following the conversation between Zephyr and Akiji, Sengoku grasped a disconcerting truth. His seemingly secure office had been infiltrated, and the appointment document for Alan as a warlord had been swapped for a decree to eliminate him. This is indeed a significant event. Had it not been for Zephyr's timely communication with Akiji via the den mushi, the misunderstanding would have escalated, leading to complications. Despite holding the esteemed position of Fleet Admiral, such a grave oversight would undeniably bear my responsibility. Contemplating this, Sengoku felt an urgency to return to his office to verify if any classified documents had been inadvertently exchanged. The documents in his possession were of the utmost secrecy. The ramifications of even a single one being altered could be monumental, potentially altering the course of history itself. Have you discovered anything? As Sengoku anxiously searched for the pertinent files in his office, Zephyr entered. Ensuring no eavesdroppers were present, he addressed Sengoku. No traces have been found, and there are no signs of any recent alterations to important documents. You needn't be overly concerned. This incident appears to be the first act of that individual lurking beside you. Otherwise, given the significance of your documents, if they had truly been modified and disseminated, the confidentiality would have been breached almost immediately. Just like this incident, had Kazan not received my call and ceased his actions, he might have already taken drastic measures against Alan and the others, subsequently reporting back to us, thus unveiling the situation. My old friend, who is the scoundrel responsible for tampering with my documents? Do you have any leads? Noticing Zephyr's unusually sharp intellect today, Sengoku set aside his pride and sought his counsel directly. It's evident that this scoundrel is someone close to you. How could I possibly know what you are unaware of? Zephyr retorted, exasperated. Just as disappointment flickered across Sengoku's face, Zephyr added, however, I do have a method to uncover this rogue. What method? Sengoku, initially disheartened, regained his enthusiasm, eagerly inquiring. Quite simple. Allow this lad to speak. Zephyr produced his den mushi. Upon seeing it, Sengoku regained his composure, realizing why the typically brawny Zephyr had suddenly become so astute. Someone had indeed been instructing him. But who could that be? Fleet Admiral Sengoku, a pleasure to converse with you for the first time. Came a poised greeting from the den mushi. Who are you? I am Alan Wayne, the newly appointed warlord of the sea, known as the Pirate Reaper. Alan earnestly introduced his circumstances to the transponder snail. Upon hearing the identity of the new warlord, Sengoku exhibited a moment of hesitation. Although Alan, as a warlord, appeared to have a close relationship with Zephyr, he was no longer a marine but had become a pirate, or rather, a warlord who was not a pirate. This raised questions about the credibility of his words. Observing the shifting expressions on Sengoku's face, Zephyr quickly comprehended the underlying implication. This old fellow was questioning the veracity of Alan's statements, despite knowing that Alan was his disciple. Such doubt implied a lack of trust in Zephyr himself. Do not be upset, Master Zephyr. It is quite natural for Admiral Sengoku to be cautious. After all, from his perspective, accepting the words of a warlord without sufficient justification would be a sign of indecision. Just as Zephyr was about to confront Sengoku directly, Alan intervened through the transponder snail, addressing Sengoku earnestly. Admiral Sengoku, you may doubt my words due to my current status, but I implore you to consider this. The individual who altered the documents clearly seeks to eliminate me. He is not only your adversary, but also my enemy. From this angle, would it not be mutually beneficial for you to have me assist in capturing him? Indeed, the one who suffered the most from this situation was Alan, as the adversary had deliberately swapped his appointment letter for a judgment document, clearly targeting him. Therefore, there was no reason to harbor doubts about his intentions. He surely yearned to uncover the mastermind behind this scheme even more than Sengoku did. Upon hearing Alan's words, Sengoku nodded repeatedly. Yet he was reluctant to easily ally with Alan. Instead, he resolved to test this young man's capabilities. Curious as to why his old friend Zephyr held him in such high regard. You are correct, from this perspective. It seems you wouldn't deceive me in your quest to identify the individual who tampered with the documents. However, based on your analysis, this person is evidently targeting you. Why? Then, should I expend considerable effort to assist you? Sengoku's somewhat treacherous behavior elicited a change in Zephyr's expression, prompting him to raise his voice in admonition. Yet, he noticed Sengoku grinning and winking at him, signaling him to remain calm. However, what Sengoku did not anticipate was that, in response to his provocation, Alan remained entirely unfazed, even letting out a couple of derisive chuckles, which seemed to carry an air of disdain towards Sengoku. What does that mean, you little brat? Sengoku's displeasure began to surface. He thought to himself that this young man was exceedingly impudent. After all, despite being the disciple of his old friend, he still ought to show some respect to his elder. Even if Sengoku's words were somewhat challenging, Alan's scornful demeanor was utterly unwarranted. It is devoid of significance. What I intend to convey is that, although the individual responsible for the document exchange may be my adversary, harboring the utmost hostility towards me, Marshal, consider this: who is he currently lurking beside? If we do not seize this opportunity to expose him, who will ultimately pose the greatest threat in the future? Alan stated in a tone devoid of emotion, while inwardly feeling exasperated with Sengoku. He thought to himself, has this fellow lost all sense of the situation in his attempts to trouble me? Clearly, a traitor has emerged beside you, even if he bears a grudge against me. It is you who should take the initiative to uncover him. Otherwise, unforeseen troubles may arise. Indeed, upon hearing Alan's words, Sengoku retracted his initial intent to test him, his expression turning exceedingly serious as he inquired, please, share your plan. I shall cooperate fully. Discovering him is not particularly challenging. It merely requires you, Marshal Sengoku. Chapter 70. The Spy. Virgo time slightly rewinds. When the shadow that infiltrated Sengoku's chamber exchanged Alan's warlord appointment document for an extermination decree, he did not dare to linger for a moment, swiftly vacating the scene. His demeanor suggested an intimate familiarity with the surroundings. Once the shadow had distanced himself sufficiently from Sengoku's room, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. No longer concealing himself, he strode confidently in another direction. The soldiers on duty, upon seeing this individual, greeted him with smiles and salutes. Good morning, Major Virgo. The individual nodded slightly and saluted. At that moment, a tall figure suddenly rushed forward and embraced him, laughing heartily. Ha ha, you shall soon be addressing him as Vice Admiral Virgo. The soldiers, upon hearing these words, once again offered their salutes, their expressions of reverence becoming even more pronounced. It is worth noting that this superior, standing before them, had ascended through the ranks at a meteoric pace, becoming the very embodiment of their aspirations. This Vice Admiral Virgo, known for his prowess, was the inaugural leader of the Red-Haired Army, a spy organization dispatched by Don Quixote da Flamingo to infiltrate the Navy. 30 years ago, having witnessed the kingly abilities of da Flamingo, he, along with other high-ranking officials, established the Don Quixote family. To bolster da Flamingo's influence, he chose to join the Navy as a spy. Through his remarkable capabilities, Virgo soon garnered the attention and cultivation of high-ranking naval officials such as Sengoku, rapidly ascending to the rank of Rear Admiral. Recently, in a bid to fully harness his potential, he was appointed as the head of G5 in the New World, achieving the esteemed rank of Vice Admiral, thus becoming a dazzling new star within the Navy. Initially, Virgo was thoroughly satisfied with his rapid promotion and the flourishing power of the Don Quixote family. However, he was abruptly struck by the devastating news of his master da Flamingo's defeat, along with the downfall of their entire family, a veritable bolt from the blue for Virgo. As one of the earliest high-ranking officials to follow da Flamingo, Virgo held a profound respect for him, and the Don Quixote family felt akin to his own kin. Now, with his most esteemed master captured and his family destroyed, Virgo's heart seethed with an intense fury towards the pirate Reaper Alan, wishing nothing less than to taste his flesh and drink his blood. In the midst of Virgo's fury towards this newly emerged pirate Reaper, he received troubling news while stationed at Navy headquarters. The upper echelons of the world government intended to appoint Alan as the new warlord of the sea. This news once again struck a deep chord within Virgo, as the very culprit responsible for his self-inflicted wounds, the destruction of his family, and the shattering of his future was now, astonishingly, being esteemed by the high-ranking officials of the world government and appointed as the new warlord of the sea. From this perspective, it can be said that everything painstakingly established by the young master has either been destroyed by that detestable pirate, the Reaper, or taken away by him, which is utterly unacceptable to Virgo. Fueled by his indignation, Virgo daringly ventured into Sengoku's chamber. Exchanging the appointment letter that designated Alan as one of the 7 warlords of the sea for his meticulously prepared decree for their extermination. It is noteworthy that, as such an audacious act of attempting to exchange documents at the Admiral's office had never occurred before, Virgo faced no obstacles. With his profound understanding of the Navy headquarters, he accomplished this feat with remarkable ease and successfully absconded from the scene. Had it not been for Zephyr's sudden whim to contact Akiji via Den Den Mushi, this audacious endeavor might have succeeded without a hitch. Hey, Virgo, you're not being a good brother. You're about to be promoted to Rear Admiral and will independently manage a base like G5. Your future is boundless, exclaimed the burly man who embraced Virgo, a fellow officer who had entered the Navy headquarters alongside him. Having shared numerous life and death battles, he was genuinely elated for his comrades' impending advancement. Boundless future? Upon hearing such words, Virgo's gaze fell, as thoughts of da Flamingo and the Don Quixote family lingered. Were they still intact, he would undoubtedly feel joy over his accomplishments. for they signified a step closer for his family to reign over this world. Yet now, everything lay in ruins, rendering his promotion meaningless. What is the matter, Virgo? Is something wrong? A promotion is a good thing. Why do you seem so resistant? Observing Virgo's unusual demeanor, the Navy officer pulled him aside, genuinely concerned. Oh, it's nothing. I was just reflecting on the sacrifices of my comrades and the unease of heading to a completely unfamiliar place. Virgo quickly realized his emotional display and, drawing upon years of espionage experience, deftly crafted a suitable excuse. Indeed, how many good comrades have fallen by our side over the years? The brothers who joined the Navy headquarters with us are few and far between now. Those who remain are scattered, making it difficult to reunite. I originally thought we could fight side by side at the Navy headquarters, but in the blink of an eye, you are leaving too, the burly man responded, deeply moved by Virgo's words, though his sentiments differed from Virgo's own. However, brother, don't dwell on it too much. Every parting paves the way for a reunion. Once you arrive at G5, consider it a fresh beginning. Before long, you will undoubtedly forge deep bonds with new companions. As for us old pals, we will return to visit you whenever we can. After a moment of contemplation, the robust man comforted Virgo by patting him on the shoulder, remarking that as soldiers, they could swiftly acclimate to new environments, even if it meant leaving something behind. Indeed, I should regard this as a new beginning. Virgo silently reflected on the giant's words, cursing the pirate reaper. Once you are dealt with by Akiji, I shall commence my new life at G5. Once I acquire sufficient power, I will devise a means to rescue the young master and my family. At this moment, although Virgo's thoughts were optimistic, he remained unaware that his plans were already doomed to failure. Chapter 71. The strategy of Sengoku having eradicated Don Quixote da Flamingo and his entire family. Alan had forged a bitter enmity with Virgo, who had been sent as a spy to the Navy headquarters by da Flamingo. Reflecting on the capture of his esteemed young master and the destruction of his family, Virgo felt a profound rage towards the pirate reaper Alan, wishing nothing less than to devour him alive. It was during this tumultuous time that Virgo learned of the world government's decision to appoint Alan as the new warlord of the sea. Unable to contain his inner fury, he took a reckless gamble, venturing into Sengoku's office to exchange the appointment letter for a carefully prepared decree for Alan's extermination. Given that such audacious actions had never occurred before, Virgo encountered no obstacles in his endeavor. Utilizing his intimate knowledge of the Navy headquarters, he accomplished his task with surprising ease and successfully fled the scene. Had it not been for Zifa's sudden whim to contact Akiji via Den Mushi, Virgo's scheme might have triumphed. After completing his task, Virgo, preoccupied with his thoughts, prepared to return to his quarters but encountered a former comrade along the way. Following the comrade's guidance, he resolved that after Akiji dealt with Alan, he would head to G5 to commence his new life, plotting later how to rescue da Flamingo and his companions from the Don Quixote family. Unfortunately, although Virgo's aspirations were commendable, they were thwarted from the outset, as Zifa's phone call exposed the document exchange, placing him under the scrutiny of numerous powerful figures. Meanwhile, upon discovering that someone had dared to exchange documents in his office, Sengoku was consumed with fury. After all, no one could remain calm with such a hidden threat lurking nearby. Through the Den Mushi, Sengoku and Alan aligned their strategies. Recognizing that Virgo was not merely a foe seeking to eliminate Alan, but a malignant presence concealed within the Navy headquarters, both men were eager to rid themselves of this peril without delay. In accordance with Alan's arrangements, Sengoku first compiled a list of all individuals within the naval headquarters who might have the potential to enter or even approach his quarters, leaving no one, not even the cleaning staff, unaccounted for. Subsequently, he decided to summon these individuals in batches, employing the process of elimination one by one. Although this method appeared to be the most labor-intensive, it proved to be the most effective. Sengoku recalled how that mischievous brat, Alan, had lightened the mood by suggesting this very approach, stating, "First, let us use the process of elimination. Neither of us is the one who changes the documents." And just like that, we eliminated two possibilities. How efficient! It was no wonder that Zephyr held such affection for him. He certainly possessed a certain charm. Contemplating Alan's demeanor while awaiting the messenger, Sengoku couldn't help but shake his head inwardly, a smile gracing his face. "Admiral Sengoku, is there something amiss?" At that moment, the messenger at the door was taken aback by the broad smile on Sengoku's face. It was known that this strategist, renowned for his severity, was a person of stern demeanor. Aside from sharing a light-hearted moment with the legendary guardians, such as Vice Admiral Garp, he typically maintained a serious countenance. His sudden laughter sparked curiosity. Was there a significant event unfolding? Oh, you've arrived. As per my instructions, please inform these senior officers to convene in the meeting room. There is an important matter that requires announcement. Upon sighting the messenger, Sengoku's countenance, which had previously borne a smile, instantly reverted to its customary seriousness. The swiftness of this transformation causing the messenger to question his own perception. Indeed, I shall attend to this matter promptly. After retrieving the list handed to him by Sengoku, the messenger momentarily hesitated, pondering the high ranks of the officers listed. It seemed that a significant event was indeed unfolding. However, he wondered why Major General Virgo's name still appeared on Sengoku's meeting agenda, especially as he was expected to be promoted to Lieutenant General in G5 shortly. Despite his curiosity, the messenger dutifully conveyed the message to each officer as indicated on the list. Upon receiving the summons for all senior officers to convene, Virgo was taken aback, contemplating whether Sengoku had discovered his document tampering and was now summoning him back to account for it. He realized he must not naively walk into a trap. Yet, upon further reflection, Virgo swiftly dismissed this notion. If Sengoku had truly uncovered the file swap, he would not seek out the perpetrators so overtly. Such an approach would only serve to alert the culprit. With this understanding, Virgo maintained a facade of calm as he entered Sengoku's conference room. Years of living as a spy had conditioned him to conceal his true thoughts. Once inside, he engaged in light banter with the officers nearby, even feigning a celebratory demeanor regarding his impending promotion, ensuring that no one would suspect anything amiss. Once all the officers had assembled, Sengoku entered the room. After surveying the gathered individuals, he gestured to the soldier at the door, who promptly closed it. Observing this arrangement, the officers were visibly puzzled, their expressions rife with questions. Everyone, an unexpected matter has arisen, which is why I have called you here. Sengoku addressed his curious subordinates with a serious expression. This situation pertains to the Navy, or rather, to my personal honor. I trust you will all keep this confidential. What is it, Marshal? The officers' faces transformed, sensing the gravity of the situation that had prompted Sengoku's caution and its implications for his reputation. Alas, this is somewhat embarrassing. You are all aware of the capture of the pirate Don Quixote da Flamingo, correct? The higher echelons of the world government have designated the pirate hunter, Alan, who defeated da Flamingo, as a candidate for the warlords of the sea. To demonstrate the significance of this appointment, they sent Admiral Kazan to deliver the letter of appointment. However, as you know, Kazan is rather indolent, and he would undoubtedly refuse if he were aware of the circumstances. Thus, I resorted to a small ruse to persuade him to attend. But unforeseen complications arose. What complications? Upon hearing the words of Sengoku, Virgo promptly perked up his ears, not wishing for his meticulously crafted plans to unravel. Chapter 72. The unraveling. When Virgo received the news that Sengoku was convening a series of high-ranking officers in the conference room, he was momentarily taken aback, secretly pondering whether his covert alteration of Alan's appointment letter had been discovered. Yet, upon further contemplation, he dismissed the idea. If it had truly been uncovered, he would not be summoned for a meeting, but rather apprehended on the spot. Having clarified this point, Virgo wasted no time, donning the most ordinary expression as he made his way to the conference room, engaging in casual conversation with his companions, concealing any signs of unease. However, his deliberate facade began to shift only after Sengoku revealed the purpose of their gathering. As the attendees settled in, Sengoku instructed someone to close the door of the conference room, and with a grave demeanor, he spoke. It is with a sense of shame that I must inform you all of the reason for this assembly. It pertains to the capture of the pirate da Flamingo. The higher echelons of the world government have designated Alan, the one who defeated da Flamingo, as a candidate for the Shichibukai. To underscore the importance of this appointment, Admiral Kazan was specifically chosen to announce it. However, as you all know, Kazan is rather indolent. Had he been aware of this matter, he would have certainly declined. Thus, I resorted to a little stratagem to coax him into compliance, but unexpectedly, things took a turn for the worse. Upon hearing this significant revelation from Sengoku, all the officers present turned pale, for the misfortune of an admiral was indeed a grave matter. Observing their initial reactions, Sengoku noted a few key suspects before continuing. In my attempt to persuade Kazan to undertake this mission, I mentioned that there was something critical occurring in Dressrosa, urging him to head there and await further instructions. Simultaneously, I dispatched another messenger with the appointment letter to Dressrosa, intending for him to rendezvous with Kazan and hand over the letter and mission. At that point, it would be too late for Kazan to refuse. However, the messenger encountered an attack from Sea Kings en route to Dressrosa, resulting in the loss of the appointment letter. Listening to Sengoku's account, all the officers were momentarily stunned, pondering the sheer improbability of the situation. It is known that naval vessels typically carry seastone devices to ward off Sea Kings, yet this messenger had fallen victim to an attack, leading to the loss of the appointment letter, an occurrence of exceedingly low probability. This is the situation at hand. Kazan is about to arrive in Dressrosa, and if the appointment letter is not delivered promptly, I fear he may simply refuse to proceed. Yet, this matter cannot be made public, hence I have gathered you all here. After all, you are individuals I have witnessed grow, and I trust your discretion. This remedial measure must be undertaken by you. In a deliberate display of feigned difficulty, Sengoku addressed the gathered assembly. Upon hearing his account, the high-ranking officers present comprehended the reason for Sengoku's summons, secretly acknowledging the burdens he bore for such a trivial matter. So, who among you will deliver the message? The speedboat is prepared. Upon reaching Dressrosa, simply hand it over to Kazan and let him proceed with the appointment. Sengoku inquired with a softened tone, ostensibly seeking their assistance, yet his gaze scrutinized their every reaction. The officers fell into a contemplative silence regarding Sengoku's request. Although the task at hand was not particularly arduous, a mere delivery, it was laden with discomfort. Should one of them assume the responsibility, they would inevitably face the wrath of Admiral Kazan upon their arrival in Dressrosa, given that their tardiness would have kept the admiral waiting. Moreover, Sengoku had not explicitly disclosed the nature of this mission to Kazan, rendering the task of sending an admiral to perform such a menial job quite demeaning. If Kazan were to refuse, the officer would then be obligated to persuade him, a predicament fraught with complications. Yet, despite the inherent awkwardness of the assignment, the thought of supporting Sengoku, who had personally elevated them to their positions, compelled several officers loyal to camaraderie to raise their hands earnestly, proclaiming, "Admiral Sengoku, we shall go." "Very well, I appreciate your willingness," Sengoku responded with satisfaction. Nodding at the officers who had volunteered, he noted their unintentional yet harmonious cooperation. These individuals had recently returned to the Navy headquarters, their hands clean of any transgressions, thus making them suitable candidates. Their eagerness to undertake the task would likely provoke the little thief into action. Indeed, before Sengoku could finish his sentence, Virgo stood up first, his expression earnest. "Let me take this on. I am about to leave here anyway, and accomplishing something beforehand would ease my mind." Virgo's rationale resonated warmly among the assembled officers, who regarded him as a man of principle, willing to undertake such a burdensome task for the sake of the Navy before his departure. Virgo had contemplated whether this might indeed be a ploy devised by Sengoku. Yet witnessing several officers step forward, he realized that if he failed to respond, it would be too late. Allowing these individuals to deliver Alan's appointment letter would irrevocably thwart his plans. Resolving to take another risk, Virgo concluded that as long as his reasoning was sound, he had little to fear from Sengoku's suspicion. With so many stepping forward, could Sengoku truly cast doubt on them all? As anticipated, it turned out to be just as the young rascal had indicated. It was indeed Virgo. As the warring states gazed upon the emerging Virgo, a flicker of surprise coursed through his mind. It was indeed this young lad, just as Alan had speculated. In an effort to narrow down the list of suspects, Alan had pretended to ponder deeply and suggested a possibility that this individual was likely to have significant connections to the Don Quixote family led by Doflamingo. According to Alan, among the subordinates he had bested, there were high-ranking officials from the Spade, Club, and Diamond armies, yet none from the Heart Army. Thus, the one responsible for the document exchange was likely that overlooked individual. In truth, it was Alan's prescient knowledge from his time travel that emboldened him to assert such a claim with conviction. "Marshal Waring states, may I be the one to go?" asked Virgo earnestly. "Of course, Heart Army's Virgo." Chapter 73. Heart Virgo. After clarifying his intentions, Marshal Waring states looked upon the group of officers with a sincere expression. "This is the situation. Who among you will deliver the message? The speedboat is ready." Upon reaching Dressrosa, simply hand it over to Kazan and let him proceed with the orders. For a moment, the officers fell into silence at Waring State's request. Although the task was straightforward, merely delivering a message, it was fraught with discomfort. Should one of them accept it, they would face the ire of Admiral Akiji upon arriving in Dressrosa. especially after having kept the admiral waiting due to their tardiness. Moreover, warring states had not disclosed the nature of this mission to Akiji, making it rather demeaning to assign such a task to an admiral. If Akiji were reluctant to accept it, they would then have to persuade him, which was certainly no trivial matter. Yet, despite the task's inherent awkwardness, the few officers who valued their camaraderie were compelled to raise their hands upon seeing warring states take the initiative. Marshal warring states, we shall go. Witnessing this display of support, Virgo, the spy most concerned about the matter, could no longer remain passive. He realized that if these officers were to deliver Alan's appointment letter, his own plans would be irreparably thwarted. Resolving to take one more risk, Virgo thought that as long as his reasoning was sound, warring states would not suspect him. With so many stepping forward, could warring states truly cast suspicion upon them all? With this thought, Virgo stood up earnestly and declared, "Let me be the one to go. I am about to leave here, and it would ease my conscience to accomplish a bit more before I depart." Seeing Virgo step forward, a hint of a smile appeared on warring states' face. Realizing that Alan's predictions were indeed accurate, this fellow had voluntarily offered himself. Marshal warring states, may I be the one to go? In the presence of the crowd, Virgo earnestly inquired towards Sengoku, believing that his impeccable acting skills would leave no room for doubt. Of course, it is permissible, Major Virgo. No, should I address you as Mr. Virgo of the Red Heart Army? Sengoku remarked with a serious expression. Ah, General Sengoku. Simply call me Virgo. There is no need for Mr. Caught off guard by Sengoku's revelation of his true identity, Virgo felt a moment of shock. Yet, his extensive experience as a spy allowed him to maintain his composure, for he understood that if Sengoku were merely feigning, any sign of panic would spell disaster. To address you as Mr. Virgo of the Red Heart Army would be rather impolite. Sengoku, having confirmed Virgo's identity in his mind, maintained a smile, thinking that since this young man wished to perform, he would indulge him. At this moment, beads of sweat began to form on Virgo's forehead. He was acutely aware that General Sengoku was not deceiving him, but had genuinely uncovered his identity. Despite being the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family, Virgo's physical prowess, formidable as it was, paled in comparison to that of the legendary Admiral Sengoku. The naval officers surrounding Virgo also sensed that something was amiss. As exemplary naval officers, they were uninterested in the intricacies of the situation, promptly encircling Virgo and quietly awaiting Sengoku's command. Aren't you going to make a move? Virgo thought with a resigned smile as he regarded the officers encircling him. He knew well that these men were Sengoku's trusted confidants. Although he had maintained a decent rapport with them, should Sengoku issue an order, they would not hesitate to act against him. This was not a matter of lacking compassion, but rather a soldier's duty to obey commands. One last question. Observing that Virgo was effectively trapped, Sengoku did not rush into action but instead asked gravely, how did Razanani meet his demise? Ah, I never imagined that traitor had ties to you, General Sengoku. I truly underestimated him. Upon hearing Sengoku mention the name Razanani, Virgo's expression shifted, and he disdainfully replied. The Razanani Sengoku referred to was originally named Don Quixote Razanani, the younger brother of Don Quixote da Flamingo. After witnessing the tragedy of his father being slain by his brother, he fled the family. Later, he encountered Sengoku, who took him in as a foster son. To thwart his brother's nefarious deeds, he returned to the family as an undercover naval officer, only to have his identity exposed and ultimately be killed by Doflamingo himself. Answer my question. Sengoku, angered by Virgo's disdainful tone regarding Razanandi, whom he regarded as a son, sternly interrogated him once more. Oh, have I incited the Admiral's wrath? It appears your relationship with that traitor is quite extraordinary. Observing the furious Sengoku, Virgo's mind concocted a devious scheme as he maintained an air of disdain. How did he perish? I can't quite recall. It seems he was either struck down by me or perhaps slain by the young master. Regardless, such a worthless being is dead. Who would bother to remember? Outraged by Virgo's repeated insults towards Razanandi, Sengoku could no longer contain his fury. With a roar, he leapt from his seat and delivered a powerful punch towards Virgo. Indeed, the anticipated confrontation had arrived. Aware that he could not possibly match the legendary monster in strength, Virgo remained unfazed. In an instant, he enveloped himself in armament haki to withstand Sengoku's formidable blow. The impact was tremendous. Despite being cloaked in haki, Virgo was sent reeling, blood spewing from his mouth as he was propelled like a cannonball through the conference room wall, soaring into the distance. Admiral Sengoku, I bid you farewell. However, as he flew through the air, A triumphant laughter escaped his lips. This was precisely the scenario he desired. After being launched away by Sengoku, he could seize the opportunity to flee. Though the odds were slim, a glimmer of hope had emerged. Curse it, I've been deceived. Someone apprehend him. Realizing he had been outsmarted by Virgo, who now began to utilize moonwalk mid-flight, Sengoku swiftly commanded his subordinates to pursue him. Yet, before the officers in the conference room could spring into action, a figure leaped into the air, blocking Virgo's escape route. Chapter 74. Zifa takes action now exposed. Virgo faced the legendary Marine Admiral Sengoku and a cadre of elite Marines without a hint of panic. Instead, he wore a broad smile and taunted. Are you not going to make a move? Here's the final question. Seeing that Virgo was trapped like a fish in a barrel, Sengoku did not rush to strike, but instead, with a heavy heart, inquired, how did Razanandi die? Razanandi, that traitor? How did he die? I can't quite remember. It seems he was either struck down by me or perhaps slain by the young master. Regardless, such a worthless being is dead. Who would bother to remember? Curse you. Perish. Upon hearing Virgo insult Razanandi, whom he regarded as a son, Sengoku could no longer contain his wrath. With a thunderous roar, he sprang from his seat and unleashed a powerful punch upon Virgo. With a resounding crash, Virgo was struck, hurtling through the conference room wall like a cannonball, disappearing into the distance. Heh, Admiral Sengoku, I bid you farewell. Unexpectedly, the airborne Virgo let out a triumphant laugh, reveling in the very state he had longed to achieve. After being struck away by Sengoku, he seized the opportunity to flee. However slim the chance may be, it offered a glimmer of hope. Observing Virgo, who had been propelled into the air, initiate his moonwalk to escape, Sengoku realized he had been outsmarted. It became evident why this individual did not evade his iron fist. He had set a trap, waiting for this very moment. With a swift gesture, Sengoku commanded his comrades to pursue Virgo. However, to everyone's astonishment, just as the elite Navy forces prepared to act, a figure leaped into the air, blocking Virgo's escape route. What? Before Virgo could discern the identity of this sudden obstruction, a heavy blow struck him on the head, causing his entire body to plummet towards the ground. Thud! Virgo, enveloped in haki, crashed to the earth like a cannonball, the sheer force shattering the glass of nearby buildings. What is this? One must admit, Virgo's haki is indeed formidable. Despite crashing from the sky, it mitigated over 90% of the damage. The remaining 10% left him dazed, but not incapacitated. Impressive. The shadow that had brought Virgo down now stood before him, its tone laced with admiration. It's you, Zifa. At that moment, Virgo recognized the figure before him, gasping in disbelief at his fortune. Just as he escaped the pursuit of a Navy admiral, he encountered the legendary Navy general. Was fate truly intent on his demise? Virgo, a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family and leader of the Red Heart Army, had successfully operated as a spy within the Navy for many years. Ascending to a position of power, indeed, he was no ordinary man. Zifa regarded the man cloaked in haki with seriousness, recalling the intel provided by Alan regarding Virgo. With a grave tone, he remarked, I've heard you are a master of haki. Shall we engage in a spar? Zifa, jesting, added, you are my senior. As a junior, I cannot dare to strike you. Virgo did not rashly engage, but rather calculated swiftly how to escape the grasp of this formidable opponent. Do not attempt to stall me with words. Today, I shall assert my dominance over you. Zifa, incensed by Virgo's deference, declared. Had it been anyone else, he might have refrained from attacking out of respect for his seniors, but this individual had nearly brought ruin to his beloved disciple, Alan. There was no way he would let this man go. At this moment, Zephyr, the admiral, arrived with a group of elite naval forces, encircling Virgo completely. Infuriating. Is it truly impossible for me to escape today? As he beheld the approaching Sengoku, Virgo felt a foreboding sense of dread under the current circumstances. It appeared that his escape was indeed futile. Sengoku, do not interfere. This scoundrel is mine to deal with. Zephyr gestured to Sengoku and the others, halting their advance. He was determined to personally handle this villain who had plotted against Alan. Come forth, Virgo. Are you not known as the Ghost Bamboo? Then showcase your true prowess. If you can defeat me, I shall grant you mercy today. Observing the terrified Virgo, Zephyr rolled up his sleeves, revealing his renowned fists known as the Black Arms. To ensure a thrilling encounter, he even threw Virgo a lifeline, prompting him to fight with all his might. In truth, Zephyr's promise was not mere bravado. Firstly, He possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to defeat Virgo. Even if he were to lose, he merely vowed to spare Virgo, without guaranteeing that the Navy would do the same. Sengoku would undoubtedly clean up the mess afterward. However, Virgo might not grasp the nuance of Zephyr's verbal game. Indeed, as Zephyr anticipated, the moment his promise was uttered, Virgo sprang into action. The dark, armed Haki enveloped his entire being, seemingly augmenting his size. Coldly, he declared, "Admiral Zephyr, you are known as the Black Arms because your arms can channel armed Haki, but against one who can envelop his entire body with it. You shall witness that your era has ended." Boring. Zephyr's expression remained unaltered at Virgo's proclamation. This super warrior cloaked in armed Haki appeared no different to him than before. "Die, old man. Once you are dead, you can continue to live on in your legend." Feeling the disdain emanating from Zephyr, Virgo roared in fury, his form flickering like a bolt of black lightning as he charged at Zephyr. Buzz. In the instant Virgo reached Zephyr, his arms were enveloped in armed Haki, taking on a dark hue akin to the abyss, starkly contrasting with the dark red armed Haki that enveloped Virgo's body. Bang! In that moment, their fists collided with one another. Chapter 75. One punch to obliteration. Come forth, Virgo. Are you not known as the Ghost Bamboo? Then showcase your true prowess. Die, old man. Once you are dead, you can continue to live on in your legend. Enveloped in the formidable armor of Haki, Virgo appeared to have significantly increased in size as he darted forward like a bolt of black lightning, charging at Zephyr. Humph, a trivial child. Despite facing the fully Haki-clad Virgo, Zephyr's expression remained utterly unperturbed. It was only when Virgo's form rushed directly before him that he imbued his own arms with Haki, transforming them into an abyssal dark hue, starkly contrasting with Virgo's crimson armor. Bang! Their fists collided almost simultaneously, striking each other's bodies with tremendous force. I have triumphed. This old fool merely channels Haki into his arms, leaving his entire body unprotected. After receiving a heavy blow from me, he is surely doomed. Observing Zephyr's unwavering stance against his assault, Virgo felt a surge of elation. He believed that even if this old man retained a fraction of his youthful vigor, the absence of Haki protection over his entire body would spell certain doom when faced with a warrior like himself, fully clad in Haki. However, before this thought could fully crystallize in his mind, intense pain surged from his abdomen, followed by a sudden disorientation that rendered him unconscious. Thud. With his eyes rolling back, Virgo's entire form collapsed to the ground, revealing a gaping hole in his abdomen where Zephyr's punch had struck, resulting in his instantaneous defeat. Humph. The true prowess of Haki lies not in its coverage, but in the concentration of one's strength. Just like a sheet of paper before a bullet, no matter how vast, it remains utterly fragile. Gazing down at the fallen Virgo, Zephyr wiped the blood from his knuckles, a look of disdain upon his face. As a master of Haki, he had, in his youth, enveloped his entire body in Haki, but soon realized that this was not the essence of Haki mastery. He subsequently dedicated himself to honing his skills, which ultimately bestowed upon him strength that far surpassed the ordinary, earning him the moniker Black Arm Zephyr. Remarkable. Teacher Zephyr is indeed the legendary admiral. With a single punch, he has vanquished a spy fully clad in Haki. How majestic. Teacher Zephyr, are you fatigued? Would you care for a cup of tea? The elite naval officers, who had been spectating, were momentarily taken aback by Zephyr's decisive victory over Virgo, but soon erupted into cheers. For most of them, Zephyr was a deity of war, and witnessing their champion's triumph filled them with exhilaration. They rushed forward to surround him, with some daring individuals scrutinizing the hands of the war god, eager to discern the secret behind his ability to obliterate a Haki master with a single blow. You bunch of rascals, do you have nothing better to do? Carry him away and resume your duties. Observing the young naval elites, Zephyr feigned anger and chided them. All right then, Teacher Zephyr, we shall proceed at once. In the face of Zephyr's mock rage, the naval elites exhibited no fear, merrily lifting the unconscious Virgo into the treatment room for some basic care. After all, many among them had once been Zephyr's students. Well aware that this god of war within the Navy possessed a cool exterior but a warm heart, allowing them to relax considerably in his presence. Nevertheless, their respect for him was unwavering, rivaling that which they held for Sengoku, who had once promoted them. Old friend, quite impressive. You can still deliver such force with a single punch. It seems your years of teaching have not diminished your prowess. At this moment, Sengoku stepped forward, genuinely praising Zephyr. Having occupied a high position for years, he had lacked the frontline experience that hones one's strength and felt that he had diminished compared to his younger self. He had assumed that this old comrade, devoted to nurturing outstanding naval successors, would be in a similar state. Yet he was astonished to find Zephyr's prowess remained as formidable as ever. In that instant, Sengoku even contemplated resigning from his position as fleet admiral, for he found the busy, unfulfilling life he led now far less appealing than the days spent sailing the seas. My duty is to uphold justice. If I cannot even strike effectively, what use do I have in safeguarding it? Zephyr shot a glance at Sengoku, expressing his dissatisfaction. Sengoku understood that his old comrade was subtly reminding him of the decline in his strength due to years of neglecting physical training. After all, without sufficient power, how could one protect justice? He could only offer an awkward smile, acknowledging that he would indeed improve. By the way, let us proceed to your office. Aside from the matter concerning the spy Virgo, there is another issue I wish to discuss with you. What matter? Noticing Zephyr's expression turned serious, Sengoku realized this was no trivial issue and responded earnestly. It pertains to another vacancy in the Shichibukai. Meanwhile, as Zephyr dealt with the spy Virgo, who had infiltrated the Navy headquarters, Alan, the newly appointed Shichibukai who had dismantled Doflamingo's years of empire, stood at the port of Dressrosa, bidding farewell to Admiral Akiji, who had just announced his appointment. All right, young disciple Alan, you may return now. No need for such sentimental farewells. I believe we shall meet again before long. Following their brief interaction, Akiji's fondness for Alan had significantly increased, and he now addressed him with a warm familiarity, referring to him as young disciple Alan. After all, Alan had earned the recognition of the discerning Akiji, both through his strength and eloquence, a privilege few could attain even within the Navy headquarters. Kazan, my senior, I hope that when we meet next, we shall not find ourselves on opposing sides. Alan gazed at the figure of Akiji, who had mounted his bicycle, and a smile played upon his lips as he half-joked, half-seriously remarked that, given their differing allegiances, the likelihood of them becoming adversaries in the future was quite significant. As long as you uphold the beliefs imparted to you by Master Zephyr, we, as brothers, shall never meet on the battlefield. Akiji, cognizant of their divergent stances, contemplated for a moment before making a profound commitment. Thank you, Brother Kazan. Alan was deeply moved by this promise. He understood that uttering such words from a naval perspective was an extraordinary feat. When we meet again, let us engage in a proper duel. At that moment, Enel, standing beside Alan, regarded Akiji with a serious expression, aware that his first formidable opponent after leaving Sky Island would be this powerful Marine Admiral. This anticipation stirred a sense of eager expectation within his prideful heart regarding the days to come. Very well, when we next meet, let us have a proper battle. I am quite curious to see how you young ones will shape this world. Chapter 76. The Thunder God joins at the port of Dressrosa. Following the delivery of Alan's appointment as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Akiji hastily took his leave after a brief exchange. After all, it was remarkable that a pirate reaper rather than a typical pirate had been elevated to such a pivotal role in regulating the Grand Line. Even the laid-back Akiji sensed that the dynamics of the world had shifted significantly, prompting him to return and delve into his studies. All right, my young junior, you may head back now. No need for overly sentimental farewells. I believe it won't be long before we meet again. After mounting his unique marine bicycle, Akiji waved goodbye to Alan, his demeanor towards this junior, with whom he had clashed before, having softened considerably. Brother Kazan, I hope that when we next meet, we shall not find ourselves on opposing sides. As long as you remain steadfast in Master Zephyr's teachings, we shall never confront each other on the battlefield. Upon receiving Akiji's commitment, Alan felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, fully aware of the significance of such a promise from someone in Akiji's position. Hey, let us make it an icy encounter next time. We must have a proper duel. At this juncture, Enel, still by Alan's side, proactively addressed Akiji. His departure from Sky Island was driven by a quest to seek out more intriguing individuals across the vast seas, and without a doubt, this formidable Akiji was precisely the kind of person he sought. Very well, when we meet again, let us engage in a proper battle. Regarding Enel, who has consumed the rumble fruit, Akiji harbors considerable anticipation. He is acutely aware that this fruit, even among the formidable natural-type devil fruits, stands as an exceptionally powerful entity. Currently, Enel's limitations stem from his insufficient mastery of martial arts and fruit development. Should he transcend these challenges, his future holds boundless potential. To this group of youngsters, I am genuinely intrigued to see how far you might reach. Contemplating the peculiar individuals surrounding Alan, a strange smile graced Akiji's visage. Having spent considerable years as a Marine, he has encountered a myriad of nefarious characters, yet he has never witnessed precedents akin to this unique assembly surrounding Alan. Nonetheless, he harbors a profound premonition that this world may undergo monumental transformations due to these unconventional little rascals. Who would have imagined that this vast ocean harbors such an array of fascinating beings? Alan, under your request, Enel has willingly altered his title from Reaper. I now realize that heeding your counsel was indeed wise. Residing in a confined space as a deity lacks any semblance of excitement. Instead, this adventurous life, brimming with infinite possibilities, is far more challenging and infinitely more intriguing. After bidding farewell to Kizaru, Enel expressed his profound reflections. Following their epic confrontation in Skypiea, Alan had extended an invitation to Enel, asserting that while he could reign supreme in the confines of Skypiea, becoming a deity revered by many, this was merely a consequence of the island's diminutive size. Once he ventured into the Grand Line, he would gradually come to appreciate the vastness of the world and understand that there were many individuals far mightier than himself. At the time, Enel harbored skepticism towards Alan's assertions. Having held the title of god for so long, he had developed a parochial mindset akin to that of a frog in a well. The exhilarating battle with Alan, the harbinger of death, had not stemmed from his own weakness, but rather from the formidable strength of his opponent. He believed that even in the expansive Grand Line, it was improbable to encounter many such reapers of souls. Thus, Enel politely declined Alan's invitation, stating he would ponder the matter before making his decision. Recognizing this as mere courtesy, Alan did not press the issue, and soon after leaving Skypiea, he forgot about it entirely. Unexpectedly, shortly after Alan's departure from Skypiea, the Straw Hat Pirates, led by the very protagonist of the pirate world, Luffy, arrived on the island. As per the original storyline, Luffy, with his unique rubber body that rendered him immune to electricity, triumphed over Enel, the once mighty god of Skypiea. In the wake of his defeat, Enel recalled Alan's words. Compared to the fierce battle he had waged against Alan, Luffy's strength was evidently lesser. However, the peculiarities of Luffy's devil fruit abilities had led to Enel's downfall, igniting within him a burgeoning fascination for the Grand Line. After a period of internal conflict, Enel chose not to pursue a journey to the moon as he had initially intended, but instead departed Skypiea for the Grand Line, seeking the pirate reaper, Alan, who had once invited him to battle. Utilizing the life card Alan had entrusted to him, Enel swiftly arrived in Dressrosa, where he fortuitously encountered Admiral Kizaru, with whom he engaged in fierce combat. Through this confrontation, Enel solidified his conviction regarding the correctness of his current endeavor. The Grand Line was indeed a realm teeming with formidable warriors. His very first adversary possessed strength that far surpassed his own, even when combined with that of the Reaper. As long as you are satisfied, it is certain that your presence, as a god of Skypiea, will undoubtedly reverberate throughout this world. Alan gazed at the exuberant Eneru, shaking his head with a wry smile. Eneru's unexpected visit was entirely beyond his anticipation. He was acutely aware that with the powers bestowed by the Rumble Rumble fruit, should Eneru fully harness his abilities and potential, he would become an overwhelming force, an insurmountable anomaly. Even the admirals of the Navy headquarters might find themselves outmatched. The emergence of such a formidable individual would undoubtedly cause great unrest among the upper echelons of the world government. I couldn't care less about the world or others. I have firmly resolved to join your crew, and from now on, you shall be the one to guide me, Alan. By the way, our previous skirmish remains unfinished and rather unsatisfactory. Why not engage in a duel now? I can sense that your strength has significantly increased since leaving Sky Island. Eneru's combative instincts seemed fully ignited as he looked at Alan with an eager smile. Let us postpone the fighting for later. We have ample time. You have just arrived in this Grand Line and are unaware of many matters. Allow me to enlighten you gradually, or you may not recognize the formidable figures that lie ahead. Alan had no desire to engage in battle with this tempestuous creature and, using persuasion, led him into the palace of Dressrosa to begin imparting knowledge about this world. Chapter 77. Shifting Circumstances. The news of the Pirate Reaper defeating Don Quixote da Flamingo and becoming the new Shichibukai swiftly spread across the seas. As one of the three great powers of the Grand Line, the Shichibukai serves as a crucial instrument for the world government to restrain the four emperors and other pirate factions, acting as the silver medalists of the pirate world. Any alterations among these significant figures are bound to send ripples throughout the entirety of existence. Moreover, this upheaval was unprecedented. The system of the Shichibukai was designed for the world government to select exceptionally powerful pirates to counterbalance the current pirate threats, employing a strategy of evil against evil. However, this time, the chosen Shichibukai was not a pirate of the sea, but rather the Pirate Reaper, a figure in direct opposition to piracy, an utterly perplexing decision. Has the world government altered its past approach, shifting from a paradigm of evil against evil to one of justice suppressing malevolence? Is the tide beginning to turn? The Pirate Reaper, in strict terms, is an immensely powerful bounty hunter, once regarded as mere laborers by the world government, now elevated to the status of a Shichibukai. Could this signal the dawn of a new era for bounty hunters? It appears that the world government is no longer submissively yielding to pirate factions. As long as one possesses formidable strength, even if they are neither a Navy officer nor a pirate, they will be acknowledged and granted significant power by the world government. The remarkable ascension of Alan, the pirate harvester, to the esteemed position of a warlord of the sea has sparked an array of speculations across the vast ocean. However, these conjectures merely reflect the opinions of various individuals. The true rationale behind Alan's appointment to this prestigious role, rooted in the world government's recognition of his significant combat prowess and their desire to ally with Zephyr and his formidable band of pirate guerrillas, remains known only to the upper echelons of the world government. In the latter half of the Grand Line, within the New World, the foremost of the four emperors, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, presently occupies his warship, the Moby Dick. He gazes intently at the news regarding Alan's elevation to a warlord, his expression grave. "Old man, you called for me." At this moment, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, known as the Fire Fist, Port Gasti, Ace, received the notification and approached his captain. Observing the grave expression on Whitebeard's face, he cautiously inquired, "Father, what has happened? Is this the little brat you mentioned who rescued you from that scoundrel Teach?" Whitebeard asked, handing a newspaper to Ace. It seemed he was deep in thought, his furrowed brow indicating the Pirate King's perplexity regarding the situation. "It truly is him. How did he become a warlord of the sea? This lad isn't even a pirate. He has no bounty. How could this be?" Ace exclaimed as he quickly found the headline about Alan's ascension to the position of warlord. Ace was indeed baffled by Alan's elevation. It was not that he doubted Alan's strength. Not long after he set sail, Ace had received an invitation to join the warlords and understood what kind of power was required for such a status. Given that Alan had managed to extricate himself from Blackbeard Teach's grasp, he possessed the requisite strength to be a warlord. However, what puzzled Ace was why Alan would choose to become one. Ace was well aware that Alan, the Pirate Reaper, was an elite warrior educated by Zephyr. Although he was not a formal member of the Navy, he had been significantly influenced by Zephyr, which explained his reluctance to become a pirate. Furthermore, his disdain for the actions of the higher-ups in the world government had prevented him from joining the Navy and instead led him to become a Pirate Reaper. Zephyr, notorious for his hardline stance within the Navy, was known to be vehemently opposed to the existence of the warlord system. As his disciple, Alan could hardly aspire to be a warlord even if he chose the path of piracy. In truth, the notion of this boy becoming a warlord was not entirely unfathomable. We both know that the so-called warlords often engage in a mutually beneficial relationship with the world government. Thus, even if this lad becomes a warlord, it does not necessarily mean he has become our enemy. Observing Ace's increasingly grim demeanor, Whitebeard understood his concerns and gestured for him to relax. "What troubles me most is the mindset of those old fossils in the world government. Their sudden decision to appoint this boy as a warlord undoubtedly disrupts the established balance among the three great powers. Such a seemingly minor alteration could instigate significant changes across the entire world." "Surely not, Father. Isn't it merely a minor personnel change? It shouldn't impact the entire warlord system, let alone the world." At this moment, as the captain of the 1st Division, Marco stepped forward. As the strategist of the Whitebeard Pirates, he possessed unique insights into the state of the world. In his view, the appointment of Alan as one of the 7 warlords of the sea was somewhat peculiar, yet not significant enough to warrant such concern from Whitebeard. The sovereign of the seas. "Marco, arrogance is the precursor to failure." As a seasoned warrior, Whitebeard could distinctly sense that his 1st Division captain, due to his prolonged position at the pinnacle, had begun to overlook such a conspicuous shift in the balance of power. This was unacceptable. He needed to offer a word of caution. "Forgive me, dear father, But the change in the seven warlords merely involves the replacement of an individual, not something to warrant such intense scrutiny. Marco recognized that he had perhaps overstepped, yet upon reflection, he could not fathom how a mere Alan could command such attention from the formidable Whitebeard. Marco, do you not yet comprehend? The seven warlords of the sea are merely a tactic employed by those in the upper echelons of the government to regulate pirates, essentially inciting infighting among them to deplete their strength. The so-called power and benefits are merely the government's means of securing loyalty from their hired guns. Whitebeard, the true sovereign of the seas who has reigned for many years, is acutely aware of the intricate machinations of the higher echelons of the world government. He comprehends that the recent alterations within the ranks of the seven warlords of the sea herald a significant shift in the prevailing circumstances. "Oh, I see," exclaimed Ace, filled with excitement, as he smacked his forehead, still grappling with the situation. Chapter 78. Alon's ambition. News of Alon's triumph over Don Quixote da Flamingo, thereby becoming the new warlord of the sea, swiftly spread across the vast ocean, causing quite a stir. Even Edward Newgate, the foremost of the four emperors in the New World, wore a grave expression upon receiving this news and sought out Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division, who had interacted with Alon, to inquire about the specifics. Taking the newspaper from Whitebeard, Ace quickly located the headline announcing Alon's ascension to the position of warlord. He harbored considerable doubts regarding Alon's new role. Ace understood well that Alon, the pirate hunter, was an elite warrior molded by Zephyr's teachings. Despite not being a formal member of the Navy, he had been profoundly influenced by Zephyr, which deterred him from becoming a pirate. Disillusioned by the actions of the world government's upper echelon, he chose the path of a pirate hunter instead. Zephyr was notoriously known as a hardliner within the Navy, and according to the intelligence gathered by the Whitebeard pirates, he was one of the staunchest opponents of the warlord system. It seemed improbable that Alon, as his disciple, could ever embrace the title of warlord of the sea. Observing Ace's astonishment, Whitebeard affectionately ruffled his hair, reassuring him, there is no need for such concern. Even if that young lad becomes a warlord, it does not alter the fact that he has saved you. He remains a benefactor of the Whitebeard pirates. Furthermore, the warlords often engage in mutual exploitation with the world government. Thus, Alon's new title does not necessarily signify enmity towards us. There is no need to fear any issues of allegiance. Dad, then what is it that troubles you? Inquired Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, as he approached, puzzled by Whitebeard's apparent anxiety over a mere shift in the ranks of the warlords. My greatest concern lies with the ancient relics of the world government, Whitebeard replied. What are their true intentions? Their abrupt decision to appoint this young man as a warlord undoubtedly disrupts the delicate balance that has long governed the 3 major powers. Such a seemingly minor change could very well catalyze a transformation across the entire world. Surely not, Dad. Can a mere alteration in the warlord ranks truly impact the entire warlord system, let alone the world? Marco, have you not yet comprehended the essence of the 7 warlords of the sea? The government employs these pirates as a means to regulate their own kind, essentially inciting them to engage in mutual destruction and deplete each other's strength. The so-called privileges and rewards are merely the government's way of purchasing enforcers for their own ends. Whitebeard, rightfully known as the sovereign of the seas for many years, is acutely aware of the machinations of the upper echelons of the world government. He understands that the recent changes among the 7 warlords signal impending alterations in the prevailing circumstances. Ah, I see. Before Marco could fully grasp the situation, Ace exclaimed with great excitement, having a sudden realization. Ace, you have come to understand? Marco, surprised that the typically oblivious Ace could discern the profound implications of this shift among the warlords, felt even more bewildered. Ace, what have you understood? Observing Ace, whom he had nurtured as his successor, Whitebeard felt a surge of joy at Ace's newfound insight. Ace, in terms of personality, cohesion, and individual prowess, was indeed an exceptional choice, though he occasionally displayed impulsiveness and a lack of broader perspective. If he could overcome these 2 deficiencies, then the throne could rightfully belong to him. Father, I now comprehend why that brat Alan wishes to become one of the 7 warlords, Ace declared earnestly, recalling the past conversations he had shared with Alan, thereby grasping the connection between their intentions. Oh, you have understood this reasoning. But why? Whitebeard felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing that Ace had grasped this motive rather than the rationale behind the government's arrangements. Yet, his curiosity was piqued. He genuinely wished to learn why that boy, who was willing to rescue Ace, would so swiftly become a nominal pawn of the government. Father, that little brat Alan, like me, harbors an intense disdain for that scoundrel Teach. This is beyond doubt, and I can vouch for it. Ace recalled Alan's hatred for Teach, speaking with confidence. His decision to join the Seven Warlords was to obstruct Teach's path and thwart his plans. Obstruct Teach's path? Upon hearing Alan's actions concerning Teach, Whitebeard and Marco immediately perked up. After all, this scoundrel was the arch-nemesis of the entire Whitebeard pirates. To slay him in vengeance for their fallen comrades was the fervent desire of every member of the crew. Ace recalled the moment of parting with Alan. When Alan had succinctly narrated the ambitions of the treacherous Blackbeard, Teach, the man was a ruthless villain possessed of grand aspirations. His reason for infiltrating the Whitebeard pirates was to seize the fabled dark fruit, the most coveted devil fruit, which he believed was most easily attainable within their ranks. For 2 decades, he had concealed his true intentions, suppressing his ambitions and rendering himself a mystery to his comrades. In Teach's own words, he had even contemplated remaining with the Whitebeard pirates for a lifetime if he could not secure the dark fruit. However, during a skirmish with an unknown pirate crew, the captain of the 4th Division, Sachi, unexpectedly acquired the dark fruit. In pursuit of his long-held dream, Teach ruthlessly eliminated his former ally and fled the Whitebeard pirates with the coveted fruit. Teach was well aware of the formidable reputation of the so-called King of the Seas, Whitebeard. Thus, during his flight, he meticulously devised a plan. First, to seek out powerful allies, then to establish the Blackbeard pirates, capturing bountiful pirates to gain sufficient renown and ascend to the position of a warlord of the sea. With this newfound status, he intended to disrupt the balance of the 3 major forces in the latter half of the Grand Line, instigating chaos from which he could emerge and claim a higher standing, ultimately reaching the throne. Having listened to Ace's account, Whitebeard found himself compelled to re-evaluate Alan, the clever youth. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly declared, "In light of this, we must take decisive action." Chapter 79, The Distressed Blackbeard Pirates reflecting on Alan's revelations regarding Blackbeard's ambitions. Ace suddenly grasped the rationale behind Alan's pursuit of the title of Warlord of the Sea. It was to obstruct Teach's path. It seemed this young lad was indeed quite astute. After listening to Ace's account, Whitebeard, the King of the Seas, found himself compelled to re-evaluate the young boy, Alan, from the depths of his heart. Although Blackbeard Teach was the individual he despised the most, a flicker of admiration for the scoundrel lingered within him. After all, to have endured under his very nose for over 2 decades without detection was not merely a testament to Teach's exceptional acting skills, but also indicative of a depth of cunning that surpassed the imagination of ordinary men, coupled with an extraordinary capacity for patience. Given Teach's formidable nature, one would presume that his meticulously crafted plans, which had been in the making for more than 20 years, would be nearly foolproof. Yet, perplexingly, they had been entirely unraveled and continuously thwarted by an unknown youth. Was this mere coincidence, or had Alan acted with intention? If the latter were true, then the depth of this boy's scheming was profoundly unsettling. In a fleeting moment, Whitebeard contemplated warning his son Ace against associating with such a cunning individual, cautioning that he would be outmatched, perhaps even betrayed, only to find himself counting the spoils of his own misfortune. Should Alan have been privy to Whitebeard's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have cried out in protest, for he considered himself a positive and energetic young man. The clarity with which he had discerned Teach's machinations was merely a result of his unique circumstances as a time traveler. To attribute guile to him would be a gross misjudgment. Father, regardless of the outcome, it is evident that Alan is indeed our ally. His rescue of Ace constitutes a significant favor to our crew. Moreover, by dismantling Teach's nefarious plans, he has inadvertently aided us, Marco reflected, offering a candid assessment of Alan's motivations. Indeed, whether or not the young boy possessed ulterior motives, it was clear that he was not their adversary and had rendered them a great service, establishing a bond of alliance. Following Marco's insightful reminder, Whitebeard nodded silently in agreement, acknowledging his own tendency to overthink. His primary concern was to ascertain that this boy bore no hostility towards him and was willing to assist in their struggle against Teach. As for future uncertainties, there was no need for excessive contemplation. After all, he was Whitebeard, the King of the Seas. Father, what shall we do next? Ace inquired, observing that both Whitebeard and Marco seemed to harbor no objections regarding Alan's ascension to the position of Warlord of the Sea. Ha ha ha. Since that young lad has accomplished so much, it is time for us to take action as well, for eliminating that scoundrel Teach is indeed our mission." Whitebeard chuckled heartily, pondering the implications of Alan's recent ascension to the position of Warlord of the Sea. While he could not predict the extent to which this would impact Teach's plans, he was certain that Alan's actions had undoubtedly obstructed Teach's schemes, thereby granting the Whitebeard pirates a considerable reprieve. With this in mind, he was resolute in seizing the opportunity to eliminate Teach before he reached his full potential, which would undeniably be the wisest course of action for both Whitebeard and his crew. In stark contrast to the elation felt by the Whitebeard pirates upon learning of Alan's new title, the crew of Blackbeard, led by Teach, fell into an unprecedented silence as they received the news. Swiftly, the navigator Lafitte, tasked with gathering intelligence, cast the newspaper bearing Alan's photograph into the air. Drawing his sword, he viciously slashed at it, reducing it to shreds, as though he were inflicting harm upon Alan himself, allowing a modicum of his frustration to dissipate. Cursed be he. The helmsman, Vasco shot, exhibited even greater agitation. He struck the ground with a powerful fist, cracking the surface, before exclaiming, "Captain, let us set sail for Dressrosa and deal with that insufferable brat once and for all." "Captain, I concur with Vasco's sentiments," added Van Augur, the sharpshooter. "He thwarted our plans last time by rescuing Fire Fist Ace from our grasp, and now he has audaciously snatched the warlord position that rightfully belonged to you. If we do not eliminate him, he may yet bring us untold trouble in the future." Following their previous encounter with Alan, the crew was brimming with indignation, hindered only by their lack of information about their adversary. Now, with knowledge in hand, and with their plans thwarted, their composure was shattered. However, it was evident that the situation was far from straightforward. The Pirate Reaper's ability to defeat the unconventional Doflamingo signified a marked increase in his strength. They had previously allowed him to escape, and now, with his power evidently on the rise, subduing him would undoubtedly prove even more challenging. Teach, a true formidable figure, harbored the deepest animosity towards Alan among all present. After all, Alan had first snatched Ace from his grasp, and now he had once again outpaced Teach by securing the title of Warlord, thereby dismantling Teach's meticulously laid plans for the second time. Such repeated affronts were enough to incite fury. Yet, Teach's rationality persistently cautioned him. Alan, that infuriating brat, had previously eluded him, demonstrating at least comparable speed. With his recent victory over Doflamingo, it was clear that Alan had experienced a significant enhancement in power. Without thorough preparations, a rash attack could lead to his own failure once again. Everything seemed to be orchestrated by fate. How long Alan would live was in the hands of destiny. When that destiny reached its conclusion, the captain would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to claim his life. As the ship's doctor, the notorious Q took out an apple and bit into it with fervor. In stark contrast to the fury displayed by the others, he maintained a semblance of calm. Perhaps there might be someone capable of lending us a hand. Lafitte, who had previously torn to shreds the newspaper announcing Alan's ascension to the Warlords of the Sea, suddenly noticed another article beneath the front page, his eyes lighting up with excitement. "Who is it? Captain, come quickly and see this." Without addressing the confusion of his companions, Lafitte pointed animatedly at the inconspicuous news item. The report, which had been overshadowed by Alan's rise to power, contained a revelation that could indeed send shockwaves across the seas. Kaido's trusted subordinate, Jack, had been captured alive by Admiral Akiji in Dressrosa. Chapter 80. Offending Kaido. The news of Alan's appointment as the new warlord of the sea was met with considerable displeasure from the Blackbeard pirates, who held a grudge against him. After all, Alan had previously snatched Ace from their grasp, and now he had outmaneuvered Blackbeard himself to claim the title of warlord, thwarting years of meticulous planning. Such repeated failures were bound to incite fury. However, amidst his anger, Blackbeard's rationality kept reminding him that this detestable young man had managed to escape his clutches once before, demonstrating speed that was at least on par with his own. Having recently defeated Doflamingo, Alan's prowess had undoubtedly surged, and without meticulous preparations, a reckless confrontation could very well lead to yet another fruitless endeavor. Perhaps there might be someone capable of lending us a hand. Lafitte, who had earlier shredded the newspaper announcing Alan's title, suddenly noticed another article beneath the front page. His excitement palpable. Who would come to our aid against this insufferable brat? Upon hearing Lafitte's words, the Blackbeard crew perked up, secretly wondering if there could indeed be a benevolent soul willing to assist them under such circumstances. Following Lafitte's gesture, the crew discerned the overshadowed news, which was monumental enough to astonish the entire ocean. Kaido's loyal subordinate, Jack, had been captured alive by Admiral Aokiji in Dressrosa. Though the report was brief, it plunged the crew into a profound silence, the shock of this revelation rivaling that of Alan's elevation to the warlords of the sea. It is imperative to acknowledge that Jack is a trusted subordinate of one of the four emperors, Kaido, renowned as one of the three calamities, famously dubbed the Drought. He serves as the captain of the Mammoth, the flagship of the Beast's pirates, boasting a bounty of 1 billion berries. Any introduction of him is certainly on par with that of Don Quixote da Flamingo. One could even assert that, should he sever ties with Kaido, his reputation and strength would swiftly elevate him to the status of the next warlord of the sea, should he so desire. Captain, it is astonishing that Aokiji has dared to capture Kaido's trusted aide. Does this signify the onset of war? The first to express his opinion on this report was none other than the impatient bassist from the Blackbeard pirates. In his view, the Navy's capture of an emperor's subordinate unequivocally indicates an intention to declare war on Kaido. Surely, this cannot be the case. Kaido, that monstrous being, is reputed as the strongest living creature, renowned for his prowess in one-on-one combat. He has been captured by the Navy on several occasions, yet each time, his formidable physique not only allowed him to evade death but also led to the sinking of 9 colossal prison ships that were escorting him. Blackbeard pondered the information regarding Kaido with great seriousness. Having spent over 20 years within the Whitebeard pirates, he retained vivid memories of the world's apex warriors, with Kaido leaving an indelible impression. After all, it is only Kaido who dared to challenge the formidable Whitebeard pirates single-handedly. Although he met with defeat each time, no one dared to question his strength, as such an audacious feat was never attempted even by the pirate king, Roger. Captain, do not overly concern yourself with the world government stance. In my experience, it is highly probable that Admiral Aokiji encountered Jack and subsequently defeated and captured him. While Jack is formidable, he is yet to reach Kaido's level. Thus, facing Aokiji, a marine admiral, he was destined for defeat. Lafitte pointed once more to the report, asserting that the crux of the information lies therein. Here, it states that Jack was captured alive by Admiral Aokiji in Dressrosa. No, captured alive is not entirely accurate. In Dressrosa, upon a closer reading of the intelligence that Lafitte highlighted, Blackbeard's eyes widened as he grasped the significance of Lafitte's revelation. You are correct in your speculation, Captain. It is indeed Dressrosa. Lafitte surveyed the group, this time eschewing riddles and articulating all he knew. Doflamingo is a peculiar figure among the warlords of the sea. Ostensibly the king of Dressrosa, he is, in reality, the foremost dealer in the underworld, known as Joker. Arms dealers from various nations maintain varying degrees of connection with him. He emphasized the importance of this information. As Lafitte meandered further off topic, Blackbeard reprimanded him with a hint of irritation. Indeed, Don Quixote da Flamingo had initiated a burgeoning trade in artificial devil fruits within the underground market he controlled, though still in its nascent stages. This endeavor swiftly caught the attention of Kaido, one of the four emperors, making him Doflamingo's most significant buyer. Kaido dispatched his trusted subordinate, Disaster Jack, to oversee this matter. After Lafitte recounted the intelligence at his disposal, he promptly articulated his conjecture. It seems to me that the capture of the warlord Doflamingo would have undoubtedly reached Jack in a timely manner, inciting his wrath over the disruption of his enterprise. Unable to storm Impel down to rescue Doflamingo directly, Jack would likely seek retribution against the architect of this chaos in Dressrosa. Who could have anticipated that at this juncture Admiral Aokiji would arrive in Dressrosa, leading to Jack's apprehension? One cannot deny Lafitte's remarkable aptitude for intelligence work. Through his insights and the unfolding events, he adeptly deduced the origins and progression of the situation. After absorbing Lafitte's analysis, the members of Blackbeard's crew nodded in agreement, clearly convinced by his reasoning. Lafitte, if I understand you correctly, Jack's capture is largely motivated by a desire for vengeance on behalf of Doflamingo. From this perspective, it is not solely the Navy that has incurred Kaido's wrath, but also the newly appointed warlord of the sea, exclaimed the impatient bassist, his expression brightening upon grasping Lafitte's implications. Indeed, yet Kaido is an unpredictable beast. It remains uncertain upon whom he will unleash his fury in response to this incident. Lafitte replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. At this point, he was most unsure about Kaido's thoughts. Given that this erratic individual had previously engaged in numerous reckless acts, Chapter 81. The Four Emperors. The intelligence regarding Aaron's ascension to the position of the new warlord of the sea did not sit well with the Blackbeard pirates. After all, Aaron had previously snatched Ace from their grasp and had now outmaneuvered Blackbeard to claim the title of warlord, effectively thwarting years of meticulous planning. Such consecutive defeats were bound to incite his fury. However, amid his anger, Teach's rationality incessantly reminded him that Aaron, that insufferable brat, had previously escaped him unscathed, demonstrating that he was at least equal in speed. With his victory over Doflamingo, Aaron's strength had undoubtedly undergone a qualitative leap. If he failed to devise a thorough strategy, a rash attack could lead to yet another fruitless endeavor. Perhaps there might be someone who could assist us in this predicament. Rafet, who had previously shredded the newspaper announcing Alan's ascension to the position of warlord of the sea, suddenly noticed another headline beneath it. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Who could possibly come to our aid against that insufferable brat?" Upon hearing Rafet's words, the members of Blackbeard's crew perked up, pondering the likelihood of benevolent souls offering assistance in such dire circumstances. Following the direction of Rafet's finger, the crew discerned the news that had been overshadowed by Alan's promotion, a revelation potent enough to send ripples across the seas. Jack, Kaido's trusted subordinate, had been captured alive by Marine Admiral Akiji in Dressrosa. Though the report was brief, it plunged the crew into a profound silence, as the shock it delivered equaled that of Alan's rise to power. Jack, a notorious figure known as one of the three calamities and the captain of the mammoth ship, boasted a staggering bounty of 1 billion berries. His reputation was on par with that of Don Quixote Doflamingo. It could even be posited that should he sever ties with Kaido, his renown and prowess would swiftly elevate him to the status of the next warlord of the sea. Captain, Akiji has actually captured Kaido as subordinate. Does this signal the onset of war? The first to voice his thoughts was the notoriously impulsive basis from Blackbeard's crew. To him, the Navy's capture of one of the Four Emperors' trusted aides undoubtedly hinted at a declaration of war against Kaido. Surely not, Blackbeard mused. Kaido, that monster, is reputed to be the strongest living creature, renowned for his unparalleled prowess in one-on-one combat. He has faced capture by the Marines multiple times, yet each time, his formidable physique not only allowed him to evade death, but also resulted in the sinking of 9 enormous prison ships that were escorting him. Reflecting on the formidable Kaido, Blackbeard, who had spent over 2 decades in the Whitebeard pirates, held a profound respect for these pinnacle figures of the world, with Kaido leaving an indelible impression. After all, it was Kaido who dared to challenge the might of the Whitebeard pirates single-handedly, a feat no one else had attempted, despite the inevitable failures that ensued. Captain, you need not overly concern yourself with the world government's stance. Based on my experience, it is quite possible that Admiral Akiji encountered Jack and simply defeated him. While Jack is formidable, he is nowhere near Kaido's level. Facing an admiral like Akiji, failure was his only option. Rafet pointed once more at the aforementioned report, asserting, "I believe the crux of this intelligence lies right here." In this passage, Jack has been captured by Admiral Akiji in Dressrosa. However, it is not merely a capture. Jack had seriously considered the intelligence provided by Lafitte. The gaze of Blackbeard turned sharp as he recognized the significance of Lafitte's information. "You guessed correctly, Captain. It is indeed Dressrosa." Lafitte addressed the group, no longer shrouding his words in mystery, revealing all the intelligence he possessed. Don Quixote Doflamingo, an anomalous figure among the 7 warlords, outwardly the king of Dressrosa, is in reality the foremost seller in the underworld, known as Joker. Arms dealers from various nations maintain varying degrees of connection with him. "Let us get to the point," Blackbeard interjected, growing impatient with Lafitte's lengthy exposition. "Doflamingo has begun to cultivate a market for artificial devil fruits within the underground realm. Although still in its nascent stages, it has immediately caught the attention of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, who has consequently become his largest buyer." Kaido dispatched his trusted subordinate, Jack, also known as Drought, to oversee this venture. After recounting the information he had gathered, Lafitte proceeded to share his conjectures. "In my view, the capture of Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords, undoubtedly reached Jack in no time. His business disrupted, it is only natural that he would be furious. Unable to storm impelled down to rescue Doflamingo directly, he would most likely seek to confront the instigator of this chaos in Dressrosa. Who would have anticipated that Admiral Akiji would arrive at Dressrosa, leading to Jack's apprehension? One must commend Lafitte's astonishing aptitude for intelligence work. With the information at his disposal and the unfolding events, he has deduced the origins and processes of the situation with remarkable accuracy. After hearing Lafitte's deductions, the members of the Blackbeard pirates nodded in agreement, clearly convinced by his reasoning. Lafitte, according to your assertion, Jack's capture is largely a quest for vengeance on behalf of Doflamingo. From this perspective, it is not just the Navy that has incurred Kaido's wrath, but also this newly appointed warlord. Bosch's, known for his impulsiveness, expressed his delight upon grasping Lafitte's meaning. Indeed, yet Kaido, that monstrous figure, acts in a wildly unpredictable manner. It is uncertain upon whom he will unleash his fury regarding this incident, Lafitte replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. At this juncture, he found himself most uncertain about Kaido's thoughts. After all, this reckless individual has committed numerous acts of self-destructive madness. Chapter 82. A peculiar gift. At the moment when Kaido was engulfed in a furious rage due to the capture of Doflamingo and Jack, a messenger hurriedly approached, his countenance betraying a sense of impending calamity. What is the matter? Kaido inquired, observing the messenger's anxious demeanor, which seemed to surpass even his own wrath. It became evident to him that something grave had transpired. Alas, Captain Kaido, Big Mom has arrived. Upon the sighting of Kaido, the messenger finally exhaled a sigh of relief and hurriedly reported to him. His discomposure was not unwarranted, for Big Mom was a formidable creature, akin to Kaido. Both hailed as one of the four emperors. The sudden appearance of such a figure was bound to incite unease among lesser beings. Big Mom, the captain of the Big Mom pirates and the queen of Tado land, stands as the sole female among the four emperors, notorious for her insatiable sweet tooth. She is a terrifying individual, willing to mobilize forces to conquer nations in pursuit of confectionery delights. Possessing immense power and extraordinary talent, she obliterated a giant village at the tender age of 5, vanquishing the heroes of the giant race and earning the title of the Natural Destroyer. In contrast to Kaido, often regarded as the strongest creature, the pirate crew led by Big Mom is dubbed the strongest family, a force even the wildly unpredictable Kaido must regard with trepidation. The two were once members of the Rocks Pirates over 40 years ago, and Big Mom had once rendered Kaido a favor. Thus, even after both ascended to the rank of four emperors, Kaido frequently opted to steer clear of this formidable woman, reluctant to engage with her. What brings that madwoman, Lin, to my territory? Has she conveyed anything? Kaido inquired with genuine surprise at the unexpected visit from his old acquaintance, gazing intently at his subordinate. She mentioned she brought you a gift and requires you to personally receive it, the messenger replied earnestly. He recalled how, during Big Mom's prior unannounced visit, Kaido's island defenses crumbled before her overwhelming conqueror's haki, leaving the soldiers with no means of resistance. Fortunately, he had arrived late, narrowly escaping the fate of being felled by her sheer presence. Big Mom, having noted his fortunate escape, had coldly smiled and instructed him to deliver the message to Kaido. Damn that Lin, what does she want from me? Is she seeking to instigate war? Kaido inwardly cursed before following the messenger to the port where Big Mom awaited. Regardless of the circumstances, he understood that only he could confront such a terrifying entity. Ahahaha, Kaido, you have finally arrived. Big Mom exclaimed with delight upon seeing him hastily approach. To outsiders, Kaido was the most fearsome creature in existence, yet to Big Mom, he was a former comrade, an equal with whom she could engage in dialogue on the same level. Lin, what brings you to my domain? In regard to the formidable Big Mom, whom the world regards with trepidation, Kaido still affectionately refers to her by the name she bore during their earlier companionship, Lin. After all, in her youth, Big Mom was a strikingly attractive woman, and together with the towering Kaido, they were celebrated as the quintessential pairing. Thus, despite the fact that the present-day Big Mom has transformed into an unappealing elderly woman, Kaido still perceives her as a potential asset should she regain her former slenderness. Kaido, do not harbor such animosity towards me. Let us not forget that we were once allies. Let us coexist peacefully as we did in the past. To this, Big Mom, seemingly unfazed by Kaido's hostility, responded with a beaming smile. Moreover, I have come bearing a magnificent gift for you. What gift? Kaido inquired. It pertains to the artificial devil fruits you desire. Chapter 83. Another warlord. Suddenly, a multitude of lightning strikes illuminated the skies above the Dressrosa arena, cascading down like a torrential rain of thunderbolts. Ah, here we go again, a resident remarked. This happens every day at noon, more punctual than any alarm clock. The inhabitants surrounding the arena were not taken aback by the sudden display of lightning. They had grown accustomed to this peculiar phenomenon, which had become a daily occurrence over the past few days. The residents speculated in hushed tones about the peculiar weather phenomena that had befallen Dressrosa, even giving rise to rumors that beneath the arena lay the remains of a thunder god, whose presence was said to summon such tempestuous storms every century, lasting for months at a time. Fortunately, these sudden thunderstorms, while disruptive with their cacophony, posed little more than a fleeting inconvenience to the locals, leaving them largely unfazed. However, within the confines of the arena, the truth diverged entirely from the residents' conjectures. They believed the strange thunderous weather to be a natural occurrence, yet it was merely Enel, having consumed the rumble fruit, engaging in a routine spar with Alan, thereby creating the remarkable spectacle of lightning flickering above the arena. 30 million volts, Thunderbird. 30 million volts, Thunder Beast. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Faced with the increasingly formidable Alan, Enel held nothing back, unleashing a barrage of his electrical techniques. The constructs of Thunder, Thunderbird, Thunder Beast, and Thunder Dragon rushed toward Alan with astonishing speed. Guardian of the Black Tortoise. Recognizing he could scarcely evade the onslaught of electrical strikes converging from multiple directions, Alan resolved not to dodge, but to employ the protective technique taught by his master. Gungshiro. Instantly, a shadow of the Black Tortoise's shell materialized to shield him perfectly, enhanced by the defensive prowess of armament hockey, transforming the protective shell into a deep black hue that effectively repelled Enel's electrical assaults. Though the Thunderbird and Thunder Beast were manageable, the Thunder Dragon proved a more formidable challenge, leaving Alan somewhat overwhelmed after enduring its strike. After successfully deflecting 3 of Enel's powerful moves, Alan returned to the ground, brushing off his singed garments with a sense of admiration for his recent training sessions. His confrontations with Enel had significantly bolstered his resistance to electricity. Now, the impacts from the 30 million volts of Thunderbird and Thunder Beast were nearly negligible for him. Although the Thunder Dragon still left a tingling sensation, it hardly impeded his overall performance. Enough is enough. Fighting with someone as impervious to electricity as you is simply dull, Enel exclaimed, frustrated by the futility of his electrical techniques against Alan. This feeling of ineffectiveness reminded him of his previous battle with Luffy, the Rubber Man, where all his powerful moves were rendered useless. The experience was nothing short of torment, escalating his irritation with each exchange. Unlike with Luffy, where he could immediately counter with his physical prowess, facing Alan in a physical confrontation would only lead to his own suffering. Combat is not merely about engaging when it is enjoyable and retreating when it is not. Regarding Enel's reasons for refusing to engage in battle, Alan did not hesitate to impart his wisdom. He emphasized that upon these vast seas, the power of lightning is not an invincible force. Setting aside those who have consumed unique devil fruits and can disregard your lightning, even masters of armament hockey can effortlessly deflect your attacks with their prowess. Therefore, relying solely on your lightning abilities is insufficient. One must cultivate a diverse array of strengths and must do so swiftly. Strengthening oneself is not a matter of mere days or weeks. It is a gradual process that requires years of dedication. Why the urgency for me to grow stronger? While Enel largely acknowledged Alan's assertions, he felt a twinge of annoyance at the insistence on rapid improvement. The urgency stemmed from Alan's belief that Enel becoming the next warlord of the sea would be the most advantageous arrangement. Chapter 84. Arranging for Enel in response to Alan's suggestion that he elevate his overall strength in a remarkably short time, Enel appeared indifferent. He regarded the journey to strength as a slow and arduous process, deeming it nearly impossible to achieve significant growth in such a brief span. Consequently, he retorted with a hint of irritation. Indeed, the insistence on quickening his ascent was driven by specific intentions, as Alan articulated his grander scheme. Oh, the warlords of the sea. Enel was taken aback by Alan's proposition. Over the past few days spent together, he had begun to grasp the structure of this world and recognized that the warlords of the sea represent one of the 3 major forces maintaining balance in the latter half of the Grand Line. However, attaining such a position was no small feat. Had Alan not undergone considerable effort to achieve his current status as a warlord? Brother, how is it that you have just assumed the role of a warlord, and now you wish for Enel to secure another position? Even with the assistance of Captain Zifa, acquiring 2 positions in succession remains a formidable challenge. Tiki, who was training nearby, approached upon hearing Alan's plan. He harbored reservations about Enel, and thus, When Alan proposed that Enel become another warlord of the sea, he felt compelled to express his dissent. The current warlords of the sea system is in a precarious state due to the departures of Crocodile and Doflamingo, resulting in a significant imbalance. The world government, in its quest to maintain equilibrium in the Grand Line, is undoubtedly seeking new candidates with urgency. I have secured one of the positions. If I do not stabilize it swiftly, the next could very well fall into the hands of that scoundrel Teach, leading to unforeseen complications. Alan stated with utmost seriousness. Indeed, it is imperative that Teach does not ascend to the ranks of the warlords of the sea. At this juncture, Buggy stepped forward to express his viewpoint. Following the previous battle, he had come to understand just how formidable the notorious Blackbeard, Teach, truly was. He recognized the irreconcilable conflict that had arisen between their factions, and the potential calamity that would ensue should Teach ascend to the ranks of the warlords of the sea. Without a doubt, Mr. Enel's prowess had reached the level of a warlord, making him the optimal choice to fill this vacancy. However, would circumstances unfold so smoothly? Zephyr had already recommended his older brother for the position of warlord, and now he was being asked to endorse a pirate who had never before graced the seas. Would he acquiesce to such a proposal? Teach began to grasp the underlying intentions behind Alan's arrangements, yet he voiced his concerns. Even if Zephyr were to agree to the recommendation, would the world government perceive it as the teacher fostering his own influence, thus dismissing his proposal? Well done, little Teach. Alan remarked, you are beginning to think from a broader perspective. You are right. If Zephyr were to recommend a previously unknown pirate, the upper echelons of the world government would undoubtedly reject it. Therefore, our next course of action will be to part ways with Enel, prompting the world government to seek him out and extend an invitation for him to assume the remaining position of warlord. Alan smiled at Enel, stating that the forthcoming events would be quite entertaining. Is that so? Enel gasped, taken aback by Alan's mischievous grin. In that moment, the fearless Enel felt a twinge of apprehension about leaving Skypiea. Chapter 85. A new adventure deciding to appoint Enel to fill the current vacancy among the warlords. Alan wasted no time. After a month of intense physical training, he managed to impart the rudiments of hockey to Enel. After all, the god of Skypiea had already developed a significant mastery of observation hockey, known there as the Heart Network, making the acquisition of armament hockey considerably more efficient. After a month of rigorous training, Enel has reached a level of strength comparable to that of the 7 warlords of the sea, exhibiting prowess that can even be deemed as among the elite within this formidable group. During this same month, Alan has not remained idle. In addition to undergoing grueling training alongside Enel, Teach, and Buggy, he has also aided Buggy in establishing an underground network with Dressrosa as its nucleus. Although this network currently encompasses only a few surrounding islands, its potential for expansion is immense. Alan is almost certain that within a year, Buggy will command a force that rivals his previous underground empire, emerging as another influential figure akin to a Joker. Throughout this period, the only source of unease for Alan has been his arch-nemesis, Blackbeard Teach. In Alan's recollection, after fleeing from the Whitebeard pirates, Teach, in a bid to evade the wrath of this oceanic monarch, would resort to any means necessary to rapidly amass sufficient renown to secure a position among the warlords, or incite disputes across these waters to divert Whitebeard's attention, thus gaining precious time for his own advancement. However, the reality has completely defied Alan's expectations. This ostensible figure, Teach, has not made any significant moves. Instead, he has vanished from sight, leaving Alan's intelligence organization struggling in vain, despite expending considerable resources to uncover any trace of him. What nefarious schemes could Teach be plotting? Reflecting on the recent significant events occurring across the seas, Alan remains perplexed about the intentions of this elusive figure. One thing he is certain of is that Teach, concealed from view, is far from withdrawing from the conflict. Rather, he is orchestrating a more sinister plan. After all, Teach, who has spent 2 decades in the shadows acquiring the powers of the Dark Fruit, is undeniably one of the most formidable rogues in this world. And it is inconceivable that he would retreat simply due to the interference of someone as insignificant as Alan. Brother, what are you pondering? Seeing Alan lost in thought while gazing at the sea, Teach approached with concern. As one of Alan's longest-serving subordinates, he could sense the unusual melancholy enveloping his seemingly omnipotent brother. Nothing much, Alan replied, quickly adjusting his demeanor upon noticing Teach's presence. What brings you here? Have you completed the tasks I assigned you? Rest assured, brother, I assure you there will be no issues with my endeavors. Teach exclaimed, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm. For Alan had previously instructed him to gather their companions, those who had been attacked by Doflamingo 3 months prior, including not only Buggy but also Aladdin, Dino, and Brooke, and assemble them at Sabaody Archipelago. By the way, brother, now that you are a warlord, will you still venture alongside us on our adventures? Recalling Alan's current status, Teach voiced his concerns. Of course, regardless of how our identities may evolve, the fact that we are comrades will never change. Alan assured Teach, gently patting his head. Our new adventure is about to commence, and this journey will undoubtedly be more exhilarating than the last. In the wake of significant events over the past month, aside from Alan, the newly appointed warlord of the sea, there exists a clandestine force that has been keenly observing the shifts in the landscape. A force that Alan deeply fears, the Blackbeard pirates. That scoundrel Kaido, despite his subordinates being captured, has shown no reaction. He neither attempts a rescue nor seeks vengeance against those responsible for his crew's plight. He boasts of being the strongest creature. Does he not feel any shame? What a disgrace! Teach exclaimed, unable to contain his ire as he reviewed intelligence on Kaido provided by his expert, Lafitte. As a former member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Teach understood the significance of camaraderie, though he never voiced it aloud. In his view, with Kaido's confidant Jack apprehended by the Marines, Kaido, renowned as one of the 4 emperors, should either orchestrate a prison break or launch an assault on Marine headquarters. Even if he maintained composure, he ought to confront Alan, the cause of his subordinate's capture, and deliver a fitting retribution. Such actions would validate his claim to being the world's strongest creature and solidify his status as one of the 4 emperors commanding respect in the New World. However, with his silence, does he truly deserve to be an emperor? Even the most ordinary pirate captain exhibits more loyalty. Honor cannot be owed, old man. It appears you are the only one among the 4 emperors still clinging to such antiquated ideals. Teach reflected on Whitebeard's teachings, silently lamenting his past admiration for the king of the seas. Yet, times have changed, and he now perceives such ideologies as relics that ought to be discarded by the passage of time. Captain, throughout this month, Kaido has drastically altered his previously ostentatious approach. Even with all my resources deployed, I have been unable to procure accurate intelligence. Lafitte cautiously reported, noting Teach's fury. The power of the 4 emperors is formidable, and even his direct involvement could not guarantee precise insights into their movements. Enough. Relying on others is ultimately not a sustainable strategy. Venoka, how is our plan progressing? Teach, understanding that the situation was not Lafitte's fault, shifted his focus to his ship's sniper, Venoka. Rest assured, Captain, Poison Q and Basis are fully prepared. At your command, they can swiftly act to rectify the previous oversight of not capturing Fire Fist Ace. Venoka reported earnestly to Teach, explaining that during the past month of concealment, they had not been idle. In addition to sending Lafitte to gather intelligence on various factions around the world, they had been diligently preparing traps aimed at Fire Fist Ace, as per Teach's instructions. Following the significant events of the water capital incident, where Teach's crew, initially intending to capture Luffy, was instead decisively defeated by the legendary Marine, Carp, Luffy's grandfather, and Alan's ascension to the warlords of the sea. Teach had altered his initial strategic approach. His new focus was not solely on amassing sufficient influence, but also on plunging the entire sea into unprecedented chaos. After all, targeting individual pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million was not only a slow process, but also fraught with the risk of encountering formidable Marines like Luffy, whose intervention could render any eventual success inadequate against the 4 emperors. Thus, Fire Fist Ace, who had escaped due to Alan's intervention, was once again marked as Teach's target, as the wheels of fate appeared to unwittingly return to their original trajectory. Chapter 87. Reunited Companions. Yahohoho. 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 Bringing Bink Sake to your side, riding the winds as freely as the sea. A melodious song resonated across the ocean, sung by none other than the skeleton, Brooke, who had not seen Alan for quite some time. At that moment, having received news of their reunion, Brooke stood at the bow of the Thousand Sunny, expressing his joy through song. A Kane, entrusted by Alan to care for the ship, emerged from the cabin and smiled at his long-lost comrade, asking, Brooke, it seems you are in high spirits. Yahohoho. Naturally, my mood is splendid as I am about to reunite with my companions. You should see Dino. He's the most anxious of us all. We had agreed to depart together, yet he has already rushed ahead to Sabaody Archipelago. Brooke replied with a beaming smile. Indeed. I must say, Dino has undergone quite a transformation over these past 3 months. I heard he has resumed his former profession and established a spy organization akin to Baroque works. Although it doesn't compare in scale to Crocodile's former establishment, it is certainly on the right track. Akane reflected, feeling nostalgic about the experiences they had shared over the past few months. While each of us has progressed in our own way, there is no doubt that Dino shines the brightest among us. However, the most notable change has been in Captain Allen. The main reason we split up was due to the attack from the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo, which prompted the captain to temporarily disband the crew, intending for us to reunite and continue our adventures once we had grown strong enough. Originally, I had believed that our captain would lead us to confront the formidable Don Quixote da Flamingo only after our reunion. However, to my astonishment, within the span of 3 months, the captain himself had eradicated da Flamingo along with the Don Quixote family, and even ascended to the rank of a warlord of the sea. This astonishing speed is truly remarkable. Reflecting upon the news I once read in the newspaper about Alan's elevation to the position of warlord, even Brooke, a venerable man over 80 years of age, was utterly taken aback, unable to contain his excitement and spontaneously cheering with the newspaper in hand. Our captain is no ordinary individual. This unprecedented selection by the world government of someone who is not a pirate to become a warlord is merely the beginning. Undoubtedly, our captain shall someday reign as the sovereign over these seas, and with a mere stamp of his foot, the entire world shall tremble. Recalling the adventures shared with Alan, especially that moment when he educated all the East Blue pirates, becoming the harvester of pirates, Akin felt an overwhelming certainty that this world would indeed be turned upside down by our captain. Following him is undoubtedly the right path. Suddenly, as the Thousand Sunny approached the Sabaody archipelago, a violent thunderstorm interrupted their conversation. A multitude of lightning strikes appeared before them, resembling a cataclysmic rain of electricity, evoking sheer terror. Such fearsome weather should have been confined to the latter half of the Grand Line in the New World. How could it manifest around the Sabaody archipelago? Faced with this unexpected meteorological phenomenon, Akin and Brooke were left utterly bewildered. Boom! Just as they struggled to comprehend the situation, another bolt of lightning descended from the sky, directly targeting the Thousand Sunny. Chapter 88. The Enemy Enel. Upon receiving Alan's notification, Brooke and Akin were filled with excitement as they hastened the Thousand Sunny toward the Sabaody archipelago. Yet, as they drew near, a torrent of lightning appeared before them, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Such alarming weather should not have occurred in the first half of the Grand Line. How could it be present around the Sabaody archipelago? The sudden onset of this extreme weather left Akin and Brooke in a state of shock, completely unable to fathom how such conditions could arise so early in their journey. Boom! Before they could grasp the reason behind it, another flash of lightning struck from above, heading straight for the Thousand Sunny. Buzz! In the face of this sudden electrical assault, neither had time to react, as the Thousand Sunny activated its self-defense system. The lightning was intercepted by an invisible protective barrier that dispersed it outward. Phew! Thankfully, the Thousand Sunny was equipped with a self-defense system, particularly a lightning protection mechanism. It is no wonder our captain had invested such a considerable sum to enhance this system. Regaining his composure, Akin exhaled deeply. He still vividly recalled how Alan had invested a considerable fortune in equipping the Wavebreaker with advanced offensive and propulsion systems, only to later spend an equal sum to enhance its defensive capabilities. At the time, he had thought his captain was simply squandering money due to a lapse in judgment. However, he now recognized the profound wisdom behind Alan's decisions. Wait, there's someone. Brooke, coming to his senses, glanced skyward and was momentarily taken aback. He distinctly saw an individual hovering in the air, surveying them with an expression akin to that of a human observing ants. Ah, Enel. Following Brooke's gaze, Akin immediately spotted the figure suspended above them, standing atop a mass of storm clouds. It was Enel, the god of Skypiea, notorious for waging a terrifying war against Alan. Akin's impression of this formidable deity was indelibly etched in his memory. After all, the sheer power of his lightning seemed to surpass that of even the warlords of the sea, particularly in the dazzling execution of his techniques. Unexpectedly encountering an old friend's ship here, you appear to be one of his subordinates. Where's your captain? Enel mused, his gaze fixated on the Wavebreaker. As he leaped from the thunderclouds to the ship's deck, his tone was unsettlingly calm, yet it radiated an overwhelming aura of intimidation towards Akin and Brooke. Why are you not on Skypiea? What brings you to the Grand Line? Akin inquired earnestly. his mind swirling with questions about the sudden appearance of this fearsome god in their realm, a presence that could undoubtedly alter the very fabric of the world. What I intend to do requires no explanation to a mere mortal. Where's that pirate reaper? Bring him forth, or I shall obliterate you. Enel's icy gaze bore into Akin as he spoke, suggesting he had neither visited Dressrosa nor encountered Alan. Our captain is not present. We kindly ask you to leave. Although Brooke was uncertain of Enel's true identity, Akin's demeanor made it clear that this figure was not a foe. He firmly gripped his cane sword and issued a warning to Enel. Oh, a skeleton. How amusing. Enel remarked coldly, taking note of Brooke's skeletal appearance. With a casual flick of his finger, a bolt of lightning surged toward Brooke. The god of the Sky Island unexpectedly launched an attack without any prior warning. Our captain is not present. Please leave. Enel, who had rashly boarded the Going Merry, was met by the formidable Brooke, who promptly issued an eviction notice. A skeleton. How intriguing. Observing that the one attempting to thwart him was indeed a skeleton, Enel found it peculiar. Nevertheless, he showed no courtesy. With a mere gesture, he unleashed a bolt of lightning aimed at Brooke. Deathly chill. In response to the unanticipated assault from the god of the Sky Island, Brooke swiftly drew his cane sword, channeling a frigid aura of souls to counter the attack. Boom. Enel's probing lightning strike collided with Brooke's soul-chilling defense, dispersing it slightly before being scattered into the surroundings. What a remarkable force. It can actually divert my lightning power. No wonder a mere skeleton dares to speak to me so boldly. Enel was taken aback by Brooke's dazzling display. After a thoughtful nod and a smile, he summoned an even more brilliant surge of lightning. The previous strike had merely been 1,000 volts. I wonder if you can disperse it when it escalates to 10,000 volts. 10,000 volts. At the mention of this, Brooke felt a tremor within, despite being a skeleton devoid of a heart. After all, casually amplifying one's power tenfold is no feat for an ordinary person or even a typical strongman. 10,000 volts, thunderous. It seemed that Enel was genuinely testing Brooke's strength. As this time, though the thunderous lightning emitted a piercing sound, its might was rather ordinary, merely a slender beam aimed directly at him. Death chant. Even so, Brooke dared not underestimate the attack. He immediately infused his cane sword with his soul power to defend against it. Buzz. A muffled thud echoed as Brooke's cane sword successfully blocked Enel's strike, yet the force of the impact made his bones tremble. It was evident that should Enel unleash another blow, he would not withstand it. Not bad. But what if it becomes 100,000 volts? Watching his 10,000-volt shock still held at bay by Brooke, Enel's smile widened, reveling in the amusement of his own plaything. Once more, he gathered an even greater surge of lightning to hurl at Brooke. I shall block your assault. However, before Enel could unleash his next bolt, Akin leapt high, gripping his unique hammer tightly as he aimed it at Enel's head. Thunder shield. However, the astute Enel had already anticipated Akin's actions. The moment Akin swung his hammer, Enel immediately conjured a lightning shield with the powers of his Thunder Devil fruit to defend himself. The formidable lightning shield was not something that could be easily shattered by brute force. As soon as Akin's hammer made contact, he felt a powerful current surge through the hammer and into his hand. Fortunately, his rigorous training had enabled him to employ armament hockey for defense, preventing him from collapsing instantly. Nonetheless, the intense sting compelled him to retreat swiftly. A wise decision indeed. Instead of mocking Akin's retreat, Enel regarded him with a newfound respect, for he was well aware of the true potency of his lightning shield. It was not merely a barrier to fend off attacks. Rather, when an adversary attempted to breach it, the lightning would transform into a net, ensnaring them and inflicting torment with ease. Now, let us resume our earlier game. Or perhaps elevate your levels, million-volt ratio. It remained unclear whether Enel had heeded Alan's suggestion, but his move summoned dozens of Picachus, crackling with electric energy, surging towards Akin and Brooke from all directions. Game over. As Akin and Brooke, satisfied with their performance, faced this overwhelming onslaught, Enel's face beamed with delight. He amplified the power of his attack to a staggering 1,000,000 volts, summoning numerous Picachus that raced towards them from every angle. Goodness, how are we to defend against this? Confronted by this relentless tide of Picachus, both Brooke and Akin were momentarily stunned, never anticipating Enel would escalate his assault so severely, evidently leaving them no avenue for escape. Just then, when they were at a loss, a commanding voice resonated. With that sound, the Picachus, poised to strike Brooke and Akin, dispersed immediately. Enel's demeanor shifted, shedding the earlier menace for a warm, amiable smile. Reaper, Your companion is indeed formidable. In such a short span, he has already reached this level of strength. Enel, with a beaming smile, directed his gaze toward the source of the sound, where he saw Alan gliding effortlessly through the air. Indeed, he was gliding. Having fully mastered the essence of the Navy's sixth form, the moonwalk, Alan could now traverse the skies with remarkable ease, moving far quicker than the average moonwalk while expending minimal effort. Captain Alan. Upon witnessing Alan's arrival, Akin and Brooke were taken aback. Though their astonishment was of a different nature than when they first encountered Enel, their current shock was laced with unbridled joy. Are you not going to welcome me? After 3 months apart, you have changed so much. You all break my heart. Alan feigned a sorrowful expression, his exaggerated antics revealing that he was merely teasing the duo. Captain Akin, not swayed by Alan's playful demeanor, suddenly embraced him, his voice choked with emotion and his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Although they had only been apart for a mere 3 months, he genuinely missed Alan, who was significantly younger yet had become a steadfast anchor in his life. Without Alan, he might have perished at the hands of Creek long ago. Yo-ho-ho. I thought I would have to wait until we reached Sabati Archipelago to see the captain. What a delightful surprise this is, Brooke exclaimed excitedly from the side. While he was equally thrilled, his extensive experience allowed him to maintain a semblance of composure. You too. Come here. Let me introduce you to our new comrade, Enel. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Alan beckoned Enel forward and addressed Akin and Brooke. He is our new companion. Upon hearing that the former enemy, the god of Skypea, had now become one of their own, Akin and Brooke's eyes widened in astonishment. This revelation was far more shocking to them than even the news of Alan becoming a warlord of the sea. But he had attacked us before. That was my directive. Before Akin could fully articulate his doubts, Alan interjected to elucidate the reason behind Enel's directive for him to attack his comrades. The purpose was to rigorously assess the current capabilities of his companions. After all, during their initial separation, each had chosen a training regimen that suited them best. It was evident that none had been idle. Brooke, for instance, had mastered the soul power offensive that was originally expected to take 2 years to acquire, demonstrating a remarkable enhancement in his prowess. However, among them, the individual who had experienced the most significant growth was not Brooke, nor Akin, but rather Dino, who had independently established an espionage organization. Chapter 91. Gal Dino. After enduring several of Enel's formidable attacks, Alan recognized that his 2 associates had nearly reached their limits. And with the objective of the test achieved, he intervened to halt the exercise. So that is the case, Captain. Your testing method is truly unexpected. Had you not arrived in time, we might have been reduced to frizzled hair by Mr. Enel's electric strikes, though I already sport a frizzled look. Brooke responded in his own unique manner after hearing Alan's explanation. Well then, how do you assess our rate of progress this time? I hope we haven't disappointed you. Akin gazed at Alan with eager anticipation, for earning Alan's approval represented true success in his eyes. Indeed, both you and Brooke have made considerable advancements. However, over the past 3 months, the greatest improvements have not been made by you. While Alan wholeheartedly acknowledged the progress of Akin and Brooke, he aimed to temper any burgeoning pride by delivering a striking revelation. Well, we certainly cannot compare ourselves to you, Captain. You are now one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Upon hearing Alan's words, Akin understood that his captain was attempting to prevent him from becoming complacent. He dismissively waved his hand, fully aware of Alan's formidable strength. Such an extraordinary rate of advancement was unmatched, even by the pinnacle of powerhouses in this world. Indeed. Captain, you managed to defeat Doflamingo, who nearly annihilated us, in just a few months, and seized his title as one of the 7 warlords. Such a feat is unparalleled in the entire world. Brooke nodded in agreement, thoroughly impressed by Alan's growth. As a pirate with extensive experience, he recognized that, whether in his living days or as a skeleton, Alan was undoubtedly the most promising pirate he had ever encountered. No, I did not imply that I am the one with the greatest progress. That honor belongs to Dino. Alan waved his hand earnestly and spoke with conviction. In fact, prior to his encounter with Akin and the others, Alan had already ventured to the Sabati Archipelago with Enel, where they first met the early arrival, Dino. Upon arriving on the island, Alan had his own matters to attend to. Thus he and Enel decided to part ways temporarily, agreeing to reconvene at the amusement park on Sabati Archipelago after an hour. However, to Alan's surprise, shortly after Enel arrived at the amusement park, he encountered Dino, who had reached the Sabati Archipelago ahead of them. Upon seeing Enel, Dino's immediate reaction was to perceive this god of the sky as a harbinger of trouble, and without a moment's hesitation, he launched an attack on Enel. It must be noted that during this period, Dino had elevated his melting fruit abilities to a remarkable new level. Although Enel employed his dazzling lightning techniques in his assaults, Dino adeptly countered with an array of protective wax liquid shields. When Alan sensed the clash and rushed to the scene, he discovered that half of the amusement park had been reduced to ruins due to their battle, evoking a sense of deep sorrow. It was precisely because of Dino's spectacular display that Alan conceived the idea of having Enel test Brooke and Akin, leading to their initial confrontation prior to their arrival at the Sabaody archipelago. This time, the one making the most significant progress is not you, but rather Dino. After hearing Alan's accounts of Guard Dino's remarkable feats, both Brooke and Akin were engulfed in profound astonishment. They could scarcely fathom that the previously unremarkable Dino had made such terrifying advancements in just a brief 3-month separation. Could it be that I am destined only to hold my captain back? As the Going Merry sailed towards the Sabaody archipelago, Akin leaned against the ship's railing. Lost in contemplation, he pondered to himself that throughout these 3 months, he had not allowed himself a moment's idleness, diligently adhering to the grueling training regimen that Alan had once employed. Yet, it seemed as though his physical growth had reached its limits. No matter how fervently he trained, he could not attain the rapid strength that Alan had achieved. He could only conclude that, after 3 months of accumulation, he had indeed improved somewhat, but had not undergone any fundamental transformation. Initially, Akin believed that everyone's rate of improvement would be relatively equal, considering that a monster like Alan was likely a unique anomaly on the seas. However, upon witnessing Brooke's adept utilization of soul power to counter Enel, alongside Alan's remarks about Dino's transformative progress, Akin was genuinely taken aback. A profound sense of powerlessness gnawed him. As one of Alan's earliest companions, he yearned to be his right-hand man, yet he now found himself the weakest link among Alan's crew. This realization was a bitter pill to swallow. Akin, what troubles you? Noticing Akin's unusual demeanor, Alan approached him with concern. Unbeknownst to Alan, who had seen considerable growth in Akin since their first acquaintance, Akin was grappling with his own insecurities. Is everything all right? Upon seeing Alan, Akin quickly masked his disquiet, forcing a smile in response. For this was hardly a matter of pride. Are you truly all right? It's nothing. Under Alan's piercing gaze, which seemed capable of seeing through all facades, Akin felt his heart race, unable to meet his eyes as he uttered his deceit. It was because, in these 3 months, his progress paled in comparison to Dino and Brooke. Observing Akin's evasive demeanor and his furtive glances at Brooke, Alan began to form a hypothesis. It appeared that Akin was frustrated by his lack of progress relative to his companions. I'm sorry, Captain, for disappointing you. Akin bowed his head in shame as Alan accurately articulated his innermost thoughts. There is no need for apologies. Who said I was disappointed? You know. Your progress over these 3 months has been nothing short of astounding. In terms of physical combat alone, your current level could rival that of some elite rear admirals in the Navy. With a bit more time, achieving the rank of Vice Admiral will not be out of reach. Alan spoke earnestly, fully aware of Akin's original prowess. The current Akin, in comparison, had undergone a tremendous transformation. However, Brooke and the others were different. They were wielders of devil fruits, and their newfound strength was largely attributed to the enhancement of their abilities. If they were to encounter someone capable of countering their powers, akin to the likes of Teach, Akin's role would surpass theirs by far. Alan diligently elucidated the situation to Akin, as he did not wish for this early companion to stray from the path. Boss, I aspire to become a devil fruit user. Akin's yearning was palpable. He understood Alan's sentiments, yet gazing upon the astonishing progress of Brooke and Dino left him restless. After much internal conflict, he finally made his earnest request to Alan. After hearing Alan's explanation regarding the distinctions between devil fruit users and himself, Akin fell silent for a moment. Eventually, he spoke. Boss, I still wish to become a devil fruit user. Since you have made your decision, I shall support you. Alan nodded in agreement, refraining from objection. Although devil fruit users possess various vulnerabilities, their rate of growth far eclipses that of non-users, presenting a tempting allure for someone like Akin, who was eager to strengthen himself. Alan saw no reason to deter him, especially since he himself was a devil fruit user. Thank you, boss. Akin expressed his gratitude, elated by Alan's consent. Though he could have made this decision independently, he sought Alan's support out of respect for him as a leader. What type of devil fruit do you wish to consume? Do you have any preferences? Alan inquired. The outcome of consuming a devil fruit was a matter of chance, leaving little room for preferences. Akin chuckled, scratching his head. Unlike Alan and Blackbeard Teach, who had encountered the legendary devil fruit compendium, Akin believed that during his 3 months as a bounty hunter, he had amassed nearly 200 million berries, sufficient to purchase a devil fruit from the black market. Although he might not secure a Logia-type fruit, he hoped his fortune would yield a potent one. Taking such a gamble seems rather reckless. Remember, a normal person can only consume one devil fruit in their lifetime. To venture such a gamble is quite juvenile. Alan's forehead glistened with sweat upon hearing Akin's plan. Having viewed the devil fruit compendium, he was reluctant to allow his companion to engage in such a perilous endeavor. Boss, don't you often say that luck is a form of strength? Please let me buy a devil fruit. Whatever ability I gain, I shall accept. Akin insisted, seemingly anxious that Alan might reconsider. Since you are determined to take this risk, I shall present you with a new choice. Upon encountering Akin, who had resolutely made up his mind, Alan no longer hesitated. After a flurry of activity in the warehouse of the Mistral, he produced an oddly shaped treasure chest. Boss, this is the collection of that scoundrel Doflamingo. You must know, this wretch is renowned as the Joker, adept in both shadow and light, and he possesses numerous valuable items. However, this particular treasure is secured behind several iron gates. It took me considerable effort to retrieve it. Alan opened the chest, revealing a devil fruit adorned with striking red spiral patterns, vibrant in color. Boss, is this a devil fruit? Akin inquired. Indeed, it is a rather peculiar devil fruit. I have perused the devil fruit compendium, yet there is no mention of this one. However, Doflamingo's meticulous care in safeguarding it suggests it is extraordinary. Alan replied earnestly. He was quite intrigued by this devil fruit. The compendium, compiled by the upper echelons of the world government, catalogued all known devil fruits, even those of which only a name was known. The absence of this fruit from such a comprehensive record indicated that it was one that had never before been acquired by anyone. Is this devil fruit truly so enigmatic? Akin felt his heart race as he held the mysterious fruit. Initially prepared to tempt fate and see what powers he might wield, the fruit's mysterious nature intensified his anxiety, revealing to him that he was far from ready. If one is unprepared, they ought to reflect further. There is no need to rush, he thought. Observing Akin's demeanor, Alan pretended to reclaim the devil fruit, realizing that this was a matter of great significance for Akin's life. Influenced by Akin's eagerness, he had impulsively retrieved the fruit. Now recognizing the folly of such rashness, it would be wiser to invest in a powerful devil fruit that he was already aware of rather than gamble on the unknown. Wait, boss, I want this one, Akin exclaimed, seizing the fruit just as Alan reached for it. Overcoming his initial hesitation, Akin took a bite. Why the rush, Akin? Alan sighed, shaking his head at Akin's rather ungraceful manner of consumption. He mused that his companion was far too hasty. Even if he took the fruit, he would not deny Akin. He merely wished for him to be mentally prepared. There was no need for such urgency. Well, since it's settled, let us not dilly-dally. It's my style. After swallowing the devil fruit, Akin felt his tension dissipate, akin to a student relieved at the revelation of their exam results. He wiped the juice from the corner of his mouth, a look of ease replacing his earlier anxiety. However, boss, this devil fruit is indeed quite unpleasant. The juice tastes like whiskey mixed with grit, both spicy and gritty. Aaron has a profound understanding of the unpalatable nature of the devil fruit. At this moment, he refrains from offering extensive commentary, instead gazing at Akin with curious anticipation. Akin, give it a try. What extraordinary abilities do you possess now? Delicious. Akin, naturally, does not decline Aaron's suggestion. He is eager to explore the special powers he now possesses. He concentrates his energy in his hands and, with a swift motion, strikes out towards the distant sea. However, contrary to their expectations of witnessing some extraordinary phenomenon, the surface of the sea remains utterly unchanged, creating an awkward silence. This shouldn't be happening. Akin, puzzled by the absence of any transformation within himself, turns to Aaron with uncertainty. Boss, how long does it take for the effects of the devil fruit to manifest? Aaron, equally perplexed by the situation, responds, once the devil fruit is consumed, it should immediately grant you its powers. Don't rush to attack. Close your eyes and sense any changes within your body. All right, boss? But I don't feel any changes at all with my eyes closed. Akin replies, disheartened. With no other recourse, Aaron sighs and steps forward, delivering a swift kick to Akin. In this instance, Alan did not employ any form of armed hockey. However, due to Akin's complete lack of defense, he was unceremoniously kicked into the sea. Chapter 94. The unprecedented ability. After consuming the mysterious devil fruit, Akin diligently attuned himself for quite some time, but failed to discern any special abilities. As he sat with his eyes closed, feeling despondent, he suddenly sensed a lightness in his body, as if propelled by an unseen force. Boss. Upon opening his eyes, Akin was astonished to find that he had been launched into the air by Alan's kick. He found it peculiar. He was confident that Alan had no reason to target him, yet this abrupt action left him bewildered. His body had not transformed or manifested any superhuman defensive capabilities. Alan, observing Akin as he flew away, offered no explanation, instead intently studying Akin's reaction after the impact. The reason Alan delivered this kick was to ascertain whether Akin's devil fruit abilities would spontaneously awaken under duress, yet once again, he was met with disappointment. Thud. Boss, help. As Akin was sent soaring by Alan's kick, he inevitably plunged into the sea. Once submerged, he felt as though his entire body had been filled with molten iron. An overwhelming heaviness surging through him. His strength dissipated rapidly, and the formidable swimming skills he once possessed vanished in an instant, leaving him on the brink of sinking. Having fallen into the water, he immediately lost his strength, confirming that he had indeed consumed a devil fruit. Yet, what type of power could it possibly bestow? Observing Akin's embarrassing floundering in the water, Alan shook his head in resignation. At that moment, he could not fathom what kind of devil fruit Akin had ingested. Witnessing Akin's imminent submersion, he decided against further analysis and leaped into the sea. Cough, cough. Boss, you ought to inform me ahead of time about your experiments. I'm nearly drowning. Cough. Why is this seawater never-ending? Rescued from the depths by Alan, Akin, upon learning the rationale behind his kick, felt utterly speechless. It was his first encounter with the discomfort of seawater flooding his body, and after being brought back onto the deck, he continued to retch uncontrollably. Indeed, it seemed he was expelling an excessive amount of water. How could this lad possibly swallow so much? Could this be indicative of his devil fruit ability? Observing Akin's ongoing struggle to expel seawater, Alan squinted, his keen mind swiftly recognizing the unusual nature of the situation. Akin, you've actually expelled all the water. Wipe your mouth and stand up. I shall reveal the nature of your devil fruit ability. Alan, noting Akin's disheveled appearance, felt a surge of concern and spoke earnestly. Boss, what kind of devil fruit ability is it? Hearing Alan's words, Akin instantly perked up, springing to his feet, his previous state of retching forgotten. Behold, your current demeanor is precisely the manifestation of your devil fruit ability. Alan looked at Akin with a smile and said, Well, I'm not quite sure what ability you possess. Upon hearing Alan's words, Akin seemed to sense that he had undergone some changes, yet he could not pinpoint them at that moment. As he took a moment to reflect, he realized that he felt no discomfort in his body. Noticing Akin's confusion, Alan encouraged him to close his eyes and truly feel it. There's no discomfort, Captain. Do you mean? Following Alan's suggestion, Akin shut his eyes, and, as he sensed the absence of discomfort, a spark of realization flickered in his mind. He immediately opened his eyes to gaze at Alan, seeming to grasp what he was alluding to, albeit with uncertainty. Let us conduct another experiment. Observing Akin's hesitant demeanor, Alan smiled gently, determined to assist his companion. Akin, how far can you glide when you exert your full strength? I haven't conducted a precise test, but I believe it should be around 50 meters, Akin replied thoughtfully. No. I am suggesting 100 meters. Akin, you must have faith in your abilities. Alan said with a beaming smile, his eyes brimming with encouragement. All right. Hearing Alan's words, Akin took a deep breath, positioned himself on the deck, and propelled himself into the distance with a powerful push. Bang! It must be said that Akin's training over this period had led to an extraordinary enhancement of his abilities. With a resounding thud, the ship, the Prowler, shook slightly, prompting Enel and Brooke, who were inside, to rush out. Whoosh! As Akin leaped into the air, he experienced an unprecedented sense of comfort, as if wings had sprouted from his back, allowing him to glide swiftly forward. He soon reached the 100-meter mark that he had discussed with Alan. Just as he felt himself beginning to descend, he sensed that he could continue soaring forward, and thus he forcefully pushed off the air with his feet. Bang! Akin's body, which was on the verge of falling, surged forward several meters once more. This display was unmistakably a manifestation of the Navy's sixth style, the aerial maneuvering technique known as moonwalk. I can move in the air. This was not so difficult after all. Akin was genuinely astonished by his current performance. With effortless grace, he executed a mid-air turn, joyfully darting back and forth as if he were a child reveling in play. Meanwhile, Alan, stationed on the wave breaker, removed his reading glasses, pondering whether Akin had truly acquired such extraordinary abilities. If that were the case, the boy's fortune would indeed be remarkable. After Akin returned to the wave breaker, Alan, with the assistance of Enel and Brooke, conducted a series of tests evaluating Akin's endurance, resilience, and recovery. They discovered that he had indeed gained an extraordinarily unique ability, the power of imagination materialization. Akin, if my analysis is correct, the devil fruit you consumed must be the legendary special paramecia type, known as the imagination fruit. Upon confirming his hypothesis, Alan shared with Akin a fragment of information he had previously encountered. He could hardly believe that this fruit, once thought to be mere myth, had been consumed by his companion. This was a fruit that rivaled even the most potent of the Logia type. The so-called imaginary fruit refers to the ability to materialize one's imagination. Specifically, it allows an individual to significantly enhance their capabilities through their own imaginative power. For instance, a person who can typically jump 2 meters might, after consuming this fruit, perceive 5 meters as an easily surmountable distance, effortlessly leaping over it. However, this imaginative prowess is not without its limitations. For example, if an individual possesses a strength of 10 units, they may only envision themselves possessing a strength of 20 to 30 units in their dreams. Attempting to imagine a strength of 100 units would be utterly futile. Thus, the fruit's limitation lies within the inherent strength of the user. The more formidable one's abilities, the greater the reasonable extent of their imagined power. Nevertheless, this quality renders the fruit extraordinarily potent. In that moment, Alan found himself somewhat envious of Akin, even questioning whether he himself was truly a traveler from another world, or if this young man was, in fact, the destined child of this pirate realm. Chapter 95. The news of Blackbeard after listening to Alan's account. Both Inaru and Brooke were momentarily taken aback, beginning to grasp the formidable nature of this devil fruit, particularly for Inaru, who had previously been able to withstand only 100,000 volts of electrical attack. The prospect of utilizing imagination to effortlessly defend against 1,000,000 volts was staggering. If this continued, it would not be long before this young man could completely neutralize Inaru's lightning powers, leading the self-proclaimed god of the Sky Island to refer to Akin as the god of imagination. Among the group, it was only Akin, the one who had consumed this devil fruit, who did not fully comprehend the extraordinary nature of his newfound abilities. After all, he perceived his powers as still being constrained by his own limitations, and felt he was progressing rather slowly. If his leader, Alan, were to wield such a fruit, he would undoubtedly unleash its full potential, yet Akin feared he was squandering the fruit's capabilities. "I'm sorry, boss," he thought, feeling a twinge of guilt for having consumed such a remarkable fruit yet failing to unlock its true strength. He looked at Alan with an expression of remorse. "Hey, you foolish lad, why are you apologizing?" Alan replied, exasperated, as he affectionately ruffled Akin's hair. "Now that you have acquired such a powerful fruit, focus on harnessing it properly. I am genuinely excited at the prospect of having a partner who excels in close combat. Boss, I will not disappoint you." As the tale unfolds, Alan embarks on a journey to the Sabaody archipelago, seeking to gather allies and enhance his reputation in order to fill the vacancy among the warlords of the sea. Meanwhile, an equally significant event is quietly transpiring across the vast ocean. Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, once a crew member of the formidable Whitebeard, has committed the heinous crime of murdering his own comrades, consequently earning the enmity of the entire Whitebeard pirates. The quest to bring Teach to justice has become paramount for every crew member. Having learned from past encounters, wherein Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, was effortlessly defeated by Teach's peculiar powers, and only Alan's timely intervention spared him from capture, the crew members have resolved to approach the task with more caution than Ace had previously displayed. They diligently gather intelligence on Teach's whereabouts, intending to report any useful information collectively, for they recognize that this rogue is no ordinary adversary to be reckoned with by mere crewmates or division commanders. Initially, their strategy promised success in locating Blackbeard Teach, but little did they anticipate that the cunning rogue had already prepared for the Whitebeard pirates' pursuit. Following his previous defeat, Teach devised a more intricate plan, awaiting the arrival of Whitebeard's search party on his territory to initiate his scheme. On a small island in the Grand Line, Ace, the fiery 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, engaged in casual conversation with Captain Marco of the Whitebeard crew when suddenly, the transponder snail that Ace carried buzzed to life. "Hello, Ace." "Oh, brothers from the decal band." Ace responded with a smile, intending to invite them over for drinks, when their alarming message shattered the moment. "Ace, help. We're being ambushed by that scoundrel Teach." Chapter 96, The Onslaught of Conspiracy while conversing with Marco. Ace received the urgent call from the Decal and brothers. His previously cheerful demeanor instantly froze as he processed the terrifying news relayed through the transponder snail that they were under siege by the nefarious Blackbeard Teach. "Where are you? What is the situation?" Ace, filled with anxiety, urgently inquired of the Decarbon brothers, fully aware of the strength that the treacherous Teach had gained after their last battle. It was evident to him that, apart from their father, Whitebeard, none in the Whitebeard Pirates could hope to defeat Teach in a one-on-one confrontation, let alone the Decarbon brothers, who were merely part of his crew. While on Mocha's Island, that scoundrel Teach employed a peculiar black hole to sink our battleship. He is currently scouring the island for us. It is merely a matter of time before he finds us. The Decarbon brothers expressed their growing alarm. "Calm yourselves. Both of you. Find a concealed location to hide. Do not engage that scoundrel directly. Wait for me. I shall arrive shortly." Ace instructed the Decarbon brothers as he prepared to board his speedboat and head towards Mocha's Island. "I shall accompany you." Upon hearing the news of Teach's whereabouts, Markagay stood up, ready to assist Ace in clearing the path for the Whitebeard Pirates. "No, it is best if I go alone, Markagay. Teach is not so easily dealt with. I will support the Decarbon brothers while you contact Father and the others. Once everyone is gathered, we shall deal with Teach," Ace said earnestly to Markagay. After their previous encounter, he had a clear understanding of Teach's formidable powers and knew that his presence would only serve to delay the inevitable. Thus, he wasted no time, instructing Markagay to seek reinforcements while he swiftly boarded the speedboat en route to Mocha's Island. Meanwhile, as Ace hurried towards Mocha's Island, the Decarbon brothers, having hung up the phone, appeared dazed, devoid of the prior urgency they had shown while seeking Ace's assistance. "Well done, indeed." With a crisp sound, Lafitte, wearing a mischievous grin, pocketed his pocket watch, causing the Decarbon brothers to snap back to their senses. The reason Teach had chosen Lafitte as his navigator was due to his multifaceted talents. Beyond his extensive nautical knowledge and terrifying intelligence capabilities, he possessed numerous astonishing abilities, one of which was the power of hypnosis demonstrated moments ago. What just happened? Were we hypnotized?" The Decarbon brothers exclaimed in confusion, having completely lost their memories of the previous hypnosis. As they turned to see the grinning Teach nearby, they quickly regained their composure, readying themselves for battle. "Do not be hasty. Drawing blades against our captain comes with consequences." Lafitte observed the tense brothers of the Decarbon clan, casually drawing forth his sword cane. His relaxed demeanor suggested that at the slightest hint of movement from the Decarbon brothers, he would swiftly strike them down. "Decarbon brothers, we are quite familiar with each other. How about joining my crew, and together we shall dominate this world?" Teach said, a smug expression adorning his face as he addressed the two captains belonging to the Whitebeard Pirates. "Teach, you scoundrel, do you think we would ever ally with you? Dream on." Despite sensing the terrifying aura of murderous intent radiating from Blackbeard, the Decarbon brothers, renowned captains in the New World, charged forward without a hint of fear. "Truly seeking death, it seems you've all become a bunch of stubborn old fools under old dad. Decarbon, do not get into trouble. Teach, you vile cur. If anything happens to my comrades, I will ensure you pay a bloody price with your life." Ace thought anxiously about Teach's dreadful dark powers, intensifying his flame abilities to their utmost. The speedboat beneath him surged forward like a rocket, racing towards Mocha's Island. "Captain, the prey approaches." At the heights of Mocha's Island's port, Van Oka, the sniper of the Blackbeard Pirates, caught sight of Ace from several kilometers away thanks to his exceptional vision. He promptly informed the lurking members of the Blackbeard Pirates via a transponder snail. "Wait, something feels off. It's too quiet." As Ace was about to enter Mocha's Island's port, the eerie silence raised his suspicions. Although his observation hockey detected no enemies, years of combat experience warned him that things were far from simple. Bang! Just as Ace hesitated, a bullet sliced through the air straight towards him. Flame pillar. Reacting swiftly to the sudden attack, Ace unleashed his flames, enveloping his body in fire as he propelled himself towards the port of Mocha's Island. However, before Ace could land, Basis, who had been lying in wait at the port, lifted a small building 3 stories high and hurled it towards Ace's landing spot. Boring crossfire. Unfazed by Basis's ambush, Ace allowed the wooden structure to crash into his flame pillar, incinerating it instantly. He then hurled a fierce cross-shaped fire blast towards Basis's position. Ugh! As the powerful crossfire surged towards him, Basis quickly enveloped himself in armament hockey, preparing to withstand the assault. It's burning. Nevertheless, despite the shielding provided by the armament hockey, Bashes found himself seared by Ace's crossfire, writhing in pain as he staggered back several meters before barely regaining his footing. Ha ha ha. It has only been a brief moment since we last met, Captain Ace. I never anticipated your strength would experience such a terrifying advancement. A boisterous voice echoed, and there emerged Teach, clad in his captain's attire, his face alight with manic laughter as he clutched the unconscious D-Carbon brothers. Their bloodied state leaving one uncertain of their fate. D-Carbon brothers, you fiend. Teach, release my comrades at once. Ace, witnessing the perilous condition of the brothers, was consumed by urgency, his voice a fierce reprimand. Captain Ace, do remain composed. Should you become agitated, you will lose the clarity needed to assess the situation. Teach, unperturbed by Ace's fury, merely regarded him with a grin. However, as Ace beheld Teach's unsettling smile, a sense of foreboding coursed through him. Just as he resolved to steady himself and survey his surroundings, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. A slender, elongated cane sword had pierced his body. Fire Fist Ace, you have grown careless. Lafitte, possessing an array of mysterious powers, had stealthily approached from behind, a smile adorning his face as he brandished the cane sword. Damn it, Inferno! In the face of Lafitte's ambush, Ace was consumed by rage. Drawing a deep breath, he elevated his fiery strength to a new height, unleashing a formidable wave of flames that surged outward, forcing Lafitte to hastily withdraw his cane sword to evade the onslaught. However, having just repelled Lafitte, Ace was suddenly beset by a wave of dizziness, as if intoxicated, his body beginning to betray him. What is happening? Did that scoundrel poison his blade? With his vast experience, Ace quickly deduced the dire situation. Though it was a despicable act to coat a blade in poison for treachery upon the seas, Teach, who would even betray his own comrades, found no moral qualm in such behavior. Darkwater. Observing Lafitte's successful ambush, Teach wasted no time. Considering Ace as already within his grasp, he waved his hand, summoning a torrent of refuse from the void above, hurtling down towards Ace with malevolence. Great Inferno. Aware of Teach's formidable prowess, Ace dared not underestimate him. With his head still spinning and unable to accurately target, he clenched his teeth and maximized his fiery power, instantly creating a terrifying pillar of fire that radiated from him, incinerating all within a 10-meter radius into ruin. Captain Ace, your growth is indeed remarkable. Confronted by Ace's formidable flames, Teach felt a pang of astonishment within. He had not anticipated that this individual could attain such a significant enhancement in such a brief span of time. Were it not for the trap he had previously set to ambush him, defeating Ace in a fair confrontation would have proven exceedingly challenging. After employing the Grand Fire Domain, Ace sensed his consciousness fading, yet summoned the last vestige of his will to unleash his most potent technique. However, as soon as he executed it, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. This little monster, had it not been for the poison that hindered my aim, a direct hit from that attack would have surely resulted in either death or severe injury. Observing the technique, reminiscent of a miniature sun, obliterate half of the structures on Mocha's Island, Blackbeard Teach drew a sharp breath. He vividly recalled the last time he battled Ace, when that very technique was entirely within his control. Yet now, it appeared that this young man had indeed acquired strength that rivaled his own. Fortunately, Captain, this time we employed a paralyzing poison that becomes more effective with vigorous movement. Otherwise, defeating this little monster aboard Whitebeard's ship would have been nearly impossible. At that moment, Lafitte leaped beside Teach, his voice tinged with trepidation. Humph. No matter how formidable he may be, he is still my captive now. Ace, you fool. Had you agreed to follow me sooner, none of this would have transpired. Teach inhaled deeply, approaching Ace, who still emitted faint flames from his body, and felt a twinge of regret within. Wait for it, old man, and you too, the reaper who obstructs my path. Soon, you shall all pay the price. This era belongs to me. Chapter 98. A shift in the tides due to being struck by the poisoned cane sword wielded by Lafitte of the Blackbeard pirates. Ace, despite having undergone extensive training, could not escape the fate of defeat. After executing an immensely powerful technique, he felt darkness closing in, collapsing into unconsciousness. This little monster, had it not been for the poison that hindered my aim, a direct hit from that attack would have surely resulted in either death or severe injury. Blackbeard Teach, witnessing the sun-like flames consume half of Mocha's island's edifices, was taken aback. He recalled vividly the last encounter with Ace, when that technique was entirely within his grasp. Yet now, it seemed that this young man had indeed acquired strength that rivaled his own. Though astonished, Tichu, a legendary figure in his own right, swiftly regained his composure. Gazing at Ace, who still flickered with faint flames, he sneered. Humph, no matter how formidable he may be, he is still my captive now. Ace, you fool, had you agreed to follow me sooner, none of this would have transpired. Wait for it, old man, and you too, the reaper who obstructs my path. Soon, you shall all pay the price. This era belongs to me. Captain, we must retreat now, lest the nearby forces of Whitebeard arrive swiftly. The time for battle is not upon us. Lafitte, the strategist of the Blackbeard pirates, stepped forward to remind Teach, apprehensive that his captain might act impulsively and continue to prattle on here, which would be tantamount to courting disaster. Ha ha ha, let us depart at once, father. Await my grand gift. At Lafitte's urging, Teach emerged from his euphoric days following Ace's defeat and waved his hand decisively, hastily executing their prearranged plan to flee from Mock Town. By the time Whitebeard and his crew arrived, Teach and his comrades had completely vanished without a trace. Teach, you scoundrel, if anything befalls Ace and the brothers of the dicarbon, I shall scour the seas to find you and make you pay. Whitebeard gazed at the scorched remnants of Mock Town, remnants of Ace's flames, a flicker of unease passing through him as he clenched his fists, the waters beneath him roiling in response to his unintentional display of wrath. Witnessing the fury of the King of the Seas, the members of the Whitebeard pirates understood that the world was on the brink of upheaval due to Teach's reckless actions. Following the capture of Fire Fist Ace, Teach, adhering to his original plan, wasted no time in handing him over to the world government to demonstrate his resolve. Simultaneously, his request to join the 7 warlords of the sea was met with widespread agreement from the Gorosei and other high-ranking officials. This astonishing news swiftly reverberated across the globe, leaving even Alan on the Sabaody archipelago utterly astounded. Initially, Alan had intended to lead the newly inducted Enel in eradicating the various upstart pirates that plagued the archipelago, hoping to amass sufficient prestige to fill another vacancy in the Shichibukai, thereby thwarting Blackbeard Teach's ambition to disrupt the world as he sought to become a member of this formidable group. However, to his dismay, he found himself a step behind. Just as Enel began to garner a modicum of renown, Teach had already ascended to the rank of Shichibukai. The circumstances mirrored those of the original pirate world, as Teach secured this coveted position by surrendering the son of the former pirate king, Ace, to the world government. In this moment, Alan, who had always believed he could change the world, began to lament the terrifying inevitability of fate's gears. Despite his fervent efforts to instigate change, events unfolded as they always had. Did he truly possess the capacity to accomplish his desires within this realm? Reaper, what troubles you? Is it merely the capture of a pirate? The emergence of a clueless individual who usurped my position is inconsequential. If need be, I shall vanquish him. Does this position of warlord of the sea not become vacant once more? Observing Alan's despondence over Blackbeard's ascension to warlord, Enel approached and patted him on the shoulder, dismissing the matter as trivial. After all, he had previously heard Alan describe the so-called warlord system as a tenuous alliance between the world government and powerful pirates, a relationship easily disrupted. Eliminating one of them to seize their position was not an impossible feat, after all. Alan's current title as warlord had been acquired by defeating the formidable Don Quixote da Flamingo, the heavenly demon. However, the situation was far from simple. The newly appointed warlord was exceedingly powerful. Alan turned to the dismissive Enel, earnestly stating, Enel, your ascension as the god of Skypiea stems from consuming the rumble fruit. Your power is electricity, undeniably formidable even among the Logia-type devil fruits. Yet, this scoundrel, Teach, has devoured an exceedingly formidable fruit. Darkness. Darkness, you say? Watch as I shatter this so-called darkness. Enel, rather than exhibiting any fear, displayed a countenance brimming with excitement at Alan's words. Fear not. There will be ample opportunities to confront this challenge, but for now, we must first ascertain the developments of these events. After curbing Enel's inclination to cause a ruckus, Alan retrieved his unique transponder snail to contact his significant ally within the Navy, the former Admiral Zephyr. A transformation is imminent in this world. Meanwhile, seated in the Navy headquarters dining hall, Blackbeard, accompanied by his crew, was voraciously devouring the sumptuous feast prepared for them by the Navy. His brash demeanor inciting the chefs to contemplate retribution. Ha ha ha. Captain, are we not indulging in the Navy's finest cuisine? The soldiers must toil for a year to savor such delicacies. Boches, possessing a similarly imposing stature, brandished a succulent pig's leg, unperturbed by the disdainful gazes of the surrounding Navy personnel. With unabashed arrogance, he proclaimed, "What does this matter? Just wait, soon. Your captain will lead you to indulge in the world's finest cuisine." As Teach savored his meal, he exuberantly made a promise to his comrades who followed him into the world of adventure. At this moment, having captured Ace and earned the title of a warlord of the sea, everything was unfolding according to his initial plan, and this smooth progression rapidly restored his confidence. "Captain, we are eagerly anticipating your exquisite culinary delights." Lafitte raised his goblet towards Teach, deliberately pausing when mentioning the word exquisite. The underlying implication understood by the members of the Blackbeard pirates, prompting a raucous bout of laughter. Ha ha ho ho. This band of scoundrels exemplified a lack of decorum to the utmost degree. The higher-ups within the government must be lamenting their choice in appointing such a miscreant as a warlord of the sea. Even if collaboration was necessary, they could have selected someone more suitable. Yet, lamentation is futile. The warlord system was inherently a mutual exploitation between the world government and those nefarious pirates. Although Teach is a detestable scoundrel of the seas, capturing the second-in-command of the pirate king, Whitebeard, attests to his formidable strength, justifying his position among the warlords. However, it is rumored that Teach is a traitor who escaped from the Whitebeard pirates, possessing no credibility whatsoever. Is it truly wise to conspire with such a scoundrel? I would argue that the previous East Blue pirate, the Harvesters, would have been a far better choice for the role of warlord. Indeed, the warlord system is in dire need of reform. Such sentiments are not for us to discuss. Let us focus on our duties. The naval soldiers stationed at the restaurant's entrance regarded the antics of Blackbeard and his crew with disdain, whispering among themselves. Little did they realize that the other protagonist they spoke of, the pirate harvester, Alan, was en route to the Navy headquarters, heralding an impending storm. "Brother, with Ace's matter being handled by Teacher Zephyr, it would not be prudent for you to rush to the Navy headquarters. After all, if you attempt to rescue Ace, it would mean opposing the entire world government. Now is not the time." On their way to the Navy headquarters, Teach inquired of Alan, recalling that although Alan was relatively young, he conducted himself with remarkable poise. Such a reaction to a pirate's capture was uncharacteristic of him. "Who said I was going to rescue Ace? Ace has already been transferred to Impel Down, where he is guarded by the strongest man, Magellan. If we are to save him, we must head to Impel Down. Then what purpose do we have in going to the Navy headquarters?" Alan's response only deepened Teach's confusion, as he found it increasingly difficult to comprehend his elder brother's motives. "We are going to defeat that scoundrel Teach. Rescuing Ace is no longer feasible. Our sole course of action is to vanquish Teach, demonstrating to the world government that he is merely an opportunist devoid of substantial power, unworthy of the title of warlord of the sea." Alan spoke earnestly, asserting that this method was indeed the best course of action under the current state of urgency. Defeating Teach seemed to be a viable strategy. However, he questioned why they did not enlist Enel, that formidable lightning creature. With his assistance, their chances of overcoming Teach would undoubtedly increase. Teach, a battle-hardened individual at heart, harbored no objections to Alan's proposal. He was, however, perplexed as to why. When facing such a formidable foe as Blackbeard, his elder brother chose to take only him along, leaving behind a plethora of powerful allies such as Enel, Buggy, Doflamingo, and Akin. Surely, their presence would have facilitated the mission. The more, the merrier, Teach mused. The Navy headquarters is the stronghold of the world government's elite forces. It would be inappropriate for Enel and Buggy, given their pasts as pirates. It is more fitting for just the two of us. Observing Teach's confusion, Alan patiently elucidated the rationale. Strictly speaking, he was currently a cooperating member of the Warlords of the Sea with the world government, while Teach, too, was considered part of the pirate guerrilla forces, as Zephyr had not expelled him. Thus, their presence at the Navy headquarters would not arouse undue suspicion. When the time came to confront Teach, they would need a robust justification. "Oh, I see," Teach replied, his eyes lighting up. "When the time comes, we brothers will join forces and make Teach regret ever coming into this world." Being a clever individual, Teach quickly grasped the implications and nodded earnestly at Alan, signaling his agreement. There's no need for that, Teach. I will handle Teach myself. After all, the government prefers not to intervene in the contests among the warlords. However, if you engage, even Zephyr would find it challenging to protect you, Alan stated gravely, having meticulously planned every aspect of their impending actions. Of course, I do not mean for you to remain entirely inactive. You shall contend with Teach's crew. If they interfere in my battle with Teach, then you will have ample reason to participate. Understood, brother. Leave the minions to me. You must defeat Teach. Teach accepted Alan's arrangement without opposition. At that moment, neither could foresee that this seemingly reasonable plan would lead them into great peril, nearly costing them their lives. Though that is a tale for another time. Chapter 1. The Great Battle at Navy Headquarters. The Navy Headquarters is indeed quite impressive. No wonder it can contend with a monster like Dad. It possesses some depth. I, the Warlord of the Sea, am quite well suited for this role. Within the Bastion of Justice, the Navy Headquarters at Marineford, an extremely discordant voice echoed. Those present recognized it as belonging to the newly appointed Warlord of the Sea, Blackbeard Teach. The crowd regarded him with disdain, yet few dared to confront him. Indeed, it is quite impressive. However, Teach, your days as a Warlord of the Sea are numbered. As Teach reveled in his grand plans, a chilling voice echoed above, leaving the Blackbeard pirates momentarily stunned. Ah, who might that be? Why, it is none other than Mr. Allen. What brings you here, dear friend? Surely, as fellow warlords of the sea and old acquaintances, you have come to celebrate my success. Teach's initial surprise at Alan's sudden appearance quickly transformed into boisterous laughter. After all, Alan was a formidable, yet irksome little rascal. However, with the power of the dark fruit at his disposal, Teach felt confident that he would not be at a disadvantage, especially under the prestigious title of Warlord of the Sea that loomed over this marine headquarters. He was certain that the boy would not dare to attack him recklessly. Teach, you scoundrel, did you not hear my words? I have come here with the intent to kill you. Observing Teach's arrogant demeanor, Alan felt a surge of anger rise within him. In an instant, he flashed before Teach, unleashing a devastating slash wave simultaneously. Teach was taken aback, realizing that Alan had indeed dared to strike him within the marine headquarters. Nevertheless, his physical prowess had seen significant enhancement recently. With sheer strength, he managed to block the slash wave with his hands, shattering it after reinforcing his defenses with armament hockey. But it's not over yet, Teach. Alan's relentless assault was far from concluded. The moment Teach deflected the slash wave, Alan had already teleported behind him, delivering a powerful blow to his unguarded back. Bang! In this instance, Teach was caught off guard, and his massive form was sent hurtling through the air by Alan, crashing down to the ground like a colossal boulder. Captain! Upon witnessing Teach's defeat, the crew members could no longer remain seated, springing to their feet, eager to rush to Alan's aid. However, before Lafitte and his fellow crew members could advance, several figures emerged, unleashing powerful slashing waves that effectively separated them from Alan. Navy, what is the meaning of this? Seeing these unexpected naval soldiers intervening to prevent them from rescuing their captain, the members of the Blackbeard pirates were filled with fury. Only Lafitte retained a semblance of composure, deeply perplexed as to why the Navy would strike against them at the Marine headquarters. Had the alliance between their captain and the world government come to an end? If so, why would the world government bestow upon their captain the title of Warlord of the Sea? Was this not a contradiction in itself? Stand down. The Marine headquarters is not a playground for pirates like you. If action is to be taken here, justice will be served on the spot. Leading the naval soldiers to thwart the Blackbeard pirates was Teach, who, leveraging his connection with Zephyr, utilized his position to suppress the crew and alleviate the pressure on Alan. Why aren't you intervening when he made the first move? Naturally, the Blackbeard pirates were indignant at Teach's explanation, immediately questioning him. We are warlords of the sea, and our skirmish at Marine headquarters is beyond your jurisdiction. We have already reported this to our superiors. However, should you dare to act, we will immediately eliminate you. Teach replied with a frigid tone, having coordinated these statements with Alan beforehand. His current objective was to buy time for Alan to confront Teach one-on-one, while Zephyr would attempt to delay matters with the higher-ups in the Navy. Whether victory was assured remained uncertain. Eliminate us? Come on, let's see who falls first. The helmsman of the Blackbeard pirates, Basis, sneered, clenching his fists, ready to strike. Wait, do not complicate matters for the captain. Do you truly believe that, without the Navy's interference, that boy could defeat the captain? As the strategist, Lafitte swiftly intervened to block bases. He understood well what attacking the Navy at their headquarters signified. For the sake of Blackbeard Teach's grand ambitions, he could not allow bases to commit such a blunder. Though the peculiar naval soldiers appeared to favor Allen, he was not overly concerned, for in a fair fight, he believed Allen stood no chance against Teach. Teach, brother, what shall we do? Before my eyes, these nefarious figures of the sea surprisingly refrained from intervening, leaving the elite pirate guerrilla squad accompanying Teach momentarily bewildered. As elite warriors meticulously trained by Zephyr, they had inherited his disdain for pirates. Initially, they believed that collaborating with Teach would allow them to teach these scoundrels a lesson. However, witnessing their inaction, they found themselves filled with pent-up frustration, an experience most unpleasant. Keep a close watch on them. Any act of aggression will be met with immediate justice. Teach understood all too well that his band of pirate guerrillas represented Zephyr's stance. Should they recklessly assault Teach, a member of the Seven Warlords, it would lead to considerable trouble not only for them but for Zephyr as well. After all, in the eyes of the higher echelons of the world government, maintaining balance is paramount. Once disrupted, even a figure as significant as Zephyr could face obliteration. Ha ha ha, impressive kid. You've learned the art of manipulation, using the Navy to restrain my companions. Then you think you can deal with me alone? But can you truly defeat me? Teach, the notorious cunning leader, discerned the intentions of Allen and his companions with a mere glance. Yet he remained unfazed, for he had recently deepened his understanding of the powers bestowed by the Dark Fruit, confident that apart from the monstrous level of the four emperors, no one else could rival him in these waters. Let us see, then. Allen sensed the sudden surge of power emanating from Blackbeard Teach. He could envision the leap in strength this adversary had achieved. However, retreat was no longer an option. He could only summon every ounce of strength within him. For God's supreme technique, Vermilion Bird's Sunstrike, perished beneath the veil of darkness. The blazing firebirds surged forth into the endless abyss, igniting a confrontation between fire and darkness. Once more unfolding at the Navy headquarters. Chapter 2. The Victory of Darkness at the Holy Land of Mariewa, the headquarters of the world government. Several formidable figures were embroiled in a heated debate within the chamber of the Five Elders, their expressions darkened with discontent. The catalyst for their agitation was undoubtedly the fierce battle between Allen and Teach, the newly appointed warlords, at Marineford. Zephyr, the Seven Warlords of the Sea, is currently the optimal policy to maintain balance. Surely you must consider that with a slight incentive, we can incite these scoundrels of the sea to turn on one another. What could be more advantageous? The man with the mustache among the Five Elders regarded Zephyr earnestly. He understood the might of this legendary Navy figure and refrained from relying solely on status, instead opting to elucidate the rationale behind their strategy. This system undoubtedly signifies our capitulation to evil forces. It is a disgrace to justice. Even if we must employ the warlord system, reform is imperative. Empowering formidable bounty hunters to eradicate evil entirely is the true duty of a just force. Zephyr's countenance was icy, displaying his disdain for the words of his superior. So this is your justification for allowing your disciple to wreak havoc at Navy headquarters? The bald man among the Five Elders exhibited a flicker of dissatisfaction in his gaze, his knife seemingly poised to be drawn at any moment. Zephyr did not intend it this way. He had made it clear that this incident was a conflict among the Seven Warlords. Whether it was Allen or Teach, both were newly appointed warlords, and their skirmishes fell outside the jurisdiction of the Navy. He merely instructed his soldiers to intercept Teach's companions to prevent chaos at Navy headquarters, for they were not warlords and held no such privilege. Witnessing the escalating tension between his old comrade and the Five Elders, Admiral Sengoku promptly intervened to clarify the situation. Whether driven by justice or personal motives remained ambiguous. Just as the Five Elders were about to further scrutinize Zephyr's actions, a messenger's voice interrupted the proceedings. What is it? Report to the esteemed Five Elders, Admiral Sengoku, and General Zephyr. The battle between the new warlords Allen Wayne and Marshal D. Teach has concluded. What was the outcome? Allen's Firebird was devoured by Teach's black hole and has now collapsed, its life status uncertain. What? As events unfolded, let us redirect our focus to Navy headquarters. When Allen's formidable Firebird collided with Teach's dark powers, it quickly succumbed, much like Ace's earlier attempt with the Flame Emperor. And Allen was left crashing heavily to the ground after emerging from the black hole. Ha ha ha, little brat, weren't you quite formidable? After thwarting my plans time and again, you now lie at my feet. Teach laughed triumphantly, gazing down at the unconscious Alan. Although he had nearly exhausted his strength to absorb Alan's Firebird, he was ultimately satisfied with the outcome. Just as Teach prepared to deliver a final blow to Alan, a powerful slash surged towards him. What is the Navy's intention? Having nearly depleted his stamina, Teach was sent flying once more by the strike. Rising, he glared at the assailant, fury etched across his face. After Teach's outburst, his companion regained some composure and swiftly formulated a retort. Coldly, he addressed Teach, Marshal D. Teach. As a warlord, your quarrel with another warlord does not concern us, but should you wish to cause fatalities here, that we cannot allow. You Navy folks really overstep your bounds. But can you truly restrain me? Provoked by the apparent bias of his interlocutor towards Alan, Teach's anger flared, and he gestured for his comrades to gather by his side. Shall we deal with them, Captain? As Teach approached, Bosch's, the helmsman, could no longer contain himself. He was ready to launch an attack on the meddling Navy with just one command from Teach. Captain, please remain calm. If we engage these Navy soldiers, the situation may spiral beyond our control. We must prioritize the larger picture. Observing the seething anger emanating from both Bosch's and Teach, Lafitte interjected, though he had already placed his hand on the hilt of his sword cane, clearly indicating that he would not hesitate to act should Teach's group decide to pursue a reckless course of action. Indeed, it is not yet time to confront these fools. I am curious to see if the elders of the world government will come to the aid of this brat, Teach mused, embodying the cunning of a would-be world conqueror. Prompted by Lafitte's reminder, he quickly regained his composure, declaring that he would refrain from violence, while casting a disdainful glance at Alan. I am unworthy of the title of Warlord of the Sea. If that position is truly defined by me, then I am indeed lacking. Far too much. Curse that wretched fool. Alan seethed inwardly at Teach's blatant contempt. However, he could only curse silently, for any act of aggression would lead to a complete loss of control, potentially endangering both himself and his mentor, Zephyr, lurking in the shadows. This world ultimately belongs to me. Your petty cleverness is of no consequence before me. In this battle, Alan faced a complete defeat, particularly in a one-on-one scenario, undoubtedly laying the groundwork for future upheavals in this world. Chapter 3. Breaching the Advanced City, the Holy Land of Mariawa, the headquarters of the world government in the realm of pirates, is situated between the first and second halves of the Grand Line, atop the Red Line. Here resides the highest authority in the pirate world, the Five Elders. Every 5 years, the kings of the world government's allied nations gather here for a world conference. Although the time for the conference has yet to arrive, the Five Elders have convened, their solemn expressions indicating a grave discussion. These warlords of the sea truly bring us trouble. Just as we apprehended Port Gasti, Ace and prepared to declare war on the Whitebeard pirates, the newly appointed warlord, Alan, unexpectedly clashed with Blackbeard Teach at the Navy headquarters, dragging that old fool Zifa into the fray. Do these individuals not allow us a moment's peace before the outbreak of war? Remarked an elder with white, curly hair and a scar on his left cheek, exhibiting his dissatisfaction with the recent troubles arising from the warlord faction, which was originally intended to maintain the balance among the three major powers. Indeed, that troublesome brat named Alan was initially fostered by Zifa himself. He first defeated that troublesome child, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and was granted the title of Warlord of the Sea out of respect for Zifa, with hopes that he would become a sharp blade for us. Yet, his disobedience is astonishing. He is now directly engaged in battle with Teach at the Navy headquarters. What does this mean? Is he attempting to oppose the warlord system we established in place of that old fool Zifa? Said another elder, a blond man with a scar across his chest, remaining notably calm amidst the tumultuous changes among the warlords. Then let us discard him. After all, he is merely a weapon. We do not lack for tools of death, asserted an elder with a straight white beard, whose benevolent appearance belied the ferocity in his gaze. Let us refrain from discarding him for the time being. He is, after all, Zifa's disciple. To abandon him would equate to forsaking Zifa and his pirate guerrilla forces. A considerable loss in combat strength, interjected a calm, bespectacled elder with a bald head, his sword emanating a formidable aura, surpassing even the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Should the sword experts of the pirate world behold the blade in his hand, they would be utterly astonished. For it is none other than the most formidable cursed sword in the realm, the first-generation Onit from the 12 Great Blades. To effortlessly wield the most formidable demon blade in the pirate world signifies the immense power of this elder, whose strength is undoubtedly on par with that of Mihawk. Indeed, when compared to the 7 warlords of the sea and Whitebeard, I believe our focus should primarily lie on the movements of the Revolutionary Army. This time, as we engage in a full-scale confrontation with the Navy headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates, the global political landscape is bound to be thrown into turmoil. Those detestable revolutionaries will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to wreak havoc. In comparison to the threats posed by pirates, I contend that their danger is far greater. Thus, we must prioritize our defenses against them. At this moment, we cannot afford to forsake Zephyr's assistance. Let us confine that young brat and impel down, allowing Magellan to teach him a lesson. Once he has learned his lesson, we shall release him. At this juncture, one of the 5 elders, an elderly man sporting a distinctive mustache, voiced a perspective that starkly contrasted with that of the others. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the attention of the 5 elders shifted, and the global dynamics began to evolve within their discourse. Meanwhile, as the 5 elders deliberated on the current state of the world, Alan, who had been defeated at Navy headquarters, was cast into impel down as they had suggested. However, seemingly to placate Zephyr and the pirate guerrilla forces. The orders merely stated that Alan was to be temporarily detained, without any mention of stripping him of his title as a warlord of the sea or condemning him. Where am I? Slowly regaining consciousness, Alan found himself lying in an unfamiliar room. The dark crimson walls and the faint scent of blood in the air making him feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Hey, brat, are you awake? A massive figure clad in black prison garb approached Alan, his expression dripping with disdain. You are Magellan. Recognizing the terrifying aura emanating from the man before him, Alan quickly searched his mind for information on formidable individuals, soon pinpointing a match. Magellan, the user of the poison fruit, the head warden of the great prison Impel Down. Renowned as the strongest man in prison. Judging by his abilities and achievements, he possessed strength comparable to that of an admiral. Were it not for the debilitating side effects of his fruit, which caused him to suffer nearly 10 hours of diarrhea each day, he would undoubtedly have been assigned to a more prominent position by the world government. You, in such a pitiful state, can still hold the title of Warlord of the Sea. What has become of these seas? Ever since the disappearance of Roger and the Golden Lion, have there been no formidable figures left? Relying on Zephyr, that old relic, to attain such a position, truly, the world has descended into chaos. Observing Alan's feeble demeanor, Magellan expressed his disdain. What did you say? While Alan could tolerate Magellan's scorn towards himself, he could not bear the disparagement of Zephyr, who had shown him great kindness. He immediately attempted to rise and charge at him. Foolish brat, this will serve as a lesson on the vastness of this world. As Alan charged towards him, Magellan's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Previously, the 5 elders had issued a direct command to him, instructing him to teach this presumptuous young boy a lesson, to temper his audacity. The current situation was indeed fortuitous. Director, what have you done? Upon Magellan's arrival at the medical room of Impel Down, where he unceremoniously deposited Alan, who was afflicted by the crimson venom, the doctors were left utterly astonished. Since their appointment as the dedicated physicians of this prison, they had tended to numerous inmates who had fallen victim to Magellan's toxic punishments, yet they had never encountered a case as severe as this. The red venom typically resulted in immediate death. How was it that this young boy still exhibited signs of life, and that he had been delivered personally by Magellan for treatment? This boy is crucial. He must not perish, though he should not be fully cured either. Oh, and remember to restrain him with handcuffs before administering the antidote. Magellan issued his concise orders before hastily departing. Although he had dominated the earlier confrontation, Alan's remarkable vitality had taken him by surprise, and he realized that he needed to recuperate. Yes, Director. The physicians of Impel Down dared not defy Magellan's commands and promptly began preparing the special antidote. However, the antidote for the red venom was still in the developmental stage. After all, no one had ever survived an encounter with such a lethal toxin, leaving the effectiveness of the antidote uncertain. Wait, before we proceed with treatment, let us first secure him with handcuffs and leg shackles. Indeed, I almost overlooked that detail. To endure the director's red venom and still cling to life, this boy must possess extraordinary strength. I wonder how he managed to confront the director? Who knows? It would be prudent for us to remain unaware of the director's affairs. Let us follow his instructions and ensure this boy receives the necessary treatment. Director, are you there? The deputy warden of Impel Down, Domino, a striking beauty with golden curls, approached Magellan's office, earnestly reporting. Come in, came Magellan's somewhat subdued voice from within, a tone that startled Domino, as it was markedly different from his usual demeanor. Once, even when Magellan was in a foul mood, his voice, though cold, resonated with power. Yet at this moment, he seemed somewhat out of sorts. When Domino entered the room, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The most formidable man in Impel Down, the embodiment of invincibility in their hearts, was now bound in bandages, sipping a concocted medicinal liquor from the prison's doctors. It was evident that he had sustained injuries. "Director, what has happened to you?" Domino inquired, unable to fathom that his idol could be wounded. "A minor injury inflicted by a mere brat. What brings you here?" Magellan queried, feeling humiliated by the unexpected defeat at the hands of Alan, who had proven to be far more formidable than he had anticipated. His frustration was further fueled by the elder's failure to clarify the situation, prompting him to interrogate Domino. Director, it appears that the reason for Portgas d'Ace, the second commander of the Whitebeard pirates, entering Impel Down is linked to the emergence of a hidden faction." Recognizing Magellan's foul mood, Domino quickly shifted to the true intent of his visit. "A hidden faction? Be more explicit," Magellan demanded, his brow furrowing at the thought that Portgas d'Ace had caused such upheaval. Since the arrival of this formidable adversary, he had dedicated considerable effort to monitoring him and guarding against the Whitebeard pirates' assault. Now, another hidden faction was surfacing. Was this meant to drive him to madness? It seems that the hidden faction, which occasionally appeared in the depths of Level 5, the Frozen Hell, has been surfacing more frequently since Portgas d'Ace's arrival. Numerous guards have reported sightings, yet none have managed to capture it, Domino explained earnestly. "Those wretched specters from the Frozen Hell, they truly know how to complicate matters. Once I finish with my current duties, I shall concentrate our forces to eradicate them." Magellan seethed inwardly, lamenting the elders for burdening him further during such a demanding period. "What did you say, Director?" Domino cautiously probed, noticing Magellan's evident displeasure. "Nothing of consequence. For now, instruct everyone to heighten their vigilance. We must not allow Portgas d'Ace to incite any disturbances while in Impel Down. Additionally, contact Hannibal and order a thorough search of the Frozen Hell on Level 5. We must not overlook any suspicious details." After contemplating the current predicament, Magellan issued his directives with gravity. "Understood." Domino, unwilling to linger, hastily descended to make arrangements, as if remaining in the Magellan room for even a moment longer would augment the peril he faced. The director had awakened, just as Domino departed. The physician from the prison hurried into the Magellan chamber, his face alight with astonishment as he reported the miraculous recovery of Alan, who had been poisoned with the lethal crimson toxin. "Take me to see him at once." Upon hearing of Alan's rapid revival, Magellan was taken aback, disregarding his own injuries as he rushed towards the medical room. Chapter 5. Aphasia. "These doctors have saved my life, and I remain within this prison. Clearly, Magellan did not take my life." Meanwhile, the awakened Alan began to swiftly assess his surroundings. However, he found himself restrained by handcuffs and leg shackles made of sea stone, a precautionary measure, perhaps, typical of the prison's medical staff, despite Magellan's lack of explicit instructions. Coupled with the residual effects of the crimson toxin still lingering within him, Alan could only close his eyes and rely on his observation hockey to gauge his environment. Eager to move right after awakening, are we? Yet, bound by sea stone and still tainted by the director's venom. It would be a wonder if you could muster any strength. Even if you possessed some extraordinary ability, there would be no opportunity to test it now. Perhaps this fool truly lacks any special talents and is merely flailing about in futility. The doctors in the medical room exchanged cold laughter. Believing that Alan's survival from the crimson toxin was already a stroke of fortune, his desire to move immediately was nothing short of delusional. "You insolent wretches! You seek your own demise." Alan seethed inwardly, enraged by their mockery. He contemplated striking them down in an instant, though his body was still weakened by the lingering poison. However, just as he prepared to act, he halted, choosing instead to feign immobility on the hospital bed. The reason was simple. Magellan had arrived at the entrance of the medical room. In that moment, he knew he stood no chance against the grim reaper of the prison, so it was wiser to maintain his facade of helplessness and observe the unfolding situation. Director." The doctors, upon witnessing Magellan's arrival, immediately offered their respectful bows. Their demeanor a stark contrast to the derision they had shown Alan moments earlier, an impressive display of duplicity. I did not expect you, young man, to regain consciousness so swiftly. Truly remarkable. Now, Do you comprehend your position? Should you dare to act arrogantly again or disregard my rules, I shall subject you to tortures far more excruciating than the crimson toxin you previously endured." Magellan paid no heed to the doctors flanking him and instead turned to Alan, speaking with utmost seriousness. To the astonishment of all present, Alan, faced with Magellan's inquiries, unexpectedly opened his mouth to emit a sound of helplessness. What could this possibly mean? Witnessing Alan's current state, Magellan was momentarily taken aback. His orders had been to teach Alan a lesson, to instill a sense of caution within him, yet here he was, rendered mute by his own actions. Would this not provide further ammunition for the government officials who had already opposed his brutal enforcement? "Director, this may be aphasia." A physician from Impel Down cautiously ventured, observing Alan's condition. How could it possibly be aphasia? Magellan's temper flared upon hearing the doctor's diagnosis. Although he was the warden of the prison, he was well aware of the infamous nature of aphasia. Aphasia refers to the impairment of language functions due to lesions in the brain associated with conditions such as strokes, brain injuries, tumors, or inflammation. It results in damage to the ability to understand and produce communicative symbols, particularly affecting components like phonetics, vocabulary, and grammar, as well as the comprehension and expression of language structures and meanings, alongside a decline in the cognitive processes that underpin language. If it were indeed confirmed that Alan was suffering from aphasia, not only would he be unable to speak, but there could also be cognitive issues at play. In such a scenario, not only would he be unable to uphold the rules, but he might also become inexplicably daft. This would effectively deprive the world government of a compliant instrument, leaving Magellan vulnerable to the ire of the five elders and the machinations of those in the upper echelons who were already displeased with him. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Magellan could scarcely contain his fury, his gaze sharp enough to kill. "Director, please remain calm. We must conduct further examinations to ascertain whether it is indeed aphasia. Moreover, even if it is aphasia, there is no need for alarm. It is likely a temporary condition induced by your red poison. With a period of recovery treatment, he should be able to return to normal." The doctors, alarmed by Magellan's anger, hurried to explain. "Is that so? How long until we have an answer?" Magellan inquired, his ire somewhat quelled. Yet he remained unsatisfied as he regarded the speechless Alan. At least a week, but perhaps 3 days minimum, to observe and confirm his symptoms. Initially, the doctors had intended to say a week, but upon encountering Magellan's murderous glare, they hastily revised their statement. 3 days? Make it quicker. I need him to be completely fine. Do you hear me? Completely fine." Magellan found the 3-day deadline set by the doctor to be rather excessive. After all, Alan had garnered the personal attention of the five elders, who expected him to be swiftly instructed in the ways of their order. Once Alan fully submitted, they would immediately extract him from Impel Down to utilize him as a formidable asset. Given that Ace had been captured by the world government and a monumental conflict with the pirate king, Whitebeard, was on the horizon, the higher-ups of the world government could not afford to lose such a top-tier strength. Thus, it was imperative for him to expedite Alan's recovery and education in the rules. Otherwise, the situation would soon be beyond concealment. "We will exert every effort, Director. It is possible that he might recover today," the doctors of Impel Down said, keen to appease Magellan, who was visibly angered. "Regardless, ensure that the toxins within him are entirely eradicated. I not only require him to survive, I need him to be unscathed," Magellan commanded, fully aware that the doctors were merely offering empty reassurances to avoid incurring his wrath. Nevertheless, he had regained his composure and reiterated his orders with a sense of urgency. Upon hearing Magellan's words, the doctors realized he had indeed calmed down, and they breathed a sigh of relief. They inquired, "Director, during the treatment and observation period, which level of the prison should he be confined to?" "Let him be placed in the 6th floor, the infinite hell," Magellan replied earnestly, recalling the terrifying power Alan had displayed during their previous encounter. He was unaware of the nature of Alan's mutism, yet if he were to recover, he would undoubtedly rival the monstrosities of the 6th floor. Given that he was the disciple of Admiral Zifa and had earned the title of Warlord of the Sea by defeating the formidable Don Quixote da Flamingo. Though Magellan had mocked him verbally, he had already acknowledged Alan's strength internally. "Understood, Director." The doctors were taken aback by the decision to confine Alan to the legendary infinite hell of Impel Down. However, considering how much attention Alan had drawn from Magellan, it was no surprise that he warranted such a level of confinement. By the way, could it be possible that this young man is feigning? After issuing his orders, a sudden thought struck Magellan, prompting him to question the doctors earnestly. He scrutinized Alan's facial expressions for any signs of insincerity, should he detect even the slightest anomaly. He would not hesitate to act. It is unlikely that he is pretending. We confirmed that your red poison had indeed entered his body. So it is inevitable that his health has been compromised. The doctors responded earnestly to Magellan. Very well, I understand. Upon hearing the doctor's words, and observing Alan's seemingly unremarkable reaction throughout, Magellan appeared to relax, preparing to turn and depart. Phew, that was perilous. Alan, for his part, silently exhaled in relief. He had feigned muteness from the outset to gauge the situation. To his astonishment, the doctors cooperated splendidly, providing him with the perfect pretext for his silence. A case of aphasia. Even more surprising was Magellan's apparent belief in this ruse. Although he had attempted to deceive Alan verbally during the encounter, he had ultimately been outmaneuvered by Alan, who had been well prepared. Yet, what perplexed Alan most was why this malevolent figure, known for his relentless pursuit within the city, was so invested in his well-being, insisting that the doctors restore him to health with such urgency. This was indeed peculiar. Could it be that this man did not wish to kill him, but merely sought to teach him a lesson? Or perhaps he shared some connection with Master Zephyr, which explained his unusual demeanor. Alan pondered various possibilities in his mind, yet he could not fully ascertain Magellan's intentions. Therefore, to ensure his own safety, he resolved to continue his charade for a while longer, seeking to unravel the underlying motives before devising his next course of action. Young man, you are indeed deceiving me. However, as Magellan reached the threshold of the medical room, he abruptly halted, spinning around to unleash his venomous dragon technique upon Alan, a massive purple serpent lunging toward him. What? Could it be that Magellan had seen through his act? Taken aback by this sudden assault, Alan instinctively prepared to dodge. Yet his rational mind cautioned him that this was likely a trick by Magellan. To evade would be to invite true doom. Understanding that he would endure excruciating pain if struck by the venomous dragon, Alan nonetheless forced himself to remain rooted in place, watching in a daze as the serpent engulfed him. Director, help. The physicians flanking Alan were utterly unprepared for Magellan's sharp and sudden attack. In an instant, they were caught off guard, suffering the repercussions of the venomous dragon's onslaught, their anguished cries echoing throughout the medical room. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Alan, consumed by the dragon, let out a primal scream of agony, a visceral reaction that seemed to convince Magellan that this previously audacious boy had truly lost his wits. You, administer the antidote to them, and confine that young rascal to an endless purgatory. Establish a medical team to monitor his condition closely. Remember, I do not merely want him alive. I demand that he returns to his former self. Due to the uncertainty surrounding whether Alan is genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance, Magellan, in order to fulfill the mission assigned by the 5 Elder Stars, could only instruct the unaffected physicians on either side to administer an antidote to all those afflicted. Seizing the opportunity, he ventured into the frigid depths of the hellish domain, as the reports from Domino compelled him to exercise utmost caution. During Ace's tenure in Impel Down, it was imperative that no errors occurred. Finally, he managed to navigate the situation, narrowly escaping the cunning trap laid by that sly individual. After Magellan departed, the physicians began to detoxify themselves, allowing Alan to breathe a sigh of relief. Despite his thorough preparations, when engulfed by the venomous dragon, the latent power within him nearly erupted instinctively. Fortunately, he managed to suppress it through sheer willpower. Ultimately, every effort was worthwhile. Had he relied solely on his strength to confront the venomous dragon, Magellan would undoubtedly have realized he was being toyed with, thereby relinquishing all control to him, which could have resulted in unimaginable torment. It appears that he possesses a certain flair for performance. Perhaps if he had pursued a career in the entertainment industry, he might have become an acclaimed actor. Alas, he finds himself traversing an entirely different path. Under the influence of the antidote, Alan felt his body gradually relax, and his mind began to wander aimlessly, soon succumbing to slumber. Chapter 7. Entering Infinite Hell. Administer the antidote to them, and subsequently confine that little rascal to Infinite Hell. Establish a medical team to monitor his condition at all times. Remember, I require not only his survival, but also his restoration to normalcy. Understood, Director. Following Magellan's directives, the Deputy Director Hannibal, accompanied by a medical team and several guards, escorted the unconscious Alan into the infamous 6th level of Infinite Hell beneath Impel Down, rendering him arguably the best-treated prisoner in the history of the facility. Does this little rascal really belong here? Questioned a guard. skepticism evident in his tone as he observed Alan being escorted by Deputy Director Hannibal and the medical personnel. After all, the inmates of Infinite Hell were notorious for their heinous crimes, erased from history, and a young prisoner like Alan, afforded such privileges, was unprecedented in their experience. Indeed, this is a special directive from the director himself, personally escorted by me. Ensure you monitor him closely and prevent any disturbances, Hannibal admonished the guard with seriousness. Noting his incredulity. Yes, Deputy Director, we understand. Despite the guard's lingering doubts regarding the seemingly daft Alan, their fear of Magellan compelled them to treat the situation with utmost respect, as they received Alan and confined him to an empty cell in the 6th level below. Humph. Has Impel Down fallen to such a state under Magellan's watch? To confine such a mere child to Infinite Hell, and even deploy a medical team on his behalf, what a disgrace. At this moment, a man imprisoned in a distant cell expressed his profound dissatisfaction with Hannibal and his associates' actions. Warden, this individual is rather exceptional, hence he must be temporarily confined in this infernal abyss for observation. In response to such a challenge regarding the prisoner, Hannibal, the deputy warden of Impel Down, respectfully elucidated the rationale. The reason was simple. This man was none other than Yuji Shio, the former warden of Impel Down. Yuji Shio, once the esteemed warden of Impel Down, donned the prison staff's hat alongside a pilot's cap, relished in smoking cigars, and possessed astonishing swordsmanship, his prowess slightly inferior to that of Magellan. It was these two formidable attributes that earned Impel Down the moniker of Iron Wall, due to his bloodthirsty nature and propensity for indiscriminately slaughtering inmates. He was sentenced to a deferred death penalty and imprisoned in the 6th underground level of the endless abyss of Impel Down. Thus, even though Yuji Shio had been relegated to the status of a prisoner, the guards of Impel Down, including the deputy warden Hannibal, were filled with trepidation towards him. Much like the inmates feared Magellan. Undoubtedly, Yuji Shio was the most feared individual among the guards, for while Magellan, despite his formidable strength, refrained from unwarranted violence against his own staff, Yuji Shio exhibited no such restraint. When in high spirits, he would indiscriminately slay anyone before him, be they prisoners or guards, turning them all into his prey. It was precisely because of his brutal disposition that the world government decided to relinquish such a dangerous blade and confine him within the endless abyss of Impel Down. No need for explanations. The more excuses you provide, the more inept the current world government and Magellan appear. Yuji Shio remarked disdainfully at the deferential Hannibal. In his eyes, prisoners were mere instruments for amusement. Should any trouble arise, they were to be disposed of without hesitation. Why complicate matters? Magellan, with his excessive compassion, was utterly unworthy of the title of warden, and the thought of being confined in this endless abyss fueled a fire of anger within Yuji Shio. Indeed, warden, we shall take our leave. Hannibal, unwilling to retort against Yuji Shio's words, recognized that apart from Warden Magellan, no one dared to confront this monstrous figure. He promptly departed the endless abyss, accompanied by the prison's physician and guards. Utterly useless. To have ascended to the position of deputy warden under such circumstances suggests that the downfall of Impel Down is nigh. Observing Hannibal's reaction, Yuji Shio expressed his disdain and returned to his bed, resuming his contemplation of swordsmanship. Yuji Shio was indeed as bloodthirsty as the legend suggested. However, what was Magellan's true intent in placing him in such a predicament? Having been defeated by that scoundrel Teach, he was stripped of his title as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Yet, why not simply eradicate him instead of issuing orders for the medical team to ensure his survival? This was utterly illogical. Upon arriving at this legendary and seemingly boundless hell, Alan found himself engulfed in a profound sense of bewilderment. Considering his strength and status, he believed that being officially disavowed by the world government would, at the very least, qualify him for entry into this prison, particularly as the newly appointed warlord of the sea, albeit for an extraordinarily brief period. However, Magellan's demeanor was evidently not that of someone dealing with a mere outcast. His evident concern for Alan's well-being and the dispatch of a specialized medical team were privileges that had never been heard of before. Regardless, Alan decided to set aside his confusion for the moment. By maintaining his pretense, he trusted that Magellan would falter before revealing the true reasons behind his predicament, thus allowing him to seize the initiative. Although he could not yet comprehend the entirety of the situation, Alan remained unperturbed and quickly adjusted his mindset. Preparing to respond to any changes as they arose, intending to regain control before proceeding with his next steps. Now that he had the rare opportunity to explore this fabled sixth level of the underworld, Alan resolved to scrutinize his surroundings. To his astonishment, this boundless hell was bustling with activity, exceeding his expectations. True to the legends, it was indeed a gathering place for monsters. In front of him stood the former chief warden of Impel Down, Magellan himself, while diagonally across was Crocodile, one of the former warlords of the sea. The latter rested with his eyes closed, prompting curiosity about the expression he would wear upon awakening. To the far right loomed the colossal battleship, San Juan Wolf, whose size rendered naval vessels mere toys in comparison. Alongside him was the barrel-shaped Bacchus and the tyrant, Abelo Pizarro, each a figure that would send ripples of fear throughout the world, though he was already aware that this boundless hell housed such formidable beings. The sight of these legendary figures from the pirate world left Alan utterly astounded, not from fear, but from the fierce warrior spirit that surged within him. "Alan, brother? Is that you?" A deep voice resonated from within one of the cells. Chapter 8. The Fury of the Five Elders. "Alan, brother, is that you?" Just as Alan marveled at the array of prominent figures imprisoned in Impel Down, a husky voice emerged from one of the cells. It was Ace. Following the direction of the voice, Alan recognized the very reason for his entry into this boundless hell, the spark that ignited the war of the best, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Port Gasti. "Ace, Alan, brother, it truly is you." Upon recognizing Alan's visage, Ace was overwhelmed with excitement. For Alan had once rescued him from the clutches of Blackbeard, though fate would later have him captured by that scoundrel once again. In Ace's heart, Alan was akin to a comrade, and encountering him unexpectedly was a source of great exhilaration. Yet, amidst his excitement, Ace's demeanor shifted to one of concern, for the context of their meeting was far from favorable. He promptly altered his tone, anxiously inquiring, "How did you end up in Impel Down? What has transpired?" Upon encountering Ace, Alan's heart swelled with joy. His reckless pursuit of that wretched titch was fueled by a desire to alter the tragic fate of his friend. Unexpectedly, fate had led him to this moment, allowing their paths to cross. It seemed that the wheels of destiny had granted him an opportunity for change. However, the venom within Alan's body had yet to be fully purged, limiting his strength to approximately 40%. Such power was insufficient for him to depart alongside Ace. With time before Ace was taken by the Navy, he remained unhurried, feigning ignorance. He closed his eyes, focusing on expelling the toxin within, believing that once his strength was fully restored, the likelihood of escaping Impel Down with Ace would be significantly enhanced. "Ha ha ha, little brat. I didn't expect to see you here in Impel Down. How amusing." Just as Ace's voice faded, another voice laced with mockery echoed through the air. It was Doflamingo. Upon hearing this voice, Alan was taken aback, realizing he had forgotten about this fiend. Doflamingo, the former king of Dressrosa and a former warlord of the sea, was an exceptionally unconventional figure among the warlords. Had Alan not defeated him, he would have continued to wreak havoc in the pirate world for some time. "What's this? Have you forgotten your old friend so soon?" Quite heartless indeed. Doflamingo relished the sight of the once formidable Alan now confined to the depths of this infernal prison. Yet, observing Alan's somewhat dazed expression, he mused that perhaps this lad had succumbed to Magellan's torturous methods, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. This was somewhat unusual, for a boy who had bested him should not appear so pitiful. Despite his surprise at Doflamingo's presence, Alan maintained his previous state of distraction, offering no response, in service of his own plans. "Ha ha ha. Are you truly feigning ignorance? Or has Magellan rendered you incapable? Regardless, witnessing this once arrogant brat in such a state brings me great satisfaction." While Doflamingo found joy in Alan's predicament, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his mind. For the pleasure of seeing his rival in such a state was tempered by the fact that he had not been the one to bring about this humiliation. In contrast to Doflamingo's complex emotions, Ace felt only a deep sense of worry. Not adept at articulating his feelings, he could only gaze with discomfort at Alan's foolish demeanor, silently blaming himself. "What did you say?" "Magellan has turned that little brat mute and confined him to the depths of this prison, and whether he can recover remains uncertain." Domino, the vice warden who had previously been reporting to Magellan, now held a transponder snail, quietly listening to the irate voice on the other end. It was still unclear that Magellan, the chief warden, had dispatched a specialized medical team along with a unique antidote, instilling confidence that the young boy would fully recover. "Esteemed 5 Elder Stars, Domino respectfully communicated this over the transponder snail. It became evident that Domino was not merely the vice warden of Impel Down, but also a pawn placed within the prison by the Five Elder Stars. Although Magellan remained loyal to the world government, the Five Elder Stars deemed him excessively principled, making certain matters inconvenient for him. Thus, they appointed Domino as the deputy warden to assist Magellan while ensuring their control over the prison's affairs. As the vice warden, Domino was tasked with continuously reporting on the developments within Impel Down, especially during the incarceration of Port Gastiace, a matter that had garnered heightened attention from the Five Elder Stars. The emergence of Alan, a boy capable of injuring Magellan, had become the focal point of her reports. With an impending clash against the Whitebeard pirates on the horizon, there could be no room for error, not even the slightest misstep. The furious voice from the other end of the call echoed with the Five Elder Stars' displeasure. They had entrusted Alan to Magellan with the intention of molding him into a weapon that would heed their commands, not to have him broken by Magellan. Yes, I understand. Esteemed Five Elder Stars, you need not concern yourselves with this matter. We will inform Magellan. Just continue to serve as our eyes and ears. Brief introduction. Are you a devil fruit user? Indeed. Can you breathe fire, spit water, or summon lightning? No. Then can you elongate, fly, or grow in size? I cannot do that either. Can you transform, taking on the forms of various special animals? That is also not within my capabilities. What abilities do you possess? I possess no limits.